I took care of her for 8 years while she was paralyzed, but the first thing she did after waking up was to put the divorce papers on the table. My name is Su Zirwei. 7 years ago, my wife, Jiang Xian, was a famous campus beauty and the heiress of the Jiang family's billion-dollar fortune. Back then, everyone said she and the campus heartthrob, Meng Qingze, were a perfect match, and everyone envied them. Later, she was in a car accident. Because the best time for treatment was missed, the blood clot in her brain compressed her nerves, causing her to be paralyzed from the waist down. Overnight, she went from being a proud daughter of heaven to a cripple. Those suitors who were once too intimidated to approach her became bolder, and even the driver sent her flowers as a gesture of goodwill. Straw that broke her came when her beloved Meng Qingze went abroad after learning that she was paralyzed from the waist down, and then disappeared without a trace. During that period, she was depressed and moody, but for the sake of the Jiang family's business interests, her family decided to find someone to marry her under a contract. At that time, my father was very ill, and the expensive medical bills were putting a lot of pressure on me. I needed money to treat my father. Her family thought my profession as a doctor was respectable, so I did not refuse when her family approached me to cooperate. Although we've only been a contractual couple all these years, I've still taken good care of her. I even thought that if she were to live like this for the rest of her life, I would be willing to stay with her until she grows old. Until 4 years ago, I became the attending physician and personally performed the surgery on Jiang Xian. The surgery was very successful. Before I could even feel joy, I heard her calling Meng Qingze's name over and over again in her dazed state after general anesthesia. At that moment, my heart felt like it had been cut into pieces by a knife, and the pain was so intense that I couldn't breathe. Over the years, there has been no news of Meng Qingze. Under my care, her emotions have stabilized, and her treatment has been effective. She got back on her feet, returned to normal, and quickly took over company affairs, leading a busy and fulfilling life. Just when I thought everything was going well, Meng Qingze, who had been missing for a long time, suddenly returned. He said that he had been forcibly sent abroad by his family and was under their supervision, which was why he hadn't been able to take care of her. The deep-seated love in her heart instantly broke free of its cage and could no longer be suppressed. On the day her company went public, I saw her and Meng Qingze standing side by side on the news. As dusk approached, the door lock finally clicked. I got up and went to the door to greet her. I asked her softly, "You're back?" She just gave a soft in response. She told me to wait a moment, saying she needed to talk to me about something, and then handed me a document, a divorce agreement. A resolute look appeared on Jiang Xian's beautiful face. "Su Zirwei, if it weren't for you all these years, I would probably be a cripple by now. I'm so sorry. After the divorce, I will give you everything you are entitled to. In addition, I will give you another 30 million as compensation." Jiang Xian felt guilty. Humans aren't plants or trees. How could they be without feelings? Over the years, Su Zirwei had been gentle and considerate towards her and had tried every possible way to cure her legs. She had seen all his kindness and care. Sometimes she even thought that continuing like this with him would be nice. But the moment Meng Qingze returned, she realized that gratitude and love are different. The person she loved had always been Meng Qingze. After a long silence, I said calmly, "Okay, the agreement was originally only for 8 years, and it's about to expire." There was no argument or hysteria as I had imagined. I readily agreed and even signed my name at the end of the document. Finally, he looked up at her and asked, "When are we going to get a divorce?" Jiang Xian stood there, stunned, seemingly not having reacted yet. I handed the signed contract back, as if chatting casually. "I saw the news today. You and him are a perfect match." Jiang Xian snapped back to reality, feeling something stuck in her throat. After a long pause, Jiang Xian finally managed to squeeze out, "I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize. Our relationship is a contractual marriage, and my liking you is my own business. Moreover, you cured my father when I was in my most difficult time. Now that the company is listed, I don't have to worry about being embroiled in scandals. So now is the best time." I spoke casually, joking with Jiang Xian like a friend. But Jiang Xian's expression was complicated. Everyone said I loved Jiang Xian to the core, which was why I could tolerate everything about her. Suddenly, Jiang Xian's stomach rumbled, breaking the silence. I teased, "Hungry?" Jiang Xian covered her stomach somewhat embarrassedly. "Yes, a little." "Then you sit down. I'll go and cook you one last meal." I got up, but my steps betrayed a barely concealed panic as I hurried into the kitchen. I stood in the kitchen for a long time, and when I came to my senses, I realized that the sweet and sour pork ribs in the pot were ready. The taste and cooking time were exactly how Jiang Xian liked them. Over the years, I have always remembered her eating habits, even though she has never really paid attention to everything I have done for her. I wrote down the prepared medicinal recipes and seasonings on a piece of paper, called the head chef of the house, handed him the paper, and told him to follow the recipes. I knew we were getting a divorce soon, and these flavors would no longer belong to me. They had to learn how to make them. The chef even smiled and said that Jiang Xian loved my cooking the most, and that they probably couldn't replicate that feeling. His unintentional words struck a nerve with me, like a long-numbed old wound being reopened, making my chest ache so much that I could hardly breathe. I suppressed my turbulent emotions and simply said that they could do it from now on, and I wouldn't do it again. Then I took the sweet and sour pork ribs out of the kitchen. But as soon as I got to the restaurant entrance, I didn't see Jiang Xian, but I saw Meng Qingze sitting in her seat, as if he was waiting for her, or as if he was showing off. I greeted him in a steady voice, but he didn't even look up. He told me to go and rest after I finished eating, and that he would clean up by himself. My hand holding the dishes paused for a moment, but I didn't say anything. I had experienced this feeling of being treated like an outsider far too many times before. After a while, he looked up, and when he saw it was me, he spoke in a perfunctory tone, saying that Jiang Xian had told him about me, and then thanked me for taking care of her all these years. I could hear clearly that every word he said was as if he was telling me that my efforts over the years were nothing at all. I put down the plate and sat down opposite him. He looked me up and down, his eyes filled with undisguised contempt. Every word he spoke felt like pressing into my wounds. He said it was meaningless that I had taken care of her like a mother hen for 7 years. She wanted to leave, and it was just a matter of his words. He said I wasn't worthy of coveting things that didn't belong to me. My chest suddenly exploded, and the grievances that had been suppressed for 7 years seemed to be punctured. I coldly retorted, Mr. Meng is indeed a good actor. Back then, when Jiang Xian was in a car accident, he thought she was ruined, so he flew abroad without saying a word. But now that her leg is healed, he rushed back, feigning deep affection and speaking as if he had his reasons. But the next second his expression suddenly changed, because he saw Jiang Xian standing behind me. He immediately lowered his head and adopted a regretful tone. He said that when he was diagnosed with lymphoma, he didn't dare to upset her, so he went abroad for treatment. His family was afraid that something would happen to him, so they cut off his contact with Jiang Xian. He repeatedly expressed his gratitude, saying that it was all thanks to me taking care of her. I sneered inwardly and asked him if he could guarantee that it wasn't for her money. As soon as I finished speaking, Jiang Xian's cold and firm voice came from behind me. She explained for him, saying that he was not that kind of person. I turned to look at her, but she didn't look at me. Instead, she walked straight to the middle of us and sat down. She scolded me, saying that I liked to assume malicious things about others. Her words fell on me like knives. She had never broken ties with anyone in all these years, but now, for Meng Qing's sake, she was turning her attention to me. In her eyes, our 7-year marriage was nothing. I looked at her, and for the first time in my life, I felt like she was a stranger. She complained that my presence was disturbing their meal and told me to leave immediately. Her words cut my heart, and my eyes welled up with tears. All the emotions I had suppressed for so long surged to my throat, but I couldn't utter a single word. I could only turn around and tell her that we didn't need to see each other again after the divorce. I placed the house keys next to her and walked out of the villa without looking back. There was a cartoon doll hanging on the keys, which she had given me years ago because she thought it was old. I had always carried it with me, but she probably forgot that I valued it. After I left, the restaurant was quiet for a long time. Meng Qingze approached Jiang Xian, as if to comfort her or to test her. He held her hand and said it wasn't his fault, he just missed her too much. A hint of hesitation flashed across her face, and then she said that we were in a marriage of convenience, and that we only had a title left. He took the opportunity to imply the difference between a marriage in name only and one that is truly married. She was stunned for a moment, as if something had been pointed out to her. She remembered that they had been sleeping in separate beds for 7 years of marriage. At first, she would use a stun gun to keep me away, but later she realized that I would never cross the line. She admitted that I was gentle, self-disciplined, and like a celibate male protagonist in a novel. Sometimes she even thought I was more handsome than Meng Qingze. But she also reminded herself that she had liked Meng Qingze for many years and could not change her mind just because someone else was nice to her. It seemed that she had already made a choice in her heart. She said she would marry him after the divorce. He seemed happy on the surface, but then pretended to have concerns, saying he was afraid that the outside world would misunderstand that he was the one who broke up the family. Jiang Xian had already thought it through. She said she would give me some compensation so that the public would know that she and Meng Qingze had known each other longer than I had. Meng Qingze held her in his arms, his eyes full of smugness and calculation, while Jiang Xian closed her eyes, trying to find the feeling that she thought belonged to them. But she found that he no longer seemed to have that familiar aura that had captivated her back then. The next morning, she sat at the dining table when the chef brought her a medicinal meal. She took a sip and spat it out, saying that the taste was completely different from before. She frowned and asked me if I had given them the recipe. The chef said that he had, but only he could make that taste. I didn't keep many things at Jiang Xian's house. Since she recovered and started working, I was left alone in the empty house. Later, I simply moved all my frequently used clothes and belongings to the dormitory assigned by the hospital. This time, after being kicked out, I didn't even bother to pack. I just grabbed the keys and went back to my parents' house. As soon as I entered the door, my parents rushed over to greet me. My mother hugged me tightly, her voice trembling as she said she hadn't been able to sleep because she missed me so much. Looking at the gray hair at their temples, my heart clenched. In just a few days, they seemed to have aged so much all at once. My mother pulled me to sit down and asked if I was hungry and if I wanted her to cook. She also asked why Jiang Xian hadn't come back with me. I was silent for a few seconds and then told her we were getting a divorce. She was shocked at first, then thought we had a fight and advised me that we could both back down and things would be fine. But I said it was Jiang Xian who brought it up. After listening, my mother sighed and said that my marriage to Jiang Xian was to save my father's illness. Now that she is healthy, I have repaid her kindness by taking care of her for many years. On the contrary, she felt sorry for me for being wronged for so long. My chest ached and all the things I had been suppressing came to the surface. I told my mother in a hoarse voice that I didn't get married for my father's sake. I had always liked Jiang Xian. It started at a university party. The image of her dancing a folk dance in a white dress was etched into my heart, so I changed my major to medicine. Later, I signed a contract to take care of her for 7 years, all because I fell in love at first sight. My mother's eyes reddened with heartache. She hugged me tightly and said that I had suffered, but now they had opened a small shop and could support themselves, so I didn't have to sacrifice for them anymore. As long as I was happy, that was enough. When I heard those words, my heart ached, but I also felt a sense of relief, as if I had finally been allowed to stop. I stayed at home and took leave from the hospital, thinking I could spend more time with my parents. The next morning, as soon as I got up, my mother called me to the living room. She mentioned Xiao Rong, a former neighbor, saying that she had always liked me and that now that I was single, we could meet. Just then, the doorbell rang. I went to open the door and couldn't help but chuckle as I said that I hadn't even received the divorce certificate yet, and my mother was already arranging blind dates for me, afraid that Xiao Rong would get scolded. She rolled her eyes at me and said that the agreement had already been signed, so it was considered a divorce. Just as I was about to reply, the door was halfway open when I saw that standing outside was none other than Jiang Xian's best friend, Lu Jinjin. Lu Jinjin smiled at me and said it had been a long time. My mother heard my voice and warmly invited her to come in and sit down, but she shook her head and said she had come to talk to me about something. I nodded and went downstairs with her to a coffee shop. She took out a stack of documents from her bag and pushed them in front of me. I recognized it at a glance. It was the compensation written in the contract, plus the amount Jiang Xian added on the spot. Lu Jinjin said that all the miscellaneous things added up to almost 80 million. My fingers paused, and I couldn't describe the feeling in my heart for a moment. It was supposed to be a mutually beneficial arrangement, but she gave far more than agreed upon. Seeing that I remained silent, Lu Jinjin asked if I was determined to give up on Jiang Xian. I took a deep breath to suppress the soreness rising in my chest and signed the agreement with a pen. I said that this was a consensus, not giving up. As long as she could be happy, that was all that mattered. As I said this, my heart felt like it was being slowly pressed down. Lu Jinjin was taken aback, seemingly surprised that I had no complaints. She wanted to offer some advice but couldn't find the words, so she could only say that I would have no worries about food and clothing in the future. I looked up at her and told her that marriage cannot be bought with money. She gave me these things only to help the person in her heart find peace, and I accepted them so that she wouldn't feel guilty. She took the documents, sighed, told me to take care, and left. But she hadn't gone far when she dialed Jiang Xian's number and asked if she was really getting a divorce. She also said that my mother had started arranging blind dates for me. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the line. Jiang Xian coldly said that since we were divorced, it was my freedom to find someone. She didn't want to hear it and was afraid that Meng Qingze would misunderstand. Lu Jinjin was a little surprised and jokingly probed, saying that Su Zirwei was her ideal type, and if I didn't want him, she would go after him. He was handsome and gentle, and even though he was a busy doctor, he still took care of me every day. After saying that, she laughed and said that I liked Meng Qingze, so she wouldn't be stealing her best friend's man. This time, Jiang Xian was silent for a long time. Whatever. That was all she said before hanging up. Lu Xinjin smiled wryly and put away her phone. Meanwhile, Jiang Xian sat on the edge of the bed, watching the incoming call light up and then go out. Suddenly, she felt her mouth was dry. There used to be passion fruit tea prepared by her bedside, but now there was only a bunch of tangled charging cables. Her chest felt tight and heavy, as if the knot of resentment was stuck and wouldn't dissipate. I think she might only now be beginning to realize that habits are truly terrifying things, but unfortunately, these habits are no longer relevant to her. In the end, I couldn't resist my mother's insistence and was forced to meet the girl next door. I remember she was chubby when she was little and always liked to follow me around calling me Brother Zirwei. Now, after so many years, I wonder what she looks like now. Just as I was thinking about these things, a gentle voice came from above my head. I subconsciously looked up, and although I hadn't expected anything, I was still stunned by her appearance. Her delicate oval face was bright and clean, and her smile flowed through my heart like a clear spring. I paused, then tentatively called her name. Her long, slightly wavy chestnut hair was casually draped over her shoulders. Her lips were delicate pink, and her skin was dazzlingly white. Every move she made exuded ease and composure. She sat down opposite me and even winked playfully, catching me off guard. I realized I'd been too direct, so I could only laugh awkwardly and casually compliment her. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she thanked me softly. I asked her what she'd like to drink, and after we ordered, we started chatting about everything from our childhood to the present, and the conversation flowed on and on. As we chatted, I even had a moment of disbelief. I hadn't expected that we would get along so well, from our interests to our daily routines. She was interested in almost everything I liked, which left me with mixed feelings, unsure whether it was a coincidence or she was accommodating me. I understand that true compatibility between two people is extremely difficult. Often it relies on one person cooperating with the other. I don't know if her reaction was genuine or just polite, but my relationship with Jiang Xian isn't over, and I haven't truly let go of my previous relationship. I don't want to start a new relationship in a muddled way. I was about to explain the situation when she, just like when we were little, preemptively told me to call her Ching Ching. I was silent for a moment, then spoke very directly, hoping not to mislead her and also afraid of hurting her, so I could only be honest about my current situation. Sure enough, her smile faltered, and I thought the atmosphere was about to turn cold, but to my surprise, she tilted her head, as if she didn't care at all. She said she was just dealing with the pressure to get married and told me not to take it to heart. Her light tone made me breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, a weight was finally lifted from my heart, and I felt much lighter. I had barely finished thanking her when she immediately asked me to accompany her to the mall to help her pick out a gift for her father's birthday. Seeing her natural attitude, I readily agreed. We walked together into the mall, completely unaware that two pairs of eyes were fixed on me from a short distance away. Jiang Xian and Meng Qingzhou were there to buy a diamond ring, and she was feeling annoyed when she happened to see Ching Ching and me walking together. Her expression turned cold, as if she had been stung by something. When Meng Qingzhou spoke, his tone was flippant. He said, "You've started a new relationship so quickly. Is it because you couldn't resist after receiving the compensation?" Those words made Jiang Xian even more unsettled. She stubbornly replied, "We've already signed the divorce papers, and it's my freedom to do what I want." She was about to leave when Meng Qingzhou stopped her. He said that since she didn't know him anything, she should go over and say hello so she wouldn't seem guilty. Jiang Xian was silent for a moment, but was persuaded, and the two of them walked towards us together. Ching Ching and I had just come out of the watch shop when we saw Jiang Xian walking towards me, arm in arm with Meng Qingzhou. In that instant, my heart felt like it had been hit hard, leaving it numb with pain. I didn't want to show my emotions, so I could only suppress my voice and wait for them to get closer. Meng Qingzhou spoke first, asking how I was doing, then looked at Ching Ching, his tone suddenly becoming much gentler. I sensed the subtle tension in the air, and Ching Ching took a step closer to me. I briefly introduced her identity, then looked at Jiang Xian and Meng Qingzhou, saying the words fiancé. The moment I finished speaking, Meng Qingzhou's smugness almost overflowed, but Jiang Xian suddenly denied it vehemently. Realizing she had lost her composure, she quickly lowered her head and said that we weren't divorced yet, and saying this would damage Meng Qingzhou's image. Her voice stunned me, and I couldn't react for a moment. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingzhou's expression softened, even showing a hint of excitement, and his eyes were full of provocation as he looked at me. I stood there, my chest heavy, a mixture of resentment and bitterness making it hard to breathe, yet I couldn't utter a single word. Ching Ching stood beside me, her expression complicated. She looked at Jiang Xian and sighed softly, saying that Miss Jiang was so good to her fiancé. There was emotion in her tone, but I couldn't even find the mood to respond. I just felt the air around me become so suffocating that I wanted to escape. As soon as Yuqing finished speaking, the expressions of the others subtly changed, but the most obvious change was that Meng Qing's face was flushed red. I quickly sensed that the atmosphere was getting a little stiff and, afraid that Yuqing would be affected, I hurriedly took over the conversation. If you have something else to do, please go ahead and do it. We won't bother you any longer. After I finished speaking, I casually took Qingqing's wrist and turned to leave. Jiang Xian, however, remained silent for a long time, her gaze fixed on the spot where I was holding Qingqing's wrist, her eyes filled with complex and unfathomable emotions. Meng Qingze stepped forward and blocked my way, his tone teasing. Since we've already met, and it's almost noon, why don't you take Missy to lunch with you? I refused without hesitation. No, we won't bother you. He glanced down at my hand holding Qingqing's, a knowing look flashing across his face, and said sarcastically, "Oh, you two want some alone time? It's fine, it's just a meal together, it won't cause any problems." I frowned, but I didn't care. However, Qingqing was a girl after all, and I felt uncomfortable being teased like that. Before I could speak, Jiang Xian suddenly spoke up, her voice cold. "Let's go together, otherwise Chengze will never get over his feelings and will always feel sorry for you." My hand tightened, my heart churning, unsure whether to back down or step forward. My emotions were incredibly complex. So, I looked at Qingqing beside me and softly asked, "Qingqing, do you want to go?" Hearing me use such an intimate term, Jiang Xian's eyes darkened slightly. Qingqing keenly sensed Jiang Xian's emotions, pulled her wrist away from mine, gently took my arm, and said with a smile, "Okay, let's go together then." Her smile instantly eased the atmosphere. A few of us went to a Chinese restaurant on the top floor of the mall and sat down. The waiter handed the menu to Meng Qingze, who quickly started ordering, listing a string of extremely spicy dishes. Seeing this, I frowned. "You ordered all of these extra spicy ones." He looked up at me, then at Jiang Xian. "These are all dishes that Xian used to like to eat." I paused for a moment, then reminded him. After she got sick, she couldn't eat many dishes. "She can't finish half of what you ordered." Meng Qing's expression froze for a moment, but he quickly recovered and showed a disappointed look. "I'm sorry, Xinxing. I wasn't by your side during the most difficult time. I don't even know what you like to eat." Jiang Xian's face was originally dark, but her expression softened when she heard his words, and she took Meng Qing's hand in return. She gave me a cold glance. "Why are you meddling? Chengze always remembers my preferences. I eat whatever he orders." After saying that, she ordered the waiter, "Bring all the dishes we just ordered." My heart skipped a beat, and I remained silent. Meng Qingze looked visibly relaxed, closed the menu with satisfaction, and handed it to us. "See if there's anything else you'd like to eat." I didn't say anything, but handed the menu to Qingqing. "Take a look and add anything you want." My only responsibility was to take care of her, who had been dragged into this mess. After ordering the food, Meng Qingze ordered a bottle of matai, saying he wanted to have a couple of drinks with me. I was about to refuse when Qingqing gently covered the glass with her slender, fair hands, stopping him. Her tone was soft yet firm. "He can't drink." Meng Qingze was stunned. He had originally intended to use the alcohol to embarrass me in front of Jiang Xian, but Qingqing's intervention caught him off guard. He turned to look at Jiang Xian, his tone filled with helplessness and pleading. "Su Zirwei, are you still angry with me and Xian? I really don't want to give up on this relationship. I thought you accepted the compensation and agreed to have dinner, so you forgave us. It seems I don't deserve it." The more he spoke, the darker Jiang Xian's face became. "Su Zirwei, Chengze has already humbled himself so much, and you won't give him any face at all?" She herself didn't understand why, but seeing me and Qingqing being close made her feel a tightness in her chest. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Yuqing frowned slightly and withdrew her hand. I took the opportunity to tighten my grip on the wine glass, staring intently at Jiang Xian. "So, if I drink this glass, we'll be even, right?" Jiang Xian froze, her heart pounding as I stared at her, but she remained calm on the surface. "Of course," I said, a smile playing on my lips, as I picked up the full glass of wine. Qingqing quickly grabbed my sleeve. "Brother Zirwei, you have a stomach problem. You haven't eaten. This glass will hurt your stomach." I gave her a reassuring look, downed the drink in one gulp, and said, "Okay, I drank it. You don't need to feel sorry for me anymore. I wish you both the best." As soon as I finished speaking, spicy dishes were served one after another, and I gritted my teeth and finished them. After the meal, Jiang Xian, Meng Qingze, and I said goodbye and left. As soon as we stepped out of the mall, the burning sensation in my stomach intensified, and cold sweat soaked my back. As I walked unsteadily, A pair of hands gently wrapped around my lower back. Are you feeling unwell? Support yourself with me. I'll take you to the hospital. 6. I waved my hand and said, I'm fine, you can go now. Ching Ching's face was full of worry. How could you be all right? Look at how much sweat you're getting. Let's go quickly. She flagged down a taxi and personally took me to the hospital. I often have this problem, and after a simple examination, my colleagues at the hospital started treating me. I looked at her, pale-faced, and said, Ching Ching, you should go back first. I'm fine here. She shook her head, her face resolute. No, we can't be short-staffed here. I'll stay with you. I'm free anyway. I couldn't refuse her, so I had to agree. She took care of me throughout the treatment and even bought me some liquid food to make my stomach feel better. She whispered, Zirwei, eat less, and remember to eat smaller meals more frequently. I simply nodded and said, thank you. A sense of irony suddenly welled up inside me. I've taken care of Jiang Xian for 7 years, and she seems to have never done anything for me, no matter how small. Thinking about these things, my heart aches even more. After the treatment, I sat in the corridor, and my complexion finally improved somewhat. Ching Ching suddenly reached out and grabbed my hand, her eyes gentle. Promise me you won't drink anymore. You're a doctor. You should understand the harm it does to your body better than I do. I nodded. Okay, I understand. Just then, a colleague ran over, looking anxious. Dr. Su, Mr. Zhang's condition has worsened and he needs immediate surgery. The hospital director has specifically requested that you be the surgeon. Old Zhang is a well-known figure in Jinghai who has done charity work and helped countless people. I stood up weakly. Okay, I'll go. Ching Ching hurriedly pulled me. Your body can't take it anymore. You need to rest. My colleague noticed something was wrong with me. Dr. Su, should I talk to the hospital director about this? I interrupted him. No need, I can manage. I've always been in charge of old Zhang's condition. I know him best, and I have to go this time. I turned to look at Ching Ching. I'm fine. You go back first. We can contact each other again when we have time. I took the white coat from my colleague and turned to walk into the operating room. The emergency room was surrounded by important figures from the Zhang group, many of whom were familiar faces. One of the men with a stern face stepped forward, Zhang Xingtian, old Zhang's biological son. He said urgently, Dr. Su, I'm entrusting my father to you. Please save him. I simply gave him a reassuring look and said, Don't worry, I'll do my best. Zhang Xingtian suddenly frowned. Are you feeling unwell? You look so pale. Can you still have surgery? He was puzzled. Everyone knows that surgery requires doctors to be highly focused. I smiled and said, Don't worry, I know my own body. His expression darkened. Dr. Su, I don't care about your personal matters, but if anything happens to my father, I'll never let your hospital off the hook. The atmosphere immediately became tense. This was a blatant threat. I shook my head and went into the operating room. The process was thrilling. I had to take glucose supplements several times to get through it. Finally, the surgery was successfully completed. My forehead was covered in sweat, and I felt even weaker. Zhang Xingtian stepped forward and bowed. Dr. Su, I'm sorry, I was in a hurry just now. I hope you don't mind. I waved my hand and said, It's okay, I understand how you feel. He handed me his business card, saying, If you ever need any help in the future, just let me know. I hadn't planned to use it, but I accepted it anyway. Okay. Just as he was about to go back to rest, a provocative voice rang out. Wow, Dr. Su is really dedicated. You came to work right after your date with your girlfriend. I turned around and saw Meng Qingze holding Jiang Xian's arm, their intimacy quite eye-catching. I frowned slightly, and a pain shot through my chest. He said sarcastically, For Xinxin's safety, I decided to bring her to the hospital for a checkup, so that no one might overlook it and cause her leg problems. It was obvious that he was referring to me. Jiang Xian, however, didn't pay attention to his words. Her gaze remained fixed on my face. She noticed the sweat on my forehead and my pale face. She seemed about to ask something, but glanced at Meng Qingze, afraid that he might misunderstand, and didn't say anything. I coughed softly. You all see, I won't bother you anymore. Meng Qingze reached out to stop me. Wait, you've always taken care of Xinxin. How can you be absent from this final checkup? He smiled and said, Your medical skills are superb. I'm at ease. After all, we're getting married soon. We can't afford any mishaps. The word marriage gripped my heart like a knife. I appeared indifferent on the surface, but my heart ached deeply. He clearly enjoyed the feeling and added, You know her illness best, so if anything happens, I can discuss it with you. He called it a discussion, but it sounded more like an interrogation. Jiang Xian seemed a little reluctant. Chengze, don't make things difficult for him. Let someone else examine him. He shrugged and laughed. All right, considering your years of friendship, I won't force you. Dr. Su, you have to come for a drink when you get married. He said these things deliberately in the hospital corridor so that everyone around could hear him. You know, my relationship with Jiang Xian has always been a well-known story in the hospital, and many nurses think I am a model husband. Such a scene would undoubtedly cause a sensation in the hospital, and that's exactly the kind of effect Meng Qingze wanted to create. 7. Sure enough, as soon as he spoke, everyone around him looked over. I felt a tightness and pain in my chest, and my breathing became heavy. Zhang Xingtian walked up to me, his face full of indignation. Dr. Su, this guy is clearly deliberately causing trouble. I'll help you kick him out. I waved my hand weakly. No need. I'm tired. I want to go back and rest. Just as I was about to leave, Meng Qingze strode forward, arms crossed, and said, Dr. Su, don't be in such a hurry. Don't you want to talk to us? Jiang Xian's expression was complicated. Qingze, let's go. Let's not waste time here. He smiled and said, it won't cause any trouble. I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to thank Mr. Su for his kindness. He then added, when we get married, I'll definitely have a separate table and toast you properly. My complexion worsened, and my breathing became rapid. Zhang Xingtian couldn't hold back any longer and stepped forward. That's enough. Don't push your luck. Meng Qingze glanced at him sideways. Who are you? Do you have the right to speak? Zhang Xingtian sneered. Dr. Su is a benefactor of the Zhang family. You'd better apologize honestly, or you'll bear the consequences. Meng Qingze laughed out loud. Xin, isn't this guy hilarious? What business is it of his if I'm talking to Dr. Su? He then scoffed. You want me to apologize? Haha, you really think you're something special, but you're just a clown. Jiang Xian finally turned her gaze over, her body visibly stiffening. She had been looking at me the whole time and hadn't even noticed that Zhang Xingtian was also there. She said softly, all right, stop talking. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Her tone was respectful. Zhang Xingtian sneered. So this is the person you just found? I'm telling you, your taste is really bad. Jiang Xian clenched her fists but did not refute. Clearly, she also knew that the Jiang group was currently unable to compete with the Zhang family. Meng Qingze's expression changed, and he immediately moved closer, his face beaming with smiles. So you are President Zhang. It's a pleasure to meet you. I've been wanting to visit you for a long time. He reached out his hand, but it was completely ignored. Zhang Xingtian said coldly, visit me? Are you worthy? Meng Qingze froze, too embarrassed to know whether to withdraw his hand or continue extending it. Zhang Xingtian added casually, apologize to Dr. Su properly, or I'll make sure you have nowhere to stand in Jinghai. You can try me. Meng Qingze scratched his head, looking bewildered. I broke the silence by saying, no need to apologize. It wasn't anything serious anyway. I'll be going now. As I turned to leave, my silhouette appeared lonely and heavy. Jiang Xian frowned slightly, her gaze complex. When I got home, my mind was in turmoil, and her image kept appearing in my mind. Meanwhile, her test results came back, everything was normal, and her legs had almost completely recovered. Meng Qingze put his arm around her waist and laughed. That's great, Xin, you're all right. I told you you're lucky. She forced a smile, but didn't feel much happiness. He thanked the doctor, but the doctor just glanced at him and said, no need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank Dr. Su. It's all thanks to him. These words made them both slightly embarrassed. Leaving the hospital, Meng Qingze squeezed her hand. Now that we have no worries, let's get married as soon as possible. He added, you should divorce Su Zirwei first. This matter cannot be delayed. Jiang Xian did not agree immediately. Her eyes flickered, and she seemed hesitant. Meng Qingze hugged her tighter again, his voice tender. Xin, we've been through so much, and we finally got together. What are you still worried about? He gazed at her. Do you still blame me? I really couldn't get away at the time, but my sincerity towards you is as clear as day. After hearing this, she finally nodded. Yes, I will inform him to sign the divorce papers. He smiled, his goal achieved. Good. I only rested for one day before returning to the hospital. I originally wanted to take leave to recuperate, but I felt even emptier at home, and only work could make me temporarily forget the pain. I performed 3 high-intensity surgeries in one go, and I was a little short of breath. A colleague handed me a towel and some sweets. Go and rest. Your stomach problems haven't gotten better yet. If you keep going like this, you'll ruin your health. He added, the dean has granted you leave. Take this opportunity to spend time with your parents. I shook my head. I'm just idling at home anyway. I can manage. My colleague had no choice but to send me back to the office. I had just sat down when my phone beeped. I picked it up casually, and my heart skipped a beat. The message came from her. Come to the Civil Affairs Bureau and get the divorce papers done. I took a deep breath. knowing that what was coming couldn't be avoided. When I arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau, she and Meng Qingze were already waiting for me. She looked at my weak face, her eyes filled with concern and a hint of smugness, as if I had been unable to sleep all night because of the divorce. Meng Qingze laughed and said, "Oh dear, you look so pale after only one day. You must be missing me, right?" He added, "Feelings can't be forced. Dr. Su needs to adjust her mindset." I replied casually, "It's nothing. The hospital is too busy. I haven't been getting enough rest. Let's get the paperwork done quickly. I have to go back to work." She didn't think much of it, assuming it was just an excuse I had prepared in advance. Neither party had any objections, and the formalities were completed quickly. The moment the seal fell, she felt a pang of pain in her heart. As for me, my heart has already been torn to pieces, and I am in so much pain that I feel nothing. I said, "All right, that's it. We're done now. Never see each other again." Then I turned and left. She called me to a stop and took out a property certificate from her bag, Jinghai Villa. She said calmly, "Keep it. Consider it my compensation." Before I could speak, Meng Qingze snatched the property certificate away. "Xin, you're hurting Dr. Su's pride by doing this." 8. What did you say? I couldn't help but look at Meng Qingze. He spoke with an air of confidence. Think about it. You've already given him so much compensation before. If you give him more, people who don't know the situation might think that Dr. Su is deliberately trying to cheat you out of your money. He added, "Besides, Dr. Su is a highly skilled doctor, one of the top doctors in the hospital, and he's not short of money. Let's not try to win his favor." Jiang Xian frowned. "This is my own." I spoke up promptly. "No need, you keep it." Then I turned and left without pausing. At that moment, I seemed to have made up my mind, and her heart sank for a moment, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Meng Qingze looked at the property certificate in his hand, his eyes gleaming with greed. "Since he doesn't want it, then give it to me. I happen to need a place to stay." He reached out and took Jiang Xian's hand, smiling contentedly. "I knew Xian was the best to me. I will definitely make it up to you in the future." He tucked the property certificate into his arms, and Jiang Xian just smiled faintly, her smile lacking some of the happiness she felt. When I got home, I looked at the divorce certificate in my hand, and a lot of memories came flooding back. With a wry smile, I realized that 7 years of hard work had yielded results that were no match for a few sweet words. For the next few days, I was shrouded in gloom and felt depressed. I turned myself into a workaholic, and when I got home, I would close the door and never talk to my parents much. My parents saw this and were extremely worried. That afternoon, my mom specially prepared a large table of dishes, almost all of which were my favorites. Before I knew it, the food in my bowl had piled up like a small mountain. As she picked up more food, she said, "Eat more, you've lost weight lately." She sighed again. "Some things can't be changed, so don't make things difficult for yourself." I forced a smile. "I'm fine, don't worry." Even I didn't believe that statement, and my dad didn't say anything more, he just sighed. After dinner, I returned to my room like a zombie. "Dad, it seems we need to think of something." I heard my mother's voice. The next morning, I was getting ready to go to work when my mom stopped me. "Don't go to work today, take a day off." She smiled, clearly very happy. She said, "Mom contacted Yuqing yesterday. That girl has time today. You two can go out for a stroll and catch up." Of course, I understood what building relationships meant, and I smiled wryly. "Mom, I'm not in the mood for that right now." But my mom didn't care and had already shoved the clothes into my hands. "Don't treat this as a blind date. Just treat it as a meal with ordinary friends." She added, "Yuqing is a good girl." She agreed as soon as I mentioned it. How can I face people if you don't go? In the end, I couldn't refuse her and had to agree. After all, I had a good impression of her when I met her last time, so I couldn't refuse. This time we didn't go to the coffee shop, but went to the arcade instead. She smiled brightly. "Brother Zirwei, you seem to be under a lot of pressure. You don't mind coming here to relax, do you?" I forced a smile. "How could that be? Let's go." She was the one playing the whole time. I only moved occasionally, like a paper doll. Later we went for a walk and chatted a lot, but we didn't mention blind dates at all. It was getting late, and she said with a smile, "Then I'll be going now. You should go back too. Don't keep your aunt waiting." I nodded and was about to leave when I suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. I took one last look and couldn't help but walk over and say, "Let me see you off." Because I saw Meng Qingze. He was swiping Jiang Xian's supplementary credit card in a high-end store, with 2 bodyguards carrying luxury goods bags. They bought a whole lot of clothing and jewelry from various high-end brands. I sneered inwardly. Looks like they really are family. Qing looked at me with heartache in her eyes. "You don't need to see me off. You should go back and rest. Everything will be all right after a good night's sleep." Her thoughtfulness left me with mixed feelings, but But right now, I really don't have the heart to talk about relationships anymore. Meanwhile, Jiang Xin was extremely busy at the company. The newly listed company made even eating and sleeping a luxury for her. She didn't realize it was past midnight until she finished work in the evening. Her stomach growled, and she instinctively looked to her side, where I usually kept my insulated lunchboxes. Now, it's completely empty, not even a snack. Secretary Lu Jinjin walked in, carrying a cup of coffee. Have some, it'll make your stomach feel better. I heard her say thank you, but she didn't drink a drop. Lu Jinjin raised an eyebrow. Where's Meng Qingze? You got off work so late. Didn't he come to pick you up? Jiang Xian shook her head. He hasn't been feeling well lately and is resting at home. I'll go back by myself. Lu Jinjin sneered. Uncomfortable? Uncomfortable. Yet you've spent the whole day shopping and bought so much stuff. Jiang Xian frowned. What do you mean? Lu Jinjin handed over the supplementary card's transaction statement directly. Take a look for yourself. This is his daily spending. She said, buying clothes is one thing, but why buy so much men's jewelry? After spending over 1,000,000 yuan in a single day, Jiang Xian fell silent. Although she gave him this card and said he could use it if needed. But consuming so many items in one day does make one feel uneasy. Lu Jinjin continued to advise, Xin, you need to open your eyes wide, otherwise. Jiang Xian interrupted her. Stop talking. It's just buying some things, nothing. She added, besides, his career hasn't even started yet, so it's only right that I support him. Lu Jinjin wanted to continue, but 9. Stop talking, you should go now. I know what I'm doing. Her tone clearly indicated that she didn't want to dwell on this topic any longer. Lu Jinjin glanced at her, sighed, and turned to leave. She had said all the words of advice she could. Jiang Xian looked down at the black card in her hand, a hint of displeasure flashing in her eyes. I got home very late that night. As soon as I opened the door, I saw my parents standing straight in the living room, looking at me with expectant eyes, a sight that made me a little uneasy. Dad, Mom, why aren't you asleep yet? I looked away, feeling a little guilty. My mom immediately came up to me, her face beaming with barely suppressed gossip. How did your date go today? I could only shake my head with a wry smile. Mom, it wasn't a date. It was just a meal with friends. Why did you change your mind so quickly? She nodded with an awkward smile. Yes, it's just a meal, but you should try to build a better relationship with that girl in the future. My dad sipped his tea, his eyes filled with admiration, so I could only lower my head and slip back to my room. Just as I was about to rest, my phone rang. It was a message from Qingqing. I had a lot of fun with you today. I hope we'll have another chance, winking face. Upon seeing these words, the corners of my mouth turned up slightly, but the smile gradually turned bitter. Such a rare and wonderful girl, yet I had to meet her in this situation. In the end, I simply replied, when there's an opportunity later. She was probably disappointed, but soon she sent another message. Keep going. Believe in yourself. The next day, I got up early and made a sumptuous breakfast for my parents. For 7 years, I cooked for Jiang Xian almost every day, simply because she said she couldn't get used to eating out. But in the past 7 years, I have never cooked a decent meal for my parents. Seeing their surprised yet happy expressions, I felt a pang of sadness. Dad praised, it's even better than your mom's. My mom laughed and said, that's because you inherited my fine traditions. You've surpassed your teacher. The atmosphere was relaxed, but after the meal, her expression froze. Son, you're busy with work, so please take care of yourself and don't cook for us anymore. Dad chimed in. We can do these things, you just focus on your work. I whispered, Mom and Dad, I was immature before. Let me take good care of you from now on. Then I picked up my bag and went out, leaving them no chance to refuse. They exchanged a glance, and the father sighed. He's grown up and become sensible. The mother sobbed softly. Why did such a good child have to encounter such a thing? At the hospital, I continued to immerse myself in my work. In addition to his own surgical duties, he also helped his colleagues with their work, performing one surgery after another, personally handling each case. By the time I reached the 5th table, I was so weak that I slumped into my chair, my face pale. I tried to numb the pain with work, but this approach is like trying to cut water with a knife. The water just keeps flowing. Suddenly, a cup of coffee was handed to me. Master, would you like a drink? I looked up and saw Zhang Feier, the new assistant, with short hair, a bowl cut, and bright, sparkling eyes. She rested her chin on her hands and asked, Master, why are you working so hard? The director has already given you leave. You can go home and rest. She hesitated for a long time before finally saying, You just got divorced. You must be in a lot of pain. Go back and get some rest. I forced a smile. Not at all. You're overthinking it. 10. I was closing my eyes to rest when I heard Zhang Feier's voice. She hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. She said I had just gotten divorced and must be in a lot of pain, so it would be better for me to go back and rest. I forced a smile and replied to her, saying that I wasn't like what she thought. She pouted, not quite believing it. She mentioned that she studied psychology in college and said that her current state is a typical case of post-divorce syndrome. I rubbed my aching head and brushed it off, telling her not to talk nonsense and that I was really fine. She looked at me seriously and said that if I had any problems, I should tell her. Although she wasn't a master, she could at least help me sort things out. I shook my head, feeling helpless. This girl just can't control her mouth. I originally planned to just close my eyes and rest, but as soon as I closed my eyes, that familiar figure would appear in my mind. I couldn't help but open my eyes, and with a wry smile, I wondered if I was just asking for trouble. Just then, I saw a figure flash past the door of the ward. Although it was only a fleeting moment, I keenly captured it. I rubbed my eyes, unsure if I was just hallucinating from exhaustion. As if possessed, I stood up and followed them out. As I walked down the corridor, I saw Jiang Xn lying on the hospital bed, her face contorted in pain. Meng Qingze, standing beside her, was frantically shouting for a doctor to come quickly outside the ward. Two doctors rushed up to him and asked what had happened. Meng Qingze retorted angrily. Jiang Xn just came out of the hospital 2 days ago, and the checkup showed no problems. Now she's suddenly like this. The hospital must take responsibility. The doctor who had performed the previous examination came over to explain that she had only had her legs examined before, and that the pain she was experiencing today was in her abdomen, which was unrelated to the previous examination. He guessed that Jiang Xin might have eaten something bad, and asked Meng Qingze to recall what she had eaten the day before. Meng Qingze was stunned, because he didn't get home until very late last night, and didn't know if she had eaten, let alone what she had eaten. He insisted that this was a problem with the hospital and that an explanation was needed. The doctors, too lazy to argue with him, focused their attention on Jiang Xin, asking her what she had eaten the night before. Jiang Xin clutched her abdomen, too weak to speak. I ran over quickly, and when I saw her face, my heart tightened. I asked her directly if she hadn't eaten dinner and had been drinking last night. She nodded with difficulty, her face so pale it was heartbreaking. I clenched my fists and immediately had the doctor take her to the emergency room, stating that I wanted to treat her myself. Before she was wheeled into the emergency room, she glanced at me instinctively, her eyes no longer holding the strength she once had. At that moment, I realized that she still trusted me, because she knew best that I understood her physical condition best. Under my careful treatment, her condition gradually stabilized, and she was moved back to a regular ward. I turned to look at Meng Qingze and couldn't help but ask. I had already warned Jiang Xin that her stomach problems were serious and that she couldn't eat spicy food or drink alcohol. She could only eat bland food. I questioned him about why he hadn't even let her eat, and whether he knew how dangerous the situation had been. Meng Qingze sneered and told me that I had better know my place. She was his wife, and it was none of my business to tell her what to do. That sentence left me speechless, and I felt a tightness in my chest from anger. He then mocked me for lingering here after my treatment was over, asking if I was trying to curry favor with Jiang Xin, and reminded me that we were divorced. She was now his woman, and it had nothing to do with me. Looking at Jiang Xin, who was still unconscious, I had no choice but to swallow my anger. At this moment, Zhang Feier rushed over angrily and spoke up for me, demanding that Meng Qingze apologize to me. He mocked her for being an arrogant young girl, guessed there was something going on between us, and deliberately shouted to attract onlookers, saying that I had poor medical ethics and was harassing his wife. A crowd quickly gathered around, most of them criticizing Meng Qingze and speaking up for me, but he didn't care at all. He stared at me and threatened me, saying that I was not allowed to see Jiang Xin again. Otherwise, he would beat me every time I saw her, and told Zhang Feier to get lost. Before he could finish speaking, someone suddenly kicked him hard from behind, and he fell like a dog caught off guard. He got up and cursed angrily, but froze when he saw who it was. It was Zhang Xingtian. Zhang Xingtian stared at him with icy eyes, as if he were staring at a dead man. He said he had warned him long ago not to mess with him, but he ignored him. Meng Qingze quickly explained, saying that I was messing around and harassing his wife. Zhang Xingtian slapped him without hesitation, causing blood to flow from the corner of his mouth. He covered his face in disbelief and asked why he was being hit, only to be slapped a second time. Zhang Xingtian questioned him about who he had said he was having an affair with, and he pointed to Zhang Feier. Before he could react, a third slap landed hard, making him dizzy and disoriented. The crowd cheered, saying he deserved to be hit. Such a slanderer deserved to be beaten. Meng Qingze looked puzzled, wondering what he had done wrong. Zhang Xingtian gritted his teeth and said that how dare he slander his daughter for having an affair. He was asking for death. Upon hearing the word daughter, Meng Qingze felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He hurriedly apologized, saying that he truly did not know she was Zhang Xingtian's daughter beforehand, otherwise he would never have dared to speak so carelessly. He pleaded with Zhang Xingtian for a chance, his posture so humble he was almost kneeling down. Jiang Xian slowly opened her eyes at this moment, and the first thing she called out was my name. At that moment, my eyes welled up with tears. Although I had deliberately kept my distance after the divorce, seeing her face brought back a flood of old memories. When Meng Qingze saw that she was awake, he immediately ran to her side and begged her to save him, saying that Zhang Xingtian was going to kill him. Jiang Xian looked at Zhang Xingtian and pleaded for him, but Zhang Xingtian coldly refused, saying it was time to teach him a lesson. He waved his hand, and two bodyguards stepped forward and restrained Meng Qingze. Meng Qingze panicked and shouted for help from those around him, but everyone stood by and did nothing. Jiang Xian tried to get up to stop them, but fell back down because of abdominal pain. Seeing her pained expression, I finally begged Zhang Xingtian to let him go for my sake. Zhang Xingtian frowned and reminded me that I shouldn't be soft-hearted towards this kind of person, otherwise I would only hurt myself. I smiled wryly and said, "He's right. We're divorced, so we should keep our distance." Only after hearing what I said did Zhang Xingtian wave his hand to signal the bodyguards to release the person. I nodded, turned and left, and Zhang Feier quickly followed. Before leaving, Zhang Xingtian coldly warned Meng Qingze not to cause trouble again, or he would definitely regret it. As the crowd dispersed, Meng Qingze breathed a sigh of relief, but then complained to Jiang Xian that I had deliberately picked a fight. Jiang Xian was too lazy to listen, turned her head away, and said she needed to rest and didn't want to talk to him, leaving him no choice but to shut up. 11. These past few days, Jiang Xian has needed to continue to be hospitalized for observation, and Meng Qingze has naturally stayed by her side the whole time. I felt an inexplicable unease, but I pretended to be calm on the surface. That day, when I finished my rounds in the other wards, I saw Meng Qingze smiling and carrying a bunch of takeout food in the ward at the end of the corridor. A strong smell of fried skewers wafted from the plastic bag. He approached Jiang Xian with a fawning expression and said that these were her favorite foods back in the day. But Jiang Xian only glanced at it before immediately covering her mouth, almost vomiting. Her face turned pale, and she told him to take it away quickly. Meng Qingze frowned, puzzled, and said, "Wasn't that her favorite thing before?" The nurse, who was changing the four drip, gave him a cold glance and said in a sarcastic tone that he was really clever. She explained that the patient had a stomach problem and could only eat bland food, but he insisted on buying these greasy things. Did he want the patient to die? At that moment, Jiang Xian's eyes dimmed. She must be thinking back to the old days, remembering how I would always carefully prepare light meals for her when she was sick. Now, even taking care of them has become a burden. Meng Qingze panicked at this moment, grabbed Jiang Xian's hand, and pretended to be affectionate, saying that he had wronged her too much over the years and would definitely change. Jiang Xian responded indifferently, her tone devoid of any warmth. These past few days, every time I make my rounds, I try to avoid her room, but my eyes always find themselves drifting towards it. Whenever someone walks by, I pretend nothing happened. I let out a heavy sigh. If this continues, I might really go crazy. Suddenly, someone patted me on the back. "Master." That sound startled me. I turned around and saw Zhang Feier. I put on a stern face and told her to be quiet. She smiled and said that she could be more quiet in the future, as long as I like it. I rubbed my head helplessly. That little girl, she can always come back to the same thing no matter what she says. She suddenly changed the subject, saying that if I really wanted to go in and see Jiang Xian, I shouldn't pretend. Her words made my heart skip a beat, and my breathing became a little erratic. I stammered in denial, but she laughed and said she was a psychology master and could easily see through my little schemes. I ignored her and turned to leave, but she chased after me, calling out to me. Although I didn't respond verbally, I couldn't shake the feeling of longing in my heart. I heard that Jiang Xian hasn't had a good appetite these past few days, so I couldn't resist cooking a few light dishes myself. When I arrived at the ward door with the lunchbox, I peeked through the crack in the door and saw that she was the only one inside. Meng Qingze was not there. She was resting with her eyes closed, leaning against the hospital bed. I hesitated for a long time, but in the end I didn't go in. I just gently placed the food by the door. Just as I turned the corner of the corridor, Meng Qingze walked towards me. His face immediately darkened when he saw the food. He muttered curses and said I was still up to no good, and even threatened to get rid of this troublesome person sooner or later. After saying that, he threw the food directly into the trash can. I was unaware of this scene, and I only felt a strange emptiness in my heart. For the next 2 days, I cooked and delivered meals to him again, but he still threw them away. That noon, Zhang Feier entered Jiang Xian's ward with testing equipment. After the test, she told Jiang Xian that she was recovering well and could be discharged from the hospital the next day. Jiang Xian asked her where I was and why I had never come to see her. Zhang Feier hesitated for a moment and said that she had been too busy lately. Jiang Xian nodded slightly, but anyone could see the disappointment in her eyes. She whispered that it was fine if she didn't come, since she didn't want to see me anyway. As Zhang Feier was about to leave, she glanced at the takeout boxes on the table, which were full of greasy dishes. She frowned and asked, "Have you been eating this for the past few days?" Jiang Xian nodded and said that it was ordered by Meng Qingze. Zhang Feier muttered to herself, "I cook light meals and bring them over every day. How come she eats this?" Jiang Xian sat up abruptly and pressed her for details about what she had just said. Zhang Feier then realized she had let something slip, hurriedly covered her mouth, and ran away. Jiang Xian lay frozen on the hospital bed, her expression complex, muttering softly, "Food." In the afternoon, Meng Qingze went to complete the discharge procedures. When he returned to his ward, he saw a steaming hot meal placed at the door. He snorted and complained that I was haunting him, while throwing the food back into the trash can. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Xian was silently watching everything from behind the curtains in the corner. Her gaze shifted from blank to "I see," and her soft, "I see," carried utter disappointment. Not long after, Meng Qingze came in, smiling at her with a tired expression, saying that the discharge procedures had been completed and complaining that he had been running around all afternoon. He hoped she would say something to show her sympathy, but all he got in return was her cold gaze. He asked her somewhat uneasily why she was looking at him like that, but she simply looked away and said calmly that it was nothing and told him to leave. I was standing on the windowsill not far away, watching them leave from the hospital entrance. As I watched her get into the car, I felt a pang of inexplicable disappointment. As the car slowly drove out of the hospital, Meng Qingze told her that he wanted to celebrate her discharge and asked what she wanted to eat that night. She stared out the window in a daze, and it took her a while to come back to her senses. He said, "Xin, did you hear me?" She replied softly that she had to go back to the company that night, that she had too much work lately, and that she wouldn't be going home that evening. He said in a tender tone that she had worked hard and that he would share the burden with her in the future. Jiang Xian simply agreed. She was already tired of hearing that sentence. He then dropped her off at her company, and she didn't even turn her head when she got out of the car. He received a call from his parents, telling him to come back to the villa immediately, as there was something going on at home. He readily agreed and said he would be there right away. That Jinghai villa was the house they got from Jiang Xian. I witnessed Jiang Xian signing the transfer agreement with my own eyes. Her fingers were trembling slightly at the time. Now, that house has become the Meng family's new home. That day, the villa was unusually lively, with all the relatives coming and the huge living room packed with people. As soon as Meng Qingze returned, everyone gathered around him, praising his successful career and the fact that he had married such a beautiful and capable woman as Jiang Xian. Someone smiled ingratiatingly and said that he couldn't forget his poor relatives. Another casual remark followed. The Meng family is capable. They certainly won't forget. They spoke one after another, their tone full of flattery. Meng Qingze stood in the crowd, his smile somewhat stiff. He couldn't even recognize most of them, but he was still forced to maintain that smiling face. Mencius's parents stood to the side, their mouths agape in a wide smile, as if they had finally climbed to a higher branch. I stood far away on the hospital rooftop, looking towards the sunset, but my heart was filled with only silence. 12. Surrounded by the enthusiastic relatives of Meng Qingze, the atmosphere was practically explosive. Some people laughed and said that since I'm so successful, everyone will definitely benefit from my success. Meng Qingze looked proud and said, "How could I forget them? Just ask if you need anything." They were talking enthusiastically about one topic, entering the Jiang group. These relatives even joked that they would be willing to work as security guards. In their eyes, the Jiang group is already a listed company with a bright future. Meng Qingze got more and more excited as he listened and directly patted his chest to guarantee it. He said no problem, he would take everyone to the group tomorrow, and everything would be arranged perfectly. Everyone was stunned, seemingly not expecting him to agree so readily. A middle-aged woman asked him quietly if he wanted to discuss it with Jiang Xian first. Meng Qingze gave a cold laugh and said there was nothing to discuss. He was the one in charge at home. He also said that Jiang Xian, a woman, didn't know anything and that she had to listen to him in all these matters. Hearing this, they praised him to the skies, and he raised his chin, enjoying the feeling. The next morning, Meng Qingze arrived at the company's main gate with a group of relatives. There were at least several dozen people in this group. The scene was too exaggerated. He walked ahead, telling everyone not to be shy inside, saying that these were all his own businesses. The relatives were thrilled, praising him for being truly capable and thanking him for his guidance this time. Looking at his imposing manner, it's as if he considers the Jiang group his own. Suddenly, a cold, sharp stop rang out from the doorway. The security guard reached out to stop them and asked who they were looking for and whether they had an appointment. Meng Qingze found it amusing and asked him if he knew who he was. The security guard looked him up and down, then shook his head, saying he didn't recognize him and only knew that he couldn't enter without an appointment. Before Meng Qingze could even utter a word, his relatives behind him became displeased. They were shouting that a security guard dared to stop President Zhang's husband and that he didn't even recognize the owner of the group. They wondered if he didn't want to work there anymore. Meng Qingze straightened his chest and ordered the security guards to move aside, saying that he couldn't bear the consequences of delaying him. The security guard tried to explain, but Meng Qingze slapped him across the face and scolded him for being blind. The security guard shouted incredulously that he dared to hit someone, and Meng Qingze asked him if he had any objections. Seeing that a conflict was about to break out, the security captain rushed over. After recognizing Meng Qingze, he quickly smiled apologetically and said that Meng Qingze was a new security guard and asked him not to hold it against him. Meng Qingze snorted coldly, telling him to properly educate his subordinates and make way for him. The security captain bowed and scraped as he saw them inside, but inwardly he sighed helplessly. Meng Qingze led his men directly to the personnel department and immediately called out to the person in charge upon entering. The person in charge quickly came out to ask what was wrong. Meng Qingze stretched lazily and said it was nothing. He just wanted to arrange for his relative to join the group. He emphasized that the salary should be high, the benefits should be good, and the work should be easy. The person in charge was stunned. This wasn't just no requirements. It was an exorbitant price. The person in charge patiently explained that the group is currently at full capacity and recruitment will take some time. Moreover, even if people are recruited, they must be vetted and cannot be assigned arbitrarily. Meng Qingze was impatient and said, "Just do it. Stop talking nonsense." The person in charge shook his head, saying he had no authority to make that decision. Meng Qingze sneered and said that he didn't need to make the decisions. He just needed to carry out the orders. He approached her step by step, even questioning whether Jiang Xian had to say it herself before the arrangements could be made. At that moment, a clear, cool female voice rang out. "Of course." Meng Qingze looked up and saw Lu Xinjin walking in, dressed in a business suit. Her figure drew the attention of some men, but she maintained a serious expression. She said that the personnel department was directly managed by Jiang Xian, and all transfers required her signature. She told Meng Qingze not to make things difficult for the person in charge, because she herself couldn't make the decision. The relatives were unhappy and questioned why the couple still distinguished between you and me. Some even doubted whether Meng Qingze was capable of making decisions. His face turned a bluish-purple hue, and he was furious and embarrassed. He slammed his fist on the table and ordered that the arrangements be made immediately, or else they would all be fired. Lu Xinjin frowned, wanting to say something, but he interrupted her, telling her to get on with it quickly. After saying that, he turned and left. Lu Xinjin was furious and turned around to push open the door to the president's office. She complained to Jiang Xian that this man really treated the company as his own. She warned Jiang Xian not to set this precedent, otherwise her subordinates would definitely have objections. Meng Qingze strode in at this moment and interjected, saying that it was fine to have opinions, as they would not rebel against heaven. He walked up to Jiang Xian with a smile and said that these relatives had helped him before, so it wouldn't be right not to take care of them. He also said that they are all industry elites, and that using them would be safe and help Jiang Xian share the burden. As he spoke, he placed his hand on Jiang Xian's shoulder and gently massaged it. Jiang Xian paused for a moment, then nodded, telling her to go ahead and do it. Lu Xinjin could only sigh, speechless. Immersive experience. 13. Jiang Xian is now almost completely under Meng Qingze's control, and he can even tolerate him going to such lengths. I know very well that once this door is opened, how will her subordinates in the company view her and their relationship? Looking at Meng Qingze's arrogant demeanor, Lu Xinjin clenched her fists, her chest heaving with anger. Meng Qingze chased after her, reminding her not to forget Jiang Xian's instructions to quickly arrange things for all his relatives, making sure none of them were missing. His swaggering manner made him seem to regard the Jiang group as his own. Lu Xinjin was helpless. She had only come to deliver a document, but she was forced to do this job. In the office, Jiang Xian's gaze fell on Meng Qingze's back. That familiar feeling seemed to have long since disappeared, and now, she hardly recognized the man. She forced a smile, then silently closed her eyes, perhaps because she had been too tired lately. These relatives were eventually assigned to low-level positions within the group, which were dispensable, but the benefits were much better than those outside. Some relatives even became smug and began praising Meng Qingze for his abilities. That evening, they all gathered at the villa. Some people marveled at Meng Qingze's shrewdness, managing to get them into the group with just a few words. Some people even suggested that Jiang Xian help her get a promotion, saying that there were people from her hometown who wanted to come. The extended family members, especially the aunts and uncles, wanted to include all their relatives in the program. Mencia's parents, their faces beaming, urged everyone not to rush, saying they would arrange for the next batch of people to come in once everyone was familiar with the situation. Meng's father, adopting the demeanor of the head of the family, asked Meng Qingze if that was his opinion. Meng Qingze nodded and said that as long as he talked to Jiang Xian properly, they would definitely be able to recruit more people. His face was full of vanity, enjoying the feeling of being fawned over by everyone. At this moment, Jiang Xian pushed the door open and entered. Seeing the chaotic scene inside, she frowned slightly. There were still unfinished takeout boxes on the table, and Meng Qingze was sleeping on the sofa covered with a blanket. Hearing footsteps, Meng Qingze opened her eyes and cautiously smiled, saying that she was back and that her parents had just left. He said he wanted to wait for her to come back, and before he knew it, he had fallen asleep. He almost collapsed when he stood up, but Jiang Xian quickly supported him. She whispered that she was too busy with work to see his parents, and that she would have someone come and tidy up so he could get some rest. Her voice was soft, like a night breeze, warming one's heart. A hint of smugness flashed in Meng Qingze's eyes as he softly thanked him. He reached out to hold Jiang Xian's hand, but she stood up and said it was too late and she had a company meeting. He left behind his back and turned to leave. The smile on Meng Qingze's face slowly disappeared, and a dark current appeared in his eyes. Late at night, I walked wearily out of the operating room. This was my third surgery of the day. Zhang Feier handed me a towel and urged me to rest, saying that the intense work these past few days would wear me down. She hesitated, not saying what she wanted to say next. I took the towel, knowing in my heart that only during surgery could I completely calm down and escape the trivialities of life. I told her to go home and rest for 2 days, saying she was tired too. Actually, I know myself that this statement isn't very convincing. I was covered in sweat, my clothes were soaked, and my face was as pale as a withered willow in the wind, as if a gust of wind could knock me down. As I walked down the hospital corridor, the footsteps around me grew heavier and heavier. My vision gradually went black, my legs felt unsteady, and the next moment, I collapsed to the ground. The last thing I heard was Zhang Feier's scream. When I slightly opened my eyes, I found myself lying in a hospital room. When Zhang Feier saw that I was awake, she quickly walked to the bedside, her eyes slightly red. She said she was terrified last night. I wondered how I ended up lying here, and just as I was about to get up, she immediately pressed me down. She said seriously that I couldn't be so willful anymore, and even if we got divorced, I couldn't torture myself like this. She relayed the hospital director's words, forcing me to rest and warning me whether I would be responsible if I fainted on the operating table. Looking at her, I could only nod in agreement helplessly. In silence, I looked out the window, feeling empty inside. Zhang Feier suddenly smiled and said that a new dessert shop had opened on the commercial street and asked me to buy some for her, saying that eating sweets would make me happy. I wanted to refuse, but considering that I was being forced to take leave, I agreed. The mall was bustling with people. Today was a day off, and I, a grown man, standing in the dessert shop attracted quite a few stares. Suddenly, a sweet female voice rang out from behind me, calling me Dr. Su. Curious, I turned around and saw Lu Jinjin walking towards me in high heels. She was wearing a business skirt, her chestnut-colored curly hair swaying slightly, and her face beaming with undisguised joy. She said she was buying a cake for a colleague and asked me what I was doing here. My gaze fell on the plate in her hand. She complained that Meng Qingze not only arranged for his relatives to work at the company, but also made her come out to buy these sweets. She reminded me that Jiang Xian doesn't eat sweets, and that Meng Qingze is a phoenix man, a man from a poor background who achieved success, who wants to leech off Jiang Xian. She blurted out everything that had happened at the company recently. I frowned, the face on the operating table flashing through my mind. My brows gradually relaxed, and I sighed, saying that it was all Jiang Xian's own choice, and that we were already divorced. My stomach was aching slightly, but I endured it. Lu Jinjin paused for a moment, then said that she could tell I was a sentimental person, and she hoped that I would be the one standing next to Jiang Xian. She promised that if I wanted to win Jiang Xian back, she would definitely help me. She said she had had enough of Meng Qingze. Anyone with eyes could see what I was thinking, but Jiang Xian kept indulging him. She couldn't help but tell me that Jiang Xian had been busy with company affairs lately and had hardly slept well. She exclaimed that Jiang Xian had never been so devoted to her work when she was taking care of him. As Jiang Xian's best friend, she said with tears in her eyes that she really couldn't bear to see her like this. 14. Just like Lu Xinjin said, Jiang Xian's heart is now full of Meng Qingze. What right do I have to stay? Thinking about this, I couldn't help but laugh at myself, and all those humiliating memories of the past came flooding back to me. Those were aspects of Jiang Xian that I had never seen before, aspects that I no longer wished to confront. Now that we're divorced, I've never thought of having any further involvement with her. After saying this, I felt a dull ache in my chest. How could I possibly compare to her ideal man? Lu Xinjin was clearly stunned for a moment, and a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. She composed herself and said that Dr. Su's words today were indeed a bit abrupt and told me to take care of myself. For some reason, after hearing my answer, she seemed somewhat relieved. I nodded, and as I got up to leave, my gaze unconsciously fell on the desserts. I reminded her that Jiang Xian's health was not good, so she should eat less of these sweets, or better yet, avoid them altogether. As I walked out of the store, I turned around and saw Lu Xinjin standing there, seemingly in a daze. She thought to herself, I look much thinner than before. Lu Xinjin quickly picked out a few cakes that looked good and returned to the Jiang group. Pushing open the office door, only Jiang Xian was there, looking down at documents. Lu Xinjin casually asked where Meng Qingze had gone. She didn't see the man when she went upstairs, but she did see the arrogant looks in the eyes of her relatives, which made her uncomfortable. Jiang Xian didn't even look up, saying that Cheng Zhe had gone out and was taking his parents to Chunjiang restaurant that evening. She glanced at the cake on the table and said casually that she would leave such things to her subordinates from now on, and that she was her secretary. Lu Xinjin replied unhappily. Does she even have a chance to refuse? She complained that Meng Qingze was becoming the second president of the Jiang family business and advised Jiang Xian not to continue to indulge him. Jiang Xian put down her pen, looked up at her, and said that she knew Xinjin had some misunderstandings about Cheng Zhe, but that she would find out that wasn't the case once she got to know him better. Lu Xinjin was helpless. She even suspected that Jiang Xian's leg had healed, but his mind had been damaged. She asked, half jokingly and half probingly, does Jiang Xian have no feelings for Dr. Su at all? She said that if Jiang Xian was so infatuated with Meng Qingze, then she would definitely pursue Dr. Su. She mentioned that she had just parted ways with him at the dessert shop, and that Dr. Su had bought a lot of cakes. Jiang Xian's expression froze instantly, and she asked him if he was going to buy dessert. In all these years, she had never seen Su Zirwei eat such sweet and cloying things. Lu Xinjin noticed this and deliberately pressed for an answer. Don't you know that Dr. Su likes sweets? She also mentioned that she noticed Dr. Su didn't look well and suspected he had been very busy lately. Jiang Xian couldn't help but recall the pale face he had shown her at the hospital that day, and a feeling of irritation welled up inside her. Just then, Meng Qingze pushed the door open and came in. He called out, Xin, I'm back. His voice filled with grievance, his eyes red-rimmed, as if he had been bullied. Lu Xinjin couldn't help but roll her eyes inwardly. They had come at just the right time. Jiang Xian was originally worried about Su Zirwei, but seeing Meng Qingze like this, she couldn't help but feel anxious. She asked in surprise if she had been crying. Meng Qingze stepped forward, feeling wronged, and said that he went to Chunjiang restaurant, was kicked out, and was accused of using Jiang's name to cheat and swindle. He got angry and argued back, then claimed that the person next to her was Su Zirwei. Jiang Xian was somewhat surprised and said that she would handle the matter and would find a time to announce their relationship to the public. Upon hearing this promise, Meng Qingze's lips unconsciously curled into a smile. Lu Xinjin frowned, swallowing back the words of advice she wanted to give, and only reminded Xin that she should think it over carefully. She turned and left the office, leaving Meng Qingze with his eyes fixed on the cake on the table, his face full of anticipation. He excitedly said that he had finally bought it and wanted Jiang Xian to try this popular store. He continued talking to himself, completely unaware of the complex emotions in Jiang Xian's eyes. After delivering the cake to Zhang Feier, I went home. However, Lu Xinjin's words kept echoing in my mind throughout the journey. Even though we're divorced and essentially from two different worlds, I still feel a bit resentful. When I arrived at my doorstep, a familiar voice called out to me. It was He Yuqing. I looked up at her. She was wearing a simple sweatshirt, looking youthful and radiant, like the little sister who always followed behind me in my memory. I told her I was on vacation and even took out a cake, saying I'd brought her some. She took it in surprise, saying that she remembered I disliked sweets the most when I was a child and was just thinking of buying a cake from this store. She smiled and thanked me, and I felt as if a warm breeze had brushed against my heart. But a sense of emptiness lingered in my heart, and I couldn't help but recall her words. Even He Yuqing, whom I haven't seen in a long time, remembers my preferences. What about Jiang Xin? I took care of her for many years, remembered all her preferences, and was extremely attentive to her needs. The appearance of Meng Qingze has shattered all of this. I forced a smile and said I was buying them for a colleague, so I bought a few extra, and then hurriedly said goodbye. He Yuqing looked at my retreating figure with a hint of disappointment, but didn't say anything more. Back home, Chen Huifeng, the mother, immediately showed a concerned yet gossipy expression, asking if she had just run into Qingqing and how far things had progressed between them. I shook my head helplessly, said there was nothing wrong, told her not to ask anymore, and went back to my room. I only ever thought of her as a younger sister. I never had any other feelings for her. Having just emerged from the whirlpool of a previous relationship, I simply don't have the capacity to love anyone else. Meanwhile, at the Chunjiang restaurant, Meng Qingze was enjoying the praise from everyone. The relatives kept praising him for bringing everyone to such a nice place to eat, saying they hadn't misjudged him and would rely on him in the future. Amidst the praise, Meng Qingze became increasingly self-satisfied, believing that his current achievements were solely due to his own efforts. The laughter from the private room even carried into the hallway. He looked at everyone with an arrogant gaze when there was a knock on the door. The waiter came in and said that the customer next door had brought over 2 bottles of red wine and wanted to be friends with him. 15. I never expected that someone would actually bring wine to Meng Qingze. He picked up the bottle and examined it, casually asking what kind of wine it was and whether it looked drinkable. The relative next to him looked disgusted and said he had never seen it before and guessed it was probably nothing good. The waiter who delivered the wine was a little embarrassed and explained that it was a master-level red wine from Chunjiang, costing 200,000 yuan per bottle. He was polite on the surface, but inwardly he was mocking him. What a country bumpkin. He doesn't even recognize this wine. Upon hearing that a bottle cost 200,000, Meng's parents immediately showed expressions of surprise, and their faces were filled with satisfaction. Meng's mother smiled and said that the neighbors must be friends, and urged Meng Qingze to go and thank them. She also emphasized that 2 bottles would cost 400,000 yuan, which would give her face in front of her relatives. Meng Qingze was curious, as he had been abroad for many years and didn't have many friends in China. But the other party offered 400,000 yuan, so they must be very rich and powerful. It wouldn't hurt to get to know them. He told his mother to eat there while he went to check on things next door. Knocking on the door, a middle-aged man greeted me with a smile. There were only 4 dishes and a soup on the table, and 2 guards stood behind him. This display of force made Meng Qingze wary, especially since the other party had just gifted him 2 bottles of expensive wine. Meng Qingze got straight to the point, saying that he was Jiang Xian's fiancé. The man said he had heard about him and knew that he was hosting a banquet next door, so he brought a small gift, wondering if it would be satisfactory. Meng Qingze thanked him politely and asked how the other person should be addressed. The man introduced himself as Zhao Qingfeng, saying he runs a company in Jinghai and recently heard about a project the Jiang family has been working on, hoping to collaborate. As he spoke, he gestured for the guard to place a leather suitcase on the table. Looking at the suitcase, Meng Qingze already understood a few things. He asked, half jokingly, if I was trying to bribe him. Zhao Qingfeng laughed and said it was just a small gift, and if he could help, there would be an even bigger gift later. The suitcase was opened, and inside were neatly arranged cash. Meng Qingze instantly dropped his arrogant demeanor and smiled, promising to help him. He said that as long as he asked, Jiang Xian would definitely agree. The two exchanged a smile, thus reaching an agreement. After leaving Chunjiang Hotel, Meng Qingze took a taxi directly to Jiang's group, bringing with him the food he had packed for Jiang Xian. In the office, Jiang Xian was stretching. After the divorce, she devoted almost all her energy to the company, and even eating on time became a luxury. She glanced at the corner of the table, where there used to be a steaming hot lunchbox. Lu Xinjin's words from earlier that day resurfaced in her mind, and she thought that Su Zhiwei probably wouldn't abuse her body. After all, I gave him so much compensation, enough for him to live a comfortable life for the rest of his life. Meng Qingze's voice interrupted her thoughts. He pushed open the door and came in, carrying a fragrant meal. He said he knew she was still working overtime, and that no matter how tired she was, she couldn't forget to take care of her health, so he specially had it redone. Jiang Xian looked at the packed meals, most of which were light vegetables, just the kind of flavor she liked. She said softly that she was sorry to trouble him to deliver the food so late. He smiled and said that as her fiancé, it was his duty to take care of her, and told her to eat quickly before it got cold. He handed her chopsticks while glancing around the table as if looking for something. She didn't notice his subtle movements, immersed in this long-lost warmth. He finally found the document and asked if the company had any projects that were looking for partners. Jiang Xian sighed and said that Lu Jinjin should have mentioned to him that he had indeed been busy with this project recently. She didn't want to talk much about company affairs, but Meng Qingze smiled and said he wanted to help her share the burden. He mentioned that he met a businesswoman from Beijing when he went abroad, and that he could help her make contact if needed. As he spoke, his eyes reddened, and he complained that she had been very busy lately, and company affairs had kept them apart very few times. He was afraid that one day she would ignore him. As he spoke, he tidied up the trash on the table, his tone firm, saying that one had to be capable to become someone by her side. Otherwise, the outside world wouldn't recognize him. Jiang Xian froze, and subconsciously thought of Su Zhiwei. She had never heard these words from Su Zhiwei before. They seemed to be from two different worlds. She promised him that she could come to the company tomorrow and have a good talk with the employees. This meal touched her heart, and Meng Qingze felt even more pleased, thinking that he had captured her heart. He said he wouldn't bother her anymore, told her to get some rest, and that he needed to go back and see his parents. He held her in his arms, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. The next morning, as soon as Lu Jinjin entered the company, she heard her subordinates talking about it. Someone said they just saw a group notification that the project has found a partner. Everyone felt the pace was too fast, and some questioned whether the partners the newcomers had found were reliable. Lu Jinjin was stunned. She walked straight into the office and saw Jiang Xian organizing documents. She asked, "Is there anyone already working on that project?" Jiang Xian nodded and said it was Cheng Zhe. Last night, he told her that he had found a suitable businessman, and after investigating him, he thought he was a good fit. Lu Jinjin panicked and questioned her, asking if Meng Qingze had drugged her, since she dared to entrust such an important project to him. 16. Lu Jinjin clearly couldn't believe that Jiang Xian had taken the initiative to bring this up. She reminded Jiang Xian that this matter concerned the entire Jiang group. The fact that they had already set a precedent by arranging for those relatives to join the company beforehand had already made the first move. There are already quite a few rumors circulating in the company. She questioned Jiang Xian, asking what the people below would think if she continued to support Meng Qingze like this. I could sense Lu Jinjin's speechlessness. She even wondered if he might take over the Jiang group in the future. Jiang Xian frowned and said she knew Lu Jinjin had grievances, but hoped she could see Cheng Zhe's strengths. Lu Jinjin looked up at her and asked directly, "For example, what?" Jiang Xian was stumped by the question. If it had been a few years ago, she could have answered it. But now she couldn't utter a single word, only comforting herself by saying that Cheng Zhe was very good, better than anyone else. Lu Jinjin gave a half-smile, telling her to think carefully about how to explain this to her employees, as the president needed to provide an explanation. She wondered to herself, Su Zhiwei is so considerate. Isn't he better than Meng Qingze? At this moment, downstairs at the Jiang Group building, Meng Qingze was wearing a custom-made suit, and the watch on his wrist was worth millions. The security guards at the gate, seeing how subservient he was, dared not provoke him in the slightest. He said he was lucky today, and scoffed as he walked into the elevator. Jiang Xian quickly gathered all the employees and announced that Meng Qingze would be taking over the project. His subordinates were already unhappy with him for getting into the group through connections, and now he's handing over the project to an outsider. The meeting room immediately erupted in discussion, with discontent evident in everyone's words. Meng Qingze strode in and sternly told everyone to shut up, saying that a bunch of employees dared to question the president. Were they trying to rebel? He stepped forward, pulled Jiang Xian into his arms, took out the contract, and said that Boss Zhao had already transferred the money and asked the finance department to check the accounts. He glanced at the employees and said sarcastically that he was the one who brought business to the group, and what else could they do besides complain? He also suggested that Jiang Xian do a screening to prevent anyone from taking advantage of the situation in the company. Jiang Xian breathed a sigh of relief after the finance department confirmed that the money had been deposited into her account and thanked Meng Qingze on the spot. She announced that he would be part of the group from now on, and anyone who questioned him should report to HR. Her tone was ruthless, even towards longtime employees. The subordinates were shocked. Meng Qingze wasn't even a formal employee yet. Lu Jinjin suppressed her anger, told everyone to do as she was told, and adjourned the meeting. Meng Qingze stood to the side, looking like a victor. Jiang Xian rubbed her temples and he asked with concern if she was feeling unwell, offering to take her back to his office to massage her shoulders. He took her hand and led her back to his office, asking her how she was doing. Seeing this, Lu Jinjin felt that Meng Qingze was hypocritical. As for me, when I woke up, I felt like the sky was dark and the earth was in darkness. My hard-earned vacation has given me some free time, but I can't even find a goal. After breakfast, I still went to the hospital. When Zhang Feier saw me, she rubbed her eyes in surprise and said, "Didn't the dean give me a few days off?" I smiled wryly and said that I still felt the hospital was more suitable for me, as I could still practice medicine even without surgery. She nodded and didn't ask any further questions. Suddenly, she leaned closer and asked me mysteriously, "Do you still remember the man who slandered me before?" I frowned and blurted out Meng Qingze's name. She said her father mentioned him in Shanghai last night, saying he had a stroke of good luck, helping the Jiang family secure a project and find a business partner. I heard that as a result, the Jiang group's status has also improved considerably. She shook her head, saying that she felt disgusted just thinking about that person, and added that she was much better than him. I smiled and told her to stop talking about irrelevant things, and that work was the priority. As I got up, I caught a glimpse of a familiar figure walking past the doorway. I walked out quickly, and Zhang Feier followed. In the corridor, Meng Qingze was on the phone, a smug smile on his lips. When he saw me come out, his smile vanished instantly, and he said coldly, "Why don't you learn your lesson and dare to show up again?" He brandished his fist in a threatening gesture, but I merely glanced around the examination room, frowned, and asked Jiang Xian if she hadn't eaten properly again. "Has her stomach problem flared up again so soon?" He stepped forward, his gaze icy, and said, "You're such a busybody. What does this have to do with me? Get lost." He proudly said he almost forgot to tell me that he had helped the group solve a major project and asked me what I could do to help Jiang Xian. I gritted my teeth, my pride getting the better of me. Zhang Feier stepped forward to stop him, reminding him that this was a hospital and that he should be mindful of his behavior. He countered that he had been careful all along, and that it was actually me who kept getting too close to his fiancée, which was inappropriate. I slowly loosened my clenched fist, thinking about what I could have brought to Jiang Xian after all these years of taking care of her. With a bitter smile, I turned to leave. Before she could take a single step, the door to the consultation room was pushed open, and Jiang Xian came out. Her gaze fell on me, and just as Lu Jinjin had said, I had lost a lot of weight. She swallowed the words of concern that were on the tip of her tongue, her hand still held by Meng Qingze. He asked her with concern if she was all right, and told me that he had just chatted with me for a couple of minutes before he was about to leave. He sighed and said he knew I still thought about her, but we were already divorced. He even pretended to be aggrieved, saying that since they were divorced, why couldn't he stand by her side? Jiang Xian frowned and gently patted his back. 17. I looked at Jiang Xian with a questioning gaze. Her voice turned colder as she said I should have heard her clearly. I stood there, stunned, wondering what was bothering her. Even though we've been divorced for a long time, she's more agitated than I am when she sees me. I wanted to explain something, but all the words got stuck in my throat. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar woman in front of me, I just felt ridiculous. My worry for her vanished completely in that instant. I said coldly, Jiang Xian, don't think that just because you're the CEO you can criticize people at will. After our divorce, you were the one who kept showing up at the hospital. I want to avoid it as much as possible. My words were devoid of warmth, and she was clearly stunned, hardly believing it. She replied, Su Zirwei, are you kidding me? I am the president of Zhang's group. How could I lower myself to come to you? We're divorced. How many times do I have to tell you? Her tone was icy, which made me sneer out too. That would be for the best. Mr. Jiang, I have patience to see. You look to be in good health. I hope you won't appear in front of me again. Well, water does not interfere with river water. We spoke with barbs, and our eyes were full of dissatisfaction. Meng Qingze stood to the side with a big smile, quickly putting on a considerate act. Xin, you're still not feeling well, don't act rashly. After he finished speaking, he turned his face and stared at me fiercely. Dr. Su, I hope you can keep your word and stay away from Xin from now on. Don't think that just because Zhang's condition has improved, you can try to curry favor with her. His words, ironically, planted a seed of doubt in Jiang Xian's heart. I could see the change in her expression. There was a hint of disgust in it. I smiled and said, Meng Qingze, not everyone is as short-sighted as you. As soon as I finished speaking, I turned and left. Meng Qingze wanted to continue, but Jiang Xian raised her hand to stop him. Qingze, I'm tired, let's go back. She closed her eyes, seemingly not wanting to stay a moment longer. Back in the consultation room, I sat silently at the table. Zhang Feier hesitated for a moment, then whispered to me not to take it to heart. She said that the man was obviously trying to provoke me. Master, I believe you are definitely not that kind of person. She smiled and handed her a cup of hot water. I looked up at her and spoke softly. I'm not angry. Let's pretend today's events never happened. Are there any surgeries scheduled? Zhang Feier frowned immediately, shook her head with a wry smile. She said that her master would think of surgery whenever he was unhappy. Master, you should get some rest. If the dean finds out, you'll be in deep trouble. She smiled, and I could only nod helplessly. Back at the Jiang group, Meng Qingze was still clearly angry. He muttered and berated me for being ungrateful, and then brought up the money to be divided in the divorce settlement. He thought I was heartbroken over the villa and unwilling to give it up. Jiang Xian frowned upon hearing this. Meng Qingze continued to nag. Xin, you mustn't fall for it. She finally raised her hand to interrupt. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go back first. Bring Jinjin over. I have a meeting to attend. Meng Qingze pursed his lips, told her to take care of herself, and then left. He ran into Lu Jinjin at the corner of the corridor. The woman's figure made him pause, his gaze lingering on her for a long time. Lu Jinjin asked if President Jiang had returned, what the doctor said, and whether Dr. Su was also there. Upon hearing my name, Meng Qingze's expression immediately turned displeased. Why bring that person up? I was the one who took Xin to the hospital. He finished speaking and walked away with a gloomy expression. Lu Jinjin frowned. Her intuition told her that something had happened at the hospital. She pushed open the office door, sat down, and asked directly. Xin, did you go to the hospital to see Dr. Su today? Jiang Xian glanced at her and said indifferently. Did Chengze tell you that? Then she added. It's nothing, we just had a fight. She didn't want to say more, and Lu Jinjin seemed thoughtful. Jiang's business is thriving now, and Jiang Xian is confident and proud. She always thought that Su Zirwei would throw himself at her. She never paid any attention to me, thinking I was the best man she had ever met. This sense of superiority was almost written in her expression. Lu Jinjin looked at her and asked cautiously, Xin, do you really have no feelings for Dr. Su anymore? If he's really gone, I'll go after him. Jiang Xian looked up and met her earnest eyes. She was stunned, realizing that Lu Jinjin was not joking. Jinjin, do you really think Su Zirwei is a good person? Is he worth you caring so much about? She used to think Lu Jinjin was just joking, but now she felt a little worried. She even began to reevaluate her friend. Lu Jinjin nodded seriously and spoke slowly and deliberately. Of course, I'm not kidding. He is young and promising, saves lives, and is so devoted to you. If you two hadn't been married, I would have made my move long ago. It's because of you that I've waited until now. Jiang Xian opened her mouth, but couldn't say a word. She remained silent, a sudden pang of sadness welling up inside her. She recalled those 3 years when Su Zirwei took care of her almost meticulously. Although their union was based on a contract at the time, he remained sincere throughout. He never made any demands of her, nor did he expect any response. A young doctor was willing to give so much for her. You almost never see a man like that outside. Those past scenes resurfaced, his warm companionship on the cold wheelchair. Now that his legs have fully recovered, that warmth is gradually fading away. Thinking of Meng Qingze, her heart was in turmoil again. Just then, Lu Jinjin suddenly grabbed her hand. Xin, you have to help me. Her eyes were full of pleading, which startled Jiang Xian. Help you? How can I help with something like this? You want me to set up my ex-husband and my best friend? The moment the thought popped into her head, even she found it absurd. However, Lu Jinjin shook her head and insisted on not letting go. Why can't we help? Dr. Su has dedicated 3 years to you. There must be feelings involved. Just say a few words for me and get him to come out and meet me. Wouldn't that make perfect sense for us? She said with a smile that she even knew about other girls appearing around Dr. Su, and was afraid that if she was any later, she would miss out. 18. Lu Jinjin's eyes were full of pleading, making it difficult for Jiang Xian to answer for a moment. I could tell she was hesitant, especially when she met those earnest eyes. She didn't know how to start the conversation. This was something she found unacceptable, and her pride kept her silent. In the end, she just made up an excuse to send Lu Jinjin away. Looking at her back, Jiang Xian was momentarily stunned. She even realized that she had actually felt jealous. Why do people feel jealous? That was just her ex-husband, a man who entered into a contractual marriage with her for money. She repeated these words to herself to calm herself down. As night deepened, I lay quietly in bed, but the image of Jiang Xian's cold eyes flashed through my mind. A wave of disappointment washed over me. In her eyes, I always seemed so worthless. With that sense of loss, I closed my eyes and fell asleep. The next morning, a phone call woke me up. Is this Mr. Su? Hearing that long-lost voice, I was stunned for a moment. It turned out to be Butler Wu. I instinctively said that he had dialed the wrong number and that I had already divorced Jiang Xian. During the 3 years I took care of Jiang Xian, Butler Wu was one of the people I talked to the most. He sighed and said that he actually wanted to ask me for a favor. Could you please cook another meal for Jiang Xian? His voice trembled, and I frowned, only then realizing that Jiang Xian hadn't been eating properly since the divorce. I went to the hospital for a checkup recently and was diagnosed with malnutrition. Butler Wu had no choice but to come to me. To take care of her, I specially learned medicinal cuisine and cooked different dishes every day, and her health gradually improved. Considering both his request and the scene at the hospital, I ultimately agreed. I will go. She only intended to leave the dishes for Butler Wu and did not plan to deliver them to her herself. When Chun Huifang woke up at noon, she smelled a delicious aroma wafting from the kitchen and her eyes were full of surprise. She laughed and said, "Did the sun rise in the west today? Who are you making soup for?" I sighed and told her not to ask, as breakfast was already prepared. She had just reached the dining table, but she was still curious about who I planned to give the soup to. I packed the medicinal food into a lunchbox and hurriedly left. Downstairs at the Jiang Group building, Butler Wu was already waiting. He took the lunchbox and asked me why I wasn't going upstairs with him. I looked up at that building, which seemed like an insurmountable chasm. No, she probably doesn't want to see me. I stood there and watched him go inside. "Dr. Su, what are you doing here?" I heard Lu Jinjin's voice behind me. I was taken aback for a moment and simply explained my purpose. She smiled and said she would buy me a drink without paying any attention to my explanation. As soon as Butler Wu stepped out of the elevator, he was stopped by Meng Qingze. He glanced at the lunchbox, a smile flashing in his eyes. Before Butler Wu could even speak, he snatched the lunchbox and said he would take it in himself. "Tell Butler Wu to leave immediately." Butler Wu could only shake his head. Given Jiang Xian's affection for him, he couldn't say much. "Xin, I brought you your lunch. Thank you for your hard work." Meng Qingze walked up to Jiang Xian with great enthusiasm. She was initially a little disgusted, thinking it was just another takeout order. But when she smelled the fragrance, she froze. The familiar taste whetted her appetite. Seeing the familiar dishes, she was almost certain that she had eaten them before. "Did you do this yourself?" She took a sip of soup and asked curiously. The smell reminded her of the busy figure in the kitchen. Meng Qingze was stunned for a moment, then nodded after hesitating for a second. "Yes, I made it especially for you. I couldn't bear to see you eating takeout all the time. This is my first time cooking. If you're not used to it, you can tell me." He smiled, his eyes filled with affection. Jiang Xian's hands paused slightly. How could someone cooking for the first time possibly make medicinal cuisine? She didn't expose it, but silently enjoyed the fleeting deliciousness. In the coffee shop downstairs, I just stirred my coffee, my eyes vacant. Lu Jinjin tentatively asked me if I was still heartbroken over the divorce. After I came to my senses, I vehemently denied it, saying that we were in a contract marriage and that I didn't take it to heart. After saying that, I felt a little uneasy. Yes, she never had any feelings for me. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinjin's eyes lit up, as if she had seized an opportunity. She began by saying that there was another reason she had asked me to have coffee today. Since I'm already divorced, and we never really had any feelings for each other, she wants to pursue me. I paused for a moment, then declined, saying, "We're not a good match, but thank you for your kind offer anyway." What was supposed to be a peaceful conversation turned into her confession. She didn't seem to be in a hurry to pressure me to agree, saying that she was serious and had liked me for a long time. "If I feel it's too fast, we can take it slow." I gripped the cup tightly and replied that I had other things to do at the hospital, so I had to leave. I told her that I didn't want to start another relationship. She also asked her to persuade Jiang Xian to eat properly and not to come to the hospital again, which could cause unnecessary misunderstandings. After saying that, I practically fled. Lu Jinjin simply clenched her fists, then finally let them open. As she expected, I refused, but she wasn't prepared to give up. She looked at the coffee on the table, a slight smile playing on her lips. On my way home, I just felt a bit of a headache. Before he could even settle things with his blind date, another one, Lu Jinjin, appeared. What's even more awkward is that she's Jiang Xian's best friend. What kind of situation is this? 19. I frowned and dialed that long dormant number. Jiang Xian had just finished a satisfying meal and was in a better mood. She looked at Meng Qingze, who was busy tidying up, and felt a sense of satisfaction. But a ringing phone interrupted her thoughts. She frowned as she looked at the caller ID, her expression hesitant. Meng Qingze curiously leaned over and asked if it was a work call. She asked him to leave first, and although he was curious, he still gave her a deep look before leaving. As soon as the call connected, Jiang Xian's voice was accusatory. "Su Zirwei, Wasn't what I said before clear enough? Why are you calling again now? I was taken aback. I had originally intended to remind her to keep an eye on Lu Jinjin, but upon hearing her voice, I couldn't help but ask, "You ate all those dishes?" Jiang Xin remained silent, then looked up at the man standing outside the office. Meng Qingzhou was smiling at her with sincere eyes. Lost in that gaze, she replied calmly, "We keep to ourselves. I don't understand what you mean by medicinal cuisine. If you feel the compensation isn't enough, you can name your price." I was stunned. "In your eyes, am I really that short of money? Or do you think money can solve everything?" She frowned and retorted, "Isn't that right? The settlement I gave you in the divorce was more than enough for you to live comfortably for the rest of your life. How come I never realized you were such an ungrateful person?" After saying that, she hung up the phone. I stared at the black screen, remaining silent for a long time, feeling nothing but amusement. Her words at the hospital still echoed in my ears. It was just a few words of provocation from Meng Qingze, and my 3 years were all for naught. Inside the Jiang group, she put down her phone and stared blankly at the person outside the door. In her eyes, I was just a dispensable man, and she already had better options. Meng Qingze pushed open the door and came in, his eyes filled with expectation. He said that she was free tonight and wanted her to keep him company. She agreed, looking at him. These past few days had brought back some of the warmth she once felt, as if the man from her memories had returned, so she doted on him especially. That night, Meng Qingze took her to a bar. The dim lighting and loud music made her frown. He patted her shoulder and said it was for her, to help her relax and not think about anything else. She forced a smile. Someone in the next booth recognized Meng Qingze and beckoned him over. He proudly introduced me, the president of the Jiang group, and his fiancée. His face was full of ostentation, as if he were showing off all his possessions. His old classmates complimented him in surprise and asked when he would hold his wedding. He waved his hand and said it had just been decided that he would pay for all expenses tonight. Of course, with Jiang Xin's money. She just kept smiling and looked at him, but he always seemed a little unfamiliar. She made an excuse to go to the restroom. As soon as she left, her old classmates changed their expressions, asking Meng Qingze how he managed to win her over and complaining that she was clueless about romance. He laughed and said that this was just the beginning, and she listened to him completely. After saying that, he ordered the waiter to bring the most expensive wine, took out his black card, and his face was full of arrogance. Jiang Xin came out of the restroom and ran into Lu Jinjin. She asked Lu Jinjin in surprise why she had come. Lu Jinjin wore a black halter dress and looked extremely alluring. She said she received a message that Su Zirwei would be coming to the bar tonight, so she came specifically to find him and asked if dressing like this would win him over. Jiang Xin never expected her to be this serious. "Su Zirwei is here." A look of confusion flashed in her eyes. Lu Jinjin said that since she wasn't interested in Su Zirwei, she wouldn't mind if she went after him. Looking at her smile, Jiang Xin felt a pang of sadness. She said calmly, "I came with Meng Qingze." Then she turned and left. As I walked out of the restroom, Lu Jinjin's words still echoed in my ears. Jiang Xin looked up and saw the man at the bar. In the dim light, Su Zirwei's gaze was gloomy, and his already aloof doctor's demeanor became even more somber, attracting the attention of many girls. She frowned, noticing the wine glass in his hand. Just as she was about to approach him, Meng Qingze appeared first. He saw me too, and immediately felt unhappy. He sneered, "Isn't this Dr. Su? You think you can win Xin back now that you know she's at the bar?" As he spoke, he snatched the wine glass from my hand. I frowned and replied casually, "I didn't know she was here. I just came to have a drink." I glanced at him. Not everyone needs to be around Jiang Xin. 20. We're already divorced, and I'm not going to make a fool of myself. I reached out and snatched the wine glass, but Meng Qingze deliberately used force, spilling the wine directly onto my clothes. From Jiang Xin's perspective, it looked like I splashed Meng Qingze with my own water. His gaze softened instantly, and he adopted a victim's demeanor. "Dr. Su, I know you have grievances, but you can't be so rude." I froze. I had only wanted to take the glass back. I had no intention of splashing it on him. "I didn't mean to splash you." Before he could finish speaking, he heard footsteps behind him. Jiang Xin strode over and coldly questioned me. "Su Zirwei, have you made enough of a scene? Why did you do this?" She stepped forward and slapped me, then shielded Meng Qingze behind her. I stood there, stunned, my pupils contracting slightly. I never expected her to hit me in public. Lu Jinjin rushed over, still looking flustered. "Dr. Su, are you all right? Is there some misunderstanding here?" She tried to explain for me, but Jiang Xin interrupted her directly. "I saw it with my own eyes. How could I be wrong? Su Zirwei, you really disappoint me." After saying that, she pulled Meng Qingze and turned to leave. I watched her retreating figure with a cold smile. Jiang Xian didn't care about her status as a CEO at all, just so Meng Qingze could slap me in public. Thinking about this, I found it even more ridiculous that 3 years of dedication couldn't earn me a single heartfelt word from her. Lu Jinjin's eyes were full of heartache. Dr. Su, I will explain to Xinxin what happened tonight. Please don't worry about it, and take care of yourself. I only said one sentence. I want to be alone. She paused, her eyes showing reluctance, but I shook my head. She had no choice but to leave the bar. As soon as Meng Qingze got into the car after leaving the bar, his eyes reddened. Xinxin, I didn't expect Dr. Su to hate me so much. Should I not have come back? His eyes were filled with tears, which struck a nerve with Jiang Xian. What are you thinking? Su Zirwei and I were only in a marriage of convenience. There was no affection between us from the beginning. We are already divorced and will have no connection with each other. Hearing this, Meng Qingze smiled and said, Thank you for believing in me. He held Jiang Xian in his arms, a hint of smugness in his eyes. I sat alone at the bar, the table already piled high with glasses. The bartender came over and tried to persuade me. Sir, you've already had quite a bit to drink. Do you want to continue? Go on. I have money, I whispered. The bartender had no choice but to place the 10th glass of spirit in front of me. After drinking the alcohol, my stomach instantly felt a burning sensation, the stinging pain numbing my nerves, and my brain slowly cooled down. I don't remember how long I drank, but when I stood up, my steps were unsteady, my stomach clenched, and the next second I collapsed to the ground. The bartender rushed over to check on him, but had no choice but to use my phone to call my emergency contact. Unfortunately, the call ended up going to Jiang Xian. She looked at the incoming call with impatience in her eyes and hung up immediately. At this moment, she didn't want to hear any news related to me. I don't know how much time passed, but all I could hear were the cold, metallic sounds of machines. He slowly opened his eyes and saw Zhang Feier rushing to the bedside. Master, you're awake? Why did you go drinking? You know your own body, yet you still don't take care of it. Her tone was annoyed. I didn't answer. I just stared blankly at the ceiling. Master, I don't know what you've been through, but you can't go on like this. If the bartender hadn't brought you here in time, do you know what would have happened to you? As she said this, a tear welled up in her eye. I spoke, my voice hoarse. I want to drink water. She poured me a glass of water with a sigh, and the coolness sliding down my throat made me feel alive again. The ward door was suddenly pushed open, and the mother, Chun Huifeng, walked in excitedly. Seeing that I was sober, her voice trembled. You silly child, why did you go to the bar? I was so worried about you. Her eyes were red and swollen. Clearly she had been worried all night. A bitter feeling welled up inside me. Mom, I'm sorry to have worried you. She sighed. You should have someone with you, otherwise no one will take you to the hospital if something happens. You have no idea how worried Qingqing was when she found out you were in the hospital. She always hoped that I could be with Qingqing, because she felt that I was at least better than Jiang Xian. I was conflicted, but Zhang Feier comforted me. Auntie, don't worry, you never know when it comes to relationships. Dr. Su is so young and promising, he won't lack girls who like him. Chun Huifeng sneered. If a girl really liked him, would I have to worry? This kid is just a worry. Her eyes were full of worry. Zhang Feier glanced at me awkwardly and then advised, Dr. Su, you really should consider this. You need someone by your side. At that moment, I wavered. It wasn't that I wanted to start a relationship, but that I didn't want my mother to worry anymore. Mom, I only see Qingqing as a younger sister. I have no other thoughts, I explained. Her eyes suddenly lit up. That's easy. I'll find you a blind date. I happen to have a friend's daughter who's single. You can go meet her. Maybe that'll work. My lips twitched. I had clearly underestimated my mother's persistence. Mom, then I'll do as you say. I breathed a sigh of relief. Anyway, it was just a meeting, which would show my attitude. She smiled and said, Take good care of yourself. I'll contact you right away. Xiaozhang, I'll leave you with to take care of him. Then she left with a smile on her face. I watched her retreating figure, speechless, arranging a blind date the moment I woke up. Is this really my mother? I turned to Zhang Feier and gave her a wry smile. I'm sorry you had to see this. She shook her head. Master, I think Auntie did the right thing. You really should start a new relationship. You can't keep living in your ex-wife's shadow. I remained silent, wanting to explain that I wasn't completely devastated, but for some reason, I couldn't bring myself to say it. Chapter 21. Reunion with He Yuqing. Zhang Feier shook her head. Master, you must cheer up quickly. The hospital still needs you. Su Zirwei nodded in agreement. Su Zirwei was discharged from the hospital that day. Before leaving, Zhang Feier reminded him to rest and recuperate. Master, stop thinking about that scumbag woman. You deserve better. Su Zirwei awkwardly forced a smile. This girl even said it in public. When I got home, I smelled a fragrance as soon as I entered the door. Chun Huifang was busy in the kitchen, and the soup in the casserole was boiling. You're back. I saw what you did before and tried to imitate it. Your body is just recovering, so you can't take any more stress. Come over here quickly. Chun Huifang smiled, and Su Dehai, who was standing beside her, was also helping. Feeling the love from his parents, Su Zirwei's heart was touched. Thinking back to how I agreed to the marriage for money, I feel it was all worth it at this moment. Mom, I don't have any serious illness. There's no need to prepare these things for me. Despite saying that, Su Zirwei still took the soup his mother handed him. A warm feeling emanated from within. At that moment, Su Zirwei suddenly remembered the first time he made medicinal cuisine for Jiang Xian. A smile also appeared on Jiang Xian's face. Perhaps Jiang Xian was genuinely happy at that time. By the way, tomorrow is the weekend. You can go see Qingqing. I've arranged for you to meet her. As Chun Huifang spoke, Su Zirwei hesitated for a moment. Mom, I already told you at the hospital that I have no other feelings for Qingqing. Su Zirwei wanted to explain further, but Chun Huifang shook her head. Practice makes perfect, and Qingqing has asked me about you before. She's just worried about you, so go and see her so she can put her mind at ease. After Chun Huifang finished speaking, Su Zirwei simply opened his mouth. Then I'll go see him. Su Zirwei finally agreed, doing so to avoid upsetting Chun Huifang. Inside the Jinghai villa, Jiang Xian has been somewhat irritable since returning home last night. So much so that Jiang Xian was still in a daze when Butler Wu arrived. Mr. Jiang, did you enjoy the food yesterday? Butler Wu asked cautiously, and Jiang Xian was taken aback. Did you deliver it? Jiang Xian looked curious, but Butler Wu shook his head. Mr. Jiang, I asked Dr. Su for help. You haven't been eating properly lately, and I was worried about you, so I took it upon myself to do this. Butler Wu also realized that Meng Qing's intentions were impure, which is why he came over today to remind him when no one was around. Jiang Xian frowned, a hint of hesitation in her eyes. I understand. Don't go looking for him anymore. Jiang Xian got up and went to the company, while Butler Wu could only sigh behind her back. Meng Qingze arrived at the Jiang group earlier. Now he is a rising star in the Jiang group, and his every word and action is full of arrogance. Along with him, his relatives who had been placed in the position also gained power. He was extremely arrogant at the company and didn't give anyone any face. Lu Jinjin was also somewhat depressed because of what happened last night. She also sent messages to Dr. Su, but he did not respond. Lu Jinjin, as Jiang Xian's secretary, isn't it inappropriate for you to come so late? As soon as I stepped into the company gate, Meng Qing's words came over. Lu Jinjin subconsciously looked up. Then you see Meng Qingze, dressed in casual clothes, sitting at his workstation. He was still fiddling with his employee ID card in his hand. Meng Qingze, this is the Jiang group. How did you get in? Lu Jinjin frowned, her eyes showing disdain. Lu Jinjin, it seems necessary to remind you of something. I was chosen by Xinxin. If you have any complaints, you can go to Xinxin. Now I also have the right to come and go from the Jiang group. After saying these words, Meng Qingze moved closer to Lu Jinjin, his eyes still filled with a hint of greed. I saw you at the bar last night. I never expected that Secretary Lu, who appears so proper on the surface, would be so open-minded in private. Meng Qingze raised an eyebrow, and Lu Jinjin took a step back. Aren't you afraid I'll tell Xinxin? Seeing Lu Jinjin's exasperated appearance, Meng Qingze was not worried at all. Go ahead and tell them. I didn't do anything. Besides, Xinxin won't believe you. Meng Qingze smiled. Jiang Xian cherishes herself, so how could she possibly listen to what outsiders say? Lu Jinjin remained silent and could only look at Meng Qingze with resentment. But Meng Qingze's words left her speechless. Anyone with eyes can see how much Jiang Xian dotes on Meng Qingze. Lu Jinjin tried to persuade him many times, but to no avail. It's even less likely to succeed now. Meng Qingze, your true colors will be revealed sooner or later. Lu Jinjin was indignant, but Meng Qingze had a smug look on his face. Then I'll be waiting for that day to come. Jiang Xian walked in at that moment and frowned slightly when she saw Lu Jinjin and Meng Qingze. What are you doing? Jiang Xian had just spoken when Meng Qingze strode forward. Xinxin, I only said a couple of things to Secretary Lu. I didn't expect him to have such a big opinion about me. Aren't you saying that as the secretary to the president of the Jiang group, one should set a good example? I'm an outsider and I've arrived so early. Isn't Secretary Lu being a bit too lax? Meng Qingze bombarded her with questions, and Jiang Xian's gaze was filled with scrutiny. Lu Jinjin was speechless. Did Jiang Xian really trust this man that much? Jinjin, you have indeed been a bit lazy lately. Remember, You are my secretary. Looking at it, Jiang Xian still felt a bit resentful about what happened at the bar. At this moment, Jiang Xian actually felt a sense of vengeful pleasure. Xin, what happened to you? Lu Jinjin complained and left helplessly. Jiang Xian frowned. Xin, Secretary Lu may have misunderstood me, so don't take it to heart. He said it, but Meng Qing's face was full of smugness. If Lu Jinjin could act this way, it would be enough to prove her position in Jiang Xian's heart. Jiang Xian nodded slightly. There's a lunch appointment. Why don't you come with me? Upon hearing this, Meng Qing's eyes lit up. Does this mean that Jiang Xian is ready to introduce herself to everyone? If that's the case, Meng Qingze knows his chance has come. Xin, I will definitely prepare well. At the same time, Su Zirwei also arrived at the agreed restaurant. Upon seeing Su Zirwei, He Yuqing quickly waved her hand. Brother Zirwei, are you feeling better? I was a little worried when my aunt mentioned it before. I'm relieved to see you're all right. After He Yuqing finished speaking, her gaze fell on Su Zirwei's thin face. In an instant, He Yuqing's eyes were filled with worry. I'm fine, it's just that my old problem has flared up again. Qing, I don't have any intention of starting a relationship right now. Meeting you is only out of necessity. Su Zirwei wanted to make everything clear today. He Yuqing frowned and had no choice but to interrupt Su Zirwei. Chapter 22. Misunderstanding. Brother Zirwei, I know what you want to say, but my aunt told me that you got sick because of that woman. He Yuqing looked over. Dr. Su looks extremely weak now. It's all because of that woman. Is Dr. Su really willing to compromise himself to this extent for his ex-wife? Qing, this is my own business, and I'm not doing it for Jiang Xian. Just as Su Zirwei was about to press the button, the restaurant door was pushed open. And just then, He Yuqing saw the person who had come. Brother Zirwei, is everything you just said true? You're not doing this for that ex-wife. He Yuqing deliberately raised her voice. Jiang Xian, who had just walked in, overheard him putting it away. Jiang Xian hadn't noticed the person in the corner at first. Su Zirwei. Jiang Xian looked at the man, her eyes filled with confusion. Since the divorce, I seem to run into them everywhere I go. Why is it him again? Xin, didn't we make plans with some people? Let's not let them ruin our mood. Meng Qingzhou whispered a reminder. Jiang Xian resisted the urge to step forward and ask. Let's go to the private room first. After Jiang Xian left, He Yuqing frowned. Brother Zirwei, I just feel that you are not worth it. He Yuqing frowned. Su Zirwei stroked the teacup, but his mind kept flashing back to the days he spent with Jiang Xian. It seems that Jiang Xian brought him to this restaurant before. Su Zirwei snapped out of his daze and looked at He Yuqing, momentarily lost in thought. Inside the private room, Jiang Xian put down the phone. Things have gotten complicated. This game is over for today. Jiang Xian looked displeased. Meng Qingzhou was also taken aback after hearing this. Who is this person? Aren't they just deliberately trying to disgust us? Jiang Xian sighed as soon as Meng Qingzhou finished speaking. Let's go, there's no need to stay. Meng Qingzhou, however, thought of Su Zirwei, who was outside. Xin, since we're already here, let's go out and have a look. I think I just saw Dr. Su. Wasn't she the girl he was with last time? Meng Qingzhou explained. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian did not hesitate. Su Zirwei and He Yuqing chatted about their childhood. The awkward atmosphere eased for a moment. Jiang Xian noticed the two chatting and laughing. Dr. Su, what a coincidence. We meet again. Are you two on a date? Meng Qingzhou walked forward out of curiosity. There was still a smile in the corner of her eye. However, there was a hint of mockery in that smile. Su Zirwei frowned, not expecting to run into them here. Oh, it's President Jiang. You've come to eat too. He Yuqing responded with a smile. I'm having dinner with my brother Zirwei today. Would you like to join us? In the past, He Yuqing might not have taken the initiative. But ever since I found out that brother Zirwei had become like this because of Jiang Xian, He Yuqing's attitude has also changed. Jiang Xian frowned and glanced at Su Zirwei again. Dr. Su, it seems you really like Miss He. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Maybe I would have wished you well. Jiang Xian felt awkward, especially when she thought about how the two of them had been chatting and laughing just now. A feeling of bitterness welled up inside me. Am I really inferior to this woman in front of me? In terms of physique, appearance, and background, how can anyone compare to me? Meng Qingzhou looked surprised. Dr. Su, that's where you're wrong. If you like Miss He, you'd better take the initiative. Meng Qingzhou seized every opportunity. He made sarcastic remarks without holding back, seemingly oblivious to Jiang Xian's expression beside him. Su Zirwei looked over and said, President Jiang, this is my private life. We're already divorced. Even if I were to get together with Qing, it would have nothing to do with you. Besides, aren't you getting married soon too? Su Zirwei smiled and said, Speaking of which, The outside world doesn't know Meng Qingzi yet. President Jiang just took him out like that, parading around town. If this falls into the wrong hands, the Jiang group will probably have to spend a lot of money to suppress it. After saying these words, Su Zirwei stood up. Miss He, if you've eaten, let's go shopping. We still have a lot to do today. Su Zirwei spoke softly. Jiang Xin was taken aback. Why would Su Zirwei look at the people around him like that? Su Zirwei. Jiang Xin raised her voice, while Su Zirwei shook his head. Miss Jiang, is there anything else? We have a date. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, he took He Yuqing and left. He Yuqing smiled apologetically. I'm so sorry. We'll have to excuse ourselves now. After Su Zirwei left, Jiang Xin completely lost the desire to eat. Looking at that resolute figure, a hint of hatred surfaced in his eyes. Meng Qingzi was also dissatisfied. Xin, this Su Zirwei is really ungrateful. Do you want to eat something? Meng Qingzi was talking to himself and was just about to order when Jiang Xin left in her high heels. Meanwhile, Su Zirwei pulled He Yuqing's wrist and entered the mall. Brother Zirwei, what's wrong with you? He Yuqing blushed and looked down at her wrist that had been grabbed. Su Zirwei came to his senses and realized that he had been rude. Qing, thank you for helping me. As soon as Su Zirwei finished speaking, He Yuqing simply chuckled. Brother Zirwei, I did this for you. He Yuqing lowered her eyes, her mind already occupied with other thoughts. At that moment, she also began to like Su Zirwei. However, He Yuqing also knew that if she revealed it, they might never be able to meet again. Qing. Su Zirwei was puzzled. Could it be that He Yuqing had also developed feelings for him? No sooner had she finished speaking than He Yuqing suddenly burst into laughter. Brother Zirwei, given our friendship since we were kids, how could I possibly not help you if you're in trouble? Not to mention I can't stand that man's arrogant manner. He's clearly a poor man from a poor background, yet he has the nerve to compare himself to you. He Yuqing stood up for him, and Su Zirwei finally relaxed. I thought you had taken a liking to me. We're on the same side, so you can't have any improper thoughts about me. Su Zirwei smiled, but He Yuqing's face was somewhat serious. Brother Zirwei, what if I really fall in love with you? Upon hearing He Yuqing's words, Su Zirwei froze, then hesitated for a moment. Then you'd better suppress this idea quickly. I only see you as a younger sister. Su Zirwei spoke earnestly, but He Yuqing simply smiled. Brother Zirwei, what are you thinking about? Do you have time tomorrow? I heard there's an art exhibition tomorrow. Let's go check it out. Otherwise, I'll be set up to meet new blind dates. He Yuqing looked at Su Zirwei with anticipation. Su Zirwei nodded slightly. If I go back like this, my mother definitely won't let me off the hook. Maybe she'll find another blind date. Instead of getting to know some new people, I'd rather be with He Yuqing first. Chapter 23. Scenes of You Everywhere. Seeing that Su Zirwei had agreed, He Yuqing was delighted. However, in Su Zirwei's mind, He Yuqing only used him as an excuse to fool her parents. Just like Su Zirwei's opinion of He Yuqing, Jiang Xin angrily returned to the villa. Looking at Jiang Xion's condition, Butler Wu immediately knew it was related to Dr. Su. Mr. Jiang, would you like some food prepared? Butler Wu asked curiously, and Jiang Xian just glanced at him and nodded slightly. At that moment, Butler Wu sighed. If Dr. Su were here, the food he makes would definitely suit your taste. Butler Wu looked regretful. Jiang Xian frowned slightly, but her mind drifted back to the lunch she had eaten that day. Memories gradually surfaced in my mind. When Jiang Xian first tasted the medicinal cuisine prepared by Su Zirwei, her face was filled with surprise and delight. That flavor was also the first time Jiang Xian had ever tasted it. However, since the divorce, Jiang Xian has never had the chance to taste it again. Thinking of this, a hint of helplessness appeared in Jiang Xian's eyes. This flavor is probably something I'll never taste again. Thinking back to what just happened, Jiang Xian frowned. Su Zirwei was actually showing such favoritism towards that woman. With a soft chuckle, Jiang Xian felt she had misjudged the person. Just as I was thinking this, a sound suddenly came from outside the door. Meng Qingzi rushed in, his eyes still carrying a hint of reproach. Xin, why did you leave all by yourself? After saying that, Meng Qingzi quickly stepped forward and placed the packed food on the table. You seem to be in such a hurry. You'll definitely be hungry later. I specially packed some local specialties for you. Meng Qingzi smiled and took out the food one by one. Looking at the food on the table, Jiang Xian instantly lost her appetite. Meng Qingzi packed up some bright red spicy stir-fries. The only thing that wouldn't irritate my stomach was a cold dish. Jiang Xian did not touch her chopsticks. Just then, Butler Wu walked over and shook his head repeatedly after seeing the dishes on the table. How could we give these to President Jiang? After saying that, Butler Wu immediately ordered someone to bring the food that had been prepared in advance. Meng Qingzi frowned slightly and glanced at Jiang Xian again. Xin, I forgot you can't eat spicy food right now. Meng Qing's expression changed rapidly as he looked at Jiang Xian with reddened eyes. Jiang Xian's heart softened, and she shook her head. It's okay, you're just doing it for my own good. You can eat these dishes yourself. I'll just eat something light. Jiang Xian smiled and didn't pursue the matter further. However, this scene displeased Butler Wu. Of these 4 spicy dishes, one was a cold dish. Does Meng Qingze really care about President Jiang as he claims? Was it intentional or unintentional? The next morning, Su Zhiwei was woken up by Chen Huifang. When Su Zhiwei returned yesterday, he told Chen Huifang that he was going out today. Since you've already made plans with Qingqing, why don't you hurry up? Chen Huifang considered this a major event in her life. Naturally, constant monitoring is necessary. Su Zhiwei said helplessly. Mom, we're just going to an art exhibition. We're not doing anything. You don't need to wake me up so early. Su Zhiwei had barely finished speaking when Chen Huifang became displeased. Isn't that just a date? If you go earlier, Qingqing will definitely be happy. After saying these words, Su Zhiwei was speechless. Urged by Chen Huifang, Su Zhiwei finally left the house. Upon arriving at the agreed-upon coffee shop, Su Zhiwei glanced at his phone. Aside from Zhang Feier's well wishes, there was no other news. He gave a helpless, bitter smile. The events of yesterday were still fresh in his mind. Brother Zhiwei, have you been waiting for a long time? I just got here. He Yuqing walked over, a smile still in her eyes. Su Zhiwei looked up. Today, He Yuqing wore a low-key Chanel-style suit, which made her look more mature. After all, it's an art exhibition, so we need to be a bit more formal. Brother Zhiwei, do I look good dressed like this? After saying that, Su Zhiwei simply smiled slightly. That's a form of recognition. He Yuqing smiled when she saw Su Zhiwei nod. Brother Zhiwei, let's get ready to go. I heard that there's a masterpiece by a master on display today. We can't miss this. As she spoke, He Yuqing took Su Zhiwei's hand and walked out of the coffee shop. Unlike He Yuqing's excitement, Su Zhiwei was more curious. Su Zhiwei was momentarily surprised as he looked at the display boards outside the exhibition hall. Brother Zhiwei, what's wrong? Let's go inside quickly. He Yuqing smiled, completely unaware that Su Zhiwei's expression had changed. The paintings on display today are by Master Qi. I heard that this master is already 70 years old. Many entrepreneurs want to request a painting. He Yuqing spoke as she gave a vivid and engaging explanation. Su Zhiwei simply smiled upon hearing this and did not say anything more. Jiang Xian has one of Master Qi's paintings. It took a lot of effort to get them to come to us in the first place. That was the only time Jiang Xian smiled during the 3 years Su Zhiwei took care of her. Looking back now, Jiang Xian was exceptionally gentle that day. Su Zhiwei couldn't help but smile. Brother Zhiwei, what are you thinking about? He Yuqing's voice came, instantly shattering Su Zhiwei's fantasy. Su Zhiwei was taken aback, then shook his head. It's nothing. I just remembered some things from the past. If that's the case, then isn't this Master Qi incredibly powerful? Su Zhiwei changed the subject. I can't very well tell He Yuqing that I'm thinking about Jiang Xian. That's certainly impressive. Most of the entrepreneurs in Jinghai are lining up to see the paintings by masters. After He Yuqing finished speaking, Su Zhiwei simply nodded. Found it. This is my favorite painting. He Yuqing pointed to the painting on the wall, her face filled with regret. I heard that someone offered an exorbitant price to buy it before, but was rejected. Master Qi seems to have a special affection for this painting. He Yuqing then shook her head. I was just thinking about it. I don't even have a fraction of that. Su Zhiwei didn't speak, but just watched silently from the side, his mind once again lost in thought. It's this painting, Su Zhiwei said softly, his eyes filled with helplessness. The one who offered the exorbitant price was Jiang Xian. That period was also the most painful time for Jiang Xian. When Su Zhiwei entered the villa, Jiang Xian was at her most irritable. For a painting, they would spare no expense. Fortunately, the company's board of directors persuaded her, which prevented Jiang Xian from making a mistake. For the next period of time, Jiang Xian was taken good care of by Su Zhiwei. He gradually became more rational from his initial irritability. Without realizing it, Su Zhiwei smiled again. This time, He Yuqing did not speak, but watched silently from the side. Yet, a bitter feeling lingered in my heart. Chapter 24. Whom are you thinking of? Even though he's just browsing an art exhibition with me, what is Zhiwei thinking? Or perhaps he's thinking about someone else. Su Zhiwei snapped out of his daze and realized that he was still browsing the art exhibition with He Yuqing. Qingqing, I'm so sorry, I just remembered something. As soon as Su Zhiwei finished speaking, He Yuqing in front of him simply smiled. It's okay, Brother Zhiwei. What are you thinking about? You can't hide the smile on your face. He Yuqing was curious, her eyes filled with curiosity. Su Zhiwei was taken aback. I remembered what happened before. Just as Su Zirwei was about to speak his mind, an impatient voice suddenly came from behind him. Isn't this Dr. Su? I didn't expect to see you here. Su Zirwei and He Yuqing turned around at the same time. Jiang Xin was walking over with Meng Qingze, their eyes filled with indifference. Meng Qingze looked Su Zirwei up and down. Could it be that Dr. Su is waiting here on purpose, knowing that Master Chi's art exhibition is today? That's why I waited here on purpose. No wonder she has taken care of Xin for so many years and knows her preferences so well. Hearing Meng Qingze's sarcastic remark, Su Zirwei's good mood vanished instantly. Jiang Xin was initially pleasantly surprised to see Su Zirwei here. But now, hearing Meng Qingze's words, he had a moment to think. I'm so sorry, Mr. Meng, you misunderstood. I was the one who invited Dr. Su over. I have great respect for Master Chi, which is why I came here to take a look around. After He Yuqing finished speaking, she immediately walked to Su Zirwei's side. Seeing He Yuqing holding Su Zirwei's arm, Jiang Xin felt a surge of jealousy. Why is this woman so intimate with him? And why doesn't Su Zirwei resist at all? Or have you already made wedding preparations? Oh, so you're on a date. Have we disturbed Dr. Su? Meng Qingze smiled, his eyes filled with smugness. Xin, let's not bother Dr. Su. Isn't this the painting you liked? I never expected that Master Chi would also put it out for exhibition. Meng Qingze suddenly pointed to the painting behind He Yuqing and strode forward. He Yuqing was taken aback and looked at Jiang Xin with some suspicion. The image of Zirwei's smile from earlier flashed through my mind. He Yuqing was somewhat taken aback. Let's go, we've only explored half of it. Su Zirwei spoke up and pulled He Yuqing away. However, He Yuqing's smile had long since vanished. I've had a question in my mind. Was Zirwei thinking about that woman just now? He Yuqing was distracted, and Jiang Xin, who was looking at the painting, was also upset. No matter what Meng Qingze said, Jiang Xin lost all interest. Xin, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Meng Qingze noticed the change in Jiang Xin. I still thought Jiang Xin was heartbroken because of this painting. Xin, now that this painting has been exhibited, perhaps Master Chi has encountered some difficulties. If you offer a small price, he'll definitely sell it to you. The Jiang Group is not what it used to be. Meng Qingze was smug. The Jiang Group is a listed company. Why would it worry about these things? Jiang Xin only glanced at Meng Qingze. Some things can't be solved with money. Master Chi has already announced that he will no longer sell any of his paintings. After saying that, Jiang Xin shook her head and glanced at Su Zirwei in the distance. You're abroad, so naturally you wouldn't know this news. Let's go. Jiang Xin did not stay any longer. After meeting Su Zirwei, everything here lost its appeal. When Su Zirwei looked up, Jiang Xin had already left. For some reason, I felt a little lost. Finally, at this moment, He Yuqing spoke. Brother Zirwei, were you thinking about Jiang Xin just now? He Yuqing's eyes were filled with curiosity. Su Zirwei was taken aback, then nodded slightly. A hint of disappointment flashed in He Yuqing's eyes, but she quickly calmed down. Brother Zirwei, you're already divorced. You should look forward. You saw the man next to him too. Jiang Xin has already made her choice. You should also extricate yourself in time. He Yuqing spoke earnestly. Su Zirwei was naturally aware of this as well. Qing, I'm very sorry about what happened today. Before Su Zirwei could finish speaking, He Yuqing raised her hand to interrupt him. Brother Zirwei, what are you thinking? I think Jiang Xin doesn't know what's good for her. How could she give up such a good man like you? He Yuqing smiled faintly, revealing 2 dimples. Su Zirwei seemed a little dazed, then nodded. Jiang Xin returned to the company, and Lu Jinjin was still a little curious. Didn't you go to see an exhibition? Why are you back so early? Jiang Xin glanced at it, then sighed. Don't even mention it. Something unexpected happened. Jiang Xin didn't want to mention Su Zirwei. Lu Jinjin, however, keenly sensed something amiss. Could it be that we ran into Dr. Su? Lu Jinjin smiled, and Jiang Xion's face darkened. You really ran into him? Is Dr. Su still around? I'm going to find him right now. Lu Jinjin was excited, but Jiang Xian just snorted coldly. I think you'd better not go over there, or you'll ruin his good time. Su Zirwei is on a date. Jiang Xian himself didn't realize how harsh his face was after he said those things. Lu Jinjin raised an eyebrow. A blind date. You do know how to choose a location. It seems that Dr. Su, your blind date, has similar tastes to you. Jiang Xian frowned. That's something I learned too. Are you having a relaxing day? Do you need me to prepare some more work for you? After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Lu Jinjin immediately shook her head and quickly stepped back. Goodbye, but I still feel it's necessary to remind you of something. The board of directors is very dissatisfied with your tolerance of Meng Qingze and has begun an investigation. You'd better keep a low profile. Don't let Meng Qingze drag you down. Lu Jinjin couldn't say anything explicitly about this matter and could only offer this much of a reminder. Jiang Xian remained silent. Meanwhile, Meng Qingze returned to the villa. Those distant relatives and aunts had been waiting for a long time. Chengze, you're finally back. We've been waiting for you for so long. Yes, Chengze, didn't we agree to bring all our relatives to the Jiang family? You can't go back on your word. Greed was evident in the eyes of these relatives. Upon seeing this, Meng Qingze simply shook his head slightly. It's not that I don't want to help. It's just that less than a week has passed. I can't arrange for you to get in so quickly. How about this? I'll make arrangements in a while. Meng Qingze was finding it difficult to cope and could only try to appease these people. After hearing this, the relatives all nodded in agreement and calmed down. Chapter 25. The Surgeon. Chengze, you'd better hold on to President Jiang. It would be best to have another child, so that things can settle down then. Once this woman has a child, you can do whatever you want with her. The relatives around him began to offer suggestions. Meng Qingze also had his own thoughts. He became somewhat curious during the art exhibition today. That Su Zirwei is persistent. We need to do something to make him give up. Now, after this reminder, Meng Qingze has a solution. I understand. You don't need to worry. The family will take care of everything. After finally seeing off these relatives, Meng Qingze's eyes revealed a sly glint. As night deepened, Jiang Xian returned to the villa. In the pitch black, Jiang Xian was somewhat curious. Chengze, are you asleep? Jiang Xian asked curiously, but only darkness answered her. Thinking of this, Jiang Xian frowned slightly. Could it be that the person was already asleep? Just as I was thinking this, a warm light suddenly appeared on the table. Immediately afterwards, warm lights illuminated the surrounding area. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be small candles. Jiang Xian smiled. Xin, welcome home. On the stairs, Meng Qingze walked down holding flowers, a smile in his eyes. Seeing this, Jiang Xian smiled. Why did you suddenly decide to send me these? In response to Jiang Xian's question, Meng Qingze simply stepped forward and took Jiang Xian's hand. Xin, I miss you so much. Can you give me a chance? Meng Qingze had a smile on his face, and his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Jiang Xian was stunned when she saw this. He instantly understood Meng Qingze's unspoken meaning. Chengze, I'm a little tired. As Jiang Xian spoke, Meng Qingze remained relentless. Xin, you can leave everything to me without worry. As soon as Meng Qingze finished speaking, Jiang Xian frowned slightly, her heart filled with dissatisfaction. Chengze, I'm very tired. I want to go and rest. After she finished speaking, Jiang Xian left directly, which made Meng Qingze ponder. Could it be that Jiang Xian has lost interest in him? Jiang Xian. Meng Qingze had just turned around when he accidentally kicked a candle next to him. The candlelight ignited the curtains, and the flames instantly burst into flames. Chengze. Jiang Xian screamed, but Meng Qingze had already escaped. Jiang Xian's mind went blank. She never expected Meng Qingze to leave like this. Helpless, Jiang Xian could only call security and try to put out the fire with water. Fortunately, there was nothing else that could burn except the curtains, and the fire was quickly extinguished. Jiang Xian was still shaken when Meng Qingze rushed into the house and immediately hugged her. Xin, it's all right, I was just late. I've gone out to call for help. Meng Qingze held Jiang Xian tightly, muttering to himself incessantly. Jiang Xian frowned. Chengze, I'm fine now, don't get agitated. Jiang Xian comforted Meng Qingze, but the brightness in her eyes was gone. It was already past midnight when Jiang Xian finished everything. She lay helplessly in bed, her mind still on the art exhibition that day. If it were Su Zirwei in this fire today, he would probably have taken himself with him without hesitation. Jiang Xian felt helpless. Su Zirwei was unaware of what had happened at the villa. I received a notification from the hospital early this morning saying that there was an important patient. After resting for a few days, I finally got my chance. Su Zirwei arrived at work early. Zhang Feier's eyes also held anticipation. Master, how have you been these past few days? I envy you having a vacation. I've been busy at the hospital for several days now. Zhang Feier complained, but Su Zirwei just smiled. That must be really hard on you. I'll ask the hospital for 2 days off for you. Although Su Zirwei thought that as long as Zhang Feier's father mentioned it, the holiday would be here. Master, then I'll have to rely on you. Zhang Feier smiled, and then looked at Su Zirwei. Master, you do look different. You're more cheerful now. She can even smile now. Zhang Feier looked pleasantly surprised. Su Zirwei was also somewhat surprised. When did I start wearing a smile? Just then, there was a knock on the door. Dr. Su, there's a patient in the burn unit who seems to be your friend. They want you to come over. After the nurse who came and finished speaking, Su Zirwei frowned. Zhang Feier was even more curious. Master, you have another surgery today. Zhang Feier reminded her. After all, he is the patriarch of the Zhang family, and Zhang Feier has a responsibility to ensure her grandfather's health. The other person said they were my friend, so I'll go check them out. Despite his curiosity, Su Zirwei wondered why one of his friends had been burned and returned to the hospital to find him. When Zhang Feier arrived at the burn unit, she found Meng Qingze groaning in pain. Su Zirwei and Zhang Feier both froze on the spot. Meng Qingze. Zhang Feier was speechless. How dare he call himself Dr. Su's friend? Su Zirwei glanced at it, and then prepared to turn and leave. Su Zirwei, you're not allowed to leave. I'm burned. Hurry up and come help me. Meng Qingze grimaced, but no one followed him. Burn? I don't see it. You're not talking about the blister on your foot, are you? It is indeed quite serious. It would have healed on its own if you hadn't come to the hospital. Zhang Feier glanced at it, but her sarcastic remarks didn't stop at all. Su Zirwei was taken aback, his gaze gradually turning gloomy. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Zhang Feier, he could only turn to Su Zirwei. Dr. Su, we have some connection. You can't just stand by and watch someone die. I can't move my leg at all, so I had to come to the hospital by myself today. Meng Qingze complained, but Su Zirwei's expression remained indifferent. Meng Qingze, I have another surgery today. I don't have time to take care of you. Su Zirwei turned and left after speaking, but Meng Qingze persisted. What kind of stupid surgery is that? Is it more important than me? I'm Jiang Xian's fiancé. You're not going anywhere today. Meng Qingze was arrogant and haughty. Zhang Feier, however, was dissatisfied. You have to be reasonable. Dr. Su isn't from the burn unit. You should go back the way you came. Why are you bothering Dr. Su? A pretty boy who interfered has the nerve to bring up these things. As soon as Zhang Feier said this, the doctors in the burn unit perked up. They all pricked up their ears. Meng Qingze's face turned pale and then red. Zhang Feier actually called him a pretty boy in public. No, I'm a patient. Otherwise, I'll use my connections with the Jiang group right now. I'd like to know if Dr. Su dares to challenge the Jiang group. With the Jiang group as his backer, Meng Qingze naturally has nothing to worry about. He wanted to humiliate Meng Qingze and crush him under his feet. Zhang Feier was so angry she jumped up and down. Su Zirwei raised his hand to stop him. Meng Qingze, do you know who you're going to operate on this afternoon? Meng Qingze scoffed. I don't care who you are. Chapter 26. Unrelenting. No matter what we say today, you must heal my burns first. Meng Qingze remained relentless. His face was full of arrogance. Zhang Feier was furious. How could there be such a shameless person? Why are you still so persistent? Didn't I already tell you that my master isn't in the burn unit? And they have absolutely no obligation to take care of you. Zhang Feier was annoyed, but Meng Qingze slightly curled his lips. Ms. Zhang, you're so siding with Dr. Su. You don't have ulterior motives, do you? But I must warn you, our Dr. Su already has a blind date. Don't let Dr. Su fool you. After Meng Qingze finished speaking, there was still a hint of mockery in his eyes. Zhang Feier frowned. You don't need to tell me this. Zhang Feier snorted coldly and was about to leave with Su Zirwei. Su Zirwei felt helpless. I never expected Meng Qingze to be so shameless. Let's go, master. Don't bother with this kind of person. Zhang Feier took Su Zirwei away, leaving Meng Qingze hopping mad on the spot. Master, you shouldn't have come. What does the burn unit's business have to do with us? Zhang Feier complained. Su Zirwei could only sigh after hearing this. Who would have thought he would be so relentless? Su Zirwei shook his head, feeling helpless towards Meng Qingze. However, Su Zirwei underestimated Meng Qingze. The surgery Mr. Zhang is going to have is minor and not very difficult. The entire surgical procedure went smoothly. When Su Zirwei came out, he saw Meng Qingze sitting in the corridor. Dr. Su, you've finally come out. I thought your hospital didn't even care about little patients like us anymore. As Meng Qingze spoke, Su Zirwei frowned, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction. Meng Qingze, I have made myself very clear. This is a hospital, not the Jiang group, not a place where you can do whatever you want. Su Zirwei spoke coldly. Meng Qingze immediately perked up upon hearing this. Dr. Su, of course I know this is a hospital. I am sick now, so I am a patient who needs help. Dr. Su, you won't just stand by and watch someone die, will you? Meng Qingze's eyes held a mocking glint. Patient? I didn't see it. Dr. Su just finished surgery. How did he have to run into a disgusting person like you? Zhang Xingtian walked over in the corridor, holding a brocade banner in his hand. When Meng Qingze saw Zhang Xingtian, his arrogant demeanor vanished instantly. Mr. Zhang, what are you doing here? Meng Qingze wore a forced smile. Zhang Xingtian merely glanced at it indifferently. I'm here to thank Dr. Su, of course. If it weren't for Dr. Su, my old man wouldn't be fully recovered yet. Do you think I should have come? Zhang Xingtian looked on with a cold expression. Meng Qingze felt extremely uneasy. Zhang Feier also arrived at this time, her eyes filled with dissatisfaction. Dad, Zhang Feier walked up to Zhang Xingtian. You have no idea. Someone stopped Dr. Su from performing surgery today, and they were being unreasonable in the hospital. Zhang Feier launched into a torrent of complaints. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Xingtian naturally turned his gaze to Meng Qingze. Meng Qingze was taken aback. Mr. Zhang was the one who had surgery this afternoon. Meng Qingze was no longer calm. Now they are even more panicked. This is a misunderstanding. I am injured and need Dr. Su's help. Meng Qingze's tone was no longer as arrogant as when he first arrived. He looked even more guilty at that moment. Zhang Xingtian was furious. President Zhang really has a formidable person by his side. Zhang Xingtian's words were sarcastic. Meng Qingze frowned. Mr. Zhang, I am also a member of the Zhang group. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to talk about Mr. Zhang like that? As soon as Meng Qingze finished speaking, Zhang Xingtian sneered. What? Are you trying to provoke me in Zhang Xian's place? This was the first time Zhang Xingtian had ever seen someone act so arrogantly in front of him. Meng Qingze quickly waved his hand. Mr. Zhang, I just wanted to remind you. Don't let Dr. Su's current appearance fool you. He's actually very shrewd. I still think about President Zhang very much. Meng Qingze originally intended to take the opportunity to mock Zhang Xingtian and make him feel less favorably towards Su Zirwei. Zhang Xingtian only glanced at it. I think you deserve to be taught a lesson. Zhang Xingtian glanced at the bodyguards behind him. The two men stepped forward and restrained Meng Qingze. Su Zirwei was taken aback. Mr. Zhang, this is a hospital after all. We can't use violence here. Even though Meng Qingze is despicable, he is still a patient of the hospital. If something goes wrong, the hospital will be the one to suffer. Zhang Xingtian ignored him completely and looked at Meng Qingze instead. This slap I'm giving you today is on behalf of Zhang Xian to teach you a lesson. From now on, when you're out in public, you'd better watch your mouth. The bodyguard stepped forward and slapped him. Meng Qingze's face was half red and swollen. But looking at Zhang Xingtian, there was absolutely nothing they could do. Helpless, Meng Qingze could only flee in a sorry state. Zhang Xingtian acted as if nothing had happened and handed the banner to Su Zirwei. Dr. Su, you must accept this. This is also a token of my appreciation. I'll have to trouble you with the old man's matter. Zhang Xingtian smiled. The Zhang group had recently partnered on several big business deals and was riding high. Su Zirwei agreed. Don't worry, Mr. Zhang. This is just a minor surgery. You'll be discharged as soon as the wound heals. After chatting for a few minutes, Zhang Xingtian offered another reminder. Dr. Su, you are young and promising. There's no need to stick to one thing. If that piece of trash dares to come again, you can call me directly. Su Zirwei was embarrassed and wanted to explain, but found that he would only make things worse. After finally seeing Zhang Xingtian off, Su Zirwei was finally able to get off work. Having been wronged, Meng Qingze naturally had no intention of letting the matter rest. Instead, they took a taxi directly to the Zhang group. However, Zhang Xian was in a meeting at that moment. Seeing Meng Qingze about to rush in, Lu Xinjin immediately stepped forward. Stop right there, what are you doing? Xin is having a meeting with the higher-ups. You can't go in. Lu Xinjin stopped Meng Qingze at the door. Meng Qingze frowned. A meeting? How come I didn't know? I'm also a high-ranking executive in the Zhang group. Let me in quickly. I have something important to discuss with her. Meng Qingze was excited, while Lu Xinjin was taken aback. High-ups, you're really exaggerating your abilities. It's all because you kept pestering Xin that the company wouldn't have let you in. Just as he finished speaking, the meeting room door was pushed open. Zhang Xian came out. What's going on? Why is it so noisy? Zhang Xian glanced at him and noticed that half of Meng Qingze's face was red and swollen. What's going on? Zhang Xian's eyes held a hint of curiosity. Meng Qingze recounted his experiences in the hospital. I just wanted to go to the hospital to get my burn checked, but Mr. Zhang misunderstood me. Dr. Su was still saying I was shameless when Mr. Zhang hit me. Chapter 27. Causing trouble at the hospital. Meng Qingze tried his best to choose the aspects that were advantageous to him. Zhang Xian was even more astonished when she heard this. I never expected Su Zirwei to do something like this. I understand. Leave this to me. After saying that, Zhang Xian prepared to leave. Upon seeing this, Lu Xinjin quickly stopped the person. Xin, the meeting is still going on. You can't just leave like this. There are still senior executives in the company inside. If you leave like this, the board of directors will be unhappy. After Lu Xinjin finished speaking, Meng Qingze snorted coldly. They're just high-level executives. How can they possibly control the president of the Jiang Group? You're just a secretary, but you manage a lot of things. After Meng Qingze finished speaking, Jiang Xian only glanced at him. The meeting is almost over. Can you help me clean up the mess? After Jiang Xian finished speaking, she hurriedly left with Meng Qingze. Lu Jinjin was speechless and helplessly walked into the conference room. Inside the meeting room, the senior executives had already heard Jiang Xian's words, and their expressions were somewhat subtle. I had no idea that the Jiang group now needs to listen to an outsider. Does President Jiang perhaps think that we old folks are no longer useful? The people around her sneered, which made Lu Jinjin's eyebrows twitch. This is a big problem. Gentlemen, Mr. Jiang has some urgent matters to attend to. Let's continue the meeting. However, the higher-ups did not buy it after he said these words. I think we should just forget about it. There's no need to continue this meeting. We will also inform the board of this matter. Let the higher-ups make the decision then. After speaking, the executives got up and left. The meeting was adjourned, leaving Lu Jinjin feeling helpless. Jiang Xian may regret her choice today. Outside the hospital, Su Zhiwei saw a familiar license plate number on the roadside. Jiang Xian actually came to the hospital? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Su Zhiwei shook his head repeatedly. I must have been confused. Even if I came, it should have been for Meng Qingze. Su Zhiwei, I've finally waited for you. I thought some people were too scared to come out. Meng Qingze hurried over, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction. Ning, you only glanced at it. Now I understand. It's obvious they've come looking for him. It was Mr. Zhang who hit you, so you should be looking for him. Meng Qingze, I don't want to argue with you too much. Su Zhiwei just wanted to leave as soon as possible. Running into Meng Qingze is bad luck. You're not allowed to leave. It's all because you stirred up trouble. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been beaten and scolded by Boss Zhang. You must apologize to me for what happened today. Meng Qingze looked serious, but Su Zhiwei, who heard this, was so angry that he laughed. Meng Qingze, I didn't do anything to you. Why should I apologize? Su Zhiwei frowned, but Meng Qingze remained relentless. Meng Qingze, stop talking nonsense. Your hospital must apologize to me today. Meng Qingze's words also attracted a lot of attention. They all instinctively crowded around. Come and see. This hospital is denying everything when something goes wrong. And this unscrupulous doctor not only refused to treat his patients, but also incited people in society to attack my patients. Meng Qingze's aggrieved words surprised everyone around him. Many of them were patients and naturally had no contact with Su Zhiwei. They all instinctively showed surprised looks. There really are doctors like that? I thought it was just a joke. How could this be a joke? It's gotten to the hospital entrance already. It must be true. I never expected there to be a doctor like this. People around them were talking about it. Su Zhiwei frowned. Meng Qingze, there are some things you can't just say. Should I have Mr. Zhang come back and explain what happened? After saying these words, Meng Qingze fell silent. It was at this moment that Jiang Xian quickly walked up. Okay, I'd also like to see if you can find General Manager Zhang. Su Zhiwei, what happened to you? How did you become like this? Jiang Xian shook her head, her eyes filled with disappointment. Su Zhiwei was taken aback, then shook his head. I've never changed, it's you who has. Su Zhiwei sighed. Just as they were about to leave, Jiang Xian spoke up. Are you planning to leave already? Aren't you going to resolve this matter? After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Meng Qingze, who was standing next to her, felt even more confident. Su Zhiwei, don't say I'm bullying you. If you apologize to me in public today, this matter will be over. After Meng Qingze finished speaking, a smug look appeared on his face. Upon seeing this, Su Zhiwei merely sneered. If they apologize today, then the hospital will be the one to get into trouble later. It also ended his medical career. Why should I apologize, Mr. Jiang? You're questioning me without even knowing the facts. Do you even know the specifics? Or are you convicting me based solely on one side of the story? After Su Zhiwei finished speaking, Jiang Xian frowned slightly. What do you mean by that? Are you criticizing me? Jiang Xian frowned, her eyes filled with confusion. No one had ever questioned her like this before, especially not Su Zhiwei, the man who took care of me for 3 years without complaint. Thinking of this, a surge of anger gradually rose within Jiang Xian. What are you all doing here? What are you all doing gathered here? Zhang Feier rushed over. Upon seeing his master surrounded by people, he immediately stepped forward to help him out. It's you again. Wasn't the lesson I just gave you enough? Are they looking for a beating again? As soon as Zhang Feier finished speaking, Meng Qingze quickly took a step back and hid behind Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian frowned. Miss Zhang, what do you mean by this? Does this kind of bullying by your hospital mean you're doing something good? Jiang Xian was impatient. She felt annoyed by any woman who appeared around Su Zhiwei. President Jiang, you're wrong about this. It wasn't the hospital that did it, but my father, Zhang Xingtian. Judging from your appearance, You must be here to settle accounts. I'll contact him right away. Shouldn't we discuss some things face to face? After Zhang Feier finished speaking, Jiang Xian's expression became somewhat strange. Zhang Feier didn't stop there. She turned around and explained to the audience around her. Since everyone is here, let's all be witnesses together. This man came to the burn unit this morning, saying he wanted treatment for his injuries, but all he got was a blister on his foot. They even insisted on having my master, a surgeon, treat him. After Zhang Feier finished speaking, she looked at Jiang Xian again. Mr. Jiang, do you think burns require surgery? My master was scheduled to have surgery this afternoon, but I didn't expect Meng Qingze to cause trouble again. Thank goodness my grandfather is all right. Otherwise Meng Qingze would be a murderer. When Zhang Feier finished speaking, everyone present looked surprised. Jiang Xian's face darkened further, and she kept glancing at Meng Qingze. Meng Qingze's expression grew increasingly panicked. Seeing this, how could Jiang Xian not understand? It's not the time for the Jiang group to make enemies, especially not Zhang Xingtian. They shouldn't provoke him. Chapter 28. Embarrassment. Ms. Zhang, there may be a misunderstanding here. I really came here without doing any research. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, she glanced at Su Zirwei again. Sorry to bother you. After saying that, Jiang Xian prepared to leave with her people. Zhang Feier sneered. What? You're leaving already? You came up here to falsely accuse my master, and you think you can just say I've bothered you and that's it? Zhang Feier was so angry she laughed. I never imagined there would be such a shameless person. Jiang Xian stopped in her tracks. Do you expect me to apologize to him? Jiang Xian was confused, and Zhang Feier glanced at her subconsciously. President Jiang, you're not joking, are you? This is the master you framed first. Didn't you want to do it just now? Zhang Feier had hit the nail on the head regarding Jiang Xian's feelings, leaving Jiang Xian feeling somewhat helpless. Miss Zhang, even if you are Mr. Zhang's daughter, you cannot bully others. This is a private matter between us. What's it to you? After Meng Qingze finished speaking, Su Zirwei stepped forward. Meng Qingze, you must apologize today. Otherwise, I'll have to ask General Manager Zhang to give General Manager Jiang an explanation. Since this matter concerns Su Zirwei's medical career, it naturally cannot be resolved simply. Meng Qingze was taken aback, clearly not expecting Su Zirwei to say these things. Su Zirwei, don't think you can do this just because you have President Zhang backing you up. How could someone as arrogant as Meng Qingze possibly apologize in front of so many people? Cheng Zhe apologize. Jiang Xian gritted her teeth, her eyes fixed on Su Zirwei. Meng Qingze wondered if he had misheard. She glanced at Jiang Xian with surprise. Xin, I didn't do anything wrong. Meng Qingze looked aggrieved, while Jiang Xian's gaze was resolute. Su Zirwei frowned. As their eyes met, Su Zirwei could sense the intense anger in Jiang Xian's gaze. Meng Qingze was dissatisfied, but he still stepped forward. What happened today was my fault. I'm sorry. After Meng Qingze finished speaking, he reluctantly apologized. Zhang Feier wanted to speak up and stop the person. Su Zirwei shook his head slightly. An apology is enough. Go back quickly. Thank you for your help today. Su Zirwei was grateful. He wouldn't have contacted Zhang Xingtian if Zhang Feier hadn't come. Su Zirwei didn't want to trouble others, especially when it comes to matters concerning Jiang Xian. Master, you are too kind. If we don't teach that man a lesson, he'll always think he's easy to bully. And that Jiang Xian, she's already divorced. What right does she have to lecture you? Zhang Feier stood up for the injustice, and then the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. Master, since I've helped you so much, shouldn't you do something in return? Zhang Feier smiled, and Su Zirwei was puzzled. Then shall I treat you to dinner? As soon as Su Zirwei finished speaking, Zhang Feier nodded immediately. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go now. Zhang Feier spoke excitedly, while Su Zirwei felt helpless. Don't you need to tell Mr. Zhang first? After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Zhang Feier smiled. No need. The old man would be overjoyed if he knew I went to dinner with you. After Zhang Feier finished speaking, she immediately pulled Su Zirwei to a Western restaurant. Su Zirwei was taken aback when he saw the decorations inside the Western restaurant. She really is a young lady of high birth. Even the places she chose are five-star hotels. Master, you should come out more often. Don't stay cooped up at home all the time. The outside world is wonderful. This restaurant usually requires reservations. We didn't expect to be so lucky today. Zhang Feier smiled, and Su Zirwei nodded slightly. It was probably a case of enemies meeting on a narrow road. Su Zirwei and Zhang Feier had just sat down. Jiang Xian led Meng Qingze in. Upon seeing the two of them, Zhang Feier's smile vanished instantly. They even lost the desire to eat. Master, this restaurant isn't good. Let's go. Zhang Feier stood up, and Su Zirwei followed behind her. They happened to run into Jiang Xian and Meng Qingze. The four exchanged glances, with confusion in Jiang Xian's eyes. Meng Qingze immediately perked up. Dr. Su really has a lot of female admirers, and now he also has Miss Zhang by his side. Where is Miss He from before? After Meng Qingze finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Feier again. Miss Zhang, please don't do anything foolish. Zhang Feier glanced at him and said, President Jiang, keep an eye on the people around you. Don't let them go out and cause trouble again. Next time, it won't be as simple as just getting slapped. After Zhang Feier finished speaking, Jiang Xian did not back down. Ms. Zhang, you're overthinking it. You should take better care of the people around you first. However, Su Zirwei is not used to eating Western food, so let's go to another restaurant. Jiang Xian smiled, as if declaring her sovereignty. Su Zirwei is something he doesn't want. When Zhang Feier faced Jiang Xian, her momentum instantly weakened. At this moment, all he could do was stare at Jiang Xian. Mr. Jiang, I didn't like Western food before just to accommodate your habits. Now that we're divorced, what I like to eat has nothing to do with you anymore. After he finished speaking, Su Zirwei simply stepped forward. The corners of his mouth turned up. President Jiang, I hope you will clarify everything before demanding an explanation in the future. Otherwise, I can call security over any time. Su Zirwei was already suppressing his anger today. Su Zirwei had already lost faith in Jiang Xian ever since she brought Meng Qingze to humiliate him. Jiang Xian was taken aback. Su Zirwei, how dare you talk to me like that? Jiang Xian was furious, but this only drew ridicule from Zhang Feier. President Jiang, you're divorced. Why can't I talk to you like this? I don't think there's anything wrong with that tone. After all, you're the one who's in the wrong. Jiang Xian fell silent, her gaze towards Su Zirwei growing increasingly complex. I just didn't investigate. It shouldn't be that bad. But why did it cause such a big change in Su Zirwei? Su Zirwei, is this how you are just because I misunderstood you? Jiang Xian was puzzled, but Su Zirwei smiled. President Jiang, you really don't understand me enough. Or rather, from the moment we got together, you never thought about getting to know me properly. I've never cared about myself, but you've crossed my line. Su Zirwei shook his head, his eyes filled with disappointment. Jiang Xian was also stunned. Seeing that something was wrong, Meng Qingze immediately stepped forward and grabbed Su Zirwei by the collar. Su Zirwei looked over, and a sneer appeared on his lips. Meng Qingze, have you finally run out of steam? Or has your true colors finally been revealed? After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Meng Qingze raised his hand and punched him without saying a word. Zhang Feier screamed, and the hotel owner arrived in an instant. Jiang Xian didn't want to make a big deal out of it, but she didn't expect it to turn out like this. That's enough, let's go. Jiang Xian had a cold face. She had already lost enough face today. Meng Qingze impatiently shook off Su Zirwei. Su Zirwei, today is just to teach you a lesson. Don't let me hear you say anything bad about Xin again. Chapter 29. The Board of Directors takes action. Meng Qingze impatiently shook off Su Zirwei. Jiang Xian frowned. Let's go, Jiang Xian said calmly. Seeing Su Zirwei's disheveled appearance, Jiang Xian could only sigh. Zhang Feier was anxious. Meng Qingze was so arrogant. Master, are you alright? Zhang Feier looked at Su Zirwei with a panicked expression in her eyes. The manager standing to the side also came to his senses at that moment. Do you two need help? Su Zirwei shook his head. It's alright, let's go. Su Zirwei nodded before leaving with Zhang Feier. After leaving the Western restaurant, Zhang Feier sighed. Master, why did you let Meng Qingze leave just now? This is clearly their fault. Zhang Feier was puzzled. Was it that Master was still hung up on Jiang Xian? Upon hearing this, Su Zirwei simply shook his head. Stopping us won't do either of us any good. Jiang Xian is a member of that store. If that manager really wants to help her, we'll be the ones who suffer. Su Zirwei gave a wry smile. Zhang Feier was dissatisfied. So what if you're a member? If my dad makes a move, the Zhang group is nothing. Master, if you are really in trouble, why don't you come to our Zhang family? My dad will definitely give you an important position then. Zhang Feier was speaking, but Su Zirwei shook his head and refused. I think being in the hospital is fine. Su Zirwei smiled, but did not reveal his true thoughts. Having taken care of Jiang Xian for 3 years, Su Zirwei had no intention of going back to the Zhang family as their personal servant. Seeing that Su Zirwei refused, Zhang Feier did not press the matter further. She also knew that some things couldn't be forced. Let's go. I haven't treated you to dinner tonight yet. Su Zirwei smiled slightly. Hearing this, Zhang Feier's face showed curiosity. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go now. Su Zirwei didn't stand on ceremony and took Zhang Feier directly to the barbecue stall. Master, you really don't hold back. Zhang Feier didn't seem to mind. Su Zirwei smiled slightly. My home is nearby. I often come here to eat. This place is delicious. After saying that, Su Zirwei started ordering. Zhang Feier looked at Su Zirwei, somewhat moved. It turns out the master lived nearby. Master, if Jiang Xian comes again, just tell me. I will avenge you. As Zhang Feier spoke, Su Zirwei smiled. You're a nurse. Don't resort to violence all the time. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Zhang Feier pouted in dissatisfaction. Master, I'm doing this for your own good. Those kinds of people need to be taught a lesson. Zhang Feier felt angry when she thought about what had just happened. Su Zirwei simply sighed. Just as he was about to speak to persuade them, two figures appeared in a hurry. Su Zirwei merely frowned slightly. What's wrong? Zhang Feier also noticed the change in Su Zirwei's expression and asked curiously. However, upon hearing this, Su Zirwei simply shook his head. It's okay, I probably just misread it. Zhang Feier was taken aback and immediately asked, Who's here? That man. Zhang Feier turned her head away, her eyes filled with wariness. He just happened to make eye contact with Chen Huifang. Chen Huifang walked forward with a smile on her face. So that's why you haven't gone home yet. You've been here all this time. After speaking, Chen Huifang's gaze fell on Zhang Feier. Isn't this fair? You guys enjoy your meal. I'm leaving now. After saying that, Chen Huifang smiled. Zhang Feier was stunned. She hadn't even said goodbye yet, and her aunt had already left like that? Don't mind her, that's just how my mom is. You've probably seen it in the hospital. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Zhang Feier nodded slightly. On the other side of the river, Jiang Xin returned to the villa. Meng Qingze quickly stepped forward. Xin, don't worry, I've already avenged you. That Su Zirwei is so arrogant. He thinks he can bully you just because you're divorced. I promise I will never let him appear in front of you again. With a sincere expression, Meng Qingze took Jiang Xion's hand. Xin, no matter what happens, I'll always be by your side. Meng Qingze said excitedly. Jiang Xion only glanced at it. Recalling what happened at the restaurant, there was a hint of helplessness in her eyes. Chengze, don't be so impulsive next time. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Qingze in front of him was stunned. Xin, what do you mean by this? I did all this for you. Meng Qingze frowned. Could it be that Jiang Xion had truly taken pity on him? Meng Qingze absolutely cannot allow this to happen. Xin, are you still thinking about that man? Meng Qingze explored and inquired. However, after hearing this, Jiang Xion just looked at Meng Qingze with a strange expression. What's on your mind? I divorced him a long time ago. I only acknowledge you. After Jiang Xion finished speaking, Meng Qingze calmed down and a smile appeared on his face. Xin, don't overthink it. I'm just worried. I'm worried that after you see Su Zirwei today, you'll remember what happened before. After saying this, Meng's eyes instantly welled up with tears. Jiang Xion was taken aback and quickly shook Meng Qingze's hand in return. Chengze, what are you thinking? I'm just worried that if you take action, it will cause some unnecessary trouble. Su Zirwei did save old Master Zhang's life, so he is Zhang Xingtian's great benefactor. You still need to be careful. As Jiang Xion spoke, Meng Qingze breathed a sigh of relief. Xin, don't worry, I haven't worried about these things yet. As long as you're by my side, I don't care if it means going against Zhang Xingtian. Meng Qingze looked very serious. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xion immediately shook her head. You idiot! How could I possibly stand by and watch you go after Zhang Xingtian? Jiang Xion's eyes were filled with a smile. Meng Qingze suddenly leaned closer and said seriously, Xin, we've been together for so long. Shouldn't we do something? Hearing Meng's ambiguous words, Jiang Xion was taken aback. Her cheeks flushed red, and just as Jiang Xion hesitated, a phone call interrupted their conversation. Really? Jiang Xion looked at the caller ID, feeling a bit curious. What's wrong? Why are you calling me so late? Did something happen at the company? Jiang Xion asked, her tone somewhat irritated. Lu Jinjin sighed and said helplessly, Miss, you still have the mind to go out and fool around. Do you know that your sudden departure from the meeting has already alarmed the senior board members? The board has now decided to boycott you. Lu Jinjin sounded anxious on the other end of the phone. But Jiang Xion was not in a hurry when she heard this. They're just a bunch of old-fashioned men. What does it matter? Hasn't this kind of thing happened before? Jiang Xion didn't take it seriously. Lu Jinjin was taken aback, her face showing a hint of dissatisfaction. President Jiang, please wake up. If the board of directors really joins forces, your current position and everything else will be reshuffled. Why can't you understand? Lu Jinjin was speechless. How could Jiang Xion still be so love-struck? Chapter 30. Consider it for my sake. Jiang Xion frowned after hearing Lu Jinjin's words. Jinjin, I am the president of the company. You are just a secretary. You need to understand your own identity. Let's talk about it tomorrow. After saying that, Jiang Xian hung up the phone. Lu Jinjin stared at her phone, its screen now black, her face filled with annoyance. Jiang Xian is now truly pushing the entire Jiang group into a fire pit. Thinking about this, Lu Jinjin felt a little irritated. They even wanted to call Dr. Su. Just thinking about Meng Qing's despicable face, even if Dr. Su really came, Jiang Xian would not waver. Now we can only hope that the board of directors will specifically target Meng Qingze. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Xian only glanced at Meng Qingze. Xin, did something happen? Why are you looking at me like that? Meng Qingze looked curious, but Jiang Xian shook her head. It's nothing. There are some problems at the company. You need to keep a low profile lately, and make sure you don't give anyone any leverage over you. Jiang Xian had just finished speaking when Meng Qingze didn't seem to take it seriously. You are the president of the Jiang group. What are those old men to you? They'll still attack me? I just secured a significant collaboration for the company. Meng Qingze proudly raised his chin, while Jiang Xian remained silent. A hint of complexity appeared in his eyes. They simply assumed that Meng Qingze was unaware of the company's internal situation. Chengze, you still need to be careful. The company's directors have some tricks up their sleeves. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Meng Qingze was somewhat confused. However, seeing Jiang Xian's somewhat impatient expression, he still nodded in agreement. Xin, don't worry, I definitely won't cause you any trouble. Meng Qingze smiled, while Jiang Xian merely glanced at him. Chengze, I'm a little tired, so I'll rest first. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, she turned around and went back to her bedroom. Meng Qingze watched Jiang Xian go upstairs. The worry in his eyes gradually turned into dissatisfaction. Even though she's been back for so long and has moved into the villa, Jiang Xian still won't let her go up to the second floor. I'll get you one day. Muttering to himself, anger welled up in Meng Qingze's eyes. The next morning, Jiang Xian arrived at the company and was surprised to find Lu Jinjin and a group of senior executives in the conference room. What's going on? Wasn't yesterday's meeting already over? Jiang Xian was dissatisfied, but Lu Jinjin glanced at the other executives. Xin, this is the board's decision. They want you to be suspended from your duties for a period of time, and Meng Qingze is not allowed to set foot in the Jiang group. After saying that, Lu Jinjin pointed to the computer on the table. The above is a letter left by the board of directors. Jiang Xian was stunned when she saw this. What are you trying to do? On what basis did the board make this decision? I want to see them. Jiang Xian frowned, but Lu Jinjin shook her head. Xin, we're just giving you a few days off, not removing you from your post. The board of directors can't keep you away from the company forever. This punishment is for Meng Qingze. Lu Jinjin tried to explain, but Jiang Xian didn't care. No, I disagree. Jiang Xian wanted to say something more, but the executives in front of her turned pale. President Jiang, everyone has agreed to this matter. You alone cannot refuse. After they finished speaking, the higher-ups also produced a joint letter. At this moment, Jiang Xian was besieged on all sides and had no help at all. With no one to turn to, Jiang Xian had no choice but to accept the outcome. Meanwhile, inside the villa, Meng Qingze had just woken up, his eyes filled with irritation. Why did you call so early this morning? Impatiently answering the phone, Meng Qingze suddenly froze. Opposite them was Mencius' mother, who was also weeping and lamenting. Chengze, what exactly is going on? For no reason, none of us can go to the company, and we can't get in touch with General Manager Jiang either. As Meng's mother spoke, Meng Qingze regained consciousness, and at the same time, he became somewhat curious. Can't get in. Didn't the company say anything? Meng Qingze had just finished speaking when his mother couldn't explain it clearly over the phone. All I know is that something happened. It seems that President Jiang also left in a huff not long ago. Find an opportunity to ask and see if something has happened, so that we can find a chance to leave. As soon as Meng's mother finished speaking, Meng Qingze simply nodded. But I was also curious. Just as I thought of this, a sound came from inside the villa. I got up and went downstairs immediately. Xin, did something happen at the company? Why are you back so early? Meng Qingze asked anxiously, then continued. My mom and the others are still waiting outside the company. She's getting old. We can't keep her outside like this forever. Jiang Xian was already irritable, and hearing Meng Qingze's words only made her more unhappy. This is the board's decision, and there's nothing I can do about it. Hurry up and send Auntie and the others back. They won't be able to get into the company today anyway. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Meng Qingze's eyes were filled with curiosity. How is that possible? Aren't you the company's president? How could those people possibly have this right? I'll go find them right now. After finishing his sentence, Meng Qingze prepared to go find the company's board of directors. Jiang Xian frowned. You can't go either. The board of directors also said that you are not allowed to join the Jiang group. Jiang Xian's words stunned Meng Qingze. It was like a blow to the head. Has I been removed from the team? No. Xin, you can't let them do that. You know how tough it is for my family. They've all worked so hard for the Jiang group. Why are they suddenly telling us not to come in? As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Xian in front of him also sighed. That's the board of directors for you. Once they agree, there's nothing I can do. Now I can only stay at home for a few days and wait for news. Jiang Xian sighed, but she wasn't in a hurry. This made Meng Qingze uneasy. We finally got our relative into the Jiang group. How can we just leave like that? Xin, please, I'm begging you. I can't let my mom down. Meng Qingze looked over, his eyes filled with pleading. Jiang Xian was somewhat annoyed. She had already made herself so clear, so why was Meng Qingze still so persistent? Chengze, I've done my best. I can't make the decision on this matter. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Meng Qingze expressed his dissatisfaction. Xin, I gave up everything for you. I'm willing to do anything for you. Can't you help me? Or do you also see me as just a tool? An existence that can be discarded at any time? Meng Qingze's eyes were filled with disappointment. Jiang Xian was stunned. Seeing this, Meng Qingze continued. Xin, I know you have your own thoughts. I just hope you can remember some good things about me. I was too impatient. I shouldn't have pressured you. Meng Qingze looked dejected. Jiang Xian stepped forward and hugged the person, feeling helpless. Chengze, I'll think of a way to handle this. Chapter 31. Manipulating Jiang Xian. Looking at the hands that were holding me, Meng Qingze knew he had made the right bet this time. A slight smile played on his lips. No matter how capable Jiang Xian was, she was still firmly under his control. However, Meng Qingze still had to put on a hurt expression. Xin, I don't want to put you in a difficult position. I'm just worried that my mom might be prejudiced against you, which would make your mother-in-law/daughter-in-law relationship quite delicate. Don't you want to marry me anymore? Meng Qingze's eyes were questioning. Jiang Xian was stunned when she heard this, and quickly shook her head. We're already together, so naturally I'm on your side. Chengze, I will fight against the board of directors. As Jiang Xian explained, Meng Qingze's eyes filled with tears, his face filled with emotion. Xin, I knew you would have a way. After Meng Qingze finished speaking, a serious expression appeared on Jiang Xian's face. That evening, Meng Qingze told his mother the news. Mencius' mother naively believed that her son had already solved everything. The next morning, he took all his relatives to the Jiang group. Downstairs at the Jiang group building, Meng's mother and others were refused entry. What's going on with you guys? President Jiang sent us back. Are you going against President Jiang's wishes? Mencius' mother said excitedly. But the security guards in front of them hadn't received any information at all. Don't talk nonsense. We haven't received any news. You all need to leave now. Don't get in the way. The security guard was about to kick people out. There are quite a few people gathered outside the Jiang group now. If outsiders see this, who knows what they will think? The security guard was also worried that he would be implicated. However, after hearing this, Mencius' mother denied it. My son told me that General Manager Jiang asked us to come back. What are you, a mere security guard, no? Hurry up and let us in. If you cause us to miss work, can you take responsibility for that? After Mencius' mother finished speaking, everyone else nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, the security guard's eyes revealed his dissatisfaction. I've made myself clear enough. There was no notification from above. After the security guard finished speaking, he immediately ordered his men to prepare to drive Meng's mother away. Upon seeing this, Mencius' mother immediately burst into tears. This immediately attracted a lot of attention. Upon seeing this, Lu Xinjin immediately called Jiang Xian. Xin, hurry up and call Meng Qingze over. What do these Meng family members mean by this? They've already told us not to come to the company, but today they brought people and blocked the company. How bad would this affect our Jiang group if word got out? Lu Xinjin was helpless. The board of directors was already dissatisfied with Meng Qingze, and now they're actually doing something like this. Meng Qingze seems to think he hasn't done enough. Jiang Xian was still asleep when she received the message and immediately got up. At the same time, I was a little confused. Why did Mencius' mother go to the company? Meng Qingze had already arrived at the company. Seeing Meng's mother crying and making a fuss, he quickly went forward. The security guard was still at a loss when Meng Qingze suddenly rushed forward and punched him. What are you all standing there for, you blind fools? A bunch of people are ganging up on someone, aren't they? Believe it or not, I'll get President Jiang to fire you all right now. After Meng Qingze finished speaking, the security guard wore a sneer. We did exactly what the instructions from above said. Even you can't get into the company now, and we didn't do anything wrong by driving you away normally. After the security guard finished speaking, he looked at Meng Qingzi again. If you're that capable, then bring General Manager Jiang over. The security guard scoffed. In their eyes, from the moment the board meeting announcement came out, Meng Qingzi had already fallen out of favor. There's no need to worry about what Meng Qingzi might do. Meng Qingzi was furious that a mere security guard could say such things to him. Fine, you just wait. I'll have General Manager Jiang deal with you right now. Just as Meng Qingzi was about to take out his phone, Lu Xinjin stepped out from the crowd. No need. Xin is already on her way. Meng Qingzi, you really have no shame. Take your relatives and leave immediately. Lu Xinjin frowned, and Meng's mother, who was standing to the side, was not happy to hear this. How can you talk like that? We're doing this for the company. Secretary Lu, we are also members of the Jiang Group. When you brought us into the company, you said you would provide us with security. Mencius' mother cried and complained, which attracted a large crowd. Lu Xinjin was worried that this matter would cause a sensation. If it gets posted online, the Jiang Group will need to suppress the buzz. Lu Xinjin could only look at Meng Qingzi. Take them away quickly, don't let this escalate. As Lu Xinjin spoke, her tone was also anxious. However, upon hearing this, Meng Qingzi assumed that Lu Xinjin was feeling guilty. Lu Xinjin, is it any use saying all this now? We're here today to get an explanation. On what basis did the board make this decision? Meng Qingzi's sudden question caught Lu Xinjin off guard. This clearly indicates they have no intention of leaving. Meanwhile, some people in the crowd had already started recording videos. Some people even started live streaming. They even used headlines such as "The Jiang Group is abusing its power and bullying its employees." It immediately caused a stir on the internet. When Jiang Xian arrived, she saw Lu Xinjin asking the security guards to remove people. "Xinjin, don't do it. It will have a bad influence." Jiang Xian quickly stepped forward to persuade him. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinjin burst out laughing. Xin, you do know that this has a bad influence. The board will definitely take note of this." Looking at her best friend, Lu Xinjin felt only endless headache. How did she become so infatuated with Meng Qingzi? Jiang Xian frowned and walked to Meng's mother's side. "Annie, some things have happened in the company's senior management recently. I have promised Chengzhe that I will resolve this matter. You all go back and wait for news." Jiang Xian spoke softly, but Meng's mother thought she was trying to please her. "Xin, since you've said so, then Annie will go back and wait. But you'd better hurry. Chengzhe's aunts are all waiting for news." Mencius' mother gave Jiang Xian face. He left with an arrogant expression. It was as if the woman who had just thrown a tantrum wasn't him at all. After watching Meng's mother leave, Jiang Xian glanced at Meng Qingzi one last time. Meng Qingzi felt somewhat guilty. "Xin, I just received the news too. I'll go and calm my mom down first." As Meng Qingzi spoke, Jiang Xian nodded slightly. Try to persuade the aunt to stop coming to the company. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Meng Qingzi quickly chased after her. Security guards dispersed the crowd, and Lu Xinjin then stepped forward. "Xin, what exactly happened? Why are Meng Qingzi's relatives causing trouble?" Lu Xinjin was puzzled. She had explained things clearly enough yesterday. These people actually dared to come. Chapter 32. Unanimous Decision of the Board of Directors. Jiang Xian remained silent, but the words she had promised Meng Qingzi the night before came to mind. Could it be that Meng Qingzi said something? I don't know either. Maybe Auntie is still not satisfied. "Xinjin, I'm also troubling you with the Board of Directors." As Jiang Xian spoke, Lu Xinjin could only sigh helplessly. "Xin, you should really think about it. It's not a good thing for Meng Qingzi to be around you." Lu Xinjin hesitated, but Jiang Xian's expression changed in an instant. "Xinjin, I know you like Su Zhiwei, but we shouldn't dislike Chengzhe just because of this. You haven't met Chengzhe, so you don't know what kind of person he is." After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Lu Xinjin felt as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. Even now, Jiang Xian still considers Meng Qingzi to be her ideal woman from back then. "Xin, since you've put it that way, I won't try to persuade you anymore. However, things will definitely not calm down today. You'd better wait for the board's decision." After saying that, Lu Xinjin turned around and went back to the company. Jiang Xian felt helpless, and for a moment, she suddenly felt somewhat alone and helpless. Su Zhiwei's image flashed through my mind. If you were still here, would things have turned out differently? At that moment, Su Zhiwei, who was in the department, sneezed. Why do I feel a chill down my spine in broad daylight? Outside the door, Zhang Feier hurriedly walked in. "Master, look what I've found," Zhang Feier said excitedly. Su Zhiwei frowned. "It's still working hours. Aren't you afraid of getting caught slacking off?" Su Zhiwei said that, but he also glanced at it curiously. "Unexpectedly, I saw Meng Qingzi causing trouble in the video. This video is everywhere today. They say the Jiang group is bullying others by abusing its power, but I think it must be Meng Qingze who caused the trouble himself. Zhang Feier was still talking on the side. Su Zirwei noticed Jiang Xian, who arrived late. Seeing her attitude towards Meng's mother, Su Zirwei twitched the corner of his mouth. His expression was complicated. She could show such an expression to Meng Qingze's mother. All she received in return for those 3 years was indifference. Master, what's wrong? Zhang Feier looked over curiously, and Su Zirwei came back to his senses. The video on the phone disappeared the next second. Strange, the video disappeared so quickly? The Jiang Group's public relations efforts are quite swift. Zhang Feier was used to it. Large corporations would never let news that sparks this kind of public opinion fester. There are more surgeries this afternoon. Su Zirwei simply replied coldly that they were already divorced, and he wouldn't care even if something happened to Jiang Xian. Meng Qingze especially brought his mother to the most upscale beauty salon in Jinghai. Meng's mother enjoyed everything that Jiang Xian had given her. Chengze, you'd better hold on to President Jiang tightly. Mencius' mother looked completely relaxed. Mom, don't worry, Jiang Xian listens to me now. But you're all a bit too impatient. Jiang Xian hasn't even gone to see those directors yet. After Meng Qingze finished speaking, Meng's mother shook her head. What do you know? If I didn't do this, would President Jiang care about your affairs? After today's commotion, President Jiang will definitely value you even more. If you just capture her, our future will be filled with wealth and luxury. After saying these words, Mencius' mother began to fantasize about her future life as a noblewoman. Meng Qingze chimed in, and the two had already devised a plan. That evening, Jiang Xian was anxiously awaiting news. But then she suddenly received a call from Meng Qingze. Xin, can you come to the hospital? Meng Qingze sounded somewhat weak on the other end of the phone. Jiang Xian tensed up instantly. What happened? Which hospital? I'm coming right now. After saying that, Jiang Xian quickly ran out. In the hospital, Su Zirwei had just undergone surgery. I was about to leave work when I saw Su Zirwei leaning on a cane in the corridor. Mencius' mother was also by his side. Su Zirwei originally intended to pretend he didn't see it. Unexpectedly, Meng Qingze suddenly spoke up. Dr. Su, you're still on duty? That makes sense. Without President Jiang around, Dr. Su's life must be quite difficult. But when you divorced, didn't President Jiang give you quite a bit? Meng Qingze's words were filled with arrogance. Su Zirwei frowned. Meng Qingze, I'm off work now, and besides, you don't need surgery. Su Zirwei glanced at it, then shook his head and left. Mencius' mother suddenly perked up. She quickly said, so you're President Jiang's ex-husband, and a doctor at that. How ridiculous. I heard that you've been pestering President Jiang lately. They're already divorced, yet they're still clinging on shamelessly. It's ridiculous. Meng's mother sneered, while Meng Qingze beside her also chuckled. Su Zirwei ignored it, but the next second, Jiang Xian rushed over, and upon seeing this, Meng's mother immediately changed her expression. Dr. Su, is it really necessary for you to wait here for President Jiang after knowing that Cheng Zhe was in a car accident and came to the hospital? As soon as she finished speaking, a look of grievance appeared on Mencius' mother's face. Dr. Su, you are a respectable person. How could you think of doing such a thing? After finishing her speech, Mencius' mother shook her head helplessly. Su Zirwei remained silent, only looking at Meng's mother with confusion. Is there anything else? I'm about to leave work if there's nothing else. Su Zirwei didn't want to get entangled with the Meng family mother and son any longer. He just wanted to leave as soon as possible. However, Jiang Xian overheard all of these words. Su Zirwei, at a time like this, you shouldn't have any other thoughts. There is no possibility between us anymore. I also hope you will stop bothering me. Jiang Xian spoke coldly, but when she looked at Su Zirwei, her expression was filled with worry. How did a car accident happen out of nowhere? Is it serious? What did the doctor say? Jiang Xian spoke softly, while Meng Qingze shook his head with a smile. Xin, don't worry, I'm fine. The doctor said I need to rest well. Meng Qingze looked at Su Zirwei with a provocative look in his eyes. Su Zirwei simply stared at Jiang Xian's retreating figure, his gaze dim. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and Su Zirwei leaned against the wall, trying his best to support himself. Mencius' mother also glanced at it with disdain. President Jiang, let's go back quickly. Cheng Zhe needs to rest now. After Meng's mother finished speaking, Jiang Xian wanted to take a look at Su Zirwei, but Meng Qingze stopped her. Xin, I have a bit of a headache. Could you take me home? After Meng Qingze finished speaking, Jiang Xian had no further thoughts and nodded, leading her people away. After Jiang Xian left, Su Zirwei took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Brother Zirwei. In the corridor, He Yuqing quickly came over and helped Su Zirwei up. Su Zirwei was taken aback. Qingqing, what brings you here? Su Zirwei was surprised, while He Yuqing looked worried. Chapter 33, Sudden Concern. Brother Zirwei, I heard you were working overtime tonight, so I brought you some food. You should also take care of your health. He Yuqing spoke excitedly, while Su Zirwei simply shook his head. It's just a little low blood sugar, it's nothing. After she finished speaking, He Yuqing seemed to want to say something more, but hesitated. I think I just saw Jiang Xian. Something happened to Meng Qingze? Su Zirwei shook his head. It looks like a minor problem. It's already bandaged up. Let's go. He Yuqing nodded. As she led Su Zirwei out of the hospital, she unexpectedly ran into Jiang Xian. Su Zirwei frowned, and He Yuqing, who was standing next to him, was also somewhat surprised. It seems you already have someone by your side. Then I'm relieved. He Yuqing also noticed Su Zirwei's change. But with Meng Qingze around, Jiang Xian didn't want him to overthink things. President Jiang, you'd better stop pretending here. I think Meng Qingze is more seriously injured. You should go and stay with him. He Yuqing didn't stand on ceremony either. Since Jiang Xian has already left, why did she come back? Jiang Xian frowned upon hearing He Yuqing's words. Ms. He, this is a matter between me and Dr. Su. I won't talk about you, and I hope you'll show some respect for Chengze. Su Zirwei fell silent. He had initially felt somewhat relieved after learning that Jiang Xian had returned to see him. But now, hearing Jiang Xian defend Meng Qingze so fiercely, Su Zirwei could only manage a wry smile. Mr. Jiang, if there's nothing else, we'll be leaving now. As you can see, I am fine. Thank you for your concern. Su Zirwei's gaze was cold, and he left with He Yuqing without even waiting for Jiang Xian's reply. He Yuqing was surprised. Brother Zirwei, you're still not fully recovered, so please be careful. He Yuqing's voice gradually faded into the distance, and Jiang Xian silently watched the backs of the two people. A bittersweet feeling welled up inside me. Helpless, Jiang Xian returned to her car. Meng Qingze and his mother did not notice Jiang Xian's actions just now. Qingqing, how is it? Is that a call from the company? Meng Qingze asked with an expectant look on his face. Jiang Xian frowned. No, it's Xinjin. I'll take you home first. Without further explanation, Jiang Xian led Meng Qingze back to the villa. That night, Su Zirwei lay exhausted in bed. Recalling what happened in the hospital, Su Zirwei felt bitter. Picking up his phone, Su Zirwei hesitated, wondering whether he should ask about the video. Lu Xinjin, however, took the initiative to send a complaint. Dr. Su, did you see the video from earlier today? What do you think Xin is really thinking? The board has already made a decision on this matter. Lu Xinjin wasn't satisfied with typing, so she started sending voice messages as well. Looking at the 60-second voice message, Su Zirwei fell into a daze. From Lu Xinjin's complaints, Su Zirwei finally understood what had happened. But at the same time, I was even more surprised. Jiang Xian has actually indulged him to this extent. Previously, Su Zirwei had always thought that his sincerity was insufficient to make Jiang Xian take a second look at him. In retrospect, it was simply a matter of the wrong people. It seems that Jiang Xian will do whatever Meng Qingze says now. That cold-blooded president of the Jiang group has long since disappeared. Su Zirwei shook his head. I want to get rid of the images in my mind. And Jiang Xian, who is destined to be sleepless tonight, is also in the villa. With her eyes closed, Jiang Xian could recall what happened at the hospital today. Looking back at the two people's backs, Jiang Xian only felt ridiculous. Why would she care about a good-for-nothing? It was clearly something she didn't want. Feeling increasingly unbalanced, Jiang Xian became more and more irritable. Suddenly, the sound of breaking glass came from downstairs. Feeling nervous, Jiang Xian immediately went downstairs. At this moment, Meng Qingze stood still, his eyes filled with panic. There was also a broken cup at my feet. What's wrong? Jiang Xian asked excitedly, while Meng Qingze looked helpless. I just wanted to pour myself a glass of water, but I didn't expect to lose my grip. Meng Qingze is like a child who has done something wrong. His eyes also turned red in an instant. Jiang Xian shook her head. You can just tell me about this directly. You're injured now, so just rest well. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Meng Qingze felt relieved and went back to his room. Back in the house, Meng Qingze wore a cold smile. The leg, which had been hanging in midair due to the injury, was slowly lowered. Jiang Xian, aren't you still in my hands now? A mere Su Zirwei dares to challenge me. Jiang Xian sat silently in front of the sofa, looking at the shards of glass. I couldn't help but recall what had happened before. When Jiang Xian first got together with Su Zirwei, it was during the time when her temper was at its most fiery. The cups in the house will eventually end up in pieces. Every time this happens, Su Zirwei would step forward to tidy up. Every time Jiang Xian saw these things, she would mock or even ridicule Su Zirwei, saying that he was only fit to pick up these fragments by her side. Looking back now, Jiang Xian can't help but laugh. Perhaps it's because so many things have happened recently that Jiang Xian has become quite sensitive. The next morning, Lu Jinjin called. After hearing the contents of the phone call, Jiang Xian fell silent. What are those old fogies up to now? Are they still not planning to let Chengze go? Jiang Xian was dissatisfied. Lu Jinjin sighed on the other end of the phone. Xin, don't get excited. This time, we just want you to go and listen to it. I've been busy lately, so you can take a break. With Lu Jinjin's persuasion, Jiang Xian finally agreed. After finally getting everything ready, she discovered that Meng Qingze had already prepared breakfast. Jiang Xian frowned as she looked at the steaming buns on the table. I don't like steamed buns, you should know that. Jiang Xian's voice sounded cold, and Meng Qingze was taken aback. He then lowered his head, looking somewhat dejected. He started tidying up, limping along. You eat first. I have to go to the company for a meeting. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Meng Qingze's eyes suddenly lit up. Xin, has the board made a decision? Can we go back now? Meng Qingze was excited, but Jiang Xian only glanced at him. I don't know the specifics, but it should be related to recent events. Jiang Xian had a headache and didn't understand how things had become so complicated. Meng Qingze frowned, but seeing Jiang Xian's expression, he didn't dare to speak. Only after Jiang Xian left did they clear the table of everything. You, Jiang Xian, how dare you give me that attitude? Meng Qingze snorted coldly. We must find a way to deal with this properly. Jiang Xian had no idea what Meng Qingze was thinking. I'm just curious about what the board of directors is going to do. Upon arriving at the company, Jiang Xian saw Lu Jinjin waiting downstairs. Jinjin, how is it? Jiang Xian looked over curiously, and Lu Jinjin sighed. The situation is not optimistic. Anyway, come with me first. The board members have already arrived. Lu Jinjin hesitated for a moment, then whispered after entering the elevator. Someone filmed a video yesterday, and the Jiang group spent a lot of money to suppress the buzz. Chapter 34. Challenging the board of directors. The board must have come for this reason. After Lu Jinjin finished speaking, Jiang Xian already had a plan in mind. Inside the conference room, the top executives of the Jiang group were all waiting. He looked at Jiang Xian with dissatisfaction in his eyes. General Manager Jiang has finally remembered that there are old-timers like us. As soon as Jiang Xian sat down, Jiang Jining in front of her began to mock her. As one of the company's senior executives, Jiang Jining had been keeping an eye on Jiang Xian's position. They've been keeping a close eye on Jiang Xian until she gets into trouble. Meng Qingze's appearance now can be said to have given him a complete opportunity. How could I possibly forget, elders of the board? Besides, didn't the board of directors just recently unite to fire me? Jiang Xian smiled, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. Jiang Jining gritted his teeth, then let out a cold laugh. I wouldn't dare. You are the rightful president of the Jiang group. How could there be any talk of dismissal? After Jiang Jining finished speaking, he glanced at the people beside him. I suppose you've heard that we called you here mainly to talk about what's been happening online lately. Jiang Jining looked serious, and the directors beside him nodded in agreement. The group spent a lot of money to suppress this matter, but it still had an impact. Jiang Xian, you can't keep indulging the people around you, or they'll ruin you sooner or later. The person next to Jiang Jining was speaking. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian simply smiled. Are the board members mistaken? Cheng Zhe is just an outsider, yet he has done so much for the Jiang group. Why can't you just be tolerant for a moment? But as soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Jining burst out laughing. Jiang Xian, we're doing this for your own good. Look at what the Jiang group has become. As the president, you should think about the whole company, instead of being led by the nose by the people around you. After saying these words, Jiang Jining also sighed. I was worried at the time. What if something happened to you when you were just recovering? I didn't expect that I would still miscalculate. After speaking, Jiang Jining glanced at the person beside him. After a unanimous decision by the company, you will have 1 week to resolve your personal matters. Come again next week. Jiang Jining waved his hand, and everyone around him nodded. Looking at all the high-level executives present, Jiang Xian did not panic. Instead, she smiled. If the higher-ups can say these things, it means the company is still going to be handed over to her. In that case, shouldn't today's meeting be adjourned? Jiang Xian sat in the chair, her gaze haughty. Jiang Jining felt nothing but anger as Jiang Xian stared at him. But they couldn't say anything more. It's all right now, but don't be too happy yet. If you still haven't resolved Meng Qingze's situation, the board of directors will have to step in personally. After he finished speaking, Jiang Jining snorted coldly. Jiang Xian stood up. Jinjin, let's go. We'll leave things here in the hands of the senior management. I also hope that I won't find a mess when I come back. Jiang Xian smiled and left gracefully with Lu Jinjin. Lu Jinjin was truly confused. Xin, aren't you afraid that the higher-ups will take action against you if you say that? Lu Zhan was genuinely worried, but upon hearing this, Jiang Xian simply shook her head. Jinjin, you should have seen it too. The board members were just giving me a warning. Do you really think they dare to kick me out? How could Jiang Xian not know Jiang Jinning's ambition? Lu Jinjin remained silent, and seeing this, she breathed a sigh of relief. The current Jiang Xian is the CEO she knew. Lu Jinjin felt helpless just thinking about Meng Qingze. Xin, have you contacted Dr. Su recently? Lu Jinjin asked in a low voice. Jiang Xian's gaze was somewhat vacant. Why would I do this for him? He's just someone I don't want. Jiang Xian remained expressionless, treating Su Zirwei as if he were a complete stranger. Lu Jinjin frowned. Xin, you're just divorced, not like you're never going to see each other again. There's no need for this. Lu Jinjin recalled her complaints from last night. Dr. Su didn't say a single word among the dozen or so voice messages. Lu Jinjin was also anxious. Jinjin, I thought about a lot of things last night too. We're already divorced, so we really shouldn't be thinking about anything else. If you really like Su Zirwei, then go after him. However, I see that Su Zirwei already has someone by his side, so you probably don't have a chance. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Lu Jinjin was stunned. I took a closer look at Jiang Xian and saw no sign of anxiety. Jiang Xian smiled. Jinjin, you don't actually think I still like that good for nothing, do you? If there were no feelings back then, how could there possibly be any now? After Jiang Xian finished speaking, she got into the car. Take a good rest this week. Consider it a holiday. Jiang Xian drove away, leaving Lu Jinjin standing alone downstairs at the company. Could it be that Jiang Xian has truly come to terms with it? Inside Jinghai Hospital, Su Zirwei curiously glanced at the outpatient records from the previous night. However, it was discovered that there was no medical record for Meng Qingze. Dr. Su, what happened? The nurse at the front desk asked curiously, but Su Zirwei just shook his head slightly. It's nothing. A patient came in last night, and I wanted to check on him. As soon as Su Zirwei finished speaking, the young nurse became curious as well. The patient from last night. That should be in the records. If it's not there, then it probably means no consultation was conducted. After the nurse finished speaking, Su Zirwei frowned. Suddenly I understood something. Meng Qingze was not in any trouble at all. He was just lying to Jiang Xian. Thinking of this, Su Zirwei hesitated. Should we tell Jiang Xian the truth about this? Thinking about Jiang Xian's attitude last night, Su Zirwei also fell silent. Master, what are you doing here? Zhang Feier curiously leaned closer. Su Zirwei came to his senses. It's nothing, I'm just browsing around. Changing the subject, Su Zirwei was now somewhat irritable. I'm going out for a bit, you can go back first. Su Zirwei was still worried, and finally decided to tell Jiang Xian. Confused, Zhang Feier could only watch as her master mysteriously left. On the rooftop, Su Zirwei dialed that number. When he called again after the divorce, Su Zirwei's hands began to tremble. After the call connected, a cold voice came from the other end. Speak, what is it? Jiang Xian seemed to be driving, her voice clearing out. Su Zirwei took a deep breath. I want to talk to you about what happened with Meng Qingze last night. I took a look at his records. Before Su Zirwei could finish speaking, Jiang Xian suddenly interrupted him. Su Zirwei, I thought you had learned your lesson. Why are you still picking on Changze? You even went a peek at the records? I really underestimated you. Is it something a doctor should do to casually look through patient files? You are suspected of spying on patients' privacy. Jiang Xian's questioning voice came through, and Su Zirwei was stunned for a moment. Seeing that Su Zirwei had nothing to say, Jiang Xian also became a little impatient. Chapter 35, Jiang Xian's car accident. Su Zirwei, I don't want to waste my breath on you. Don't call me again. Jiang Xian hadn't hung up the phone yet when Su Zirwei was about to explain. A scream rang out. Su Zirwei shouted anxiously, but Jiang Xian's voice did not come again. Worried, Su Ruwei immediately called Lu Jinjin. They also arrived at the emergency center to wait. I don't know how much time passed, until I heard the sound of an ambulance outside. Su Zirwei rushed forward immediately. Lu Jinjin excitedly followed a group of doctors in. Upon seeing Su Zirwei, he quickly stepped forward. Xin was in a car accident. The doctor said she needs surgery, and I don't trust anyone else to do it. You must save her. Lu Jinjin grabbed Su Zirwei's arm with an eager expression. Seeing Lu Jinjin's appearance, Su Zirwei nodded repeatedly. Don't get agitated. As long as I'm here, I guarantee they won't get into any trouble. Su Zirwei nodded solemnly, and then walked into the operating room. On the cold operating table, Jiang Xian had already taken anesthesia. The most serious injury in my body is on my leg. Fortunately, it was just a minor car accident. Lu Jinjin waited anxiously in the corridor. Seeing the red light turn on, I felt a pang of worry for Jiang Xian. Meng Qingze arrived late, accompanied by his mother. Lu Jinjin originally wanted to criticize him, but when she saw Meng Qingze using a cane, the words that were about to come out were swallowed back down. How is Xinxin? Wasn't it supposed to be a minor surgery? Why isn't she better yet? Mencius' mother looked at the operating room, her words laced with reproach. Lu Jinjin frowned. However, since this was a hospital, I didn't feel comfortable speaking up. Coincidentally, Zhang Feier, who had just arrived, overheard this. Auntie, you're not right about that. Even a minor surgery should be taken seriously. Not to mention that he is the president of the Jiang Group. We should take him even more seriously. After saying all this, Zhang Feier glanced at Meng Qingze again, feeling somewhat confused. When did you injure your leg? If you've just been injured, you can't move around too much. But you seemed so relaxed when you walked away. It didn't look like anything had happened to you. Zhang Feier sneered. What was said in jest was taken seriously by the listener. Lu Jinjin also glanced at Meng Qingze with curiosity. Sensing Lu Jinjin's gaze, Meng Qingze subconsciously looked away. But it is precisely because of this action that it seems Meng Qingze is trying to cover something up. Lu Jinjin also became wary. Could it really be as Zhang Feier said? Seeing that things were not going well, Meng's mother immediately changed her tune. Secretary Lu, why are you looking at my Chengze like that? You don't actually believe this woman, do you? Faced with Mencius' mother's questioning, Lu Jinjin shifted her gaze. Aunt Meng, you're mistaken. I'm just worried. I don't know what's going on in the operating room. After saying that, Lu Jinjin's eyes were filled with worry. Zhang Feier sneered from the side. You guys are really strange. President Jiang is in trouble, and you're all here making baseless accusations. I really don't know if you truly like Xinxin. Zhang Feier's words made Meng Qingze feel ashamed. Now it's even more unacceptable to cause trouble in the hospital. Mencius' mother's face darkened, and she finally sighed. You nurse. Chengze from my family rushed over the moment he heard that Xian was in trouble. Yet you question the result like this. Helpless, Mencius' mother could only sit aside and sigh. Zhang Feier curled her lip, finding the mother and son disgusting. Fortunately, the master left early, otherwise it would have been dangerous. Just as I was thinking this, the operating room lights suddenly went out. All eyes turned to them. Originally, Meng's mother intended to let Meng Qingze show off his abilities. But when the operating room door opened, it was Su Zhiwei who came out. The expressions on the faces of the Meng mother and son changed instantly. Su Zhiwei. Meng Qingze was surprised, but then he thought that Su Zhiwei was the only one in the hospital who really understood Jiang Xian. It's the most appropriate thing for him to come and have the surgery. Why is it him again? Is there no one else in this hospital? Mencius' mother complained from the side. Zhang Feier just sneered. My master is the youngest chief surgeon in the entire hospital. Not to mention that my master cured Jiang Xian's leg before. My master is the most suitable person for this surgery. After saying all this, Mencius' mother just snorted coldly and had no intention of saying anything more. Lu Jinjin stepped forward immediately. Dr. Su, how is the situation? Lu Jinjin asked anxiously, and Su Zhiwei nodded. It's all right now. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Zhiwei glanced at Meng Qingze again. Take care of yourself. Su Zhiwei didn't want to say too much. It was best if Meng Qingze could explain things clearly himself. Meng Qingze frowned, also somewhat curious. Before she could think much about it, Jiang Xian was also pushed out. Upon seeing this, Meng Qingze didn't have time to think and immediately stepped forward. Xinxin, are you all right? Just as he finished speaking, Meng Qingze realized that Jiang Xian was still unconscious. Lu Jinjin stepped forward. Dr. Su said everything is fine. Let Jinjin go to the ward first. I'm all ready. Lu Jinjin was helpless. Couldn't Meng Qingze see Xinxin's current state? Jiang Xian was wheeled into the ward, and Lu Jinjin and the others followed. Mencius' mother was not in a hurry, but went to the clinic instead. Meng Qingze didn't notice, but his mother did. Su Zhiwei's name was not on the hospital's duty roster. That means Su Zhiwei was staying at the hospital. Inside the consultation room, Su Zhiwei sighed, while Jiang Xian, standing to the side, looked on with curiosity. Master, why are you sighing for no reason? Didn't you already solve it? Zhang Feier was curious, but Su Zhiwei just shook his head. Meng Qingze's leg is fine. He has been deceiving Jiang Xian all along. As soon as Su Zhiwei finished speaking, Zhang Feier stood up abruptly. I knew that man was faking it. I was wondering before, how could she walk so fast when she was injured? It was all an act all along. Master, you're not thinking of telling Jiang Xian, are you? After Zhang Feier finished speaking, Su Zirwei nodded slightly. I was going to say that, but then she got into a car accident. Su Zirwei recounted what had happened that afternoon. Zhang Feier was stunned, her eyes filled with surprise. No wonder the master arrived faster than the emergency responders. He knew all along. Master, since Jiang Xian doesn't believe you, then you'd better not say anything more. She might even hold a grudge against you because of this. After Zhang Feier finished speaking, Su Zirwei frowned slightly. No way. I've taken care of her for so many years, I would never do such a thing. Besides, he was the one who performed the surgery. Jiang Xian couldn't possibly give him a hard time, could she? Zhang Feier shook her head. Master, you're oversimplifying things. If you don't believe me, just wait until Jiang Xian wakes up and see for yourself. Zhang Feier shook her head. Su Zirwei has forgotten that Jiang Xian is now with Meng Qingze by her side. Chapter 36. It's all because of you. Outside the consultation room, Meng's mother stood by the door, her eyes filled with panic. I never expected that Su Zirwei already knew all this. Worry gradually crept into my heart. If Meng Qingze is really discovered, Jiang Xian will definitely be furious. Thinking of this, Mencius' mother quickened her pace. Inside the clinic, Meng Qingze and Lu Jinjin were still waiting for Jiang Xian to wake up. Mencius' mother suddenly rushed in. Chengze, come out with me first. Mencius' mother spoke with a serious expression. Meng Qingze originally wanted to refuse, especially in front of Lu Jinjin. Meng's mother firmly held onto Meng Qingze. After following them out, Mencius' mother's expression changed. Su Zirwei knows everything. He was warning you outside the operating room just now. As the words fell, Mencius' mother began to worry. I didn't expect something like this to still happen. You were really careless. How did you manage to give yourself away? If he tells Jiang Xian about this, how are you going to win her over? Meng's mother kept criticizing him, while Meng Qingze could only grit his teeth as he listened. Mom, what should we do? We're not married yet. If we're really exposed, they definitely won't let us off the hook. Meng Qingze panicked at this point, and even thought about finding someone to teach him a lesson. You little rascal, this is a hospital. If you really do that, Su Zirwei will definitely retaliate. As soon as she finished speaking, Mencius' mother began to think quickly. It's simple. You don't need to do anything about this. Let Jiang Xian handle it herself. Meng's mother smiled, but Meng Qingze frowned. Mom, Su Zirwei is the attending physician, so Jiang Xian definitely won't say anything harsh. Meng Qingze was also worried that something bad might happen if the two met. However, Mencius' mother waved her hand. I happen to know a secret. Jiang Xian got into trouble because Su Zirwei made a phone call. Jiang Xian was driving at the time, which is why she was distracted. Mencius' mother added, you just need to seize this point and make Jiang Xian resent Su Zirwei. By then, it will be too late for Su Zirwei to say anything. Meng Qingze's lips curled up. When Jiang Xian woke up, it was already evening. Lu Jinjin had to go back first because of company matters. Meng Qingze was dozing off when he heard the sound and quickly got up. Xin, are you alright? Meng Qingze's eyes were filled with excitement. Jiang Xian came to her senses. Even after I found myself in the hospital, I instinctively prepared to get up. Meng Qingze quickly stepped in to stop him. Xin, don't get excited. Your body hasn't fully recovered yet. The doctor said you need to stay in the hospital for a few more days. After saying all this, Meng Qingze's eyes were filled with worry. Seeing Meng Qingze's gaze, Jiang Xian instantly realized something was amiss. Why can't I feel anything in my legs? Jiang Xian's face instantly showed terror, and she grabbed Meng Qingze immediately. The memories of those 3 years were like a flood, constantly eroding Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian's body began to tremble uncontrollably. She was terrified. I felt only helplessness. Upon seeing this, Meng Qingze quickly stepped forward and hugged the person. Xin, don't be afraid. It's all right now. Your leg is just in a cast. But what exactly happened? How did you suddenly get into a car accident? Meng Qingze began to guide them. Jiang Xian was already afraid. Now that they've grasped at Meng Qingze's straw, they naturally start to recall things as Meng Qingze suggested. I was driving when the accident happened. Meng Qingze frowned. Had he misheard? Before Meng Qingze could ask any further questions, Jiang Xian continued. It was Su Zirwei. I was on the phone with him at the time. As a result, I didn't notice the cars at the intersection in front of me. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Meng Qingze's lips curled up. Su Zirwei. Why would he call you out of the blue? He knows you're driving, and he's distracting you. Isn't this just trying to get you into trouble? After Meng Qingze finished speaking, he sighed again. Finally, shaking his head, he said, Luckily, you weren't seriously injured this time. If you had hurt your leg again, I really don't know how I would face you. Xin, you have no idea how panicked I was after I found out about your accident. I was so afraid that I would be separated from you at any moment. Meng Qingze spoke sincerely, and Jiang Xian gradually calmed down. Although he didn't say it outright, he understood what Meng Qingze had just said. Jiang Xian was still somewhat concerned. Why did Su Zirwei call at that time of day? Chengze, I've asked Butler Wu to bring you back. It's getting late. You should head back soon. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Meng Qingze still wanted to stay, but he couldn't resist Jiang Xian's strong personality. Meng Qingze walked out of the ward with a smile on his lips. Everything was going according to his plan. The rest depended on whether Su Zirwei would cause trouble. The seeds of doubt have been sown, and Jiang Xian certainly won't believe it easily. Su Zirwei didn't know that Jiang Xian had woken up until early the next morning. After a quick breakfast, Su Zirwei rushed over. Zhang Feier was waiting at the door. Master, please come quickly, we are all waiting. Zhang Feier also has several interns around her. They all looked at Su Zirwei with anticipation. Su Zirwei's reputation had already spread far and wide. He was a promising young doctor who had even appeared in textbooks. Which student wouldn't be excited? Su Zirwei felt a little embarrassed and could only smile slightly. Why are you all looking at me like that? The others around him immediately became respectful. Master, I was just worried that something might happen to you. So I specially found a few people to accompany you and give you some courage. Zhang Feier had already explained the whole story to these interns. I don't have much affection for Jiang Xian now. Upon hearing this, Su Zirwei felt helpless. I am a doctor now, here to check on the patient's condition. We're not here to fight. Why bring so many people? Although Su Zirwei said that, he still led Zhang Feier inside. Jiang Xian was all alone and looked rather aloof. Zhang Feier's expression was serious. Are you feeling better? Su Zirwei spoke softly, then stepped forward to examine the wound. After confirming that there was no infection, I was finally relieved. Dr. Su, when can I be discharged from the hospital? Jiang Xian's tone was flat, showing no emotional fluctuations. This scene surprised Su Zirwei somewhat. After considering this explanation, looking at Jiang Xian again, there was even a hint of hatred in her eyes. Zhang Feier frowned. Su Zirwei shook his head. It will take at least 2 more weeks. If President Jiang wants to go back, he needs his wounds to heal. After Su Zirwei answered, Jiang Xian did not speak again. The atmosphere in the ward was somewhat awkward. Zhang Feier was getting impatient and started coughing incessantly. Su Zirwei understood what Zhang Feier meant and sighed helplessly. Jiang Xian, there are some things I want to talk to you about. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Jiang Xian sneered. Chapter 37. Refusal to accept apology. Dr. Su, are you perhaps trying to apologize to me? Forget about the apology, I'll pretend nothing happened. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Su Zirwei was stunned. Zhang Feier stepped forward. Jiang Xian, do you have any conscience? My master didn't have any surgeries yesterday. He only stayed at the emergency room after he heard about your accident. What do you mean by this now? Zhang Feier really couldn't understand why Jiang Xian didn't have any sense of shame at all. Jiang Xian laughed when Zhang Feier asked her question. Shouldn't I have this attitude? Why is Dr. Su standing there? It was because of him that I got into trouble. As Jiang Xian spoke, Su Zirwei's expression changed instantly, revealing a hint of disappointment. Zhang Feier was right after all. The first thing Jiang Xian did when she woke up was to blame him. Zhang Feier was stunned for a moment before continuing. Jiang Xian, that's because my master wanted to tell you that Meng Qingze was just pretending from beginning to end, and only you treated him like a treasure. That Meng Qingze was fine last night. That leg was just a lie to fool you. Only you are still foolish enough to believe it. Zhang Feier was anxious, but Jiang Xian wouldn't believe her words now. Jiang Xian simply looked at Su Zirwei. It seemed like a question. Su Zirwei nodded slightly. I checked the records, and there is no information about him. Jiang Xian scoffed. Su Zirwei, I really underestimated you. How come I never noticed before? Where did you learn your skill in framing people from? After speaking, Jiang Xian looked to the side. Su Zirwei's gaze gradually dimmed. Believe it or not, it's up to you. I've accomplished my mission. After saying that, Su Zirwei turned and left, not wanting to stay any longer. At that moment, he only felt ridiculous. They actually thought Jiang Xian would be grateful. Jiang Xian frowned as she watched Su Zirwei leave, while Zhang Feier looked helpless. In short, you will need at least 2 weeks to be discharged from the hospital. If she weren't still at work, Zhang Feier would have definitely argued with Jiang Xian. Even though his master has gone to such lengths, Jiang Xian is still not satisfied. After Su Zirwei left, Jiang Xian sighed helplessly. Am I wrong to do this? Just as he finished speaking, Lu Zhenjin called. I heard you woke up, are you alright? Lu Zhenjin sounded a little anxious. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian responded coldly. Xin, did you have a fight with Dr. Su? You sound a little unhappy. After saying all this, Jiang Xian sighed. I'm fine. Tell me, did you receive a message from the board of directors? As soon as Jiang Xian finished speaking, Lu Jinjin immediately spoke up. You were right. The board wants you to go back as soon as possible. But after hearing about your accident, I plan to find someone to take your place. Do you have any ideas? After Lu Jinjin finished speaking, Jiang Xian was stunned. I won't be discharged from the hospital until the end of the month. Do you think Ching Zhe is suitable? As soon as Jiang Xian finished speaking, Lu Jinjin fell silent. Seeing that Lu Jinjin didn't speak, Jiang Xian knew that Lu Jinjin was probably thinking of something to say in rebuttal. However, Lu Jinjin surprisingly agreed. Since you think so highly of Meng Qingze, then let him come and give it a try. The board of directors won't agree to this easily. Lu Jinjin's attitude has gradually calmed down. Since Jiang Xian trusts Meng Qingze so much, then let Meng Qingze take charge himself. By angering the board of directors, Jiang Xian can also see just how much power Meng Qingze truly possesses. Real. Jinjin, you're finally willing to believe Cheng Zhe. I can assure you, Cheng Zhe will definitely surprise you. Jiang Xian was completely head over heels in love at that moment. Lu Jinjin gradually became immune to it. Then you should rest and recover in the hospital. You can talk to Meng Qingze yourself. Have him come to the company tomorrow. Lu Jinjin hung up the phone after speaking. Upon hearing this, a smile finally appeared on Jiang Xian's lips. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected bonus this time. Once this was confirmed, Jiang Xian immediately informed Meng Qingze. Meng Qingze looked surprised when he heard the news. Did I hear that right? Are you telling the truth? Meng Qingze became excited on the other end of the phone. Jiang Xian sighed. Don't get agitated. It's just that they've agreed to let you in, but the board of directors will still take action. Jinjin will help you stall for a while. You just need to stabilize the company for 2 weeks. Don't let me down. Jiang Xian chose Meng Qingze because she wanted him to put his skills into practice. This proves that Meng Qingze is more capable than Su Zhiwei. Xin, I will definitely do my best. Would you like something to eat? I'll bring it to you right away. After saying a few words, Jiang Xian also hung up the phone. I breathed a sigh of relief. Things were finally starting to look better. Meanwhile, Meng took the opportunity to tell Meng's mother the news. Mencius' mother was even more excited when she heard the news. This is just the first step in testing the waters. Once you win over Jiang Xian, half the company will be yours. Meng's mother smiled, while Meng Qingze was even more excited. Mom, make some nourishing soup. I'll bring it over and show Jiang Xian how sincere we are. After Meng Qingze finished speaking, Meng's mother immediately agreed. But then he turned around and ordered takeout. When Meng Qingze arrived in front of Jiang Xian with the takeout, he suppressed the smile on his face. Xin, I prepared this especially for you. Get up and try it. Meng Qingze smiled and quickly opened the lid. However, a strong spice aroma appeared. Jiang Xian frowned, her eyes filled with resistance. I think I'll wait a bit. Jiang Xian declined, and then began to inquire about the events of the night Meng Qingze had the accident. Hearing Jiang Xian say that, Meng Qingze panicked for a moment, but then calmed down. There was one blind fool, but I didn't bother with him. Fortunately, it wasn't too serious. Meng Qingze feigned anger, while Jiang Xian simply nodded. Outside the ward, Su Ziming looked at the soup in his hand, a hint of helplessness on his lips. Hoping that Jiang Xian could be discharged from the hospital as soon as possible, Su Zhiwei went back and cooked a pot of soup. But she was too late. Jiang Xian wouldn't even glance at her now. Su Zhiwei smiled and then returned to his office. Zhang Feier stepped forward immediately. It smells so good, master. Did you make this? Zhang Feier spoke excitedly, and Su Zhiwei nodded. Here, have a drink. This was specially prepared for you. Su Zhiwei didn't say it explicitly, but Zhang Feier could sense that the soup was most likely for Jiang Xian. However, Zhang Feier couldn't resist after smelling the scent. Master, then I won't stand on ceremony. Zhang Feier smiled and took it away, then began to share it with the interns. Su Zhiwei glanced at it and felt helpless. I don't know when I'll be able to completely get rid of Jiang Xian. Everything that's happened lately has been related to her. Su Zhiwei was a little tired. Chapter 38, A Misunderstanding in the Night. Su Zhiwei yawned. I already worked overtime yesterday, and I have to stay on night duty today. Standing in the corridor, Su Zhiwei felt helpless. Now, there's only one door between me and Jiang Xian. Su Zhiwei hesitated, but as a doctor, he had to ensure the well-being of every patient. I knocked on the door, but there was no response from the other side. Su Zhiwei frowned and glanced at the time again. It's just past 7 p.m. Based on Su Zhiwei's understanding of Jiang Xian, she probably hasn't gone to sleep yet. He knocked on the door again, and after confirming there was no response, He turned and went to the next room. Jiang Xian curled up on the bed, her body trembling uncontrollably. They couldn't even speak. She had intended to respond to the knocking, but the sharp pain prevented her from speaking. Su Zirwei made a round and even came to the duty room to give a reminder. Take a closer look at President Zhang's hospital room. As soon as Su Zirwei finished speaking, the nurse on duty was stunned. Dr. Su, you really put your heart and soul into it. But speaking of which, an entire afternoon has passed, and this Mr. Jiang hasn't shown up even once. You mean she doesn't need to go to the bathroom? With two nurses watching over him, Su Zirwei keenly sensed that something was wrong. He hasn't come out all afternoon? Thinking back to the scene I saw in the ward that afternoon, Jiang Xian drank the soup that Meng Qingze brought. I see. Su Zirwei nodded, and the pager rang the next second. This was Jiang Xian's hospital room. The nurses got up and rushed over, and Su Zirwei followed behind them. As soon as he pushed open the door to the ward, Su Zirwei froze. Jiang Xian was curled up on the floor, looking extremely disheveled. Upon seeing this, the nurses immediately stepped forward to help Jiang Xian up. Su Zirwei rushed forward, but Jiang Xian had already lost consciousness. After a thorough examination, Su Zirwei's face darkened. Thankfully, nothing serious happened. I just fainted from stomach pain after eating spicy food. Thinking of this, Su Zirwei became even more furious. Don't the people around Jiang Xian know what her body looks like? Thinking about all this, Su Zirwei called Butler Wu. Dr. Su, why are you calling so late? Could it be that something happened to President Jiang? Housekeeper Wu was anxious, while Su Zirwei explained what had happened in the ward. Upon hearing this, Butler Wu immediately became excited. Dr. Su, please take good care of Mr. Jiang. I'll be right there. After Butler Wu hung up the phone, Su Zirwei simply sighed. Su Zirwei glanced at Jiang Xian and then silently left. Meanwhile, after receiving the news, Butler Wu prepared to go to the hospital. However, before they could take any action, Meng Qingze stopped them. Butler Wu, where are you headed so late? Meng Qingze was curious, so Butler Wu told him everything. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingze knew that his chance to shine had come. Butler Wu, I'll handle this matter. You can stay here. Meng Qingze's attitude was firm, and Butler Wu frowned, but could only nod. When Meng Qingze arrived at the hospital, he happened to see Su Zirwei in the corridor. His eyes changed instantly. Su Zirwei. Meng Qingze frowned and stepped forward immediately. Before Meng Qingze could even speak, Su Zirwei was already prepared and threw a punch. The sudden punch stunned Meng Qingze, his eyes still filled with panic. Su Zirwei stepped forward and asked, Meng Qingze, where did your soup come from at noon? Don't you know that Jiang Xian can't eat too many spicy foods? Su Zirwei looked furious, while Meng Qingze was surprised. This is our business. What's it to you? Meng Qingze felt a little guilty at this moment, but looking at Su Zirwei, he still felt confident. You're just an outsider. What right do you have to tell me what to do? Meng Qingze's eyes were filled with anger. I'm a doctor now, and Jiang Xian has fainted again because of you. If you really want to stay by Jiang Xian's side, you'd better show your sincerity. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, he added, and your legs, there's no need for you to put on an act in front of a doctor. Su Zirwei's words made Meng Qingze's eyes widen completely. There was even a hint of panic in his eyes. What are you saying? I don't understand. Meng Qingze still wanted to play dumb, but after seeing Su Zirwei's eyes, I couldn't help but start to worry. Su Zirwei chuckled. You know it yourself. After saying that, Su Zirwei left without even thinking. Meng Qingze was somewhat frightened. Su Zirwei had changed, but why had he suddenly become like this? Without a second thought, Su Zirwei turned and walked into the ward. Upon seeing the person in the hospital bed, Meng Qingze's face instantly showed worry, and he immediately went forward to them. Xin, I'm sorry I'm late. Are you all right? Meng Qingze looked guilty. Jiang Xian was still in a deep sleep. Seeing this, Meng Qingze could only wait on the sidelines. I waited until the sky outside the window began to lighten, and then a pale, fish-belly white appeared in the sky. Jiang Xian slowly woke up, her eyes still filled with curiosity. Chengze. Jiang Xian spoke weakly. Meng Qingze snapped out of his daze and immediately looked at Jiang Xian. Xin, you're all right? That's so good. Meng Qingze's eyes were filled with joy. Meng Qingze was excited, but the next second he frantically searched for the items. Jiang Xian immediately stopped the person. Chengze, aren't you going to the company today? Why are you at the hospital? Jiang Xian frowned, while Meng Qingze sighed upon hearing this. I was worried that something might happen to you while you were alone in the hospital, so I came to check on you. I never expected something like this would happen to you. Meng Qingze looked excited, while Jiang Xian was somewhat curious. Did you save me? Upon hearing this, Meng Qingze nodded repeatedly. I arrived just in time, and you were unharmed. Meng Qing's confidence didn't sound like a lie. Jiang Xian didn't say much, but looked out the window. Cheng Zhe, is there nothing you want to say to me? Jiang Xian looked over, and Meng Qingze, who heard this, was startled, but still remained calm on the surface. Xin, don't you believe me? I really didn't lie to you. Meng Qingze cried, his eyes filled with grievance. Seeing this, Jiang Xian's heart softened. I was just asking casually. You don't need to rush. As Jiang Xian spoke, she became serious. Go back and pack your things, then go to the company to find Jinjin. With Jinjin around, she can help you keep the company in check. By the time the board of directors realized what was happening, I was discharged from the hospital. After saying that, Jiang Xian continued, don't do anything too outrageous. We absolutely cannot allow the board of directors to find any fault with us. Jiang Xian was serious, but she still felt uneasy. Was this decision made somewhat abruptly? Meng Qingze noticed the hesitation in Jiang Xian's eyes. He sighed at that moment. Xin, if you think I'm not good enough, I'll stay. Besides, I really want to stay by your side and take care of you. Chapter 39. Following doctor's orders. Meng Qingze spoke earnestly, and even Jiang Xian was somewhat moved this time. Xin, I think I'll stay. You still need to be taken care of. Meng Qingze said excitedly. Jiang Xian shook her head. No, the Jiang group still needs people. You can't leave yet. Besides, it's too late to find a suitable person right now. With Jinjin here, I can rest assured. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Meng Qingze looked troubled but had no choice but to agree. Xin, since you trust me so much, I definitely won't let you down. After he finished speaking, Meng Qingze nodded in agreement immediately. Meng Qingze was initially in a passive position, but now that he has taken the initiative, things are different. Jiang Xian yawned. Seeing this, Meng Qingze felt even more distressed. Xin, why don't you get some sleep? I'll go back and get ready. As Meng Qingze spoke, Jiang Xian nodded slightly upon seeing this. After Meng Qingze left, Jiang Xian looked outside, a sense of helplessness creeping into her heart. She didn't completely lose consciousness last night, but she did hear Su Zirwei's voice. It's obvious that Su Zirwei was there last night. Why would Meng Qingze lie to himself? Jiang Xian was puzzled. Jiang Xian waited until dawn, but she couldn't fall asleep at all. Looking at the door, Jiang Xian even began to feel anticipation. I'm hoping that Su Zirwei will be the one to come and check on the patients later. Unfortunately, Jiang Xian was still disappointed. Zhang Feier walked in through the door. Upon seeing Zhang Feier, Jiang Xian's expression instantly changed. Why is it you? Jiang Xian blurted out instinctively, then instantly realized she had said the wrong thing. Then they shifted their attention. Zhang Feier sneered. What? Who else could it be but me? Master can't come because of something. Did something happen to you last night? Zhang Feier was curious. It's a pity I didn't come last night. Otherwise, I would have definitely come to see Jiang Xian's disheveled state. It's all because your hospital didn't take good care of me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gotten into this mess. Jiang Xian was dissatisfied. However, upon hearing this, Zhang Feier immediately let out a cold laugh. President Jiang, I think you've misspoke. Didn't you eat something wrong, and that's why you look like this? After saying that, Zhang Feier pretended to be surprised. Could it be that Meng Qingze didn't tell you anything? That makes sense. How could Meng Qingze possibly tell you something that would be detrimental to him? Zhang Feier shook her head, then let out a long sigh. After she finished speaking, Zhang Feier turned and left. The patient is fine. Let's check other areas. After she finished speaking, Zhang Feier left with her entourage. As the ward door closed, Jiang Xian felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. Has Su Zirwei gotten into trouble? Jiang Xian was curious, but also began to feel confused. What happened to Su Zirwei? Meanwhile, Su Zirwei had already been pulled into a coffee shop by He Yuqing. He Yuqing smiled and said, Brother Zirwei, it's really quite difficult to get you out here. As she finished speaking, He Yuqing also sighed. Su Zirwei was taken aback and quickly explained. The hospital has been quite busy lately. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. However, as soon as she finished speaking, He Yuqing shook her head. Brother Zirwei, I know the hospital is busy lately, so you don't need to worry. After she finished speaking, He Yuqing immediately stood up. Let's go. We still have a lot to do today. He Yuqing smiled, while Su Zirwei, who heard this, frowned slightly. Qing, I still need to go to the hospital. Su Zirwei looked on, and He Yuqing was stunned. I already asked Andy, aren't you off today? As soon as He Yuqing finished speaking, Su Zirwei looked embarrassed. Actually, a special patient came last night, and I was in charge of the surgery. I'm still a little worried. After he finished speaking, Su Zirwei didn't dare to look at He Yuqing. She was afraid that He Yuqing would see the panic in her eyes. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, He Yuqing nodded slightly. Brother Zirwei, you really are a responsible person. No wonder you are the most anticipated doctor. The patient is more important. You should go and see him. He Yuqing smiled, showing no suspicion. Su Zirwei also breathed a sigh of relief. After paying, I rushed to the hospital. After Zhang Feier finished checking the rooms, she saw Su Zirwei waiting for her. Master, why are you here? Didn't you have a day off today? Zhang Feier was confused, while Su Zirwei simply smiled. You know, I'm just worried about the hospital. Su Zirwei touched his nose. Zhang Feier suddenly fell silent. Master, it's just the two of us here. Tell me, do you want to remarry? Zhang Feier looked serious, but Su Zirwei shook his head after hearing this. How could you think like that, girl? Su Zirwei sighed helplessly. 3 years was enough time for him to see everything clearly. Now he has no lingering feelings for Zhang Feier whatsoever. As a doctor, one must also do one's best for one's patients. What happened last night is also related to us to some extent. Su Zirwei sighed. Zhang Feier frowned. Master, this is Meng Qingze, who insisted on bringing the soup himself. Besides, I've already told Jiang Xian that this woman should be allowed to see for herself. What kind of people are around me? Zhang Feier shook her head. Su Zirwei was taken aback. You told her? Zhang Feier nodded slightly. Of course we told them. Jiang Xian even said it was our problem. With my fiery temper, how could I possibly tolerate this? Zhang Feier snorted coldly. Su Zirwei's eyes flickered slightly. If the hospital had conducted a thorough examination, Jiang Xian might not have ended up like this. And at the time, we didn't explain anything that needed to be noted. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Zhang Feier's initial pride vanished. Now there's an added layer of confusion. Sir, so it really is a problem with our hospital? Zhang Feier's mind went blank. She had said all those things today. Doesn't this just deepen the misunderstanding? Zhang Feier felt extremely uncomfortable. Upon hearing this, Su Zirwei merely raised an eyebrow. Now that you know, let's go. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, he immediately stood up. Zhang Feier was taken aback. Master, where are you planning to go? Seeing Su Zirwei's actions, Zhang Feier also began to worry. The next second, Su Zirwei stepped forward. Of course, we should apologize to President Jiang and explain the things we need to pay attention to. Do you want another incident to happen? As Su Zirwei finished speaking, Zhang Feier showed some dissatisfaction. But considering her identity, he had no choice but to agree. Jiang Xian was in the hospital room, still harboring resentment. I never expected the hospital to have this kind of attitude. Just thinking about Su Zirwei filled Jiang Xian with mixed feelings. Why is he so cold now? Ward rounds. A sound came from the doorway. Chapter 40. You'll take care of it. In that instant, Jiang Xian looked up. There was still a dazed look in his eyes. However, he quickly calmed down after seeing the person in front of him. Didn't they come to check before? Why are they here again? Jiang Xian's face showed a hint of dissatisfaction. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feier snorted coldly. However, one should still show respect on their face. Mr. Jiang, don't overthink it. We're just worried that you won't learn your lesson and will eat something unclean again. After saying that, Zhang Feier quickly stepped forward. Your body hasn't fully recovered yet, so avoid spicy and stimulating foods. Avoid strenuous exercise as well. Ensure physical and mental well-being. Zhang Feier blurted everything out. A mocking smile instantly appeared on Jiang Xian's face. What? Did the hospital forget the doctor's orders? Did you only come out after the incident at the hospital? After saying that, Zhang Feier's face instantly froze. Seeing Zhang Feier like this, Jiang Xian sneered. Now the hospital is trying to remedy the situation. Jiang Xian sneered, and Zhang Feier's momentum weakened in an instant. All right. Su Zirwei, who was standing to the side, couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward. Zhang Feier wanted to say something, but Su Zirwei stopped her and pulled her to his side. Mr. Jiang, this was indeed our hospital's fault. We hope you can give us another chance. Su Zirwei's attitude was sincere. Upon seeing this, Zhang Feier frowned slightly. He muttered something under his breath. Jiang Xian glanced at it. Dr. Su, you are a renowned doctor. How could you possibly make such a mistake? Or are you just like this only towards me? After she finished speaking, Jiang Xian's lips curled up in a smile. They seemed like victors. Su Zirwei frowned, not expecting Jiang Xian to say that. Zhang Feier frowned. Mr. Jiang, even if this matter is related to the hospital, don't you understand your own body? Your body is so weak, yet you don't take care of it. It was all because of the people around you. How can you blame my master? Zhang Feier pouted, but Jiang Xian raised an eyebrow once again. Dr. Su, is this the quality of your hospital? How could they treat patients like this? Jiang Xian caught Zhang Feier by the pigtail. Zhang Feier was furious and was about to retort when she saw Su Zhiwei's gaze. You can go out now. Su Zhiwei also knew Zhang Feier's temper. He was perfectly nice to all the other patients, so why did he change when it came to Jiang Xian? Just as he thought of this, Su Zhiwei looked at Jiang Xian again. I'm very sorry about what happened today. I apologize to you on behalf of the hospital. Su Zhiwei spoke calmly. Hearing this, Jiang Xian felt inexplicably sad. For Su Zhiwei, he is now just a patient. Dr. Su, didn't you just say you were giving your hospital a chance? Now I'm giving you a chance. Cheng Zhe is busy lately, so I'll have to trouble Dr. Su to take good care of me. After she finished speaking, Jiang Xian closed her eyes and began to rest. Upon hearing this, Su Zhiwei's eyes showed astonishment. Upon closer reflection, it is indeed his fault. I had no choice but to agree. President Jiang, please get some rest. After Su Zhiwei finished speaking, he turned around and walked out. The ward door closed, and Jiang Xian silently opened her eyes. A bitter smile flashed across his eyes. She even wants to eat a bite of Su Zhiwei's cooking now. In the hospital corridor, Su Zhiwei looked at Zhang Feier. It's all right, let's go back. Su Zhiwei looked somewhat relieved. Zhang Feier kept her head down. Master, did Jiang Xian make any unreasonable demands? Should I not have said that? Zhang Feier lowered her head, her face showing disappointment. Upon hearing this, Su Zhiwei merely glanced at it. Jiang Xian wouldn't make unreasonable demands on me just because of a few words you said. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Feier shook her head again. That won't work either. Master, this Jiang Xian is not a good person. They're trying to use this opportunity to blackmail you. After he finished speaking, Su Zhiwei remained silent for a while. What else can he threaten me with? He's just an ex-husband who got a lot of severance pay. There's nothing to worry about. But as soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Feier became curious as well. So what did Jiang Xian say? Zhang Feier's eyes were filled with confusion. Su Zhiwei frowned before speaking. Let me take care of her. After she finished speaking, Zhang Feier froze on the spot, her eyes filled with surprise. Does that Jiang Xian have no shame? I told you not to bother me, but I still bullied you like this. Now you're being asked to take care of them? What exactly does this woman mean? Zhang Feier was furious. Wasn't this blatant bullying of her master? Su Zhiwei just smiled awkwardly after hearing this. This matter is ultimately the hospital's responsibility. If I only need to step in myself, then that would be a good thing. Su Zhiwei also didn't want his problem to affect the hospital. Zhang Feier sighed. I knew this woman was no ordinary person. I didn't expect to be waiting here. Zhang Feier was helpless. It was too late to say anything now. It's just a matter of delivering soup every day and checking on things occasionally. Anyway, I left after half a month. After he finished speaking, Su Zhiwei smiled gently, still with the same warm and gentle demeanor as before. Zhang Feier felt helpless, realizing that nothing she said would make a difference. At this time, Meng Qingze also arrived at the company. Seeing Lu Jinjin filled me with even more excitement. Secretary Lu, you've been waiting for me at the company entrance so early in the morning. As Meng Qingze spoke, a hint of ill intent lingered in his eyes. Seeing this, Lu Jinjin frowned. Xin has probably already told you everything, but I'm still giving you a warning. Don't do anything useless. If the board of directors finds out, even if Xin comes back, she won't be able to help you. After saying that, Lu Jinjin led Meng Qingze to the office. He sat in Jiang Xian's seat. Meng Qingze began to get excited. He had been wondering what this seat would feel like for a long time, and now that he's sitting here, it's truly a different experience. Having seen so many people, Lu Jinjin naturally understood what Meng Qingze was thinking. Don't covet what you shouldn't have. I'll be keeping a close eye on you these next few days if you do anything out of line. I will take action. After she finished speaking, Lu Jinjin took a special look at herself. Meng Qingze smiled. Secretary Lu, Xin asked me to come here to deceive the board of directors. How could I possibly do something that would disappoint Xin? Meng Qingze smiled, while Lu Jinjin beside him merely frowned. Will Jiang Xian's plan really succeed? In the hospital, Jiang Xian was no longer troubled as before. Enjoy the medicinal cuisine in front of you with all your heart. Zhang Feier stood to the side, a hint of dissatisfaction in her eyes. Miss Zhang, would you like to join us for a drink? Chapter 41, Preventing the Meeting. Jiang Xian smiled, but there was no second set of tableware on the table. Zhang Feier kept replaying Su Zhiwei's words in her mind. Don't get angry about this. Otherwise, Jiang Xian could easily seize upon his weaknesses. Miss Jiang, this was originally prepared for you. It's for patients only. I won't compete with you for a patient. After saying these words, Zhang Feier shook her head helplessly. However, I was fortunate enough to have tasted the soup made by my master once. It's truly a rare delicacy. Jiang Xian was stunned when Zhang Feier said that. What do you mean by that? Su Rui even made soup for you guys? Upon hearing Jiang Xian's words, Zhang Feier immediately nodded. Mr. Jiang, don't you know? Our master is so considerate to us. They'll share good things with us. Zhang Feier sighed after she finished speaking. You know, some people just don't know right from wrong. If Meng Qingze hadn't brought you soup before, we wouldn't have gotten our hands on this good stuff. After Zhang Feier finished speaking, she shook her head again. Mr. Jiang, I've been waiting here. I'll clean up as soon as you finish eating, so that you won't say that our hospital has mistreated you again. As Zhang Feier spoke, Jiang Xian raised an eyebrow. Where is Su Zirwei? Didn't I tell him to come and take care of it? As Jiang Xian spoke, Zhang Feier expressed her dissatisfaction. President Jiang, Dr. Su still has surgeries to perform. You don't expect everyone to revolve around you, do you? Zhang Feier snorted coldly, and Jiang Xian didn't say anything more. Zhang Feier was, after all, Zhang Xingtian's daughter, and she couldn't afford to offend her too much. I've lost my appetite. I suggest Dr. Su eat a little lighter next time. You're divorced, so why are you still being so perfunctory? Jiang Xian smiled. Zhang Feier snorted coldly before stepping forward to collect the items. Su Zirwei did not undergo surgery, but remained in the examination room. Zhang Feier walked in looking impatient. Master, do you think Jiang Xian left that behind on purpose? Is she trying to take this opportunity to get back together with you? Upon hearing this, Su Zirwei knew that the two were at odds again. Don't keep picking on President Jiang. I didn't say anything. Just as she finished speaking, Zhang Feier stepped forward. Master, I've discovered something quite significant. Do you know where Meng Qingze went? After Zhang Feier finished speaking, she looked mysterious. Lu Zirwei was curious. He had never heard of that before. Jiang Xian's hospitalization itself is an opportunity for her to shine. As it turned out, Meng Qingze never came. Su Zirwei now realizes that there is indeed a problem here. Where did you go? Su Zirwei glanced at it. Meng Qingze immediately replied. I found out about going to the Jiang group through someone else. I also know that the board of directors is dissatisfied with President Jiang this time. This Meng Qingze is very likely the key. Upon hearing that it was related to the Jiang group, Su Zirwei lost interest in listening any further. Zhang Feier sighed. But master, you should still be careful. I have a feeling that woman's intentions are not pure. Su Zirwei didn't say anything more. He just shook his head slightly. It was late at night. Jiang Xian wasn't asleep. She was looking at her phone. Meng Qingze behaved himself well on his first day. Even Lu Xinjin found it somewhat unbelievable. I told you a long time ago that you can trust Qingze. He's different from the people you've met. Jiang Xian sent a voice message. Upon seeing this, Lu Xinjin shook her head. I said love-obsessed in front of the screen. The final round of ward rounds began, and Jiang Xian frowned slightly as she watched Su Zirwei walk in. Dr. Su, are you done with your work? I thought you had already left work. As soon as Jiang Xian finished speaking, Su Zirwei simply fell silent. He stepped forward without saying a word. After taking a closer look, he turned and left. Jiang Xian was dissatisfied upon seeing this. Su Zirwei, as a doctor, don't you know what to say to me? Jiang Xian had just finished speaking. Su Zirwei sneered. President Jiang, I'm very curious. Why did you send Meng Qingze to the company to replace you? After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Jiang Xian paused in her movements. I never expected Dr. Su to value me so much. Jiang Xian smiled. However, the smile didn't reach his eyes. It even carried a hint of mockery. Just as Meng Qingze had said, even after the divorce, Su Zirwei continued to observe him. Su Zirwei simply looked at Jiang Xian. President Jiang may have misunderstood. I only heard Zhang Feier say that. That's why I was curious and asked. President Jiang values the company most. Isn't this just squandering it? Jiang Xian frowned. What does this have to do with you? You're someone I'm divorced from, so we have nothing to do with each other anymore. After these words were spoken, Jiang Xian's initial goodwill towards Su Zirwei completely vanished. They even found it laughable. I had actually felt a moment of tenderness just now. Su Zirwei smiled. Mr. Jiang is right. I really don't have those rights. Call a nurse if needed. Su Zirwei did not continue, but turned and left. Jiang Xian frowned. She felt even angrier. When had Su Zirwei ever treated her like this? Inside the villa, Meng Qingze looked at his mother beside him. You finally made something of yourself, kid. So, are we going to be able to go back in a few days? Mencius' mother spoke with great excitement. Meng simply shook her head. I can't say much about this. The entire board has started an investigation, so I have to be careful. I need to be careful about you going back to work. As soon as Meng Qingze finished speaking, Meng's mother's expression changed instantly. Chengze, you can't do that. Your family is waiting for you. If you don't help them, they're all going to be disappointed. Meng's mother was helpless, and Meng Qingze felt helpless upon hearing this. Mom, I'm an agent now. They have no real power at all. Besides, this was all done behind the board's back. After Meng Qingze finished speaking, Meng's mother's expression became even more displeased. However, the next second, Meng Qingze continued. Mom, don't worry, I will definitely arrange for you to get in. After saying that, Meng Qingze took out several contracts. As long as we bring these things, we can quickly take over the entire Jiang Corporation. Even if you can't occupy it, you can still have your own place. After Meng Qingze finished speaking, Meng's mother's expression changed instantly. Then he burst out laughing. Qingze, is what you're saying true? We'll be able to take over the Jiang group soon? Mencius' mother's eyes were filled with excitement. Meng Qingze smiled slightly. Mom, don't you still believe me? Jiang Xin is still in the hospital, and I'm a little worried that she might rekindle her old relationship with Su Zirwei. Upon hearing this, Mencius' mother's expression changed instantly. That's easy, leave it to me. What can a little doctor do? Chapter 42 Mencius' mother takes action. Seeing how confident Meng's mother was, Meng Qingze was still somewhat worried. Mom, you have to be careful. That Su Zirwei is quite cunning. Besides, it's in the hospital. Anyway, be careful. After Meng Qingze finished speaking, Meng's mother simply waved her hand. Mom understands. I'll go check on things tomorrow. The mother and son smiled at each other. The next morning, Su Zirwei got up early and went to the vegetable market. Even Chen Huifang began to feel that her child was a bit strange. When have I ever seen him so serious before? So when Su Zirwei returned, Chen Huifang went to him immediately. I remember you were supposed to be off today. Why did you suddenly go grocery shopping? What delicious food are you preparing this time? Chen Huifang looked on with curiosity, her eyes filled with gossip. Su Zirwei could only shake his head helplessly. Mom, don't make wild guesses. I made this for hospital patients. This patient has no one at home, so I decided to take care of him. Su Zirwei didn't say it explicitly, but Chen Huifang immediately guessed what he meant. What kind of patient needs the surgeon to personally prepare medicinal meals? Moreover, this kind of time-consuming and laborious relationship is definitely not an ordinary one. You little rascal, don't forget Qingqing. She was talking about you to me just a few days ago. After Chen Huifang finished speaking, Su Zirwei paused slightly, then smiled. Mom, how could I possibly forget? He's just an ordinary patient. There's nothing else between them. Su Zirwei was truly helpless. Upon hearing this, he realized Chen Huifang had misunderstood. Chen Huifang simply gave an understanding look. This is a matter for you young people, so I won't ask any more questions. But you can't let Qingqing's kindness go to waste. Chen Huifang spoke earnestly. Su Zirwei nodded repeatedly after hearing this. He couldn't tell Chen Huifang everything, or things would get complicated. Chen Huifang shook her head helplessly before turning and leaving. Su Zirwei was helpless. Jiang Xin was waiting for Su Zirwei. Since trying the familiar taste, I've had some expectations. A knock came at the door. Jiang Xin frowned slightly. Come in. When did Su Zirwei become so polite? Thinking this to himself, he then saw that the person who entered was Mencius' mother. The expression on his face changed instantly. Auntie, it's you here. Didn't Qingze come? Jiang Xin maintained her smile. Mencius' mother smiled and stepped forward with a look of heartache. Xinxin, I'm so sorry you've suffered. I should have come to see you yesterday if I had known. After saying this, Mencius' mother sighed deeply. Left with no other choice, he stepped forward. Xinxin, how are you feeling? When can you be discharged from the hospital? Mencius' mother asked anxiously. Jiang Xin felt helpless after hearing this. Auntie, the doctor said it will take until the end of the month at the earliest. Jiang Xin smiled. Then they also noticed the earthenware pot in Mencius' mother's hand. This time, Mencius' mother was clever. She deliberately put the soup she ordered from takeout into an earthenware pot. It's like I made it myself. Jiang Xin wrinkled her nose, and like a mother presenting a treasure, she offered the item forward. I got up early to prepare this for you. Get up and have some water. The lid was opened, and a fragrant aroma wafted out. Jiang Xin could tell from the smell that this was the work of Jinghai restaurant. This time it wasn't takeout. However, Jiang Xin still shook her head. Auntie, I'm still recovering. I can't drink this. You should take it back to Qingze. Jiang Xin politely declined. For a moment, Mencius' mother looked embarrassed, but she quickly calmed down. Xinxin, you should have Qingze come back to handle things at the company. He has no prior experience with these things. How could he possibly manage them well? What should we do if something goes wrong? Mencius' mother used a strategy of retreat as a means of advancement. Jiang Xin was taken aback, looking at the anxiety on Meng's mother's face. For a moment, I was even a little unsure. What did Mencius' mother mean by this? Auntie, I like Chungza, and besides, Xinjin is with him. Nothing will happen. Jiang Xian believed in Lu Xinjin. As long as I don't do anything outrageous, I can take over after I'm discharged from the hospital. Mencius' mother sighed. Xin, I really want to thank you. This has given Cheng Zhe such an opportunity. As Mencius' mother spoke, tears welled in her eyes. Seeing Ming's mother like this, Jiang Xian's heart softened. Auntie, as long as Cheng Zhe performs well, he will definitely have a place in the Jiang group in the future. Jiang Xian's words made Ming's mother beam with joy, to the point that she couldn't control her expression. Real. Xin, you are truly Cheng Zhe's benefactor. If it weren't for you, Cheng Zhe would never have had the chance to join the Jiang group. Jiang Xian was dissatisfied with Ming's mother's words, but she nodded nonetheless. Auntie, I'm a little tired. You can go ahead if you need to. As Jiang Xian spoke, her mother's expression became even more unnatural. All I could do was get up with a smile. Xin, take good care of yourself. I'll head back now. After saying this, Jiang's mother turned and left. However, they did not take the earthenware pot with them. Smelling the scent in the air, exquisite yet exuding elegance. But it didn't whet Jiang Xian's appetite. There was even a slight feeling of disgust. They waited until Su Zirwei pushed the door open and came in. Jiang Xian was finally saved. Take this thing away right now. Jiang Xian glanced at the earthenware pot on the table. Su Zirwei was taken aback. Why is it this kind of soup again? Su Zirwei muttered something, then put the box down. Su Zirwei, don't you get tired? I remember you're off today, right? Jiang Xian looked over, a mocking smile playing on her lips. I sensed something was off about Jiang Xian's tone. Su Zirwei only glanced at it. President Jiang, I only agreed to your conditions. I have no idea. I hope you won't overthink it. After finishing speaking, Su Zirwei prepared to leave. Upon seeing Su Zirwei's actions, Jiang Xian immediately frowned. Su Zirwei, didn't you even think about using this opportunity to salvage anything? Jiang Xian's gaze gradually turned dangerous. Su Zirwei gave a self-deprecating laugh. Mr. Jiang, you're not joking, are you? We're divorced. Why should I care about you? I am a doctor, and you are just my patient. Su Zirwei was helpless. Or is it that President Jiang has already grown tired of Meng Qingze? Meng Qingze has only been back for a short time. Didn't President Jiang say that Meng Qingze was your true love? After saying that, Su Zirwei left with a cold smile. Jiang Xian was taken aback. She had originally intended to mock Su Zirwei. Tell him not to have any inappropriate thoughts. How come I'm the one who's being bullied now? Jiang Xian lost her appetite and simply closed her eyes. As soon as Su Zirwei stepped out of the ward, he saw Ming's mother standing in the corridor. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. The earthenware pot he was holding was now quite hot to the touch. What are you doing with that earthenware pot? I prepared it for Xin. Chapter 43, Earthenware Pot Soup. After Mencius' mother finished speaking, she immediately stepped forward and snatched the earthenware pot away. Seeing that the soup inside hadn't been touched, he lowered his gaze slightly. When Cheng Zhe first told me this, I didn't quite believe it. Now it seems your ex-husband is really shameless. Mencius' mother raised her voice, instantly attracting a lot of attention. Su Zirwei wasn't worried. He just glanced at it. The patient is already in poor health, and you brought soup with spices added. Isn't that harming the patient's health? As soon as these words were spoken, those around them understood. Mencius' mother was taken aback, then threw a tantrum, saying, Who knows if you did it on purpose? After all, your ex-wife is in here. Still the president of the Jiang group. That's why you said that. You just want to win her back. As soon as he finished speaking, he aroused the curiosity of those around him once again. Seeing this, Mencius' mother became even more arrogant. You don't know, Dr. Su is already divorced. And now they're still bothering me. Isn't that just malicious? After finishing her speech, Mencius' mother continued to be sarcastic. I really don't know how someone like you became a doctor. How dare you still pester me? Mencius' mother said this, but those around her shook their heads slightly. It is clear that he did not agree with what Mencius' mother said. Isn't Dr. Su the youngest and most promising doctor in the hospital? He doesn't seem like that kind of person to me. Could this woman have said that on purpose? In a short while, the people around gradually understood. Isn't this clearly meant to mock Dr. Su? How can there be such people in the hospital? Su Zirwei looked at Meng's mother. Ms. Meng, this is a hospital, not a place where you can slander others at will. If you still don't believe it, you can ask Jiang Xian. I think Jiang Xian would be happy to tell you everything. After saying that, Su Zirwei turned and left without saying another word. Mencius' mother's momentum naturally weakened. How should we ask Jiang Xian about this? It was so hard to gain Jiang Xian's trust in Meng Qingze, and if he were to give her a final push and make her suspicious, he would be in serious trouble. Then all our efforts would be in vain. He glanced down at the earthenware pot. Mencius' mother frowned slightly. What a waste of good stuff. Meanwhile, inside the company, Meng Qingze was looking at the documents on the table with a look of enjoyment on his face. Is this what it feels like to have power? Meng Qingze stared intently out the window. All the splendor was laid out before my eyes. These were all things Jiang Xian had seen before, and now they were also in Meng Qingze's eyes. At the same time, a sound came from outside. Meng Qingze looked over subconsciously. It was Lu Xinjin standing outside the door. Secretary Lu, I did exactly as you said. I didn't do anything. Meng Qingze smiled, and his gaze fell on Lu Xinjin. Lu Xinjin frowned. Put away that frivolous look on your face. There's no word from the board yet, which is good news for us. Lu Xinjin sighed deeply. Meng Qingze, however, was not in a hurry. Secretary Lu, I did exactly as you said. Nothing will happen. Meng Qingze's words only made Lu Xinjin more worried. If it were before, Meng Qingze would have started causing trouble long ago. Why can you remain calm now? Thinking about it this way, Lu Xinjin became even more curious. Meng Qingze still had a smile on his face. Secretary Lu, I wonder when we can arrange for my mother and the others to come in. After speaking, Meng Qingze began to observe Secretary Lu's attitude. Lu Xinjin frowned. Let's wait until President Jiang returns to discuss this matter. Your relatives were removed from the board of directors. If we let them in now, wouldn't that alarm the entire board of directors? Faced with Lu Xinjin's words, Meng Qingze also fell silent. Now how should we appease Meng's mother? Meng Qingze had another peaceful day. She was supposed to replace Jiang Xian, but the decision was still made by Jiang Xian. He's just occupying the office. Because of this, Meng Qingze returned to the villa with a look of impatience. Mencius' mother was already waiting there. Mom, why are you back so early? Did something happen? Meng Qingze was curious. Mencius' mother sighed. It's all because of Jiang Xian, that clueless idiot. What a waste of all the good stuff I brought her. After Meng's mother finished speaking, Meng Qingze only glanced at the earthenware pot on the table. Mom, did Jiang Xian say she wouldn't drink it? Meng Qingze was confused. How could Jiang Xian possibly refuse? Mother Meng nodded, but added, it was Su Zirwei who delivered it to me. They said Jiang Xian's health condition is not suitable for drinking these. Hearing his mother's words, Meng Qingze was stunned. Su Zirwei. Upon hearing that it was related to Su Zirwei, Meng Qingze couldn't sit still any longer. Why is Su Zirwei clinging to me again? I knew he hadn't given up. Su Zirwei grew angrier the more he thought about it, and wished he could go to the hospital right now. Why are you in such a hurry? I don't think President Jiang has that idea either. Aren't you worrying too much? Meng's mother's words surprised Su Zirwei. Mom, why are you suddenly siding with Jiang Xian? Didn't you just say she was wasteful? Su Zirwei was somewhat surprised. Meng's mother sighed before continuing. I'm worried that if you go to the hospital like this, Jiang Xian will dislike you. As Jiang's mother explained, Su Zirwei frowned. Mom, what could possibly go wrong? Jiang Xian listens to me completely now, so nothing will happen to her. Meng Qingze was confused. Helpless, Mencius' mother continued. You don't believe me when I tell you you're confused. Jiang Xian already trusts you, so it's wrong for her to start doubting you because of these things. You'd be losing more than you gain. After saying this, Mencius' mother gave a mysterious smile. And Xinxin told me that today too. She has already decided to find you an important position in the Jiang group. You absolutely must not let what's happening in front of you cause you to miss this opportunity. Mencius' mother valued immediate benefits more. Meng Qingze was dissatisfied, but he still agreed. That same evening, the video from the afternoon began to circulate. This is the scene where Mencius' mother is reprimanding Su Zirwei. This matter quickly became a hot topic of discussion. This quickly alarmed the board of directors. When Lu Xinjin saw the video, she was instantly stunned. Fortunately, they reacted quickly and took the video down immediately. Jiang Xian was in the hospital when she suddenly received a call from Lu Xinjin. What's wrong, my dear secretary? Why are you calling me so late? Jiang Xian joked. Lu Xinjin's voice sounded anxious. Did Meng Qingze's mother go to the hospital today? Hearing this, Jiang Xian became curious. You're here. You brought me soup. What happened? Jiang Xian was curious, while Lu Xinjin felt helpless. Something has happened. A video of Aunt Meng cursing Dr. Su has appeared online. I don't know if the board of directors has been alerted. It's best if there isn't, otherwise this could become a real problem. Chapter 44. I believe in him. Lu Xinjin was excited. Jiang Xian calmed down at this moment. Don't worry. The board hasn't contacted you about this yet, which means it hasn't been discovered yet. Besides, even if it is discovered, it has nothing to do with Chang Zhe. Lu Xinjin was surprised to hear this. Now that things have come to this, does Jiang Xian still want to protect Meng Qingze? Lu Jinjin was so angry she laughed. What kind of time is this to be thinking about these things? You should also persuade Meng Qingzi to keep a close eye on this woman and prevent her from getting into trouble. After she finished speaking, Lu Jinjin hung up the phone. Jiang Xin remained silent, only glancing deeply at her phone. The next day, when Meng's mother planned to go to the hospital again, Meng Qingzi stopped her. Mom, you'd better not go. Xinxin called me last night and said it was having a bad influence. Meng Qingzi verbally objected, but inwardly he was confused. Mencius' mother became even more anxious after hearing this. What do you mean? I kindly brought her food and drinks, and she's not happy about it. Chengze, you'd better teach this woman a lesson. Don't marry into our family. We don't know any of the rules. As she spoke, Mencius' mother plopped down on the sofa. A smug look appeared in Meng Qingzi's eyes. Mom, don't worry. Jiang Xin obeys me completely. As soon as I show the slightest weakness, she immediately nods in agreement. These are indeed special times, so let's agree to it for now. While comforting his mother, Meng Qingzi massaged her shoulders. Only after realizing these things did Mencius' mother calm down. You should speed things up and get Jiang Xin over with as soon as possible, then I can feel at ease. After saying all this, Mencius' mother looked on expectantly. Meng Qingzi nodded repeatedly, and at the same time took a moment to send a message to Jiang Xin. He breathed a sigh of relief when he learned that Mencius' mother had been persuaded. She looked up and met Zhang Feier's gaze as she walked in. Today, Zhang Feier was followed by quite a few people. Jiang Xin was dissatisfied upon seeing this. Does your hospital want me to be your guinea pig? With so many interns coming in every day, I can use that as grounds to sue your hospital. Zhang Feier smiled. Mr. Jiang, we are just looking for houses on a routine basis. If something happens, we can provide assistance immediately. These are all necessary. President Jiang, please don't think we're here to learn from you. Zhang Feier walked forward with a smile. Where is Su Zirwei? Does a busy person at the hospital really need to rest for so many days? Jiang Xion's expression was harsh. Zhang Feier was taken aback. Miss Jiang, although your master is very skilled, it doesn't mean he will stay in the hospital forever. My master also has his own things to do. After Jiang Xion finished speaking, she added something else. Miss Jiang, your leg is recovering well. But I also hope you can stop bothering my master all the time. My master is young and promising, and shouldn't be stuck by your side forever. As Zhang Feier spoke, Jiang Xion scoffed. You, as the apprentice, haven't you already fallen for your master? Otherwise, why would they care so much? Jiang Xion's eyes held a playful glint. Even while lying in bed, she still exudes a cold indifference that keeps strangers at bay. Zhang Feier found it even more absurd. I originally thought Miss Jiang would be a smart person. I didn't expect you to be just like that woman, making wild guesses. No wonder your master divorced you. Zhang Feier snorted coldly, and Jiang Xion frowned. What do you mean by that? Hearing such a young girl giving advice on her marriage, Jiang Xion was naturally dissatisfied. Seeing Jiang Xion's anxiety, Zhang Feier simply smiled. But there was no explanation for the others. Instead, he led the interns behind him and left immediately. Jiang Xion was so angry that she pounded the bed, but now she could only grit her teeth and bear it. At that moment, Su Zirwei was on his way to the appointment. Brother Zirwei, you really are a very busy person. Didn't you have the day off yesterday? I heard you went to the hospital. He Yuqing's eyes were filled with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Su Zirwei was taken aback. Instantly, I realized that it was very likely that Chen Huifang had said it. That's why He Yuqing was so eager to come to their door. Su Zirwei said helplessly, He's just a patient. I'll take care of him. After he finished speaking, Su Zirwei continued. Wherever you plan to go today, I'll go with you. Su Zirwei finished speaking with a smile on his lips. He Yuqing was taken aback and looked at Su Zirwei with surprise. But it recovered quickly. Brother Zirwei, you really are different now. Could something good have happened at the hospital? He Yuqing chuckled to herself. Su Zirwei looked at himself with some confusion. What's different? I don't notice anything. Su Zirwei was curious. He Yuqing smiled. Perhaps you, Brother Zirwei, haven't realized it yourself. When I first met you, you exuded a gloomy aura. But now, Brother Zirwei, you are much more cheerful than before. He Yuqing's eyes were filled with a smile. Su Zirwei simply smiled slightly. How could I not smile? There were some things that happened before, but everything's fine now, isn't it? Su Zirwei finished speaking, but his heart was filled with bitterness. I poured all my passion into those 3 years, but unfortunately some people just didn't care. Brother Zirwei, what are you thinking about? He Yuqing, who was standing to the side, spoke up. Seeing Su Zirwei in a daze, He Yuqing couldn't help but speak up. Su Zirwei came to his senses. It's nothing, I just remembered some things. Hearing Su Zirwei's answer, He Yuqing simply sighed. Brother Zirwei, if you're worried about the hospital, why don't you go back now? If you're not paying attention all day, it will affect me sooner or later. I don't want you to be thinking about other people the whole way. He words were slightly ambiguous, but Su Zirwei didn't notice. I just felt that He was complaining. I'm so sorry. Ching, I think we should meet again next time. Su Zirwei's tone was apologetic. However, upon hearing this, He shook her head slightly. Brother Zirwei, you don't need to apologize to me. You've always been a responsible doctor, and I'm actually happy about that. I wonder who is so lucky to have met a doctor as amazing as you. After He finished speaking, Su Zirwei felt a sudden pang of guilt. Does Jiang Xian really feel lucky? At least take me for a coffee. We're already out, and if we go back this early, my dad will definitely ask. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Su Zirwei also realized what was going on. Thinking about it carefully, that's indeed the case. Su Zirwei nodded in agreement. When they arrived at the coffee shop, they saw Meng Qingze and his mother. Upon seeing the two, Su Zirwei immediately frowned and instinctively wanted to leave. However, Meng's mother had already seen Su Zirwei. Isn't this Su Zirwei? Why isn't she in the hospital? Chapter 45, Marrying Someone of Equal Social Status. Hearing this, Meng Qingze also came over. It really is you. Isn't this Miss He? Are you two out on a date? Upon hearing Meng Qingze's words, Meng's mother, who was standing beside him, also realized what he meant. That's more like it. When it comes to finding a partner, it's important to be well-matched in terms of social status and background. He doesn't even look at his own situation, yet he still has the nerve to go looking for Xin. Mencius' mother made sarcastic and harsh remarks. Su Zirwei merely frowned, not intending to make a fuss. Seeing that Su Zirwei did not speak, Meng's mother snorted coldly. They believed they had the upper hand. Meng Qingze snorted coldly. Mom, don't you know who Xin is? Do you think she's some ordinary person trying to scam someone? Su Zirwei had no intention of staying any longer and only wanted to leave. However, this constant retreat will only embolden the Meng family mother and son to become increasingly arrogant. Su Zirwei, I'm warning you, you'd better not do anything unnecessary. You are a doctor, so you should do your job well. After he finished speaking, Meng Qingze was about to leave. Don't think that just because Xin is in the hospital, you can use this opportunity to rekindle your old relationship with her. Don't you even know what kind of person you are? You still have the nerve to keep bothering me. After Meng Qingze finished speaking, Su Zirwei frowned. My first instinct was to look at He expression. He expression changed slightly after hearing this. It turns out that the person Zirwei couldn't forget was Jiang Xian. If it's Jiang Xian, then everything makes sense. Miss He, you'd better open your eyes and not let this incident lead you to a scumbag. Meng Qingze sneered, but He smiled in response. I don't need a mistress to interfere with what I want to do. They can even talk about interfering in other people's marriages openly and honestly. They really are from the same family. He smiled slyly, and then dragged Meng's mother into the conversation. It was precisely this point that angered Mencius' mother. You're just a little girl, and you turn around and scold us when we try to advise you. My son is the vice president of the Jiang Group. Believe it or not, I can make you regret it right now. As soon as Mencius' mother finished speaking, she immediately attracted the attention of everyone around her. Meng Qingze also sensed something was wrong and quickly stepped forward to stop him. Mom, stop talking, let's go. As soon as Meng Qingze finished speaking, Meng's mother snorted coldly. What's the big deal? President Jiang has already agreed to your request, so what are you afraid of? After finishing her speech, Meng's mother kept her eyes fixed on Su Zirwei. We're going to teach him a lesson today, no matter what. Mencius' mother vented all her recent frustrations on Su Zirwei. People around them started secretly recording videos. So many things have happened to the Jiang Group recently. If we could release these videos, we might even be able to make money from them. Vice President, how come I've never heard of you? Didn't you come back from abroad? He asked curiously. Mencius' mother pretended to be arrogant. It's all thanks to my son's competence. He's already a capable assistant to President Jiang. Now you've even replaced General Manager Jiang's agency. Can you compare to that? Meng's mother looked at Su Zirwei with disdain in her eyes. Su Zirwei only glanced at it. In that case, I wish you all the best in staying in this position. Su Zirwei immediately saw the problem. Although he knew little about the Jiang Group, he knew a great deal about the company's old-fashioned people. We will absolutely not let Meng Qingze be so arrogant. I'm afraid Jiang Xian did this on purpose. Su Zirwei pulled He, who was about to explode, away. After coming out, He was even more dissatisfied. Brother Zirwei, why should we leave? What does Meng Qingze mean by being so arrogant? He was curious. Or has Su Zirwei's secret been revealed? Su Zirwei looked at He and then shook his head. No, Didn't you see how many people are already watching us? If you confront them at this time, you will appear to be at a disadvantage. Su Zirwei disdained confronting Meng Qingze from the very beginning. Now that we know the whole story, all we need to do is seize on their weaknesses and watch the show unfold. Brother Zirwei, do you mean the Jiang group will take action on its own? He Yuqing was somewhat surprised. Su Zirwei didn't seem so simple after all. Su Zirwei shrugged. The specifics will depend on Jiang Xin. They might even go against the entire board of directors because of Meng Qingze. Su Zirwei smiled, but his eyes showed helplessness. Seeing Su Zirwei like this, He Yuqing also felt a little uncomfortable. So what Meng Qingze said just now is all true. Is the person in the hospital Jiang Xin? He Yuqing looked over, and Su Zirwei nodded slightly. He was about to explain when He Yuqing stopped him. Brother Zirwei, I'm definitely on your side. Since Miss Jiang is hospitalized, you, as a doctor, do have a responsibility. He Yuqing was understanding of Su Zirwei, especially since Su Zirwei had a past with Jiang Xin. Perhaps this is an opportunity to make Su Zirwei fully understand. After all, Jiang Xin already has Meng Qingze by her side, and he has given her so many privileges. Lu Jinjin was still sighing. I received the message suddenly. It was sent by the board of directors. Upon seeing this, Lu Jinjin froze instantly and stood up immediately. There was still a hint of panic in his eyes. What? Another incident? Upon hearing the contents of the phone call, Lu Jinjin felt a headache coming on. They had warned us before, but they still managed to cause such a big commotion. Thinking about all this, Lu Jinjin had no choice but to go to the hospital on her own initiative. Jiang Xin was still pondering what to eat for lunch when Lu Jinjin pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing the anger on Lu Jinjin's face, Jiang Xin was a little curious. What's wrong with you? Something happened? Jiang Xin was curious, but Lu Jinjin only gave her a deep look. It's all because of Meng Qingze, Xin. You've been too indulgent. I told you to keep an eye on him last night. You've caused such a big commotion today. Don't you know what people outside are talking about? Lu Jinjin took a deep breath. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xin was also somewhat confused. I haven't received any news at all, and I already told them everything last night. Don't panic, tell me what happened. Jiang Xin tried to persuade her, but Lu Jinjin gritted her teeth. See for yourself, the board of directors has gone mad, insisting on uniting against all odds. Lu Jinjin handed the phone to Jiang Xin. After seeing the contents of the phone, Jiang Xion's eyes widened. He sat up immediately, muttering to himself. How is this possible? I clearly tried to persuade them last night. How could they still? Jiang Xion's eyes were filled with disbelief. Looking at Jiang Xion's expression, Lu Jinjin just sneered. It's all because of jealousy. They wanted to use their status to pressure Dr. Su, which led to this situation. Chapter 46. The truth comes out. Lu Jinjin saw through Meng Qingze's thoughts at a glance. Otherwise, they wouldn't have done it in public. And that Mencius mother, she's obviously an instigator too. You should talk to this mother and son properly. Lu Jinjin originally wanted to persuade Jiang Xin to wake up sooner. Compared to Dr. Su, Meng Qingze is nothing. Upon hearing Lu Jinjin's words, Jiang Xion's expression was complicated, but she still wanted to give her a chance. There must be some misunderstanding here. Aunt Meng came to ask me yesterday. She was probably worried that Su Zirwei still had feelings for me, which led to the argument in the coffee shop. Jiang Xin explained, trying to justify her statement. Lu Jinjin closed her eyes, speechless. How did Jiang Xin become so infatuated? Whatever it is, the board of directors has now taken action. What are you planning to do? Is protecting Meng Qingze going against the entire board of directors? Lu Jinjin looked at Jiang Xin. Where did that smart and rational woman go? Feeling Lu Jinjin's gaze, Jiang Xin gritted her teeth. Jinjin, please help me this one last time. I want to have a proper talk with the board of directors. Cheng Zhe must be a victim. Jiang Xin was unwilling to give up. Lu Jinjin seemed to have known this outcome all along. She had expected this to happen when she arrived here. Since that's really what you think, then I can't say anything. No matter what the board does, I hope you will prioritize the overall situation. After saying that, Lu Jinjin got up and left. Jiang Xin also contacted Meng Qingze immediately to ask what had happened. Lu Jinjin walked out of the ward and happened to see Su Zirwei. My gaze shifted downwards and fell upon the food box in Su Zirwei's hand. Dr. Su, are you here to deliver food? Lu Jinjin was surprised and subconsciously thought of Jiang Xin. Could it be that he came to deliver it to her? Su Zirwei nodded. I promised Jiang Xin that I would cook him a few meals. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinjin merely opened her mouth. This was completely beyond her expectations. Didn't Su Zirwei always want to sever ties with Jiang Xin? How come they're together again now? Jiang Xin didn't show the slightest disgust. The world eventually became a place she no longer recognized. All Lu Jinjin wants now is to go back and get some sleep. By the way, did Meng Qingze really become the vice president? Su Zhiwei found this matter unbelievable no matter how he looked at it. Lu Jinjin was even more helpless. Of course not. It was just something Jiang Xin used to mislead the board of directors. I didn't expect him to become so high profile. Now it's been exposed. Xin and I are trying to find a way to have a good talk with the board of directors. Lu Jinjin didn't hide anything. In the end, Su Zhiwei was also a victim. It is necessary to know everything. Su Zhiwei's face simply showed a look of understanding. You were right. Not a single word Meng Qingze uttered was correct. Su Zhiwei smiled faintly. That must have been very hard on you, Secretary Lu. If there's nothing else, I'm about to leave after delivering the items, so I won't bother you any longer. After Su Zhiwei finished speaking, he quickly walked to the front of the ward and knocked on it. Jiang Xin had just finished a call with Meng Qingze. However, Meng Qingze's words were completely different from what Lu Jinjin said. According to Meng Qingze, it was Su Zhiwei who provoked him first, and even used He Yuqing to compete with him. Meng Qingze was also dissatisfied, which led to the argument. With her thoughts in turmoil, Jiang Xin was still wavering. Su Zhiwei pushed open the door and walked in, casually putting down the medicinal food he was holding. I made chicken soup today, drink it slowly. After saying that, he prepared to leave. Jiang Xin naturally wouldn't miss it. Don't you have anything to say? Jiang Xin glanced at him, and Su Zhiwei smiled slightly. Miss Jiang is referring to the coffee shop? I see your company has already implemented a complete lockdown, hasn't it? Su Zhiwei believed in the speed of the Jiang group, especially when it came to matters of credibility. Jiang Xin frowned. Cheng Zhe just told me that you provoked me first. Are you really on a date with Miss He? Jiang Xin looked over, her eyes filled with an eager desire to know an answer. Su Zhiwei raised an eyebrow. This matter has nothing to do with Miss Jiang. Doctors don't tell others about their private matters. Su Zhiwei responded coldly, and Jiang Xin did not touch upon the inspirational quote. Instead, he kept staring at Su Zhiwei. I only asked you to cook for me because I thought highly of you. You're the kind of man I, Jiang Xin, don't want. I hope you always remember this. Never give yourself any false hope. We're not on the same path. After Jiang Xin finished speaking, she glanced out the window again. I've given you everything I should thank you for. Dr. Su, please stop making things difficult for Cheng Zhe. Su Zhiwei suddenly sneered. I knew I overestimated Miss Jiang. I thought you would know the truth. So, Miss Jiang now thinks that Meng Qingze is right? Su Zhiwei looked over, and Jiang Xin nodded. I know Cheng Zhe. He has no need to use these excuses to fob me off. Jiang Xin shared her judgment. Su Zhiwei nodded. He had initially thought Jiang Xin would understand, but it seemed he had overestimated her. Even without Miss Jiang's reminder, I couldn't wait to leave. I don't like that Meng Qingze. After saying that, Su Zhiwei turned and left. This was also the last time he brought soup to Jiang Xin. The ward fell silent once again. Jiang Xin just stared at the closed hospital room door. When did Su Zhiwei become so temperamental? Su Zhiwei, who was inside the villa, was also anxious and kept his eyes fixed on Meng's mother. Mom, I told you before, don't get agitated. The Jiang family's higher-ups are now aware of this matter. If they can handle Jiang Xin, why can't they handle me? Meng Qingze was only now beginning to panic. Even when he was gradually luring Jiang Xin, he wasn't this nervous. Mencius' mother remained calm, saying, even if the sky falls, Jiang Xin will still be here. As long as you keep her under control, the Jiang group won't dare to do anything to her. Jiang's mother's confidence stemmed from Jiang Xin's favoritism. Once married, Jiang Xin would be someone she could manipulate and order around at will. Mom, you make it sound so simple. This is the Jiang group. Do you really think Jiang Xin would do something like this? Meng Qingze was curious, and his mother nodded slightly. Go to the hospital now. Do as I say, and make sure Jiang Xin can't live without you. Mencius' mother leaned down and whispered a few words in Meng Qingze's ear. Excitement gradually appeared on Meng Qingze's face. That's a really ruthless move. No wonder Mom is so confident. Mom, don't worry, I'm coming right away. After saying that, Meng Qingze rushed to the hospital. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xin, who was lying in her hospital bed, Meng Qingze had prepared a grand surprise for her at this moment. When Su Zhiwei returned to his office, Zhang Feier and the others were gossiping. Master, what brings you here? Zhang Feier subconsciously stood up, her eyes filled with panic. Su Zhiwei only glanced at it. The phone and the video are still on the table. As expected, the Zhang family is more capable. They were able to obtain these videos. Chapter 47. One day after discharge. Zhang Feier looked embarrassed. Master, why did you come here today? Zhang Feier realized she had said the wrong thing, but it was too late to correct herself. All I could do was stand there with my head down. Su Zirwei sighed. Fine, I won't argue with you anymore. I brought you some food. As Su Zirwei spoke, Zhang Feier immediately smiled. After Zhang Feier took the jar away, Lu Xinjin suddenly knocked on the door. Looking at Su Zirwei again, Lu Xinjin was somewhat surprised. However, she quickly came to her senses. Dr. Su, is there any way to get Xinxin discharged from the hospital earlier? Lu Xinjin looked sincere and asked the question directly. Su Zirwei frowned. Why were you discharged at this time? Her injuries haven't healed yet. From a doctor's perspective, it would not be beneficial for Jiang Xian to be discharged from the hospital. Lu Xinjin naturally understood the danger of this matter, but she had no choice but to do it now. Dr. Su, please consider this my plea. Lu Xinjin was excited, and her eyes were already starting to redden. Su Zirwei remained silent, simply looking at Lu Xinjin. Left with no other choice, they could only nod. There is one, but the situation is somewhat special. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Lu Xinjin immediately nodded. Dr. Su, it will only take one day. As Lu Xinjin spoke, Su Zirwei frowned and instantly realized that there was a problem. Ms. Lu, I am a doctor, and I am also qualified to know why you are doing these things. Otherwise, I really can't help you. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Lu Xinjin felt helpless. Actually, something went wrong on the board of directors' side. Jiang Xian must be present. Lu Xinjin's words surprised Su Zirwei. Did Jiang Xian agree? Su Zirwei glanced at Lu Xinjin, who was taken aback. Xinxin will definitely go. This concerns Meng Qingze. Upon hearing Meng Qingze's name, Su Zirwei stopped asking questions. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feier immediately stepped forward. Master, you're not planning to give Jiang Xian an injection, are you? Given her current physical condition, it's best for her to use a wheelchair. Su Zirwei shook his head. Let's go check on Jiang Xian's condition first. Su Zirwei's steps gradually became heavy. When they arrived at the ward, Jiang Xian was also waiting. Why are you all here? Something happened? Jiang Xian asked, puzzled. Lu Xinjin simply stepped forward. The board will hold a high-level meeting tomorrow, and they said you have to be present. Jiang Xian froze, her eyes still filled with confusion. Why do I need to step in all of a sudden? Because of Cheng Zhe's matter? Jiang Xian quickly understood everything. Lu Xinjin nodded. The board of directors is serious this time. You could feel the board's anger just by reading that email. Just as she thought of this, Lu Xinjin glanced at Su Zirwei beside her. Then I'll have to trouble Dr. Su. Jiang Xian was somewhat confused and subconsciously frowned. What are you going to do? Jiang Xian's eyes were filled with wariness. Su Zirwei said coldly. The hospital can allow you to be discharged for one day. However, we also respect the patient's wishes. After speaking, Su Zirwei handed a document to Jiang Xian. A choke point can allow you to move your leg temporarily, but it may hurt for a few days afterwards. It will also affect Ms. Zhang's healing. I suggest you don't leave the hospital. Even if you really have to leave, you'll need a wheelchair. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, he waited for Jiang Xian's answer. Jiang Xian simply looked at the documents in front of her. Once you leave the hospital, you have nothing to do with it anymore. Thinking of this, Jiang Xian simply nodded. I've signed it. Cheng Zhe's side is more important. Jiang Xian spoke urgently. Upon seeing this, Su Zirwei fell silent. My heart was filled with mixed feelings. Jiang Xian was even willing to go to this lengths for Meng Qingze. Once you get a nerve block injection, the pain is unbearable for most people. I respect the patient's wishes. After saying that, Su Zirwei went back to prepare. Lu Xinjin just looked at Jiang Xian with a helpless expression in her eyes. Xinxin, are you really going to go against the entire board of directors for Meng Qingze's sake? Lu Xinjin looked over, while Jiang Xian simply nodded. Cheng Zhe was already alone, and now he needs my help even more. Besides, I was in the wrong in this matter, so I should explain it clearly. Jiang Xian looked eager, but Lu Xinjin only glanced at her deeply. Xinjin, didn't you ever think about that? Is everything Meng Qingze did fake, just to get some benefits from you? Lu Xinjin looked over tentatively. Jiang Xian frowned. Xinjin, do you still doubt Cheng Zhe? I thought you had discovered Cheng Zhe's strengths, but you still disappointed me. Jiang Xian waved her hand. Go outside and wait for me. Jiang Xian refused to continue communicating with Lu Xinjin. His expression was indifferent. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinjin's face darkened. When Su Zirwei returned, he saw Lu Xinjin in the corridor. These things are for you, but they will only last for 12 hours. After that, you need to go back to the hospital. Lu Xinjin looked at the syringe that Su Zirwei handed her. After hesitating for a while, I accepted it anyway. Dr. Su, thank you for taking care of Xin. Whatever the outcome is tomorrow, it won't affect you. As an observer in this relationship, Lu Xinjin knew that Su Zirwei was the one who felt most wronged throughout the whole process. Miss Lu, these are all Miss Zhang's private matters and have nothing to do with me. I won't care once I'm discharged from the hospital. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, he turned and left. Lu Xinjin took Jiang Xian home from the hospital that afternoon, but it seemed the two had a fight. Zhang Feier stood by the window, watching the car drive away, before finally letting out a sigh of relief. I really hope this woman doesn't come back. Otherwise, I'll have to trouble you again. Zhang Feier shook her head, and Su Zirwei looked over. You're wrong to think that way. You'd better get rid of that idea as soon as possible. Otherwise, the assessment could be in danger. Upon hearing Su Zirwei's words, Zhang Feier immediately became anxious. Master, you have to help me. Zhang Feier looked on with anticipation. Su Zirwei shook his head. It depends on your performance. Be nicer to the patients. Zhang Feier pouted slightly before reluctantly agreeing. Jiang Xian didn't go back to the villa. Instead, she came to the company first. It was past closing time, and the company was completely empty. These are the latest documents, and some contracts as well. If you think it's okay, I'll take you back. Lu Xinjin stood at the door, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. I don't understand why Jiang Xian suddenly came to the company. Shouldn't we go to the villa and find Meng Qingze first? It's all right, you can leave the needle here. I'll stay at the company tonight. As Jiang Xian spoke, she turned on her computer. He just frowned slightly as he looked at the few games on the computer. Dr. Su instructed that your body needs to rest and recuperate. How can you stay overnight at the company? Lu Xinjin wanted to persuade Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian's attitude was firm. Chapter 48. The Board of Directors Investigation. I think the company is pretty good. Besides, I just got back and I need to learn more about it. Just bring me some food back. Seeing that Jiang Xian had already gotten into work mode, Lu Xinjin didn't say anything more. Meng Qingze was unaware that Jiang Xian had been discharged from the hospital. He was anxiously waiting inside the villa. Don't worry, they're just a bunch of old men. How powerful can they be? Didn't you say before that those people wouldn't dare to do anything to you? Mencius' mother was leisurely eating melon seeds on the side. They didn't take those things seriously at all. Meng Qingze said helplessly, what I'm worried about is that they won't do anything. That's actually the most terrifying thing. These old folks are masters at manipulating people's hearts. Meng Qingze felt uneasy, with a premonition that something was about to happen. No, I need to ask Xin. After finishing his sentence, Meng Qingze immediately called Jiang Xian to joke around. However, Jiang Xian was busy dealing with company matters and did not answer the call. Meng Qingze was somewhat surprised. Jiang Xian was asleep? Seeing Meng Qingze's expression, Meng's mother was also a little curious. How? Jiang Xian didn't answer the phone. Just as Meng's mother was about to complain, Meng Qingze called Lu Xinjin again. Lu Xinjin also happened to arrive downstairs at the company. Looking at the caller ID, Lu Xinjin was stunned for a moment. Secretary Lu, has the board of directors received any news? Why can't we get through to Xin on the phone? On the other end of the phone, Meng Qingze sounded somewhat anxious. Lu Xinjin smiled slightly after hearing this. Why are you in such a hurry? This matter is still unresolved. And it's so late, Xin needs to rest too. Lu Xinjin sighed helplessly. You should come earlier tomorrow, so I can tell you what you need to be careful about. After saying that, Lu Xinjin hung up the phone immediately. Meng Qingze breathed a sigh of relief. Mom, I'll go to the company tomorrow and resolve this matter. After Meng Qingze finished speaking, Meng's mother nodded slightly. It's good that it can be resolved. You'd better hurry. Your aunt came to urge me last night. Meng Qingze simply nodded. When Lu Xinjin arrived at the office, her eyes were filled with curiosity. Didn't you already look at these documents before? No problem. After Lu Xinjin finished speaking, Jiang Xian just rubbed her temples. The more this is the case, the more uneasy I become. By the way, did Chengze call you? Jiang Xian glanced at her phone subconsciously. After hearing this, Lu Xinjin nodded and stepped forward. They just came to ask me why they couldn't get through to you on the phone. There's nothing to compare. I bought you something you like, try it. Lu Xinjin smiled, but a thoughtful look flashed in her eyes. Meng Qingze arrived early the next morning. Lu Xinjin was waiting outside. Secretary Lu, what exactly is going on with the board of directors? Is there anything I can do for you? Meng Qingze looked anxious and couldn't care less about anything else at that moment. However, Secretary Lu was not in a hurry after hearing these words. Calm down first. The board of directors hasn't given a result yet. However, one thing is certain. Their target this time is you. After Lu Xinjin finished speaking, Meng Qingze became anxious. Then what should we do? Didn't Xinshin say anything? I'll go find Xinshin right now. She'll definitely have a solution. After Meng Qingze finished speaking, Lu Jinjin only glanced at him. Xinshin is still in the hospital. What good would it do for you even if you went? After Lu Jinjin finished speaking, she subconsciously glanced at the office. Meng Qingze noticed this small gesture. Now that he had calmed down, he looked Lu Jinjin up and down. His curiosity piqued. Now that you mention it, I'm a little curious. Secretary Lu, you asked me to come over so early. You don't have ulterior motives, do you? Meng Qingze quickly shook his head. Let me tell you, don't even think about making a move on me. I only like Xinshin, and there's no doubt about that. As he finished speaking, Meng Qingze took a step back. Lu Jinjin was stunned, and her eyes revealed dissatisfaction. Even if I were blind, I wouldn't be attracted to a man like you. Lu Jinjin was furious, but Meng Qingze just snorted coldly. Who knows what you're thinking? Aren't all women two-faced? The more you say no, the more you want it. You're Xinshin's best friend. How could you do something like this? Meng Qingze began to condemn, and after hearing this, Lu Jinjin was speechless. Could Meng Qingze be suffering from paranoia? Jinjin, come in first. Jiang Xian's voice came from the office. Lu Jinjin glared fiercely at Meng Qingze. Meng Qingze, however, pretended to be nervous as he arrived at the office, looking anxious. Xinshin, when were you discharged from the hospital? Why didn't you go to the villa? Meng Qingze looked over and froze in place. Jiang Xian had actually stood up. Lu Jinjin pushed Meng Qingze away. What are you still doing blocking the way? Get out of the way. After Lu Jinjin finished speaking, she stepped forward to take the documents, but still stole a glance at Jiang Xian's legs. I never imagined that lockdowns would be so effective. Meng Qingze snapped out of his daze. Xinshin, I'm so happy for you. It's wonderful that you can stand up again. After saying this, 2 tears rolled down Meng Qingze's cheeks. When Jiang Xian saw this scene, her heart softened. I'm perfectly fine. Why are you crying? Jiang Xian pulled the person into her arms. Lu Jinjin watched from the side, her eyes filled with disdain. Jinjin, I'm just happy for you. I never thought you would actually recover. As soon as Meng Qingze finished speaking, Jiang Xian shook her head slightly. I was discharged from the hospital because of your situation, and I'm going back tomorrow. Upon hearing Jiang Xian's words, Meng Qingze was even more moved, insisting on expressing his gratitude. Lu Jinjin wanted to cover her eyes when she saw this. It's getting late. The board should be sending someone soon. After Lu Jinjin finished speaking, Meng Qingze came back to his senses. Xinshin, you have to believe me. I don't know anything about those things. Meng Qingze explained, and Jiang Xian nodded slightly. Chengze, I believe you. This matter has nothing to do with you. I will explain it properly to the board of directors. Hearing that Jiang Xian was going to resolve the matter, Meng Qingze finally felt relieved. Xinshin, I knew you would help me. Meng Qingze chuckled. Lu Jinjin couldn't bear to watch any longer, so she quickly went outside for some fresh air. Meanwhile, the board of directors of the Jiang group had arrived downstairs. Inside the meeting room, Lu Jinjin looked at these familiar faces in front of her, a mocking smile playing on her lips. It seems you all were quite looking forward to me coming in a wheelchair. It's a pity you'll be disappointed. It was my instruction to bring Meng Qingze into the company, and I was also observing from the sidelines. All the documents passed through my hands. Do you also have questions about this? Jiang Xian took the initiative, while the higher-ups remained silent. But Director Jiang was shrewd and immediately smiled and said, Xinshin, you don't need to be in such a hurry. Chapter 49, The Truth. We've come here to have a serious talk with you. We old guys won't disagree with your idea of training Meng Qingze. But are you sure he's a good match? Director Jiang sighed. In the end, you two aren't even officially married yet. What you're doing is like inviting a wolf into the house. Director Jiang's words clearly caught Jiang Xian off guard. What does Elder Jiang mean by this? Jiang Xian was suspicious. If it was just because of this, they should have gotten married sooner. Xinshin, it's not that I'm targeting you on purpose. Su Zirwei used to be the most promising young doctor in Jinghai. This Meng Qingze has an unknown background. Do you know what he's like abroad? As old Jiang uttered his accusations, Jiang Xian's brows furrowed. Why is the board suddenly saying all this? Could it be that they've found something? With this in mind, Jiang Xian began to subtly probe. Isn't it a bit too arbitrary for Elder Jiang to say that? I understand Chengze, and I know that he loves me wholeheartedly. Jiang Xian spoke with great conviction, but old Jiang still smiled. Xinshin, how can you be so sure? As she finished speaking, Jiang Xian frowned. Mr. Jiang, this is my private life. The board of directors shouldn't have the right to interfere, right? Jiang Xian was dissatisfied and was about to leave. Old Jiang quickly waved his hand. Xinshin, right now I'm just acting as an elder. After all, you can't just fall for someone without thoroughly investigating them. After speaking, old Jiang glanced at the person beside him. The assistant then took out an envelope. Jiang Xian looked at the heavy letter in her hand and was momentarily confused. What is this place? Jiang Xian was curious, but old Jiang just smiled. This is Mr. Jiang's private matter, and it is not convenient for us to stay. However, we hope that after you have read this, you can provide a perfect solution. The board of directors is watching you. Old Master Jiang gave Jiang Xian plenty of face and didn't ask her to tear it open immediately. Lu Jinjin and Meng Qingze were still waiting outside when they saw the board of directors come out, and then they escorted them to the stairwell. Jiang Xian opened the letter and froze on the spot after seeing the photos inside. I can't believe my eyes. In the photo, Meng Qingze is seen passionately kissing several women. There are even photos of Meng Qingze going from one bar to another. He's surrounded by beautiful women. There are even various intimate photos. Jiang Xian's hands began to tremble. Is this the evidence the board found? After a moment of silence, footsteps were heard behind me. Jiang Xian hurriedly put the photos away. Meng Qingze followed. Xin, those people didn't say anything, did they? Meng Qingze was anxious, and Jiang Xian's eyes held a thoughtful expression. Sensing Jiang Xian's gaze, Meng Qingze became somewhat curious. Xin, why are you looking at me like that? Meng Qingze felt a little guilty, and upon hearing this, Jiang Xian also realized her lapse in composure. It's nothing, I'll handle the board's issues. Let's go back first. After these words were spoken, Lu Jinjin, who was standing aside, realized the problem. Xin's attitude seemed to have cooled down considerably. Could it be related to this matter? Meng Qingze returned to the villa first. Taking the opportunity, Lu Jinjin asked, "What's going on between you and Meng Qingze? Is it related to the board of directors?" Lu Jinjin was right, especially after seeing Jiang Xian's expression. Xin, did the board of directors find out something from their investigation? Lu Jinjin probed, but Jiang Xian shook her head. Jinjin, my mind is a bit muddled right now. I need to rest for a bit. As soon as Jiang Xian finished speaking, Lu Jinjin just sighed. Xin, if you need me, I will definitely help you. After Lu Jinjin finished speaking, Jiang Xian simply nodded slightly. That evening, Jiang Xian also returned to the villa. Meng Qingze had already prepared a table full of dishes. Looking at the dishes in front of her, Jiang Xian showed no interest whatsoever. They even subconsciously start making comparisons. Xin, you must not have eaten properly in the hospital, so I specially prepared these for you. Meng Qingze had a big smile on his face. Jiang Xian glanced at him silently and said, Chengze, you've learned quite a bit about cooking while you've been abroad. You really do need to go out and experience things to grow. You didn't know any of these things before. After she finished speaking, Jiang Xian smiled slightly. But those smiles didn't reach their eyes. Meng Qingze was startled and confused. Xin, the conditions abroad are definitely not as good as in China. I prepared these for you specially. Is the taste a little off? Meng Qingze probed, but Jiang Xian simply lowered her head and smiled faintly. You've really had a lot of trouble. Meng Qingze became increasingly worried. Why would Jiang Xian suddenly ask these questions? It all comes down to the way she was being looked at the company today. I was confused for a moment. Helpless, Meng Qingze then sat down next to Jiang Xian. Xin, did the board of directors say anything to you today? Why do I feel like you're a little distracted today? As Meng Qingze spoke, he reached out to take Jiang Xian's hand. Upon seeing this, Jiang Xian immediately withdrew her hand. Meng Qingze's expression turned disappointed, and he quickly realized something was wrong. Jiang Xian must have doubts about herself, otherwise she wouldn't be like this. Xin, I thought about you the whole time I was abroad. I rushed back as soon as I found out your leg was better. Meng Qingze knelt on the ground, his eyes filled with sincerity. Seeing all this, Jiang Xian remained silent. Xin, you can rest assured, I really am thinking of you with all my heart. Meng Qingze cried and complained, but Jiang Xian only glanced at him. Chengze, I'm a little tired. I'm going back to the hospital now. You don't need to worry. The board of directors won't say anything. After saying that, Jiang Xian got up to leave, while Butler Wu was already waiting outside. Miss, everything is ready at the hospital. We can leave now. After finishing speaking, Butler Wu looked towards the door. Meng Qingze caught up dejectedly, a hint of sorrow in his eyes. Xin, I'll come see you tomorrow. As soon as Meng Qingze finished speaking, Jiang Xian simply nodded slightly. After watching Jiang Xian leave, the worry on Meng Qingze's face completely disappeared, replaced by anger. How did Jiang Xian suddenly slip out of control? Or did someone say something to Jiang Xian? Considering that Jiang Xian has been in the hospital recently, it can only be related to Su Zhiwei. Su Zirwei must have said something to Jiang Xian, otherwise things wouldn't have turned out this way. Having confirmed this, Meng Qingze immediately summoned his mother. Su Zirwei couldn't bear it, so there was no need for him to hold back. On the way to the hospital, Jiang Xian closed her eyes slightly. At this moment, all that could be seen in my mind was Su Zirwei. She naturally witnessed Su Zirwei's kindness towards her during those 3 years. What was taken for granted back then is now something unattainable. Chapter 50, Unwilling to Believe. With her thoughts in turmoil, Jiang Xian returned to the hospital. Unexpectedly, Su Zirwei was waiting for him. "What are you doing here?" Seeing Su Zirwei standing in the corridor, Jiang Xian's attitude softened somewhat, but his expression remained indifferent. Upon hearing this, Su Zirwei simply shook his head. 1 minute. Su Zirwei glanced at his watch, then looked up, his eyes thoughtful. Hearing this, Jiang Xian was still a little confused. As time passed, a minute ended perfectly. Jiang Xian's body also began to tilt in an instant. My whole body was trembling. The stinging pain in her legs caused her immense suffering. Su Zirwei looked down at Jiang Xian as she struggled to get up. "Miss Jiang, I have already asked someone to prepare a wheelchair. Thank you for your hard work on this trip. This stinging pain will last until the day after tomorrow." Su Zirwei maintained a calm demeanor, but in reality, he felt reluctant to do so. Thinking of how resistant Jiang Xian had been to him before, he didn't go forward to help her up. By the time the nurse on duty brought the wheelchair over, Jiang Xian's face was already deathly pale. Jiang Xian didn't say a word from beginning to end. Instead, there was more resentment. At the same time, I'm also wondering how much of Meng Qingze's words are true and how much are false. Jiang Xian did not believe that Meng Qingze would deceive her. All her past memories told her that Meng Qingze loved her. But how do we explain those photos from the board meeting? Or are these photos fake, and the board of directors is just trying to deceive themselves? Jiang Xian doesn't know what's real anymore. The stinging pain returned, and Jiang Xian came back to her senses. Looking at Su Zirwei in front of her, Jiang Xian simply shook her head. "I'm fine, you can leave now." As Jiang Xian spoke, she gritted her teeth, determined not to let Su Zirwei see her in such a disheveled state. Su Zirwei frowned. "Ms. Jiang, I am a doctor, and it is necessary for me to understand the patient's condition." As Su Zirwei was speaking, Jiang Xian suddenly sneered. "Dr. Su, as you can see, I'm fine. You can go now." Jiang Xian's gaze gradually turned cold. Su Zirwei only glanced at it. "If Miss Jiang doesn't need it, then I'll leave. You can call a nurse anytime if needed." After saying that, Su Zirwei turned and left. Several nurses beside Jiang Xian followed closely behind. Jiang Xian frowned as she watched them leave. As the departing figure receded into the distance, Jiang Xian felt as if her heart was being torn apart. The pain in one's mind is far more real than the pain in one's body. That night, Jiang Xian was still worried, while Meng Qingze in the villa began to worry. "Mom, Su Zirwei absolutely cannot be allowed to stay. We absolutely cannot let him get any closer to Jiang Xian." Mencius' mother frowned. "Do you really think Su Zirwei can do that?" Recalling Su Zirwei's appearance, Meng's mother shook her head. It was obvious that she didn't believe Su Zirwei could do that. Thinking of this, Mencius' mother waved her hand. "Leave this to me. Su Zirwei is, after all, a doctor. We only need this to solve the problem." A hint of smugness flashed in Jiang's mother's eyes. Meng Qingze gradually came to his senses and, upon careful consideration, realized that it was indeed true. "I'll contact your cousin right away. She just happened to be visiting Jinghai recently." After Meng's mother finished speaking, Meng Qingze was stunned. "Your cousin's family came too?" Meng Qingze's cousin, Meng Xinxin, heard that her cousin was attending and wanted to get a share of the pie too. Perfect timing. If this matter is successfully resolved, you can arrange a small position for her in the company. Meng Qingze nodded slowly. Meng Xinxin rushed over early the next morning. Looking at the luxurious villa, Meng Xinxin was momentarily at a loss for what to look at. "This villa is really big. Does it also belong to President Jiang?" Meng Xinxin was wearing a tracksuit, which looked rather unfashionable. Sitting on the sofa, I felt a little lost. "Don't mention President Jiang. This was specially given to Cheng Zhe by Xian. Have you thought through what I said on the phone before?" Looking down at Meng Xinxin from her elevated position, Meng's mother felt mostly disdain. "Have you thought it through? If I do as you say, will I really be able to get into the Jiang group?" Meng Xinxin's eyes were filled with excitement. This was something she would never have dared to even think about before. Mencius' mother only glanced at it. The corners of his mouth turned up. "How could it be fake? But you should think this through first. This isn't going to be easy. Are you confident you can ruin Su Zirwei's reputation?" After she finished speaking, Mencius' mother looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. Upon hearing this, Meng Xinshin immediately nodded. That's definitely no problem. It's just a doctor's visit. What's so difficult about that? Meng Xinshin nodded, her eyes full of confidence. After watching Meng Xinshin leave, Meng's mother sent a message to Meng Qingze, saying that everything was ready. Inside the hospital, Meng Qingze is taking care of Jiang Xian. He rushed over early in the morning. He just wanted to know why Jiang Xian suddenly began to doubt him. Everything was going according to plan. Meng Qingze sat on the edge of the bed, his eyes full of probing. Jiang Xian's fingers trembled, and Meng Qingze immediately changed his expression. Xinshin, you're awake? Would you like something to eat? Meng Qingze asked anxiously, but Jiang Xian's eyes showed a hint of disdain. Meng Qingze did not miss this point. On the contrary, he was inwardly clamoring. Sure enough, someone had influenced Jiang Xian. Xinshin, what's wrong? I am Chengze. Meng Qingze added another sentence, and Jiang Xian finally came to her senses. The stinging pain in her leg made her exceptionally alert, and at that moment, she simply smiled. Chengze, I'm still a little tired. Thank you for coming. As Jiang Xian spoke, beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Meng Qingze frowned. Xinshin, are you still feeling unwell? I'll go get a doctor for you. He finished speaking and didn't wait for Jiang Xian to refuse. Meng Qingze got up and went out. When Meng Qingze saw Su Zirwei again, he didn't give him a friendly look. Su Zirwei, come with me to see Xinshin. Xinshin just woke up. These doctors of yours don't care about something so important. Meng Qingze complained, and Su Zirwei got up. Jiang Xian used a steroid cream before, so it's normal for her to experience stinging pain now. You don't need to worry so much. Su Zirwei's expression remained calm. Meng Qingze, however, became increasingly dissatisfied. This Su Zirwei really thinks he's some kind of big shot. The thought that his cousin was already on her way forced Meng Qingze to suppress his dissatisfaction. At this time, Meng Xinshin also arrived at the hospital. Meng Qingze saw Meng Xinshin, but froze on the spot the next moment. There was a piece of glass on Meng Xinshin's arm, which looked quite horrifying. At this moment, Meng Qingze finally understood his mother's plan. But Meng Xinshin is a ruthless person, daring to use such a deadly method on herself. Chapter 51 Faint to the east, Attack in the west. Doctor, please save me. Meng Xinshin excitedly walked to Su Zirwei's side and excitedly grabbed his arm. The white clothes were instantly stained with blood. Meng Qingze exclaimed, You still have to come with me to see Xinshin. We'll talk about this woman later. After saying that, Meng Qingze prepared to pull Su Zirwei away. Su Zirwei glanced at Zhang Feifei behind him. Prepare the stretcher and begin the rescue. As soon as he finished speaking, the people around him sprang into action. Meng Qingze was pushed out in an instant. Her eyes held a hint of dissatisfaction, but seeing how busy Su Zirwei was, she instantly felt relieved. While everyone else was busy, Meng Qingze had already returned to his ward. Jiang Xian was still enduring the pain. Now, even breathing causes her a sharp pain. What's going on outside? Why is it so noisy? Seeing Meng Qingze's disappointment, Jiang Xian pretended to be relaxed. Meng Qingze sighed and then sat down to the side. It's that Su Zirwei again. We were supposed to come and check on you. Then we saw another patient on the way who told us to wait a moment. As expected, there's still no emotion involved. This Su Zirwei probably didn't even take you seriously from the start. Meng Qingze sighed, and Jiang Xian frowned. Perhaps that patient's condition is more serious. Chengze, if you have nothing else to do, you should go ahead. I'm worried that your aunt will miss you if she's alone. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Meng Qingze frowned slightly. Xinshin, are you trying to get rid of me? Meng Qingze looked disappointed, and then sighed. Xinshin, I understand. Did I do something wrong? Otherwise, why would you dislike me so much? Or did you listen to someone and misunderstand something? Meng Qingze directly voiced his question. Jiang Xian frowned. I didn't believe anything. It's just that too many things have happened recently, and I have to deal with the board of directors. I'm a bit tired. Jiang Xian ultimately did not reveal the truth. She remained skeptical of the photos. I also want to investigate this matter myself. Meng Qingze was disappointed, but he quickly put on a smile again. Xinshin, I respect your choice. If you need anything, you can tell me anytime. After finishing his sentence, Meng Qingze left reluctantly. Jiang Xian only sighed when the ward door closed. This must all be fake. Changze has always loved her. Outside the room, a smile appeared in Meng Qingze's eyes. Jiang Xian, I want to see if you will still have the same hesitation after you see the down-and-out Su Zirwei. Meng Qingze looked up and saw Meng Xinshin being taken to the next ward. Su Zirwei changed his clothes. The surgery wasn't complicated. Even Zhang Feier could do it. Now all we have to do is wait for someone to wake up and pay the bill. Meng Qingze did not leave, but stayed outside the ward. Dr. Su is really busy, but you'd better be careful. It would be dangerous if the rescued person turned against us. Meng Qingze smiled, his eyes filled with mockery. Zhang Feier frowned. Not everyone is like you. After Zhang Feier finished speaking, Su Zirwei just smiled. Ms. Zhang, I'm doing this for the good of your hospital. I've seen this kind of thing many times. And look at that woman's appearance. Who knows if she'll admit it after you rescue her? As Meng Qingze spoke, Zhang Feier became even more anxious. This man really doesn't know how to say nice things. Master, don't be fooled by him. Let's ignore this kind of person. Su Zirwei only gave Meng Qingze a deep look. How is Jiang Xian doing? Is there anything we can do to help? After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Meng Qingze simply showed an arrogant expression. Now you know to ask about Xin's situation. It seems like Dr. Su doesn't care about these things. After Meng Qingze finished speaking, Su Zirwei sighed. I don't want to argue with you. After saying that, Su Zirwei prepared to take a look at Jiang Xian. However, Meng Qingze stopped the person first. Xin is already asleep, so you'd better not go in. Xin will be fine without you. The implication was that Su Zirwei should know his identity and status. He is absolutely not good enough for her. Su Zirwei glanced at it silently. Since the patient's family disagrees, I will respect their decision. After saying that, Su Zirwei took Zhang Feier and left. Meng Qingze breathed a sigh of relief. If Su Zirwei hadn't left, he really wouldn't have been able to proceed with the next step. Once he confirmed that Su Zirwei had left, Meng Qingze immediately sent a message to the people outside. Meanwhile, the Meng family members who were waiting outside also began to take action. A large group of people walked into the hospital. The nurse at the service desk was somewhat confused when she saw it. Are you here to see a doctor? You need to register first. As soon as the nurse finished speaking, the Meng family members roared in anger. Who are you cursing here? We're here to find someone. Where is Meng Xin? As soon as she finished speaking, the hospital staff immediately became alert, and the nurse quickly called for security. The Meng family was not intimidated and kept insisting on finding their daughter. This, in turn, piqued the curiosity of those present. We don't have a patient named Meng Xin in our hospital. Have you come to the wrong place? The head nurse tried to explain, but the person in front of her wouldn't let it go. How could that be? I saw that woman come in with my own eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, the nurses in front of him were stunned, their eyes filled with astonishment. How is that possible? Faced with the Meng family's aggressive tactics, the nurses were completely bewildered. Could it be that girl from earlier? You mean the one Dr. Su saved? In an instant, everyone realized that this was indeed the case. But that woman is still unconscious, and we don't know her identity. Those around them frowned, but the Meng family didn't care at all. Where's that girl now? Does your hospital just perform surgery on people like that? As soon as he finished speaking, the nurses froze, instinctively wanting to speak. Zhang Feier rushed over immediately after receiving the news. Seeing the Meng family causing trouble, he had a vague sense of unease. Are you the patient's family members? Zhang Feier spoke up, and 4 members of the Meng family arrived. Meng Xin's parents and her 2 younger brothers. Looking at the 4 people, Zhang Feier took out the report directly. Meng Xin is still unconscious. Who can come and pay the money? As soon as Zhang Feier finished speaking, the Meng family members expressed their dissatisfaction. What does your hospital mean by this? Why should we pay? Didn't you want to save lives yourselves? Besides, did my Meng Xin say she needed you to save her? After saying these words, Zhang Feier froze on the spot. There was even a moment of panic. What do you mean by that? Isn't Meng Xin your daughter? Chapter 52, Medical Disputes. Zhang Feier found it unbelievable. These people really didn't consider Meng Xin as family. Just as she finished speaking, Meng Xin's mother, Zhang Taohua, came out. That girl got herself into trouble. What does it have to do with us? Furthermore, is it appropriate for your hospital to treat people without our consent, without even asking us family members? Zhang Taohua's meaning was clear. As long as they didn't admit it, she wouldn't pay them money no matter what. As soon as he finished speaking, the people around him gradually froze. Upon hearing this, the others stared wide-eyed. You're just being unreasonable. It's only a few hundred yuan, and you can't even come up with that. The nurses were stunned, finding it unbelievable. This was the first time they had ever heard of such a person. At this point, Zhang Taohua became even more animated. By doing this, you are showing us no respect. The hospital acted on its own, so this is your fault. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Taohua shifted all the blame to the hospital. Zhang Feier nearly fainted from anger upon hearing this. These people were truly despicable. It's too late to say anything now. Zhang Feier just shook her head. The patient is still unconscious, and we will not say another word until then. After Zhang Feier finished speaking, the Meng family members in front of her fell silent, all looking at her. Their eyes also held a scrutinizing look. How do we know if what you're saying is true? Who knows what your hospital is thinking? They might be taking advantage of this opportunity to ask us for money. After saying these words, Zhang Taohua snorted coldly and glanced at the nurses around her. And what are you all standing here for? Hurry up and take us to see that woman. After Zhang Taohua said that, everyone in front of her fell silent. These nurses could only watch over Zhang Feier, and they began to worry about her. What should we do next? Should we really take them with us? As the nurses spoke, Zhang Feier shook her head and could only sigh. Given the current situation, we have no choice but to take it with us. But we need to identify it first. Zhang Feier was still quite vigilant. If the family didn't know the patient, she should quickly send them away. After saying all that, Zhang Feier came to her senses. By the way, you should go and tell my master first that this matter is not simple. After Zhang Feier finished speaking, the nurses in front of her immediately nodded. They immediately followed. Upon seeing this, Zhang Taohua simply snorted coldly. Who knows what you people are doing? Are you planning to tip people off? Faced with Zhang Taohua's sly face, Zhang Feier wished she could go up to her right now. But the situation is different now. The hospital might take this matter seriously. Upon hearing the news, Su Zirwei rushed over immediately and was also curious when he saw the Meng family members in front of him. Are you the patient's family members? As soon as Su Zirwei finished speaking, the Meng family members all nodded in agreement. Yes, this is our daughter. We even have photos of her. After Zhang Taohua finished speaking, she took out the family photo she was holding. After seeing the family photo, Su Zirwei also fell silent. After taking a closer look, I became curious. Your daughters have all turned out like this. Where have all you parents been? Aren't you afraid something will happen? After saying these words, the Meng family members in front of him showed no shame whatsoever. What's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with what we're doing. She's just a girl. She's nothing. After she finished speaking, Zhang Taohua came back to her senses. I almost got away with this by your hospital. Isn't this a problem with your hospital? After Zhang Taohua finished speaking, she looked at Su Zirwei again. And you're the one who performed the surgery, right? In an instant, Su Zirwei became the target of public criticism. Upon seeing this, Zhang Feier immediately stepped forward. It was your daughter who asked us to save her first, and this was all on our hospital's surveillance footage. As Zhang Feier finished speaking, the nurses beside her also began to testify. This happened right in front of them. The hospital also has surveillance footage. You can all check it if you don't believe me. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions on the Meng family members' faces changed. Meng Xinxin slowly opened her eyes. Looking around, his eyes still held a hint of panic. Where am I? As Meng Xinxin spoke, her gaze fell on Zhang Taohua. Mom, what are you doing here? Meng Xinxin tensed up, her eyes filled with panic. I don't know anything. Meng Xinxin cried out, and everyone around her was stunned. Even Zhang Feier looked confused. What do you mean by this? Didn't you ask us to save you before? Zhang Feier was furious. Why is this woman turning her back on me? Su Zirwei remained silent, but soon remembered Meng Qing's words. In that instant, I seemed to understand something. Upon seeing this, Zhang Taohua immediately began to shout. It's you unscrupulous doctors who perform surgery without the patient's consent. After Zhang Taohua finished speaking, she immediately looked at Su Zirwei. I'm going to expose you all and let everyone see what kind of morally corrupt doctor you are. Zhang Feier was about to rush forward when Su Zirwei stopped her. It's no use. This was already agreed upon. Su Zirwei looked at Meng Xinxin. We got your consent before the surgery, so why are you pretending you know nothing about it now? Su Zirwei looked over, while Meng Xinxin looked to the side. I was half conscious at the time, and I don't know what I was saying. Who still remembers? Besides, what good would my words have if I were unconscious? Meng Xinxin's words showed Zhang Feier what shamelessness truly meant. These people were far more shameless than she had imagined. Aren't you deliberately here to cause trouble? Zhang Feier's eyes reddened, and she looked increasingly anxious. Zhang Taohua, standing to the side, sneered. We didn't come here to cause trouble. This is something your hospital did itself. Are you still not going to admit it? After Zhang Taohua finished speaking, the Meng family members all nodded in agreement. Meng Xinxin maintained the panicked expression on her face. Your family has truly broadened my horizons. Zhang Feier gritted her teeth, but couldn't say anything. Where's your dean? Come out here right now. This isn't going to be resolved so easily. Zhang Taohua was determined to bring the perpetrator to justice. Su Zirwei's face was sullen, his expression unpredictable. Master, you can't go to the dean again. The matter from last time hasn't been resolved yet. Zhang Feier was talking from the side, while Su Zirwei just shook his head. Call the dean over. I happen to have some things I need to take care of. After the words were spoken, the Meng family members were also quite curious. Chapter 53, Stopping at the Point. What could you possibly have to do? Stop making things up here. After Zhang Taohua finished speaking, she felt a moment of worry. Su Zirwei chuckled. I now suspect that you are deliberately colluding to occupy our hospital's medical resources. After speaking, Su Zirwei's eyes held a scrutinizing gaze. Zhang Taohua was instantly dissatisfied. What nonsense are you talking about? How could we possibly do such a thing? Stop wrongly accusing innocent people. Zhang Taohua felt a little guilty, and her tone was somewhat hesitant. It was at this moment that Meng Qingze walked in, his eyes filled with curiosity. I could hear the noise from the next ward. Can't your hospital keep things quieter? Meng Qingze walked in with a displeased expression, but he was somewhat surprised when he saw the people in front of him. I didn't realize you guys were having such a lively time today. At this point, Meng Qingze glanced at everyone in the room. His eyes also held curiosity. Has something happened? Meng Qingze was curious, and Zhang Taohua seemed to have seen a savior. He immediately stepped forward. That's right, their hospital is just bullying people like us. Zhang Taohua stepped forward and quickly recounted everything that had happened to her. Meng Qingze's mouth dropped open in surprise. Dr. Su, I never knew you were this kind of person. Isn't this blatant bullying? Su Zirwei looked helpless, and upon hearing this, Zhang Feier, who was standing to the side, couldn't sit still any longer. Stop slandering people here. How can you know so much based on just one outsider's words? After Zhang Feier finished speaking, Meng Qingze was also dissatisfied. Miss Zhang, you can't just say things like that. What does this have to do with me? I just heard it was too noisy here and wanted to remind you. After saying that, Meng Qingze continued. Dr. Su, that's not right of you. You can't represent the entire hospital. After Meng Qingze finished speaking, he sighed helplessly. When Zhang Taohua saw someone speaking to her, she straightened her back even more. That's right, your hospital needs to give us an explanation for this. Zhang Taohua's words aroused curiosity among everyone present. They all looked at Su Zirwei, seemingly waiting. Su Zirwei frowned as he sensed these gazes. Meng Qingze laughed. Dr. Su, you're a renowned doctor. How could you do such a thing? He shook his head as he spoke. In just a few words, those around him began to be swayed. Many people are even wondering if it really is a problem with the hospital. As the idea emerged, more people got involved. Upon receiving the news, Dean Wu rushed over immediately. Looking at the noisy ward, I also felt a headache coming on. Family members, I have heard about what happened. We all share responsibility for this. Why don't we sit down and have a good talk? Dean Wu smiled, but Zhang Taohua's face showed dissatisfaction. What do you mean we also bear responsibility? Stop slandering us. Wasn't it your hospital that took action without authorization? What does it have to do with us? After Zhang Taohua finished speaking, Dean Wu just gave an awkward smile. Madam, I understand how you feel, but I'm also sorry that this happened. The situation was indeed a crisis at the time, but we also had to consider the patient's needs. After Dean Wu finished speaking, he looked at Su Zirwei. Dr. Su, you know what happened back then. What exactly happened? Dean Wu said that this was also giving Su Zirwei a chance to prove himself. Su Zirwei naturally understood the dean's good intentions. When this lady arrived at the hospital, she was already unconscious, and we had no choice but to take action. After all, I don't want to see something like this happen in a hospital. Su Zirwei explained. Dean Wu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Family member, you heard that too, right? Your daughter was already unconscious when she arrived. We can't just stand by and watch someone die, can we? Zhang Taohua was naturally dissatisfied upon hearing this. What do you mean by this? Are you going back on your word? Seeing that Zhang Taohua was about to have another attack, Dean Wu immediately shook his head. You're wrong to think that way. We just want to stick to the facts. In this matter, both sides have their problems. I think we should try to downplay it. Saving lives is our duty as doctors, and the hospital won't ask your family for anything more. Dean Wu smiled, intending to let the matter rest. What? You think your hospital is going to turn the page after just a few words? This has truly broadened our horizons. After Zhang Taohua finished speaking, she looked at the people around her. Everyone, please be the judge. What should we do? After Zhang Taohua finished speaking, she began to cry. Seeing that look, everyone present sighed helplessly. Suddenly, everyone felt sorry for them. Because of this scene, Zhang Taohua's eyes were filled with pride. Once you understand these people's minds, they won't have anything to worry about. Looking at the people around him, Dean Wu gradually became worried. Now everyone is sympathizing with Zhang Taohua, and this matter must be resolved satisfactorily. Zhang Feier stood to the side. She subconsciously glanced at Su Zirwei beside her. Just as Su Zirwei was about to speak, he saw a figure appear at the door. His body stiffened, and he instinctively froze on the spot. Xin, what brings you here? Upon seeing the craftsmanship, Meng Qingze immediately stepped forward. I heard a noise here, so I came to check it out. Didn't you already leave? Jiang Xian looked at Meng Qingze with a puzzled expression. Meng Qingze was taken aback for a moment before explaining. I came over to see what was going on because I heard some noise here. You know what? This is really big news. It turns out that it's still related to our Dr. Su. Meng Qingze wore a gloating expression. Jiang Xian looked past Meng Qingze's smile and pinpointed Su Zhiwei's location precisely. Looking at Su Zhiwei's face, Jiang Xian frowned slightly. Dean Wu felt helpless when he saw Jiang Xian appear. This matter cannot be allowed to escalate, otherwise it will affect the entire hospital. Left with no other option, Dean Wu could only look at Su Zhiwei. Dr. Su, this whole thing started because of you. Then it's your turn to end this. The hospital's idea is that you should rest for a while first. Dean Wu looked over and saw that Su Zhiwei accepted it calmly. Zhang Taohua was not satisfied. What's the point of keeping a doctor like this in the hospital? Who would dare to hire a doctor like this in the future? As soon as Zhang Taohua finished speaking, the Meng family members beside her immediately stepped forward to stop her. If this matter is investigated further, then it will be those people who are in the wrong. We also can't let this matter become too tense. Dean Wu finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the patient's family did not ask any further questions. Zhang Feier frowned. Master, you're not really planning to do that, are you? Chapter 54, Temporary Leave. Seeing her master about to leave, Zhang Feier was filled with worry. It's nothing, just a few days off. Su Zhiwei just smiled. But Zhang Feier simply remained silent. The hospital's actions are understandable, given that the doctor is young and promising, and also for the sake of the hospital's reputation. There are two sides to consider. Meng Qingze sneered. Who knows if Dr. Su will be content with this? Now that he's left the hospital, who knows when he'll be back next time? Dean Wu frowned, and Jiang Xian coughed. I'm a little tired. Please take me back first. Meng Qingze was taken aback and immediately stepped forward to take the person away. Dean Wu glanced at Zhang Taohua and the others, and even went to check on Meng Xinxin's condition himself. After confirming that everything was all right, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's not a big problem. We can just take it slow. After he finished speaking, Dean Wu gave Su Zhiwei a look. Upon seeing this, Su Zhiwei immediately went outside. Zhang Feier chased after them immediately. Master, I really can't swallow this insult. You people are clearly here to get back at you, and there's nothing we can do about it. Zhang Feier was furious. Su Zhiwei was easygoing and just silently shook his head. The dean's decision is the most appropriate one. Besides, it's not like he hasn't taken a vacation before. I've just been a bit tired lately. As she spoke, Zhang Feier suddenly stopped in her tracks. Su Zhiwei was taken aback, looked up curiously, and saw Jiang Xian waiting there. Meng Qingze was not with him. Su Zhiwei was stunned when he saw this. Why are you here? Your body probably can't handle this yet. Upon hearing Su Zhiwei's words, a smile appeared on Jiang Xian's lips. My attending physician is leaving, and I'll have no one to take care of me. Jiang Xian's subconscious teasing sounded full of regret. Hearing this, Su Zhiwei, who was standing to the side, was also stunned. Even Zhang Feier looked confused. Jiang Xian realized she had said the wrong thing and shook her head slightly. Do you still think you did the right thing? Meaningless aid will only embolden these people to take advantage of us. Jiang Xian looked up and said, No one cares about your so-called kindness. Hearing Jiang Xian's words, Su Zhiwei felt a sharp pain in his heart. Zhang Feier was stunned and immediately wanted to step forward and question her. I don't think it was meaningless. At least I helped you get back on your feet. Upon hearing this, even Zhang Feier was stunned, staring at Su Zhiwei in disbelief. Master. Zhang Feier's gaze gradually softened with affection, wondering what her master had actually done. Jiang Xian gripped the sides of the wheelchair tightly, her eyes filled with complex emotions. If President Jiang doesn't say anything, then he agrees with what I said. I don't think I did anything wrong from the beginning. If that patient comes back again, I won't miss it either. Su Zhiwei's gaze was firm, and Zhang Feier's eyes were filled with admiration. If Mr. Jiang has nothing else, I'll be leaving now. After saying that, Su Zhiwei left without another word. Seeing this, Jiang Xian remained silent. Zhang Feier didn't follow, but instead looked at Jiang Xian in front of her. Jiang Xian, I really understand you less and less. You were the one who rejected me first, so why are you trying to win me back now? Zhang Feier's eyes were filled with mockery. Jiang Xian was even more taken aback. Are you mistaken? I don't care about these things at all. I just wanted to kick someone when they're down. Looking at Jiang Xian's attempt to make amends, Zhang Feier found it all laughable. Miss Jiang, it's getting late. Let me take you home first. Zhang Feier's lips curled up in a mocking smile. How could Jiang Xian not see it? She didn't know why she said those things, or if she was missing something. As she gradually recalled the events of the past, perhaps she was missing the person who had taken such good care of her for those 3 years. Now everything has disappeared. Standing in the corridor, Meng Qingze grew increasingly worried about why Jiang Xin was so cold towards him. What exactly happened? Xinxin, you're finally back. Why were you gone for so long? Meng Qingze asked instinctively, but fell silent the moment he saw Zhang Feier standing to the side. It's nothing. I just happened to see Ms. Zhang on my way back. Let's go back. After saying that, Jiang Xin coldly returned to the ward. This scene only amplified Meng Qingze's unease. Why did this happen? What did I do wrong that made Jiang Xin so indifferent? After Meng Qingze left the hospital, his family quietly approached him. Nephew, you should know what we've been doing. We've been doing exactly what you told us to do. I'm leaving your cousin's matter to you. Zhang Taohua smiled, her face filled with excitement. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingze merely glanced at it. Don't worry, I'll handle this. You can go now. Fearing that this would be discovered, Meng Qingze immediately chased the person away. The Meng family nodded repeatedly before leaving with smiles. However, Zhang Feier happened to see this scene on the second floor, her eyes filled with anger. It turns out that Meng Qingze was behind all of this. Thinking of all this, Zhang Feier immediately wanted to contact Su Zirwei. Su Zirwei was in a coffee shop outside the hospital at that moment, and he had witnessed everything that had just happened. Su Zirwei understood the moment the Meng family appeared. I just didn't expect Meng Qingze to be so impatient, even resorting to this method to deal with me. The phone rang, and Su Zirwei answered it. Master, I see him, it's Meng Qingze. Meng Qingze contacted those people specifically to deal with you. Zhang Feier spoke excitedly, wishing she could have called Meng Qingze to her side earlier. Su Zirwei remained calm, silently watching the doorway. Even if you knew the truth, what do you plan to do? After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Zhang Feier suddenly froze. This matter is over. Making a big fuss about it would only be bad for the hospital. Looking back on what Su Zirwei said, this was indeed the best outcome. Master, I just can't swallow this insult. You're the youngest doctor in our hospital. How can you put up with this? Zhang Feier complained, but Su Zirwei just smiled. It's all over now, don't overthink it. I'm just taking a 2-week break. I'll be back soon. Su Zirwei calmly hung up the phone and sighed deeply. In the hospital, Jiang Xin lay flat, the stinging pain in her body seemingly gone. At this moment, Jiang Xin only wanted to be discharged from the hospital as soon as possible and use work to numb herself. I wonder how things are going at the company. Is Jinjin managing to handle everything by herself? A knock sounded on the door, and Jiang Xin frowned. Chapter 55, Feelings Faded. Are there so many things to do at the hospital? Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Xin walked in, carrying a night shift logbook. What's this? Looking at the record Zhang Feier threw at her, Jiang Xin frowned, her eyes still filled with confusion. Just take a look for yourself. All the night shift registrations for this month are here. As long as there are patients, their information will be registered. Your favorite thing isn't even on there. After Zhang Feier finished speaking, she added another sentence. President Jiang, I think you should warn the people around you. Your master escaped this time, but next time no one will be able to protect him. Please stop making things difficult for my master. After saying that, Zhang Feier turned and left. Jiang Xin was left alone, staring at the things in her hands. As she turned everything over, Jiang Xin's eyes gradually darkened. Faced with this stark evidence, Jiang Xin could only manage a bitter smile. I recalled what Su Zirwei was going to say that day. It turns out that Su Zirwei wasn't deliberately trying to get close. Everything was genuine. Meng Qingze's foot was not injured at all. Overwhelmed by these blows, Jiang Xin silently closed her eyes. Meng Qingze was unaware that his feigned illness had been exposed and hurriedly returned to the villa. Looking at Meng's mother, he no longer concealed anything and told her what had happened at the hospital. The melon seeds in Meng's mother's hand no longer smelled good. She only felt bad at that moment. How did things suddenly turn out like this? Could it be that Jiang Xin has changed her mind? Or did she discover something? Mencius' mother stood by, puzzled. Meng Qingze frowned slightly, and after thinking about it carefully, he realized that it wasn't impossible. However, just thinking about Jiang Xin's appearance, Meng Qingze didn't know how to ask her. Mom, that Jiang Xin is completely unresponsive now, and she's very cold towards me. Do you think I should do something? As soon as Meng Qingze finished speaking, Meng's mother pondered for a while. What you said is indeed correct. We should do something about it. Meng's mother stepped forward and said, just admit your mistake and make Jiang Xin soften her heart. After saying these words, Meng Qingze was stunned. Jiang Xin is ignoring me now. Is this tactic really effective? Meng Qingze's mother frowned slightly in response to his words. You little rascal, Why are you getting all confused again? Are you worried that Jiang Xian will change her mind about you? Don't you know Jiang Xian's weakness? After his mother finished speaking, Meng Qingze came back to his senses. He then nodded slightly. I understand. I'll go prepare it right away. As night deepened, Jiang Xian slightly opened her eyes. Jiang Xian slept for the entire afternoon, and now that she's awake, she feels a sense of emptiness. The door to the ward was suddenly pushed open, and Jiang Xian frowned when she saw who it was. Meng Qingze stood entirely in the shadows behind the door, the light disappearing as the ward door closed. Why are you here? I told you could rest at the villa for a while. Jiang Xian frowned, unsure how to face Meng Qingze. Jiang Xian had seen all the evidence Zhang Feier brought, and now, looking at Meng Qingze, she only felt it was fake, even unfamiliar. Where did the man I used to know go? Xin, I've come to say goodbye. After Meng Qingze finished speaking, Jiang Xian suddenly stood up. What did you say? Are you leaving? Jiang Xian was puzzled, and Meng Qingze nodded slightly before his voice broke into a sob. Xin, I know I shouldn't have kept this from you, but I had no choice. After saying that, Meng Qingze knelt down beside Jiang Xian's bed, lowered his head, and began to tell her all his worries. I have been watching you silently ever since you had the accident and were hospitalized. I'm afraid you'll leave and fall in love with Su Zirwei again. At this moment, Meng Qingze was dejected, looking like a loser. Ever since the board started targeting you, I've wanted to stop you from worrying about me, but things have still come to this. Xin, I did all this just so you would see me more. I want more of your attention. Tears welled up in Meng Qingze's eyes, and his whole body trembled. I traveled all the way back from abroad just to let you witness a brand new me. But you are very busy with work, and Su Zirwei also appears from time to time. I have to find another way to get your attention. Xin, I really don't want you to like anyone else. I'm so afraid you'll leave. Meng Qingze revealed everything, and Jiang Xian's expression gradually darkened. She never expected that Meng Qingze did all this because of these reasons. Xin, I don't know if you'll believe everything I'm saying, but I hope you can give me a chance. After Meng Qingze finished speaking, his gaze was sincere, which was precisely Jiang Xian's weakness. Based on that past, Meng Qingze understood even better how to deal with Jiang Xian. As long as you reveal your true feelings, Jiang Xian will believe you. And this time, Meng Qingze's gamble paid off once again. After seeing Meng Qingze's behavior, Jiang Xian's expression gradually softened. Qingze, I told you from the very beginning that I will only ever love you. I didn't expect you to still consider Su Zirwei an enemy. Was that woman someone you brought along too? Jiang Xian looked over, her gaze now filled with scrutiny. Meng Qingze was unsure of what to do, but when he met Jiang Xian's gaze, he knew he had no other choice. No, I really don't know who those people are. Meng Qingze shook his head, he couldn't say it. He couldn't gamble. If Jiang Xian still had feelings for Su Zirwei, this matter would inevitably affect them. Jiang Xian took a deep look, then sighed. What I hate most is being deceived. Don't try to test me like that again. You're mine, that's for sure. I won't let anyone take me away from me. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Meng Qingze's face showed excitement. Without saying a word, he stepped forward and grabbed Jiang Xian's hand. Xin, have you really forgiven me? I knew you wouldn't abandon me. As he spoke, Meng Qingze became excited. Looking at the man weeping bitterly, Jiang Xian felt little emotion, but rather a bit of annoyance. When did Meng Qingze become like this, even to the point of being able to put on these acts for certain reasons? The Meng Qingze she remembered was nothing like this. Was she mistaken, or had Meng Qingze changed? Suppressing these thoughts, Jiang Xian withdrew her hand. I'm a little sleepy. You should go back first. There are still nurses here at the hospital. Jiang Xian smiled, but Meng Qingze lowered his head, seemingly hesitating. Xin, I'm afraid no one will take care of you. Meng Qingze looked at Jiang Xian pitifully, like a stray dog on the street. Seeing this, Jiang Xian felt helpless. Then you can sleep here tonight. Chapter 56. Goodbye, Qing. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingze's eyes shone with excitement. Xin, don't worry, I'm right here on the sofa. If you need anything, just call me anytime. After saying that, Meng Qingze lay down. Seeing this, Jiang Xian felt helpless. At this moment, all I can do is close my eyes and force myself to calm down. Su Zirwei calmed down after returning home. Chun Huifang stood at the door, holding a plate in her hand, unsure whether she should go in. Mom, if you're outside, please come in. Su Zirwei heard footsteps outside. It's really giving me a headache. Upon hearing this, Chun Huifang immediately pushed open the door and walked in, her eyes still showing a hint of embarrassment. Zirwei, why are you back so early today? Is something wrong at the hospital again? Chen Huifeng began to test the waters. Su Zirwei sighed helplessly. There's been a bit of trouble at the hospital recently, and they want me to stay home for a few days. Su Zirwei gave a brief explanation, but Chen Huifeng was stunned upon hearing it. Looking at Chen Huifeng, Su Zirwei could only give an awkward smile. Mom, this is a decision made by the hospital, and it's also a small problem on my part, so please don't overthink it. Su Zirwei thought Chen Huifeng was worried about him, which is why he thought of saying something to persuade her. However, upon hearing this, Chen Huifeng became happy. Did they say when you're going back? Chen Huifeng continued to ask questions, and Su Zirwei was taken aback, sensing that something was amiss. They haven't said yet, but it'll be about a week. Su Zirwei guessed, and Chen Huifeng clapped her hands. Isn't this a coincidence? I'll go and have a good talk with Qingqing right now. Don't refuse them this time. You finally have some free time, so you should go out and explore. After she finished speaking, Chen Huifeng left with a happy expression. Su Zirwei was taken aback, feeling helpless. However, when Su Zirwei thought of He Yuqing, he just looked out the window. The night was deep and all was quiet. Jiang Xian slightly opened her eyes. The ward was filled with Meng Qing's snoring. Jiang Xian fell silent. How come I didn't know Meng Qing's had these little quirks before? Jiang Xian tried moving her hands and feet, and could still feel a slight stinging pain, but it was negligible. I breathed a sigh of relief. I'll be able to be discharged soon. Because of this, Jiang Xian actually felt a little nostalgic. During her time in the hospital, Jiang Xian felt the same care she had received over the past 3 years. However, she now has a new choice. Looking at Meng Qingze, who was still fast asleep, Jiang Xian fell silent. For a fleeting moment, Jiang Xian began to waver. Do I really like the man in front of me? Looking at Meng Qingze, who was fast asleep, Jiang Xian still felt a pang of sympathy. The image of that boy kept flashing through my mind. She simply couldn't forget these things. Although Su Zirwei was somewhat tender, Jiang Xian never truly loved him. In the end, Su Zirwei was just a dispensable figure. When Su Zirwei woke up, he was used to waking up early for so many years, and now that he didn't have to go to work, he really felt a little uncomfortable. At the same time, Chen Huifeng has also begun to take action. I got up early and prepared a lot of good things. Seeing this, Su Zirwei was also confused. Mom, what are you busy with here so early in the morning? Su Zirwei watched as Chen Huifeng was simply busy picking vegetables. This was the first time he had ever seen Chen Huifeng so anxious. It's because people came to our house today. They're all your dad's old friends. Don't worry, just go out. Chen Huifeng smiled, a scene that piqued Su Zirwei's curiosity. Mom, I didn't say I was going out. Just as Su Zirwei finished speaking, a message came through on his phone. It was from He Yuqing. It's Qingqing, isn't it? You can go without worry. We don't need you for today's matters. You don't know any of your dad's friends. When Chen Huifeng finished speaking, Su Zirwei simply frowned. Mom, you just sold me off like that. Su Zirwei was also helpless. However, Chen Huifeng showed dissatisfaction upon hearing this. What are you saying, boy? Qingqing is a good girl. How could I possibly sell you out? After saying that, Chen Huifeng pushed Su Zirwei out the door without saying another word. For a moment, Su Zirwei had the illusion that he had been abandoned by his own mother. After standing at the door for a while, Su Zirwei looked up and saw He Yuqing, who had arrived late. He Yuqing had clearly dressed up before going out. She possesses a maturity tempered with a touch of childlike innocence, yet retains the charm of a young girl. Brother Zirwei, I've heard everything from Andy. Don't be discouraged. Maybe the hospital has its own reasons. He Yuqing tried to persuade him, but when Su Zirwei thought of the hospital, he subconsciously thought of Jiang Xian. I wonder how Jiang Xian is doing now. So your dad is pressuring you again? Su Zirwei asked casually. He Yuqing was taken aback and said with a hint of embarrassment, Yes, that's why I came to ask you for help. Looking at He Yuqing's appearance, Su Zirwei sensed that something was wrong. Qingqing, I've already told you, I only ever saw you as the girl next door. Su Zirwei was also worried that He Yuqing would misunderstand, and he planned to explain everything clearly. He Yuqing looked embarrassed, but she quickly burst out laughing. Brother Zirwei, you must be mistaken. I've already said before that we're in a cooperative relationship now. He Yuqing smiled, but there was a hint of unease in her eyes. Su Zirwei smiled. Then I was overthinking it. Where are you planning to go today? After saying that, Su Zirwei gave a slight smile. If you don't look carefully, you might even miss it. He Yuqing thought for a moment before continuing. Let's go to the hospital. Su Zirwei was taken aback, his eyes filled with confusion. Are you sick? Su Zirwei's voice sounded slightly anxious. He Yuqing, however, was not in a hurry after hearing this, and simply shook her head. I'm not sick, I just think you need to go. After He Yuqing finished speaking, Su Zirwei was even more confused. I don't know what this sentence means. Ching, you must have misunderstood something. I don't need to go. But as soon as she finished speaking, Qing just shook her head. Brother Zirwei, I just feel that you are still thinking about Miss Jiang. Upon hearing this, Su Zirwei fell completely silent. For a moment, I didn't know how to answer. At this moment, silence reigned. However, the silence did not last long, as Qing took the initiative to break it. Brother Zirwei, your eyes betrayed you. You've been thinking about the hospital from the very beginning, haven't you? He was told what was on his mind. Su Zirwei was at a loss for what to do. Am I being too obvious? Thinking of this, Su Zirwei didn't know how to start the conversation. Brother Zirwei, do you really not like your ex-wife anymore? Qing asked the question that was on her mind. It was the only thing she wanted to know. Chapter 57, Go and Explain. Su Zirwei was taken aback, and Qing also fell silent. At this moment, the answer was almost obvious. But it was precisely this answer, which could be given so casually, that made Su Zirwei fall silent. During those 3 years, Jiang Xian took all my efforts for granted. I don't know how to face this. I don't know how to answer that myself right now. I care more about Jiang Xian's legs. Su Zirwei found a more fitting answer. Those legs had almost exhausted him, and now he couldn't just watch them get hurt. Thinking of this, Su Zirwei looked at Qing. Ching, this is also a request I cannot easily grant you. I hope you can understand me. After saying these words, Su Zirwei felt a moment of panic, even worry. Even after hearing these things, Na maintained the smile on her face as expected. Brother Zirwei, what are you thinking about? Some things are better explained clearly. That's why I wanted to help you. If I'm not mistaken, your accident this time is probably related to Jiang Xian, right? After saying these words, Su Zirwei simply opened his mouth. Finally, she nodded. I understand, thank you. After saying that, Su Zirwei also prepared to go to the hospital to explain these things. However, seeing Su Zirwei's actions, Qing immediately stepped forward to stop him. Brother Zirwei, you're not planning to go by yourself, are you? Shouldn't you be on mandatory hospital leave right now? Hearing this, Su Zirwei felt embarrassed. Then he continued, then I can only ask you for help. Inside the hospital, Jiang Xian looked at Meng Qingze, who was still packing up, and then shook her head slightly. You don't need to prepare these things. Someone will come and take care of them. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Meng Qingze shook his head. That won't do. I don't trust those people. Xin, if there's anything you need, you can tell me anytime. Meng Qingze spoke excitedly, his eyes filled with eagerness. Jiang Xian was finding it hard to cope and could only distract herself by looking at her phone. Chengze, have you been keeping up with the company's situation lately? Upon hearing Jiang Xian's question, Meng Qingze's expression instantly darkened. Xin, as you know, I can't even get into the company now. There's no need to talk about doing anything else. As soon as Meng Qingze finished speaking, Jiang Xian simply nodded but did not continue. This piqued Meng Qingze's curiosity. Xin, is something wrong at the company, or did Jinjin say something to you? At this moment, Meng Qingze only wanted to know about company matters, and perhaps he could take this opportunity to return to the company. However, Jiang Xian only glanced at it. There was a slight smile in his eyes. Chengze, do you really want to go back to the company? After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Meng Qingze quickly shook his head. Xin, I didn't mean that. I was just a little curious. After all, you wouldn't have asked me this kind of thing before. Meng Qingze pretended to be innocent. Jiang Xian just smiled. Chengze, you don't need to be so nervous. I was just asking. Since you don't want to go back, I won't stop you. Jiang Xian smiled, but a hint of doubt appeared in her eyes. She could clearly feel it just now. The ambition in Meng Qingze's eyes clearly showed that he wanted to go back. Why not admit it? Jiang Xian smiled wryly. Chengze, leave the company's affairs to Jinjin from now on. Just focus on your own business. After he finished speaking, a look of panic flashed in Meng Qingze's eyes. Jiang Xian no longer believes in herself? The thought of this possibility made Meng Qingze panic. Xin, since you say so, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. I actually had a lot of pressure myself, but now that the company has been returned to me, I can finally relax. A smile appeared on Meng Qingze's face. Jiang Xian smiled and said, Chengze, I remember you wanted to go into design. I'm looking forward to taking you with me. Meng Qingze nodded quickly, his voice tinged with excitement. Xin, you rest for a bit. I'm going out. Call me if you need anything. I'll be outside. After Meng Qingze finished speaking calmly, Jiang Xian simply nodded slightly. As he left the ward, a flash of anger crossed Meng Qingze's eyes. To my utter surprise, Jiang Xian was actually quite wary of me, especially when I thought about everything related to the Jiang Group. Compared to what he himself wanted to do, the president of the Jiang Group was the one with the greatest interests. What job can compare to these? Something must have gone wrong. Thinking about this, Meng Qingze also began to feel curious. Who exactly spoke ill of Jiang Xin to make her so suspicious of herself? My gaze swept over, and I saw Su Zirwei bringing He Yuqing over. Isn't this Dr. Su? Didn't you say you were forced to take leave by the hospital? Why did you come here? Meng Qingze became even more furious upon seeing Su Zirwei. It's possible that Su Zirwei is behind this. Thinking of this, Meng Qingze's anger towards Su Zirwei increased considerably. Meng Qingze, I'm only here today to say a few words to Jiang Xin, and then I'll leave. It won't disturb your relationship, and I have already applied to the hospital, and someone will come to take my place as a caregiver. Su Zirwei's expression was calm, but there was a hint of determination in his eyes. Upon seeing this, Meng Qingze looked puzzled. Why did he feel that Su Zirwei was different, even somewhat unfamiliar? He Yuqing simply smiled. Brother Zirwei, hurry up and go over there. I'll be waiting for you at the door. Su Zirwei entered the ward, and Meng Qingze wanted to follow him in, but He Yuqing stopped him. Let them handle this themselves. Just wait outside. As He Yuqing spoke, Su Zirwei was completely ignited. We had to rush in immediately. However, Su Zirwei had already made preparations. So when Meng Qingze came in, he was met with Jiang Xion's displeasure. Chengze, you can go out first. I have something to say to Su Zirwei. After Jiang Xion finished speaking, Su Zirwei looked dejected, like a lost stray dog. At that moment, Su Zirwei smiled. Like a victor. Seeing this, Meng Qingze was almost furious. If Jiang Xion hadn't been there, he would have already made his move. All he could do now was glare at her fiercely before turning and leaving. After Meng Qingze left, Su Zirwei looked at Jiang Xion. I'm here today to clarify something with you. I feel there's been some misunderstanding between us. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Jiang Xion frowned. What misunderstanding could there be between us? As long as you stop bothering me, everything will be fine. After Jiang Xion finished speaking, Su Zirwei nodded slightly. That's the problem. Mr. Jiang, we need to have a serious talk. Chapter 58 New Opportunities. Jiang Xion frowned. Su Zirwei, do you think there's anything else we can talk about? As long as you don't bother me, none of this will happen. As soon as she finished speaking, it was clear that Jiang Xion wanted to get rid of Su Zirwei. Su Zirwei was not in a hurry, and his expression remained normal. Jiang Xion, not everyone thinks like you. Not everyone will revolve around you. After saying that, Su Zirwei simply stood at the door, his eyes filled with indifference. Hearing Su Zirwei's cold tone, a sense of panic welled up in Jiang Xion's heart. The scene where I faced Su Zirwei again was quite unexpected. So that's why you came to see me? Is this just something you want to say to bother me? Even if you wanted to play the victim, it would be too late. I won't have any feelings for you. After Jiang Xion finished speaking, she felt a little empty inside. On the surface, however, one must maintain the composure befitting a CEO. Jiang Xion's indifference only made Su Zirwei more disappointed. Perhaps it was all just wishful thinking on his part. Thinking of this, Su Zirwei laughed out loud. There was too much mixed in. Jiang Xion looked at Su Zirwei. Dr. Su, did I hit a nerve and now you don't know how to face me? You must never covet things that don't belong to you. Jiang Xion continued to make harsh remarks. Little did they know that this would push Su Zirwei further away. President Jiang has misunderstood. I made it very clear from the beginning. In this way, I can also pursue my own life. After saying that, Su Zirwei left the ward under Jiang Xion's surprised gaze. Meng Qingze, who was waiting outside, couldn't wait any longer and immediately stepped forward and grabbed Su Zirwei's collar. I don't know what you're planning to do, but I'm just warning you not to try anything useless. Meng Qingze looked furious. Upon hearing this, Su Zirwei simply smiled. Could it be that you lack self-confidence? Or are you worried that I'll rekindle my relationship with Jiang Xion? Meng Qingze, do you really have so little confidence in yourself? Su Zirwei's eyes were filled with provocation. Seeing Su Zirwei's gaze, Meng Qingze panicked for a moment. However, he quickly came to his senses. Stop playing tricks on me. Who knows what you're up to? No matter what you do now, Jiang Xion will never believe you again. Meng Qingze still wanted to show off. It seems that only in this way can they find a sense of superiority over Su Zirwei. Looking at Meng Qingze's clownish appearance, Su Zirwei just shook his head. Whatever, I've already explained it to Jiang Xion. Don't ever appear in front of me again. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, he left with He Yuqing. He Yuqing's eyes were filled with surprise. It's only been a short time since they went in. How did it become like this? Brother Zirwei, have you really reached an agreement? So Jiang Xion just let you off the hook like that? It wasn't as intense as I'd expected, and there wasn't even any argument. This left He Yuqing feeling confused. Su Zirwei was taken aback, and then looked over curiously. What else could we possibly argue about? It was Jiang Xin who wronged me in the first place. I don't need to worry at all. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, He Yuqing was even more surprised. I never expected that Brother Zirwei would suddenly come to this realization. And she was even happier for Su Zirwei. Brother Zirwei, it's good that you've thought it through. That woman isn't worth it at all. He Yuqing realized she had spoken out of turn after she finished speaking, and then looked to the side. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go eat. I'm a little hungry. Su Zirwei did not pursue the matter, but instead left the hospital with He Yuqing. Inside the ward, Jiang Xin was still somewhat dazed. So much so that Jiang Xin didn't even notice when Meng Qingze came in. Looking at Jiang Xin, Meng Qingze was also curious, so he tentatively asked, Xin, what are you thinking about? Did Su Zirwei say something? As soon as Meng Qingze finished speaking, Jiang Xin also came to her senses. Chengze, when did you come in? What did you just say? Jiang Xin looked on curiously, but her face was also embarrassed. Meng Qingze's expression changed. Xin, did Su Zirwei bully you? Or did he ask you for money? Meng Qingze tensed up, and Jiang Xin frowned. The money I gave Meng Qingze is enough for him to live on for the rest of his life. He just came to warn me. They even said they wanted to live their own lives. How ridiculous. Jiang Xin found it absurd. It's not like she wanted to be at the hospital. Thinking about this, Jiang Xin also felt wronged. Meng Qingze was taken aback, not expecting Su Zirwei to be serious. However, Meng Qingze was even more curious about why Su Zirwei did this. Or is this also part of his plan? Clearing his mind of those thoughts, Meng Qingze immediately adopted an angry expression. Who does this Su Zirwei think he is, to have the nerve to say such things? Xin, please don't take it to heart. After saying that, Su Zirwei continued. But speaking of which, Dr. Su came with Miss He today. Is this new day for you to spend with Miss He? Jiang Xin was stunned after Meng Qingze finished speaking. His eyes held anger. Meng Qingze chuckled to himself. Jiang Xin already had a negative feeling towards him. Unexpectedly, Su Zirwei offered him a solution at this time. Xin, are you angry? Meng Qingze's eyes were filled with disappointment. Jiang Xin snapped out of her daze and shook her head. Chengze, I have some. Before they could finish speaking, a ringtone abruptly interrupted their conversation. It's a real phone call. Please wait a moment. After saying that, Jiang Xin answered the phone. Jinjin, what happened? Why are you calling me at this time? Jiang Xin asked curiously, and Lu Jinjin on the other end of the phone sighed. Xin, there's a meeting at the end of the month. Have Meng Qingze inform General Manager Zhao that it's time to meet and discuss starting the project. When Lu Jinjin finished speaking, a smile appeared on Jiang Xion's face. Finally, there's some good news. Meng Qingze simply stood aside, his eyes filled with confusion, unaware of what had happened. Chengze, good news. You can go and inform Mr. Zhao now. The project will be starting soon. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Meng Qingze also came to his senses. Xin, I'll go and inform General Manager Zhao right away. Meng Qingze was excited, and Jiang Xian was also happy. Once the project is completed, all the board's doubts will disappear. Chengze has his own strength, and that alone is enough to shut those people up. Meng Qingze, however, was thinking about how to rise to power. If we succeed this time, what can the board of directors do to him? If Jiang Xian can trust me, then I can stand against the entire board of directors. Chapter 59, Doing Another Favor. As Meng Qingze left the hospital, he was still thinking about what had just happened. There was also an indescribable excitement. If we work together with Boss Zhao to secure it, then the rest will be easy. At that time, the entire Jiang group will no longer look down on him. Of course, the prerequisite for this is to have a good talk with Zhao Qingfeng. Meanwhile, inside the company, Lu Jinjin looked at the documents in front of her, feeling helpless. I never expected those people on the board to be so ruthless. They're completely leaving us no way out. Lu Jinjin shook her head helplessly. Now she could only hope that Jiang Xian would come back soon. Outside the office, several employees came forward, their eyes filled with panic. What's going on? Why are you all gathered outside? Don't you have to go to work? At this point, Lu Jinjin frowned in dissatisfaction. Upon hearing this, the employee walked in nervously, feeling somewhat flustered. Sister Jinjin, it's not that we want to stay here. It's just that some things have happened, and we're scared. Yes, although we did a background check, we still feel that something is off about Zhao Qingfeng. We haven't heard a single word yet, and we're afraid something bad might happen. After they finished speaking, they subconsciously glanced at Lu Jinjin, worried that she might overthink things. However, upon hearing this, Lu Jinjin shook her head slightly. Even if you have doubts about this matter, I can't resolve them. As you can see, this situation is beyond my ability to resolve. If you still have any complaints, you can speak up at any time. After he finished speaking, The people around him gradually realized what was happening. Everyone was curious at this moment. Secretary Liu, there are actually things you can't handle yourself? You're Mr. Jiang's secretary. How could such a thing happen? It's impossible that President Jiang wouldn't even listen to you, is it? At this point, everyone else found it somewhat unbelievable, especially knowing that even Lu Jinjin couldn't persuade Jiang Xian. Could it be that President Jiang really wouldn't listen to Secretary Lu's words because of such an outsider? But soon the others also remembered how Jiang Xian had protected Meng Qingze back then. For a moment, everyone fell silent. Looking at these people, Lu Jinjin understood what they were worried about. You can rest assured, I will discuss this matter thoroughly with President Jiang, so you can relax completely. After she finished speaking, Lu Jinjin sighed, her eyes filled with helplessness. The company's current state is also thanks to Meng Qingze's efforts. All Lu Jinjin can do now is comfort everyone present, and she doesn't know what the board of directors is thinking. If they knew about this, who knows what they might do. Meanwhile, Meng Qingze had already returned to the villa, where Zhang Taohua and her family were waiting. Upon seeing Meng Qingze return, the Meng family members became excited and immediately came forward. Chengze, you're finally back. I thought you'd forgotten all about us. Zhang Taohua spoke excitedly, but upon hearing this, Meng Qingze's eyes showed dissatisfaction. But she patiently said, Cousins, don't worry, I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. And the situation is a bit special right now, so I might need my cousin's help again. When Meng Qingze said that, Meng Xinxin, who was standing to the side, also became curious. Why do you need my help? Didn't we already agree on this? Meng Xinxin's face showed a hint of dissatisfaction. Meng Qingze sighed and looked at Meng Xinxin in front of him with a serious expression. Cousin, you don't really think it's that easy to join the Jiang group, do you? Upon hearing this, Meng Qingze's eyes also revealed a hint of arrogance. Upon hearing this, Meng Xinxin panicked for a moment, not understanding what it meant. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to turn your back on me now? Meng Xinxin spoke excitedly, while Meng's mother and the others were even more confused. Hearing the commotion, they immediately came over. What happened? Why did it suddenly turn into this? Meng's mother asked anxiously. Just now, Zhang Taohua was laughing and joking with them. How did it turn out like this? Just as I was feeling confused, Zhang Taohua stepped forward. You promised us before, so why are you saying these things now? We're all relatives. Aren't you just joking with us? After Zhang Taohua finished speaking, it looked like she was about to throw a tantrum. Meng Xinxin pointed to the bandage on her arm, her anger growing. Look at my injuries. I did all this on your orders. Now you want to tell me that the Jiang group is hard to get into? Aren't you just playing me for a fool? After she finished speaking, Meng Xinxin's eyes were already red. Upon seeing this, Meng Qingze immediately stepped forward and sighed helplessly. I haven't even finished speaking yet. Why are you in such a hurry? As he finished speaking, Meng Qingze sighed again. You should know that I helped the Jiang group secure a major cooperation agreement before, right? After Meng Qingze finished speaking, Meng's mother immediately nodded. I know. I was just about to tell them that. Could it be related to President Zhao? Meng's mother spoke excitedly, while also trying to divert the attention of Zhang Taohua and the others. Meng Xinxin was curious, so she simply focused her gaze on Meng Qingze. This is your business. What does it have to do with whether or not I can get into the Jiang group? At this moment, Meng Xinxin only wanted a definite result, and Meng Qingze was her hope. Meng Qingze shook his head. Don't rush me. I haven't finished yet. This matter is not only related to you, but you will also benefit greatly from it. If you do as I say, the Jiang group will invite you to join them. Rather than having me use connections to get in, I'd rather let them fight over me. Isn't this good? Meng Qingze's words instantly ignited Meng Xinxin's competitive spirit, and she was even more confused, not knowing what Meng Qingze was talking about. Are you serious? Can this really be done? Meng Xinxin was still a little confused. How could such a good thing happen? Just as this possibility came to mind, Meng Qingze took out a photograph. This man is General Manager Zhao from Jinghai. He's quite a formidable figure. It was because of him that I had the opportunity to let you in. After saying these words, Meng Qingze sighed. Speaking of which, this Mr. Zhao has never been married yet, and he has always lacked a woman by his side. I don't know who I'll end up with. Upon hearing Meng Qingze's words, Meng Xinxin blushed, but Zhang Taohua, who was standing next to her, understood and immediately stepped forward. Chapter 60, The Drinking Party. Chengze, the thing I'm most worried about is your cousin's marriage. If you can really help me with that, that would be wonderful. But he's a big boss. Can he really accept that? After Zhang Taohua finished speaking, Meng Xinxin was somewhat dissatisfied, but she didn't say anything and instead looked at Meng Qingze. Meng Qingze smiled and said, Cousin, don't worry. I'll take you to buy an outfit later. There's a dinner party tonight. and I'll take you to meet President Zhao. After Meng Qingze finished speaking, Meng Xinxin also became excited and looked at Meng Qingze with even more gratitude. Zhang Taohua smiled and said, "We're so sorry. We've come all this way. How could we let you spend so much money? Hurry up and thank Qingze." Zhang Taohua waved her hand, and Meng Xinxin immediately nodded. "Qingze, I'm really sorry to trouble you." Meng Xinxin smiled and did not refuse. Meng's mother smiled, but her eyes showed displeasure. This family was really impolite. "All right, since it's all arranged, let's hurry up and go. We have a drinking party tonight, so we need to be serious." When Meng's mother asked them to leave, Meng Qingze nodded and led Meng Xinxin out of the villa. The two went straight to the commercial district and went directly to the luxury stores without saying a word. Under Meng Xinxin's flattery, Meng Qingze repeatedly swiped Jiang Xin's black card. In the entire afternoon, nearly 800,000 yuan was spent. Lu Xinjin just received the message. Upon seeing these messages, Lu Xinjin's eyes widened in disbelief. Without thinking twice, Lu Xinjin immediately called Meng Qingze. "You spent 800,000 in one afternoon. What did you do with it? Even if you have a black card, you should still consider Xinxin. You can't spend money like this." Lu Xinjin took a deep breath, feeling that Meng Qingze had gone mad. However, upon hearing this, Meng Qingze didn't care. Instead, he seemed somewhat confused. "Secretary Lu, I'm spending Jiang Xin's money. What's it to you? You're just a secretary. You have no right to interfere in these matters." Meng Qingze mocked, and Lu Xinjin was taken aback. "Secretary Lu, I'm saying this for your own good. You're just a secretary, so don't worry about these things. I'm spending money on important matters. Doesn't the Jiang Group want a smoother cooperation with President Zhao?" After Meng Qingze finished speaking, he hung up the phone immediately. Lu Xinjin was a little worried. Why did they need to take out 800,000? What did Meng Qingze want to do? A sense of panic immediately arose in my heart. Helpless, he could only call Jiang Xin. Jiang Xin was somewhat surprised to receive a call from Lu Xinjin. "What's wrong? Has something happened to the company?" Jiang Xin's tone was calm, which made Lu Xinjin even more anxious. In one afternoon, Meng Qingze spent 800,000 yuan, and all of it was women's products. Do you know who around him could use them? After Lu Xinjin finished speaking, she sent the bill directly. Jiang Xin initially thought it was something Meng Qingze bought for Meng's mother, but after seeing the item, she became quite curious. They were all new items, and even she was missing a few pieces in her wardrobe. These clothes were clearly not prepared for Mencius' mother. Perhaps it's Cheng Zhe's relative visiting. Please keep an eye on things for me. If he needs anything, he can let me know anytime. After Jiang Xin finished speaking, Lu Xinjin wondered if she had misheard. Even now, does Jiang Xin still think Meng Qingze is all right? Lu Xinjin gritted her teeth. "Xinxin, you'd better wake up. Don't be fooled." Lu Xinjin has said all she can say. This is the end of her story. Jiang Xin now trusts Meng Qingze to the extreme and has almost lost her own thoughts. Because of this, Lu Xinjin had almost no hope. However, the moment this thought arose, Jiang Xin also spoke up. "Xinjin, keep an eye on Cheng Zhe for me. We can discuss the rest after I'm discharged from the hospital. Don't give him any real power either." After Jiang Xin finished speaking, Lu Xinjin was stunned. "Did the sun rise in the west today? Xinxin, did you say something wrong? You didn't ask me to help Meng Qingze?" Lu Xinjin continued to ask questions, and then Jiang Xin's voice came from her assessment. "Just do as I say. I still have some questions about Cheng Zhe, so I'm leaving them to you." Upon hearing Jiang Xin's suggestion, Lu Xinjin nodded in agreement. When she hung up the phone, Lu Xinjin's hands were still trembling. She could hardly believe it. Jiang Xin finally understood, which made Lu Xinjin extremely grateful. Once Jiang Xin sees Meng Qingze's true face, she will understand how good Dr. Su is. At this time, Su Zirwei also brought Xingqing to the Chunjiang Hotel. This time, the two specifically requested a private room, as they did not want to be disturbed. "Brother Zirwei, you really like Chunjiang. How many times have you come here now?" Jiang Xin smiled, and Su Zirwei shrugged after hearing this. "Before, some people didn't get to properly savor the flavors, so now that the opportunity has come, we definitely have to come and have a good meal. It's also a way to celebrate my rebirth." Su Zirwei smiled, and He Yuqing was taken aback, but then she also raised her glass. "Congratulations to Brother Zirwei on his rebirth tonight. You won't have to worry about Jiang Xin anymore." He Yuqing smiled, genuinely happy for Su Zirwei. Now, Zirwei doesn't have to worry about being manipulated by Jiang Xin at all. After 3 rounds of drinks, "Brother Zirwei, actually I've always..." Just as He Yuqing was about to tell him what was on her mind, Su Zirwei suddenly stood up. "I'm so sorry. I'm afraid I need to go to the restroom first. Please wait here for me." Su Zirwei left with an apologetic expression. Seeing this, He Yuqing could only give an awkward smile. After Su Zirwei left, He Yuqing sighed and carefully stroked the teacup. She felt incredibly excited, wondering if her brother Zirwei would know what she was thinking. Su Zirwei stood in front of the mirror, looking at himself, and felt a little helpless. He Yuqing's expression just now clearly indicated that she wanted to say something to him, and Su Zirwei could even guess what it was about. But precisely because of this, Su Zirwei was even more at a loss as to how to face the situation. Although he did say he wanted to start over, he didn't know how to agree to that now. A year passed in his mind, and Su Zirwei wanted to leave immediately. But Su Zirwei quickly shook his head, saying that if he really did that, Qingqing might hold a grudge against him for the rest of her life. With a wry smile, Su Zirwei prepared to leave, but suddenly heard a familiar voice. Instinctively, I hid in the cubicle, and then I heard Meng Qing's voice. Mr. Zhao, don't worry, my cousin is a rare beauty. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Meng Qingze walked in with a smile, his words full of flattery. Su Zirwei, on the other hand, was curious about who the cousin he mentioned was. Chapter 61, A Casual Private Room. With this question in mind, Su Zirwei subconsciously thought of the female patient. The words Zhang Feier had said kept echoing in my mind. Could it really be that woman? The sounds outside gradually faded away. Only after confirming that Meng Qingze had left did Su Zirwei come out. Seeing Meng Qingze still not far away, Su Zirwei quickly followed. To Su Zirwei's surprise, Meng Qingze was in the next private room. As ideas began to form in his mind, Su Zirwei became even more curious. What is Meng Qingze doing behind Jiang Xian's back? After pushing open the door and walking in, He Yuqing was waiting nervously. Su Zirwei coughed, and He Yuqing came to her senses. Brother Zirwei, you're finally back. Why does your expression look a little strange? He Yuqing was curious, and Su Zirwei's thoughts were written all over his face. Hearing He Yuqing's words, Su Zirwei came back to his senses. It's nothing, I was just thinking about something. Upon hearing Su Zirwei's words, He Yuqing blushed and considered whether to continue speaking. Seeing that He Yuqing was still struggling with her decision, Su Zirwei could only shake his head helplessly. Qingqing, guess who I just saw? After Su Zirwei finished speaking, He Yuqing also came to her senses, and at the same time was somewhat confused. Who? He Yuqing subconsciously thought of Jiang Xian. Only that woman could excite Su Zirwei like this. However, Jiang Xian is still in the hospital, and it's impossible for her to appear at Chunjiang restaurant. If it's not Jiang Xian, then who is it? Seeing the confusion on He Yuqing's face, Su Zirwei slowly spoke. I saw Meng Qingze. When he finished speaking, Jiang Xian was stunned, her eyes filled with astonishment. He is Jiang Xian's husband, so it's only natural that he's here. He Yuqing was somewhat dissatisfied. Why was her brother Zirwei no longer thinking about Jiang Xian, but instead starting to think about Meng Qingze? Hearing He Yuqing say this, Su Zirwei calmed down and thought about it carefully, and it was indeed true. What Meng Qingze does is none of my business. Anyway, Jiang Xian will eventually find out. Just as Su Zirwei was thinking this, there was a knock on the door. He Yuqing was taken aback. Just as she turned around, she saw a man push open the door and walk in. The group exchanged glances, and Zhao Qingfeng looked somewhat taken aback. I'm so sorry, I went to the wrong place. Zhao Qingfeng smiled and left again. Su Zirwei felt that the man looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before, but he just couldn't remember where. He Yuqing, who was standing to the side, suddenly showed an excited expression. Isn't that Zhao Qingfeng? Upon hearing He Yuqing's words, Su Zirwei also showed a puzzled expression. You know him? He Yuqing nodded. I wouldn't say we know each other. I've seen her in the news before, and it was even reported on. Upon hearing this, Su Zirwei felt a growing unease and gradually realized that something was amiss. Zhao Qingfeng had just recently partnered with the Jiang group, and now he's here again. It seems I should go find Meng Qingze. Could it be that they're here to see Meng Qingze? He Yuqing voiced the question that had been on his mind, and Su Zirwei nodded slightly. I'm afraid that's the case, and it was Meng Qingze who took the initiative to invite him. As Su Zirwei spoke, He Yuqing also sensed something strange. Brother Zirwei, don't overthink it. Maybe Jiang Xian was the one who introduced them. He Yuqing did not take this matter to heart, but Su Zirwei found it strange. I just didn't know how to explain it for the time being. Meanwhile, in the next private room, Meng Qingze was introducing Meng Xinxin to the person next to him with a smile. Zhao Qingfeng looked him up and down as if he were examining a product. Meng Xinxin wore a fake smile, but cursed inwardly. This Meng Qingze, he said that President Zhao is young and promising, but isn't he a middle-aged man? How could someone like that not have a family? Please have a seat, both of you. We're just here to have a good chat, so there's no need to be so tense. Miss Meng, Is this necklace a new style this year? I heard that there aren't many in the entire Jinghai area. You must be very powerful. As Zhao Qingfeng spoke, Meng Qingze immediately poured the wine. Meng Xinxin was taken aback and subconsciously touched the necklace around her neck. Yes, I bought it because it looked good. I didn't expect Mr. Zhao to know about these things. After Meng Xinxin finished speaking, Zhao Qingfeng simply waved his hand. It's just a little bit of research. However, this necklace is indeed eye-catching on Miss Meng. After saying this, Zhao Qingfeng's image was somewhat salvaged. Even Meng Xinxin was a little curious. This Zhao Qingfeng wasn't a rigid person at all. Mr. Zhao, you flatter me. I only came to meet you because my cousin told me that you are exceptionally capable and handsome. Meng Xinxin winked at her. Zhao Qingfeng simply smiled. Seeing this, Meng Xinxin was confused. Could it be that Zhao Qingfeng looks down on her? If he were an ordinary man, he would have already fallen head over heels for her. Meng Qingze assisted from the side, and after several rounds of drinks, Zhao Qingfeng still showed no sign of backing down. It was as if he wasn't drunk at all. Meng Xinxin glanced at Meng Qingze, her eyes filled with reproach. What's going on? How can this old man drink so much? Outside the restaurant, Lu Jinjin finally arrived. Looking at the private room number in her hand, Lu Jinjin quickly went inside. This Meng Qingze was indeed having a secret rendezvous here. She's going to get the evidence this time. As soon as she entered the corridor, Lu Jinjin saw the door to the private room open. Without thinking, she instinctively pushed open the door to the next room. The people inside the house surprised Lu Jinjin even more. Looking at Su Zirwei and He Yuqing in front of him, Lu Jinjin could only greet him awkwardly. Dr. Su, I never expected to see you here. Upon hearing Lu Jinjin's words, Su Zirwei sighed. He Yuqing was also dissatisfied. Today is really strange. Anyone can just open the door and barge in. Doesn't the restaurant do anything about it? He Yuqing has no appetite at all, let alone want to confide in her brother Zirwei. Lu Jinjin was taken aback. Oh, has anyone else been here? Worried that Su Zirwei had already met with Meng Qingze, Lu Jinjin tentatively looked over. It's Zhao Qingfeng. It seems Meng Qingze invited him over. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Lu Jinjin froze, immediately stood up, and instantly thought of the phone call that afternoon. I see. So that's what he wanted to do. Isn't this ruining the reputation of our Jiang group? As Lu Jinjin spoke, she immediately prepared to go next door. Su Zirwei quickly stepped forward and grabbed her, asking with some curiosity, Miss Lu, what's the matter? I heard that President Zhao recently partnered with the Jiang group. Faced with Su Zirwei's question, Lu Jinjin could only sigh. Chapter 62, Accompanying Drinkers. This must be Miss He. I've heard about you. Are you and Dr. Su on a date? Lu Jinjin's gaze fell on He Yuqing. A pang of jealousy welled up inside me. Lu Jinjin was naturally happy to see Su Zirwei able to overcome his trauma. But now that she has a new woman by her side, Lu Jinjin naturally has something to compare. He Yuqing smiled. It wasn't really a date. It was just that Brother Zirwei brought me here for a meal. I didn't expect to be disturbed again. He Yuqing glanced around, indicating that they were still in the private room, which was a private place. However, Lu Jinjin didn't take it to heart and instead smiled slightly. Dr. Su, I'm so sorry to have bothered you. Lu Jinjin looked at Su Zirwei. But this matter concerns Xinxin, and I also want to know what they were talking about next door. I thought I could seize the opportunity to find evidence of Meng Qingze's infidelity. I never expected to find out about this news by accident. You make it sound so simple, but it's not that easy to get in. He Yuqing was dissatisfied, especially after seeing Lu Jinjin's eyes, which made her even more wary. Women have keen intuition, and Lu Jinjin instantly sensed He Yuqing's hostility towards her. Miss He, you are right. It was wrong of me to appear suddenly. Let me treat you to this meal today. It's also our first time meeting and getting to know each other. After Lu Jinjin finished speaking, He Yuqing simply snorted coldly. Su Zirwei was also helpless when he saw this. Secretary Lu, I'm planning to treat Xinxin to a nice meal today. After speaking, Su Zirwei also glanced at He Yuqing. Su Zirwei still felt somewhat guilty towards He Yuqing. He Yuqing was also delighted to see Su Zirwei like this. Isn't this a disguised way of rejecting Lu Jinjin? Sure enough, Brother Zirwei's opinion of her changed somewhat. Seeing that the two had gradually calmed down, Su Zirwei breathed a sigh of relief. If you really want to know, Miss Lu, why don't you just go in? Anyway, you're Jiang Xian's secretary, so surely you have a reason? He Yuqing glanced at it. Although Su Zirwei felt it was somewhat offensive, it was indeed the most appropriate answer. As long as I make up some excuse, it should be very easy for Secretary Lu to get in, right? Lu Jinjin was stunned when Su Zirwei said that. However, he quickly came to his senses and realized that this matter really had nothing to do with Su Zirwei. Dr. Su, I apologize for disturbing you. I'll be going now. Lu Jinjin smiled slightly before turning and leaving. Su Zirwei shook his head. Now that you've made up your mind, you should say goodbye to everything related to Jiang Xian completely. Even Secretary Lu. He Yuqing smiled faintly and quickly stepped forward. Brother Zirwei, don't worry about this. Jiang Xian is a company president. How could she let someone close to her make a mistake? Hearing He Yuqing say that, Su Zirwei also came to his senses. With Jiang Xian around, nothing will go wrong. Thinking about this, Su Zirwei felt somewhat ridiculous for still worrying about these things. Seeing Su Zirwei's expression, He Yuqing could only shake her head helplessly. Brother Zirwei, I know it will be hard for you to accept this in a short time. After all, such a difference cannot be accepted overnight. After He Yuqing finished speaking, Su Zirwei just shook his head. I'm fine. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, his gaze fell on He Yuqing's worried face. Why are you lecturing me, you little brat? Hurry up and eat. He Yuqing pursed her lips slightly. I'm only thinking of you. It's obvious that Secretary Lu has ulterior motives towards you. Su Zirwei smiled. Thankfully, he had already rejected Lu Jinjin before. Otherwise, it will cause a lot of misunderstandings. Lu Jinjin knocked on the door of the private room. Just as she was hesitating about how to start the conversation, she saw Meng Qingze, who was drunk. Upon seeing Meng Qingze, Lu Jinjin froze, her eyes filled with astonishment. Secretary Lu? You've come at the right time. Come in with me quickly. Without saying a word, Meng Qingze pulled Secretary Lu into the private room. Secretary Lu was somewhat taken aback. When he came to his senses, he saw that Meng Xinxin was already unconscious. Zhao Chengfeng looked on with amusement. Meng Qingze, what are you going to do? Lu Jinjin spoke softly, her eyes filled with confusion. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingze immediately explained, Secretary Lu, I'm having dinner with President Zhao right now. We're about to start work, so naturally we need to have a good chat. After Meng Qingze finished speaking, he gave Lu Jinjin a meaningful look. Secretary Lu, this is crucial to our future, so you must not miss this opportunity. After saying these words, Meng Qingze, fueled by alcohol, began to get closer. Secretary Lu, you don't want the Jiang group to get into trouble because of this, do you? Meng Qingze's voice carried a threat. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinjin frowned. Xiaoming, you two haven't reached an agreement yet? Zhao Qingfeng's eyes were filled with confusion. His gaze remained fixed on Lu Jinjin. Meng Qingze's eyes lit up. I originally thought Mr. Zhao was a decent person, but it turns out my cousin isn't pretty enough. Lu Jinjin was somewhat dissatisfied. Zhao Qingfeng's eyes were full of aggression, which made her somewhat unhappy. Mr. Zhao, this is Mr. Zhang's secretary. Please wait a moment. I'll have a good talk with her. After saying that, Meng Qingze pulled Lu Jinjin aside. Secretary Lu, you didn't follow me here, did you? Judging from your usual attire, you must have helped Jiang Xian avoid a lot of drinking parties. Now that you're here, you should keep Mr. Zhao company. As Meng Qingze spoke, he wished he could devour Lu Jinjin alive. After sensing all this, Lu Jinjin simply sneered. Meng Qingze, President Jiang was so worried about you, and yet you're doing these things behind my back. Lu Jinjin's voice trembled. Just as she was about to leave, Meng Qingze grabbed her arm. Lu Jinjin, what are you still pretending for at a time like this? Do you think I don't know who you are? Right now, this is the only thing you have left. Stay here and serve President Zhao well, and we'll both benefit from it. After Meng Qingze finished speaking, he looked at Zhao Qingfeng with a smile. President Jiang, don't worry. I've already spoken with Secretary Lu. Secretary Lu is just a little shy. Meng Qingze forcibly pulled Lu Jinjin to sit down, while Zhao Qingfeng smiled. Xiaoming, that's where you're wrong. I came here with sincerity. How can you say such nonsense? We were just having a meal. How did something else happen? Zhao Qingfeng shook his head, his eyes filled with smugness. Meng Qingze immediately agreed. Mr. Zhao is right. Secretary Lu, don't wait any longer. Quickly pour Mr. Zhao some wine. Meng Qingze was dissatisfied. Chapter 63, Discharge from the Hospital. Does Secretary Lu really need his guidance? Zhao Qingfeng was also looking at Lu Jinjin expectantly. Thinking back on the company's situation, Lu Jinjin gritted her teeth. Mr. Zhao is joking. I saw that you had already drunk quite a bit, which is why I wasn't in a hurry. Lu Jinjin's gaze swept over Meng Xinxin, who was still slumped over the table. Meng Qingze waved his hand. Secretary Lu, you must not underestimate President Zhao. He has an enormous capacity for food. As soon as he got the chance, Meng Qingze began to flatter him. Lu Jinjin frowned, her curiosity growing. Mr. Zhao, I really didn't know you knew Cheng Zhe. How come I've never heard of him before? Lu Jinjin asked tentatively. Meng Qingze was already completely drunk and didn't understand the probing in those words. Instead, he was excited. This is a long story. My acquaintance with President Zhao was completely accidental. That day, before he could finish speaking, Zhao Qingfeng interrupted him. Miss Lu, it was just an accident. You don't need to take it to heart. Lu Jinjin was taken aback, and her suspicions grew even stronger. It's fate that we've met here today. How about Miss Lu and I have a drink together? Zhao Qingfeng chuckled, and Meng Qingze quickly took over. Lu Jinjin, President Zhao has spoken. So why aren't you hurrying up? After saying that, Meng Qingze immediately grabbed Lu Jinjin's hand and forced her to start pouring the wine. Meng Qingze, let me go right now. Lu Jinjin raised her voice, her face showing panic. Meng Qingze didn't care. He only had one thought on his face. She tried to curry favor with Zhao Qingfeng and use him to gain a foothold in front of Jiang Xian. Lu Jinjin struggled, and Meng Qingze slapped her across the face. Behave yourself. I'm giving you a chance. Stop pretending. Meng Qingze roared. Lu Jinjin's mind went blank. She never expected Meng Qingze to suddenly make a move. Xiaomeng, you can't be so rough. Be a little more gentle with her. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Qingfeng's lips curled up in a smile. Lu Jinjin suddenly sneered. Meng Qingze, if Xinxin finds out, she will definitely not let you off the hook. Lu Jinjin's words calmed Meng Qingze down a bit, but he quickly snorted again. So what if Xinxin finds out? This is all for the company's benefit. Lu Jinjin gritted her teeth, hoping that Su Zirwei could hear her voice. Just then, the door to the private room was kicked open, and Su Zirwei rushed in. Su Zirwei. Lu Jinjin looked over excitedly, and Meng Qingze immediately stood up after seeing who it was. Su Zirwei, it's you again. You actually dare to come here. Meng Qingze tried to rush forward immediately, but he lost his footing and fell to the ground. Su Zirwei glanced around, then pulled Lu Jinjin out of the private room. Lu Jinjin looked at Su Zirwei with gratitude. Dr. Su, thank you for your help. I never expected Meng Qingze to be so shameless. As she spoke, her voice grew increasingly aggrieved. Su Zirwei was stunned when he saw this. A fair hand quickly reached out and blocked Lu Jinjin and Su Zirwei. Miss Lu, are you alright? What exactly happened? How did things suddenly turn out like this? He Yuqing stepped forward immediately. Lu Jinjin chuckled dryly. It's all Meng Qingze's fault. He actually wanted me to drink with Zhao Qingfeng. I have to have a serious talk with Jiang Xian about this. We absolutely cannot let him get away with this. Su Zirwei remained silent after hearing this, unsure of what to say. Even if Jiang Xian finds out, she'll probably let Meng Qingze off the hook. Su Zirwei brought Lu Jinjin to the hospital. Jiang Xian was just about to go to sleep when she suddenly saw Lu Jinjin rushing over. Jinjin, what brings you here? Jiang Xian frowned as she subconsciously looked out the window. Lu Jinjin came to Jiang Xian's side and cried. After learning the whole story, Jiang Xian's expression became complicated. Jinjin, you really acted impulsively this time. Why did you suddenly barge in? This incident will only cause President Zhao to have some misunderstandings about our company. Jiang Xian's tone carried a hint of blame. Lu Jinjin was stunned, her eyes even showing shock. Xinxin, how can you say that? I was almost given to Zhao Qingfeng by Meng Qingze. Jiang Xian sighed. As you just said, Changze did this to help the company, and I don't think there's anything wrong with it. It's just that Changze chose a somewhat extreme method. I'll talk about it properly tomorrow. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Lu Jinjin fell silent. Just as Dr. Su said, you really have boundless tolerance for Meng Qingze, and you can even speak up for him. This is clearly Meng Qingze's problem, yet you're protecting him like this. Disappointment was in Lu Jinjin's eyes. Jiang Xian was taken aback. What does this have to do with Su Zirwei? Lu Jinjin stood up. It was Dr. Su who saved me. Xinxin, you really disappoint me. After saying that, Lu Jinjin turned her back on Jiang Xian and left. When Jiang Xian saw Lu Jinjin like this, she was stunned. Had she made a mistake? After Su Zirwei took He Yuqing home, he received a call from Jiang Xian. Upon seeing the incoming call, Su Zirwei frowned and hung up immediately. He made it very clear when we were at the hospital that they would not have any contact with each other again. Jiang Xian frowned when she saw the call end. The only option was to call Su Zirwei separately to find out what was going on. Xinxin, why are you calling me so late? Is something wrong? Su Zirwei's voice sounded a bit bubbly, clearly indicating that he was drunk. Jiang Xian immediately lost the will to continue the conversation. I also recalled what Lu Jinjin had said. Could it be that something really happened? Thinking of this, Jiang Xian felt inexplicably worried. But thinking of Lu Jinjin's last gaze, he decided to give up the idea of contacting her. 2 days later, it was time for Jiang Xian to be discharged from the hospital. Only Meng Qingze came. Upon seeing Meng Qingze again, Jiang Xian's gaze became even more complicated, and she unconsciously thought of Lu Jinjin. Chengze, I heard from Jinjin about what happened at Chunjiang restaurant. I'm glad you're willing to help the company, but your methods are a bit extreme. If someone with ulterior motives uses them, they could become a black mark on the company. Jiang Xian began to lecture him. Meng Qingze was initially a little worried, but after hearing what Jiang Xian said, he relaxed. Xin, I've remembered everything you said. Fortunately, Mr. Zhao has already spoken to me, so you can rest assured that there will definitely be no problems with this cooperation. Meng Qingze smiled, and Jiang Xian nodded slightly. In short, it's good that you have a plan in mind. I also look forward to you bringing me more surprises. Jiang Xian is soft-hearted and intends to give Meng Qingze another chance to grow. As soon as Jiang Xian left the hospital, she saw Su Zhiwei walking towards her. Today is also the day Su Zhiwei returns to the hospital to report for duty. Chapter 64, My Cousin's Accident. Jiang Xian merely glanced at Su Zhiwei. Meng Qingze frowned. Xin, ignore this kind of person. Let's hurry up and leave. My mom has also prepared a lot of good dishes. Let's go back now. Meng Qingze spoke softly, and Jiang Xian nodded slightly. I haven't been eating properly these past few days in the hospital, so I really want to try Auntie's cooking. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Meng Qingze, who was standing next to her, also showed a satisfied smile. These words were obviously said by Jiang Xian on purpose. She also wanted to see what Su Zhiwei thought. Su Zhiwei didn't say anything and silently left the two of them. Jiang Xian frowned. Xin, what's wrong? Meng Qingze asked curiously, and Jiang Xian came back to her senses. It's nothing. I have something to do. You can wait for me in the parking lot. As Jiang Xian spoke, Meng Qingze nodded without asking any further questions. As Su Zhiwei stepped into the elevator, a pair of hands reached out to block the closing doors. Dr. Su, is there such a rush? Not even a single word of instruction? Jiang Xian looked at Su Zhiwei with a hint of amusement in her eyes. Su Zhiwei frowned. Ms. Jiang, I have already made things very clear before, and I hope you can respect that. Su Zhiwei deliberately kept his distance. Jiang Xian sneered. Su Zhiwei, can you really do it? Don't flatter yourself. I'm just here to ask you about what happened that night. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Su Zhiwei was stunned. Wouldn't it be more appropriate for you to ask Lu Jinjin about this? Su Zhiwei was curious. Why did Jiang Xian have to ask him? Or is there something going on between President Jiang and Secretary Lu? Su Zhiwei sneered, clearly mocking Jiang Xian. After hearing this, Jiang Xian remained silent for a while. I had a misunderstanding with Jinjin, and we haven't been in contact for the past 2 days. As soon as Jiang Xian finished speaking, Su Zhiwei remained silent. Miss Jiang, I suspect the reason for the incident is because of Meng Qingze, right? Although Su Zhiwei didn't laugh, there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Jiang Xian frowned. Su Zhiwei, I didn't know you had this side to you. It seems you've been hiding your true self from me all along. The elevator doors opened, and Su Zhiwei stepped out first. Jiang Xian followed closely behind. Ms. Jiang, today is your discharge day. If you really want to know what happened that night, you might as well ask Secretary Lu. I just happened to help Secretary Lu. Su Zhiwei didn't want to get too entangled with Jiang Xian. But Jiang Xian will not let Su Zhiwei off the hook. She won't leave until she understands the truth of the matter. Su Zhiwei, I know you still have grievances in your heart, but I did this for Jinjin's sake. Was that day really just a coincidence? Jiang Xian voiced the question that had been on her mind. Su Zhiwei stopped and turned to look at Jiang Xian, his eyes filled with confusion. What does Mr. Jiang mean by this? You think I'm stalking Meng Qingze? Hearing this, Su Zhiwei only found it laughable. What kind of person am I in Jiang Xian's eyes? Su Zhiwei, I'm just curious. Was there another woman in the private room at the time? Do you know who she was? Jiang Xian questioned calmly, as if she didn't care much about what had just been said. Su Zhiwei looked at Jiang Xian, who stood high above him. Shaking his head helplessly, he said, Jiang Xian, you're still the same as before, still acting all high and mighty, thinking you can control everything. Su Zhiwei shook his head. That person is Meng Qingze's cousin. After saying that, Su Zhiwei turned and left. Jiang Xian learned the truth and turned to leave. Parking lot. Meng Qingze began to ponder, unsure of what Jiang Xian was planning to do. As I pondered, Jiang Xian had already arrived. Meng Qingze immediately stepped forward to greet him. Xin, are you alright? As Meng Qingze asked, Jiang Xian glanced at him slightly. It's alright, let's go back. Jiang Xian's attitude was cold, but that was enough to make Meng Qingze hate her. She knew in her heart that Jiang Xian was definitely going to see Meng Qingze. Even knowing what Jiang Xian had done, Meng Qingze couldn't find a way to question her. Inside the villa, Mencius' mother came out to greet him immediately. Looking at Jiang Xian, his eyes were also filled with curiosity. Xin, you're finally back. I've prepared a lot of dishes for you this time, So you must try them. Mencius' mother had a smile on her face. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian simply smiled. However, he subtly observed her after eating several meals with Mencius' mother. They gradually became more vigilant. That must have been really hard on you, Andy. Jiang Xian just smiled, but did nothing more. Meng Qingze, who was standing to the side, quickly stepped forward. Mom, let's go inside and talk. Mencius' mother concealed the displeasure in her eyes and went into the house first. At the dinner table, Meng Qingze kept putting food on Jiang Xian's plate, trying to show his gentleness. Feeling all this, Jiang Xian thought of Su Zhiwei. Suddenly looking up, Meng Qingze in front of him had turned into Su Zhiwei. He is still the Su Zhiwei I remember. A moment of disorientation caused Jiang Xian to freeze in surprise. Xin. When Meng Qingze spoke, Jiang Xian came back to her senses. It's nothing, I'm just a little tired. You guys eat. After saying that, Jiang Xian got up and prepared to go back to her room. Meng Qingze frowned, about to speak, when a sound suddenly came from outside the villa. Meng Qingze, you killed my daughter. I know you're home, come out right now. Shouts came from outside the door. Mencius' mother stood up in an instant. Meng Qingze looked flustered, while Jiang Xian was somewhat confused after hearing this. Who's outside? Meng Qingze was drenched in sweat, while his mother just smiled. You must have misheard. You must not have been sleeping well these past few days at the hospital. I'll take you upstairs right now. Meng's mother smiled and stepped forward, then glanced at Meng Qingze. Meng Qingze nodded in agreement. Yes, you should get some rest. We didn't hear anything. Jiang Xian glanced at him and quickly noticed the unnatural look on Meng Qingze's face. However, Jiang Xian was in no hurry to expose him and instead followed Meng's mother upstairs. Meng Qingze opened the door immediately. Upon seeing Zhang Taohua outside the door, his face darkened. Didn't I warn you not to come? Why are you still not giving up? I've already told you, your daughter's accident has nothing to do with me. Didn't you tell her to seduce President Zhao? Meng Qingze looked down at Zhang Taohua. Zhang Taohua gritted her teeth, her hair disheveled and her appearance resembling that of a madwoman. After that night, Meng Xin suffered a mental breakdown due to the torment and is still in the hospital. Zhang Taohua came to see her several times, but was turned away each time. I only dared to come here today to look for opportunities after hearing that Jiang Xian had returned. It's all because of you. You deceived us first, otherwise my Xian wouldn't have gotten into trouble. Zhang Taohua roared, but it was clear that it was of no use. Instead, Meng Qingze shook his head impatiently. I don't think you understand. President Zhao is already being very kind to Meng Xin by letting her come back. It's already a miracle that Meng Xin survived. Do you really want her to lose even her last breath? Meng Qingze's face turned sinister, and Zhang Taohua, who heard this, was also stunned. His whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. Finally, it let out a mournful cry. Seeing this, Meng Qingze's eyes flashed with a cold smile. Chapter 65, Back to the Hospital. Jiang Xian chatted with Meng's mother for a few words before sending the craftsman away. When she arrived at the window, there was no one outside. I gradually began to feel confused. Who was shouting outside just now? Meanwhile, at the hospital, Zhang Feier and the others were welcoming Su Zhiwei. Master, you're finally back. I was so bored without you. Zhang Feier complained, but Su Zhiwei just smiled. You'll ever be bored? I don't know about others, but you definitely know how to have a lot of fun. Tell me what's been happening at the hospital lately. Su Zhiwei smiled, but Zhang Feier became excited upon hearing this and said mysteriously, Master, you really guessed right. Something really big has happened recently. Su Zhiwei was curious, so Zhang Feier continued talking. Yesterday, our hospital transferred in a special patient. He was covered in injuries and was almost wrapped up like a mummy. It's such a pity, so young, and he suffered a mental blow. After Zhang Feier finished speaking, Su Zhiwei frowned. This has nothing to do with us, it's not that strange. After Su Zhiwei finished speaking, Zhang Feier smiled. Master, you're mistaken. Have you seen that patient? As Zhang Feier finished speaking, a mysterious smile immediately appeared on her face. Su Zhiwei frowned, and Zhang Feier continued. It's that woman who came to frame you that day. As soon as Zhang Feier finished speaking, Su Zhiwei froze, a look of astonishment appearing in his eyes. The woman who stuck the glass? A terrifying thought popped into Su Zhiwei's mind. Zhang Feier didn't notice the unnatural look on Su Zhiwei's face. But it's strange, since this woman came to the hospital, I haven't seen any of her family members come. Su Zhiwei glanced sideways. Where is he? Take me there. As Su Zhiwei spoke, Zhang Feier perked up immediately. Inside the inpatient department, Zhang Feier led Su Zhiwei into the ward. Meng Xin lay flat on the hospital bed, her body wrapped in bandages, her eyes vacant. On the way here, Su Zirwei also learned about Meng Xinxin's situation. Meng Xinxin is now surviving entirely on nutrient solutions. But nothing was said about what happened to her. Where's the person who brought her here? After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Zhang Feier shook her head slightly. They were brought in the early hours of the morning, and nobody noticed. The surveillance footage only shows a silhouette, and we don't know who it is. After Zhang Feier finished speaking, Su Zirwei simply stepped forward. Looking at the woman on the bed, he felt a mix of emotions. If you can hear me, you can blink. However, Meng Xinxin did not answer. Zhang Feier wanted to persuade him further, but Su Zirwei suddenly approached. You were there that night too, weren't you? At Chunjiang restaurant. Upon hearing these 4 words, Meng Xinxin's expression changed. His pupils trembled, clearly indicating that he had remembered something. Seeing Meng Xinxin's reaction, Su Zirwei's question was answered, and the truth was laid bare before him. As expected, Meng Qingze was the one who did it. Get some rest, you're safe here. Zhang Feier couldn't see Su Zirwei's actions. She only felt that her master was pitying this woman. Master, you don't need to be so kind. This woman has slandered you before. She deserved it. Zhang Feier had no sympathy for Meng Xinxin. If it weren't for their family, her master wouldn't have been framed. Did the doctor say there's a possibility of repair? After leaving the ward, Su Zirwei finally asked. Zhang Feier was taken aback. They said it would leave scars, but thankfully my face wasn't injured, which is a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Zhang Feier looked at Su Zirwei with curiosity. Master, you're not thinking of saving someone, are you? This woman is fine. You don't need to worry about her so much. Zhang Feier tried her best to persuade him, fearing that something might go wrong with her master. Looking at Zhang Feier's appearance, Su Zirwei sighed. I just wanted to show some concern, and I'm not a plastic surgeon, so I have no way to get involved in this matter. Su Zirwei wasn't that kind-hearted, especially considering what the woman in front of him had done. How could Su Zirwei possibly forgive him? Zhang Feier breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. I thought you had something on your mind, master. Su Zirwei's eyes dimmed slightly, and he fell into deep thought. Jiang Xian previously mentioned that Lu Xinjin wasn't replying to messages and didn't know how she was doing now. You go back first. I just remembered something I need to do. I'm going to make a phone call. Su Zirwei sent a message first, but Lu Xinjin did not reply. Worried, Su Zirwei called Lu Xinjin. After a long time, Lu Xinjin finally answered the call. Dr. Su, why did you suddenly contact me? Has something happened? Lu Xinjin's voice sounded somewhat tired. Su Zirwei finally breathed a sigh of relief. I was just a little worried about you, so I called to check on you. Anyway, I'm just glad you're okay. Hearing Su Zirwei say that, Lu Xinjin's voice trembled slightly. Dr. Su, are you worried about me? Lu Xinjin smiled, her voice tinged with a hint of mischief. Su Zirwei nodded before continuing. The hospital transferred a patient yesterday, who should be the woman from that night. These words struck Lu Xinjin like a thorn in her side. You said something happened to that woman? Upon hearing the news, Lu Xinjin's eyes showed astonishment. Why did it turn out like this? That woman was dressed quite well, and she was wearing designer clothes. She didn't seem like an ordinary person. As soon as Lu Xinjin finished speaking, the bill instantly appeared in her mind. I understand. That woman was given to Su Zhichengfeng by Meng Qingze. This Zhao Chengfeng is actually this kind of person behind the scenes. Thinking of this, Lu Xinjin just sneered. Dr. Su, you must not get involved with that man. He is obviously a despicable person. Only Jiang Xian herself can't see that I'm still on your side. Once she had a goal, Lu Xinjin relaxed. Now, he wants to tell Jiang Xian the whole truth. No, I have to remind Xinxin too. We can't just watch him fall for it. After Lu Xinjin finished speaking, Su Zirwei sighed. Do you think you can do it? Su Zirwei's words were like a bucket of cold water for Lu Xinjin. With her enthusiasm extinguished, Lu Xinjin felt helpless. Dr. Su, what do you suggest we do? If Jiang Xian keeps someone like that around, I'll worry about her too. Lu Xinjin's voice was filled with helplessness. Upon hearing this, Su Zirwei fell silent. Lu Xinjin's words were not unfounded. If Meng Qingze could do such a thing to please Zhao Chengfeng, what couldn't he do? But we don't have any evidence, otherwise we could definitely make Jiang Xian understand Meng Qingze's despicable nature. The opportunity was right in front of them, but they were at a loss. Chapter 66, Slanderous Video. Dr. Su, that woman is still in your hospital, but what about her family? Lu Xinjin suddenly thought of this question. It's impossible that not a single family member went there, right? After Lu Xinjin finished speaking, Su Zirwei shook his head slightly. I've met this woman's family once. They caused trouble at the hospital last time, and it seems that the family knows Meng Qingze. As Su Zirwei spoke, Lu Xinjin came back to her senses. You know Meng Qingze too? I see. Lu Jinjin hung up the phone after she finished speaking, leaving Su Zirwei still somewhat curious. However, they breathed a sigh of relief after learning that Lu Jinjin was alright. Lu Jinjin returned to the Jiang group, where the list of Meng family members was still in the archives. This is how you can identify the woman. This was key to them obtaining the evidence. This was also the key to Jiang Xian seeing this man clearly. Meng Qingze was unaware of Meng Xinxin's situation. He had just sent Zhang Taohua away when he came to find Jiang Xian. Xinxin, is there anything you need these next few days? You can tell me, and I'll buy it for you. Meng Qingze looked at her expectantly, while Jiang Xian shook her head slightly. Thank you for your trouble. I don't need anything. You can tell Annie not to worry. She can let me know if she needs anything. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, she stroked the teacup in her hand. Was someone just outside? Jiang Xian raised her eyes, a hint of coldness in them. Chengze, you promised me you wouldn't lie to me. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Meng Qingze shook his head. Xinxin, you're mistaken. They're just some annoying relatives. I was fired from the company, but they've been bothering me for more than a day or two. Hearing that you're back today, I'm even more eager to gain your sympathy. But don't worry, I've already driven them away. Meng Qingze had already prepared his explanation. Jiang Xian didn't doubt it. Instead, she felt somewhat guilty. Chengze, to be honest, this was my fault. I'll have a good talk with the board of directors when I get back. You should take a good rest during this period. Seeing Jiang Xian's reaction, Meng Qingze felt a hint of amusement in his heart. Jiang Xian has never changed. She's still the same easy woman to manipulate. Meng Qingze gave a few instructions before getting up and leaving the room. Quietly returning to his study, Meng Qingze turned on his computer. I sent out all the previously edited information. Meanwhile, a video on the internet began to climb rapidly. The level of popularity remains high. The main characters in the video are Zhang Taohua and Meng Xinxin. At this moment, the two are constantly accusing Su Zirwei of what he has done. Su Zirwei was once again thrust into the spotlight. Meanwhile, Meng Qingze, the instigator, had already left the villa and found Zhang Taohua, who was being held captive in a hotel. Zhang Taohua was accompanied by two bodyguards who had been forced to change into clean clothes. But his face looked like it had lost all its oil and vitality. As soon as Meng Qingze walked in, Zhang Taohua instinctively lunged at him. You don't need to get so agitated. No matter what, we're relatives. I would never really do anything to you or your cousin. As he spoke, Meng Qingze stood up. Zhang Taohua, the opportunity is right in front of you now. Don't be ungrateful. If you do as I say, I can guarantee that you will see your family soon. If you continue to be obsessed, I'll have no choice but to get rid of them. Meng Qingze shook his head helplessly. Zhang Taohua, unusually, didn't make a fuss. Instead, she glared angrily at Meng Qingze. Aren't you afraid of getting arrested for being so ruthless? Zhang Taohua didn't believe that Meng Qingze could remain so arrogant. However, upon hearing this, Meng Qingze found it even more laughable. Zhang Taohua, have you forgotten that you are my helper? You're the one who pushed your daughter step by step. I just set the stage for her. Didn't you ask them to do this yourself? Su Zirwei looked down at him, his eyes filled with indifference. Zhang Taohua was stunned, her eyes revealing despair. Upon seeing this, Meng Qingze threw a cell phone at them. Take a close look at the contents above, and once you've memorized them, have her film a video of her accusations. Su Zirwei glanced at the two bodyguards, then squatted down. Zhang Taohua, you'd better seize this opportunity and don't let me down again. This is your only chance to see yourself again. After saying that, Meng Qingze stood up and wiped his hands with disgust. At this moment, Zhang Feier, who was in the hospital, saw the news as soon as she woke up. Isn't this all in the past? Zhang Feier stood up excitedly and looked at Su Zirwei in front of her. Su Zirwei was still somewhat confused, while Zhang Feier was at a loss. Master, look. This is completely turning right and wrong upside down. Zhang Feier was so angry she could hardly speak. Seeing this, Su Zirwei simply opened his phone out of curiosity. Many people also sent him messages of concern. After clicking the link, Su Zirwei fell completely silent. Zhang Feier was anxious and didn't know how to comfort her. Master, don't worry, something must have gone wrong. The hospital had already made arrangements with these people beforehand. Zhang Feier immediately contacted people to try and remove the trending topic from the search results. I just didn't expect that she would show me a new video. In the video, Zhang Taohua tearfully recounts that they were forced to do this due to pressure from the hospital. This is an attempt to drag the hospital into the mess as well. Seeing this, Su Zirwei gradually realized that things seemed to be getting out of control. In just one afternoon, a number of people began to curse the hospital. They were even cursing Su Zirwei. Zhang Feier didn't sit idly by either. Instead, she began to retaliate relentlessly. But even the strongest fists can't fight against a large group of people, let alone a whole bunch of haters. Zhang Feier was no match for him alone and was quickly defeated. This caused Zhang Feier to spend the entire afternoon in a huff. He would pound the table from time to time. Su Zhiwei had no time to think about solving the problem. Instead, he was preoccupied with the hospital situation. This incident has had a significant impact on the hospital. The hospital was forced to hold a meeting to figure out how to resolve the issue. Just as he was thinking this, Zhang Feier, who was beside him, quickly stood up. "No, I'll get my dad over right now. He'll definitely be able to handle this." After Zhang Feier finished speaking, Su Zhiwei shook his head. "Don't rush things. This matter can't be handled so hastily. If the Zhang family gets involved again, it will be even more troublesome." Su Zhiwei didn't want to trouble Zhang Xingtian, not to mention that it was obvious someone was pulling the strings behind the scenes. Even so, Su Zhiwei must be careful. Hearing this, Zhang Feier frowned in displeasure. "Master, don't worry, I will definitely have a good talk with my dad." Just as he finished speaking, Su Zhiwei's phone rang. It was Lu Xinjin calling. Chapter 67, A Significant Impact. Su Zhiwei sighed. It seems that Lu Xinjin also saw the news. "Dr. Su, where are you now?" Lu Xinjin's voice was urgent, as if she had discovered something. "Secretary Lu, these are just some baseless rumors. They won't affect me." "You didn't believe the video too, did you?" As soon as Su Zhiwei finished speaking, Lu Xinjin raised a question. "What video?" Su Zhiwei also fell silent. "Didn't you watch the video before asking me?" Su Zhiwei asked. If it weren't for the video, why would Lu Xinjin contact me? Lu Xinjin also came to her senses at this moment and realized that Su Zhiwei had misunderstood. "Dr. Su, I came to see you because I discovered something. It's related to that woman." Lu Xinjin found information about Meng Qing's hometown in the archives. After some investigation, Yitua learned about Meng Xinxin's identity. As his identity was gradually revealed, Su Zhiwei's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Meng Qingze asked his cousin to accompany Zhao Chengfeng. Upon learning the truth, Meng Qingze was only surprised. "This Meng Xinxin is the key to us, as is her mother." As Lu Xinjin spoke on the phone, Su Zhiwei suddenly gave a bitter smile. "Secretary Lu, Zhang Taohua is online right now, so it's easy for us to contact her." Su Zhiwei's words surprised Lu Xinjin. Lu Xinjin fell silent after clicking the link sent by Su Zhiwei. "I never imagined these people would be so despicable." "Dr. Su, don't worry, leave this to me, I'll definitely handle it for you." Lu Xinjin was very confident, but Su Zhiwei still felt somewhat worried. "You're not planning to go find this peach blossom yourself, are you?" Su Zhiwei quickly understood Secretary Lu's thoughts. Her daughter is in the hospital now. She'll be here sooner or later. Furthermore, these videos are spreading so quickly. Do you think it's just her doing it all by herself? After Su Zhiwei finished speaking, Lu Xinjin also quieted down. These words are not without reason, but Lu Xinjin is worried about something. If this isn't resolved quickly, it will drag on indefinitely. "Dr. Su, your reputation is more important. We can't let these people continue like this. Should I go and talk to Jiang Xian about it?" As long as we explain things clearly to Jiang Xian, there's nothing Meng Qingze can do. After Lu Xinjin finished speaking, Su Zhiwei shook his head. "I know Jiang Xian. She won't pay attention to this matter until the truth is revealed." Over the past 3 years, Su Zhiwei has come to know Jiang Xian thoroughly. Saying such things would only make her more disgusted. There is one way. That evening, the video stream remained fast, and people began digging deeper into Su Zhiwei's background. Some busybodies even went to the hospital. The hospital did not stop him. Instead, they revealed Su Zhiwei's recent patients. Meng Xinxin was the first to be affected. These busybodies, however, did not know who the patient in the bed was, and recklessly posted photos and videos on the internet. They attempted to use this method to force the hospital to hand over Su Zhiwei. In the hotel across from the hospital, Lu Xinjin glanced at Su Zhiwei, her eyes filled with surprise. "Dr. Su really surprised me. He actually came up with this kind of plan. In this way, Zhang Taohua will also understand her daughter's situation." But as she said this, Lu Xinjin frowned again. But what exactly is the purpose of Meng Qingze going to all this trouble? This is something Lu Xinjin has never been able to understand. Once the matter is exposed, it will only arouse Jiang Xian's resentment. Su Zhiwei remained silent, then looked out the window. Perhaps they want to hold on to Jiang Xian tightly. Su Zhiwei didn't say much, he just silently looked outside. Jiang Xian was still awake at this time, with a video of Tao Hua on her phone. Jiang Xian had noticed these videos long ago, but she didn't understand them either. Why is this issue being brought up again when the hospital has already resolved it? At this moment, Jiang Xian began to worry about Su Zhiwei. Will the hospital be able to protect Su Zhiwei this time? One question after another emerged like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, and Jiang Xian found herself thinking about so many things without even realizing it. Even Jiang Xian herself didn't realize that she was now starting to worry about Su Zhiwei. Inside the villa, Meng Qingze looked at his work with satisfaction. Everyone is condemning it now, and the hospital certainly can't withstand the pressure. At that point, the only option left is to give up on Su Zhiwei. Meng Qingze was unaware that Zhang Taohua, who was currently imprisoned, had already seen the video. Upon seeing her daughter in the hospital bed, Zhang Taohua could no longer hold back and burst into tears. These videos are constantly draining her lifeblood. Zhang Taohua cried uncontrollably. I glanced out the window. Jinghai was now enveloped in night. Zhang Taohua already had a bold plan in mind. The guards outside the door fell asleep, and Zhang Taohua seized the opportunity. Zhang Taohua arrived at the hospital in a daze. Lu Jinjin, who was about to fall asleep, was woken up. Zhang Taohua is here. Su Zhiwei's voice revealed a hint of excitement. Zhang Taohua followed the location shown in the video to the ward. Looking at her daughter lying in the hospital bed, she felt despair for the first time. Xian, it's my fault for not protecting you. I shouldn't have agreed to his request. Zhang Taohua repented, but it was too late to say anything now. The woman in the hospital bed couldn't hear her at all. Who told you to do this? What conditions did they offer you? Behind them, Lu Jinjin and Su Zhiwei walked out. Zhang Taohua was so frightened, as if she had seen a ghost, that she sat down on the ground. Who are you, and what do you want? After Zhang Taohua finished speaking, Su Zhiwei stepped out of the shadows. You've forgotten me so quickly? I'm the one who's threatening your whole family. Su Zhiwei said this with a self-deprecating tone. Zhang Taohua trembled as soon as she saw Su Zhiwei. I have no idea what you're going to do. Zhang Taohua stood up shakily, her earlier excitement gone. It seems that she never took Su Zhiwei seriously from the beginning. Seeing Zhang Taohua's appearance, Lu Jinjin was furious. This is clearly bullying Dr. Su. Just as he was about to speak, Su Zhiwei stopped him. I'm not doing anything. I just want to tell you that we now know Meng Xinxin's identity. But her situation is special, and her family members need to sign. Otherwise, the hospital can only keep her alive, not guarantee her recovery. Su Zhiwei wanted to appeal to his emotions. However, Meng Xinxin's importance was not enough to make Zhang Taohua give up everything to save her. Su Ziming, don't think this matter is over. If you dare to lay a hand on my daughter, then it is your hospital's responsibility. At that time, none of you here will be able to escape. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Taohua ran away. Lu Jinjin was stunned. She had never seen such a shameless person before. Chapter 68. Thick-skinned. How could this woman have the audacity to say such things? Lu Jinjin's eyes were filled with confusion. Su Zhiwei chuckled. It seems I underestimated her. She can even put her own daughter aside. Su Zhiwei sighed helplessly, and Lu Jinjin beside him also sighed. We've lost our only witness, Dr. Su. Why don't you rest for a few more days? This is the best result Lu Jinjin can come up with at the moment. This will at least allow Su Zhiwei to temporarily avoid the limelight. Su Zhiwei already knew what Lu Jinjin wanted to say. He shook his head slightly before continuing. If I remain silent this time, I will ruin my reputation in the industry. Su Zhiwei clenched his fist. Go find Jiang Xian. After much hesitation, Su Zhiwei finally agreed to Lu Jinjin's idea. However, to build a separate wall for Jiang Xian, Lu Jinjin's help is still needed. Lu Jinjin frowned, hesitated for a moment, and then cautiously asked, Dr. Su, are you sure you want to meet with Xinxin alone? Recalling what Su Zhiwei had said before, Lu Jinjin also felt a little worried. What if Jiang Xian didn't agree and even stopped Su Zhiwei? Seeing the worry in Lu Jinjin's eyes, Su Zhiwei simply shook his head. Do you have a better solution right now? When Su Zhiwei asked her that question, Lu Jinjin fell silent. She definitely didn't. I'll take you to the company tomorrow. After Lu Jinjin finished speaking, she left. Zhang Taohua returned to her hotel immediately after leaving the hospital. Her heart was filled with mixed feelings, but the thought that her son was still in Meng Qingze's hands made her endure it. The next morning, Jiang Xian arrived at the company, only to find Su Zhiwei in the office. Su Zhiwei, who let you in? Jiang Xian looked a little tired, but she became excited the moment she saw Su Zhiwei. Jiang Xian, I've come to see you today because there's something I want to tell you. Su Zhiwei got straight to the point, while also talking about recent events online, including those baseless accusations. Jiang Xian frowned. So you went through all that trouble to come here just to tell me this? Jiang Xian frowned, her face showing displeasure. If you're only here to say these few words to me, then forget it. Seeing Jiang Xian's nonchalant expression, Su Zhiwei simply chuckled. Just as he expected. That woman's name is Meng Xinxin. Yes, she is Meng Qing's cousin. The person online is Meng Xinxin's mother, Zhang Taohua. Also, Secretary Liu should have told you that Su Zirwei took people to find Zhao Qingfeng before, and that woman was Meng Xinxin. Meng Xinxin is currently lying in the hospital, having suffered inhuman torture. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Jiang Xian frowned. I knew you wouldn't believe me, so I prepared these materials in advance. If you don't believe me, you can see for yourself. Su Zirwei didn't have high expectations at first. He just wanted to make Jiang Xian a little wary. Jiang Xian looked at the documents in her hands, her expression growing increasingly complicated. Is everything you're saying true? Even with these documents, Jiang Xian still couldn't believe that Meng Qingze was that kind of person. Su Zirwei smiled. It was just as he had expected. Jiang Xian wouldn't believe the truth. Thinking of this, Su Zirwei didn't insist. If you think Meng Qingze is innocent, then why hasn't anyone come to see his cousin since she was hospitalized? Su Zirwei turned around, his eyes flashing with helplessness. Jiang Xian, are you sure you haven't made the wrong choice? After saying that, Su Zirwei didn't say anything more and turned to leave. Jiang Xian was taken aback and tried to call out to Su Zirwei, but he had already left. Is it really that heartless? Jiang Xian gritted her teeth, looked up, and just then saw Lu Xinjin walk in. Xinjin, what exactly happened? Why did it turn out like this? At this moment, Jiang Xian desperately wanted to know an answer. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinjin simply shook her head. Xinxin, you have all the evidence right in front of you. Why won't you believe it? That Meng Qingze was never a good person to begin with. Only you treat him like a treasure. Lu Xinjin smiled, and Jiang Xian fell silent. Even curiosity. Could it be that she really was wrong? Impossible. I don't believe Qingze would do that. After experiencing all these things, Jiang Xian's opinion of Meng Qingze did change somewhat. But that alone was not enough to convince Jiang Xian. Would Meng Qingze really do such a thing? If you don't believe me, you can go and ask him, and see how Meng Qingze reacts. After Lu Xinjin finished speaking, she went back to work. Jiang Xian held the documents in her hand, her feelings gradually becoming complicated. Su Zirwei left the company, and Lu Xinjin quickly caught up with him. Dr. Su, don't rush off. I still have some questions for you. As Lu Xinjin spoke, a hint of anticipation appeared in her eyes. Feeling Lu Xinjin's gaze, Su Zirwei became curious. I'd like to ask about your relationship with Miss He. How have things been going between you two lately? As Lu Xinjin spoke, a hint of anticipation lingered in her eyes. Seeing Lu Xinjin like this, Su Zirwei just shook his head. I don't know which aspect Secretary Liu is referring to. Su Zirwei looked over curiously. Lu Xinjin just smiled. Naturally, it's about relationships, Dr. Su. I never beat around the bush, especially when it comes to relationships. Although you rejected me, I'm still very curious about your relationship status. After Lu Xinjin finished speaking, Su Zirwei felt somewhat helpless. After hearing Lu Xinjin's words, he shook his head even more. If Secretary Su really wants to know, then I can tell you that there are no such things as you think. Ching, and I don't have what you're talking about. After saying that, Su Zirwei left only his back view. Upon seeing this, Lu Xinjin was deeply moved. Jiang Xian didn't stay at the company. Instead, she drove to the villa to get to the bottom of things. Who exactly came to the villa that day? After receiving the call, Meng Qingze waited at home. She also began to wonder, didn't Jiang Xian just go to the company? Why is she coming to find me so soon? Hearing the car stop outside the villa, Su Zirwei couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Seeing Jiang Xian walk in, Meng Qingze was about to step forward, but Jiang Xian pushed him away. Chengze, was the woman who came to the villa to see you that day Zhang Taohua? Jiang Xian looked at him, her gaze now carrying a hint of reproach. Meng Qingze remained silent, never expecting that this matter would be known. Xinxin, what are you saying? I don't understand. Meng Qingze started to play dumb, but Jiang Xian sneered. Even at a time like this, are you still planning to lie to me? Chengze, you said you would never lie to me again. Jiang Xian frowned. Meng Qingze was at a loss and could only lower his head. Xinxin, I really didn't lie to you. That person is Zhang Taohua. I'm helping you. She insisted on bothering us. Chapter 69. It's all their fault, mother and daughter. After Meng Qingze finished speaking, he continued. Do you remember what happened at the hospital that day? Zhang Taohua wants to frame the hospital, so she asked me to beg you. I did this because I had no other choice. Meng Qingze vividly recounted everything that had happened. Jiang Xian's furrowed brows relaxed. You did the right thing. You shouldn't have given her the chance in the first place. But did you really take Meng Xinxin to accompany Zhao Qingfeng? Jiang Xian's gaze held a scrutinizing quality. Meng Qingze nodded. I know I was wrong. It was all because of my cousin. She was greedy for a wealthy family and listened to me about Zhao Qingfeng, which is why she let me take her along. Meng took the opportunity to blame everything on Zhang Taohua and her daughter. He was the victim. Jiang Xin frowned the entire time. She also knew that Meng Qing's words were a mixture of truth and falsehood. Where is Zhang Taohua? Tell her to delete the video quickly. Jiang Xin rubbed her forehead in frustration, while Meng Qing's scratched his head awkwardly. Xin, I don't know where she went. However, I can try to find out the truth, and I will definitely get justice for Dr. Su. Meng Qing's looked up, wanting to see Jiang Xion's reaction as well. Just as he expected, Jiang Xion's expression softened considerably upon hearing Su Zhiwei's name. In Meng Qing's heart, jealousy spread and climbed like weeds after a summer downpour. That Su Zhiwei actually went to Jiang Xion for help. Jiang Xion was even willing to come straight back from the company for Su Zhiwei. Then I'll leave it to you. I have other things to do and won't be back tonight. Meng Qing's gritted his teeth and watched Jiang Xion leave. Only then did he call the hotel. Let that woman and her family be reunited. Find a way to send them back. It makes me furious just looking at them. Meng Qing's was at a loss. Keeping Zhang Taohua would be a major problem for him. It might even make Jiang Xion doubt herself more. After hanging up the phone, Meng Qing's gripped the sofa tightly. He simply refused to believe that, given the current public opinion, Su Zhiwei would still have a chance to turn things around. In the hotel, Zhang Taohua and her family were finally together. Zhang Taohua became even more agitated when she thought about Meng Xinxin's situation. Let's go to the hospital. This time we must bring Xinxin back. Zhang Taohua looked confident. Since Meng Qing's is unrighteous, she will be unrighteous in return. Su Zhiwei had just returned to the hospital when he received some major news. Zhang Feier's syndrome had escalated and she needed emergency surgery. The only person who could do it was Su Zhiwei, who was still resting. Upon receiving the news, Su Zhiwei was the first to arrive. I happened to see Zhang Taohua and her family in the corridor. It's like the sun has risen in the west. Why are all the patient's family members here today? Su Zhiwei smiled, but Zhang Taohua started shouting as soon as she saw Meng Qing's. No, you can't have the surgery, and you can't touch our daughter. Zhang Taohua was worried that Su Zhiwei would repay kindness with enmity. Zhang Feier was not happy about this. Weren't you the one who was acting like he was dying in the hallway just now? Why can't I do it now that my master is here? Right now, the only person in the entire hospital who can save your daughter is my master. Zhang Feier didn't care about this woman's identity. The two men from the Meng family tried to persuade them, saying that they had finally managed to get out and shouldn't cause trouble. Su Zhiwei didn't have time to think about these trivial matters and immediately went to change his clothes. He's your master, not our Xions. Zhang Taohua just wanted to show off her verbal skills for a moment. Zhang Feier simply couldn't listen to it anymore. Do you want to save people or watch your own daughter be tortured to death? I don't know how you act as family members. You don't even know that your own daughter is being tortured to death. Zhang Feier's accusations brought Zhang Taohua to the brink of collapse. In the end, Zhang Taohua still filmed a clarification video. At the same time, the hospital also released the surveillance video from that day. After understanding the whole story, the online comments finally took a turn for the better, and some people even began to agree with Su Zhiwei. At this moment, Su Zhiwei, who is undergoing surgery, is doing everything he can. After bringing his people out, Su Zhiwei glanced at Zhang Feier. The Meng family has calmed down. Zhang Feier quickly stepped forward. Master, look. The situation has reversed. Now everyone is praising you. This happened so fast that even Su Zhiwei was caught off guard. Master, are you satisfied now? Did you threaten them? Su Zhiwei spoke softly, while Zhang Feier shook her head and pointed to the surveillance camera on the door. It wasn't me who did it. The hospital made you come out, and they even uploaded the surveillance footage. Zhang Feier couldn't believe it. In short, Master, you can rest assured that no one will disturb you. Su Zhiwei nodded slightly, finally able to get a good night's sleep after so many days. Inside the villa, Meng Qingze shouted from inside the study. Has everything I meticulously planned just come to an end like this? That woman actually betrayed me. The thought filled Meng Qingze with anger. Go and capture Zhang Taohua and her family. I absolutely cannot let them get away. Meng Qingze gritted his teeth. I really underestimated Meng Qingze. I thought he was just a nobody who wasn't worth worrying about. I never imagined it would become so powerful. Go find General Manager Zhao for me and tell him that everything is proceeding according to plan and ask him to get ready as well. Meng Qingze sneered. As long as he still had President Zhao as his trump card, the newbie wouldn't treat him too badly. These were all things that Meng had planned long ago. But now it's starting earlier than expected. Inside the car, Jiang Xian looked at her phone and the result relieved her. A knocking sound came from the car window, and Jiang Xian looked over curiously. A woman pushed open the door and walked in, her eyes still showing a hint of panic. As you requested, all the information is in there. I'm fine, Mr. Jiang. Why are you investigating these things? The woman handed a file folder to Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian did not answer, but instead looked out the car window. I just want to understand. After all, I still have such a large company under my control, and I need to know the details of my partners. Jiang Xian smiled, and the woman didn't ask any further questions. After everyone left, Jiang Xian also started reading. Inside was the information she had obtained through a private investigator's surveillance. Upon seeing Chunjiang restaurant, Jiang Xian's heart skipped a beat. She had finally found what she most wanted to see. Zhao Qingfeng received the message that an outsider had extended the invitation. There was only one outsider that Jiang Xian could think of. Meng Qingze took the initiative to invite her, which just proves that Meng Xinxin's matter is closely related to him. A chill ran down Jiang Xian's spine. How much more is Su Zirwei hiding? She thought of the photos the board had given her, initially thinking they were nothing, but now it seemed she was wrong. Chapter 70, A Banquet. Zhang Taohua's family became the target of public criticism. It also sparked a wave of discussion online. Su Zirwei has also become the focus of attention for many people because of this incident. The most excited person was Zhang Feier. Her master had endured this long and finally vindicated himself. Thinking of this, Zhang Feier looked at Su Zirwei with curiosity and surprise in her eyes. Master, how did you manage to clear Zhang Taohua's name like that? In the office, Zhang Feier couldn't help but start asking questions. Su Zirwei looked over, but simply shook his head. Zhang Taohua has no one to rely on. Hearing Su Zirwei's words, Zhang Feier's eyes showed confusion. Master, are you talking about Meng Qingze? Zhang Feier was curious, but Su Zirwei simply nodded. But his body began to tremble, clearly indicating that he was suppressing his emotions. Zhang Feier didn't ask any further questions. As long as the matter was over, that was fine. There was a knock on the door. It was Zhang Taohua. At this moment, she was at a loss, her eyes filled with expectation. Upon seeing this, Zhang Feier couldn't help but frown. Tell me, what do you want to do? You're not planning something again, are you? Zhang Feier snorted coldly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Taohua awkwardly wiped her hand. Dr. Su, these are things I really didn't want to do. Meng Qingze lied to me. I just hope you can save Xian. Zhang Taohua looked troubled. Although a clarification video was released, it did not mention Meng Qingze at all. Instead, Zhang Taohua took all the blame. Since you know it's Meng Qingze's problem, why did you keep saying it was your own problem in the video? Zhang Feier was dissatisfied, but Zhang Taohua just kept her head down. We're just ordinary people, but Cheng Zhe is with Jiang Xian right now. How dare we go against him? Zhang Taohua was well aware of her situation and thought it better to take everything on herself. I never expected that you would take on everything for Meng Xinxin. Your daughter's life has been saved. Scars will still remain on my body. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Zhang Taohua was taken aback, and her eyes showed a thoughtful look. Upon seeing this, Zhang Feier was stunned and instantly understood what Zhang Taohua was thinking. Can it be repaired? She still has to get married. She can't have a scar. Zhang Taohua looked worried, while Su Zirwei just shook his head. I can't do it. There's nothing I can do about it. Helpless, Zhang Taohua could only accept her fate in the end. You two are truly birds of a feather. I don't think you're doing this for your own daughter, but rather to marry her off to a good man and squeeze out the last bit of value from her. Zhang Feier exposed Zhang Taohua's thoughts, making Zhang Taohua even more guilty, and she could only look away. We had everything agreed upon beforehand. You would have the surgery, and I would clarify things for you. Now we've settled everything. Zhang Taohua didn't ask any more questions and left immediately. Watching the fleeing figure, Zhang Feier was dissatisfied. Master, we shouldn't have agreed to find a woman. Look at her. She clearly doesn't know she's wrong. He's still thinking about selling his daughter to make money. Zhang Feier was furious. She had never met such a person before. Su Zirwei remained silent. Ever since he witnessed Meng Qingze's true colors, Su Zirwei knew that the Meng family members were not simple people. However, this peach blossom still crossed his bottom line. At the same time, Meng Qingze also began to become suspicious. He could vaguely sense that Jiang Xian wasn't as nice to him as before, and was even starting to doubt him. Meng Qingze knew he couldn't continue like this, or he would be exposed soon. Looking at the medicine on the table, Meng Qingze decided to take a gamble. As long as he dealt with Jiang Xian, he would be safe afterward. Taking a deep breath, Meng Qingze called Jiang Xian. Xian, are you coming back tonight? Meng Qingze spoke gently, but Jiang Xian on the other end of the phone sounded somewhat tired. No, I have a banquet to attend tonight. You should stay at the villa. Jiang Xian's words startled Meng Qingze, who was momentarily dazed. In the past, if there were banquets, Jiang Xian would take her along. Xian, what kind of banquet is it? Do you need me to go? Meng Qingze was unwilling to give up and wanted to continue asking, but Jiang Xian simply said, no need, and hung up the phone. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingze clenched his fists. What did this mean? Could it be that Jiang Xian is starting to hate herself? A wave of disappointment washed over him, and Meng Qingze made up his mind. Inside the Jiang group, Jiang Xian rubbed her temples. The higher-ups were very satisfied with Jiang Xian's return and were even urging the implementation of previous projects. Jiang Xian, however, looked at the documents in front of her, unsure whether she should sign them. Jinjin, do you really think Zhao Chengfeng is suitable? Jiang Xian raised her head and looked at Lu Jinjin in front of her, feeling somewhat helpless. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinjin's expression became subtle. President Jiang, from the company's perspective, the Zhao family is a suitable partner. If we unilaterally terminate the contract, we will have to pay a lot in compensation. Jiang Xian nodded, signaling Lu Jinjin to continue. But from a personal perspective, Zhao Qingfeng's character is flawed, and Lu Jinjin didn't continue speaking, and Jiang Xian understood. Zhao Qingfeng is not a good person, but the company's senior management doesn't think so. This is also what frustrates Jiang Xian the most. It's a real problem. Jiang Xian pondered, while Lu Jinjin beside her glanced at her curiously. What about the banquet tonight? Aren't you planning to bring Meng Qingze along? Lu Jinjin noticed that Jiang Xian seemed different since returning from the hospital, even ignoring Meng Qingze. Jiang Xian glanced at it and said, tonight's banquet is a private event, so Meng Qingze is not really suitable. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinjin simply nodded slightly, but for some reason, she felt somewhat worried. Could it be that Jiang Xian has rekindled her old feelings for Dr. Su? Jiang Xian frowned. Right now, she really wanted to go back to the hospital and lie down. At least that way she wouldn't have to think about it too much. In the hospital, Su Zhiwei finished his surgery and was preparing to leave work. Suddenly, an invitation appeared in front of them. Master, you should be free tonight, right? How about we go out for a walk together? Zhang Feier smiled, her eyes filled with anticipation. Su Zhiwei frowned, about to refuse, when he heard Zhang Feier continue speaking. Master, please don't refuse yet. This banquet has also invited renowned doctors from abroad. You can even exchange some insights with them. When Zhang Feier said that, Su Zhiwei became interested. I've certainly been through a lot lately, and it's time to relax and unwind. Okay, I will go. Su Zhiwei accepted the invitation, and a smile spread across Zhang Feier's face. That evening, Su Zhiwei, dressed in a blue silk suit, left the doctor and Jiang Xian. Tonight, he was like a noble young master, his face filled with a gloomy aura that made people hesitant to approach him. Chapter 71. What are you doing here? Downstairs at the hotel, a gentle evening breeze blew as Su Zhiwei stood at the entrance. Su Zhiwei. A familiar voice rang out, and Su Zhiwei looked up, meeting those cool, clear eyes. Jiang Xian was also wearing a blue dress today, and the two looked as if they had deliberately coordinated their outfits. What are you doing here? The two spoke almost in unison. Jiang Xian frowned. I didn't expect you to be so well-informed, and even come here. Her words were harsh, but there was a hint of appreciation in Jiang Xian's eyes. Why hadn't she noticed in the previous 3 years that Su Zhiwei could dress up in a way that rivaled some celebrities? Su Zhiwei's expression remained calm. It's just a banquet. If Miss Jiang can come, why can't I? These words elicited only a slight chuckle from Jiang Xian. I don't care why you came here. I hope you won't say anything more useless. After speaking, Jiang Xian quickly went inside, clearly not wanting to get entangled with Su Zhiwei any longer. Su Zhiwei also shared this idea. In the corner, Meng Qingze's eyes were filled with anger. Was this why Jiang Xian didn't bring him? She wanted to come see Su Zhiwei instead. Jealousy burned within him, and the thing Meng Qingze feared most still happened. Clenching his fists, Meng Qingze suddenly burst out laughing. After tonight, none of this would happen. He wanted to ruin Su Zhiwei's reputation, to show Jiang Xian Su Zhiwei his most pathetic state, and to win over Jiang Xian. Su Zhiwei walked into the hotel lobby, where Zhang Feier was waiting. Brother Zhiwei, come here quickly. Zhang Feier excitedly stepped forward, her eyes gleaming with excitement upon seeing Su Zhiwei. Brother Zhiwei, with this outfit, you're like a top star. It's a shame you're in the hospital with such good looks. After Zhang Feier finished speaking, Su Zhiwei simply smiled. Let's go. Zhang Feier didn't mind the simple sentence, which is consistent with her understanding of her mentor. Inside the banquet hall were all high-ranking, top-tier figures. It was Zhang Xingtian who took the initiative to lead the effort. The group that had been chatting quieted down, especially after they saw Su Zirwei. Some people also glanced at Jiang Xin with curiosity. They had all heard about the two of them and couldn't help but be curious. Dr. Su, you finally arrived. Everyone here tonight is a friend, so please don't be shy. After Zhang Xingtian said something, fewer people around him started looking at him. Jiang Xin stood in the corner, swirling her wine glass, but her gaze remained fixed on Su Zirwei. She should have realized this long ago. Su Zirwei's help to the Zhang family was enough to warrant an invitation. Many medical luminaries are also here today, and Su Zirwei will only become more accomplished in the future. Thinking about this, Zhang Xin found it somewhat laughable. Previously, Su Zirwei only knew how to take care of himself, and it took him 3 years to gain some fame. Not long after the divorce, Su Zirwei has already reached a height that I could never reach. Feeling disappointed, Zhang Xin could only swallow her bitterness. At that moment, Zhang Xin felt as if something was missing from her heart. It seems that things can never be brought back. Dr. Su, I've heard about you before, and I'm so glad to finally meet you today. Several business owners who were on good terms with Zhang Xingtian came forward to exchange pleasantries, and Su Zirwei simply responded with a smile. He also noticed the intense, burning gaze upon him, but in this situation, Su Zirwei wouldn't respond. Zhang Xin probably didn't want to go forward herself either. However, Su Zirwei was curious as to why Meng Qingze hadn't come. Zhang Xin didn't bring anyone with her to this occasion. Zhang Xin kept staring at Su Zirwei, even hoping that Su Zirwei would glance at her, but he didn't even do so once. This, on the contrary, made Zhang Xin somewhat uneasy. Just as she was about to step forward, a waiter also came over, and the two bumped into each other, shattering the wine glass in Zhang Xin's hand. The crisp sound rang out instantly, and everyone looked over curiously. Zhang Xin's cheeks were burning hot. She felt as if she were being roasted on a fire. Left with no other option, he could only vent his anger on the waiter. Don't you have eyes? Don't you know how to watch where you're going? Zhang Xin frowned, and Zhang Xingtian, seeing this, grinned and stepped forward. Clean this up immediately, and your hotel will give me an explanation for this. After saying that, Zhang Xingtian looked at Zhang Xin again and said, President Zhang, I'm really sorry for giving you a bad experience. As Zhang Xingtian spoke, Zhang Xin naturally couldn't pursue the matter any further, and instead picked up the new champagne from the waiter's tray. Mr. Zhang is joking. It was the hotel's mistake. I'm fine. Zhang Xin smiled slightly, which could be considered as giving Zhang Xingtian face. The little incident ended quickly, and Zhang Xingtian went elsewhere, and no one around them paid any more attention. In a corner unnoticed by anyone, the waiter walked out of the banquet hall with shards of glass scattered on the floor. Under the corridor lights, Meng Qingze threw everything he was holding into the trash can, his eyes filled with hatred. Zhang Xin, I'd like to see if you'll still be this arrogant when I'm pinning you down. Inside the banquet hall, the people around Su Zirwei gradually dispersed, and Zhang Xin also found an opportunity to approach. The cool touch brought Su Zirwei back to his senses, and he saw Zhang Xin. Su Zirwei looked at Zhang Xin with some surprise. Miss Zhang, is there anything I can help you with? Su Zirwei tried to keep his distance, but he was also a little curious as to why Zhang Xin was taking the initiative to get closer. Seeing the surprise in Su Zirwei's eyes, Zhang Xin simply sighed. Dr. Su, if we meet in this kind of setting and don't greet each other, wouldn't that make things even more suspicious? Zhang Xin's reasoning was indeed irrefutable, and Su Zirwei could only nod in agreement. Now that I've given my greetings, Miss Jiang, is there anything else you'd like to say? As soon as Su Zirwei finished speaking, Zhang Xin raised her wine glass. Dr. Su, won't you have a drink with me? As soon as he finished speaking, Su Zirwei frowned and immediately stopped him. You're feeling much better now. This champagne is too strong for you. His professional instincts kicked in. Su Zirwei knew Zhang Xin's body and would never have seen a patient do such a thing. Zhang Xin's lips curled up, her eyes filled with amusement. Dr. Su, are you showing concern for me? Or are you just using your identity as a doctor to talk to me? Su Zirwei was stunned and somewhat at a loss. On the other side, Zhang Feier was carrying 2 glasses of wine and wanted to go find Su Zirwei, but she happened to see Su Zirwei and Zhang Xin's actions. She froze on the spot, not knowing whether she should go forward. After just one glance, Zhang Feier began to feel jealous. The two were dressed in the same color scheme and even looked like a perfect couple. Zhang Feier glanced at her princess dress, wondering if she was still too childish in her master's eyes. Upon having this thought, Zhang Feier immediately shook her head, quickly dismissing the dangerous idea. Chapter 72, A Night of Passion. But with such dazzling charisma surrounding Su Zirwei and Jiang Xian, and their striking good looks, it's hard not to notice them. A hint of disappointment flashed in Zhang Feier's eyes. Reluctantly, she turned her head away and stopped thinking about it. I'm just speaking to you as a doctor. Miss Jiang, you still need to take good care of your health. Otherwise, the people around you will also worry. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Jiang Xian smiled and reached out to hold Su Zirwei's wine glass. In that case, why don't we switch? I think Dr. Su's drink here is just some sparkling water, right? That's really cheating. Jiang Xian saw through Su Zirwei's little scheme at a glance. In such dim light, it was impossible to tell what Su Zirwei was holding. Su Zirwei blushed, finally feeling a little uneasy that his secret had been exposed. Without saying a word, Jiang Xian directly switched to her own wine glass. Su Zirwei shook his head helplessly when he saw this. The glasses clinked, the smell of alcohol wafted through the air, and Su Zirwei took a sip and began to cough violently. Jiang Xian downed the sparkling water in one gulp, and looking at Su Zirwei's expression, the corners of her mouth unconsciously turned up. Only then did they snatch the wine glass from Su Zirwei's hand. Dr. Su is still as unable to hold his liquor as before. You might have to attend many more banquets in the future, so you'll need to practice more. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Xian downed the rest of the champagne in one gulp. Thank you very much, Dr. Su. After making the joking remark, Jiang Xian left without looking back. Su Zirwei was completely baffled. What was wrong with Jiang Xian tonight? She actually took the initiative to clink glasses with him. It was at this moment that Zhang Feier stepped forward, her voice tinged with bitterness. Master, is it beautiful? As Zhang Feier spoke, Su Zirwei nodded subconsciously. Zhang Feier happened to witness this scene, and her eyes revealed her disappointment. Master, I must warn you carefully, don't fall for her trap. This woman is very shrewd. Su Zirwei was taken aback and felt a little embarrassed for a moment. But one cannot deny that Jiang Xian looked stunning tonight, even exceptionally beautiful. We are already divorced, and there is a huge gap between us. We are even. Su Zirwei was well aware of his identity and knew that all his emotions had been consumed during those 3 years, making it difficult for him to think about anything else. As for the so-called remarriage, that's even more impossible. There was never any love between them. So how could they possibly be together again? Zhang Feier simply nodded but didn't say anything more. However, when she looked up, she noticed that Su Zirwei's face was slightly flushed. Master, are you alright? Zhang Feier curiously touched Su Zirwei's face. It was frighteningly hot. Su Zirwei was also surprised. After Zhang Feier said that, he realized that his body was hot and his cheeks were burning. But it doesn't seem like a fever. I'm probably a little tired. I need to go and rest. Su Zirwei quickly realized the problem. But what was wrong with him? Zhang Feier was taken aback, but dared not delay, and immediately led them out of the banquet hall. Upon exiting, Su Zirwei immediately shook his head. No, just tell me your room number, and I'll go myself. Please don't come with me. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Zhang Feier was a little worried, but after seeing Su Zirwei's appearance, she still nodded in agreement. Helpless, Zhang Feier turned and left. But there was still worry in his eyes. Su Zirwei leaned shakily against the wall, and behind him, Jiang Xian, who seemed to be out of her mind, also came out. The moment their eyes met, they could both see the flames burning in each other's eyes. Without thinking much, Jiang Xian took Su Zirwei's arm and went upstairs. Meng Qingze was originally waiting, but after carefully calculating that Jiang Xian would not be out for a while, he turned around and went to the bathroom. In that instant, he didn't even notice Jiang Xian and Su Zirwei. In the hotel room, Jiang Xian pinned Su Zirwei to the bed. Both of them had lost their minds at this point, and their clothes were scattered on the ground. After a night, Su Zirwei opened his eyes slightly. There was no one beside him anymore. He was alone in the empty bed, looking somewhat disappointed. He remembered being led away by someone last night, and Su Zirwei was even more astonished when he saw the messy sheets around him. What exactly happened? Could it be Zhang Feier? In an instant, Su Zirwei became excited, but after opening his phone, he froze, staring at the transfer information on the screen, a flame rising in his eyes. Inside the Jiang group, Jiang Xian was having a meeting as if nothing was wrong, but Lu Xinjin noticed that Jiang Xian's expression was a little strange. From the moment we met in the morning, Jiang Xian had a smile on her face, as if something good was about to happen. I couldn't help but think of the banquet last night. Could it be that there's some big project going on? Just as I was wondering, the conference room door was pushed open, and Su Zirwei walked in angrily. I just happened to see Jiang Xian. What do you mean? You think this is enough? After Su Zirwei finished speaking, he noticed the gazes around him. In an instant, his anger vanished, replaced by a sense of shame and indignation. Jiang Xian smiled and stood up. You can all leave now. I have something to discuss with Dr. Su. After these words were spoken, the other employees immediately stood up and left, not daring to linger. Lu Jinjin was still a little curious, and before leaving, she went up to Su Zirwei and asked what had happened. Su Zirwei shook his head slightly, only looking at Jiang Xian. Helpless, Lu Jinjin could only walk out. Once the meeting room was empty, Jiang Xian finally smiled. What? Dr. Su, do you think this amount of money isn't enough? Or do you want me to take responsibility? Jiang Xian chuckled, her eyes filled with mockery. Hearing this, Su Zirwei just gritted his teeth. When did Jiang Xian become so shameless? I won't accept this money. Last night was just an accident. Su Zirwei prepared to leave, but Jiang Xian sneered. Su Zirwei, don't you want to admit it? Didn't you do this? As Jiang Xian spoke, Su Zirwei stopped in his tracks, his eyes filled with confusion. In an instant, Su Zirwei came to his senses. You mean, I deliberately drugged you? Su Zirwei found it laughable. Jiang Xian was really having wildly unrealistic ideas. Jiang Xian scoffed. Isn't that right? Last night, I only drank the sparkling water you were holding, or was that glass not prepared by you? After Jiang Xian said that, Su Zirwei was speechless. Miss Jiang, are you crying wolf? How would I know if you drugged me first, and then deliberately came to my side to clink glasses? Su Zirwei frowned, while Jiang Xian merely glanced at him up and down. Su Zirwei, do you really think I care about you? Don't think too highly of yourself. In my eyes, you are nothing. You are not even worth doing this for me. Jiang Xian chuckled, then shook her phone. If I were you, I would accept it. I dislike getting involved with other people the most. You should know that. Chapter 73, Don't Spread This Around. Jiang Xian's face was filled with sarcasm. It seems that everything that happened last night was an accident, and there's no need to take it to heart. Upon seeing this, Su Zirwei simply chuckled. Jiang Xian, I've really gotten to know you all over again. I thought you had changed last night, but it seems I was wrong. Thinking of the woman he had clinked glasses with last night, Su Zirwei turned his gaze to Jiang Xian's face again. He's become much more sarcastic now, a far cry from how he was last night. Jiang Xian smiled. Su Zirwei, are you still fantasizing about something? I thought you would have learned your lesson, but it turns out I overestimated you. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Su Zirwei simply left with a gloomy face without saying another word. However, Jiang Xian called out to Su Zirwei at this moment. I hope that what happened last night won't get out. You should understand what I mean. If this gets out, it won't be a good thing for us. Jiang Xian looked over, her eyes still holding a cold smile. Su Zirwei silently turned around. There's no need for you to bring this up, Mr. Jiang. I also hope you won't mention it, otherwise it will damage my reputation. After saying these words, Su Zirwei left without a second thought, leaving Jiang Xian amused and exasperated. When did Su Zirwei learn these things? After leaving the Jiang group, Su Zirwei felt a surge of dissatisfaction. How could Jiang Xian have become like this? Just as I was mentally complaining, a shadow appeared in front of me. Looking up, Su Zirwei's eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. What's up? Looking at Meng Qingze in front of him, Su Zirwei only wanted to leave. However, upon seeing this, Meng Qingze simply gritted his teeth. Did you go to that banquet last night? Where did you go with Jiang Xian? Meng Qingze questioned, but Su Zirwei looked somewhat confused upon hearing this. How did you know about the banquet? Did you administer those drugs? Su Zirwei understood everything in an instant, and his gaze toward Meng Qingze gradually darkened. A look of panic crossed Meng Qingze's face. What are you talking about? What does it have to do with me? Xinxin told me that you were also at the banquet last night. Are you planning to keep it a secret? After saying these words, Meng Qingze gritted his teeth. What exactly did Xinxin do to you last night? Enraged, Meng Qingze stepped forward and grabbed Su Zirwei by the collar. Feeling Meng Qingze's gaze, Su Zirwei's lips curled up. Why are you getting anxious after I've only said a few words? Or have I touched a nerve? After saying these words, Meng Qingze threw a punch directly at him. At this moment, Jiang Xian, who had received the news, also rushed over. That's exactly what happened. Qingze, what are you doing? Let go of me. After saying that, Jiang Xian quickly stepped forward. Meng Qingze hurriedly withdrew his hand, his eyes filled with panic. Xinxin, it's all because of this person. He forced me into this situation. Meng, feigning innocence, attempted to gain sympathy in this way. This time, however, Jiang Xian did not soften her heart. What exactly is going on? Jiang Xian looked over, her gaze filled with curiosity. What exactly did you two argue about? Jiang Xian's eyes were filled with confusion. Su Zirwei sneered. You'd better ask him about this. I didn't do anything. But I'm also curious. How do you know what happened last night? After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Jiang Xian's gaze also fell on Meng Qingze. Chengze, did you attend the banquet last night? Faced with Jiang Xian's questioning, Meng Qingze could only grit his teeth. Xin, do you not trust me? You clearly told me not to get close, so how could I possibly go to the banquet? Su Zirwei spoke pitifully, and Jiang Xian frowned upon hearing this. This time, however, there was a hint of contemplation in his eyes. This is Mr. Zhang's private matter, and it's not appropriate for me to get involved, so I'll be leaving now. After saying that, Su Zirwei turned and left. A hint of hesitation flashed in Meng Qingze's eyes before he continued. Xin, you have to believe me. This is definitely a frame-up by Su Zirwei. I really don't know anything about it. After saying that, Meng Qingze immediately took out his phone. If you don't believe me, you can ask my mom. I was at the Chunjiang Hotel last night, and there are still photos of us together. Su Zirwei said as he found the photos. Jiang Xian glanced at it before nodding. All right, I didn't doubt you. It's just that you were too impulsive. If someone films you taking action, you won't be able to explain yourself no matter how many mouths you have. Jiang Xian took a serious look and did not blame him anymore. Meng Qingze secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, looking at Jiang Xian, Su Zirwei felt a little resentful. Xin, you didn't come back last night, and you came to the company without saying a word today. I was worried about you, so I brought you some lunch. Where did you go after leaving the banquet last night? Meng Qingze tentatively asked the question, but Jiang Xian only glanced at it. Chengze, these are not things you should be asking. You just need to focus on doing your job well. Don't make me repeat myself. Jiang Xian kept a cold face and didn't give Meng Qingze a friendly look. But it was precisely because of this that Meng Qingze was also dissatisfied. Jiang Xian was deliberately concealing it. Last night, Meng Qingze couldn't find Jiang Xian and was anxious, but he couldn't reveal himself yet, so he could only keep sending messages and making phone calls. Jiang Xian didn't send the message until early the next morning. This confirmed Meng Qingze's concerns. Jiang Xian's current cold attitude towards him strongly suggests that this person is Su Zirwei. The thought of this possibility made Meng Qingze feel like he was being cuckolded. Thinking of this, a hint of disdain appeared in his eyes. Chengze, you still have things to do at the company. You should go back first. Jiang Xian had some guesses in her mind, but she didn't ask any further questions. She feared she would see a truth she couldn't bear. Su Zirwei returned home somewhat tired, where Chun Huifang was waiting. You still know to come back. Tell me where you went last night. Qing even called me. After Chun Huifang finished speaking, Su Zirwei's expression also became subtle. A patient with an emergency came in last night, and I couldn't leave. Su Zirwei could only make excuses in an attempt to get away with it. Chun Huifang glanced at it, and then sighed. You just had an accident recently, so don't overwork yourself and take a break. As soon as she finished speaking, a hint of sorrow appeared in Chun Huifang's eyes. This gaze touched Su Zirwei's heart, instantly softening him. Mom, don't be too busy. I'll take good care of myself. Su Zirwei was speaking, but upon hearing this, Chun Huifang became dissatisfied. You little rascal, how could you possibly understand my good intentions? If I don't take care of things, when will you and Qing ever get back together? Chapter 74, The Concern of Others. Su Zirwei was taken aback, his eyes filled with helplessness. I thought Chun Huifang was worried about her health, but I never expected that she was worried about her marriage. Feeling helpless, all he could do was shake his head. Mom, don't worry about it. You can't rush things like relationships. Su Zirwei was helpless, while Chun Huifang just snorted coldly. You little rascal, you said the same thing before. We really weren't in a hurry, but in the end, we sent you to the Jiang family. Chun Huifang suddenly fell silent at this point. Forget it, I won't worry about you anymore. After Chun Huifang finished speaking, she turned and left. Su Zirwei lowered his eyes, understanding Chun Huifang's meaning. However, he only agreed to Jiang Xian's request because he was after his own interests. With a wry smile, Su Zirwei temporarily put these matters out of his mind. Only then did I begin to process the messages on my phone. The person most worried about this is Zhang Feier. I've made countless phone calls. Su Zirwei had no choice but to call back. Zhang Feier answered the phone immediately. Master, where did you go last night? Why are we only finding out now? Are you all right? Su Zirwei remained silent for a while in response to Zhang Feier's question. I'm fine. I just can't hold my liquor. Don't worry, Mr. Zhang didn't ask anything, did he? As Su Zirwei spoke, Zhang Feier merely snorted coldly. Master, what time is it? You still care about my dad's opinion? You really scared me to death last night. Thank goodness you're all right. Zhang Feier sighed and then continued. Don't worry, everything is fine at the banquet. Su Zirwei agreed softly before hanging up the phone. Just as I hung up the phone, He Yuqing called back. Su Zirwei was somewhat surprised, then realized that it must have been Chun Huifeng who said it. He sighed helplessly. Brother Zirwei, you finally answered the phone. What happened? I heard from Auntie last night that you didn't go home, and I was so worried. He Yuqing's voice was filled with worry. Su Zirwei nodded slightly before continuing. Don't worry, it's nothing. I was at the hospital last night. Su Zirwei still gave the same answer. Upon hearing this, He Yuqing on the other end of the phone remained silent for a while. Brother Zirwei, you lied to me again. I went to the hospital specifically, but you weren't there. You went to that banquet, didn't you? He Yuqing exposed Su Zirwei's true colors. Su Zirwei was taken aback and didn't know how to start the conversation. Instead, He Yuqing on the other end of the phone sighed. Brother Zirwei, you don't need to hide this from me. I'm happy for you to see your success. After He Yuqing finished speaking, Su Zirwei felt a warmth in his heart. Qingqing, you don't need to keep following me. I can't give you what you want. Su Zirwei's tone carried a hint of bitterness. He could see through He Yuqing's thoughts, but he didn't know how to respond. They were completely unable to respond. Thinking of this, Su Zirwei didn't want He Yuqing to continue, and he didn't want to see He Yuqing disappointed. Brother Zirwei, what are you thinking? Didn't we agree to help each other? Why are you thinking about all this? He Yuqing snorted at the doctor, and Su Zirwei felt even more embarrassed upon hearing this. Qingqing, just think of it as me overthinking. I was just trying to remind you not to overthink things. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Finally, He Yuqing burst into laughter a few times. Brother Zirwei, you're really funny. How could I possibly have such thoughts? Besides, you're a married man, and I don't want to be a divorcee. After He Yuqing finished speaking, she quickly made an excuse to hang up the phone. Hearing this, Su Zirwei felt somewhat embarrassed and could only sigh helplessly in the end. Meanwhile, Meng Qingze returned to the villa, his eyes filled with hostility. First, there was Zhang Taohua's betrayal, and then her carefully planned drugging scheme was thwarted. Meng Qingze urgently needed a solution. Meng's mother was chatting with some relatives when she looked up and saw Meng Qingze. A hint of dissatisfaction appeared in his eyes. Didn't I tell you to go find Xinxin? Why are you back now? What happened? Mencius' mother asked anxiously, which made Su Zirwei even more furious. Mom, there's been a rift between Jiang Xian and me, and I'm afraid it will be difficult to resolve. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Meng's mother immediately hung up the phone. What exactly happened? Your plan didn't work out. Meng's mother asked excitedly, and Su Zirwei shook his head. I didn't expect that Su Zirwei would beat me to it. You have no idea about the expression on Jiang Xian's face today. She was clearly defending Su Zirwei. Meng Qingze clenched his fists, and Meng's mother also fell silent. I never expected things to turn out this complicated. It would be dangerous if that man beat me to it. You little rascal, you really disappoint me. You can't even handle something as simple as this. Jiang Xian is so important to us. How could you do this to her? Thinking of this, Mencius' mother became even angrier. Su Zirwei gritted his teeth. Mom, Zhang Taohua is useless now. What do you suggest we do? We can't just hire someone to beat her up, can we? Wouldn't that be too obvious? Meng Qingze was helpless, but his mother had a gloomy face. Qingze, those who achieve great things do not concern themselves with trifles. If you want to hold on to Jiang Xian firmly, you have to be ruthless. The mother's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and Meng Qingze was somewhat confused, but he quickly realized what was happening. Mom, are you telling me to just take action? Meng Qingze felt somewhat dissatisfied with Jiang Xian's current attitude. Especially after what happened with Su Zirwei, they became even more disgusted. He's afraid of getting dirty with a woman like that. You don't believe me when I say you're stupid. Don't you have President Zhao as your powerful backer? As long as you get hold of General Manager Zhao, use him to put pressure on Jiang Xian and make her completely dependent on you. And you can also take this opportunity to deal with Su Zirwei. After hearing the plan from Meng's mother, Meng Qingze suddenly understood. I almost forgot about Zhao Qingfeng. Ever since the incident with Meng Xinxin, that old man has been quietly disappearing. I was busy running around, and even had to solve so many problems. Taking advantage of Jiang Xian's absence that afternoon, Meng Qingze immediately called Zhao Qingfeng. Mr. Zhao, you finally answered my call. I've been so busy these past few days that I'm completely overwhelmed. As Meng Qingze spoke, Zhao Qingfeng's tone on the phone didn't sound so happy. Qingze, what made you think of calling me? The company is in a hurry right now, and I'm very busy too. As soon as Zhao Qingfeng finished speaking, Su Zirwei's expression changed immediately. This is clearly a rejection of oneself. However, Meng Qingze could not afford to miss the opportunity. Mr. Zhao, I actually wanted to talk to you about this cooperation. Don't worry about my cousin. I've already calmed her down, She won't cause you any trouble. Chapter 75, Tracking. After Meng Qingze finished speaking, he received a sigh from Zhao Qingfeng. Chengze, you can't say that. I don't even know your cousin. She has nothing to do with me. Zhao Qingfeng pulled up his pants and denied everything, but Meng Qingze still had to endure it. Mr. Zhao, you really need to know me. I really need your help right now. Having exhausted all other options, Meng Qingze could only plead. Zhao Qingfeng finally sighed. Chengze, it's not that I don't want to help you, but President Jiang hasn't given the official stamp yet, so the project isn't confirmed. I can't do anything about it. Besides, I recently received news that someone is secretly investigating me. Are you sure you've resolved the Meng Xinxin issue? After saying these words, Meng Qingze's mind went blank. They were momentarily taken aback. Who was secretly investigating? With a name in mind, Meng Qingze gradually felt panicked. Mr. Zhao, does this mean that once the stamp is affixed, the matter will be settled? Meng Qingze looked resolute, but Zhao Qingfeng just smiled when he heard this. Of course, now that the project is finalized, we're all family. I'll definitely help you solve your problems. After Zhao Qingfeng finished speaking, Meng Qingze relaxed. Mr. Meng, don't worry. Leave this to me. I will definitely do it for you. However, after he said that, Zhao Qingfeng on the other end remained skeptical. Chengze, you can't just say things like that. Are you really sure? Zhao Qingfeng remained skeptical. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingze smiled. Don't worry, Mr. Zhao. Just wait for my good news. Meng Qingze made a promise before hanging up the phone. A dark glint flashed in his eyes. Meng Qingze now only had one path to take. As long as we help Zhao Qingfeng solve his problem, then there's nothing to worry about. Inside the Jiang group, Jiang Xian gently rubbed her temples. Looking at these documents in front of me, I just felt a headache coming on. I never imagined that Zhao Qingfeng had done so many things behind the scenes. Fighting among people is considered a minor matter. This kind of person will get into trouble sooner or later, and may even implicate the entire Jiang group. How could Jiang Xian possibly agree to that? Just as I was thinking of this, Lu Xinjin knocked on the door and came in. Xinxin, how's your decision going? And what did you say to Dr. Su just now? Lu Xinjin's eyes were full of gossip, especially when she learned that Meng Qingze and Su Zhiwei had a big fight downstairs. She was even more excited. Seeing the light in Lu Xinjin's eyes, Jiang Xian simply shook her head. I don't know either. Do you still like Su Zhiwei? Jiang Xian looked up in disbelief. Lu Xinjin was also taken aback. Their eyes met, and they could both tell what the other was thinking. Seeing Jiang Xian's expression, Lu Xinjin frowned, quickly sat down, and her eyes flickered with unease. Xinxin, you don't actually like Su Zhiwei, do you? It was still a test, but this time Lu Xinjin was genuinely flustered. Previously, Jiang Xian had always seemed indifferent, but now, Lu Xinjin was certain that Jiang Xian had fallen for him. Although she didn't have the same infatuation as Meng Qingze, Su Zhiwei had already gained some weight in her heart. What are you talking about? How could I possibly like that kind of man who would even resort to such despicable means for profit? However, after saying this, he actually answered Lu Xinjin's second answer. Dr. Su also went to the banquet last night. You two spent the whole night together. Lu Xinjin's eyes lit up. At this moment, she was certain that everything he said was correct. Jiang Xian frowned. Instead of wasting time guessing here, why don't you take a look at these things in my hand first? After saying that, Jiang Xian handed the document to Lu Xinjin. When Lu Xinjin saw these documents, she froze on the spot, almost unable to believe her eyes. How is this possible? This Zhao Qingfeng has actually done so many things behind the scenes. Lu Xinjin was stunned. Everything recorded in the document was beyond her expectations. Jiang Xian raised an eyebrow. This kind of person is not suitable for cooperation. What do you think? After saying these words, Lu Xinjin simply gripped the document tightly. But the board of directors keeps forcing you to make a choice. What do you plan to do? Lu Xinjin was helpless. She couldn't keep dragging it on forever. This is also what frustrates Jiang Xian the most. There's simply no good solution right now. I'll talk to you later. If you have time, could you go and check on Su Zhiwei for me? As Jiang Xian spoke, Lu Xinjin remained puzzled. Why should I go? Why are you going to see Dr. Su? Lu Xinjin was confused, and Jiang Xian took out another medical examination report. The hospital report came out, but I didn't have time to pick up the medicine. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Lu Xinjin accepted the order, but she was also a little curious as to why Jiang Xian didn't go herself. Are you afraid of being embarrassed? Thinking of all this, Lu Xinjin smiled and left. Jiang Xian didn't notice Lu Xinjin's expression. She was just looking at the chat interface. Su Zhiwei hasn't received the money transfer he sent yet. This man is still so stubborn. As night fell, Su Zhiwei finally had a chance to catch his breath. Without Chun Huifeng nagging in his ear, he had a lot more peace and quiet, and now he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Standing on the balcony, the night breeze was slightly cool. Looking at the neon lights in the distance, that's where the Jiang group is located. Recalling the woman at the banquet that night, Su Zirwei felt only a sense of confusion. Has Jiang Xian changed? The thought had barely crossed his mind when he quickly dismissed it. It's better to believe there won't be surgery tomorrow than to believe Jiang Xian will change. Looking at my phone, a wave of helplessness washed over me. Right now, Jiang Xian is probably enjoying some alone time with Meng Qingze. Jiang Xian, who was on her way to the villa, sneezed, turned off the car lights, and hid herself in the darkness. The lights in the villa had just been turned off, and Jiang Xian sat silently in the car until they saw a furtive figure emerge from behind the door. Jiang Xian then looked down at her phone. The message above is a goodnight message that Meng Qingze just sent. A slight smile played on her lips. She hadn't expected that her impulsive return would lead to this scene. Curiosity arose in his heart. What was Meng Qingze planning to do? Meng Qingze drove away, and Jiang Xian quickly followed. They maintained a certain distance, their eyes following him closely. This Meng Qingze really hid himself very well. Chengze, you'd better not do anything to disappoint me, or I won't tolerate you anymore. As she murmured to herself, Jiang Xian realized that this seemed to be the way to work, and Meng Qingze seemed to be on his way to the company. Not long ago, Jiang Xian said she was going out to eat. What is Meng Qingze doing here? A sense of unease washed over Jiang Xian, and Su Zirwei's face appeared in her mind. Those words kept echoing in my mind. Su Zirwei saw through Meng Qingze's character earlier than she did, but she refused to believe it and even sided with Meng Qingze to deal with Su Zirwei. Chapter 76. Discovering the True Face. In the parking lot of the Chiang Kai-shek group, Meng Qingze didn't rush to leave, but instead sent messages from inside the car. Jiang Xian was waiting in secret. Suddenly, a message came through on my phone. Xin, is your banquet over? I had a nightmare, and when I woke up, I didn't see you. I'm a little worried. Will you come back? Jiang Xian just frowned when she saw Meng Qingze's message. I'm still having a business dinner tonight, so I probably won't be able to go home. Jiang Xian sent out the edited text message. Upon seeing these messages, Meng Qingze's eyes lit up with excitement. Unexpectedly, he convinced Jiang Xian with just a few words. After looking around and making sure no one was around, Meng Qingze went downstairs. Jiang Xian witnessed all of this. Jiang Xian's gaze followed the man intently until he completely disappeared, which gradually darkened her heart. Meng Qingze has been deceiving him all along. What is he planning to do now? Questions began to arise in Jiang Xian's mind, and she decided to find out everything. Meng Qingze was completely unaware that someone was following him. Meng Qingze quickly entered the company and went straight to Jiang Xian's office. Based on his understanding of Jiang Xian, Meng Qingze knew that the document would definitely not be placed in a highly confidential place. Among the messy documents on the table, Meng Qingze quickly noticed the cooperation plan, his eyes sparkling with excitement. I didn't expect to find it so quickly. Thinking of this, Meng Qingze quickly browsed through the list, but upon seeing the signature, he fell into deep thought. Why didn't Jiang Xian make a move? Or is the person who investigated General Manager Lu Jiang Xian? If it really is Jiang Xian, does that mean Jiang Xian already knows something? A question arose in my mind. Did Jiang Xian know what I had done, which was why she treated me this way? Xin, I'm doing this for myself. Only in this way can you come back to me. You must forgive me. Muttering to himself, Meng Qingze was taken aback, only to suddenly realize that he couldn't find the official seal. Without an official seal, this contract is invalid. Thinking of this, Meng Qingze also began searching. At that moment, Jiang Xian was waiting outside. Looking at Meng Qingze, who was still busy, she had a cold expression on her face. I never expected that my worst fears would come true. Jiang Xian originally thought that Su Zirwei wanted to surprise her. But now it seemed she was wrong about everything. Meng Qingze's face was filled with anxiety. He had searched everywhere, but there was no sign of the seal. That's strange. Where did the seal go? Meng Qingze remembered that it had been placed in the cabinet before. How could it suddenly disappear? Check under the table, see if it's inside. Jiang Xian's voice came from the darkness. Meng Qingze was taken aback and immediately looked up at the person in front of him. Meng Qingze's eyes widened, and he became excited. Xin, what brings you here? Is the banquet over? Meng Qingze was at a loss, and didn't even dare to look up at Jiang Xian. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian smiled. Chengze, what are you doing here? Are you looking for something? As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Xian strode forward. Meng Qingze retreated quickly, his eyes filled with panic. Xin, I just remembered that I left something at the company, so I came to look for it. Let's go back first. After saying that, Meng Qingze was about to leave with Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian, however, took a step back, her eyes filled with indifference. Now that things have come to this, do you still want to lie to me? You don't think I know nothing, do you? Jiang Xian spoke, then picked up the documents on the table, a cold smile on her lips. I really underestimated you. Chengze, I trusted you so much, and this is how you repay me? Jiang Xian gave a cold laugh. Meng Qingze was taken aback, but the panic in his eyes gradually subsided. Looking at Jiang Xian, Meng Qingze simply smiled. Jiang Xian, do you think I'd want you to do this? Didn't you force me to do all these things? Seeing this, Meng Qingze saw no need to continue pretending. Your indifference towards me is written all over your face. If I don't do something, am I supposed to just wait for someone else to take you away? You keep saying there are no feelings between you and Su Zirwei. But then you started to change your mind. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Jiang Xian also fell silent. It has to be said that Meng Qingze was right. Even if Jiang Xian didn't want to admit it, there was nothing she could do now. Now she does indeed prefer Su Zirwei. That's why Jiang Xian was even more unwilling to let Meng Qingze do anything to betray her. Is this why you stole the company's seal? This contract is invalid without my seal. You should know that. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Meng Qingze in front of her simply nodded slightly. Xin, why don't you want to sign this contract? Didn't you say before that Mr. Zhao was the most suitable? Why are you starting to delay now? Even now, Meng Qingze's face still showed dissatisfaction. Jiang Xian, I know you don't have the same feelings for me as before, but please consider it as if it were for my sake. Sign the contract. Meng Qingze looked at Jiang Xian with anticipation. Jiang Xian clearly hadn't expected that Meng Qingze would still be thinking about the contract even now. Just how much did Zhao Qingfeng give you to make you work so hard for him? Jiang Xian is currently in pain, and knowing the truth has only made her more disappointed. I remember you weren't like this before. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Zhao Qingfeng, who was in front of him, was so tired of listening that he shook his head slightly. Jiang Xian, you don't actually think I'm still the same Zhao Qingfeng as before, do you? Zhao Qingfeng chuckled softly. A sinister glint suddenly appeared in his eyes. Xin, I traveled thousands of miles back to China for you. I thought I could be with you, but you treated me like this. I don't ask for much right now. I just hope you can be someone I can rely on. Can't you even do that? As he finished speaking, Meng Qingze's eyes were filled with anticipation. Jiang Xian frowned and only glanced at Meng Qingze. The man in her memory had completely changed, and Jiang Xian now felt ridiculous. Despite the constant reminders from those around her, she alone remains willing to believe them time and time again. Now that Meng Qingze no longer hides the wolf fangs, Jiang Xian cannot accept these truths. Chengze, you have really disappointed me. If I had known you would turn out like this, I would never have let you come back. Jiang Xian's words sounded weak and powerless. Jiang Xian, you're the one who's promiscuous. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have ended up like this. You have trampled on my sincerity. Chapter 77, You Betrayed Me. Even if he gets caught, Meng Qingze now has to find excuses for himself. They wouldn't take all the blame upon themselves. Looking at Meng Qingze, Jiang Xian was so angry she laughed. Only after seeing Meng Qingze's true colors did Jiang Xian realize how foolish she had been. The filter of favoritism has disappeared, and now Jiang Xian can only look at Meng Qingze with a mocking smile. Meng Qingze, I can sign it, but I need to know the truth. Were you actually there that night? Jiang Xian looked at Meng Qingze with a questioning look in her eyes. Upon hearing Jiang Xian's words, Meng Qingze simply shook his head. What's the point of asking these questions now that things have come to this? Jiang Xian, I never imagined you were such a casual woman. If you had obediently complied with me, none of those things would have happened at the banquet. Meng Qingze has already made his point very clear. Jiang Xian closed her eyes slightly, her heart churning with emotions. Like a flame burning repeatedly, it gradually exhausted her feelings for Meng Qingze. So all those things you did abroad are true? You've been lying to me all along. Jiang Xian now understands everything. The board of directors has already told her the truth, so why is she still so naive? Speechless, Jiang Xian only glanced at Meng Qingze. Meng Qingze, you have really disappointed me. As Jiang Xian spoke, she picked up a pen and signed the contract. When Meng Qingze saw this, his eyes widened instantly, and he was even more excited. Looking at Meng Qingze, Jiang Xian now saw through his true colors. If we had realized this sooner, perhaps none of this would have happened. After you take this contract, move out of the villa as soon as possible. I don't want to see you. Jiang Xian frowned, her face full of displeasure. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingze immediately nodded. I was planning to do it anyway, without you having to tell me. After saying that, Meng Qingze left with the contract. Jiang Xian didn't say anything, but silently took out her phone. Just as Lu Zhen was about to rest, Jiang Xian called. My dear CEO, it's after get-off work hours now. You're not going to start exploiting your employees now, are you? Lu Zhenjin asked, puzzled. There are loopholes in the contract given to General Manager Lu. Remember to retrieve it and void it. Jiang Xian's voice sounded tired. Lu Zhenjin glanced at the time. It was almost 11 o'clock, and the contract had just been sent out. Zhenjin, did something happen to you? You sound a little off. Noticing Jiang Xian's low spirits, Lu Zhenjin tentatively spoke up. Jiang Xian gave a cold laugh over the phone. Zhenjin, you're right. I regret it. In the dark office, Jiang Xian looked at the photo album in her hand. This is the only photo of her and Su Zirwei together, but it now seems ironic. She doesn't smile at all in the photo, unlike Su Zirwei. A bright smile, with sincerity in her eyes. At that time, Jiang Xian hated everything. Not to mention her husband in name only. Right now, Jiang Xian desperately wants Su Zirwei to be by her side. Just like before, I used the calmest tone to soothe myself. But now these are all just wishful thinking. Jiang Xian had to admit that she was the one who lost that man. Su Zirwei, do I still have a chance? Jiang Xian gripped the photo tightly in her hand, and it seemed that on this night, she solidified her goal. The next morning, Meng Qingze, who was having a dream in his villa, was suddenly woken up by a phone call. As soon as I answered the phone, a string of curses came from the other end. You, Meng Qingze, how dare you play me for fools? I thought you really brought the contract to me. You dare give me a fake contract. Zhao Chengfeng cursed over the phone. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingze sat up abruptly, staring at his phone in horror and confusion. How could that be? He saw Jiang Xian sign the contract with his own eyes. Mr. Zhao, is there a problem somewhere? There's no way the contract could have any problems. After saying that, Su Zirwei hurriedly got dressed. Zhao Qingfeng on the other end of the phone gave a cold laugh. Meng Qingze, you dare to make fun of me? You won't get away with this. After saying that, Zhao Qingfeng hung up the phone. At this moment, Meng Qingze felt a chill run down his spine and gradually realized that something was wrong. Just as he stepped out of the room, he saw Mencius' mother arguing with several workers outside. Mom, what are you doing? Meng Qingze quickly stepped forward and shoved the man away, his eyes filled with anger. The worker was taken aback, then immediately started waving his arms. This General Manager Jiang gave us money to empty this place. If you want to find him, go find General Manager Jiang. Brothers, hurry up and move. There's another place waiting. After they finished speaking, the workers got to work again. Meng's mother wanted to step forward to stop her, but Meng Qingze immediately stopped her. Mom, you're not feeling well, so don't stop her. This was all done by Jiang Xian. She's taking revenge on us. Meng Qingze gritted his teeth, while his mother, standing to the side, was puzzled. Chengze, what happened to you guys? Why did this happen? Meng's mother asked anxiously, but Meng Qingze did not explain, only silently lowered his head. With a murderous glint in his eyes, Meng Qingze realized that Jiang Xian intended to break up with him completely. Meng Qingze hadn't expected Jiang Xian to be so ruthless and act so quickly. However, this calmed Meng Qingze down. Jiang Xian, you're nothing but a fickle woman, so don't blame me for being impolite. Mom, let's go first. I'll handle this. The news that Meng Qingze had moved out of the villa quickly reached Lu Zhenjin's ears. Lu Zhenjin rushed to the office immediately. Xin, are you serious? You made Meng Qingze move out? Lu Zhenjin's face was filled with indescribable joy. She finally waited for Jiang Xian to come to his senses. However, after hearing Lu Zhenjin's words, Jiang Xian's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. Zhenjin, didn't I tell you to go to the hospital before? Did you go? Jiang Xian changed the subject. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhenjin gave an awkward smile. I haven't gone yet, but I came as soon as I heard the news. After saying that, Lu Zhenjin looked at Jiang Xian curiously. In the contract we recovered before, you didn't see Zhao Qingfeng's face. I even suspected he was going to hit me any second. After Lu Zhenjin finished speaking, Jiang Xian only slightly raised her eyes. Is there anything else? Jiang Xian's indifference stunned Lu Zhenjin. For a moment, I didn't know how to answer. Then I'll go to the hospital first. After Lu Zhenjin finished speaking, she turned and left. But Lu Zhenjin had endless confusion about Jiang Xian. What happened to Xin after only one night? Without time to think, Lu Zhenjin could only go to the hospital first. Inside the hospital, Su Zirwei looked at the medical record in his hand with a strange expression. Why is Jiang Xian here again? Feeling helpless, Su Zirwei raised his head. At that moment, A knocking sound rang out. Chapter 78. Mencius' mother makes a scene. Su Zirwei frowned as he saw Lu Jinjin arrive. Since the patient is unwell, shouldn't they come in person? Su Zirwei spoke first, leaving Lu Jinjin somewhat at a loss. Dr. Su, Xin said she had already gotten her medication, so I just came to pick it up. After Lu Jinjin finished speaking, Su Zirwei raised an eyebrow. I didn't see it. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Jinjin stepped forward quickly, her eyes filled with curiosity. Dr. Su, I'm a little curious. Is there some misunderstanding between you and Jiang Xian? Why did Xin throw such a tantrum today? Lu Jinjin asked tentatively. Su Zirwei was taken aback. What do you mean by that? Seeing the confusion on Su Zirwei's face, Lu Jinjin realized that Su Zirwei didn't know what had happened. Dr. Su, something very big happened today. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Jinjin immediately recounted everything about the villa. Su Zirwei paused, somewhat taken aback, as he wrote the medical record. You mean Meng Qingze was kicked out? Su Zirwei was also curious. What had Jiang Xian discovered? It's a bit strange, but Xin helped me get a contract back, which was for a collaborative project with Zhao Qingfeng. I suspect that Meng Qingze did something. Lu Jinjin looked serious, while Su Zirwei just shook his head. You underestimated Jiang Xian's thoughts. Even if they are really kicked out, they will come back soon. That's the person she loves most. How could she possibly watch him suffer? Su Zirwei smiled and handed the form in his hand to Lu Jinjin. Also, tell Mr. Jiang that there's no need for him to keep coming to me for prescriptions. This time I'm going to charge a fee. Su Zirwei is a chief surgeon. After all, why would he need to write medical records for others himself? Only Jiang Xian had gotten used to all of this. Thinking of this, Su Zirwei came back to his senses. Lu Jinjin hesitated for a moment. Dr. Su, I think you should have a good talk with President Jiang. Maybe you can take this opportunity to remarry. Although Lu Jinjin likes Su Zirwei, she also hopes that Jiang Xian can find a good person to accompany her. It's unclear how long this timely realization will last. Looking at Lu Jinjin, Su Zirwei was somewhat curious. Secretary Lu, this is impossible. You know that better than I do. Su Zirwei was too lazy to continue the conversation and instead told Lu Jinjin to leave with the medical records. In an instant, the consultation room fell silent. Su Zirwei sat at the table, his mind filled with complex thoughts. The idea of remarrying is practically a fantasy. How could Jiang Xian give up on Meng Qingze so easily? With a soft chuckle, Su Zirwei looked out the window. A gust of wind blew in, rustling the leaves. Just as I was pondering this, Zhang Feier walked in mysteriously. Master, what are you thinking about here? Zhang Feier curiously leaned closer. Su Zirwei was taken aback, then shook his head. It's nothing. I was just thinking about something. Why are you so happy? Su Zirwei was puzzled. Zhang Feier was taken aback, and then took out the thing in her hand. Look, this is the news I just received. The Jiang Group's cooperation with Zhao Qingfeng has failed. Zhao Feier had a smile on her face. This collaboration involves a considerable sum of money, so both companies will suffer losses as a result. The Jiang Group is probably severely damaged this time. I wonder how the higher-ups will handle it. Zhang Feier looked like she was enjoying the drama. Su Zirwei felt somewhat uneasy when he recalled Lu Jinjin's words. I'm a little tired. I'm going out for a walk. As Su Zirwei spoke, he immediately stood up. Zhang Feier was taken aback and muttered to herself, That's strange. Why is my master acting so strangely today? Su Zirwei walked downstairs in the hospital, surrounded by patients who were taking a break. Everyone greeted Su Zirwei warmly upon seeing him. Dr. Su is so young and promising. Where can we find such a talented doctor in the future? I don't know if Dr. Su is married or not. My daughter is still single. Yes, I've tried to ask several times, but I haven't gotten any results. Several patients asked out of curiosity. The nurses beside him were only embarrassed and answered in hushed tones. Dr. Su is divorced and is currently single. However, after saying this, the patients were confused again. Our Dr. Su is so young and promising, yet there are still people who look down on him. You're right, I'm curious too. Hearing this, Su Zirwei could only shake his head in embarrassment. In the eyes of outsiders, no matter how outstanding she is, she still can't compare to Meng Qingze. Let me go? I need to find a doctor from your hospital. At the hospital entrance, Meng's mother was shouting, and her mental state seemed somewhat off. Upon hearing the sound, Su Zirwei quickly stepped forward. When Meng's mother saw Su Zirwei, she became very excited. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, how could we have left the villa? You vixen. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present looked at Su Zirwei with a hint of inquiry in their eyes. What did Mencius' mother mean by saying that Dr. Su was a vixen? Suddenly, everyone became curious. When Mencius' mother saw so many people, She sat down on the ground and threw a tantrum. Come quick, everyone. This man seduced my son's fiancée, and now my son and I have been kicked out of our home. They even brought people to beat and verbally abuse us. Is there no justice in this world? How can a doctor like this be allowed to stay in a hospital? Mencius' mother shouted, and more people began to gather. However, they still had some doubts about what Mencius' mother said. After all, there were other people who tried to frame Dr. Su before, but they were all proven wrong in the end. When Mencius' mother saw that no one around her was reacting, she became anxious. If you don't believe me, I'll produce the evidence right now. Do you dare bring Jiang Xian here? Let's confront her face to face. After Ming's mother finished speaking, Su Zirwei sighed helplessly. This is a hospital. Please do not disturb our normal work. If you want to find Jiang Xian, you can go to the Jiang group. Su Zirwei saw through Meng's mother's intentions. She simply wanted to take advantage of the fact that Meng Qingze couldn't find Jiang Xian. Mencius' mother persisted in her questioning. Left with no other option, Su Zirwei could only call Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian was enduring the questioning from the higher-ups when Su Zirwei's phone call saved her. Jiang Xian walked out quickly, answered the phone, and smiled. It's me. Is there something you need? With a cold attitude, Jiang Xian suppressed her emotions. Su Zirwei didn't expect Jiang Xian to change, and just kept it brief. I don't know how to contact Meng Qingze. Aunt Ming is causing trouble at the hospital entrance, so I quickly called him to come and take her away. Su Zirwei hung up the phone immediately after speaking. Jiang Xian was taken aback, not expecting Su Zirwei to dare hang up the phone. However, since the matter of Meng's mother was more important, Jiang Xian had no choice but to call Meng Qingze. Xin, you've finally paid attention to me. Chapter 79, Jiang Xian's Favoritism. When Meng Qingze's voice came through, Jiang Xian frowned. So it really was you who sent Aunt Ming? Jiang Xian could hardly believe that Meng Qingze would go to such lengths to meet her. Meng Qingze was taken aback when he heard this. My mom? Didn't she get on the bus and go home? Meng Qingze explained, adding that he had personally escorted the person to the station. Xin, what are you talking about? Where did my mom go? Meng Qingze asked in confusion, and upon hearing this, Jiang Xian was also stunned, her eyes filled with suspicion. Didn't you send Aunt Meng to cause trouble at the hospital? As the voice faded, Meng Qingze abruptly stood up. Even through the phone, Jiang Xian could hear the sounds of collisions coming from the other end. Chengze, are you alright? Jiang Xian frowned and asked, puzzled. Meng Qingze on the other end of the phone sounded visibly anxious. Xin, I have to go check on my mom now. After saying that, Meng Qingze hung up the phone. Jiang Xian frowned and stood up helplessly. Lu Jinjin arrived just then and was also puzzled when she saw Jiang Xian's appearance. Xin, where are you going? I've brought your medicine back for you. After Lu Jinjin finished speaking, Jiang Xian shook her head slightly. I have something to take care of, but you don't need to worry about me. After saying that, Jiang Xian left without looking back. Lu Jinjin frowned, puzzled. Where was Xin rushing off to? Jiang Xian was worried that this matter would have a negative impact on Su Zirwei, and she wanted to try to persuade him. At the hospital, Su Zirwei was about to leave when Meng's mother suddenly stepped forward. You're not allowed to leave. You've done something like this, you deserve to be condemned. Mencius' mother spoke excitedly, while the eyes of those around her held a sense of helplessness. Now, looking at Su Zirwei, there's a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Could it really be like this? Su Zirwei frowned slightly. I've made it very clear that this has nothing to do with me. If you keep going like this, I'm going to have security kick you out. However, after saying these words, Mencius' mother perked up. If you're so capable, then go ahead and try. I want to see if you have the ability. You, a man who interfered in someone else's marriage, dare to talk nonsense? The world has really changed. Meng's mother chuckled, and Su Zirwei frowned. Not wanting to waste any more words with the person in front of him, he was about to leave when Meng's mother stepped forward and grabbed Su Zirwei. You can't leave. You are not allowed to leave until we explain. Su Zirwei frowned, looking down at his hand that was being held, feeling somewhat helpless. Ms. Meng, I hope you will stop bothering me. This will not do you any good. Su Zirwei looked over and saw that Meng's mother was still unwilling to give up. Even when faced with Su Zirwei's words, she pretended not to hear them. You have to apologize to me today for seducing me behind my back. The sight of Mencius' mother throwing a tantrum instantly attracted the attention of passers-by. Su Zirwei looked at the growing crowd at the hospital entrance and was about to raise his hand to call for security when Meng Qingze, who had just arrived, shouted angrily at him. Su Zirwei, how dare you lay a hand on me? Meng Qingze quickly stepped forward and helped his mother up. Seeing the mother and son appear together, those present began to wonder if it was really as Mencius' mother had said. Thinking about this, Many people's gazes gradually began to change. A new sense of inquiry crept into his gaze as he looked at Su Zirwei. Meng's mother immediately grabbed Meng Qingze, her eyes brimming with tears. "Chengze, it's my fault. I should have let you marry President Jiang sooner instead of waiting until now. I never expected that this person would beat me to it. I'm sorry." As Meng's mother spoke, Meng Qingze's eyes dimmed, and he shook his head helplessly. "Mom, let's not talk about this anymore. This has nothing to do with him. It was Jiang Xian's own decision." After he finished speaking, Meng Qingze looked helpless. That restrained demeanor only fueled further speculation. Those around him felt a surge of sympathy. Some people even started taking out their phones to film. Su Zirwei is now a well-known figure on the internet, so if anything happens to him, it will become a hot news topic. Not to mention it's still like this now. One person raised their phone, and the others followed suit. Su Zirwei frowned, now even more dissatisfied. "Meng Qingze, this matter has nothing to do with me. You should take your men and leave immediately. This is a hospital, not a place for you to cause trouble." Su Zirwei didn't want to waste any more words with Meng Qingze. He just wanted to leave as soon as possible. But Mencius' mother was unwilling to give up. "Su Zirwei, you really have some tricks up your sleeve. You used my son and then turned into this. I'm truly impressed." This statement immediately piqued everyone's curiosity. "I used your son?" Su Zirwei's eyes widened, almost unable to believe his ears. Meng's mother smiled and said, "Isn't that right? You used Chengze to gain a good reputation online, and even interfered in my son's marriage with President Jiang. Isn't that your problem?" After saying this, Mencius' mother gave a cold laugh. His eyes still held a hint of mockery. "You doctors who you respect so much are not good people behind the scenes. Everyone should come and see. This kind of unscrupulous doctor should be exposed." As soon as she finished speaking, Mencius' mother immediately waved her phone. However, after seeing this, the people around them also began to feel confused. Meng Qingze held on to his mother, his face still somber, clearly showing that he was holding back his emotions. "You're talking nonsense." Zhang Feier pushed through the crowd and squeezed in immediately. Looking at the Meng family mother and son in front of him, a mocking smile appeared on his lips. "You two are truly disgusting." They even bullied Dr. Su at the hospital. After Zhang Feier finished speaking, she immediately glanced at the others present. "I knew you people were no good all along, and now it seems I was right. Your son got into trouble on his own, which is why Jiang Xian kicked him out. How can you turn around and blame him? Instead of asking your son what he did, you're here causing trouble for my master." Zhang Feier's appearance has changed many people's speculations. The gazes on Su Zirwei lessened somewhat. When Mencius' mother saw this, she was furious. "Right now, we can't let Su Zirwei have an easy time no matter what we say. Mom, let's stop talking. You come back with me first." Meng Qingze continued to persuade him, saying that he was as powerful as he once was, and as humble as he was now. But it is precisely for this reason. Su Zirwei was even more confused. Based on his understanding, Meng Qingze shouldn't be in such a slump. Or is there some kind of conspiracy involved? Su Zirwei's intuition told him that there must be a conspiracy involved. Su Zirwei simply couldn't see through it yet. Mother Meng shook her head, still looking at Meng Qingze. "Chengze, can you really bear to do this?" Thinking of this, Meng's mother was heartbroken, and Meng Qingze shook his head helplessly. "Mom, this was my fault to begin with, and there's no point in you saying anything now." Chapter 80, Exquisite Acting Skills. It's impossible for Xinshin and me anymore. Meng Qingze lowered his head, wanting nothing more than to leave as quickly as possible. The crowd was dispersed in the next second, and several security guards quickly stepped forward to send people away. Why are there so many people gathered at the hospital entrance? Don't they know this is a public area? As she spoke, Jiang Xian stepped out, her gaze falling on Meng Qingze. "Tell me, what exactly happened?" Jiang Xian's eyes held a hint of dissatisfaction. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingze simply lowered his head, his eyes filled with deep sorrow. "Xinshin, this is a misunderstanding. Why did you come? I can handle it." Meng Qingze lowered his head, looking as if he had been wronged. But it was precisely because of this that Jiang Xian frowned and looked at Su Zirwei. "Didn't your hospital even try to stop them? What will you do if criminals break in next time?" As she finished speaking, Jiang Xian looked at Meng's mother. "Aunt Meng, this is not the place to talk. Please come back to the villa with me." Before Meng's mother could say anything more, Meng Qingze immediately stepped forward and pulled her away. This is an opportunity for Meng Qingze to go back, and he can't miss it. After Meng Qingze left, Su Zirwei glanced at Jiang Xian. "President Jiang even made the trip in person, so it seems this matter is very important to you." Su Zirwei smiled, but there was a hint of sourness in his words. However, upon hearing this, Jiang Xian simply smiled. "Su Zirwei, I'm here today simply because I don't want to get involved in any more public opinion. I've already encountered a lot of trouble because of you, and now I'm just nipping this problem in the bud. After saying these words, Jiang Xian stood up and prepared to leave. Su Zirwei did not stop her, and Zhang Feier stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Master, is this Jiang Xian sick? It's the Meng family mother and son who are causing trouble. You've already been kind enough by not making them say sorry, and now Jiang Xian is questioning you? Zhang Feier was annoyed, but Su Zirwei didn't seem to have any objections. As long as the person is gone, I don't care about these things. Su Zirwei gave a calm answer, but this left Zhang Feier feeling helpless. That's just how my master is. He's unpredictable. At the same time, Meng Qingze, who had come to the car, smiled slightly. Mom, remember to play the victim later. Jiang Xian can't stand her elder's tears. This is the only way we can get back to the villa. After Meng Qingze finished speaking, Meng's mother snorted coldly. That Jiang Xian is something else. How dare she treat you like this? Once she's married into the family, I'll definitely teach her a lesson. After saying that, Mencius' mother put on a wronged expression once again. Meng Qingze was somewhat taken aback, not expecting his mother to change her expression so quickly. Come on, come back to the villa with me. Jiang Xian walked over quickly, without giving Meng Qingze a single glance. But it was this indifferent expression that reignited Meng Qingze's anger. Does Jiang Xian think she's some kind of high and mighty CEO? However, Meng Qingze still had to suppress his true thoughts. He hasn't returned to reciting yet, and must remain patient for a while. Mencius' mother sat in the back of the carriage, her eyes darting around. Xin, is there some misunderstanding between you two? If there really is a conflict, you need to resolve it quickly. After saying that, Meng's mother looked at Meng Qingze again. Chengze, have you forgotten everything I taught you before? Hurry up and apologize to Xin. Mencius' mother pretended to be angry. When you were abroad, you said you missed Xin. Now that you and your loved one have finally gotten together, you've done these things. After Mencius' mother finished speaking, she clutched her chest. Her acting was truly lifelike. Jiang Xian simply drove without saying a word. They didn't even take Mencius' mother's superb acting skills to heart. Meng Qingze wanted to say something more, but when he saw Jiang Xian's indifferent expression, a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. Jiang Xian hadn't said a word yet. Xin, just take us to the station, and I won't appear in front of you anymore. Meng Qingze lowered his eyes, looking as if he had been hit hard. Seeing this, Mencius' mother originally wanted to say something, but she didn't dare to say anything more and could only watch silently from the side. Jiang Xian finally showed a hint of expression. She looked up and glanced at Meng Qingze. Aunt Meng is getting old, and it's not suitable for her to travel around with you anymore. Let her rest well. I will arrange a place for you to stay. I have already had the villa emptied, so you don't need to go back. Jiang Xian spoke calmly, giving all the instructions. Meng Qingze didn't even have time to speak. Before Meng's mother could speak, Jiang Xian interrupted her. Auntie, please don't say anything more. If word gets out about what happened today, it will not only affect Dr. Su, but also Meng Qingze and me. You can ask Meng Qingze yourself what he did. If these things really get out, Meng Qingze himself will never be able to recover. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Meng's mother also fell silent. All the acting skills I had previously displayed were now useless. Meng Qingze, I don't want you to do anything foolish again. After speaking, Jiang Xian stepped on the brakes. Mencius' mother was taken aback, glanced out the window, and became excited. Why did you really bring me to the station? Xin, what do you mean by this? After he finished speaking, Mencius' mother immediately became excited and asked questions right away. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian merely glanced at Meng Qingze. You handle this yourself. I have other things to do at my company. Jiang Xian's attitude was indifferent, and Meng Qingze was also stunned, watching Jiang Xian's expression gradually change. Even a daze. Does Jiang Xian have absolutely no feelings for him anymore? Meng Qingze dared to take this step because he was taking advantage of Jiang Xian's feelings for him. As long as Jiang Xian still has some feelings for him, he still has a chance. But now, Jiang Xian is so ruthless. Before he could speak, Jiang Xian had already opened the car door. Meng Qingze gritted his teeth, but in the end he could only let out a cold laugh. Jiang Xian, I misjudged you. Don't even think about seeing me again. After saying that, Meng Qingze left without looking back. After Jiang Xian drove away, Meng Qingze clenched his fists, while his mother beside him was even more furious. That Jiang Xian is really ruthless, just leaving us here like this. Jiang Mu uttered foul language, and Meng Qingze could only manage a wry smile. Mom, you should go back first. I still have some things to take care of here. As Meng Qingze spoke, his mother looked on in astonishment. Chengze, what do you mean? You want me to go back? After saying these words, a look of panic appeared in Mencius' mother's eyes. Meng Qingze nodded slightly. Mom, don't worry, I will definitely handle this matter well. Just wait for my good news. As soon as Meng Qingze finished speaking, his mother slapped him across the face. Chapter 81 Revenge. You little rascal, are you starting to dislike me? I should have known long ago that you were an ungrateful wretch. Just as Meng's mother was about to continue her tantrum, Meng Qingze suddenly turned grim. Mom, I'm doing this for your own good. If you don't want to sleep on the streets, then just take your ticket and leave. After Meng Qingze finished speaking, the expression on Meng's mother's face disappeared, and she could only lower her head. Mencius' mother was also afraid of this son. It's just that I've been spending a lot of time at the villa lately, so much so that I've forgotten about what happened before. I'm leaving now. Be careful on your own. Mencius' mother had nothing else to say. All she could do was offer a few words of comfort before turning and leaving. It looked like they were hiding from something. Meng Qingze remained silent, knowing full well that the only person he could rely on to deal with Jiang Xian was Zhao Qingfeng. The previous contract issue also caused Zhao Qingfeng considerable losses. Zhao Qingfeng must also hate Jiang Xian. Meng Qingze wanted to take advantage of this. Once Zhao Qingfeng notices Su Zirwei, things will be simple from there. Right now, Meng Qingze still needs to find a way to convince Zhao Qingfeng. Su Zirwei returned to the hospital and finally calmed down. Looking at Su Zirwei in front of her, Zhang Feier was unsure whether she should speak. What do you want to say? Su Zirwei looked up, his eyes filled with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feier seemed to have received some kind of get-out-of-jail-free card, and immediately went to Su Zirwei's side. Master, do you think Jiang Xian will forgive Meng Qingze? After Zhang Feier finished speaking, Su Zirwei stiffened, clearly having thought of this as well. This is their private matter. It has nothing to do with me. As soon as Jiang Xian finished speaking, Zhang Feier shook her head. Master, this really does have a connection. Have you ever thought about why Meng Qingze has been looking for you? After Zhang Feier finished speaking, Su Zirwei glanced at her curiously, seemingly wanting to hear what she had to say. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Feier immediately said, Master, it must be jealousy. Meng Qingze is jealous of you, which is why he has come over time. As for this jealousy, it must have come from Jiang Xian. Your ex-wife still remembers you, which is why Meng Qingze did this. Zhang Feier looked serious, but Su Zirwei suddenly shook his head. If that's really the case, why did Jiang Xian forgive Meng Qingze and even take him back with her? Zhang Feier was taken aback when Su Zirwei said that. He looked at Su Zirwei with some suspicion. Master, are you jealous? Zhang Feier instantly grasped the whole picture, and at this moment, she looked at Su Zirwei with even more curiosity. Su Zirwei was taken aback, but the scene from just now kept replaying in my mind. Jiang Xian didn't say much, and didn't even blame him. Simply letting Meng Qingze leave already shows their attitude, doesn't it? I'm on a date with Ms. He, and everything you're saying is wrong. Su Zirwei said it casually, but Zhang Feier was stunned as if she had been struck by lightning. For a moment, I didn't know how to answer. I see, Master. I'll go and get back to work now. Zhang Feier made an excuse to leave. Su Zirwei smiled, not expecting He Yuqing's excuse to be so useful. Looking back now, he was somewhat resistant when He Yuqing first brought up this matter, but now he realizes he should have brought it up sooner. Jiang Xian returned to the company with a gloomy expression. Seeing Lu Xinjin's melancholy expression, I was also curious. What's wrong with you? I was only out for a short while, and something happened at the company. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Lu Xinjin shook her head. It's all Dr. Su's business. I didn't expect we were still a step too late. After Lu Xinjin finished speaking, Jiang Xian looked on with curiosity, wondering what she meant. What's her relationship with Su Zirwei? Is she in trouble again? Jiang Xian was worried that it was something that happened outside the hospital, but when she saw Lu Xinjin, the people around her became curious. Just as she thought of this, Lu Xinjin stood up and took out everything she was holding. This is a message from the group chat. Take a look. Dr. Su is on a date with Ms. He. I'm afraid I won't have a chance. After Lu Xinjin finished speaking, Jiang Xian quickly stepped forward. After seeing the message in the group, I was completely stunned. When did this happen? Why don't I know? Jiang Xian looked somewhat confused, but Lu Xinjin only glanced at her. Is that even a question? You're divorced now. Isn't it normal for Dr. Su to have female friends? But I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Xinjin shook her head, still feeling regretful. But Jiang Xian wouldn't accept that. What kind of group is this? Could it be a setup? Su Zirwei is quite well known now. Maybe someone is trying to do something behind the scenes. After saying these words, Jiang Xian felt much better. It was clearly a way of comforting herself. Lu Xinjin was taken aback and immediately shook her head. This is not just idle talk. This group was probably created by that Ms. Zhang. She even took pictures of Dr. Su at work before. After saying that, Lu Jinjin also found the photos. Seeing Su Zirwei's work photos, Zhang Xian now has no choice but to believe it. It's surprising how fast these two are progressing. They were just friends before. Thinking about all this, Zhang Xian gradually felt unbalanced. Even worry. Su Zirwei doesn't easily open up to people unless he meets someone he likes. Could it be that he likes He Yuqing? If that were the case, how could Zhang Xian possibly tolerate it? Thinking of this, Zhang Xian gritted her teeth. Lu Jinjin secretly chuckled as she watched Zhang Xian's actions. Xin, what about Meng Qingze? We haven't heard from him since you kicked him out. Lu Jinjin asked tentatively, but upon hearing this, Zhang Xian put on a cold expression. What other news could there be? They've driven him away, that's it. He can do whatever he wants now. Upon hearing Zhang Xian's words, Lu Jinjin understood immediately. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. As long as Zhang Xian stops mentioning Meng Qingze, that's fine. What about Dr. Su's matter? After Lu Jinjin finished speaking, Zhang Xian only glanced at her. Shouldn't this be your job? What does this have to do with me? If you want to know about his relationship with Miss He, just ask him yourself. I have other things to do. You can ask them yourself. Zhang Xian made an excuse and left quickly, but Lu Jinjin could tell that she clearly didn't want to go. Lu Jinjin snorted coldly. She just wanted to see how long Zhang Xian could keep up her stubbornness. At the same time, Meng Qingze also came to Zhao Qingfeng's company. Please wait here. Our general manager, Zhao, will be here soon. After leading Meng Qingze to the conference room, the secretary hurriedly left. Meng Qingze glanced around, feeling a surge of nervousness. Chapter 82, The Last Straw. Looking anxiously at his phone, Meng Qingze began to panic. 2 hours have passed, and it's almost time for people to get off work. Is Zhao Qingfeng doing this on purpose? Thinking of this, Meng Qingze realized that he couldn't just sit and wait to die. Zhao Qingfeng was deliberately avoiding him, so Meng Qingze had to take the initiative. Thinking of this, Meng Qingze quickly stood up. As I walked out of the conference room, I saw the secretary who had brought me enter the office. Confused, Zhao Qingfeng immediately followed. Laughter and chatter could be heard quietly approaching the office. Zhao Qingfeng had an idea in mind and immediately took out his phone. He quickly pushed open the door, raised his phone, and recorded the two of them looking disheveled. The secretary screamed and immediately hid behind Zhao Qingfeng. Zhao Qingfeng looked at Meng Qingze with even more dissatisfaction. Get out. Who let you in? Zhao Qingfeng questioned him angrily. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingfeng merely gave a cold laugh. Mr. Zhao, I was wondering why I hadn't seen you for so long. So you had an appointment. As he spoke, Meng Qingze quickly stepped forward, a smile in his eyes. However, I have recorded all the evidence. I just don't know if Mr. Zhao has time to have a proper chat with me. After Meng Qingze finished speaking, he even waved his phone. Zhao Qingfeng was taken aback and was about to shoot when his gun was dodged. Meng Qingze was already on guard. President Zhao, you don't think I'm completely unprepared, do you? I'll wait in the conference room, hoping Mr. Zhao can get ready soon. After saying that, Meng Qingze left. Zhao Qingfeng gritted his teeth and could only get up and glance at the person next to him. Clean this place up and don't let the news get out. Meng Qingze returned to the conference room. A sinister glint appeared in his eyes. This was an opportunity that Zhao Qingfeng had offered him, so how could he possibly miss it? The conference room door was pushed open, and Meng Qingze smiled slightly. They finally arrived. I thought Mr. Zhao was going to make me wait a while longer. Meng Qingze smiled, his eyes filled with mockery. Zhao Qingfeng also pretended that nothing had happened. Meng Qingze, tell me what you really want to do. I've already made myself very clear about what happened last time. Don't contact me again. Why can't you understand? Zhao Qingfeng felt a surge of annoyance when he thought about what happened last time. Although the Jiang Group has already paid a considerable amount in compensation, it has still had an impact on their company. Some of the things he did were even leaked out. Looking at Meng Qingze now, Zhao Qingfeng also felt regret. If that's what you're saying, Mr. Zhao, you're mistaken. I came here with sincerity. I wonder if Mr. Zhao would be willing to cooperate with me. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingfeng felt he had misheard. Meng Qingze, you're not kidding me, are you? Last time, I trusted you, and now my reputation in the industry is terrible. Do you think I can still trust you if we cooperate again now? Zhao Qingfeng shook his head, not believing Meng Qingze at all. Meng Qingze shook his head upon hearing this. Mr. Zhao, you can't be so absolute. The reason Zhang Xian suspects me is because of her ex-husband. If her ex-husband gets into trouble, the Jiang Group will naturally not have a good end either. President Zhao, I know Zhang Xian even better. Don't you want to take over the Jiang Group as well? After Meng Qingze finished speaking, Zhao Qingfeng's face showed a look of stunned silence. If what Meng Qingze said is true, then this matter is indeed feasible. After a careful look, Xiao Qingfeng was somewhat tempted. Meng Qingze, you came to me to film these videos, and then used these words to tempt me. Your only purpose is to find a backer. I heard that Jiang Xian kicked you out. Zhao Qingfeng's words instantly stung Meng Qingze. Meng Qingze clenched his fist secretly, took a deep breath, and calmed down. Mr. Zhao, since you already know this information, I'll be frank with you. I do need a backer. I have ways to deal with Jiang Xian. I know some secrets of the Jiang Group. As he spoke, Meng Qingze accurately revealed the secrets of some of the Jiang Group's partner companies. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingfeng's eyes lit up. These were all top secrets. Mr. Zhao, I have some copies of the contracts here. I can provide them to you if you need them. After Meng Qingze finished speaking, Zhao Qingfeng sat up straight, his gaze gradually becoming curious. What do you need? Knowing that these documents would benefit him, Zhao Qingfeng naturally wouldn't let them go. He's just Meng Qingze. He has nothing to be afraid of. Meng Qingze smiled slightly. Mr. Zhao, what I need is very simple. Find me a place to stay. I need to lie low for a while and secretly gather evidence. After saying these words, Meng Qingze's eyes were filled with confidence. Zhao Qingfeng simply looked at Meng Qingze, and a sense of confusion began to creep into his heart. Aren't you afraid that Jiang Xian will find out about what you're doing? Zhao Qingfeng raised an eyebrow, a cold smile in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingze simply smiled. President Zhao, that Jiang Xian deceived my feelings and even colluded with that Su Zirwei to deal with me. How could I possibly tolerate that? I did this simply to make Jiang Xian pay the price. You're the only one who can help me. After saying this, Meng Qingze's eyes revealed anger. This is precisely what confirms Meng Qingze's words. Zhao Qingfeng glanced at it, but didn't say anything more. I'll arrange everything for you. Just wait here. After saying that, Zhao Qingfeng turned and left. Meng Qingze relaxed and gradually realized that he had made the right bet. Now the urgent problem has finally been solved. As long as I can stay by Zhao Qingfeng's side, everything is worth it. At the same time, Lu Xinjin also took advantage of Su Zirwei's off-get-off-work time. I rushed over and saw Su Zirwei getting ready to leave work. Dr. Su, don't worry, I still have some things to discuss with you. Lu Xinjin looked at him expectantly, but Su Zirwei's eyes were filled with confusion. Secretary Lu? What do you want from me? It's already after get-off-work hours. If you want to make an appointment, come tomorrow. As soon as Su Zirwei finished speaking, Lu Xinjin gave an awkward laugh. I just wanted to treat you to a meal. After all, you've helped us so much, we can't let you suffer in vain. Lu Xinjin's face revealed sincerity. Seeing this, Su Zirwei had no choice but to agree. After getting into the car, the two remained silent. Su Zirwei didn't know how to start a conversation, so he simply kept quiet as well. Lu Xinjin was driving, feeling extremely uncomfortable. In the end, I couldn't resist and pressed the brake at the red light. Dr. Su, I just want to ask you something. Are the things that have been circulating in the group chat recently true? Upon hearing Lu Xinjin's words, Su Zirwei looked confused. They didn't even understand what Lu Xinjin meant. Chapter 83, Let's Have a Meal Together. Don't you know? Lu Xinjin was also stunned, her eyes filled with confusion. Su Zirwei could only manage a wry smile. Secretary Lu, I really don't know what you're talking about. Or has something happened that I don't know about? Su Zirwei looked over curiously, and Lu Xinjin fell silent for a moment. Lu Xinjin slowly spoke only after the green light turned on. Dr. Su, are you really on a date with Miss He? After saying this, Lu Xinjin kept observing Su Zirwei's expression. Su Zirwei could only smile helplessly when he heard this. How did you find out about this? I only told one person. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, he instantly understood everything. It was Zhang Feier who had spread the word. Looking at Lu Xinjin, Su Zirwei's desire to explain suddenly vanished. After all, Lu Xinjin had said those things not long ago. Perhaps we can use this excuse. Thinking of this, Su Zirwei simply smiled slightly. Yes, I was indeed on a date with He Yuqing. When Su Zirwei agreed, Lu Xinjin was momentarily dazed. Dr. Su, you've already found a new target? How come I've never heard of you and Miss He before? Did you know each other a long time ago? Lu Xinjin asked tentatively, feeling a little empty inside. No wonder Dr. Su rejected me before. It turns out he already had a choice. Lu Xinjin had never met He Yuqing and was somewhat curious about her. Compared to Xinxin, what makes He Yuqing stand out? With his mind in turmoil, Su Zirwei finally arrived at Chunjiang restaurant when his phone suddenly rang. Feel sorry. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, he walked to the side. The person on the other end of the phone was He Yuqing. Brother Zirwei, aren't you at the hospital? I was thinking of having dinner with you. He Yuqing instinctively acted coquettishly, while Su Zirwei showed an apologetic expression upon hearing this. He then glanced at Lu Xinjin, who was not far away. When Lu Jinjin saw Su Zirwei's expression, she instantly understood and stepped forward immediately. Are you Missy? Please let Missy come along, otherwise I'll feel bad. Lu Jinjin smiled. Su Zirwei was taken aback and then asked He Yuqing for her opinion. He Yuqing made her decision the moment she heard Lu Jinjin's voice. Su Zirwei sensed something was off, feeling that Lu Jinjin was testing him. With that in mind, Su Zirwei took the initiative to go to the front desk. Hello, do you have any private rooms available? As soon as Su Zirwei spoke, the receptionist in front of him showed an apologetic expression. I'm so sorry, the last private room has already been reserved by that gentleman. After the receptionist finished speaking, Su Zirwei immediately looked at the man who had just walked in. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Zirwei turned around and looked, only to find it was Meng Qingze. Upon seeing Meng Qingze, Su Zirwei's face flashed with displeasure. Meng Qingze smiled and stepped forward, his gaze falling on Su Zirwei. Isn't this the famous Dr. Su? You didn't want to book a private room. What a pity, I took the last one. After Meng Qingze finished speaking, a regretful expression appeared on his face. But he quickly let out a cold laugh. However, if Dr. Su wants it, I can give it to you. Anyway, isn't what Dr. Su likes most the things that have been used by others? Meng Qingze looked down at him with sarcasm, and also mentioned Jiang Xian in his speech. Su Zirwei's eyes were filled with anger, and the next second he rushed forward and grabbed Meng Qingze by the collar. Say it again if you dare. Su Zirwei looked at Meng Qingze, his eyes filled with anger. Seeing Su Zirwei's appearance, Meng Qingze was not in a hurry. Dr. Su, are you planning to take action in public? You started this trouble yourself. As soon as Meng Qingze finished speaking, Su Zirwei had no choice but to release the person. At the same time, the receptionist also called over the manager of Chunjiang restaurant. Manager Wang's expression changed immediately upon seeing Meng Qingze and Su Zirwei. The news of Meng Qingze being kicked out of the villa spread quickly, and everyone knew that Meng Qingze had fallen out of favor. Su Zirwei had already gained a lot of goodwill because of what happened before. The manager naturally understood who to help. Where are the security guards? What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and protect Dr. Su. Manager Wang stepped forward to shield Su Zirwei behind him, while simultaneously showing a displeased expression towards Meng Qingze. Mr. Meng, let's talk this out. There's no need to resort to violence. This is a public place, what kind of talk is that? Meng Qingze's expression changed. Manager Wang, you're slandering me. Didn't you see that Su Zirwei started it? What does it have to do with me? Your restaurant isn't protecting Su Zirwei because he's more famous, is it? However, after saying this, Manager Wang snorted coldly. Mr. Meng, you can't just say things like that. We just don't want you to cause trouble here. But as soon as he finished speaking, the receptionist next to Manager Wang looked somewhat worried. Manager Wang, Mr. Meng has already reserved a private room. After the receptionist said that, Manager Wang was stunned. She glanced at Meng Qingze subconsciously, her eyes filled with confusion, almost in disbelief. Wasn't Meng Qingze dumped by Jiang Xian? Why can we still book private rooms? Just as he was thinking this, Meng Qingze snorted coldly. Manager Wang, you really don't care about us consumers at all by doing this. I have the right to sue you. However, after he finished speaking, Manager Wang's expression gradually became subtle. At that very moment, another person walked in through the door. Upon seeing this, Manager Wang immediately adopted a respectful expression. Mr. Zhao, what brings you here? Manager Wang smiled, but Zhao Chengfeng glanced at Meng Qingze. What are you all making a fuss about here? Hurry up and get to the private room. After Zhao Chengfeng finished speaking, Manager Wang was thunderstruck, feeling as if he had misheard. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingze wore a helpless expression. Mr. Zhao, I'm afraid I can't do this. As you can see, Manager Wang wouldn't let me into the private room and insisted on kicking me out. I had no choice. After Meng Qingze finished speaking, Zhao Chengfeng also showed curiosity and then glanced at Manager Wang. At that moment, Manager Wang felt a chill run down his spine and didn't know how to start the conversation. Seeing this, Su Zirwei shook his head and said, "It's just a misunderstanding." However, Meng Qingze wouldn't let this opportunity pass by. He just laughed and said, "Su Zirwei, weren't you very arrogant just now? If you don't apologize to me today, don't even think about leaving." Meng Qingze roared, but Su Zirwei remained silent. Just as Su Zirwei hesitated, Lu Jinjin quickly walked out. Chapter 84 Re-encounter with Meng Qingze. Dr. Su, what are you still doing here? Has something happened? Lu Jinjin glanced at him curiously, but upon seeing Su Zirwei's appearance, she was immediately enraged. Meng Qingze, it's you again. You actually dare to come here. After saying that, Lu Jinjin quickly stepped forward, but unexpectedly saw Zhao Qingfeng and instinctively revealed a hint of fear. especially after thinking about what happened that night. She was even more afraid of the man in front of her. Su Zirwei saw Lu Jinjin's appearance and quickly realized that Lu Jinjin was afraid. Thinking of this, Su Zirwei quickly stepped forward. Meng Qingze, you're the one who should apologize. Do you dare repeat what you just said a second time? Upon hearing Su Zirwei's words, Meng Qingze was taken aback, a look of bewilderment flashing across his eyes. He then glanced at Zhao Qingfeng. Mr. Zhao, you don't need to bother with this matter. I will handle it. Please wait in the private room first. After hearing this, Zhao Qingfeng merely glanced at Manager Wang, seemingly as a warning. After everyone left, Meng Qingze revealed a mocking look. Su Zirwei, do you really think I wouldn't dare? Even if Lu Jinjin is here, what difference does it make? You're just someone Jiang Xian abandoned. Would Jiang Xian really be interested in you? After Meng Qingze finished speaking, Su Zirwei's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. Jiang Xian naturally chose Meng Qingze, but it was precisely because of this that Su Zirwei became even more curious. Why is Meng Qingze by Zhao Qingfeng's side, or has he defected to Zhao Qingfeng? Lu Jinjin, who had been waiting nearby, finally understood and stepped forward immediately. Meng Qingze, so you were kicked out of the house by Xin and went to Zhao Qingfeng for refuge. They're a den of snakes and rats. After Lu Jinjin finished speaking, Meng Qingze sneered. Lu Jinjin, stop pretending. Have you forgotten what happened that night? As she finished speaking, Lu Jinjin's face showed panic. Meng Qingze was even more pleased with himself. He had also seen Lu Jinjin's flustered appearance just now. As long as Zhao Qingfeng is there, there's nothing to worry about. Lu Jinjin glared angrily at Meng Qingze. Without Jiang Xian around, she didn't dare to confront Meng Qingze. Meng Qingze, don't think you can stay safely by Zhao Qingfeng's side. What you did before completely ruined the Zhao family. I don't believe you can stay by Zhao Qingfeng's side forever. After Lu Jinjin finished speaking, she led Su Zirwei to a seat by the window. This time, Meng Qingze did not stop him. Having already found his sense of superiority, he saw no need to pursue the matter further. But he still had some concerns about what Lu Jinjin had said. Lu Jinjin is absolutely right. The current situation is indeed special. She was able to stay by Zhao Qingfeng's side only through her own methods. This is just the beginning. If he loses his usefulness, Zhao Qingfeng will be the first to make a move against him. Thinking of all this, a ruthless glint appeared in her eyes as she looked at Su Zirwei. He had to take action and get rid of Jiang Xian completely. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to swallow this insult. After Meng Qingze left, Lu Jinjin finally breathed a sigh of relief, while nervously watching Su Zirwei. Dr. Su, you'd better be careful from now on. These two together are definitely not going to be any good. After Lu Jinjin finished speaking, Su Zirwei simply shook his head. It's nothing. I'm just a doctor. Why is Zhao Qingfeng making trouble for me? Su Zirwei didn't think so, and besides, this was a personal grudge between him and Meng Qingze, so it shouldn't attract much hatred. Just as Su Zirwei was thinking this, Lu Jinjin sighed. Dr. Su, otherwise you wouldn't be able to grasp Xin's true feelings. You're really oversimplifying things. If he were really that easy to talk to, do you think Meng Qingze would still be trying to curry favor with the Zhao family? Lu Jinjin knew that Zhao Qingfeng was a ruthless person, and that Meng Qingze must have obtained some evidence. And it is very likely related to Jiang Xian. She just couldn't figure it out. By the way, hasn't Miss He arrived yet? Lu Jinjin remembered her important matter. She wanted to see just how beautiful He Yuqing was. Su Zirwei also came to his senses and immediately glanced at his phone. He hadn't noticed the message that had just come in. When she came to her senses, He Yuqing had already arrived outside the door. Lu Jinjin also received a call. After she got up to leave, He Yuqing happened to walk over. Brother Zirwei, am I too late? Is Miss Lu here too? He Yuqing wore a black tulle dress today, looking like she had dressed up carefully. This left Su Zirwei with a sense of confusion. Why could he sense the flames flickering in He Yuqing's eyes? No, Secretary Li went to answer the phone. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, He Yuqing glanced at Lu Jinjin beside her, her eyes filled with curiosity. I subconsciously glanced down at my own figure. This Lu Jinjin is actually better than her. The comparison between the women was triggered in an instant. Lu Jinjin also noticed He Yuqing's gaze, which was also scrutinizing. Jinjin, are you even listening to me? What's wrong? On the other end of the phone, Jiang Xian sounded somewhat anxious. At this moment, Lu Jinjin sighed, a helpless expression on her face. Xin, I don't think this is good. We're at Chunjiang right now, with Miss He too. Would you like to come over? After Lu Jinjin finished speaking, Jiang Xian on the other end of the phone instantly became excited. He nodded immediately. Wait here, I'm coming right now. But as soon as she finished speaking, Lu Jinjin spoke again. Don't rush, dress up nicely, I'll buy you some time. Lu Xinjin hung up the phone and walked forward with a smile. This must be Miss He. I am Jiang Xian's secretary, Lu Xinjin. Lu Xinjin smiled brightly, and He Yuqing smiled slightly as well. Hello, Miss Lu. I've heard Brother Zirwei mention you before, and seeing you today, I can confirm that you are indeed impressive. He Yuqing's smile made Lu Xinjin feel even more strange. The way he calls Zirwei brother is really affectionate. Dr. Su, let's wait a little longer. I just told Xin, and she'll be here soon. After Lu Xinjin finished speaking, Su Zirwei and He Yuqing were both stunned and immediately looked up. Su Zirwei frowned slightly. Why did she want to come over? Thinking of this, Su Zirwei glanced at the location of the private room and subconsciously thought of Meng Qingze. Or is Jiang Xian's visit all for Meng Qingze's sake? Su Zirwei sighed inwardly. It wasn't impossible. Good. Su Zirwei simply gave a one-word answer. He Yuqing was somewhat flustered. Thinking of what Su Zirwei had said earlier, she was afraid that after Jiang Xian came over, the two of them would rekindle their feelings. Lu Xinjin smiled. Dr. Su, you're not going to leave when you see Xin later, are you? Are you still so unfamiliar with each other? Lu Xinjin smiled, her words tinged with a hint of probing. Chapter 85. You know Jiang Xian best. Upon hearing this, Su Zirwei knew that Lu Xinjin was testing him. However, when Jiang Xian was mentioned, Su Zirwei's expression became somewhat helpless. Just as Su Zirwei was making plans in his mind, He Yuqing suddenly spoke up. I just remembered, didn't President Jiang say before that she wouldn't let Zirwei meet with her? Why are you coming here on your own initiative now? He finished speaking with a smile in his eyes. Lu Xinjin frowned slightly, somewhat dissatisfied with those words. Miss He is mistaken. I invited Mr. Jiang here. Besides, we are just having a normal meal and there is nothing to do with him. After saying these words, Lu Xinjin turned her gaze to Su Zirwei. Dr. Su, am I right? Lu Xinjin was smiling, but there was a hint of dread in her expression. Upon hearing this, Su Zirwei immediately shook his head. Of course it doesn't matter. Anyway, I haven't seen President Jiang for a long time. Upon hearing Su Zirwei's words, Lu Xinjin nodded in satisfaction. He Yuqing was somewhat dissatisfied and could only glare at Su Zirwei. Su Zirwei, seeing this, was somewhat curious. What did I say wrong? Just then, Lu Xinjin handed over the menu. I'll trouble Dr. Su to help me order the food. Lu Xinjin smiled, and Su Zirwei was also taken aback when he heard this. He Yuqing was also curious. Secretary Lu, isn't this a bit inappropriate? How can we let Brother Zirwei order the food? As soon as He Yuqing finished speaking, Lu Xinjin, who was standing next to her, became curious. Dr. Su is the most suitable, as he not only understands Ms. He, but also knows what Xin likes. After Lu Xinjin finished speaking, He Yuqing also came to her senses. There was a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Thinking about it carefully, Su Zirwei really does understand Jiang Xian the most. I couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Su Zirwei couldn't refuse, so he started selecting carefully. After ordering, Jiang Xian also rushed over. Seeing Su Zirwei and the others sitting outside, Jiang Xian's eyes were filled with curiosity. Didn't you go to a private room? After Jiang Xian sat down, she glanced at Su Zirwei with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinjin glanced at Su Zirwei somewhat awkwardly. Jiang Xian glanced over instinctively and saw Su Zirwei turn his head slightly away, as if he were avoiding something. But Jiang Xian didn't notice any of this. She only focused her gaze on He Yuqing. Both of them were dressed in black today, as if they were deliberately competing with each other. He Yuqing looked at Jiang Xian with a smile in her eyes. Mr. Jiang, what advice do you have for me? Upon hearing He Yuqing's words, Jiang Xian chuckled softly. I wouldn't presume to offer guidance. Miss He, did you come with Zirwei today? Jiang Xian sat down naturally, a smile still in her eyes. Hearing this, He Yuqing frowned. Su Zirwei was taken aback, then immediately said, I invited Qingqing to come along. Everyone was going to have dinner anyway, so you probably don't mind, right? After saying that, Su Zirwei gave an apologetic smile. Hearing this, Jiang Xian naturally didn't care, but just gave Su Zirwei a deep look. You've really changed. I hardly recognize you anymore. The atmosphere at the table was a little awkward, especially for Su Zirwei, who could feel everyone's eyes on him. At this point, he was even more at a loss for what to do. Just as Su Zirwei was going through a mental ordeal, the door to the private room was pushed open. Meng Qingze flattered Zhao Qingfeng as he walked out. She happened to see Su Zirwei and Jiang Xian, and her eyes instantly showed dissatisfaction. What a small world. Isn't this Jiang Xian? Meng Qingze was dissatisfied, while Zhao Qingfeng quickly stepped forward. Mr. Jiang, I didn't expect to see you here. What are you doing here? Zhao Qingfeng disregarded past grievances and smiled. It is precisely because of this that Jiang Xin cannot lose her temper. It's Mr. Zhao. I didn't expect to see you here. After Jiang Xin finished speaking, Zhao Qingfeng smiled. He then looked at Meng Qingze and quickly waved. I brought my younger brother along to talk to him about the rules of Jinghai. We've taken this last precious private room. I'm so sorry. Zhao Qingfeng looked helpless, but when Meng Qingze stepped forward, Jiang Xin's expression changed instantly. Meng Qingze, is that you? Jiang Xin was somewhat confused, while Meng Qingze smiled. President Jiang, how have you been? After you kicked me out, I was left with nowhere to go. Fortunately, Mr. Zhao was willing to give me this opportunity, so I won't end up homeless. As Zhao Qingfeng finished speaking, Jiang Xin frowned. This was said on purpose for her to hear. Thinking of this, Jiang Xin just smiled. I see. Well then, I really have to congratulate you. While maintaining a composed demeanor, Jiang Xin cursed inwardly. Zhao Qingfeng really doesn't hold grudges. Even though Meng Qingze did such a thing, she still keeps him by her side. She really underestimated him. Then I really have to congratulate President Zhao. With such a capable assistant by your side, nothing bad will happen. Jiang Xin made two sarcastic remarks. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingfeng could only suppress his dissatisfaction. Then I won't disturb you any longer. Enjoy your meal, Mr. Jiang. After Zhao Qingfeng finished speaking, he immediately left with Meng Qingze. Lu Xinjin snorted in dissatisfaction. That Meng Qingze is really hypocritical. After you kicked him out, he actually came back to Zhao Qingfeng's side. Lu Xinjin felt nothing but anger when she thought of the man's face from earlier. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xin's eyes showed confusion. What's wrong? You have a conflict with Meng Qingze? Jiang Xin looked suspicious, but Lu Xinjin immediately nodded. It wasn't until before you arrived that Meng Qingze had a conflict with Dr. Su. That's why we're sitting here. Lu Xinjin sighed after she finished speaking. His face still showed dissatisfaction. Jiang Xin frowned, glancing at Su Zirwei every now and then. Why didn't you tell me when this happened before? After Jiang Xin finished speaking, Su Zirwei just smiled. It's nothing, just a misunderstanding. I didn't want to make things difficult for you. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Jiang Xin frowned, her eyes filled with dissatisfaction. Su Zirwei, don't be so naive as to think this is for my own good. After saying that, Jiang Xin stood up. His eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. Upon hearing this, Su Zirwei was also dissatisfied. President Jiang, this matter is indeed your own business and has nothing to do with me. I don't want things to escalate. Su Zirwei avoids Meng Qingze like the plague, so how could he possibly provoke trouble? Moreover, judging from Jiang Xin's tone, it's clear she's speaking up for Meng Qingze. Thinking of this, Su Zirwei felt only indifference. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinjin, who was standing to the side, also wore a solemn expression. You were having a nice chat. How did you suddenly start arguing? We just came here to eat. Lu Xinjin tried to smooth things over, while Jiang Xin frowned. Chapter 86, Arguing at the Slightest Disagreement. Xinjin, you know me. I have never sat at an outside table. Su Zirwei was already irritable, and upon hearing this, he sneered. That's really unfair to President Jiang. It seems that today's meal is not suitable. After speaking, Su Zirwei stood up. Lu Xinjin was even more stunned when she saw this, and quickly prepared to get up and stop the person. Jiang Xin, however, held Lu Xinjin down. I can leave if I want. It's not like I have to have dinner with him today. After Jiang Xin finished speaking, Su Zirwei laughed in exasperation. He became even more certain that Jiang Xin was angry with him because of Meng Qingze's matter. He Yuqing stood up, her eyes also filled with dissatisfaction. President Jiang, it was Secretary Lu who invited us today. Now you're still speaking up for Meng Qingze? I'm really curious, if you have feelings for Meng Qingze, why don't you go after him? Now look what's happened. You've even made Brother Zirwei leave in anger. What exactly are you trying to do? After He Yuqing finished speaking, she quickly chased after him. Jiang Xin's mind went blank as she watched Su Zirwei and He Yuqing leave, still somewhat confused. Xinjin, did I say something wrong? Jiang Xin looked at Lu Xinjin, while Lu Xinjin shook her head. Xinxin, you really went too far just now. Dr. Su was just trying to help you. After Lu Xinjin explained the whole story, Jiang Xin fell silent. A slight upturn at the corners of her lips revealed a hint of smugness in Jiang Xin's eyes. Xinxin, are you all right? You made everyone leave in anger, and you can still laugh? Lu Xinjin was helpless, while Jiang Xin was still immersed in what Lu Xinjin had just said. Unexpectedly, Su Zirwei was doing this to protect himself. Thinking of this, a warm feeling welled up in Jiang Xin's heart. Su Zirwei walked resolutely to the roadside, and He Yuqing chased after him. Brother Zirwei, are you all right? He Yuqing looked worried. Su Zirwei shook his head slightly, The night breeze had sobered him up considerably. He Yuqing came to her senses, her eyes brightening slightly. Brother Zirwei, please don't take what happened today to heart. It wasn't your fault. After He Yuqing finished speaking, Su Zirwei smiled. What are you thinking? I don't care about this. It has nothing to do with me. Su Zirwei said this, but he felt more helpless than anything else. Even after witnessing Meng Qing's true colors, Jiang Xin remained steadfast in her choice of him. In comparison, what were my 3 years? Heartbroken, Su Zirwei could only gaze at the boundless night sky. Let's go. I'll take you home. Su Zirwei said with a slight smile. It was this smile that instantly captivated He Yuqing. Just then, Jiang Xin walked out, her gaze falling on that smile. Su Zirwei was smiling at a woman other than her. Looking at that smile, a flame was burning in Jiang Xin's heart. Why is Su Zirwei able to so easily show that smile in front of outsiders? Has he forgotten how he treated me before? Xin, are you alright? Looking at He Yuqing's eyes, Lu Zhenjin felt a little worried. Jiang Xin couldn't hear the voices around her at all. All she could see in her eyes was that smile. Why? What's so good about that woman? In terms of background, wealth, and beauty, in what way do I lack? Jiang Xin blurted out what was on her mind, leaving Lu Zhenjin, who was standing next to her, stunned. After looking Jiang Xin up and down, Lu Zhenjin sighed. If it were before, you might still have a chance, but Dr. Su has long since given up on you. Lu Zhenjin didn't say it bluntly, but Jiang Xin was no longer worthy of Su Zirwei's love. Jiang Xin's face stiffened. The words "give up" struck a nerve. But she was still not giving up. This was her ex-husband. Although there was no love left, they had once been together. That's not someone He Yuqing is a good match for. After saying that, Jiang Xin stormed off, completely unaware of Lu Zhenjin's strange gaze. So, the next day, Jiang Xin made a special trip to the hospital, wanting to ask Su Zirwei in person. Upon seeing Jiang Xin again, Su Zirwei's face was filled with curiosity. Despite the unpleasant incident last night, Jiang Xin acted as if nothing had happened. Sitting in front of Su Zirwei, Jiang Xin still maintained her aloof and superior demeanor. It can only be viewed from a distance. Mr. Jiang, your medical report is fine. You just need to pay attention to your diet. Don't let work ruin your health. After saying that, Su Zirwei resumed his work, lowering his head and saying no more. However, Jiang Xin didn't want to miss out on this opportunity. Su Zirwei, I want to ask you, are you sometimes with He Yuqing? Jiang Xin asked the question simply and directly. Upon hearing this, Su Zirwei was stunned. There was a strange look in his eyes. President Jiang, this is my private matter and has nothing to do with you. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, he glanced at the medical record in his hand again. Besides, even if I really did end up with He Yuqing, it would be my own choice. Does President Jiang still want to get involved? Su Zirwei found it laughable. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xin wasn't in a hurry. She simply smiled slightly. Su Zirwei, I'm your ex-wife. Is it wrong for me to know about my ex-husband's relationship status? After Jiang Xin finished speaking, Su Zirwei's anger subsided once again. It happened last night, and now Jiang Xin has come looking for me again. Mr. Jiang, I've made myself very clear. Before she could finish speaking, Jiang Xin suddenly sneered. He Yuqing is not good enough for you. She is not your type. You won't like anyone either. Jiang Xin's words were filled with confidence, while Su Zirwei's face darkened, and he unconsciously tightened his grip on the pen. Jiang Xin, standing before him, rose with her elegant swan neck held high, like a victor. Su Zirwei, you can't fool me. I've seen you through your 3 most difficult years, and I know what you need most. Jiang Xin smiled, then turned and left. She had already made up her mind. There was no need for her to stay. Su Zirwei looked at Jiang Xin's back and stood up instantly. Jiang Xin, do you really understand me? You come to the hospital and say these things to me in such a condescending manner. Are you trying to show off your superiority? As Su Zirwei finished speaking, Jiang Xin stopped at the doorway. Su Zirwei, you're too anxious. This proves everything. You're not with He Yuqing. After saying that, Jiang Xin quickly left. After Jiang Xin left, Su Zirwei slumped to the ground, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. Why would Jiang Xin provoke me at this time? At the hospital entrance, Jiang Xin saw Zhang Feier, who was clearly waiting. Upon seeing Jiang Xin, Zhang Feier quickly stepped forward. I've been waiting for you, Mr. Jiang. After Zhang Feier finished speaking, her gaze fell on the medical record in Jiang Xin's hand. Jiang Xin smiled when she saw Zhang Feier. I wonder if Ms. Zhang has anything she'd like to say to me? Chapter 87. Something happened. Jiang Xin looked at Zhang Feier with an even more arrogant gaze. Zhang Feier was even more furious at this arrogant attitude. President Jiang, I'm waiting for you as an observer. Since you have already divorced my master, you should not keep showing up. We just dealt with Meng Qingze, and now President Jiang has come on his own. However, after saying these words, Jiang Xian simply stood in her high position, her gaze cold and aloof. Ms. Zhang, since you are just an observer, then you should mind your own business. Mr. Zhang must be considering Ms. Zhang's marriage partner, right? It seems I'll need to introduce her to him properly when I have the chance. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Feier froze. His face was filled with deep worry. Zhang Feier was furious and didn't know how to answer for a moment. However, Jiang Xian just smiled. If Miss Zhang has nothing else, I'll be going now. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, she left as a victor under Zhang Feier's resentful gaze. Su Zhiwei sighed, his mind a jumble of thoughts. Just then, Zhang Feier walked in with an angry expression. Master, did Jiang Xian come and say something to you again? Don't fall for it. Look at her arrogant attitude. How could she possibly be pursuing you? Zhang Feier plopped down opposite Su Zhiwei. Su Zhiwei was even more stunned when he heard this. You're saying Jiang Xian is pursuing me? Su Zhiwei immediately shook his head. In his view, this was nothing short of a fantasy. Zhang Feier asked suspiciously. If she wasn't pursuing you, why would she come to the hospital and pester you? Is it just to show off her superiority? Zhang Feier couldn't believe that a divorced woman could flaunt her wealth in front of her ex-husband like that. Master, think about it carefully. You're just a doctor, while Jiang Xian is a CEO. Why does she need to show off? Zhang Feier was stunned for a moment, then covered her mouth again. Su Zhiwei shook his head, indicating that he was fine. Jiang Xian did it for Meng Qingze. After finishing speaking, Su Zhiwei recounted what had happened the previous night. Zhang Feier was stunned, her eyes filled with surprise. That Jiang Xian has no shame at all, and Meng Qingze is outrageous enough to actually go to Zhao Qingfeng. I think these people are all mentally unstable. Master, it's best if you don't get close to these people. After saying these words, Su Zhiwei shook his head helplessly. Just tell me these things, but please don't spread them around. After saying these words, Su Zhiwei gradually felt helpless. What exactly does Jiang Xian want to do? Back at the company, Jiang Xian was in a great mood, which puzzled Lu Xinjin. You're an hour late. Where have you been? Lu Xinjin looked over and saw Jiang Xian put down the medical record in her hand. Of course I'm going to see a doctor. I need to take good care of myself. After saying this, Lu Xinjin immediately realized that Jiang Xian had gone to confirm it herself. You didn't argue with Dr. Su, did you? Lu Xinjin knew Jiang Xian's temper. If things really escalated, Su Zhiwei would definitely suffer. Jiang Xian, however, showed a curious expression. Xinjin, why are you so nervous? He's a doctor, after all. Why should I make things difficult for him? However, after saying these words, Jiang Xian suddenly burst out laughing. That Su Zhiwei really doesn't know what's good for him. And that Zhang Feier. Before she could finish speaking, Jiang Xian's phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, her expression changed. Second uncle? Jiang Xian frowned, her curiosity growing. Jiang Xian, where are you? Come to the hospital quickly, the old lady is not feeling well. After Uncle Jiang finished speaking, Jiang Xian immediately stood up, her eyes filled with panic. Since the incident, Jiang Xian has not gone to the old house. During those 3 years, Su Zhiwei took care of his grandmother, but now, looking back, he has forgotten about it. Inside the hospital, Su Zhiwei also received the news and went to the ward immediately. Currently, Jiang Xian is in charge of the Jiang group. Although the second uncle of the Jiang family is in a high position, he does not have any real power and does not have many people around him to rely on. The old lady had the accident last night, and it was only discovered by Jiang Laoer today. Su Zhiwei hurriedly entered the ward. Jiang Laoer immediately stepped forward. Su Zhiwei, you've always been the one to prepare the medicine for the old lady. She just took it yesterday, and I never expected this to happen. You can't shirk your responsibility just because of Jiang Xian's situation. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Laoer looked serious. Su Zhiwei simply nodded slightly. Seeing the old lady's expression, Su Zhiwei also became serious. Zhang Feier was waiting in the corridor, as Su Zhiwei had specifically instructed. The goal was to prevent Jiang Xian from entering, so as not to disrupt the treatment. Mr. Jiang, the master has already gone in. Please wait outside. Seeing Jiang Xian rushing over, Zhang Feier immediately stopped him. Jiang Xian frowned. No, I have to go in. How do I know if Su Zhiwei will really help? As Jiang Xian spoke, Zhang Feier continued to endure. President Jiang, my mentor is a doctor, and your ex-husband is only second in status. My master told me to stop you here, in case you act impulsively. If something happened to the old lady because of you, Would you feel guilty? After Zhang Feier finished speaking, Jiang Xian gradually calmed down. Just looking at the ward made me unconsciously tense. How did things suddenly turn out like this? Jiang Xian whispered, while Zhang Feier simply stood guard in front of the ward. As time ticked by, Jiang Xian gradually became more agitated than she had initially been calm. Pacing back and forth, glancing around every now and then, Jiang Xian now wished she could just rush in. No, this has never taken this long before. I have to go in and check. After saying that, Jiang Xian was about to push Zhang Feier away. At that very moment, the ward door was pushed open, and Zhang Lao Air walked out. Jiang Xian, stop fooling around. The old lady is fine now. As a junior, you haven't visited the old lady in so long, and even. At this point, Zhang Lao Air deliberately lowered his voice. I didn't even tell her about the divorce. Luckily, Dr. Su reacted quickly, otherwise the old lady would have really been shocked and left. Zhang Lao Air's words were tinged with reproach. Jiang Xian just kept her head down. She was worried that her grandmother wouldn't be able to handle it, which is why she didn't say anything. I didn't expect I'd forgotten about that. Second uncle, I want to go in and see grandma. As Jiang Xian spoke, Jiang Lao Air hesitated for a moment. That's possible, but you have to pretend that you and Su Zirwei are not divorced. Only after repeated instructions did Jiang Lao Air dare to let Jiang Xian in. When Jiang Xian entered the ward, she saw her grandmother holding Su Zirwei's hand, her eyes filled with relief. Zirwei, you've really worked hard. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would be going to see my old man. Grandma Jiang looked pleased, her face full of love. Chapter 88 The Agreed-Upon Conditions. Upon seeing this, Jiang Xian's eyes darted away. I felt that this scene pierced my heart. Perhaps I really was wrong. Just as he was thinking of this, Su Zirwei spoke softly. Grandma, you must tell me when you run out of medicine. You can't do this again next time. Su Zirwei pretended to be angry, but Grandma Jiang just smiled and nodded. With a quick glance, he noticed Jiang Xian. You finally decided to come over. You haven't come to see me in all this time. Jiang Yulian was dissatisfied, her tone full of blame. When Jiang Xian had her accident, the old lady came to visit, but after seeing Jiang Xian's attitude towards Su Zirwei, she also became dissatisfied with Jiang Xian. Now she's even blaming Jiang Xian for neglecting Su Zirwei. Grandma, I have a lot of things to do after taking over the company. That's why I haven't been able to visit you. Jiang Xian stepped forward quickly, her eyes filled with helplessness. At the same time, she looked at Su Zirwei with pleading eyes. Su Zirwei sighed softly. Grandma, don't get agitated. Xin has things to do too. You should also take better care of yourself. Su Zirwei comforted her, and Jiang Yulian finally calmed down. Then he looked at Su Zirwei with a smile on his face. Zirwei, you've really suffered these past years. I'll teach Jiang Xian a lesson for you. Even if you've taken over the entire group, you shouldn't act like this. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian immediately stepped forward. Grandma, you're right. I will definitely work hard to build a relationship with Zirwei. Jiang Xian walked forward with a smile, but didn't let Grandma Jiang take a second look. There was a moment of awkwardness on his face. Su Zirwei shook his head. Grandma, you should rest first. I'll go get your medicine. Su Zirwei comforted Jiang Yulian several times before she finally fell asleep. Jiang Xian's smile vanished. After giving Su Zirwei a deep look, she nodded slightly. The two arrived at the rooftop. Su Zirwei frowned. Didn't you tell Grandma about this? Su Zirwei was naturally referring to their divorce. Jiang Xian shook her head helplessly. So how long do you plan to keep this a secret? Are you going to keep it up forever? Su Zirwei was dissatisfied. Did Jiang Xian intend to keep it a secret until the old man passed away? However, this one lie requires countless more lies to cover it up. Jiang Xian doing this only. As you can see, given Grandma's current condition, how should I tell her? Su Zirwei, let's talk business again. Jiang Xian looked at Su Zirwei with a hint of mockery in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Su Zirwei felt a sense of confusion. What do you want to do? Su Zirwei looked at it, but he already had the answer in his heart. Jiang Xian took out a card. 10 million. I want you to go back to the villa and take good care of Grandma while you're there. At least I need to put Grandma's mind at ease. Jiang Xian spoke calmly, but Su Zirwei did not take it. He just looked at Jiang Xian angrily. What do you take me for? Someone you can summon and dismiss at will. We're already divorced. Even if I move back, what will change? Grandma will find out about this sooner or later. As Su Zirwei spoke, Jiang Xian in front of him shook her head. Just this once, please, I'm begging you, Su Zirwei. You're a doctor, and Grandma is your patient. Do you remember what you said to Grandma back then? I'm leaving everything about Grandma to you. Jiang Xian's words carried an undeniable domineering air. This is also Su Zirwei's weakness. Jiang Xian knew this, which is why she was so fearless. Su Zirwei silently watched Jiang Xian. Countless words of rebuttal remained unspoken. Jiang Xian had already grasped Su Zirwei's weakness, and because of this, Su Zirwei had no way to refute it. Thinking of this, Su Zirwei sighed. What will happen to the hospital if I go to the villa? I am not the old lady's only doctor. Su Zirwei attempted to refuse in this way, but it was clear that Jiang Xian was already prepared. Don't worry about the hospital. I'll arrange for you to take leave. The old lady is more important. You're not the only doctor at this hospital. If you really need me, you can come to the hospital. I'm not restricting your freedom. Su Zirwei, this is a deal that is in your favor. The Jiang group will pave the way for you, so you'll only benefit and never lose. Jiang Xian approached step by step, her eyes filled with aggression. Su Zirwei, I hope you can think about this carefully. Looking at Jiang Xian's appearance, Su Zirwei had never heard anyone make a threat sound so elegant and refined. However, Su Zirwei couldn't bear to think of Jiang Yulian's appearance. He knew that even if he refused this time, Jiang Xian would still find other ways to force him. Rather than waiting until then, Su Zirwei might as well agree now. He couldn't guarantee that Jiang Xian wouldn't resort to some special methods. I can agree to that, but I'm doing all this for Grandma. Jiang Xian, I know your character, and I know what you're capable of. I just hope that your private life won't affect Grandma. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Jiang Xian, who had heard this, just smiled. Su Zirwei, I know this myself without you having to tell me. You just need to take good care of Grandma. The rest is not your concern. After she finished speaking, Jiang Xian told Su Zirwei the password to the villa. Su Zirwei looked bitter as he watched Jiang Xian leave with an air of superiority. Even when asking for favors, he acts with that condescending attitude. That's really Jiang Xian's style. Su Zirwei shook his head. I don't know whether agreeing this time will be a blessing or a curse. With this in mind, Su Zirwei could only return to the consultation room. As soon as he got back, he saw Zhang Feier looking miserable at the post station. Seeing this, Su Zirwei also became curious. What's wrong? What trouble have you encountered? Su Zirwei asked curiously, but upon hearing this, Zhang Feier looked at Su Zirwei with a serious expression. Master, you weren't threatened by that woman, were you? Otherwise, why would the dean let you rest for so long? After Zhang Feier finished speaking, Su Zirwei also noticed that the vacation card on the table was higher. Jiang Xian is really fast. It's only a month, it's not a long time. No one is interfering, and don't think too badly of Jiang Xian. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Zhang Feier frowned slightly. Master, I wouldn't have suspected anything if you hadn't said anything. But now I'm sure you've agreed to something? Zhang Feier looked serious. Su Zirwei frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? What could I possibly agree to? Su Zirwei shook his head helplessly. What was Zhang Feier thinking? Upon hearing this, Zhang Feier immediately shook her head. Master, I mean, you wouldn't have sold your body, would you? Does that woman have something on you? Zhang Feier was so excited that she even took out her phone to contact Zhang Xingtian directly. Chapter 89. The young couple had a quarrel. Seeing this, Su Zirwei quickly stopped the person. Don't get excited, it's Grandma Jiang. She's quite old, and even if Jiang Xian hadn't said anything, I was planning to go and take care of her. This is an agreement I made with the old man before. Zhang Feier was stunned, her eyes filled with mixed emotions, unsure of what to do. Master, Jiang Xian doesn't want you to take care of her personally, does she? You're the chief surgeon at our hospital. That's really inappropriate. Zhang Feier wanted to try to persuade him, but considering Su Zirwei's personality, she realized there was no room for negotiation. Su Zirwei looked at Zhang Feier and simply shook his head slightly. What are you worried about? How could anything happen to me? Su Zirwei looked over and saw that Zhang Feier was biting her lip, speechless for a moment. Master, please be careful. If anything happens to you, please remember to tell me. Zhang Feier looked heartbroken. It was as if Su Zirwei was never going back. Seeing Zhang Feier like this, Su Zirwei could only shake his head. Just then, the door was pushed open. The nurse on duty looked anxious. Dr. Su, you must go and see her. Old Mrs. Jiang insists that you come. Even President Jiang has been kicked out. We have no way to control her. After the nurse finished speaking, Su Zirwei quickly got up and went to the ward as well. Su Zirwei frowned slightly as he looked at Jiang Xian standing in the corridor. What on earth happened? How did things suddenly turn out like this? Su Zirwei's dissatisfied complaints only made Jiang Xian feel more helpless. Do you think I wanted this to happen? How was I supposed to know that Grandma would suddenly get angry? I just said I was going to take her back to the villa. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, she looked at Su Zirwei with a dissatisfied expression. Grandma only listens to you now. So you need to persuade her to come back with me. Zhang Feier was already dissatisfied, and now hearing Jiang Xian's condescending tone, she couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. President Jiang, you really are arrogant and condescending. Is this how you ask for favors? And you took away our hospital's most famous doctor. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to continue treating him like this? Zhang Feier's original intention was to make Jiang Xian tone it down, but this only made Jiang Xian more aloof. Isn't this what you should be doing? Su Zirwei had already agreed to the conditions, so these are things he should do. After speaking, Jiang Xian glanced at Su Zirwei. Dr. Su, what do you think? The voice carried a threat. Just as Su Zirwei was about to retort, a sound suddenly came from inside the ward. Is Zirwei here? Upon hearing Jiang Yulian's voice, Su Zirwei merely glanced at Jiang Xian and walked directly into the ward without saying anything more. Jiang Yulian lay on the hospital bed, looking slightly tired. Su Zirwei stepped forward out of curiosity. Grandma, did something happen? Why did you kick Xin and the others out? Su Zirwei was curious, and Jiang Yulian sighed. I know everything. You don't need to lie to me. Jiang Yulian looked annoyed, her tone full of blame. Su Zirwei was startled when he heard this. What does this mean? Could it be that Grandma already knows about his divorce from Jiang Xian? But didn't Jiang Xian say before that this matter should be kept secret? How did Grandma find out? Grandma, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Su Zirwei pretended to be confused, his face showing bewilderment. What time is it? Don't play dumb with me. It's all about you and Xin. If I don't bring it up, are you planning to keep it from me forever? I'm not some old-fashioned person. There must be some misunderstanding between you young people. After Jiang Yulian finished speaking, she let out another long sigh. It's better if you talk things out. You can't keep going on like this. Su Zirwei froze, his whole body stiffening. The expression on his face was even more awkward. Jiang Yulian must have misunderstood something. Grandma, Xin and I didn't. Su Zirwei wanted to explain, but Jiang Yulian grabbed his hand. I know, you two are obviously arguing. Jiang Xian does have a bad temper, but ultimately it's because of her previous illness. If it weren't for you, she wouldn't have been able to recover so quickly. Jiang Yulian spoke earnestly and patiently, but Su Zirwei's thoughts were somewhat jumbled upon hearing this. 3 years is a long time. Even a stone would have warmed up by then, but Jiang Xian is an exception. When I think of how Jiang Xian stood up for Meng Qingze, where do I rank? Thinking of this, Su Zirwei tried his best to suppress his emotions. Grandma, don't worry about it. I will handle this with Xin. You don't need to worry. Su Zirwei gently comforted him before continuing. Your health still needs conditioning, and I happen to know how to make some medicinal cuisine. Why don't you go and stay at the villa for a while? Faced with Su Zirwei's persistent pleading, Jiang Yulian finally agreed. In the ward, Su Zirwei was left behind by Jiang Yulian, who gave him many instructions. Meanwhile, in the corridor, Zhang Feier was also confronting Jiang Xian. However, Zhang Feier lacked the necessary presence when facing Jiang Xian and was defeated in just a few words. Miss Zhang, you seem quite concerned. Could it be that you really like Su Zirwei? Jiang Xian questioned, her eyebrows raised and a slight smile playing on her lips. Zhang Feier blushed, looking as if she was trying to hold back her emotions. President Jiang, please don't spread rumors. I'm worried that my master has been deceived by you, woman. Don't you know what you've done? As Zhang Feier spoke, Jiang Xian looked puzzled. You took advantage of Dr. Su. You are a wicked capitalist. Zhang Feier was annoyed, but Jiang Xian only raised an eyebrow slightly. Zhang Feier, aren't you one of them? The Zhang group is much more powerful than us. After saying all that, Jiang Xian's gaze fell on the ward, and the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. No one ever took advantage of anyone. It was just a matter of feelings. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, she smiled and said, Miss Zhang, you are too young to know these things. After she finished speaking, Jiang Xian pretended to be someone who had been through it all. Miss Zhang, if I were you, I wouldn't be worried about these things. If Su Zirwei leaves, you'll have no one to protect you. I heard you're still considered an intern. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Zhang Feier was stunned. Mr. Jiang, this hospital has nothing to do with your Jiang group. You can't get involved. Zhang Feier was a little flustered. Being young, she couldn't keep things to herself. Jiang Xian laughed out loud, then shook her head and stood up. So that's what Miss Zhang was worried about. I never said I was going to do anything. Jiang Xian stood up with a smile. I just wanted to remind Miss Zhang that this matter concerns your master's reputation. Chapter 90, A Servant. If you, as an intern, can't even establish yourself in the hospital, it will be Su Zirwei who will be a laughingstock. Miss Zhang probably doesn't want to get in through connections, right? Jiang Xian simply smiled, but it filled Zhang Feier with anger. Unfortunately, Zhang Feier could only stand there helplessly. Just as the two were arguing, the door was pushed open. Su Zirwei walked out with a helpless expression. The old lady is fine now. I have something to say to you privately. Su Zirwei looked at Jiang Xian, his expression gradually darkening. Jiang Xian was also confused. In the stairwell, Su Zirwei relayed Jiang Yulian's words. Jiang Xian was both amused and exasperated upon hearing this. That's what the old lady was worried about all along. I was wondering why she suddenly changed. Su Zirwei, you should know what to do when we get back, right? Jiang Xian looked at Su Zirwei, her expression turning serious. Su Zirwei nodded helplessly after hearing this. It's only for a month. Once the time is up, you'll have to persuade the old lady to leave. I can't stay in the villa forever. Su Zirwei looked over, and Jiang Xian just smiled. Of course, I know what to do without you telling me. Su Zirwei, you also need to understand your own identity. Jiang Xian looked at him, and although his expression was one of warning, she was actually curious about whether Su Zirwei had any feelings for her now. Su Zirwei nodded expressionlessly, then turned and left. Jiang Xian frowned as she looked at the indifferent figure from behind. After get off work, Su Zirwei went to the ward. Jiang Yulian greeted Su Zirwei warmly and tried to win him over, completely ignoring Jiang Xian beside her. Jiang Xian stopped what she was doing, but still smiled at Su Zirwei. Since you're here, come with me to take Grandma home. I have a meeting tonight. As soon as Jiang Xian finished speaking, Jiang Yulian immediately snorted coldly. What could be more important than me? It's such a nice day today, and you still have to go to a meeting? Jiang Yulian's dissatisfaction deepened, and upon hearing this, Su Zirwei could only step forward to persuade her. Grandma, the Jiang group has indeed been quite busy lately, and Xinshin has no choice but to accept it. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Zirwei glanced at Jiang Xian again. Let's have dinner tonight before you leave. A good mood is good for Grandma's health. Having said that, Jiang Xian didn't say much and simply nodded in agreement. Jiang Yulian nodded in satisfaction. Seeing the old lady like this, Su Zirwei felt somewhat helpless. They didn't know how to persuade them. All I can do is hope that this month will pass quickly. Returning to the villa once again, Su Zirwei was filled with emotion. The villa has been renovated. Su Zirwei went straight to the kitchen as soon as he entered the door. Although there are some changes, most of it remains the same as before. Looking at the familiar kitchen utensils, Su Zirwei's thoughts suddenly began to converge. Looking back, Jiang Xian was intolerant of even the smallest imperfection. She couldn't stand any dirt or disorder in the villa. Su Zirwei also developed this habit under these circumstances. Jiang Yulian went back to her room and fell asleep. Jiang Xian went out immediately. Thank you for your help. I just got off work and I have to cook. Jiang Xian leaned against the refrigerator, her eyes scanning Su Zirwei, and she began to feel curious. Su Zirwei paused in his chopping, his eyes widening in surprise. I never expected that the high and mighty President Jiang would be so polite. It seems Meng Qingze has taught you quite a bit. Su Zirwei retorted, but it was this very remark that made Jiang Xian's expression turn strange. Why are you bringing up that man? He's not in the villa anymore. You don't need to care about him at all. However, after saying these words, Su Zirwei simply shook his head. I'm just taking precautions. If Meng Qingze suddenly comes back, wouldn't that frighten Grandma Jiang? After saying these words, a hint of impatience appeared on Jiang Xian's face. Su Zirwei, what do you mean by these words? Are you implying something about me? Jiang Xian was dissatisfied, and Su Zirwei subconsciously glanced at the location of the room. Jiang Xian, I don't want to waste my breath on you. If you don't want Grandma to find out, then help me. As he spoke, Su Zirwei handed the plate in his hand to Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian could only glance at him resentfully. You've changed too, making you feel even more unfamiliar to me. Where did Su Zirwei go? As Jiang Xian spoke, Su Zirwei remained silent for a while. Everything changed after Jiang Xian kicked him out. Su Zirwei will no longer trust Jiang Xian, but he only has a month left. Once the old lady recovers, everything will be over. Just as Su Zirwei sat down after a table of medicinal cuisine was prepared, Jiang Xian's phone rang. Su Zirwei looked up and saw that Jiang Xian had gone to call her grandmother. Subconsciously, Su Zirwei glanced at his phone. The caller ID showed Meng Qingze. Seeing this name, Su Zirwei felt a pang of bitterness. As expected, Jiang Xian was still magnanimous towards this man, and even at this point, she was still able to contact him. Composing himself, Su Zirwei watched as Jiang Xian led Jiang Yulian out. Jiang Yulian inhaled the aroma of the food with satisfaction. As expected of Zirwei's cooking, it's been a long time since I've tasted anything like this. Jiang Yulian smiled, and Su Zirwei smiled too. If Grandma likes it, I'll cook it for you every day. Jiang Xin felt a thorn in her heart as she watched this scene. Now that Grandma likes Su Zirwei so much, she can't reveal the truth. The phone rang again. Jiang Xin glanced at it before reluctantly getting up. Jiang Yulian glanced at it, but didn't say anything more. Su Zirwei had no appetite, and instead silently watched Jiang Xin. Jiang Xion's expression gradually became worried, clearly indicating that something had happened to Meng Qingze. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so anxious. Grandma, something happened at the company. I have to go back. You don't need to wait for me. We'll get together tomorrow. Jiang Xin said with a slight apology, but upon hearing this, Jiang Yulian simply waved her hand. Go quickly if you're going. Don't disturb Zirwei and me having dinner. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Xin hurriedly left, unaware of the bitterness on Su Zirwei's face. As expected, Meng Qingze will always be number one in Jiang Xion's heart. Grandma, let's eat. Jiang Xin has been busy the whole time. Su Zirwei tried to make amends, but Jiang Yulian thought he was complaining to her. This unfilial daughter is becoming more and more outrageous. You wait, I'll definitely have a good talk with her when she gets back. Jiang Yulian spoke angrily, while Su Zirwei's expression froze, as if that wasn't what he meant. But as long as the old lady doesn't think about it, that's fine. Late at night, Su Zirwei lay in his room, a place that used to be his most familiar home, but now felt strangely unfamiliar. Looking at the ceiling, Su Zirwei's phone lit up. Jiang Xin sent me a message. I won't be going back anytime soon. Could you please take care of things for me? I left a card at home. Su Zirwei didn't pay attention to what followed. To Jiang Xin, she was nothing more than a servant. Chapter 91, Delivering Food. 3 days later, Su Zirwei gradually got used to the villa. Jiang Yulian's complexion has also improved considerably under Su Zirwei's care. Zirwei, do you not need to go to the hospital anymore lately? Jiang Yulian looked at Su Zirwei, who was busy in the kitchen, with a puzzled look in her eyes. Su Zirwei stopped what he was doing and said, I still have to take care of you, so I've taken leave from the hospital. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yulian's expression immediately changed. How can that be? My health has been fine for a long time. You should go. Jiang Yulian waved her hand, and Su Zirwei verbally agreed. But Jiang Xin wouldn't let him leave. By the way, didn't you say Jiang Xin has been busy these past few days? She probably doesn't even have time to eat properly, so take some over to her. Jiang Yulian smiled, actually creating an opportunity for Su Zirwei. Su Zirwei looked at Jiang Yulian, and under her expectant gaze, he finally agreed. At the Jiang group, Lu Xinjin looked at Jiang Xin with curiosity in her heart. Xin, you haven't been home for the past few days. You're not really planning to stay out all the time, are you? Lu Xinjin tentatively inquired, having specifically gone to the hospital to ask earlier that day, and learned that Su Zirwei had been taken to the villa, yet Jiang Xin failed to seize the opportunity. Jiang Xin smiled as she looked at Lu Xinjin. The old lady has been brought back. You know Grandma doesn't like me. Now we'll leave it to Su Zirwei to take care of. As Jiang Xin spoke, Lu Xinjin looked helpless. Sometimes she couldn't figure out what Jiang Xin was thinking. Isn't now a great opportunity to nurture your relationship? Xin, don't you want to have a proper talk with Dr. Su at all? Lu Xinjin continued to ask questions, but Jiang Xin gradually began to hesitate after hearing this. Shall we have a proper chat? Let's forget about it. Dr. Su is too arrogant. You saw it yourself at dinner that night. We couldn't even exchange a single word. Jiang Xion's face remained expressionless, but she was inwardly agitated. The phone rang again. Jiang Xin answered the call with slight annoyance. What exactly are you trying to do? I've already warned you not to call me again. Wasn't the lesson I gave you before enough? Jiang Xin spoke somewhat impatiently, and Lu Xinjin couldn't help but feel curious after hearing this. Immediately afterwards, Lu Xinjin heard Meng Qingze's voice. This scene, on the contrary, left Lu Xinjin's face filled with astonishment. Xin, I know you don't want to see me, but I still hope you can come out and see me. The Jiang group has been affected before, and I think you must also be looking for a business that is guaranteed to make money. I happen to know of a cooperation opportunity. Meng Qingze's voice was pleading. Hearing this, Jiang Xin fell silent. Meng Qingze, you don't actually think I still believe you, do you? You know what you did before. Just as Jiang Xin finished speaking and was about to hang up the phone, Meng Qingze spoke up immediately. Jiang Xin, don't worry, I'll send you the project. If you think it's okay, I'll wait for you at the coffee shop. After saying that, Meng Qingze hung up the phone. Jiang Xin frowned, staring at her phone for a long time before finally seeing the proposal that had been delivered. Upon seeing this, Lu Xinjin immediately stepped forward. You've been like this since just now. Did you see something? As soon as Lu Jinjin finished speaking, Jiang Xian just sighed and then sent the file on her phone to Lu Jinjin. I've looked at this collaboration, and it looks pretty good. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Lu Jinjin became even more curious. After studying it carefully for a while, Lu Jinjin nodded. That's right. If we can really secure this cooperation, it will be a good thing for our Jiang group. As soon as Lu Jinjin finished speaking, she saw the last page of the project. Upon seeing the partners listed, they fell silent. They even regretted saying those things. Xin, you need to think this through. This is Zhao Qingfeng. You can't act impulsively again. Lu Jinjin was trying to persuade him with all her heart, but he had already suffered losses before. Wouldn't this collaboration be a slap in the face? Jiang Xian naturally knew this, but the Jiang group needed a project to recoup its losses. Right now, mobile phone-based planning is the most suitable approach. I'm going out for a bit. You study this carefully and send me a message when you're sure there are no problems. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, she stood up and left the office. Watching Jiang Xian leave in a hurry, Lu Jinjin felt a faint sense of worry. What should we do if Xin really agrees? Just as Lu Jinjin was in a state of utter confusion, Su Zirwei had already arrived at the company entrance. Upon seeing this, the security guard immediately stopped the person. Stop right there. Do you have an appointment? The security guard looked Su Zirwei up and down. Then his gaze fell on the bag in Su Zirwei's hand. It's takeout, right? Tell someone to come down and get it. Don't let it be delivered inside. As the words fell, Su Zirwei could only sigh helplessly. I'm here to see your general manager, Jiang. Could you please speak to her for me? Su Zirwei explained, but the security guard in front of him did not move. Don't give me that crap. Everyone who comes here says they want to see our CEO, Jiang. You don't even know if you're qualified. It's ridiculous that a food delivery guy is trying to climb the social ladder. After the security guard finished speaking, he immediately called someone over to drive them away. Su Zirwei frowned and could only take out his phone, preparing to call Jiang Xian. The security guard stepped forward and pushed the person away. If you won't listen when I talk to you nicely, then I'll have no choice but to take action against you. Come on, a few people, and get rid of this man. 3 security guards rushed forward, ready to drive Su Zirwei away. Stop. What are you doing here? Jiang Xian walked out quickly and frowned the moment she saw Su Zirwei. What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to wait at home? Upon hearing this, Su Zirwei immediately took out the medicinal food he was holding. Grandma told me to come and bring you some food because she was worried you weren't eating properly. However, some soup spilled from the box in Su Zirwei's hand, which was not very elegant. Jiang Xian frowned slightly, a hint of disdain in her expression. Next time, just tell me in advance. There's no need to make the trip. Go back now. After she finished speaking, Jiang Xian glanced at the security guard beside her. This is Dr. Su. Release him directly from now on. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, she only gave Su Zirwei a look before hurriedly leaving. Su Zirwei lowered his eyes, then looked up to see the security guard approaching with an apologetic expression. Rubbing his hands together, the security guard bowed and said, Dr. Su, I'm so sorry. This is a misunderstanding. Would you like me to escort you inside? Su Zirwei waved his hand. No need. I know how to get up there. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, he went straight inside. Seeing Su Zirwei's appearance, the security guard just snorted coldly from behind. What's with the arrogance? He's just a food delivery man. How good can he be? Su Zirwei had already entered the elevator and didn't hear the security guard's words at all. Chapter 92 Disruption Plan. Lu Jinjin was still studying the contract when she suddenly heard footsteps and immediately looked up. Dr. Su, what brings you here? Lu Jinjin was somewhat surprised to see Su Zirwei suddenly appear. Dr. Su, what brings you here? Standing up, Lu Jinjin quickly stepped forward. Su Zirwei simply smiled and then placed the soup in his hand on the table. I came to deliver soup. I saw Jiang Xian rush out earlier. Did something happen? Su Zirwei asked curiously. Lu Jinjin was taken aback for a moment. Xin went downstairs. She said she had something urgent to do and left. Lu Jinjin explained, but upon hearing this, Su Zirwei recalled that anxious look in her eyes and couldn't help but feel curious as well. Who exactly is this person that requires Jiang Xian to come downstairs in person? Su Zirwei didn't think much of it, put the things down, and prepared to leave. Upon seeing this, Lu Jinjin immediately snapped the buckle. Dr. Su, are you leaving already? Should we wait for Xin to come back? She should be back soon. Faced with Lu Jinjin's attempt to persuade him to stay, Su Zirwei gently shook his head. No need. I'm just here to deliver something. Whether Jiang Xian eats it or not is up to her. After saying that, Su Zirwei quickly left. Seeing this, Lu Jinjin felt disappointed. What had Dr. Su gone through in the villa that made him so indifferent now? Su Zirwei strode out of the company, his gaze falling on the coffee shop across the street, where he saw Jiang Xin and the other person leaning against the window. Feeling disappointed, even though Su Zirwei had already made plans. But seeing Meng Qingze now still stings me. For some reason, Su Zirwei really wanted to go up and ask Jiang Xin what she was thinking right now. Just as Su Zirwei reached the door, he saw Jiang Xin push the door open and walk out. Their eyes met, and Su Zirwei's gaze was more questioning. Jiang Xin glanced at it and said, "Drink less coffee. I have other things to do." The cold words made Su Zirwei swallow the words he was about to say. Nodding slightly, Su Zirwei walked right past Jiang Xin. The atmosphere between the two was strange, which made Meng Qingze, who was watching the scene unfold, very happy. Even his eyes held a hint of mockery. "President Jiang, please don't forget our agreement." Meng Qingze deliberately spoke ambiguously, but Jiang Xin didn't explain, which actually confirmed what Meng Qingze said. As Su Zirwei watched Jiang Xin leave, he was about to leave himself when Meng Qingze quickly stepped forward. "Dr. Su, are you in such a hurry to leave? It's rare to see you. Why don't you have a good chat?" Meng Qingze smiled, but Su Zirwei could sense the arrogance in his eyes. Unlike Jiang Xion's arrogant attitude of treating everyone equally, Meng Qingze seemed to be mocking Su Zirwei. Su Zirwei was about to refuse, but Meng Qingze just smiled. "Dr. Su, don't rush to refuse. Why not listen to what I have to say?" Meng Qingze took Su Zirwei's coffee and walked to the table. Su Zirwei was puzzled, but he could only sit down. "My time is very tight. You'd better have something important to do." Su Zirwei spoke indifferently, but Meng Qingze was not in a hurry upon hearing this. "Dr. Su, I heard you've moved to a villa now. How does it feel to go back there?" Meng Qingze smiled, his eyes full of mockery. Upon seeing this, Su Zirwei simply smiled. "If you're trying to use these words to show off your superiority, then you should probably give up." After Su Zirwei finished speaking, he was about to get up. Meng Qingze immediately shook his head. "Dr. Su, you're wrong if you think that way. I just want you to see clearly that even if you are Jiang Xion's ex-husband, there is still no place for you in her heart. Jiang Xion only cares about interests. Only by bringing her enough benefits can you occupy a dominant position in her heart." Meng Qingze looked arrogant, while Su Zirwei remained calm. "What does this have to do with me? I was in the villa to take care of Grandma Jiang, not for Jiang Xion." After saying these words, Meng Qingze smiled. "Su Zirwei, stop fooling yourself. Don't you have any feelings for Jiang Xion at all?" Meng Qingze clearly didn't believe it. Especially after they returned to the villa, Su Zirwei was unlikely to continue to tolerate it. Meng Qingze's words made Su Zirwei smile. "I'm different from you. I didn't see anything special about that villa during my 3 years there. I'm curious too, what exactly do you find special about it? Don't assume everyone is like you. I'm not interested in the assets Jiang Xion owns." Su Zirwei was getting impatient and wanted to leave. But the next second, Meng Qingze sighed. "Only Dr. Su could say such things. I really envy him. He doesn't need to care about these things at all." Meng Qingze spoke leisurely, but this scene puzzled Su Zirwei. "Just say what you want to say directly, instead of beating around the bush with me." Su Zirwei frowned. Meng Qingze, who was in front of him, was taken aback at first and then burst out laughing. "Dr. Su has really changed. If he had been this decisive before, I probably wouldn't have come back so quickly." After saying that, Meng Qingze continued, "You should know that not long ago, due to some special reasons, President Zhao's cooperation with the Jiang Group broke down. Because of this incident, the Jiang Group suffered a lot of losses. This time, I have brought Jiang Xion a project that will definitely make money. It's a pity that Jiang Xion still holds a grudge against me because of what happened before." Meng Qingze shook his head helplessly, while Su Zirwei was puzzled upon hearing this. "Are you telling me all this so that I can help you persuade Jiang Xion?" Su Zirwei found it laughable. He realized that staying was a waste of his time. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingze immediately stopped Su Zirwei. "Su Zirwei, don't rush. I don't want you to persuade Jiang Xion. After all, you don't care what happens to the Jiang Group. But if something happens to the Jiang Group, not only Jiang Xion, but even the old lady will be in trouble. Do you really want to see that happen?" Meng Qingze sighed. "Speaking of which, this matter is also related to you. If it weren't for you, why would Jiang Xion be so hesitant? You don't know yet, but people in higher positions have already started talking about Jiang Xion's character. If this continues, it will affect the entire Jiang Group." Meng Qingze smiled, wanting to continue speaking. Su Zirwei's patience had reached its limit. What Meng Qingze is saying now is nothing more than an attempt to disturb his peace of mind. "Meng Qingze, I don't want to get involved in your games. I'm just an ordinary person." After Su Zirwei finished speaking, he left without the slightest hesitation. Seeing Su Zirwei's resolute attitude, Meng Qingze did not try to stop him, but instead smiled. The seeds of doubt have been sown. Su Zirwei is no saint, and this matter is enough to take root and sprout in his body. Chapter 93. He Yuqing is in trouble. On the way back, Su Zirwei was indeed misled by Meng Qingze's words. If something really happens to the Jiang group, the pressure on Jiang Xin will be immense. Back at the villa, Jiang Yulian was sunbathing in the garden. Su Zirwei quietly came to his side. "You're back." Jiang Yulian smiled, and Su Zirwei nodded slightly. However, their emotions weren't particularly high. This, on the contrary, piqued Jiang Yulian's curiosity. "What's wrong? You look like this as soon as you get back. Did something happen?" Jiang Yulian asked somewhat flusteredly. Upon hearing this, Su Zirwei immediately shook his head. "Grandma, I'm fine. I'm just worried about Jiang Xin." After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Jiang Yulian's eyes lit up. When couples quarrel, they make up before they get out of bed. "I'm relieved that you're worried about her. Tell Grandma what happened. Maybe this old man can still help you." After he finished speaking, Su Zirwei's eyes gleamed. "Grandma, will Jiang Xin give up the Jiang group?" After Su Zirwei finished speaking, he looked at Jiang Yulian with some concern. After all, his grandmother was also a member of the Jiang family, and it was somewhat inappropriate for her to ask such a question. However, Jiang Yulian simply smiled indifferently after hearing these words. The Jiang group is everything to Jiang Xin. It's almost impossible for her to give it up, especially since she doesn't care much about me, her grandmother. Upon hearing Jiang Yulian's words, Su Zirwei lowered his eyes slightly. "Suppress your emotions." Jiang Yulian also sensed Su Zirwei's disappointment and simply sighed. "Don't worry, once the company stabilizes, I'll definitely have a good talk with them. As for Jiang Xin, she's already married. How can she keep running around every day?" But after Jiang Yulian finished speaking, Su Zirwei became even more gloomy. Meng Qingze's voice echoed in her mind, his words haunting her like a curse. Just as I was feeling confused, I heard the sound of a car. It was Jiang Xin. Upon seeing Jiang Xin, Su Zirwei immediately stood up. Jiang Yulian glanced at it and said casually, "Go ahead, this is your chance. Hurry up and try to salvage your relationship." Su Zirwei didn't refuse when he heard this, as he did need to have a good talk with Jiang Xin. Jiang Xin was already deep in thought when she returned to the villa and went straight to the study. Originally, I wanted to take this opportunity to rest well, but unexpectedly, Su Zirwei suddenly knocked on the door and came in. Jiang Xin didn't even glance at Su Zirwei. "Speak, what brings you here?" Jiang Xin raised an eyebrow. Su Zirwei didn't beat around the bush either. "I know you want to see Meng Qingze today. Why didn't you agree to be with him?" As soon as Su Zirwei finished speaking, Jiang Xion's expression changed instantly. His eyes still held anger. "Su Zirwei, this is not something you need to worry about. Your job is simply to take good care of Grandma." Jiang Xian looked at Su Zirwei, and Su Zirwei also showed his dissatisfaction at this moment. "I am not a servant you hired. If something happens to the Jiang group, the terms we discussed before will be null and void." After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Jiang Xian frowned. His eyes showed more confusion than anything else. "Did Meng Qingze send you to persuade me?" "Su Zirwei, when did you become so unpredictable to me? Don't you know what Meng Qingze has been doing?" Jiang Xian shook her head, about to tell Su Zirwei to leave. "I know what Meng Qingze did, but I also hope that you can lead the Jiang group well and give Grandma a peaceful life. You know Meng Qingze better than I do. I believe you can find a better way out without his cooperation." Su Zirwei wanted to persuade Jiang Xian to cheer up, instead of relying on Meng Qingze. That man was definitely scheming, and Su Zirwei naturally wouldn't dare to gamble, nor would he be easily swayed by his few words. Jiang Xian looked at Su Zirwei without saying a word for a long time. The two looked at each other, as if an eternity had passed. Jiang Xian said coldly, "Su Zirwei, are you looking down on me? Do you think I'm incapable of leading the entire Jiang group?" When asked this question, Su Zirwei became confused. He had never said that, so why would Jiang Xian think that way? "I have no doubt about your abilities. If you think I'm wrong, then I won't say any more." Just as Su Zirwei was about to leave, Jiang Xian suddenly sighed. "Su Zirwei, stay here. I have some questions for you. Aren't you angry at all when I met with Meng Qingze?" A hint of anticipation flashed in Jiang Xian's eyes. At this moment, the suppressed emotions in her heart began to fester. In the quiet study, Jiang Xian's face was indifferent, but her heart was twisted. Looking at the man she had taken care of for 3 years, Jiang Xian has recently become increasingly eager to understand Su Zirwei. "I want to know everything about him." Su Zirwei frowned, feeling that Jiang Xian was testing his relationship with Meng Qingze. "Jiang Xian, This is your private matter, and I don't have that many rights to interfere. Meng Qingze only told me some things about the Jiang group, hoping I could persuade you. I was worried that there might be problems with this collaboration, which is why I gave you a few pointers. Su Zirwei deliberately kept his distance, not wanting Jiang Xin to misunderstand anything. Su Zirwei, are you really so heartless? Don't you have any feelings for this place at all? Jiang Xin originally wanted to talk about her own villa, but instead started by mentioning it. Her inherent pride prevented her from bowing her head. Especially when facing Su Zirwei, Jiang Xin didn't want to lower herself. Su Zirwei simply nodded. The coldness in his eyes was terrifying. Jiang Xin felt as if she had been doused with cold water and could only grit her teeth. Roll. Su Zirwei was also confused by Jiang Xin's sudden outburst of anger, only thinking that Jiang Xin had seen Meng Qingze to cause this. After leaving the study, Su Zirwei glanced at the villa again. It was still a familiar place to him, but it's not his home. Suddenly, the phone rang. Su Zirwei answered immediately, and Zhang Feier's anxious voice came through. Sir, where are you? The hospital has admitted a patient whose condition is a bit dangerous. We need you to come and take a look. Zhang Feier's anxious tone aroused Su Zirwei. After exchanging greetings, Su Zirwei immediately went to the hospital. However, when Su Zirwei arrived at the hospital, he was stopped by Zhang Feier. Master, don't rush. I have something to tell you first. Zhang Feier stopped Su Zirwei in the corridor. Su Zirwei was confused. What did Zhang Feier mean by this? I asked you to come back without my permission. The hospital director and the others are discussing the surgery now. The patient was in a car accident, but fortunately, it was only a leg problem. But Su Zirwei interrupted Zhang Feier as soon as she finished speaking. There are many doctors in the hospital specializing in this area, so there shouldn't be any problems. That's why you asked me to come here. It's the patient's problem. Su Zirwei immediately grasped the key point. Zhang Feier nodded before speaking with difficulty. The person who had the accident is He Yuqing. She just finished surgery an hour ago, but she is still unconscious. Chapter 94, I'll take care of you. Zhang Feier glanced at it tentatively. Su Zirwei remained relatively calm and did not appear particularly anxious. Instead, they asked calmly, was the surgery successful? What caused the coma? As Su Zirwei spoke, Zhang Feier shook her head. I don't know either, but the dean and the others are discussing it inside right now. I was worried, so I called you over. Zhang Feier explained, and Su Zirwei nodded slightly before following Zhang Feier into the elevator. As the elevator doors opened, Su Zirwei saw He Debao and Wenling. Zirwei, you finally arrived. How is my Qingqing? Is she still unconscious? Wenling came forward to ask, and Su Zirwei was taken aback. Auntie, I just arrived too. Let me go in and ask first. After he finished speaking, Su Zirwei went into the ward. The dean and others were not particularly surprised by Su Zirwei's appearance. Instead, it drew him into the discussion. It was in the villa at that time. Jiang Xin walked out of the study with curiosity in her eyes, looking puzzled. Grandma, where's Su Zirwei? It's almost dinner time. Why haven't we seen him yet? Jiang Xin was confused. Su Zirwei had promised to take care of his grandmother, so why was he gone? Jiang Yulian quickly shook her hand. Zirwei went to the hospital. He said there was a patient in a hurry. You should too. We can't keep detaining people. Zirwei studied medicine for you and cured your leg. Now he is a highly respected doctor. You should be happy. Jiang Yulian tried to persuade her earnestly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xin frowned. Grandma, I understand. Jiang Xin gave a perfunctory answer and quickly made an excuse to leave. In the study, Jiang Xin called Su Zirwei again, but the call didn't go through, which made Jiang Xin a little curious. What kind of patient is he? After 2 hours of meeting, Su Zirwei was quite tired. Especially after seeing people in the hallway, they didn't know how to start a conversation. Seeing Su Zirwei's appearance, Wenling's legs went weak, and she was about to faint. He Debao, who was standing next to him, immediately helped the person up. Honey, don't worry. Zirwei hasn't said anything yet. He Debao comforted Su Zirwei, who then stepped forward. Auntie, don't worry. The surgery was very successful. Just relax and rest in the hospital. After Su Zirwei said that, He Debao and his wife finally calmed down. He Debao looked at Su Zirwei with some helplessness. So what were you discussing in that meeting just now? Did it have anything to do with Qingqing? He Debao asked tentatively, and Su Zirwei hesitated for a moment after hearing it. After Qingqing's surgery heals, she will be left with some sequelae, including a scar on her leg. We were also discussing how to care for patients on a regular basis. After saying that, Su Zirwei immediately stepped forward. Auntie, don't worry. As long as I'm here, I will definitely make sure nothing happens to Qingqing. I will come to the hospital to take care of you. Su Zirwei, being a doctor, calmed Wenling down with his words. Zirwei, We feel relieved to hear you say that. It will be hard on you. Please take good care of our Xin. After Wenling finished speaking, Su Zirwei nodded slightly. Auntie, I'm still here at the hospital. When Su Zirwei said that, Wenling nodded in agreement. After calming the two people in front of him, Su Zirwei then led Zhang Feier to the ward. Master, I heard from the nurses that He Yuqing had an accident at the entrance of our hospital, which is why we are taking it so seriously. Zhang Feier said softly. Su Zirwei lowered his eyes, but his gaze fell on He Yuqing. He Yuqing's eyes trembled slightly. Su Zirwei went inside immediately. How are you feeling? Zhang Feier asked considerately, while Su Zirwei observed the situation from the side. He Yuqing, who had just regained consciousness, was still a little dazed, but she instantly snapped back to reality upon seeing Su Zirwei. Brother Su Zirwei, I'm so glad to finally see you. Where have you been these past few days? He Yuqing's eyes were red, and Zhang Feier felt a little awkward, so she could only cough. He Yuqing then noticed that Zhang Feier was beside her, and her face flushed instantly. Miss Zhang, you're here too. I'm feeling all right. He Yuqing responded softly, and then looked at Su Zirwei. Brother Zirwei, you really moved to a villa? He Yuqing knew about this news, which is why she planned to come to the hospital to ask, but she didn't expect that the accident would happen at the hospital entrance. Su Zirwei nodded slightly. He Yuqing looked disappointed, but quickly regained her composure. Brother Zirwei, is that President Jiang? He Yuqing was somewhat worried. She was afraid to know the truth. Zhang Feier saw through He Yuqing's thoughts and explained, it's Grandma Jiang. She was always taken care of by my master before, but after leaving the Jiang family, no one cared about her anymore. The driver went with her because he was worried about the old lady's health. After Zhang Feier finished speaking, He Yuqing's expression softened somewhat. Su Zirwei checked the wound and, after confirming that everything was all right, offered a few words of comfort. You should rest first, we'll stay outside. Su Zirwei smiled faintly, and He Yuqing nodded slightly. Once they reached the corridor, Zhang Feier slowly began to speak. Master, you really are cold-hearted. Aren't you going to have a proper talk with He Yuqing? Zhang Feier remembered that her mentor had mentioned dating before. Judging from their current appearance, could it be that her master is lying to her? She needs to rest now. Su Zirwei made an excuse before he remembered that Jiang Xian had called him quite a few times. As the call connected, Jiang Xian's slightly indifferent voice came through. Su Zirwei, you finally remembered us. When will you be back? Jiang Xian asked in an arrogant tone, just like she had done to me before. I have something important to do at the hospital tonight, so I need to stay. For the first time, Su Zirwei had the idea of getting away. Grandma Jiang's health had improved a lot, and he needed his own space. Jiang Xian on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment. Clearly not expecting Su Zirwei to stay at the hospital, she was annoyed and hung up the phone immediately. Su Zirwei was somewhat confused. He glanced at his phone curiously, feeling helpless. What did Jiang Xian mean by hanging up the phone like that? It was late at night, and Su Zirwei was sitting in the hospital corridor. Many nurses came to persuade him during this time, but Su Zirwei politely declined them all. To outsiders, Su Zirwei appears to be deeply devoted to He Yuqing. But Su Zirwei was watching the surveillance video just before he was about to leave work. Su Zirwei specifically pulled up the surveillance footage. However, the footage only shows the instant the accident occurred. As you can see, He Yuqing was hit by a car that suddenly rushed out. The He family has now reported this matter to the authorities. The perpetrator was clearly targeting He Yuqing. Otherwise, they wouldn't have specifically chosen this time to make an appearance. But He Yuqing didn't have any enemies. Chapter 95. Don't forget your words. Confused and bewildered, Su Zirwei felt somewhat helpless. Just as he was thinking this, a wave of dizziness hit him, and Su Zirwei rubbed his temples helplessly. Jiang Xian was also awake. Feeling irritable, Jiang Xian glances at her phone every now and then, but she always feels like something is missing. The phone, which had been turned off, lit up again. Jiang Xian stared at the message box, her eyes wide. Without thinking twice, I quickly put on my clothes and left the villa. Suddenly, a bell rang in the ward, and Su Zirwei went in immediately. He Yuqing looked at Su Zirwei with some embarrassment. Brother Zirwei, can you help me get up? I need to go to the bathroom. He Yuqing blushed, her embarrassment evident throughout her body. Su Zirwei chuckled. What's wrong with that? You're a patient. It's normal to have this need. I'll take you there right away. Su Zirwei stepped forward to help He Yuqing up. He Yuqing blushed and dared not say anything more. The corridor was quiet, and He Yuqing felt her cheeks burning hot. Brother Zirwei, have you been here all night? On the way back, He Yuqing asked in a low voice. He Yuqing was surprised to see Su Zirwei rush in immediately. The first day of healing is very important. I left it on because I was worried that something might go wrong. Su Zirwei's answer was indifferent. but Jiang Xian was already very happy to hear it. Just as I was about to continue asking questions, the sound of high heels suddenly rang out in the corridor. Su Zirwei and He Yuqing looked up at the same time. At the end of the corridor, Jiang Xian's gaze was gloomy as she looked at Su Zirwei's hand, which was supporting He Yuqing. The close proximity between the two stung Jiang Xian. So it was Miss He who had an accident. No wonder Su Zirwei didn't want to tell me. Jiang Xian walked forward with interest, her eyes filled with mockery. Upon hearing this, Su Zirwei frowned. I'll take you home first. Get some rest tonight, and don't think too much. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, he took the person back to the ward. Su Zirwei gently closed the door and looked at Jiang Xian in front of him. Mr. Jiang, you're up so late just to come and talk about this? Su Zirwei found it laughable. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian quickly stepped forward, her eyes filled with displeasure. Su Zirwei, stop pretending to be high and mighty with me. I specifically asked the hospital when I came. You offered to take care of He Yuqing. Jiang Xian's gaze darkened. You mustn't forget what you promised me before. Hearing this, Su Zirwei nodded slightly. You don't need to tell me. I naturally remember. Mr. Jiang, I also want to remind you that I am not your servant. Su Zirwei looked at her, and their eyes met for a moment. Jiang Xian frowned. Su Zirwei, I hope you keep your word and don't let me down. I want to eat breakfast that you make for me tomorrow. Grandma's been asking for it too. You should be able to do that, right? Jiang Xian glanced around the ward and left without saying a word. Su Zirwei breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Jiang Xian leave. After leaving the hospital, the night breeze calmed Jiang Xian down considerably. Every time she saw Su Zirwei, she couldn't control her emotions. Looking at the message on her phone, Jiang Xian didn't care about the time and immediately called back. The man on the other end of the phone seemed to have been prepared all along. Mr. Jiang, it seems you've already gone to the hospital to confirm, am I right? Dr. Su cares a lot about He Yuqing. Mengqing's voice came from the phone. Jiang Xian sneered. Mengqingze, how did you get these photos? Are you trying to make me suspect Su Zirwei? Jiang Xian calmly questioned Mengqingze, who was somewhat surprised. President Jiang, if you say that, you've misunderstood me. I just want you to see Su Zirwei's true character clearly, so you won't be fooled. After Mengqingze finished speaking, his voice also carried a hint of grievance. Jiang Xian remained silent. Mengqingze, I don't think there's any need for cooperation. Don't contact me again after this. Jiang Xian hung up the phone indifferently as usual, which surprised Mengqingze. I didn't expect Jiang Xian to be so determined. Having barely slept a wink all night, Su Zirwei arrived at the villa early. After preparing the meal, I lay down on the sofa. Su Zirwei only came to his senses when a gentle voice came from beside him. Grandmother, what time is it now? How did I fall asleep? Su Zirwei was somewhat dazed, while Jiang Yulian beside him looked at him with heartache in her eyes. Zirwei, you must take good care of yourself. You can't keep pushing yourself like this. You have no idea how scared I was when I woke up this morning. After Jiang Yulian finished speaking, Su Zirwei slowly shook his head. Grandma, I'll be fine after a nap. A special patient has come to the hospital. Su Zirwei explained that there were still several missed calls on his phone. They were all calls from Zhang Feier. Su Zirwei took the time to call back. Master, I'm so glad you're all right. When I saw you weren't at the hospital this morning, I thought something had happened to you. Zhang Feier breathed a sigh of relief, and Su Zirwei felt a warmth in his heart. He then began to ask about He Yuqing's condition. Once he was sure everything was all right at the hospital, Su Zirwei finally felt relieved and went to sleep. Meanwhile, within the Jiang group, Jiang Xian's face grew increasingly dark as she looked at the latest reports. Lu Jinjin stood to the side, unsure of what to say. Xin, don't worry. Recently, quite a few companies have been preparing to cooperate with us. We don't necessarily have to cooperate with that Zhao Qingfeng. Lu Jinjin brought up the thing that troubled Jiang Xian the most. With pressure still mounting from higher-ups, Jiang Xian needs to make a decision soon. I understand, I'll figure something out. Although Jiang Xian said that, no company can currently resolve its predicament. A knock sounded at the door, and Jiang Xian and Lu Jinjin looked over at the same time. Old Jiang and second brother were standing outside. Seeing this, Jiang Xian was also somewhat confused. Second uncle, what brings you here? Have you taken care of everything at home? Jiang Xian was dissatisfied. Recalling what had happened before, she realized that if it weren't for this old man Jiang, her grandmother wouldn't have gotten into trouble. Old Jiang and his second brother awkwardly rubbed their hands together. Jiang Xian, your second uncle knows you're still blaming me for neglecting the old lady. However, I'm not here as a high-ranking official this time, but to offer you advice. After Jiang Laoer finished speaking, he immediately explained, do you remember that chubby little neighbor from before? It's that kid from the Gu family. Upon hearing what Jiang Lao and Air said, Jiang Xian nodded slightly. Gu Yenshu. Jiang Xian recalls that she did play with the chubby boy next door for a while when she was a child. But didn't the Gu family relocate? Jiang Xian was well aware of the Gu family's strength. They had established a foundation abroad, making them arguably no less powerful than the Jiang family. But the Gu family has always been abroad, so they don't need it. Just as she thought of this, Lu Jinjin also came to her senses. You're not talking about a party to be held at Chunjiang, are you? Lu Jinjin immediately took out her phone, and the news on it was about the Gu family returning to China. Chapter 96. Childhood sweethearts fall from the sky. However, the Gu family is low-key, so this party was quite private and they didn't invite too many people. Lu Jinjin didn't take it to heart. Jiang Laoer smiled and said, Jinjin, as long as you meet with the Gu family, you will definitely get their help. What the company needs now is a reliable backer. After listening to Jiang Laoer's words, Jiang Xian also pondered. Thinking about it carefully, it wasn't impossible. But we weren't invited, and going there rashly might cause trouble, right? Lu Jinjin spoke up from the side, saying that since the other party was from the Gu family, they should be more cautious. Jiang Xian frowned, and the thought gradually began to fade away. However, Jiang Laoer brought another message. Jiang Xian, I have another reason for coming to see you. The Gu family came back this time to find a doctor. Old Master Gu was ill because he hadn't been able to recover properly while he was abroad. If you can make good use of this, you will definitely gain the Gu family's appreciation. Jiang Laoer was indirectly telling Jiang Xian that she could make good use of Su Zirwei. If Su Zirwei takes action, this matter might have a resolution. Lu Jinjin frowned slightly after hearing this. Wasn't this taking advantage of Su Zirwei? After seeing Jiang Laoer off, Lu Jinjin looked at Jiang Xian with a serious expression. Xin, are you sure you want to do this? Should we inform Dr. Su in advance? Lu Jinjin looked over, but Jiang Xian seemed to be hesitating. Not for now. The Gu family's status is extraordinary, and the less they know about this, the better. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Lu Jinjin nodded with a slightly helpless expression. I wonder how Dr. Su would view Jiang Xian if he knew he had been used. That evening, Jiang Xian specially brought Su Zirwei to Chunjiang. Does getting a meal have to be this complicated? Su Zirwei looked at Jiang Xian, who was acting suspiciously, and felt that something was off tonight. Once we go inside, don't say anything. Just follow behind me. Do you understand? Jiang Xian looked serious, and Su Zirwei nodded slightly. At the same time, I was also a little curious. What could possibly make Jiang Xian so nervous? Following Jiang Xian, as soon as we entered the hall, we saw that everyone was waiting outside. This scene piqued Su Zirwei's curiosity. What does it mean that people who come to the restaurant are not waiting in the private rooms, but in the lobby on the first floor? I didn't expect President Jiang to come. I thought the Jiang group was too arrogant to care about these things. You wouldn't know this, would you? The Jiang group is now similar to companies like ours, and they're looking for an opportunity to rise to prominence. She's already a divorced woman. How could Mr. Gu possibly be interested in her? From the moment Jiang Xian appeared, the people around her began to talk. Su Zirwei frowned. He only learned about the Jiang group's situation from Meng Qingze, but he never expected it to be like this. But who is this President Gu? Jiang Xian ignored the voices of the people around her and went straight to the entrance of the banquet hall. Su Zirwei then realized that these people were all waiting for President Gu in the banquet hall. However, this only made Su Zirwei more confused. When did the Gu family appear in Jinghai? The banquet hall doors opened, and everyone eagerly awaited their arrival. A bodyguard-like man walked out, scanned the entire room, and then glanced at Jiang Xian. President Jiang, our President Gu is waiting for you. Please come in. After saying that, the bodyguard led the way. In an instant, everyone around was stunned, almost unable to believe their eyes. Did Jiang Xian really go in? Wasn't the Jiang group already in decline? Why is it still able to get involved with the Gu family? Everyone looked on with confusion. As for Jiang Xian, she felt more panicked than anything else when she looked at the Gu family. Just as Lu Jinjin said, everyone present was a member of the Gu family. It was essentially their family banquet. Jiang Xian and Su Zirwei looked slightly awkward. Everyone was watching Jiang Xian, and all she could do was remain strong and calm. Jiang Xian, you've arrived. From the crowd, a lean man stepped forward. Gu Shuyan now stands tall and straight, a far cry from the chubby boy he once was. Jiang Xian was somewhat surprised, not expecting this person to have changed so much. President Gu, it's great to finally see you. You've been gone for so many years, and you didn't even tell us you were coming back. Jiang Xian smiled, and the Gu family members' eyes also showed a hint of curiosity. Su Zirwei was somewhat at a loss. From their conversation, He could tell that this Mr. Gu was an old acquaintance. I just got back, and I was thinking of having a private party today. I thought you were busy, so I didn't contact you. I heard that the Jiang Group has also gone public. You are a very famous president now. Gu Shuyan smiled and began to exchange pleasantries with Jiang Xian. Feeling bored, Su Zirwei found a seat and sat down. He has no interest in this so-called family-oriented person. Why did Jiang Xian bring him here specifically? Or is it just to show off something to yourself? Su Zirwei shook his head, his thoughts becoming increasingly complicated. Jiang Xian quickly became friends with the Gu family. Su Zirwei was even more at a loss. Just as he was about to find an excuse to leave, Jiang Xian suddenly stepped forward. Let's go. Come with me to see old Master Gu. Jiang Xian's expression was serious, showing no trace of her previous cheerful demeanor. Su Zirwei's doubts were answered at this moment. So that's why Jiang Xian brought him here. So, you brought me here to treat old Master Gu's illness, and you want to use me to win over the Gu family? At that moment, Su Zirwei understood everything. Jiang Xian frowned. Su Zirwei, it was indeed my fault for not telling you about this beforehand. But now is not the time for you to be stubborn. Come in with me and take a good look at Grandpa Gu. Aren't you a doctor? Jiang Xian's words left Su Zirwei speechless. At the main table, the old master of the Gu family sat in a wheelchair, his face slightly pale. Gu Shuyan stopped Jiang Xian in advance. Xin, you're really not lying to me. This person can be cured? Gu Shuyan's gaze fell on Su Zirwei, filled with suspicion. Jiang Xian pursed her lips slightly before whispering. This is my ex-husband. He's the one who cured me. A knowing look appeared on Gu Shuyan's face, and a hint of amusement appeared in his eyes. Dr. Su has done his best. We already have a decision in mind regarding the old man's matter. You shouldn't feel any burden. After Gu Shuyan finished speaking, he patted Su Zirwei on the shoulder. Su Zirwei ignored Gu Shuyan's words and just looked at Jiang Xian. What did Jiang Xian mean by that? Did she feel ashamed of being an ex-husband? Grandpa, this is Dr. Su. He helped Mr. Jiang heal his leg before. He's also a doctor at Jinghai Hospital, and he's quite well known. Gu Shuyan walked over to old Master Gu and spoke. Grandpa Gu glanced at Su Zirwei, his expression grave. Shuyan, I'm not trying to criticize you, but if these foreign doctors are no good, is this young man reliable? Chapter 97, Being Looked Down Upon. Sitting next to old Master Gu was Gu's eldest sister-in-law. She is also Gu Shuyan's stepmother, Lindsay Shu. Mrs. Gu was impeccably dressed and looked no older than her age. To outsiders, she appeared to be only around 30. She looks more like Gu Shuyan's older sister. Today, Gu Changfeng, the head of the Gu family, did not attend. Everything was handled by Gu Shuyan. This alone is enough to demonstrate Gu Shuyan's status in the Gu family. Jiang Xian had never met Gu Shuyan's stepmother. At that time, Gu Shuyan's wife was still the legal wife. Gu Shuyan frowned, and Jiang Xian also felt that this statement was inappropriate. Mrs. Gu, Su Zirwei's abilities are evident to all. The Gu family has always lived abroad, so it's natural that they haven't heard of him. I was in a car accident before and injured my leg. Even the experts couldn't do anything about it. It was Su Zirwei who solved it. Besides, he hasn't even made a move yet. So how can you be so sure of Su Zirwei's abilities? Jiang Xian spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly, which surprised Su Zirwei somewhat, as this was the first time he had seen Jiang Xian speak up for him. The thought that Jiang Xian had said these words for the sake of the Jiang group filled Su Zirwei with bitterness. Since Dr. Su is confident, let Dr. Su take a look. Gu Shuyan had a cold face, so Mrs. Gu didn't dare to continue to stop her. There were just too many probing eyes around her, and she was worried that it would backfire on her. Su Zirwei stepped forward silently. Su Zirwei knelt down in front of Grandpa Gu and smiled slightly. Grandpa Gu, don't worry, I will do my best. Su Zirwei didn't dare to make any boasts. The previous 3 years had all been about addressing the root causes. Only in this way can Jiang Xian's condition be guaranteed to improve. Now that he's suddenly become so proficient, Su Zirwei is also a little nervous. Gu Shuyan watched intently from the side, glancing at Jiang Xian every now and then, seemingly questioning her. Jiang Xian also began to worry at this point. If Su Zirwei can't do it, how am I supposed to explain it to the Gu family? At this moment, Jiang Xian felt a mix of emotions, and even some regret. Su Zirwei was unaware of Jiang Xian's attitude towards him. He was currently only looking at the old man in front of him. Young man, don't be stressed. I've consulted many people about this leg, but none of them have helped me. I've already resigned myself to fate. Grandpa Gu smiled and comforted Su Zirwei, understanding the pressure Su Zirwei was under at the moment. Su Zirwei remained silent for a while. Grandpa Gu, there is a way to treat your leg. but it is a bit special. If I could go to the hospital for a detailed examination, I would be more confident. Su Zirwei gave his own answer. Grandpa Gu was somewhat surprised, and even the Gu family members beside him showed curiosity. Are you kidding me? Many experts say there's nothing that can be done about the old man's legs. Can you really fix it? When the Gu family members spoke, their words were filled with trouble. Su Zirwei nodded slightly. I have no reason to joke about this. There's about a 40% chance. If I could get a detailed checkup at the hospital, I'd be even more certain. Su Zirwei spoke earnestly, but the Gu family fell silent. Gu Shuyan, in particular, seemed to have doubts. Seeing the state of the Gu family, Jiang Xian felt a vague unease. Jiang Xian, thank you for coming today. You've taken good care of my grandfather. Gu Shuyan's words clearly indicated that he wanted to get rid of people. Jiang Xian was taken aback and subconsciously glanced at Su Zirwei. Su Zirwei frowned. Mr. Gu, I'm telling the truth. Before Su Zirwei could finish speaking, Gu Shuyan interrupted him. Dr. Su, we need to think about this matter carefully. It's not that we don't trust you, and we appreciate your hard work this time. Gu Shuyan's words were cold, even revealing a hint of impatience. Su Zirwei was about to continue persuading her after hearing this, but Jiang Xian quickly stepped forward. All right, come with me. Let's not bother President Gu anymore. After saying that, Jiang Xian took Su Zirwei and left. The gossip from the Gu family was ignored. After leaving the restaurant, Su Zirwei simply stood by the roadside, letting the night wind wash over him. Jiang Xian merely glanced at him disdainfully. Let's go. You've had a hard day. Jiang Xian explained all her actions with a single, understated sentence. Upon hearing this, Su Zirwei's long-suppressed emotions finally erupted. In your heart, I am a dispensable existence, someone you can even use as a bargaining chip. Jiang Xian, when did you become like this? Su Zirwei questioned, but Jiang Xian only gave a cold laugh. Su Zirwei, you should be happy, at least you still have a chance for me to use. Old Master Gu, are you really confident? Jiang Xian's gaze held a hint of probing. Upon hearing this, Su Zirwei sneered. Even now, Jiang Xian is still worried about these things. With a helpless smile, Su Zirwei shook his head. Jiang Xian, you should have heard what I just said. That's all I have to say. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, he raised his hand and hailed a taxi. I will be taking care of He Yuqing at the hospital for the time being, and I will also take care of my grandmother's meals. I hope Mr. Jiang can understand. After saying that, Su Zirwei closed the car door. Jiang Xian didn't even have a chance to speak before Su Zirwei left. Secretly clenching her fists, Jiang Xian bit her lower lip, her heart filled with anger. A car stopped next to Jiang Xian. The car window slowly rolled down, revealing Gu Shuyan. President Jiang, you left in such a hurry that I didn't have a chance to catch up with you properly. After Gu Shuyan finished speaking, his eyes were filled with warmth. Seeing this, Jiang Xian didn't think much of it and got into the car immediately. Where is Dr. Su? Gu Shuyan asked curiously, and Jiang Xian was taken aback. He gave an awkward laugh before continuing. Su Zirwei will go back first. I'm really sorry about what happened today. I never expected things to turn out this way. Jiang Xian looked slightly apologetic, while Gu Shuyan chuckled. Jiang Xian, there's nothing to apologize for. On the contrary, I should be the one apologizing. The Gu family harbors a certain hostility towards doctors. We just encountered quite a few scammers, so we were somewhat wary. After saying that, Gu Shuyan continued, but you're really divorced? After Gu Shuyan finished speaking, Jiang Xian was taken aback and then nodded. I was with Su Zirwei out of necessity. However, Su Zirwei is indeed capable. Perhaps we can take the old man to see him. After saying these words, Gu Shuyan simply smiled. Let the old man decide this matter. Jiang Xian, you must have some purpose in coming to see me tonight, right? After Gu Shuyan finished speaking, Jiang Xian was somewhat surprised, not expecting Gu Shuyan to be so direct. Mr. Gu, I don't understand what you're trying to say. Jiang Xian started to play dumb, but Gu Shuyan just smiled after hearing this. Jiang Xian, I am really happy to see you again, but I also hope that you can be more honest, just like when we were kids. Chapter 98. Let's get straight to it. There are quite a few people outside the banquet hall today, all of whom are here for the Gu family. I've also looked into the situation of the Jiang group. After Gu Shuyan finished speaking, Jiang Xian felt as if everything about her had been laid bare, and the Jiang group's affairs were just a fig leaf for her. Not to mention in front of Gu Shuyan, his childhood playmate. Jiang Xian remained silent, then sighed. I didn't want to trouble you, but now there's been a little trouble. If the Gu family is unwilling, I won't say anything more. After saying these words, Jiang Xian felt uneasy. Upon hearing this, Gu Shuyan simply smiled. Just as I thought, Jiang Xian. If you encounter any difficulties, you can tell me directly. There's no need to hide anything from me. After Gu Shuyan finished speaking, Jiang Xian felt even more ashamed and could only sigh in the end. Mr. Gu, would you be willing to help our Jiang group? Jiang Xian asked directly, and Gu Shuyan just smiled slightly upon hearing this. Jiang Xian, your words make me feel a bit distant. Do you think I'm that petty? However, this matter is not so simple. I need to discuss it with the higher-ups first. After Gu Shuyan finished speaking, Jiang Xian didn't say anything more, but just smiled slightly. I understand that you must have your own concerns. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, she still felt a sense of hope. At least he had agreed, so she still had a chance. Just as Jiang Xian was about to ask another question, the brakes were suddenly applied. The villa has arrived. Wait for my news. After Gu Shuyan finished speaking, Jiang Xian nodded and got out of the car. However, she was also curious whether Gu Shuyan's feelings for her were based on affection or if he wanted to do something else. The Jiang group is nothing to the Gu family. So what is the reason behind the Gu family's actions? Filled with countless curiosities, Jiang Xian returned to the villa, where the interior was pitch black. Grandma Jiang had already gone to sleep, and Jiang Xian also slowed down her pace. Lying in bed, Jiang Xian suddenly remembered Su Zirwei's words. Did he go to the hospital? Once this idea takes hold, problems spring up like mushrooms after rain and become uncontrollable. Thinking about this, Jiang Xian couldn't sleep at all. Looking at Su Zirwei's phone, Jiang Xian wanted to call him several times, but she restrained herself. The Gu family's attitude towards Su Zirwei today has already said a lot. It's even quite possible that the Gu family won't choose to go to the hospital. This, in turn, becomes a problem for Jiang Xian. After taking a taxi, Su Zirwei did not go home, but went to the hospital instead. Looking at He Yuqing in the ward, Su Zirwei felt somewhat lost. Su Zirwei found it laughable that his expertise was being questioned and that Jiang Xian was now taking advantage of him. Little Su, the dean's voice came from the corridor, which surprised Su Zirwei. Seeing Dean Wu, Su Zirwei quickly stepped forward. Dean Wu, it's so late. Why are you still here? Su Zirwei looked over curiously. Upon hearing this, Dean Wu simply sighed. You haven't been at the hospital recently, so you naturally don't know the current situation. Our hospital has encountered a major problem these past 2 days. Do you know the Gu family? After Dean Wu finished speaking, Su Zirwei trembled slightly, feeling confused. The Gu family? Is Dean Wu referring to old Master Gu's matter? Dean Wu was somewhat surprised by what Su Zirwei said. How did you know? You've seen him. Dean Wu was somewhat surprised, but he quickly revealed a hint of anticipation. Su Zirwei nodded. I checked on him tonight, and the old man's health is not bad. As soon as Su Zirwei finished speaking, Dean Wu immediately pulled Su Zirwei aside. You brat, you didn't tell me about something this important. Come with me right now. After speaking, Dean Wu immediately pulled Su Zirwei to the conference room. Su Zirwei was confused and could only follow behind Dean Wu. Upon seeing this, Su Zirwei's eyes were filled with confusion. Inside the meeting room, Dean Wu began contacting all the doctors and department heads in the hospital. Su Zirwei stiffened. Dean, what are you doing? Shouldn't you be asleep by now? Su Zirwei was still worried about the schedules of those directors. After all, they were all getting on in years, and it would be bad if something happened to them. But Dean Wu was not in a hurry and simply waved his hand. Don't worry, these people will be here soon. Dean Wu's face was filled with excitement. Su Zirwei could only wait on the sidelines. Within half an hour, the hospital's top team began to gather. He was speechless for a moment, looking at the 5 department heads in front of him. Don't you guys get any sleep at night? Su Zirwei made a helpless complaint, but Dean Wu just smiled when he heard it. Xiao Su, you're wrong about that. You're the only one who has ever met old Master Gu. Tell us what exactly happened. Dean Wu asked excitedly, and the others nodded in agreement. All eyes were on Su Zirwei. Feeling pressured, Su Zirwei, though unaware of what had happened, could only explain the situation. After listening to Su Zirwei's opinion, Dean Wu fell into deep thought. If Grandpa Gu really comes to the hospital, are you 60% sure you can win? Dean Wu looked on with excitement. Su Zirwei remained silent for a while before nodding seriously. If that's the case, I will try to persuade the Gu family to let you stay in the hospital for the time being and not go out. After Dean Wu finished speaking, Su Zirwei agreed. Su Zirwei didn't want to go back to the villa anyway, so he finally had a good excuse. Dean, you should be able to tell me what exactly happened now. Faced with Su Zirwei's question, Dean Wu sighed. Xiao Su, you may not know what kind of business the Gu family does overseas. They mainly deal in medical equipment. If we seize this opportunity, you know what kind of benefits it will bring to the hospital. Dean Wu stated his thoughts directly and frankly. Su Zirwei did not find it offensive. Instead, he nodded slightly. If the dean can persuade me, I will definitely do my best. With Su Zirwei's words, Dean Wu felt relieved. I've been waiting for you to say that. Don't leave tonight either. Let's come up with a preliminary plan together, as a way to prepare in advance. Su Zirwei was taken aback, never expecting Dean Wu to be in such a hurry. The Gu family really has something going for them. Thinking about this, Su Zirwei felt a strange sensation in his heart. Will Jiang Xian try to get closer to Gu Jia in another way? Su Zirwei quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. Jiang Xian is arrogant, so how could she possibly use this method? I doubt she would do that. Coming to his senses, Dean Wu had already started the seminar. Chapter 99, A Special Kind of Persistence. Having not slept all night, Su Zirwei looked at the final proposed solution and sighed helplessly. In short, we'll prepare according to the preliminary plan, and I'll try to negotiate with the Gu family. Dean Wu looked 10 years older after not sleeping all night. He patted Su Zirwei on the shoulder at that moment. Thank you for your help this time. Su Zirwei was flattered. Dean Wu, please don't say that. I'm happy to be able to help the hospital. Su Zirwei smiled slightly, and Dean Wu's face also showed relief. If all young people today had your awareness, my life would be much easier. After Dean Wu finished speaking, he turned and left. Su Zirwei yawned after leaving the meeting room. Seeing that it was still early, they arrived outside He Yuqing's ward. He Yuqing's recovery was faster than expected, which put Su Zirwei at ease. Brother Zirwei? He Yuqing was still somewhat incredulous when she saw the person standing at the door. Su Zirwei was also surprised that He Yuqing had woken up, and he felt a little embarrassed. Why don't you sleep a little longer? It's still early. Su Zirwei smiled, and He Yuqing simply smiled back. I slept for a full 8 hours. Brother Zirwei, what brings you here? Has President Jiang finally let you out? He Yuqing joked, but a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Su Zirwei was taken aback for a moment before saying, I came out on my own. There were some things going on at the hospital, and I had to come and help. He Yuqing was surprised. Something happened at the hospital? Su Zirwei didn't know how to explain, so he could only nod. It's just a minor issue. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, He Yuqing nodded. The atmosphere between the two became a little awkward, and Su Zirwei couldn't help but yawn. He Yuqing chuckled upon seeing this. Brother Zirwei, you look like you haven't slept all night. Go and get some rest. He Yuqing's words gave Su Zirwei a lifeline, and he nodded hurriedly. Remember to call me if you need anything. I'm in the next examination room. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, he turned around and went to rest. He Yuqing sighed softly, her face slightly flushed. Brother Zirwei is back. Outside Su Zirwei's house. Chen Huifang was about to go out to buy groceries early in the morning when she saw a luxury car parked in front of her house. Just as I was about to go over and see what was going on, the car started immediately. This piqued Chen Huifang's curiosity. Although it was only for a moment, the person in the driver's seat felt somewhat familiar to her. Jiang Xian gripped the steering wheel tightly. She had been waiting outside Su Zirwei's house since early morning, but had not seen Su Zirwei for a long time. The moment Chen Huifang appeared, a desire to escape welled up in Jiang Xian's mind. Without even thinking twice, they simply ran away. After parking on the side of the road, Jiang Xian calmed down. If Su Zirwei is not at home, then he can only be at the hospital. With her fingers tapping on the steering wheel, Jiang Xian finally drove to the company. Su Zirwei wants space, and Jiang Xian can give it to him, but only on the condition that Su Zirwei doesn't forget what he should be doing. The Gu family, on the other hand, didn't take the incident from last night to heart. Gu Shuyan specially invited several experts from Jinghai to come today. Gentlemen, I've heard of your reputation when I was abroad. I'd like to trouble you all to take a look at my old man. After Gu Shuyan finished speaking, the experts in front of him nodded in agreement. Don't worry, Mr. Gu, we will do our best. The three exchanged glances, also curious about old Master Gu's current condition. After exchanging pleasantries, the consultation began. However, when the three experts saw Mr. Gu's condition, they all fell silent. Gu Shuyan also noticed that the experts' expressions were somewhat strange. Only then did he lead the three of them out of the room. Gentlemen, is there something wrong with my grandfather? Su Zirwei was curious. The three people in front of them looked at each other and then shook their heads. Mr. Gu, we are truly powerless to help you. This matter is not so simple. If that kid were here, we might be able to hold a seminar. One of the experts spoke up, which piqued Gu Shuyan's curiosity. Professor Zhang, I don't know who you were talking about. Can you help the old man's condition? Gu Shuyan asked curiously. Professor Zhang nodded slightly. Mr. Gu, you may not know this, but there is another capable person in Jinghai Hospital. There was a special case before. At the time, None of us could fix Mr. Zhang's leg, but that kid managed to save it. When Professor Zhang mentioned President Jiang, Gu Shuyan felt a sense of confusion. Could it be Su Zirwei? However, Professor Zhang's next words confirmed what Su Zirwei had in mind. That man was Su Zirwei. It's actually true? Gu Shuyan was somewhat surprised by her discovery. Meanwhile, Professor Zhang was still praising Su Zirwei's abilities, saying that Su Zirwei was a rare medical genius. The more Professor Zhang praised him, the more strange Gu Shuyan felt. Thinking back to how they treated the Gu family last night, is Su Zirwei still able to come over? For a moment, all sorts of guesses filled my mind. Professor Zhang could also tell that Gu Shuyan seemed to have something on her mind. I wonder if Mr. Gu has any concerns? Su Zirwei is currently at Jinghai Hospital. If needed, I can help you make a connection. As soon as Professor Zhang finished speaking, a hint of panic appeared in Gu Shuyan's eyes. However, he quickly suppressed these emotions. Thank you, Professor Zhang. I have Dr. Su's contact information here, so I won't trouble you any further. Gu Shuyan didn't want to see Su Zirwei in such an awkward situation. He needs to start with Jiang Xian. Professor Zhang didn't press the matter further. Since President Gu had said so, there was no way he could force him to continue. After seeing the three professors off, Gu Shuyan's eyes held a hint of contemplation. He needs to contact Su Zirwei right now. Su Zirwei is still asleep in the hospital. Suddenly a sound woke him up. Still sleepy, Su Zirwei's eyes were filled with curiosity. You can actually sleep now? What did you tell me before? Have you forgotten it all? Jiang Xian walked in immediately, her gaze falling on Su Zirwei. Su Zirwei's eyes flickered strangely when he saw Jiang Xian. What does Mr. Jiang mean by this? Su Zirwei controlled his emotions, but his face still showed some signs of fatigue. After seeing Jiang Xian, I roughly understood why she had come here. Thinking of this, Su Zirwei sighed helplessly. I had a meeting last night that didn't end until the early hours of the morning. Is there anything your grandmother needs? Su Zirwei asked curiously, then stood up and prepared to go to the villa. Seeing Su Zirwei like this, Jiang Xian felt a surge of anger inexplicably. Grandma doesn't need you for the time being. If you wait until she goes there, it will be too late. Jiang Xian complained, and upon hearing this, Su Zirwei's face also showed a hint of self-reproach. Su Zirwei, I still remember what you said back then. If you can't do it, I won't force you. As Jiang Xian spoke, a hint of indifference remained in her eyes. Looking at Jiang Xian's arrogant demeanor, Su Zirwei understood perfectly well. Chapter 100 Gu Family's Request. This is the trick Jiang Xian specifically used to deal with herself. But Su Zirwei was completely swayed by this approach. President Jiang, you're really underestimating me by saying that. Since I've already promised you, I can definitely do it. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Jiang Xian sneered. Su Zirwei, can you really do it? Jiang Xian's gaze was arrogant, her eyes filled with doubt. However, upon hearing this, Su Zirwei frowned. Is there something wrong with the way you're looking at me? Do you think I said something wrong? After saying these words, Jiang Xian strode forward, her eyes filled with a hint of aggression. Su Zirwei, I'm also warning you not to let your personal matters affect Grandma. Jiang Xian stared intently, but a ringing bell interrupted her the next second. Su Zirwei raised an eyebrow. Why don't you answer the phone first? Maybe it's something important. Upon hearing Su Zirwei's words, Jiang Xian merely glanced at the object. Her entire demeanor changed after she saw the incoming call message. Seeing Jiang Xian's appearance, Su Zirwei could roughly guess who it was. What Su Zirwei couldn't accept was how Jiang Xian actually viewed President Gu. Confused, Su Zirwei forced himself not to think about these things. In the corridor, Jiang Xian's eyes held a hint of curiosity. Mr. Gu, you're not joking with me, are you? You want to meet Su Zirwei? Jiang Xian was somewhat surprised, and Su Zirwei on the other end of the phone gave an affirmative answer. What happened last night was wrong of our Gu family. Today, I also heard Professor Zhang talk about some things concerning Su Zirwei. I wonder if I'll have the chance to meet Mr. Su. After Gu Shuyan finished speaking, Jiang Xian was somewhat flattered, clearly not expecting things to turn out this way. If there's a chance, I'll go and schedule a time for you right away. Jiang Xian was overjoyed. Gu Shuyan smiled slightly on the other end of the phone. In that case, I thank you in advance, and I will also help you with the matter from before. Gu Shuyan hung up the phone after speaking. Jiang Xian suppressed the excitement on her face. He entered Su Zirwei's office once again. Su Zirwei's eyes also showed confusion when he saw Jiang Xian. I wonder if Mr. Jiang has come here on some important business? Su Zirwei asked curiously. Jiang Xian paused for a moment before continuing. Do you have some time lately? I'd like to take you out to meet someone. As soon as Jiang Xian finished speaking, Su Zirwei instantly understood. Is Mr. Jiang referring to the Gu family? Su Zirwei looked over, his eyes still carrying a hint of mockery. Feeling Su Zirwei's gaze, Jiang Xian simply gritted her teeth. You're right, the Gu family does indeed need your help with some things. I don't think you'll refuse. Jiang Xian remained aloof and superior, but upon hearing this, Su Zirwei let out a cold laugh. Why should I agree to that? Su Zirwei was curious, and since the choice was his, he naturally had the right to refuse. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian also fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Xian took a deep breath. This will be an unprecedented help to your career. Once you get on board with Gujia, your future will be limitless. Don't you want to do that? After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Su Zirwei shook his head slightly. I'm already famous enough. Why should I care about these things? Besides, it was the Gu family who rejected me first. Su Zirwei wasn't vengeful, but he was really annoyed by the Gu family's arrogant attitude. Jiang Xian's eyes widened, almost unable to believe her eyes. Do you know what you'll miss by doing this? That's the envy of everyone in the Gu family. Jiang Xian's words did not move Su Zirwei. If the Gu family really wants me to take action, that's simple. Make Gu Shuyan come to me personally to beg. An old master Gu can only be treated by our Jinghai hospital. Su Zirwei looked at him with a cold gaze. Jiang Xian could only clench her fists at that moment. Do you know what you're saying? That's the Gu family. How could you let him come begging to you? Su Zirwei chuckled. If President Jiang finds this condition a bit difficult, then I won't go to meet her. This is my only condition, and I hope you can convey it to President Gu as well. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, he ignored him. Jiang Xian could only stare at Su Zirwei. I will relay your request to him, but I also hope you can do your best. I'm doing this for your own good. After saying that, Jiang Xian left without looking back. Su Zirwei simply watched the woman silently, a hint of helplessness on his face. Su Zirwei found it somewhat laughable that Gu Jia could make Jiang Xian go to such lengths. What kind of magic does this Gu family possess? Zhang Feier walked in at that moment and happened to see Jiang Xian. Their eyes met, and Jiang Xian simply maintained the smile on her face. Zhang Feier didn't even have time to ask before she saw Jiang Xian had already left. Master, why is this woman here again? What is her purpose in coming here? Jiang Xian looked confused. However, upon hearing this, Su Zirwei simply shook his head. She came to speak on behalf of the Gu family. Upon hearing the name Gu Jia, Zhang Feier immediately stepped forward. Master, you're not joking, are you? This woman is here because of the Gu family. Zhang Feier's face was filled with excitement. However, Su Zirwei was somewhat confused after hearing this. Why are you so agitated? Is there some secret here? Su Zirwei asked curiously, and Zhang Feier immediately lowered her head. Master, you were absolutely right. There really is a secret behind this. Zhang Feier spoke mysteriously, leaving Su Zirwei somewhat confused. Then tell me what kind of inside story is behind this. Su Zirwei looked over, and Zhang Feier immediately nodded. I heard that the Gu family hired 3 professors today, which is obviously to have the Gu family patriarch examine his leg. But in the end, nothing was accomplished. I never expected to find you, Master. Upon hearing Zhang Feier's words, Su Zirwei instantly understood. Who was the professor they contacted? Su Zirwei looked over and saw Zhang Feier shaking her head slightly. I don't know about that. However, there is one thing I can confirm. Professor Zhang seems to be in there. Upon hearing Zhang Feier's words, Su Zirwei instantly understood. So that's where the problem lies. It's likely that Professor Zhang brought this up on his own initiative. Master, is there anything we need to do now? Zhang Feier looked on with some curiosity. If Su Zirwei agrees now, it will be a bright future for him. Chapter 101, Taking the Credit. Looking at Zhang Feier, Su Zirwei could sense the excitement in her heart. Su Zirwei was well aware of what this meant. Once I agree, I'll have 2 powerful backers. But Su Zirwei never thought about any of that. He wouldn't have agreed if it weren't for some special reason. Su Zirwei thought for a moment, then shook his head. I have already told Jiang Xian my conditions. I will only help the Gu family patriarch if the Gu family comes to me personally. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Zhang Feier's eyes widened in surprise. They couldn't even believe what they were hearing. Master, you can't be serious, can you? That's the Gu family. You actually expect the Gu family to come and beg you? Zhang Feier couldn't believe her ears. If it were anyone else, they would never make such a request. Thinking of this, Zhang Feier took another serious look. Once she was certain that Su Zirwei wasn't lying, Zhang Feier immediately stepped forward. Master, now that you've made this decision, I will definitely help you. If you need anything, just tell me, and I will definitely tell my father. After saying this, Zhang Feier nodded in support. Su Zirwei was helpless when he saw this scene. What other problems could there be? Are they going to attack me? If I don't agree, how could the Gu family possibly force me? After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Zhang Feier nodded slightly. Thinking about it carefully, that's indeed the case. The Gu family would never do such a thing. However, this is ultimately a family matter, and there's absolutely no way they'll let it go easily. Based on my understanding of Gu Shuyan, he definitely won't lower himself to come to the hospital and beg you. Zhang Feier was worried that someone from the Gu family might secretly make a move against them. Su Zirwei became somewhat curious upon hearing this. From what you're saying, it seems you know a lot about the Gu family. Su Zirwei raised an eyebrow. Zhang Feier was taken aback, then nodded. After all, the Gu family was quite powerful when they were abroad, and the Zhang family knows a bit about them. Zhang Feier explained. Su Zirwei fell silent after hearing this. He forgot at the time that this was, after all, a business rival. The Zhang family will definitely make preparations in advance. Thinking of this, Su Zirwei also remembered the woman who had given him a cold shoulder that day. Speaking of which, I do have a few questions. Do you know who's in charge of the Gu family now? Upon hearing Su Zirwei's words, Zhang Feier's eyes were filled with confusion. Brother Wang, you're not kidding me, are you? Gu Shuyan is now the one who calls the shots in the Gu family. But speaking of which, Gu Shuyan is also a pitiful person. I just happened to run into someone like that. Hearing this, Su Zirwei was curious and didn't understand the meaning behind these words. Looking at Gu Shuyan, who is so arrogant, how could he be a pitiful person? Su Zirwei was filled with confusion. Zhang Feier didn't think much of it. Instead, she sighed. Master, you may not know this, but the Gu family situation is somewhat special. I heard that Mr. Gu's biological mother left when he was a few years old. After that, Mr. Gu found a younger woman and took her abroad. After Zhang Feier finished speaking, Su Zirwei immediately thought of Jiang Xian. That means that Jiang Xian got to know President Gu from that time on. Su Zirwei muttered something, while Zhang Feier looked at him with curiosity. Master, what are you whispering about? Upon hearing Zhang Feier's question, Su Zirwei immediately shook his head. It's nothing, I was just thinking about something else. And then, how did Grandpa Gu become the way he is today? Su Zirwei was confused. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feier could only shake her head helplessly. I don't know about that either, but I can be sure that the Gu family is not as simple as it seems. After Zhang Feier finished speaking, Su Zirwei nodded in understanding. But now that you mention it, Master, something comes to mind. The Gu family has also experienced some things. I heard that they almost went bankrupt when they were abroad. I didn't expect the Gu family to actually persevere. Zhang Feier was also somewhat surprised by this matter, and even Zhang Xingtian would bring it up from time to time. This is almost a typical case in their circle. Su Zirwei could only nod after hearing this. At that moment, Jiang Xian also dialed the phone with a nervous heart. I was also thinking about how to start the conversation. The thought that the other party was Gu Shuyan instantly put her under pressure. The moment the phone was answered, Mr. Jiang, why are you calling me all of a sudden? When does Dr. Su plan to come over? Gu Shuyan thought Su Zirwei had already agreed. However, Jiang Xian shook her head and sighed. Mr. Gu, this matter is a bit troublesome. Su Zirwei doesn't seem to be planning to come in person. After saying these words, Jiang Xian fell silent. They were also watching nervously. If Gu Shuyan gets angry at this moment, how much can her words solve? Just as he was feeling confused, Gu Shuyan suddenly burst out laughing. Does Dr. Su still hold a grudge against us because of what happened before? But then again, that makes sense. It was definitely our fault that night. I will communicate with the hospital. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Gu Shuyan's attitude surprised Jiang Xian, and even left her somewhat confused. I never expected this to happen. President Gu, don't take it to heart. Su Zirwei is just like that, a bit domineering. I'll try to persuade him again. Jiang Xian tried to persuade him again, but Gu Shuyan interrupted her when she heard this. I know what you're thinking. We were wrong to do this before. Then let us do it ourselves. As for what I mentioned before, I've already spoken to the Gu family. You just need to prepare a contract. After Gu Shuyan finished speaking, he hung up the phone immediately. Jiang Xian looked at her phone with a sense of helplessness, wondering what Gu Shuyan meant. Or was Gu Shuyan simply thanking himself? Thinking of this possibility, Jiang Xian felt helpless. Unexpectedly, in the end, it was still thanks to Su Zirwei. This made her feel somewhat unbalanced. Now that the results are in, there's really no need for her to pursue anything further. When Grandpa Gu learned of this, he wasn't particularly angry. When I first saw this kid, I knew he was definitely not an ordinary person. I never expected you to say something like this. You all brought this on yourselves. I'm going to the hospital tonight. You guys figure it out yourselves. Grandpa Gu immediately developed a strong interest in Su Zirwei. Chapter 102 Going to the Hospital. My first thought was to go to the hospital. Upon hearing this, Gu Shuyan could only sigh helplessly. Grandpa, this matter is not so easy to resolve. We also need to complete the handover with the hospital first. Despite Gu Shuyan's earnest and heartfelt persuasion, Old Master Gu remained resolute. I've made up my mind today, and I'll do as I say. I'm handing the entire Gu family over to you, not so you can hesitate like this. Grandpa Gu's face was clearly showing anger, and Gu Shuyan could only sigh upon hearing this. Grandpa, I understand. I'll go contact the hospital right away. Meanwhile, Su Zirwei was still waiting at the hospital. Jiang Xin led Dean Wu in. Seeing these two people walk in, Su Zirwei felt somewhat confused. Why did you two suddenly come here? Su Zirwei subconsciously voiced all the questions that were on his mind. However, upon hearing this, Dean Wu's eyes showed dissatisfaction. Xiao Su, how can you talk like that? President Jiang came with good news. After saying this, Dean Wu immediately stepped forward. He immediately grabbed Su Zirwei. Please don't cause me any trouble. President Jiang went to great lengths to persuade the Gu family. Just prepare according to the plan we discussed before. After he finished speaking, Dean Wu immediately showed a hint of excitement. Su Zirwei frowned slightly, his gaze falling on Jiang Xin. It seems to be a question. Jiang Xin was momentarily stunned by Su Zirwei's gaze. However, Jiang Xin recovered quickly. President Gu has already decided to come and see you, and has already contacted the hospital. All you need to do is prepare a treatment plan. After Jiang Xin finished speaking, Su Zirwei's eyes also showed a thoughtful look. President Jiang, are you sure you persuaded President Gu to come here yourself? When Su Zirwei questioned him, Jiang Xin immediately coughed. Dr. Su, did I say something wrong? Wasn't this message delivered by me personally? You don't actually think that it was your medical skills that got President Gu to come in person, do you? You should calm down. After Jiang Xin finished speaking, Su Zirwei just gave a cold laugh. Since that's what you think, Mr. Jiang, then so be it. Dean Wu, just follow the plan we discussed before. After saying all this, Su Zirwei prepared to leave. Jiang Xin felt somewhat dissatisfied after seeing Su Zirwei's appearance. What do you mean by that? I'm trying to help you. If I didn't say this, the Gu family would shift all the blame onto you. Do you want to get caught in a media storm? Jiang Xin tried to persuade him earnestly. However, upon hearing this, Su Zirwei let out a cold laugh. You really haven't changed at all, just like before. Still acting all high and mighty. Do you think that will solve everything? Su Zirwei let out a long breath. You forcibly imposed your own will on me, and that's what I hate most about you. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, the atmosphere around him instantly became somber. Even the well-informed Dean Wu was at a loss for words upon hearing this. Dean Wu is now so embarrassed he wants to disappear into a hole. Jiang Xin just sneered when she heard these words. You don't think you're all grown up now and can refuse everything I offer you, do you? If I hadn't sheltered you from the storm before, you wouldn't have achieved what you have today. You should know that you're dealing with the Gu family. Jiang Xin tried to persuade him earnestly. He still wants to express that Su Zirwei's current achievements are all due to his own efforts. Su Zirwei's face gradually darkened. Seeing this, Dean Jiang quickly stepped forward to persuade them. You two should stop arguing. What's most important for us right now is to quickly come up with a perfect plan. After saying these words, Su Zirwei and Jiang Xin calmed down. They do need to find a solution right now. Let's do what we've already discussed, and then we can take our time with the rest. After Dean Wu finished speaking, Su Zirwei nodded in agreement. Jiang Xin didn't say much from beginning to end, but watched silently from the side. I felt a bit curious. His gaze remained fixed on Su Zirwei. At the same time, a look of confusion appeared on his face. Dean Wu clearly sensed that Jiang Xin must have something else she wanted to say. Dean Wu immediately came to Su Zirwei's side. Xiao Su, you should have a good talk with President Jiang. We should all prioritize Master Gu's affairs. Dean Wu left immediately after speaking. Upon seeing this, Su Zirwei also turned his attention to Jiang Xin. I'm curious why President Jiang insists on doing this. Do you perhaps want the dean to say something nice to you? After Su Zirwei finished speaking, a cold smile appeared in his eyes. Jiang Xin felt a pang of pain in her heart when she saw that look in his eyes. I've already told you my reasons for doing this. The Gu family is not as simple as you think. If you rashly agree to this, it will only attract more attention. Jiang Xin continued to persuade him, but her eyes revealed a condescending attitude. Hearing this, Su Zirwei gradually calmed down. According to what you said before, if you really care about me, tell me everything about the Gu family now. I don't want to be kept in the dark like this. Su Zirwei's gaze was resolute, and Jiang Xin could only feel helpless seeing this. So you're questioning me. Jiang Xin looked at Su Zirwei in front of her. The two stared at each other for a long time before Su Zirwei finally sighed. I am a doctor. From the moment you introduced me to the Gu family, this matter was already doomed. Besides, if we can really cure the old man, it would be a good thing for us. Su Zirwei smiled, while Jiang Xin could only frown upon seeing this. What exactly do you mean by that? Has all my advice been ineffective? Su Zirwei, this is not the time for jokes. Jiang Xin wished she could just rush forward and grab Su Zirwei's shoulders. Su Zirwei merely glanced at him indifferently. President Jiang, you should put away your kindness. I am no longer the Su Zirwei you used to know. After saying this, Su Zirwei immediately stood up and prepared to leave. When Jiang Xin saw Su Zirwei's appearance, she immediately stepped forward and grabbed him. No matter how much you resist this, I will help you solve it. You must never face the Gu family alone. Chapter 103 The Gu Family's Warning. Upon hearing Jiang Xion's words, Su Zirwei simply snorted coldly. Jiang Xion's decision was entirely her own and has nothing to do with you. I advise you not to overthink it. After saying all this, Su Zirwei prepared to leave. Upon seeing this, Jiang Xion beside him sighed. Su Zirwei, why won't you listen to me? However, Su Zirwei did not hear these words. As he walked out of the corridor, Su Zirwei let out a long sigh. The Gu family's situation is indeed somewhat troublesome. But as a doctor, he couldn't just sit idly by. Moreover, it was Dean Wu who instigated this whole thing. Dean Wu had been eagerly anticipating the arrival of Mr. Gu at the hospital. Having considered all this, Su Zirwei naturally couldn't refuse. In the afternoon, the Gu family arrived with their entourage. Looking at the large group of people from the Gu family, this also surprised Su Zirwei somewhat. I thought the Gu family would only send Gu Shuyan, but I didn't expect there to be so many people. Mr. Gu, please rest assured, there will be absolutely no problems with Mr. Gu in our hospital's care. Dean Wu looked serious, but Gu Shuyan was staring at Su Zirwei. Dr. Su, now that I've brought the old man here, are you really confident? Looking at Su Zirwei, Gu Shuyan still felt a little worried. After all, he had taken an absolute risk to bring the old man here this time. Everyone in the Gu family is hoping that the old man will leave soon. Especially for Lin Zishu. This way she can also get the old man's share of the property. The specific situation depends on the results of the investigation. However, our hospital will definitely do its best. After saying these words, Gu Shuyan's face darkened. That's not what I meant. Didn't Jiang Xian tell you that the Gu family is currently engaged in open and covert struggles? Do you really think you can succeed so easily? After Gu Shuyan finished speaking, Su Zirwei smiled. Instead, a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. I wonder what the relationship is between President Gu and President Jiang. I'm just a doctor, specializing in treating patients and saving lives. As for your family feuds, I have no intention of getting involved. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, he also prepared to return to his ward. The next second, Lin Zishu walked over in her high heels. Your hospital is so run down. Is this your VIP ward? Lin Zishu looked down at him, her eyes filled with disdain. Upon hearing this, Dean Wu immediately stepped forward. Mrs. Lin, this is already the highest standard ward in our hospital. We have dispatched the hospital's most capable doctors to ensure that they will do their best to treat Mr. Gu. Dean Wu stood by with a smile. Lin Zishu gave a dismissive snort. You'd better be able to do that. My father has high expectations for your hospital. If your hospital can't meet them, you should know what will happen. After Lin Zishu finished speaking, Gu Shuyan frowned slightly. This is a family matter. There's no need to put so much pressure on them. Gu Shuyan had barely finished speaking when Lin Zishu expressed her dissatisfaction. I'm doing all this for the sake of the family. Do you really want something to happen to the old man? I'm your stepmother, so naturally I'll care about more things. A crack appeared on Gu Shuyan's face. Even Su Zirwei was somewhat surprised when he saw it. Since the old man has come to this hospital, the rest is up to you. If anything happens to the old man, you might as well shut down this hospital. After Lin Zishu finished speaking, he quickly walked into the ward. Upon hearing this, Su Zirwei glanced at it silently. So this is what Mr. Gu is worried about. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Zirwei's lips curled up slightly. No matter what the Gu family thinks, I will do my best. Su Zirwei did not want to get involved, and he had made that very clear. Gu Shuyan didn't say much, but he knew that the matter had been settled. Grandpa Gu stayed at the hospital, and the Gu family has arranged for a caregiver and bodyguards. As a result, hospital security has increased significantly compared to before. Jiang Xian was still unwilling to give up and kept watch for Su Zirwei's off-get-off work time. Su Zirwei, let's have a good talk. Jiang Xian's eyes were resolute, and Su Zirwei, upon hearing this, did not refuse but got into the car with her. Inside the car, Jiang Xian sighed. I know that as a doctor, You would want to do everything you can to save a patient like Mr. Gu. But I did all that for you. At this point, Jiang Xian briefly explained the Gu family situation. Gu Xian's father is still abroad, and he is in charge of handling things here in China. Moreover, there's also old Master Gu around, and the Gu family situation in the country is somewhat complicated. Gu Xian wants to find the best resources to cure old Master Gu, but the rest of the Gu family doesn't think so. They're all waiting for something to happen to old Master Gu so they can get a share of his enormous assets. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, she took out the file bag again. This involves some matters concerning the Gu family. I think you should take a look. Don't let the Gu family use you too. After saying this, Jiang Xian glanced at Su Zhiwei silently. If you encounter any problems, feel free to come to me. I will definitely help you solve it. Jiang Xian wanted to mend their relationship, but Su Zhiwei shook his head slightly when he heard this. Thank you for your kind offer, Mr. Jiang. I am just an unknown doctor and have not thought about doing anything yet. In my eyes, old Master Gu is just a patient. Speaking of which, Mr. Gu mentioned you today. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Zhiwei clearly sensed that Jiang Xian was momentarily stunned. President Jiang, there's no need to be so nervous. It's just that President Gu came to persuade me to stop. In this respect, you two are the same. Su Zhiwei's words also calmed Jiang Xian down. You didn't also reject President Gu, did you? Jiang Xian considered this possibility, while Su Zhiwei simply smiled slightly. I've made these things very clear. I'm just a doctor, and I'll just do what I'm supposed to do. Instead of spending all this time trying to persuade me, Mr. Jiang should think about the problems of his own company first. Su Zhiwei also touched on Jiang Xian's innermost thoughts. Looking at Su Zhiwei now only fueled my anger. You've really become amazing. You even feel a bit like a stranger to me. Or is it because you've met someone new in your life? Su Zhiwei was stunned as soon as Jiang Xian finished speaking. This matter has nothing to do with Qingqing, Mr. Jiang. Please don't involve other people in our affairs. Su Zhiwei's words immediately made Jiang Xian's face show dissatisfaction. Su Zhiwei, you really care about that woman. Chapter 104 Similar Faces. Since you've already taken on the matter concerning the Gu family patriarch, I wish you the best in resolving it. After saying that, Jiang Xian stepped on the brakes. You can leave now. Su Zhiwei walked down without expression and didn't say another word from beginning to end. This only made Jiang Xian more agitated. Why did Su Zhiwei not smile at all when facing her? Did her identity really bother him that much? Su Zhiwei silently watched the car drive away. Since Meng Qingze is already by her side, why does Jiang Xian still need to pretend to be kind to her? Su Zhiwei shook his head slightly. On his way home, Su Zhiwei had just entered the alley when 3 people followed him from behind. Su Zhiwei became alert in an instant. His intuition told him that these 3 people were after him. Su Zhiwei quickened his pace, wanting to leave as soon as possible. The 3 people behind them continued to pursue relentlessly. This, on the contrary, made Su Zhiwei feel somewhat flustered. Just as he was about to walk out, the 3 people behind him suddenly spoke. Dr. Su, don't worry. We mean no harm. We just have some things we want to talk to you about. A man's voice came from behind, and Su Zhiwei stopped in his tracks. Curious, Su Zhiwei turned around and looked at the 3 thugs in front of him. I have nothing to talk to you about. Su Zhiwei was about to leave after he finished speaking, but the 3 people in front of him were not going to give him that chance. His hands were instantly restrained. Just as Su Zhiwei was about to resist, he was struck on the back with a stick and lost consciousness. When Su Zhiwei woke up again, he found himself tied up in an abandoned train station. The 3 thugs in front of him were holding iron bars and pointing them at him. Su Zhiwei tried to move his wrist, but it was to no avail. Who are you people? Why did you kidnap me here? Who is behind this, telling you to do this? Su Zhiwei asked angrily, but the 3 thugs in front of him just smiled. Dr. Su, you don't need to be so nervous. We've come to see you simply because there are some things we'd like to discuss with you. It's true that someone gave us money to cripple your hand. However, we also know that you are a doctor, and these hands are your livelihood. If your hands are really ruined, who knows how many patients will be in trouble? So let's make a deal. How much money can you offer to buy these hands of yours? The 3 thugs smiled, occasionally brandishing their knives. Su Zhiwei felt a chill run down his spine. Who on earth would do such a thing? He already had an idea in mind, but he had no evidence and could only guess at most. I don't care what you want to do, just let me go. Su Zhiwei struggled, and the 3 people in front of him sighed. Seeing the 3 men approaching him with menacing expressions, Su Zhiwei quickly realized what was happening. How much money did they pay you to do such illegal things? These people must be of unusual status. As Su Zhiwei spoke, the leader's gaze also turned gloomy. I know Dr. Su is trying to get information out of us. And you guessed right, the other party's identity is indeed not simple. This is not something that you and I can solve. And they also gave us 10 million. I heard that Dr. Su used to be with the president of the Jiang group, so she must have quite a bit of slush fund. The ugly faces of these three people gradually gave Su Zirwei some ideas. I can offer you 3 times the price, but you must escort me back safely. Also, tell your employers that the job has been done. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, the 3 brothers in front of him hesitated. 30 million is not a small amount for them. Does Su Zirwei really have that much money? Sensing the confusion in the eyes of the 3 people, Su Zirwei smiled slightly. If I wasn't confident, I wouldn't have offered you this condition. Besides, once you get this money, you can live a carefree life. At worst, you can just go abroad. It's a sure thing for you. Su Zirwei thoroughly analyzed the psychology of these 3 people. The 3 of them were indeed persuaded by Su Zirwei and agreed. Su Zirwei did give money, but he used Jiang Xian's card. Jiang Xian will be able to get all the money back then. However, Su Zirwei did this to see who came up with these vicious plans. The 3 brothers respectfully escorted Su Zirwei to his doorstep. Dr. Su, remember to contact us often if you need anything like this in the future. We 3 brothers are professionals. Su Zirwei was too lazy to waste words with these people and simply waved his hand. After the 3 brothers left, Su Zirwei straightened his clothes and went home. Chen Huifang had been waiting for a long time, but Su Zirwei had not returned, and she was starting to worry. You're finally back. I thought you'd forgotten about our family. Chen Huifang was dissatisfied, especially after learning that Su Zirwei had returned to the villa. She was even more worried about him. Mom, I'm back safe and sound. Don't worry, everything has been resolved. I only need to visit Grandma Jiang once a week. At this point in Su Zirwei's speech, Chen Huifang finally calmed down. It's good that you're all right. You can't be so impulsive next time. No matter what, she's still Jiang Xian. You should know her best. Chen Huifang never thought highly of Jiang Xian, and the divorce only amplified her dissatisfaction. Su Zirwei simply nodded after hearing this. So I'm back now. The hospital will be quite busy these next couple of days, so I may have to stay here for a few more days. When Su Zirwei mentioned the hospital, Chen Huifang also thought of Qingqing. How is Qingqing? You must take good care of her. No matter what, I got hurt because of you. Chen Huifang nagged a few times, and Su Zirwei could only obediently nod from the side. Looking down, I noticed a red bruise on my wrist. Mom, it's getting late. I'm going back to sleep now. Su Zirwei hurriedly made an excuse to escape. He didn't want Chen Huifang to worry about him anymore. Meanwhile, Jiang Xian arrived at a bar. Recalling Su Zirwei's attitude towards her, Jiang Xian felt increasingly anxious. Why does she care so much about Su Zirwei? Looking up, I saw a gloomy man sitting in one of the booths. A beam of light shone down on his head. Jiang Xian stared blankly at the face. It bore an 80% resemblance to Su Zirwei. At that moment, Jiang Xian stepped forward with a wine glass in hand. The man wasn't flustered when he saw Jiang Xian approaching. Instead, he smiled. Jiang Xian's initial goodwill vanished instantly at the man's accepting attitude. Subconsciously, she compared this man to Su Zirwei. Chapter 105. You're not him. Did you come alone? It's not safe to go to a bar so late at night. The man approached and struck up a conversation, a smile playing on his lips. Jiang Xian glanced at it, and the smile in her eyes vanished instantly. The slightly admiring look in his eyes turned into disgust. The man in front of her, however, was oblivious to her own ignorance and continued to wear a smile. Did I say something wrong? Why does my sister seem a little down? The man smiled and handed over his wine glass. Upon seeing this, Jiang Xian merely gave a cold laugh. You're different from him. Your ambition is written all over your face. Even if you look the same, you are not him. I don't like you. Get out of here right now. Jiang Xian waved her hand, completely disregarding the man. Upon hearing Jiang Xian's words, the man felt a surge of dissatisfaction. What do you mean by that? Do you even know who I am? How dare you say such things to me? You really don't know your own limitations. After drinking a few glasses of wine, the man immediately stood up, ready to make a move. Jiang Xian only glanced at it. The bar owner heard the noise quickly and rushed out immediately. Upon seeing that it was Jiang Xian, he immediately adopted a respectful expression. Mr. Jiang, why didn't you tell us you were coming? We don't know what happened here, or if you need our help. The boss's respectful demeanor made the man beside him stare wide-eyed, almost in disbelief. I'm fine here, you just need to get rid of this person. After saying that, Jiang Xian took a special look at the man in front of her. He's not allowed to come in anymore. As soon as Jiang Xian finished speaking, the man shook his head. Why should I? I'm a spade member here, and you're being picky. You probably don't even know what a spade is. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the bar owner immediately called security. What are you all standing there for? Get to work now, and also refund all the money he spent on his membership. Our bar doesn't need a member like him. The bar owner was a shrewd man. He wouldn't lose a major client like President Jiang because of this man. The man tried to say something, but was pushed away the next second. They didn't even have time to find out Jiang Xian's identity. The rest of the people in the bar didn't seem to care much. They just shook their heads slightly. Jiang Xian sat alone at the bar, drinking in silence. People around didn't dare to approach easily. After all, a man had already been thrown out, and they weren't about to risk trouble at this point. The phone rang. Jiang Xian glanced at it and casually ended the call. The call came back very quickly. At this moment, Jiang Xian was already slightly drunk. When the call was answered, Lu Jinjin's anxious voice came through. Why don't you reply to my messages? It's been so long, and I haven't seen you at the company. Where have you been? Lu Jinjin asked anxiously, but Jiang Xian, upon hearing this, could only sigh. I was just feeling a bit irritable, so I went out for a drink. Are you going to meddle in all these things? Jiang Xian's tone was unfriendly, revealing a sense of blame. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinjin sighed. It seems something's happened to Dr. Su. Someone has spent a lot of money to cause trouble for her. I was a little worried, so I came to ask if you wanted to step in and resolve this. As soon as Lu Jinjin finished speaking, there was silence on the other end of the phone. After a long while, Jiang Xian let out a burp. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinjin fell silent. Jiang Xian, are you even listening to what I'm saying? Lu Jinjin suppressed her anger and asked. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian merely let out a soft hum. Don't ask me about Su Zirwei's affairs anymore. I have nothing to do with him. After saying that, Jiang Xian hung up the phone. Lu Jinjin looked at her phone and felt helpless. If she can't show her skills, she'll have to investigate on her own. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Xian had the people at the bar take her back to a small apartment. This is what Jiang Xian prepared for Su Zirwei. Now that her grandmother is still in the villa, Jiang Xian naturally wouldn't go back reeking of alcohol. Leaning alone on the sofa, Jiang Xian felt like she had missed something important. Immediately afterwards, I started to recall what had happened that night. Before I knew it, I had fallen into a deep sleep. The next morning, Su Zirwei arrived at the hospital ahead of schedule. Qingqing, lying in her hospital bed, was somewhat surprised to see Su Zirwei. Brother Zirwei, why are you here so early? Or did they say something? Qingqing was a little worried, especially when she saw the expression on Su Zirwei's face, as if something serious had happened. Su Zirwei simply shook his head after hearing this. It's nothing, I just encountered a small problem. As you know, the hospital recently accepted Mr. Gu. Dean Wu practically keeps me tied to his side every day. I can't handle his intense questioning. After saying these words, Qingqing smiled. Brother Zirwei, this could be an opportunity for you. I've also heard about the influence of the Gu family. That's enough to prove all of this. Even someone like Qingqing, who has never been in the upper echelons of society, knows about the Gu family. This alone is enough to prove that if Su Zirwei really saved the Gu family patriarch, it would be a feat that would shock the entire medical community. Hearing Qingqing's words, Su Zirwei only frowned slightly. Looking at the woman on the hospital bed, Su Zirwei suddenly thought of Jiang Xian. He took care of Jiang Xian in the same way for those 3 years. The current Qingqing is more like a more approachable version of Jiang Xian. Realizing he had this thought in his mind, Su Zirwei immediately shook his head. At the same time, I warned myself not to think about it anymore. Brother Zirwei, what happened? Qingqing asked curiously, but Su Zirwei just shook his head when he heard this. Have you encountered any problems lately? You look much healthier. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Qingqing simply smiled slightly. Speaking of which, I also have to thank Brother Zirwei. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have recovered so quickly. As soon as Qingqing finished speaking, her face flushed slightly. Su Zirwei panicked for a moment when he saw this. I was about to leave when the ward door behind me was suddenly pushed open. The two turned around at the same time, both looking somewhat surprised. Su Zirwei was somewhat dissatisfied upon seeing the person who had arrived. Mr. Jiang, if you need to find a doctor, please call your number in the lobby instead of barging into the patient's room. You and Miss, he shouldn't be so estranged that you can just barge into her hospital room. Chapter 106 The Mastermind. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Zirwei instinctively moved to protect the bedside. This action made Jiang Xian frown slightly. Am I not someone Dr. Su knows? After saying that, Jiang Xian walked forward on her own. Upon seeing Qingqing's pale face, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Miss He, it's been a long time. I heard you were in a car accident, so I rushed over to see you. You look much better now. Jiang Xian looked down at him with disdain in her eyes. Upon hearing this, He Yuqing simply snorted coldly. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Jiang. Thanks to Brother Zirwei, I am much better now. I wonder what brings President Jiang here so early in the morning. A busy career woman like you must find it very difficult to find the time. After He Yuqing finished speaking, Su Zirwei's gaze gradually turned gloomy. I was also a little curious about what she was going to do. Miss He need not worry about that. The fact that I'm here means there's still time. Miss He, please take good care of yourself and don't catch a cold at this time. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Jiang Xian fixed her gaze on Su Zirwei. I have something I'd like to talk to you about privately, but I don't know if you have time. Upon hearing this, Su Zirwei refused without hesitation. Grandpa Gu is waiting for me. I don't have much time to chat with President Jiang. Su Zirwei refused outright, naturally not wanting to continue talking to Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian wanted to talk to him about nothing more than family matters. Jiang Xian was somewhat surprised to be rejected by Su Zirwei. Are you serious? I'm doing this to help you. Aren't you afraid the Gu family will take action against you? Just as Jiang Xian finished speaking, Su Zirwei let out a cold laugh. I had already received the warning from the Gu family, which is why I am even more curious. Just how far can the Gu family go? After Su Zirwei finished speaking, his gaze gradually fell on Jiang Xian. His eyes held a hint of restraint. Jiang Xian frowned slightly and quickly thought of Lu Xinjin's phone call last night. Thinking about all this, Jiang Xian immediately felt worried. Did something happen last night? Why didn't you tell me beforehand? Upon hearing this, Su Zirwei simply shook his head slightly. I've already resolved this matter myself. It has nothing to do with you. Don't overthink it. Su Zirwei shook his head slightly, clearly wanting to refuse. However, Jiang Xian persisted in her accusations after hearing these things. I went forward immediately. Su Zirwei, I am your ex-wife, and it is necessary for me to know these things. Tell me what happened. I can help you. Just as Jiang Xian was about to press for more information, her phone rang again. Upon seeing Gu Shuyan's call, Jiang Xian glanced at Su Zirwei discreetly. Upon seeing this, Su Zirwei instantly realized that Gu Shuyan had made the call. After all, he had known Jiang Xian's personality for a long time, especially during the time when Meng Qingze was there. Jiang Xian always had this expression when she saw the phone. This also means that the person on the other end of the phone is definitely not a simple person. Thinking of this, Su Zirwei shook his head slightly, which could be considered as giving Jiang Xian some reminders. Although he also had some concerns. He was afraid that Jiang Xian wouldn't understand his thoughts. Jiang Xian also noticed Su Zirwei's gaze and immediately understood. Mr. Gu, why are you calling me so early? Is something wrong? Jiang Xian composed herself and tried her best to sound calm. Upon hearing this, Gu Shuyan's voice trembled slightly on the other end of the phone. Did you receive a call from Dr. Su today? Gu Shuyan's question caused even the blind date to glance at Su Zirwei with some surprise. At the same time, my mind was racing. Su Zirwei's gaze just now was clearly a hint to me. Why would President Gu ask that? Mr. Gu, I haven't contacted him yet. Has something happened at the hospital? Jiang Xian asked with some concern, and Gu Shuyan could only sigh upon hearing this. I just got a call from the Gu family saying that Dr. Su had an accident. Lin Zishu has already rushed over after receiving the news. I'm worried that she might make things difficult for the hospital. After Gu Shuyan finished speaking, he also gave a few instructions. Jiang Xian hung up the phone, glancing at Su Zirwei with some suspicion. What exactly is going on? Meanwhile, He Yuqing, lying in her hospital bed, was still somewhat confused. For a moment, no one knew what had happened. She wanted to speak, but saw Su Zirwei's complicated expression. I did encounter a group of people last night who were bribed to break my hand. However, these three aren't very bright. I've used your money to bribe them, and then you can have the company chase after them. Upon hearing Su Zirwei's words, Jiang Xian froze on the spot. He immediately sent a message to Lu Xinjin, wanting to investigate the matter. It was even somewhat unexpected. After receiving Lu Xinjin's affirmative answer, Jiang Xian finally looked at Su Zirwei in front of her. So you did this on purpose? As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Xian immediately realized that this matter was very likely orchestrated by Madame Lin in secret. Otherwise, how would she have found out about the news so quickly? Thinking of this, Jiang Xian's gaze towards Su Zirwei changed. What did you do? Jiang Xian asked with some concern. If Su Zirwei offends Madame Lin because of this, the consequences will be unimaginable. However, upon hearing this, Su Zirwei merely glanced at it. Instead of worrying about me, Mr. Jiang would be better off getting out of here as soon as possible. Besides, I don't know what Madame Lin is trying to do. After he finished speaking, a sound suddenly came from outside the door. Zhang Feier came in immediately. However, upon seeing the people in the ward, Zhang Feier momentarily forgot what she was going to say. Su Zirwei nodded to her from the side. Is it Madame Lin who has arrived? As soon as Su Zirwei finished speaking, Zhang Feier nodded immediately. Yes, they brought quite a few bodyguards from the Gu family with them. Judging from their appearance, they're clearly here to cause trouble at our hospital. Master, why do you want me to pay attention to family matters? Zhang Feier was very curious about this, but Su Zirwei remained unmoved. Just as she was thinking about this, Jiang Xian didn't dwell on it and walked out directly. Zhang Feier still wanted to stop her. Master, aren't you worried that Jiang Xian will expose you? Zhang Feier didn't believe Jiang Xian at all, but this was exactly the result Su Zirwei wanted. The more Jiang Xian covered for him, the more she could help him escape. Go and keep an eye on things. If Madame Lin makes any unreasonable demands, go and stop her directly. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Zhang Feier left immediately. Meanwhile, outside old Master Gu's ward, Madame Lin was looking at Dean Wu with an impatient expression. What exactly is going on at your hospital? Is this what you call going all out? Chapter 107 Questioning. Mrs. Lin asked angrily. Dean Wu was also under some pressure at this moment. He received a call from the Gu family early in the morning and thought it was the old man of the Gu family making some request again. Unexpectedly, as soon as they arrived, they were met with a severe scolding from Madame Lin. Dean Wu is still in the dark. Mrs. Lin, please don't worry. Is there some misunderstanding? Our hospital has been doing everything we can to help the old man, and we haven't done anything else. Dean Wu offered an explanation, but Madame Lin snorted coldly. All-out rescue. I came here early this morning, and there's not a single person at your hospital. Not to mention that our old man came here for Su Zirwei back then. Shouldn't he be at the hospital taking care of him? Mrs. Lin was so aggressive that Dean Wu finally understood what was going on. They immediately sent someone to find Su Zirwei. Madame Lin must not have seen Su Zirwei, which is why she was angry. They simply assumed it was Mrs. Lin or other powerful people throwing a tantrum. I didn't take it to heart. As long as Su Zirwei is brought here, Madame Lin can be appeased. Mrs. Lin, the intern wasn't on duty last night. He should be at the hospital by now. I'll have him come over right away. Dean Wu complimented her, and Mrs. Lin's lips curled into a slight smile. In that case, let Dr. Su come over quickly, otherwise I might question the professionalism of your hospital. After saying that, Mrs. Lin looked at her phone. His face occasionally betrayed his impatience. Dean Wu also witnessed this scene and was somewhat worried. Almost 10 minutes have passed, and there's still no sign of anyone returning. Madame Lin, on the other hand, looked completely relaxed, as if she had known everything in advance. 10 minutes have passed, and it's almost time for work. Your hospital's chief surgeon is not here. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Mrs. Lin's words immediately put Dean Wu under pressure. I was also hesitant about how to start the conversation. The person who had been sent out rushed back the next second. Standing next to Dean Wu, the man muttered something under his breath. Dean Wu, something's happened. Dr. Su isn't at the hospital. It seems no one has seen him today. The nurse deliberately lowered her voice, but Mrs. Lin overheard it. It's already working hours now. So Dr. Su isn't here. Does he look down on the Gu family? Upon hearing Mrs. Lin's words, Dean Wu immediately became excited as well. Mrs. Lin, there must be some misunderstanding. I'll call him right now. As soon as Dean Wu finished speaking, Mrs. Lin quickly stepped forward. Could it be that this Su Zirwei doesn't have any real strength at all? What can such a young doctor do? I think your hospital is just putting on a show here. Mrs. Lin looked resolute, determined not to let Dean Wu off the hook no matter what. However, upon hearing this, Dean Wu became excited and immediately called Su Zirwei. However, the call never went through. This made Dean Wu anxious. Just as she was about to continue explaining, Madame Lin shook her head slightly. Since your hospital doesn't have the capability, then I'm taking old Master Gu away. Furthermore, I will also publicize this matter extensively in the media. It seems that your Jinghai hospital is nothing special. Does your hospital think it's so powerful just because you created a celebrity doctor like Su Zirwei? Mrs. Lin gave a soft hum and strode into the ward in her high heels. Jiang Xian arrived at this moment. Mrs. Lin, please don't worry. There must be some misunderstanding. I'll go find Su Zirwei for you right away. Jiang Xian strode forward, and the bodyguards around her instinctively stepped forward to protect her. Jiang Xian stopped in her tracks, a hint of embarrassment on her face. Madame Lin stood still and looked Jiang Xian up and down. What are we still looking for? If he were really capable, he would have come long ago. Could it be that he's not capable enough and is hiding somewhere? After saying this, Madame Lin turned her gaze to Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian, I've also heard Gu Shuyan mention it. The Jiang group has recently encountered some trouble. Xiao Gu also used some special methods. After speaking, Madame Lin took a few more steps forward. Jiang Xin frowned slightly. Mrs. Lin may have misunderstood. This is a collaboration between me and President Gu. It wasn't just the Gu family who unilaterally helped the Jiang group. Jiang Xin tried to explain, but Madame Lin didn't care at all. You are just like all those who get close to the Gu family. I know exactly what you want to do. Mrs. Lin's eyes were full of mockery. Jiang Xin was taken aback for a moment, never expecting the Gu family to think of her that way. Mrs. Lin, no matter what happened, Mr. Gu only came to the hospital yesterday. How can you let him leave so soon? Besides, Su Zirwei just didn't come to the hospital, but nothing happened to him. Jiang Xin frowned, then continued. Mrs. Lin came here so urgently. Could it be that she knows something happened to Dr. Su? After saying that, Jiang Xin smiled and said, before Mrs. Lin does this, why don't you ask old Master Gu first? Perhaps old Master Gu doesn't want to leave. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Lin simply smiled. Stop talking nonsense to me. Do you think Mr. Jiang works at this hospital? This is a matter between the Gu family and the hospital. Does the Jiang group also want to get involved? Madame Lin's words undoubtedly struck a nerve with Jiang Xin. They didn't even know how to start the conversation. Seeing Jiang Xin remain silent, Madame Lin's eyes were filled with mockery. Jiang Xin, I will take action against your Jiang family after this matter is resolved. After she finished speaking, Mrs. Lin, wearing high heels, prepared to walk into the ward. Meanwhile, old Master Gu in the ward had already woken up. He also heard the sounds in the corridor, and he never expected that Su Zirwei would actually desert his post. Mrs. Lin sighed as she pushed open the door and came in. Dad, I've already told you that Su Zirwei is unreliable. How can there be such a young and capable doctor? He should have run away by now. I've already invited a few experts. I'll have them take a close look at you when we get back. After saying this, Madame Lin immediately stepped forward. Grandpa Gu said with a hint of regret, I thought that kid was someone I could entrust with my life to, but it turns out he's just all talk and no action. Upon hearing this, Madame Lin's expression turned even angrier. I told you long ago that hospitals in China are unreliable. This is in Beijing, and I can't even imagine how unreliable the people in other hospitals are. Mrs. Lin's words were full of disdain. Upon hearing this, old Master Gu simply nodded slightly. Upon seeing this, Jiang Xin immediately walked in. Mr. Gu, why don't you wait a little longer? Su Zirwei must have some personal matters to attend to. We've already contacted the hospital. Chapter 108, The Vanished Doctor. Jiang Xin was somewhat agitated, but it was precisely this irrational behavior that displeased old Master Gu. Are you from the Jiang family? At this point, old Master Gu shook his head slightly. I've heard about what happened between you and Su Zirwei. You don't need to speak up for him. I know what's going on in my heart. It was my old man who misjudged him. Old Master Gu was helpless, while Madame Lin was overjoyed. President Jiang, I think you'd better not get involved in this matter, or I'll think you're after the Gu family. Madame Lin's sarcastic words were also a reminder to old Master Gu that Jiang Xin's approach to them was not for any good reason. After hearing this, old Master Gu pondered for a moment. Jiang Xin remained silent, pondering why Su Zirwei hadn't come out yet. Or is he waiting for some opportune moment? Grandpa Gu, you can't leave. My master just called me. He encountered some trouble last night and is on his way to the hospital. Zhang Feier suddenly rushed in, her face still flushed. Upon hearing this, Lin Zishu chuckled. Could it be that Su Zirwei told you himself? I'm curious. What could be more important than the old man? Your hospital promised to do everything in its power to take care of him, but you've gone back on your word. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feier became even angrier. Madame Lin, you can't say that. My master told me this himself over the phone. Zhang Feier looked serious. Grandpa Gu became puzzled. Didn't you say that Su Zirwei was unreachable? Why would he suddenly call you? Grandpa Gu overheard what was being said in the corridor, which is why he was disappointed in Su Zirwei. But what does this mean now? Just as she was thinking of this, Madame Lin became anxious and immediately came to the side. What do you mean by this? Are you suggesting we wait? After saying this, he immediately stepped forward. Are you going to continue lying to us, hospital? Our Gu family is not one for you to bully. Tell Dean Wu that we came here specifically for Su Zirwei, but he didn't show up in the end. This is a dereliction of duty on your part. After Mrs. Lin finished speaking, she turned around to comfort old Master Gu. Dad, let's go back to the villa. I've arranged a private doctor for you. We'd better leave here. The more Madame Lin said this, the more old Master Gu felt there was something fishy going on. Will Dr. Su come over? As Grandpa Gu inquired, Zhang Feier immediately nodded. Of course, Master is already on his way. Lin Zishu sneered. I hope it's not some kind of delaying tactic your hospital is using. Who knows if Su Zirwei even showed up? Who knows if Su Zirwei will be able to come? Who knows what might have happened? Madam Lin's words made people feel somewhat guilty. Madam Lin realized she had said the wrong thing and quickly tried to find an excuse to make amends. It's already past the appointed time, and you still haven't come to work at the hospital. It's obvious you don't respect the Gu family. But as soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Feier gave her a disapproving look. Madam Lin is truly prescient. My master did encounter some minor troubles on his way back last night, and I didn't expect Madam Lin to find out about it today. Your Gu family's information network is indeed quite extensive. As soon as Zhang Feier said that, even old Master Gu sensed a hint of conspiracy. Madam Lin's gaze also changed, and she visibly became flustered. How dare you talk to me like that? You have no respect for your elders. Amir in turn dares to point fingers at me. Seeing that Madam Lin was about to take action, Jiang Xin couldn't sit still any longer. Mrs. Lin, I advise you not to take action. Miss Zhang is not someone you can handle. As soon as Jiang Xin finished speaking, Madam Lin's hand froze in midair. What do you mean by that? How come I can't move? I'm here on behalf of the Gu family to teach her a lesson. After speaking, Madam Lin glanced at old Master Gu beside her. Old Master Gu seemed to be immune to these things and didn't even say a word. Zhang Feier sneered. Madam Lin should do her research before making a move. If my father finds out about this, even the Gu family will fight back. Does Madam Lin really intend to do this? Unlike Jiang Xin, Zhang Feier's confidence comes from Zhang Xingtian. Madam Lin frowned, and old Master Gu instantly understood. Are you from the Zhang family? After hearing what old Master Gu said, Madam Lin also took a step back. The Gu family's information network was well established, and they quickly guessed Zhang Feier's identity. Zhang Feier proudly raised her chin. I've heard my father talk about your Gu family before, but I never imagined you were this kind of people. I thought you guys were really something. In the end, all he did was be aggressive in the hospital. When Zhang Feier said that, Grandpa Gu smiled. Little girl, since you said your master was coming, why haven't we seen him yet? Or is this a deliberate attempt to stall us? Your hospital shouldn't be doing this, right? Madam Lin nodded. In the end, it was Su Zirwei who broke his promise first. Even if he came, could he cure our old man? Seeing that the two had changed their tune, Zhang Feier began to get anxious. Lin Zishu snorted. Where exactly is that Su Zirwei? Hurry up and call him out. Don't waste our time. Madam Lin knew in her heart that Su Zirwei was no longer coming. As long as she holds on to this point, the old man of the Gu family will leave soon. Jiang Xin also saw through Madam Lin's thoughts and gradually understood why Su Zirwei was behaving that way. It turns out that Madam Lin was behind it all. But what exactly did Su Zirwei experience that night? Jiang Xin suddenly felt a chill of fear. If I had gone there last night, would I have found out about Su Zirwei's situation? Old Master Gu snorted coldly, his face gradually darkening. I don't care what you're going to do. Just tell Su Zirwei to come over right now. I also need to find out exactly what happened. After finishing his speech, Grandpa Gu lay down on the bed. Dean Wu had already heard what was happening in the ward and was now pacing anxiously in the corridor. What exactly is Su Zirwei doing? Why hasn't he answered the dozens of calls I've made? Don't you have any news either? Dean Wu looked at the group of people in front of him, while the nurses shook their heads. An hour later, Lin Zishu gently shook her wrist. Half an hour has passed, and it's almost noon. How could Su Zirwei not come over? Mrs. Lin stood up. She had lost patience with the propaganda. Chapter 109. Who did it? Jiang Xin was about to speak when old Master Gu coughed. The Jiang group must be quite busy lately. If you're not busy, Mr. Jiang, you can go ahead now. After what Grandpa Gu said, even Jiang Xin could no longer stay. Jiang Xin was still somewhat worried. Su Zirwei hadn't shown up yet. What was he waiting for? Before leaving, Jiang Xin took a special look at Zhang Feier. Why hasn't your master arrived yet? Jiang Xin spoke softly, but Zhang Feier revealed a mysterious smile. President Jiang, you should leave as soon as possible. My mentor will handle things at the hospital. Zhang Feier has made her refusal very clear. Jiang Xin also had to consider the Jiang group, so naturally, she couldn't get involved. He could only leave the ward with a heavy heart. However, before leaving the hospital, Jiang Xin still went to He Yuqing's ward. Su Zirwei has already left. Miss Jiang, you should look for him elsewhere. He Yuqing was not welcoming of Jiang Xin's arrival, and even showed some hostility. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xin walked forward on her own. I'm not here to see Su Zirwei. I want to have a serious talk with you. Su Zirwei is my ex-husband. I know very well what kind of person he likes. You are not his type. He Yuqing suddenly burst out laughing after hearing this. Ms. Jiang, you yourself said that you are his ex-wife. which means that you no longer have feelings for each other, and you can't stop Su Zirwei from liking whoever he wants. Or is it that Ms. Jiang prefers her ex-husband after the divorce? He Yuqing's gaze was flippant, and this sarcastic look was somewhat similar to Jiang Xian's. This caused Jiang Xian to panic for a moment. In short, if I were you, I would advise Su Zirwei not to go against Madame Lin. The Gu family is not something he can handle alone. After saying this, Jiang Xian quickly left. His back view, however, appeared somewhat flustered. Meanwhile, in the ward, Mrs. Lin continued to press Dean Wu with questions. Su Zirwei hasn't shown up yet. What exactly is your hospital trying to do? Do you really think we, the Gu family, are easy to bully? Just as Mrs. Lin finished speaking, a sound suddenly came from outside the ward. I apologize for keeping you waiting, Madame Lin. There were some problems at home, which is why I'm late this time. I don't want my personal problems to affect the old man. The moment Su Zirwei stepped out, Madame Lin's expression changed instantly. Grandpa Gu maintained his dignified expression. Mr. Su, what are you saying? If you need anything, you can just tell the Gu family, and the Gu family will help you. After the old man finished speaking, Su Zirwei immediately shook his head. I wouldn't dare trouble you, Mr. Gu. I almost didn't make it back last night. I thought Mrs. Lin had known the news, which is why she came to discuss it with the hospital. Su Zirwei's casual remark actually made Madame Lin somewhat worried. Even Grandpa Gu could sense that something was amiss. Dean Wu was still confused, but after hearing what Su Zirwei said, he immediately spoke up. Dr. Su, what do you mean by not being able to come back? Did something happen last night? Dean Wu looked at him with concern, but Su Zirwei could only manage a wry smile. Last night, I ran into 3 thugs who said they were going to break my hand. Fortunately, they were only after money, so I managed to get rid of them. As Su Zirwei finished speaking, Old Master Gu's expression gradually darkened. Mrs. Lin's back was covered in sweat. She's been so confident since morning, which has made the old man suspicious. Thinking of this possibility, Madame Lin could only force herself to calm down. Thankfully, Dr. Su is all right. I wonder if you caught those people. What would happen to my old man if your hand got broken? Madame Lin feigned concern, but in her heart, she was cursing those people to death. They took the money and still dared to cheat her. Su Zirwei simply smiled after hearing this. Don't worry, Mrs. Lin. The money they have isn't clean either. They'll be arrested in a few days. I just don't know if we can force them to reveal who's behind them. After speaking, Su Zirwei glanced at Madame Lin and smiled slightly. It was this smile that made Madame Lin feel uncertain. Could it be that Su Zirwei already knows this? I'm glad you're all right. I'll have the Gu family send 2 more bodyguards right away. In addition, our Gu family will also give Dr. Su some compensation. After Mr. Gu made this decision, Mrs. Lin, who was standing to the side, also nodded in agreement. Dr. Su, please let us know if you need anything, and we will definitely help you. Dean Wu breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Now that the matter has been resolved, let's start discussing treatment options. Dean Wu is now focused solely on performance and doesn't care about anything else. Upon hearing this, Su Zirwei glanced at Madame Lin. Mrs. Lin, I'm here now. Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared up, shall we begin treatment? Su Zirwei deliberately posed the question to Madame Lin, wanting to hear her explanation. Grandpa Gu nodded from his hospital bed. Since everyone has arrived, let's proceed according to your hospital's plan. If you have nothing else to do, go back home quickly and don't embarrass yourself outside. Old Master Gu had already guessed most of it. How could he not be aware of the struggle among his children? He can see who is genuinely good to him. This is because of the Gu family's reputation. These things cannot be said outright. Madame Lin gritted her teeth inwardly, but could only leave indignantly. Zhang Feier breathed a sigh of relief after the person left. That dangerous woman is finally gone. Old Master Gu was quickly taken for a checkup, but an unexpected incident occurred within the Gu family. The fact that the old man of the Gu family stayed behind was actually a danger to them. Of the entire Gu family, only Gu Shuyan hoped that the old man would recover soon. When Mrs. Lin returned to the villa, she looked indignant. But at the same time, I was also a little scared, wondering what had happened to the 3 people I had sent out earlier. Jiang Xian immediately began tracking the situation upon returning to the company. Lu Jinjin was also somewhat surprised by the disappearance of the 30 million yuan. She wouldn't have known about this if Jiang Xian hadn't told her. So it was Su Zirwei who did it. Lu Jinjin was somewhat surprised when she learned about this. Su Zirwei can actually remember these things. Jiang Xian nodded slightly. He was just using me. After all, this was the only way to get me involved. Did those 3 people stop them? Lu Jinjin nodded immediately. The airport just called me. All 3 of them have been arrested. However, we don't know who is behind it either. Chapter 1:10 Conservative Treatment. Upon hearing Lu Jinjin's words, Jiang Xian shook her head. This was done by the Gu family, but we didn't expect Madame Lin to use such a clumsy method. Lu Jinjin was somewhat surprised after Jiang Xian said that. Didn't the Gu family patriarch ask Dr. Su to treat his illness? Why did the Gu family attack Dr. Su? Lu Jinjin's eyes were filled with confusion. Jiang Xian simply sighed. This is an internal matter for the Gu family and has nothing to do with us. At this point in Jiang Xian's explanation, Lu Jinjin instantly understood the intricacies of the situation. For a moment, I didn't know how to start the conversation. Even so, we should do something instead of just watching Su Zirwei get into trouble. Lu Jinjin's face was full of worry. Hearing this, Jiang Xian shook her head slightly. If only things were that simple, how could old Master Gu not know his daughter-in-law's temperament? Right now, we can only hope they don't do anything outrageous. Jiang Xian has no solution for the time being and can only place her hopes on the Gu family. At least with Gu Shuyan around, he should be able to keep Madame Lin in check. At the hospital, Grandpa Gu had finished his examination. Su Zirwei looked at the examination report, a thoughtful look in his eyes. If you have any questions, just say so. Don't hold back. Grandpa Gu noticed the helplessness on Su Zirwei's face and then came to his rescue. Shui Zirwei sighed softly. Since Grandpa Gu has said so, there's no need for me to hide it. Your leg is indeed in trouble. The lack of timely treatment has led to extensive necrosis. It can only recover little by little. As soon as Su Zirwei finished speaking, Master Gu was already prepared. Su Zirwei had heard these words before, and the fact that he could see through them proved his ability. The probability of a cure is still lower than what you mentioned before. These are the things that Grandpa Gu is most worried about right now. Upon hearing this, Shui Zirwei shook his head slightly. My previous judgment was correct. As long as I rest properly after the surgery, I am still 80% confident that I will recover. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, even Grandpa Gu was somewhat incredulous. You mean you're 80% sure? Old Master Gu was somewhat flustered, but quickly regained his composure. Su Zirwei, do you know what you're saying? If you can't do it, the whole hospital will be affected. Don't ruin your whole life because of this one thing. Grandpa Gu assumed that Su Zirwei was just young and impetuous and had spoken without thinking. Shui Zirwei shook his head. This is the conclusion reached by our entire hospital, so Mr. Gu can rest assured. If I couldn't do it, I wouldn't be telling you this. Su Zirwei's words caused a change in old Master Gu's expression. His face showed barely concealed excitement. If you can really do that, Gujia can give you whatever you want. Old Master Gu's words were not just empty talk. He was also aware of the situation at home. If his health really improves, the Gu family will experience a complete transformation. You absolutely cannot tell anyone about what happened today. To the outside world, you can only claim that you are 40% sure. You should know what I mean. Grandpa Gu suddenly became serious. Upon hearing this, Shui Zirwei's movements stiffened slightly. Grandpa Gu is joking. I'm just a doctor, and I'll try my best to meet any requests my patients may have. I'll keep it a secret for you two. After saying this, Su Zirwei took the report and left. Grandpa Gu suppressed his excitement, while also hoping that his legs would allow him to stand up again. Meanwhile, in the adjacent conference room, Dean Wu and the others had already begun to get anxious. Looking at the research report on the table, they began to think about how to solve the problem. When Su Zirwei returned, everyone rushed forward to greet him. What's the situation now? What did Grandpa Gu say? Dean Wu asked anxiously, but upon hearing this, Su Zirwei simply smiled slightly. Similar to our initial plan, we should just follow the previous treatment guidelines. However, it seems that old Master Gu does not want outsiders to know about his current situation. Su Zirwei spoke cryptically, and Dean Wu quickly understood. Before Mr. Gu's surgery is successful, no one is allowed to leak the news. Everyone must say that the hospital will do its best to save him, but the hope is slim. When Dean Wu said this, everyone around nodded in agreement. The hospital stated publicly that they were doing everything they could to save Mr. Gu. But on the surface, it seems like there's little chance of success. This also made the family members lower their guard. It was already noon when Gu Shuyan received Madame Lin's message. When he arrived at the hospital, he saw old Master Gu sleeping after receiving his injection. Seeing the state of the hospital, Gu Shuyan was also somewhat dissatisfied. Su Zirwei was found immediately. Your hospital needs to ask our Gu family in advance before using any medications, instead of using them secretly on your own. Does your hospital not even have this much common sense? Looking at Su Zirwei in front of him, Gu Shuyan expressed his dissatisfaction. Shui Zirwei glanced sideways. Did President Gu come all this way just to talk to me about this? We obtained Mr. Gu's consent before using the medication, and we consulted with the Gu family's doctors about every medication we used. Mr. Gu shouldn't be questioning us. Xue Zirwei did not back down in the slightest. Gu Shuyan hadn't expected Xue Zirwei to say that. Mr. Su, there may be some misunderstanding between us. Now that my father has decided on your hospital, our Gu family is naturally anxious as well. What if something really goes wrong? Before Gu Shuyan could finish speaking, Su Zirwei suddenly raised his head with a cold smile on his face. Gu Shuyan, now you are the patient's family member, and I am a doctor. I also feel it's necessary to remind you of something. If you really want the old man to get better, you'd better sort out your own family's affairs first. With wolves in front and tigers behind, I can't even imagine how Grandpa Gu survived in your Gu family. Xue Zirwei's words were sarcastic. This can also be seen as a veiled reminder to Gu Shuyan that if he doesn't deal with the internal affairs of the Gu family, trouble will inevitably arise sooner or later. Gu Shuyan naturally understood the hidden meaning. The words I wanted to say were swallowed back down at that moment. The country is now internally divided, and it is not so easy to completely change this situation. Dr. Su, does your hospital only offer conservative treatment? Gu Shuyan gradually calmed down and began to inquire about the hospital's treatment methods. Su Zirwei nodded silently. Even Gu Shuyan cannot be completely trusted. Didn't you say before that you would be confident as long as you did the tests? Why are you being conservative now? Chapter 111: The Truth Behind the Car Accident. Gu Shuyan frowned slightly, a hint of doubt appearing in her eyes. President Gu has taken Old Master Gu to many places, so he must have heard a lot of what doctors have to say. Old Master Gu's leg has been injured for a long time. It's simply a pipe dream to cure him all at once. We can only offer conservative treatment. But if the Gu family has other ideas, our hospital will not stop them. Su Zirwei remained neither humble nor arrogant, showing no fear whatsoever. The two were locked in a fierce battle of wits, with Gu Shuyan being the first to concede defeat. He didn't want to have an unpleasant falling out with Su Zirwei over this matter. I will ask Grandpa for his opinion. After saying this, Gu Shuyan left without looking back, and Su Zirwei's gaze grew increasingly gloomy. The Gu family members were far more powerful than he had imagined. Even knowing that everyone has ulterior motives, they still managed to keep going. They are maintaining their so-called face. Thinking of all this, Su Zirwei sneered. It seems Jiang Xian wasn't wrong. Keeping your distance from these people early on isn't necessarily a bad thing. In the ward, Old Master Gu was about to fall into a deep sleep when a sudden knocking sounded on the door. Old Master Gu's dream was interrupted, so naturally his face didn't look too good. Unfortunately, Gu Shuyan was unaware of this. Grandpa, the hospital has given us recommendations for conservative treatment. Do you really agree to keep him here? Gu Shuyan couldn't see through the old man in front of her. Why did the old man ultimately choose to return to China when they had better medical conditions and equipment abroad? The same treatment method can have different effects depending on the treatment equipment used. Grandpa Gu could also see through Gu Shuyan's thoughts. It seems that Dr. Su didn't tell you that the hospital said they could cure my leg, but I deliberately told them not to publicize it. I know the Gu family is hoping I die, but I can't let them have their way. After Old Master Gu bluntly revealed the truth, Gu Shuyan finally understood why Su Zirwei had that expression towards him. Grandpa, next time you have to do something so important, you must tell me in advance. I misunderstood, Dr. Su. Gu Shuyan gave a bitter smile. You rascal, you still can't shake this impulsive habit even after returning to China. If all members of the Gu family were as reckless as you, I wouldn't be worried. After hearing what Old Master Gu said, Gu Shuyan felt even more ashamed. Grandpa, I know I was wrong about this. I was reckless. Gu Shuyan lowered her head slightly. Grandpa Gu only glanced at it. We must not let a third person know about our conversation today. It would be best to make things chaotic within the Gu family. I think that woman seems to mind Jiang Xian a lot. You should know what to do. When Grandpa Gu offered his advice, Gu Shuyan immediately nodded in agreement. Grandpa, don't worry. I'll go and get close to Jiang Xian right away. At this moment, Jiang Xian was unaware that she had been targeted by the Gu family. Su Zirwei began his busy work at the hospital. After visiting He Yuqing in the morning, I started a discussion with Dean Wu and others. After 2 days, I've lost a lot of weight. Master, I think you should take 2 days off to rest. If this continues, I'm really worried you'll faint on the operating table. Zhang Feier handed the chocolate in her hand to Su Zirwei. To take care of the old man, Xue Zirwei went to the point of neglecting his sleep and meals. It felt like those 3 years of hard work for Jiang Xian. Su Zirwei was well aware of the current situation, but he did not want to stop. Once he stops, he will remember what Jiang Xian looks like. The woman in the wheelchair sitting in front of the villa's floor-to-ceiling window looked down at him with sorrowful eyes. Su Zirwei was initially captivated by that look in his eyes and vowed to give it his all. I'm fine. Have there been any trending news stories in the last couple of days? Shwezirwei asked while eating chocolate. Shwezirwei hasn't had a moment to look at his phone these past 2 days because of work. Jiang Xian's eyes darted around, and she dared not speak easily. This scene also caught Su Zirwei's eye. The Zhang Feier I know wouldn't dodge anything. What happened here? Su Zirwei asked directly, and Zhang Feier pursed her lips slightly. Master, even if I don't tell you, you'll find out sooner or later. There's indeed some sensational news lately. The Gu family has publicly helped the Jiang Group, and this matter has already affected several large companies. There are even rumors that President Gu wants to pursue Jiang Xian. After Zhang Feier finished speaking, she began to secretly observe Su Zirwei's gaze. Su Zirwei wasn't particularly surprised by this. President Gu and Jiang Xian have known each other since they were children, so it's very likely that the media has misunderstood. But even if they really do get together, that would be great. They're a perfect match. Shwezirwei spoke in the calmest tone, but a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Zhang Feier was unaware of these things. Instead, she breathed a sigh of relief. Master, you just need to ignore these things. In the end, it's Mr. Zhang's own business. However, judging from the photos released by the media, they are indeed a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Just as Zhang Feier finished speaking, Shwezirwei suddenly stood up. I just remembered I have some things to take care of, so I'll be leaving now. After saying that, Su Zirwei fled as if he were escaping. Seeing this, Zhang Feier was also confused. She felt as if her master was running away. Su Zirwei was standing in the corridor at this moment. As Su Zirwei quickly flipped through the news from the past 2 days, his eyes gradually became vacant. I never imagined that all of this would actually happen. Su Zirwei simply couldn't understand the Gu family's reasons for doing this. Looking back at Madame Lin's attitude towards Jiang Xian that day, it was clear that Madame Lin would not agree to this matter. Why would the Gu family do this? For a moment, his mind was filled with confusion. Just then, another person suddenly appeared at the door of the ward. Su Zirwei saw this and quickly walked forward. How did you get here? Why did you go to Qingqing's ward? Suppressing his emotions, Su Zirwei questioned Meng Qingze in front of him. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingze smiled slightly. Dr. Su, please don't worry. I'm here just to share some good things with you. This is a street surveillance video from the day of the incident. It should be helpful to you. Meng Qingze handed a USB drive to Su Zirwei. Looking at the USB drive in his hand, Su Zirwei's eyes were filled with confusion. He couldn't figure out what the man wanted to do. I don't care what you're going to do. You're not allowed to involve outsiders. Su Zirwei warned, but Meng Qingze just smiled. Su Zirwei, I advise you to understand your own position. Chapter 112, Demanding an Explanation. How could you possibly compare to the president of the Gu family now? Jiang Xian is just playing with you. She didn't have much feeling for me, let alone you. Besides, it's not too late to tell me these things after you've seen the contents of the USB drive. After finishing his sentence, Meng Qingze left with a confident expression. Su Zirwei gripped the USB drive tightly and walked into the ward. Are you all right? Su Zirwei asked somewhat anxiously. He Yuqing, still lying in her hospital bed, looked confused. Brother Zirwei, has something happened? Why are you in such a hurry? He Yuqing was both curious and worried. Su Zirwei was taken aback, followed by a hint of embarrassment. Did you see the man who just came in? He didn't say anything, did he? Su Zirwei asked tentatively, also worried that Meng Qingze might deliberately say something to sow discord. He Yuqing shook her head. Mr. Meng just came over and exchanged pleasantries with me. He left this bouquet of flowers and then left. What happened to you? He Yuqing asked, puzzled. Su Zirwei shook his head slightly. I was just a little worried about you, so I wanted to come and check on you. I've been busy with Grandpa Gu's affairs lately. Your injuries have improved a lot, and you'll be able to be discharged from the hospital in a while. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, He Yuqing nodded understandingly. Brother Zirwei, you can go ahead. Thanks to you, my health has improved so quickly. Unfortunately, I still don't know who bumped into me. He Yuqing could not hide her loneliness as she spoke. These words struck a nerve with Su Zirwei, and the USB drive in his pocket suddenly felt like a hot potato. It made him eager to find out what had happened. You should get some rest first. After saying that, Shwezirwei left without waiting for a moment. The ward fell silent instantly. He Yuqing broke out in a cold sweat. Shwezirwei didn't notice He Yuqing's unease, his mind preoccupied with the USB drive. The surveillance footage quickly appeared on the screen. Upon seeing this, Shwezirwei's gaze gradually darkened. He recognized the car that hit He Yuqing. In fact, he knew it all too well. The surveillance camera happened to be in a blind spot of the hospital, and it clearly recorded the license plate number. Su Zirwei closed his eyes slightly, almost unable to believe it. If it really is Jiang Xian, Why did she act that way before? At this moment, Su Zirwei gradually calmed down, and he knew very well that he couldn't rush things. This car was originally intended for Su Zirwei, but he didn't want to drive it, so it was left at the company. Thinking of all this, Su Zirwei immediately contacted Lu Xinjin. Upon receiving the message, Lu Xinjin immediately contacted Su Zirwei. Dr. Su, you finally contacted me. I thought you were planning to cut off all contact with me. Lu Xinjin questioned him with slight dissatisfaction, but Su Zirwei sighed upon hearing this. I have some questions I want to ask. Do you remember the car that Jiang Xian bought for me back then? After Su Zirwei asked that question, Lu Xinjin on the other end of the phone suddenly fell silent. Dr. Su, you don't actually want this car, do you? Lu Xinjin sounded somewhat embarrassed, while Xue Zirwei seemed puzzled. Isn't this car kept at the company? As soon as Su Zirwei finished speaking, Lu Xinjin immediately explained. This car was recently driven away by President Jiang. If you need it, I can arrange another one for you. Is there any request from the Gu family? Lu Xinjin asked anxiously. Upon hearing this, Xue Zirwei already had the answer in his heart. Where is Jiang Xian now? I need to see her. After Xue Zirwei finished speaking, Lu Xinjin instinctively wanted to find an excuse to brush it off. Dr. Su, Ms. Jiang is busy right now, so I'm afraid you won't have a chance to see her. As soon as Lu Xinjin finished speaking, Xue Zirwei sighed softly. Since you don't want to tell me, then I'll go ask her myself. If I can't get in touch with them, I'll ask the Gu family. Su Zirwei struck at Lu Xinjin's vitals, cutting off her supply lines. Dr. Su, please don't get agitated. Jiang Xian is at the company right now. If you have any questions, I'll pass them on to you. Before Lu Xinjin could finish speaking, Su Zirwei hung up the phone. Lu Xinjin immediately sensed something was wrong and was about to inform Jiang Xian. But then they saw that Gu Shuyan had also arrived at the company with his secretary. Xinjin, what are you waiting for here? Hurry up and bring in our contract as well. When Jiang Xian spoke up, Lu Xinjin had no choice but to nod in agreement. Inside the office, Lu Xinjin kept trying to tell Jiang Xian about Su Zirwei. But Jiang Xian never gave Lu Xinjin that chance. President Jiang, I hope you won't take the recent online events to heart. They're just part of the terms of our cooperation. Gu Shuyan remained calm, and Jiang Xian nodded in agreement. These things are all written in our contract, so Mr. Gu can rest assured. If there is anything you need me for, I will definitely do my best to help. Jiang Xian gave a professional smile. It was at this moment that Su Zirwei walked into the company. Having learned their lesson from last time, the security guards at the entrance didn't dare to stop them. When Su Zirwei arrived at the office, he saw Jiang Xian and Gu Shuyan chatting and laughing. Just as he was about to step forward to ask, Lu Xinjin stepped out first. Dr. Su, you can't go in now. President Jiang is discussing cooperation with President Gu, which is related to the future of our company. Lu Xinjin tried her best to remain rational. Su Zirwei could only patiently sit to the side. Through the office door, Su Zirwei's gaze met Jiang Xian's. Jiang Xian looked at Su Zirwei with some confusion and wondered why he had suddenly come over instead of taking care of Grandpa Gu at the hospital. Gu Shuyan noticed that Jiang Xian was looking towards the door and curiously turned around as well. Unexpectedly, I happened to see Su Zirwei. This made Gu Shuyan lose the desire to continue the conversation. It seems that our meeting will have to end here today. Mr. Jiang, please remember every point of our cooperation. After Gu Shuyan finished speaking, he calmly stood up. Looking at Su Zirwei, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. I wonder what brings Dr. Su here. Without you at the hospital, can we really rely on the others? After Gu Shuyan finished speaking, Su Zirwei shook his head slightly. Mr. Gu, you can rest assured. There are still many people at the hospital. I'm just here to take care of some personal matters. Jiang Xian also came out at this time. Su Zirwei, I have a lot of things to do these days. I should have told you before that you shouldn't bother me anymore. What private matter are you referring to? Chapter 113, Where did the car go? Jiang Xian's words have already made her stance clear. Especially upon seeing Su Zirwei's appearance, a complex emotion arose within her. Su Zirwei took 2 steps forward. The fact that President Gu is here shows that the information reported online is true. I wonder if President Jiang has considered Meng Qing's feelings. Su Zirwei said with a hint of jokingness, his gaze falling on Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian frowned slightly after hearing Meng Qing's name. What do you mean by that? I have nothing to do with Meng Qing's anymore. Besides, this is my private matter. What does it have to do with him? After Jiang Xian finished speaking, her face was also filled with indifference. Su Zirwei smiled slightly. This is Mr. Jiang's private matter, and I naturally cannot inquire about it. As soon as Su Zirwei finished speaking, Jiang Xian frowned. Since you already know this is my private matter, why did you come here? Su Zirwei, Your task is to take good care of Grandpa Gu in the hospital, not to meddle in these things. Jiang Xin wanted to continue speaking, but Su Zirwei interrupted her in time. I don't want to talk about what happened between you and President Gu. I'm here mainly to ask you where that car is. Jiang Xin was initially quite happy, even thinking that Su Zirwei had come looking for her in such a huff after seeing the news online. But when Su Zirwei started talking about cars, Jiang Xin's eyes also showed confusion. What kind of car? If you need it, you can tell Lu Jinjin. There's no need to come and ask me. After saying this, Jiang Xin handed the problem over to Lu Jinjin. Lu Jinjin looked a little embarrassed when she heard this. Su Zirwei only glanced at it. I heard from Lu Jinjin that you've already driven away the car you promised to give me. I hope you can give me the car. Su Zirwei shared his thoughts, and upon hearing them, Jiang Xin wondered if she had misheard. For such a trivial matter, Su Zirwei actually managed to leave Grandpa Gu behind and come over personally. She glanced at Gu Shuyan again. Although Gu Shuyan didn't say anything, a hint of impatience appeared on her face. I never expected Su Zirwei to be such a petty person. If Dr. Su needs a car, she can tell the Gu family. The Gu family can help with that. Gu Shuyan's words indicated that the Gu family favored Su Zirwei. Jiang Xin felt embarrassed. Su Zirwei had made him lose face in front of Gu Shuyan. Since President Gu has said so, Dr. Su shouldn't have any reason to refuse. We have important things to discuss here. You can tell Jinjin anything you need. Just as Jiang Xin thought so, Su Zirwei shook his head slightly. I don't want the family car. I just want the one you gave me back then. Where did you drive it? Su Zirwei's expression was serious, and he didn't seem to be lying. Even Jiang Xin couldn't control her emotions at this moment. I have a feeling that Su Zirwei is joking. Su Zirwei, how long are you going to keep making a scene? I've already driven that car away. Don't let the Gu family's good intentions go to waste. The more Jiang Xin acted this way, the more Su Zirwei felt that Jiang Xin was hiding something. I'll wait for you at the coffee shop downstairs for half an hour, otherwise I'll also spread all the evidence of the truth. I never imagined you were this kind of person. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, he turned and left with a resolute expression. This time, it was Lu Jinjin and the others who were confused. Jiang Xin watched Su Zirwei's departing figure, feeling somewhat confused. What does Su Zirwei mean by this? Jiang Xin composed herself and approached Gu Shuyan with a slightly apologetic expression. Mr. Gu, I'm so sorry you had to witness this. Su Zirwei may have misunderstood something. I'll have my assistant go over right away. As soon as Jiang Xin finished speaking, Gu Shuyan only glanced at her. President Jiang, I feel it's necessary to remind you that Su Zirwei is currently taking care of our old Master Gu. Even I have to go along with Su Zirwei's wishes, and I hope President Jiang can understand that. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xion's expression became somewhat subtle. Mr. Gu, I have noted down everything you said, and I hope to continue to cooperate well with the Gu family. However, after Jiang Xion finished speaking, Gu Shuyan shook his head slightly. Mr. Jiang, why don't you check what Dr. Su needs first? Don't make him wait too long. After saying these words, Gu Shuyan left without looking back. Jiang Xion felt irritated. Where's the car Su Zirwei is looking for? Just give it to him. Do I need to handle these issues? Jiang Xion looked at Lu Jinjin with dissatisfaction. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinjin's expression became somewhat subtle. It's the car you've been keeping at the company. Not long ago, you said that since the car was empty, you gave it to Meng Qing's parents. Lu Jinjin then revealed the truth. Jiang Xion also thought of that car. She did say those things at the time. Su Zirwei rejected this car back then, so why is he asking about it now? I gave him so much money, and he doesn't seem like the kind of person who needs a car. Jiang Xion muttered to herself, increasingly convinced that Su Zirwei was deliberately trying to cause trouble. No matter what President Gu said is right. Nowadays, many people are trying to get close to Dr. Su, because only in this way can they get closer to the Gu family. You still need to maintain this. Lu Jinjin tried to persuade him, and Jiang Xion just nodded in agreement. Su Zirwei was waiting inside the coffee shop, but I felt a little irritated. He still couldn't understand why Jiang Xion had done these things. Is it simply because of some minor conflicts that occurred before? But Jiang Xion would never cause unnecessary trouble for the company over such a trivial matter. Su Zirwei was puzzled, and just as he looked up, he saw Jiang Xion walk in. Jiang Xion walked forward, dissatisfied. I'm not giving you much time. What exactly do you need that car for? If you want to take it away, I'm afraid it's impossible. That car isn't in my possession right now. Jiang Xion spoke with conviction, but Su Zirwei perceived it as a cover-up. Why isn't it in your hands? Wasn't it at the company? As the president of the group, don't you even know where the cars under your control go? Su Zirwei had no intention of stopping there. Instead, they continued to press for answers. Jiang Xian patiently said, "In short, this car is not in my possession right now. And what exactly did you mean by what you just said at the company? How can you say such things in front of President Gu?" Jiang Xian was dissatisfied. If Su Zirwei hadn't had the Gu family patriarch as his protector, he probably would have been thrown out by President Gu based on his attitude just now. "I didn't just say that. I got a video that happens to be related to this car. Are you trying to cover it up now?" Chapter 114, Who was driving? Su Zirwei made his point clear. Jiang Xian looked confused. "Su Zirwei, what do you mean by that? I don't have time to play guessing games with you. I don't need to hide it. I just can't give you that car." After saying all that, Jiang Xian was too lazy to continue. "By saying that, you are admitting to everything you've done. Was it you who hit me with your car?" Su Zirwei silently placed the USB drive on the table. Jiang Xian was stunned when she heard this. She looked at Su Zirwei with a puzzled expression. "What nonsense are you talking about? I have no reason to do that, especially not by crashing into the hospital entrance. Wouldn't that put the entire Jiang group in the spotlight?" Jiang Xian thought it was all a trick by Su Zirwei, but then she saw that he had already stood up. "The evidence is all on the USB drive, and I have already copied the video from it. I hope you can give me a definite answer." After saying these words, Su Zirwei left quickly, while Jiang Xian picked up the USB drive with trembling hands. Confusion also lingered in my mind. Jiang Xian returned to the office with the USB drive and called Lu Jingjin to her side. After seeing the footage in the video, the two fell silent. I could hardly believe what I was seeing. Jiang Xian, in particular, kept frowning. Why was this car at the hospital entrance? Did you really give it to Meng Qing's parents? Jiang Xian looked over with some curiosity, and Lu Jingjin nodded in agreement upon hearing this. "I personally handed the keys to them. They were so excited at the time, and they couldn't stop praising you." Upon hearing Lu Jingjin's words, Jiang Xian frowned slightly. Could it be that Meng Qingze was the one who hit the person? Seeing Jiang Xian's hesitant expression, Lu Jingjin had no choice but to speak up. "You're not planning to take it all on yourself, are you? This concerns the Jiang group. If you don't handle it well, you could easily get yourself into trouble." Lu Jingjin really hoped that Jiang Xian could personally find Meng Qingze and find out what was going on. Jiang Xian sighed softly. "Go and contact Meng Qingze." After saying that, Jiang Xian vaguely sensed that something was wrong. "I have a feeling that something is wrong. Why did Su Zirwei get his hands on this USB drive? Also, you should go to the hospital to see what happened." Jiang Xian was also worried that Meng Qing would take advantage of this time to cause trouble, especially since they had already cooperated with President Gu. If something happened to the Jiang group at this time, it would be a breach of contract. Lu Jingjin nodded and immediately set off. When Su Zirwei returned to the hospital, he saw the Gu family members who had rushed over after hearing the news. The Gu family rushed over after seeing the statement issued by the hospital. This time, Madame Lin was smarter and brought Gu's second son with her. Gu Lao Heir had long been overshadowed by his elder brother, and he thought he could finally show his skills after returning to China. Unexpectedly, he was suppressed by Gu Shuyan, a junior. This time, he deliberately caused trouble at the hospital in an attempt to regain favor with the old man. Zhang Feier waited in the corridor. Seeing Su Zirwei approaching, he quickly ran forward. "Master, you absolutely must not go out now. The Gu family is like they've gone mad, attacking indiscriminately everywhere. Even Dean Wu doesn't dare to refute them." Zhang Feier was also scolded by the Gu family. If Su Zirwei went out at this time, all their firepower would be diverted. Su Zirwei wasn't particularly surprised. Instead, he calmly changed his clothes. "I can't hide forever. Besides, the patient's family has come. What kind of doctor would hide everywhere?" Su Zirwei was fearless, as he was well aware of the Gu family's situation. The Gu family dared not do anything. Madame Lin and Gu Lao Heir could only engage in some superficial formalities. They were hoping something would happen to old Master Gu in the hospital. Seeing that Su Zirwei was determined, Zhang Feier could only secretly feel a pang of anxiety for him. Dean Wu was originally standing at the door with his head down. Given his status, even prominent figures in Beijing would have to treat him with respect. But in front of these two members of the Gu family, he had no value whatsoever. Unfortunately, Dean Wu couldn't say anything. Thinking of this, Dean Wu also felt helpless. He glanced sideways and saw Su Zirwei walking towards him. Dean Wu was anxious and immediately stepped forward to grab Su Zirwei's hand. He shook his head slightly at the same time. He gestured to him with his eyes to leave quickly. Su Zirwei was somewhat surprised to see Dean Wu looking like this. Unexpectedly, even old man Wu started to worry. "Don't worry. I came here specifically for this purpose." Upon hearing Su Zirwei's words, Dean Wu could only sigh. Inside the consultation room, Mrs. Lin sat on the sofa. while Gu Lao Air was still criticizing her. Su Zirwei walked in at that moment. Their gazes fell upon the two of them. Mrs. Lin, it's nice to see you again. May I ask what brings you here today? Su Zirwei smiled slightly. Upon hearing this, Madame Lin immediately stood up. You, the chief surgeon, have finally come out. What a coward. How did you trick our old man into coming here in the first place? Have you forgotten everything by now? Madame Lin was extremely dissatisfied. Su Zirwei breathed a sigh of relief. It was indeed the same old story. Just as he was about to speak, the second son of the Gu family stepped forward immediately. Without saying a word, he grabbed Su Zirwei by the collar. You're a quack doctor. You didn't just deceive our old man. You actually tried to deceive us too. They came to our Gu family saying they could definitely solve the problem. Now they're saying conservative treatment. This is what your hospital has done for fame and fortune. The second son of the Gu family questioned him angrily, but he looked as if he was genuinely concerned for old Master Gu. Su Zirwei remained silent for a while after sensing all this. I wasn't wrong before. I was just making my own judgment. But after careful testing, the hospital still felt that conservative treatment was more prudent. If something really goes wrong, the hospital can't afford to take responsibility. Su Zirwei glanced at Dean Wu again. Moreover, we have already discussed our treatment methods with Mr. Wu, and Mr. Wu agrees with this. As Dean Wu explained, Gu Lao Air in front of him snorted coldly. Who knows if you've deceived the old man? Your hospital is just trying to gain fame and reputation, and I have to expose you to the media. However, upon hearing this, Su Zirwei sighed helplessly. In that case, there's really nothing we can do. Since our hospital can't do it, we'll have to trouble the Gu family to take the person back. Su Zirwei's words stunned everyone in the consultation room. Almost everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe it. Mrs. Lin's expression was somewhat subtle. Chapter 115 Further Persuasion. Dean Wu became even more anxious. This was an opportunity they had worked so hard to get, and Su Zirwei was just going to let the Gu family take the old man away with just one sentence? Dean Wu wanted to say something more, but Su Zirwei just smiled after hearing it. We can't let Madame Lin keep coming here. Since you're so worried about old Master Gu, let's take him back for conservative treatment. However, this also depends on what old Master Gu thinks, so I'll have to trouble Madame Lin to personally communicate with him. After saying that, Su Zirwei glanced at Gu Lao Air again. If you two also want to tell the media about our hospital, we won't say anything more. There will naturally be someone to help us get justice. Su Zirwei's words only fueled Gu Lao Air's anger. What do you mean by that? Are you threatening us? Gu Lao Air's eyes were filled with anger. However, upon hearing this, Su Zirwei simply smiled slightly. I wouldn't dare threaten you. After all, you are the Gu family, and your every word and action will be judged by outsiders. We also have surveillance cameras in our hospital, and everything you did today has been recorded. If word gets out, it will likely have a certain impact on the Gu family. As Su Zirwei spoke, he didn't seem like a doctor at all. I've also heard people say that the Gu family wants to return to China to develop their business. If any negative news comes out at this time, it will be detrimental to the Gu family's development. Besides, as I've already said, you need to ask old Master Gu about this matter first. If the patient does not agree, even if you are family members, you cannot forcibly take him away. Upon hearing Su Zirwei's words, Gu Lao Air was still preparing to make a move, and Madame Lin also understood the implication. Don't rush. Let's go ask Dad about the situation first. Conservative treatment is better than no hope at all. After speaking, Madame Lin pulled Gu Lao Air away. Even Dean Wu was somewhat surprised at this moment. With just a few words, the lady here really left? Zhang Feier couldn't resist running in as well. Master, how did you do that? They actually managed to persuade them to leave. Zhang Feier asked the question that Dean Wu wanted to ask, and Su Zirwei smiled slightly upon hearing this. Naturally, it's because I have old Master Wu as my backer. Anyway, old Master Wu had already said he wanted to stay in our hospital, so no matter how much the Gu family makes a fuss, they can't shake old Master Gu's mind. Upon hearing Su Zirwei's words, Dean Wu finally realized what was going on. We really forgot about old Master Gu. Although Gu Shuyan is in charge of the Gu family now, in the end, old Master Gu is the most powerful. As long as old Master Gu is alive, everyone in the Gu family will follow his wishes. Once the old man of the Gu family has made up his mind, how could they possibly dissuade him? With this in mind, Dean Wu suddenly felt more confident. They were determined to regain the face they had just lost. Su Zirwei was also helpless when he saw this. Zhang Feier, who was standing to the side, also began to get curious. To be honest, I'm also a bit confused. I feel like there's something strange going on inside the Gu family. Zhang Feier always felt that there was something strange about Madame Lin and Gu Lao Air. This is something she doesn't know how to explain. Suzy smiled slightly when he saw Zhang Feier's appearance. You don't mean to say that the two of them are having an affair, do you? Su Zirwei's straightforwardness made Zhang Feier anxious. Master, you mustn't talk about this so carelessly. If we get caught, the Gu family will punish us both. Zhang Feier dared not think in that direction. Su Zirwei smiled after hearing this. You know what the consequences of doing this are, so do you think Mrs. Lin would be that stupid? The only thing that can unite them is shared interests. After saying that, Zhang Feier came to her senses. Upon closer examination, this is indeed the case. The only possibility is that there is a conflict of interest. Master, are you really not afraid of the Gu family at all? Zhang Feier voiced the question that had been on her mind. Especially after seeing those messages, Zhang Feier was worried that Su Zirwei would attack the Gu family because of them. Upon hearing this, Su Zirwei raised an eyebrow. As you said, I am a doctor, and I only have Mr. Gu as my patient. As for the rest of the people, what do they have to do with me? Su Zirwei remained calm, while Zhang Feier was curious, wondering how things were going on with Dean Wu. In the ward, after learning the purpose of Madame Lin and her companion's visit, old Master Gu flew into a rage. Do you two think I'm living too long? Since the hospitals here can offer conservative treatment, why leave? Do you expect me to go home and face both of you? Upon hearing what old Master Gu said, Madame Lin's face also showed embarrassment. Dad, how can you say that? I'm only doing this for your own good. The technology in this hospital is not up to par, and besides, that Su Zirwei doesn't seem like a good doctor. He hasn't even prescribed any medicine for you yet. How can we trust him? Mrs. Lin expressed her dissatisfaction. Gu Lao Air, who was standing to the side, nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Dean Wu, who was outside the ward, immediately came in. Mrs. Lin, you really don't understand our hospital. We have prepared many conservative treatment options, and all the medications are ready. After saying this, Dean Wu immediately went to old Master Gu's side. Grandpa Gu nodded slightly. Dean Wu is right. I have had those medicines checked, and they are perfectly suited to my body. If you have nothing else to do, go back now and don't bother me here. Old Master Gu waved his hand, and Madame Lin's expression became somewhat subtle upon hearing this. Dad, what's so good about this hospital? Our family has brought in quite a few doctors from abroad. Gu Lao Air hadn't given up and planned to continue persuading him. But Madame Lin suddenly changed her mind at this moment. You can't say that. Doctors abroad haven't even implemented conservative treatment plans. Since things are at the hospital, let's let father stay here. After Madame Lin finished speaking, she smiled slightly. Dad, if you think this hospital is good, then you can stay. If you need anything, you can let us know. After Mrs. Lin finished speaking, Dean Wu was somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, this woman is quite adaptable. They can even change their tune in an instant. I've never seen him act so arrogantly in the consultation room before. Upon hearing this, Gu Lao Air's expression became complicated. Chapter 116, Watching the Show. Gu Lao Air swallowed the words he wanted to say and could only stare at Madame Lin. Dean Wu, then I'll leave my father in your care. Then I won't bother you any longer. After speaking, Madame Lin glanced at old Master Gu behind her. Dad, I really acted impulsively today. We'll be leaving now. After Madame Lin finished speaking, she quickly left with Gu Lao Air. Gu Lao Air followed Madame Lin to the garage, his eyes filled with confusion. Why did you stop me just now? Why do they, a small hospital, dare to yell at us like that? Gu Lao Air expressed his dissatisfaction, but Madame Lin shook her head helplessly after hearing his words. Do you really want the old man to go back with you? If something happens to him at the villa, do you think the Gu family will let us off the hook? Upon hearing Madame Lin's words, Gu Lao Air's eyes also showed a hint of lingering fear. Their purpose in coming here was not actually to take old Master Gu back. If Grandpa Gu really goes back with them, then it will be their fault. Anyway, if he stays in the hospital, Grandpa Gu's condition is unlikely to improve. In short, we have achieved our goal. Even if something really happens to the old man, no one will suspect us. After Gu Lao Air finished speaking, his gaze fell on Madame Lin. That kid has been getting so close to the Jiang family lately. Aren't you worried about anything? Gu Lao Air had a smile on his lips. You were already prepared to watch the show. Upon hearing this, Madame Lin merely snorted coldly. I knew that woman had ulterior motives a long time ago, but I didn't expect that she would actually find an opportunity. It's just a fling. How could the Gu family let that kind of woman into the house? Madame Lin waved her hand, clearly not believing that Jiang Xin would end up with Gu Shuyan. Everything they're doing now is just hype. Seeing Madame Lin's confident demeanor, Gu Lao Air smiled. You haven't forgotten, have you? Even your own background isn't as impressive as Jiang Xion's. Do you think President Jiang will marry into the Gu family? After Gu Lao Air finished speaking, Madame Lin's eyes also showed a hint of contemplation. Upon closer reflection, that statement is indeed correct. If such a thing were to actually happen, it would be too late to stop it. Thinking of this, Madame Lin also began to worry. Upon seeing this, Gu Lao Air's lips curled into a slight smile. Isn't it a bit late for you to start worrying now? Judging from the current situation, it probably won't be long before you meet them. As soon as Gu Lao Air finished speaking, Madame Lin also began to worry. I absolutely will not allow this to happen. I'm going to find that woman right now. After saying this, Madame Lin left immediately. Seeing Madame Lin's appearance, Gu Lao Air didn't say much, but just nodded silently. I advise you to go quickly, lest something really goes wrong. Gu Lao Air was still fanning the flames from the sidelines. Madame Lin had no time to spare and quickly got into the car to head to the Jiang group. Meanwhile, Jiang Xian was also looking at the current information. The Meng family had indeed left, but it was precisely because of this that Jiang Xian became increasingly aware that someone was behind this. And this person is Meng Qingze. There's still no resolution to the matter with the Gu family, so what is Meng Qingze doing all this for? Confusion began to creep into her mind, and Jiang Xian desperately wanted to know an answer. He knew that the only thing he could do was to go find Meng Qingze. Thinking of this, Jiang Xian sighed helplessly. After taking out her phone and glancing at the number she hadn't dialed in a long time, Jiang Xian finally made the call. What exactly do you want to do? Did you do what happened to He Yuqing? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian's voice carried a questioning tone. Meng Qingze on the other end of the phone didn't seem to be in a hurry. Jiang Xian, you haven't contacted me in a long time. Why are you questioning me about these things right away? Shouldn't we catch up first? Meng Cheng said with a smile, and upon hearing this, Jiang Xian frowned slightly. I don't want to waste my breath talking to you. You just need to tell me whether you did this or not. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Su Zirwei sighed helplessly. Do you really think of me as that kind of person? Why should I hold a grudge against that woman? Upon hearing Meng Qingze's words, Jiang Xian's eyes also showed a hint of contemplation. Why would Meng Qingze hit someone? He had no reason to do it. At that moment, Jiang Xian began to doubt whether she was overthinking things. But when he saw what was shown on the surveillance footage, he regained his composure once again. If it wasn't you, then how do you explain the car in the surveillance footage? I checked the car's usage records, and you are the only one who has driven it in the last 2 months. Meng Qingze, what exactly do you want to do? Jiang Xian took a deep breath, trying to figure out the intricacies of the situation. However, upon hearing this, Meng Qingze's eyes also revealed a hint of surprise. Jiang Xian, why am I doing these things? Don't you know? Upon hearing Su Zirwei's words, Jiang Xian frowned slightly, then quickly realized something else. You want me to come see you? Upon hearing Jiang Xian's words, Meng Qingze immediately nodded in agreement. You finally understand what I'm thinking. I've been waiting for you all this time. I want to use this to prove that I will not give up on you, and you must give me this opportunity. Jiang Xian was dissatisfied after Meng Qingze finished speaking. What do you really want? If you have money, I can give it to you. The Jiang group is currently cooperating with the Gu family, and we absolutely cannot allow any negative news to emerge. I hope you can calm down. After saying this, Jiang Xian's voice carried a hint of pleading. Meng Qingze quickly rejected Jiang Xian's attitude. Xin, you don't need to treat me like this. I just want you to understand that the most suitable person for you is me. However, we can discuss one condition before that. As you know, I've now joined Mr. Zhao's company. Before Meng Qingze could finish speaking, Jiang Xian immediately refused. You should give up on this idea. The Jiang group will not cooperate with you. As soon as Jiang Xian finished speaking, Meng Qingze immediately offered an explanation. Xin, you may have misunderstood something. What I meant was that I hope you can help President Zhao meet with Gu Shuyan. This condition shouldn't be too difficult for you. After Meng Qingze finished speaking, Jiang Xian also fell silent. I never expected that Meng Qingze would say these things to me now. Chapter 117, A Mysterious Love. Are you trying to use me? Jiang Xian suppressed her dissatisfaction, while Meng Qingze sighed. Xin, since you feel that I can't stand by your side, then I can only find a solution myself. I will prove to you that I can make a name for myself by President Zhao's side. You'll understand then that I'm the one who's right for you. After saying that, Meng Qingze added another sentence. If you think I'm a threat, then think of me as such. Jiang Sheng Group and the Gu family should have signed some kind of agreement. If Zhang's group is involved in any negative news now, your cooperation will likely come to an end. I look forward to your good news. Meng Qingze hung up the phone, leaving Jiang Xian alone, silently staring at her phone. Jiang Xian's expression was subtle. Meng Qingze's true colors had finally been revealed. Lu Jinjin had been waiting outside and came in immediately after hearing Jiang Xian finish the phone call. How's the situation? Has he agreed to meet with you? Lu Jinjin asked curiously, but saw Jiang Xian clench her fists. He wanted to negotiate with me and wanted me to introduce him to Gu Shuyan. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Lu Jinjin became excited. Isn't this deliberately targeting us? He has finally revealed his true colors. Lu Jinjin felt a surge of dissatisfaction upon thinking about this. You can't agree to that, or what will the Gu family think of us? As soon as Lu Jinjin finished speaking, she noticed Jiang Xian's subtle expression. This appearance clearly indicates that he has already wavered. I don't need to say anything about this, but I just need Su Zirwei to take action. Lu Jinjin's eyes widened, almost unable to believe what she was hearing. You're not kidding, are you? Dr. Su was just driven away by you. Are you going to go and beg him? Lu Jinjin looked at Jiang Xian with some suspicion. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian was somewhat dissatisfied. Who said I have to beg him? I'm just going to make a deal with him. I will never be subservient to him. As soon as Jiang Xian finished speaking, Lu Jinjin fell silent, unsure of what to do. If Dr. Su finds out, he definitely won't help you. Lu Jinjin shook her head, but Jiang Xian was somewhat dissatisfied. You're not Su Zirwei, so how could you possibly know he would disagree? That's settled then. You can go now. My mind is made up. I will inform Su Zirwei. Lu Jinjin sighed helplessly after hearing this. Su Zirwei had just finished his work when Zhang Feier noticed the incoming call. Su Zirwei raised an eyebrow slightly. Unexpectedly, Jiang Xian had already finished watching the surveillance footage so quickly. Su Zirwei spoke as he silently walked out of the hospital. Mr. Jiang, you'd better have already discovered the problem before you call me. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Jiang Xian's voice came from the other end of the phone. I've investigated carefully and have indeed found some clues, but I need you to come to the company. Jiang Xian's voice sounded somewhat gloomy, which puzzled Su Zirwei. Is there something that can't be said over the phone? Why do I have to come to the company? Su Zirwei was very confused about this. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian chuckled softly. I'm only giving you half an hour. I already know the truth about this car accident. Don't you want to find out what really happened? After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Su Zirwei remained silent for a while before agreeing. After hanging up the phone, Su Zirwei glanced back at the hospital. He also wanted to seek justice for He Yuqing. Half an hour later, Jiang Xian did not see Su Zirwei, but to her surprise, Madame Lin arrived. As soon as Mrs. Lin entered Jiang Xian's office, she looked around. He would glance at the surrounding furnishings every now and then. You domestic companies really don't pay attention to anything. Didn't you even have a feng shui master check the arrangement of these things? If you don't even understand this simple thing, how can our Gu family cooperate with you? Hearing Madame Lin's comments, Jiang Xian could only patiently walk out. Mrs. Lin, what brings you here today? If I had known you were coming, I would have sent someone to pick you up. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, she subconsciously glanced around. Isn't Shu Yan with you? He was just talking to me about cooperation. Jiang Xian smiled slightly, emphasizing the words Shu Yan. This also provoked Mrs. Lin. The initial look of disdain intensified. You're so glib. I didn't come here to talk to you about these things. What exactly happened online? Are you really dating Shu Yan? Mrs. Lin adopted a questioning attitude. Jiang Xian's lips curled up slightly. Didn't Shu Yan tell you? I thought he would tell you himself. Jiang Xian's words were ambiguous, but to outsiders, it was an implicit acceptance of the matter. This made Mrs. Lin even more depressed. Jiang Xian's expression suddenly changed. Right behind Madame Lin was Su Zirwei. As Jiang Xian thought about what she had just said, her expression gradually became serious. Madame Lin's eyes flashed with curiosity when she saw this. It was quite a coincidence that I saw Dr. Su downstairs at the company and brought him up with me. I don't think President Jiang would mind. After saying this, Madame Lin adopted an air of superiority. Jiang Xian could only laugh awkwardly when she heard this. Of course I don't care. I also happen to have some things I need to talk to Dr. Su about. Su Zirwei silently watched the two women. It was quite a coincidence. He saw Madame Lin by chance. Mrs. Lin, I did come to see Mr. Jiang this time because I have some matters to discuss. But you seem even more anxious, so I'll wait here for a while. Su Zirwei withdrew voluntarily, as he was also very curious about Madame Lin's attitude. Jiang Xian glanced sideways and gestured for Lu Jinjin to take Su Zirwei to the office. Mrs. Lin did not refuse. After seeing Su Zirwei being taken away, he let out a cold snort. I know what you want to do. You just want to take advantage of Gu Shuyan's feelings for you. You two did grow up together, but that doesn't mean you can get a job with our Gu family. As long as I'm here, you won't get in. Madame Lin made her point clear, and Jiang Xian, upon hearing this, simply smiled slightly. Mrs. Lin is joking. These things are still a long way off, and Shuyan and I are not considering them for the time being. However, you are right about one thing. This matter was indeed a bit abrupt, and it was something we younger generation did not consider carefully. Jiang Xin maintained her smile, giving Madame Lin no chance. His words were full of implications. Chapter 1, 18 Mutual Testing. Madame Lin pondered deeply, her gaze sweeping back and forth. Jiang Xin didn't avoid it, but looked at her seriously. Half a minute later, Mrs. Lin chuckled softly. I really underestimated you. I shouldn't have underestimated the ambition of someone like you. Then I look forward to your good news. After speaking, Madame Lin quickly turned and left. This scene, however, puzzled Jiang Xin. Is Madame Lin preparing to leave so soon? Without time to think it through, Jiang Xin had more important things to do. In the conference room, Su Zirwei looked at Lu Xinjin in front of him. Have you resolved the surveillance issue? Su Zirwei's eyes were filled with curiosity, while Lu Xinjin's expression was somewhat subtle upon hearing this. The problem has been solved, but we've encountered some troublesome issues. Dr. Su, I hope you can have a good talk with Jiang Xin. This matter has nothing to do with Jiang Xin. There was someone else driving the car with He Yuqing inside. After saying all this, Lu Xinjin waited for Su Zirwei's reaction. Su Zirwei seemed to have anticipated Lu Xinjin's response, and at this moment, he only had a calm smile on his face. If this has nothing to do with Jiang Xin, then tell me who was driving. Su Zirwei looked curious, thinking that all of this was just Jiang Xin's excuse. Because of this, he even began to have some doubts about what Lu Xinjin said. Lu Xinjin felt Shui Zirwei's gaze and shook her head slightly. I don't care what happened. All I want is the truth. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, the conference room door was pushed open. Since you want the truth so badly, then let me give it to you. Jiang Xin glanced at Lu Xinjin. Madame Lin brought some things over. Go and take a look. After Lu Xinjin left, only Su Zirwei and Lu Xinjin remained in the conference room. What exactly are you trying to tell me? The truth you're talking about. Is it that Meng Qingze was the one who hit the person with the car? Su Zirwei sneered, while Jiang Xin looked serious. You're right. The reason I didn't want to tell you before was because I gave this car to Meng Qingze, and this car was always with him. After Jiang Xin finished speaking, Su Zirwei felt it was absurd. Is this the result you've been thinking about all this time? Pushing everything onto Meng Qingze? Shui Zirwei no longer trusts Jiang Xin, especially after what happened. Jiang Xin frowned. I don't want to argue with you anymore. This is how things have turned out, and I also hope that you can join me in dealing with Meng Qingze. After Jiang Xin finished speaking, Su Zirwei looked confused. What do you mean by that? How could Meng Qingze have driven you to this point? Su Zirwei clearly did not believe it. No matter what, Jiang Xin is the president, so what abilities could Meng Qingze possibly have? Jiang Xin sighed. Zirwei. The two simple words instantly set Su Zirwei's thoughts adrift. Jiang Xin noticed a slight change in Su Zirwei's expression. I know it's hard for you to believe right now, but I really need your help. Only in this way can you uncover the truth. Jiang Xion's serious expression made Su Zirwei fall silent. How can I trust you? So much has happened between us. I don't know how to trust you anymore. Su Zirwei began to waver. Jiang Xion today felt like a stranger to him. But it was precisely this unfamiliarity that piqued his curiosity. What exactly did Jiang Xion discover? How do you want me to help you? Su Zirwei tried his best to calm himself down, and at this moment he was also looking at Jiang Xion with curiosity. I need you to help me arrange to meet Gu Shuyan. After Jiang Xion said that, Su Zirwei calmed down. Why do you want to see Gu Shuyan? You're so close to him. Don't you see him every day? Shui Zirwei chuckled self-deprecatingly, his mind replaying Jiang Xion's words from earlier. Are they really together? Jiang Xion sensed the jealousy in Su Zirwei's words, and her mood instantly improved. Are you sulking because of what you just said? Jiang Xion smiled slightly, her eyes beginning to wander over Su Zirwei's handsome face. Where do you want him to go? Feeling a little uncomfortable under Jiang Xion's gaze, Su Zirwei quickly spoke up. Jiang Xion simply smiled slightly upon hearing this. It's in Chunjiang. I've booked a private room for you. Take him there. After Jiang Xion finished speaking, Su Zirwei nodded silently, immediately stood up, and fled, as if escaping. Jiang Xion also noticed the redness on the tips of his ears. Jiang Xion smiled slightly, and at that moment she felt that Su Zirwei might not be as cold as she had imagined. Perhaps during these 3 years, he also developed some special thoughts about himself. Su Zirwei, on the other hand, fled the Jiang group as if he were escaping. Sitting in the car, Su Zirwei's face was flushed as he recalled Jiang Xion's aggressive gaze from earlier. His heart was pounding, and he actually agreed without thinking. What excuse will he use to meet with Gu Shuyan this time? Meanwhile, In the hospital, Hyuching also welcomed a special guest. Looking at Meng Qingze standing at the door, Hyuching frowned slightly. I've done as you suggested and tested them. Now you can tell me the truth, right? Who hit me with their car? Hyuching looked at Meng Qingze. Meng Qingze had told her some things before, which led Hyuching to tentatively ask Su Zirwei. That led to what happened next. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingze's eyes also showed a slight smile. Miss He, I never said I would tell you the truth. I was just telling you that I might know who hit you. But I didn't say I was going to tell you. You were the one who wanted to ask Su Zirwei, weren't you? Meng Qingze had a smile on his face. Hyuching gritted her teeth. Seeing Hyuching's appearance, Meng Qingze walked forward helplessly. However, if Miss He really wants to know, I can tell you, but I'm worried about the consequences of you knowing this. Meng Qingze looked flustered after he finished speaking. Hyuching was somewhat confused by what she saw. The other party hit me with their car first, so can't I get justice for myself? Hyuching found it laughable. When did perpetrators become so barbaric? Meng Qingze nodded as well. Miss He is absolutely right. I was just overthinking it. I've already given the USB drive to Dr. Su, and he's already gone to ask the person who escaped for you. After Meng Qingze said that, Hyuching suddenly understood. You mean that person is someone Zirwei's acquaintance? At that moment, Hyuching suddenly realized something. Jiang Xin. He uttered those two words with almost trembling hands, and Meng Qingze in front of him immediately nodded. Miss, he said it herself, it has nothing to do with me. Chapter 119 being used again. Meng Qingze's words can be seen as a tacit confirmation. Hyuching's eyes also showed confusion. Why did she do that? She's the president of the Jiang group. Why is she making trouble for me? Hyuching was truly perplexed. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingze smiled slightly. It's because you're too close to Su Zirwei. After saying this, Meng Qingze turned his gaze to Hyuching. She's jealous of you. These four simple words also made Hyuching's gaze complicated. What good would it do her to do that? They're already divorced. Why would they lay a hand on me? Hyuching gripped the blanket tightly, her heart filled with resentment. Looking at him like this, Meng Qingze's smile deepened. Precisely because it's something she doesn't want, Jiang Xin won't let anyone get close to her. After saying this, Meng Qingze shook his head helplessly. I know Jiang Xin best. She doesn't want anyone to take what's hers away from her. Meng Qingze came to Hyuching's bedside. Miss He, the problem lies with Su Zirwei. If Su Zirwei really cares about you, he will definitely help you solve these problems. After finishing his sentence, Meng Qingze left with a smile. Seeing this, Hyuching felt a vague unease. Why haven't I seen Su Zirwei all afternoon? Where did Brother Zirwei go again? Many voices surfaced in her mind, but Hyuching only wanted to find out the truth of the matter. Time passed second by second, and Hyuching watched Zhang Feier walk in. It was like grasping at a straw. Where is Brother Zirwei? I need to talk to him about something. Hyuching looked excited. Zhang Feier frowned slightly upon hearing this. Dr. Su hasn't come to the hospital all afternoon. If you need to contact him urgently, you can do so by phone. Upon hearing Zhang Feier's words, Hyuching suddenly realized what was going on. I almost forgot. Thinking of this, Hyuching quickly picked up her phone. Zhang Feier looked at Hyuching's flustered appearance and felt a little curious. Did something happen? Is there anything I can do to help you? Zhang Feier stepped forward to inquire. But Hyuching shook her head at this moment. None of you can help me. I have to handle this myself. After Hyuching refused, she immediately called Su Zirwei. At this moment, Su Zirwei was still pondering whether or not to use Old Master Gu's name. After all, only in this way can it be considered reasonable. Su Zirwei was puzzled when Zhang Feier suddenly called. Qingqing, why are you calling me at this hour? Did something happen? Su Zirwei's voice was filled with confusion. Hyuching spoke directly. Brother Zirwei, I want to know. Did you go to see Jiang Xin? Upon hearing this, a hint of panic flashed in Su Zirwei's eyes. But he quickly came to his senses. I did go to see Jiang Xin, but it was to discuss other things. You know that you can't just talk about Old Master Gu's affairs. After Su Zirwei said that, there was silence on the other end of the phone. This eerie silence also puzzled Su Zirwei. Qingqing, your voice sounds strange. Has something happened? Su Zirwei asked again, and Hyuching finally spoke slowly. Brother Zirwei, is this a matter concerning the Gu family or a matter concerning me? I just want to know the truth. Is it Jiang Xin's? Hyuching's voice trembled slightly. Upon hearing this, Su Zirwei was at a loss for words. It can be confirmed that the car that hit you is registered under Jiang Xin's name. However, I don't think he did it. She has absolutely no reason to treat you like this. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Hyuching sighed. Brother Zirwei, are you speaking up for Jiang Xin right now? Hyuching's voice sounded extremely cold. Su Zirwei, upon hearing this, was stunned. Qingqing, don't overthink it. I've already investigated this matter. However, After she finished speaking, Hiyuching gave a cold laugh. Brother Zirwei, could it be that you are still thinking about your ex-wife? After saying this, Su Zirwei fell silent. After a long silence, Hiyuching finally broke it. Brother Zirwei, I think we both need to calm down right now. I feel much better recently, and I plan to be discharged from the hospital. After saying this, Hiyuching hung up the phone. Su Zirwei also fell silent at this moment. Holding his phone helplessly, Su Zirwei now understood that it was better to explain to Hiyuching than to do so. It's better to resolve the issue first and then tell him the result later. Upon returning to the hospital, Su Zirwei took the initiative to visit Grandpa Gu's ward. Grandpa Gu was in a good mood today and showed curiosity when he saw Su Zirwei. Hey kid, it's past your get-off-work hours. Why are you still here to see me? Grandpa Gu laughed and scolded, but his words contained a hint of affirmation. This also means that Grandpa Gu has begun to fully trust Su Zirwei. Su Zirwei smiled slightly. Judging from the old man's appearance, it seems that our first step in the treatment has gained your trust. It seems you'll be getting better soon. Upon hearing Su Zirwei's words, Old Master Gu's expression suddenly changed. Speak, what brings you here? I've met quite a few people, and this is clearly someone with something on their mind. After Grandpa Gu finished speaking, Su Zirwei sighed helplessly. Actually, I wanted to meet Gu Shuyan alone. Su Zirwei slightly raised his head. Grandpa Gu looked at Su Zirwei with a puzzled expression. You are my attending physician. If you want to meet with my family, isn't that a simple matter? Grandpa Gu smiled, but Su Zirwei just lowered his head upon hearing this. But this matter is not about you, sir. It's a personal matter. I'm worried that doing this will make Gu Shuyan doubt my professionalism. After saying that, Su Zirwei looked at Grandpa Gu with a serious expression. Grandpa Gu smiled after hearing this. This is the first time I've seen a doctor like you. I have also seen many people take advantage of the situation to blackmail others, but we Gu family have dealt with them all. I don't want to get involved in your young people's affairs. I just hope that Dr. Su can think things through. Some things are not so simple. What Grandpa Gu said was mysterious and unpredictable. This also made Su Zirwei's eyes look curious. Or perhaps the Gu family already knows something. Our Gu family also investigated the Jiang family's affairs, and they are far more complicated than we imagined. You're already divorced from her, so it's best not to get involved in some things. Chapter 1, 20 You're not qualified. Grandpa Gu's words were meant to persuade him, and Su Zirwei naturally understood this. But now he needs to know the truth. I'm already deeply involved, and no matter who it's for, I'm going to get to the bottom of this. Seeing that Su Zirwei was determined, Old Master Gu did not try to persuade him, but nodded slightly. You really surprise me, kid. Since you've already thought that way, there's really no need for me to say anything more. I'll turn a blind eye. Grandpa Gu himself didn't want to get involved. His health was recovering, and there was no need for him to make things difficult for Su Zirwei. Su Zirwei accomplished what foreign experts could not, and for that alone, Grandpa Gu would not say anything more. After listening to Grandpa Gu's words, Su Zirwei's face was filled with gratitude. After Su Zirwei left, Grandpa Gu sighed deeply. That evening, Jiang Xian received a message from Su Zirwei. Helpless, Jiang Xian then contacted Meng Qingze. I have done what you asked me to do. It will be in Chunjiang tonight. Take Xiao Qingfeng there. Jiang Xian spoke coldly, while Meng Qingze on the other end of the phone smiled. President Jiang, you don't mean to send us alone, do you? Without you as my guide, how could President Gu have possibly met me? Meng Qingze sounded extremely smug, and Jiang Xian's eyes filled with dissatisfaction upon hearing this. Meng Qingze, don't push your luck. It's already a huge effort for me to get you to come out. Do you expect me to take you there? Just as Jiang Xian finished speaking, Meng Qingze sighed. President Jiang, if you don't come with me, how will I know if what you're saying is true? Meng Qingze also gave Jiang Xian an ultimatum. We'll meet in the lobby later. After saying that, Meng Qingze hung up the phone. Jiang Xian clenched her fists. There was nothing she could do but go to Chunjiang. Su Zirwei also arrived at the restaurant. I figured I'd have to come forward eventually, since the invitation was made in his name. On the phone, Chen Huifang was still rambling on. Even if you're going to take care of that old man Gu, you still have to come home for dinner on time. It was fine that you took care of that old woman from the Jiang family before, but why are these unimportant people here too? After Chen Huifang finished speaking, Su Zirwei pretended that the signal was bad. Mom, the signal is bad here. I'll hang up now. Su Zirwei breathed a sigh of relief after quickly hanging up the phone. How come I keep running into you everywhere? I thought I was seeing things. Did you hear some news and want to come and see Gu Shuyan? Meng Qingze's voice came through, which displeased Su Zirwei. How did you get here? Su Zirwei was the first to ask. Meng Qingze sneered. That's the question I should be asking you. Our CEO Zhao has an important meeting tonight. On the contrary, It's you who actually showed up here. After Meng Qingze finished speaking, Su Zirwei's gaze became increasingly confused. This is a restaurant. Why can't I show up? I also had an important meeting today, and I didn't expect to run into you all before that. Su Zirwei snorted, clearly not taking the two people in front of him seriously. Su Zirwei, you really have no shame. I think you're just here to find President Gu. I advise you to save your breath. After he finished speaking, Zhao Qingfeng walked in. Their gazes also fell on Su Zirwei. You little rascal, you're like a ghost that won't leave me alone. You're a doctor, but I always seem to see you at all sorts of social events. Zhao Qingfeng's eyes were filled with contempt. They didn't take Su Zirwei seriously at all. Upon hearing this, Su Zirwei's gaze gradually darkened. Mr. Zhao is really joking. This isn't something I can decide on my own. I'm just curious. Did you come here to see Gu Shuyan? After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Meng Qingze's expression changed slightly. Whom we want to see is our own business, and it doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. Meng Qingze spoke harshly, showing no regard for Su Zirwei. Su Zirwei, however, found these words somewhat strange. The appearance of Jiang Xian the next moment answered all of Su Zirwei's doubts. Jiang Xian looked at the person in front of her, and at that moment all words failed her. Even on her cold face, one could see a hint of embarrassment. Su Zirwei chuckled softly. Now I understand. It turns out that all of this was paved by President Jiang for Meng Qingze. I knew it. As Gu Xian's partner, why would you want to meet with him alone? Su Zirwei sneered, realizing he had been too naive. They actually believed Jiang Xian. Su Zirwei, this matter is a bit complicated. I will explain it to you. But for now, if you let General Manager Zhao meet with Gu Shuyan, I will tell you the truth. Jiang Xian maintained her haughty demeanor, insisting on upholding the Jiang Group's joint brand even amidst the chaotic scene. Su Zirwei chuckled. President Gu is in the private room. Go and see him. After finishing speaking, Su Zirwei left without looking back. Jiang Xian wanted to chase after him, but Meng Qingze suddenly spoke up. President Jiang, you probably don't want this matter to escalate. Let's finish meeting with President Gu first, and then we can discuss the rest. After Meng Qingze finished speaking, Jiang Xian had no choice but to stop her pursuit. Meanwhile, inside the private room, Gu Shuyan was curiously looking at her phone. The above describes what happened inside the Gu family villa. On the screen, Madame Lin is plotting with someone. There was a sudden knock on the door of the private room, and Gu Shuyan composed herself. I looked up and saw Jiang Xian. Gu Shuyan was somewhat surprised by Jiang Xian's appearance. Jiang Xian, why is it you? Where is Su Zirwei? Gu Shuyan's expression had changed. Jiang Xian had no choice but to bite the bullet and step forward. Su Zirwei had some urgent business to attend to and was called back to the hospital. This is our general manager Zhao from Beijing, today. Before Jiang Xian could finish speaking, Gu Shuyan had already stood up. The secretary beside him quickly stepped forward. Dr. Su personally invited us to this dinner party tonight, so naturally, we only hope to meet with Dr. Su. President Jiang, please leave. Besides, the Gu family doesn't just cooperate with anyone casually. The secretary's words also represented Gu Shuyan's words. Jiang Xian didn't even have a chance to persuade him to stay. Zhao Qingfeng wanted to chase after her to explain, but he met Gu Shuyan's cold gaze. Our Gu family has also done some background checks on various companies in Beijing, and President Zhao's romantic affairs are indeed numerous. After Gu Shuyan finished speaking, Zhao Qingfeng dared not say anything more. Chapter 121. Can you come back? I've already arranged the meeting for you, so I fulfilled your request. I also hope that you will keep your promise and keep this matter a secret forever. After saying that, Jiang Xian hurriedly chased after Su Zirwei. But by the time he chased after him out of the restaurant, Su Zirwei had already disappeared. A strange sense of loneliness welled up inside me. At that moment, Jiang Xian also felt that she had missed something important. Thinking of this, Jiang Xian shook her head helplessly. She wanted to get rid of those thoughts from her mind. I called Su Zirwei, and Jiang Xian had already gotten into the car. Where have you been? I have something to tell you. It was Meng Qingze who threatened me. You know I'm cooperating with Gu Shuyan now, and the Jiang Group can't afford any negative news. Jiang Xian wanted to give an explanation for what had just happened, but it was obvious that Su Zirwei on the other end of the phone didn't care about any of that. Jiang Xian, you have achieved your goal. I originally thought you had changed. There's no need to dwell on these things anymore. The person you should apologize to for tonight is President Gu, not me. Wishing you a long and happy marriage. Su Zirwei hung up the phone, leaving Jiang Xian alone in the car. Could it be that she did something wrong? At this moment, Jiang Xian began to examine the meaning behind Su Zirwei's last words. More and more questions began to surface in her mind. The phone rang again, and Jiang Xian answered it without saying a word. Listen to me. This isn't actually what you think. Jiang Xin was interrupted by Lu Jinjin before she could finish speaking. Xin, it's me. Where are you now? Something happened with Grandma. Upon hearing that it was related to her grandmother, Jiang Xin's last shred of rationality vanished completely. Su Zirwei arrived at the hospital that night. Jiang Xin sat alone in the hospital corridor. All around was quiet, while Jiang Yulian was already fast asleep in the ward. The elderly woman accidentally ingested sleeping pills, but fortunately, she was discovered in time. However, this ordeal weakened her body, which she had finally managed to recover from. Holding a hot coffee in his hand, Su Zirwei walked forward with heavy steps. This is not your fault, so don't blame yourself. Su Zirwei spoke softly as he handed the hot coffee to Jiang Xin. Jiang Xin slightly raised her head, her eyes filled with helplessness. The moment she saw Su Zirwei, she thought of the man in the villa. During those 3 years, Su Zirwei treated her the same way. Jiang Xin simply didn't even glance at these gentle people back then. Now, however, this has become something she can never reach. I don't need your care, I'm fine. Jiang Xin forced herself to calm down and wiped away the tears on her face. But she took the coffee from Su Zirwei's hand. Upon seeing this, Su Zirwei sighed slightly. I've checked on the situation at the hospital, and Grandma is fine. Su Zirwei sat down next to Jiang Xin. At this moment, Jiang Xin also lowered her guard and leaned on Su Zirwei's shoulder. Time seemed to stand still around us. Su Zirwei was also silently watching the woman in front of him. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Xin slowly spoke. Su Zirwei, can you come back to me? After Jiang Xin finished speaking, Su Zirwei's eyes showed a hint of surprise. However, that look quickly disappeared. Su Zirwei suppressed his emotions. He also thought about what had happened before. It's all too late. There's no way we can go back to the past. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Jiang Xin made no move. It was as if everything was exactly as she had anticipated. Jiang Xin had already anticipated these outcomes after Su Zirwei resolutely left the villa. Thinking about this, she found it ridiculous. She was the one who wanted Su Zirwei to leave in the first place, but now she's the one begging to come back. Jiang Xin cherished this moment of tenderness, something no other man could give her. So you're pitying me now? I don't need your pity. Jiang Xin suddenly sat up, her eyes revealing her dissatisfaction. Su Zirwei looked at Jiang Xin's sudden change and felt inexplicably confused. I'm not pitying you. I just think you need someone to comfort you right now. Upon hearing Su Zirwei's words, Jiang Xin snorted coldly. Su Zirwei, I don't need your pity. You just need to take good care of old Master Gu now, and don't focus your attention on other people. Don't let yourself be taken advantage of without even realizing it. Upon hearing Jiang Xin's words, Su Zirwei immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. What do you mean by that? Su Zirwei's eyes were filled with curiosity, but Jiang Xin suddenly burst out laughing when she saw Su Zirwei's expression. Don't tell me you haven't figured it out yourself. Don't you know where this whole thing started? Who exactly brought up the car issue with you? It couldn't have been Meng Qingze himself who told you that he was the one who did it. Jiang Xin scrutinized Su Zirwei with sharp eyes. Su Zirwei fell silent at that moment. He quickly understood what Jiang Xin meant, and they also realized a problem. This matter is very likely related to He Yuqing. Even Meng Qingze actively induced He Yuqing to ask him questions. You mean, Meng Qingze was the mastermind behind this whole thing from the beginning? Could it be that his purpose is to get Zhao Chengfeng to meet Gu Shuyan? When Su Zirwei said this, Jiang Xin didn't show much expression on her face. But this also indirectly confirms what Su Zirwei said. Seeing Jiang Xin's gaze, Su Zirwei fell silent for a moment. They didn't even know what to do. If that's really the case, then he's been completely fooled by these people from beginning to end. The thought of this possibility fueled Su Zirwei's anger even more. Right now, all I want is to leave as soon as possible. Jiang Xin felt heartbroken seeing Su Zirwei in this state. It's not too late for you to come back to me now. No one will make things difficult for you anymore. Isn't this what you wanted? After Jiang Xin finished speaking, Su Zirwei fell silent. He didn't know how to face it. When Jiang Xin saw Su Zirwei fall silent, she immediately realized that he had wavered. You just need to do as I say, and there will be plenty of time. I will protect you. Jiang Xin continued to tempt him, while Su Zirwei listened silently. I have my own plans for this matter. Now that I have left the villa, I will not go back. Don't even think about trying to persuade me anymore. Tonight, I just hope you can take good care of Grandma. Su Zirwei was about to leave after he finished speaking, but Jiang Xin stopped him. Su Zirwei, I need you. Jiang Xin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Chapter 122, I want to chase him. At this moment, Jiang Xin's eyes revealed a sense of vulnerability. She hoped that Su Zirwei could stay by her side. But Su Zirwei stepped back. President Jiang, your emotions are unstable right now. I suggest you take a break for a while. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, he turned to leave. Su Zirwei, I'm giving you one last chance. If you go back to the villa, I can also keep you away from Gujia. Jiang Xian's commanding words made Su Zirwei frown. If President Jiang could really keep me away from the Gu family, why would I cooperate with them? Isn't the Jiang group now relying on the Gu family? Su Zirwei bluntly revealed the truth. Jiang Xian's expression gradually became subtle. Seeing that Jiang Xian had no intention of continuing, Su Zirwei also prepared to turn around and leave. Seeing Su Zirwei about to leave, Jiang Xian instinctively wanted to go forward and grab his hand. The next second, Lu Jinjin walked over quickly. Xin, I've arranged everything at the hospital. Lu Jinjin looked down at the hospital admission form, and when she looked up, she saw Su Zirwei. Dr. Su, so you're here too. What's going on here? Lu Jinjin looked at the two people in front of her with curiosity, and was even more surprised when she saw the helplessness on Jiang Xian's face. Seeing this, Su Zirwei could only cough awkwardly. Now that grandma is all settled, I'll be going now. Su Zirwei left quickly, leaving Lu Jinjin with a confused look in her eyes. What's wrong with you guys? Having voiced her concerns, Lu Jinjin stepped forward and took Jiang Xian's arm. Jiang Xian simply shook her head slightly after hearing this. It's nothing, you've worked hard today too. If there's nothing else, you should go home as soon as possible. Jiang Xian's eyes showed some disappointment. He still couldn't understand why Su Zirwei would reject him. Seeing Jiang Xian like this, Lu Jinjin was naturally worried. Don't blame yourself too much for what happened to Grandma. The doctor said she's fine now. Besides, even if you don't trust me, you should trust Su Zirwei. When Lu Jinjin mentioned Su Zirwei's name, Jiang Xian's eyes went blank for a moment. Jinjin, do you still like Su Zirwei? Jiang Xian's sudden question caught Lu Jinjin off guard. Lu Jinjin's eyes darted away, clearly indicating that she wanted to avoid the topic. Jiang Xian noticed her panic. After experiencing what happened to her grandmother, Jiang Xian understood even more clearly who was the most important person to her. But Su Zirwei no longer believed her. Xiao, you're not having second thoughts, are you? This was the second time Lu Jinjin had asked this question, and the first time Jiang Xian had given a direct response. I regret it. Now I understand who is the most important person to me. Jiang Xian spoke her mind. Hearing this, Lu Jinjin could only sigh helplessly. Xiao, if you see things clearly now, it's not too late. You can still win Su Zirwei back. After Lu Jinjin finished speaking, Jiang Xian reacted instantly. There was even a hint of brightness in his eyes. Yes, I still have a chance. I am his ex-wife and the person who knows him best. I want to win Su Zirwei back. Jiang Xian's unwavering determination left Lu Jinjin with mixed feelings. On the one hand, she still harbored a sliver of love for Su Zirwei. On the other hand, she also wanted to cheer Jiang Xian up. The Jiang group now needs Jiang Xian to get back on track. Faced with Lu Jinjin's encouragement, Jiang Xian nodded as well. It was on this very night that Jiang Xian confirmed her thoughts. Su Zirwei returned to the consultation room looking exhausted. The faint fragrance still lingered around my nose. Su Zirwei smiled. He never imagined things would turn out this way. Has Jiang Xian really regretted it? Or is this just another trick she's using to manipulate things? Su Zirwei dared not gamble. Looking back on what Jiang Xian had done to him, Su Zirwei felt mostly helpless. It was Jiang Xian who personally kicked him out. Now we have to persuade him to go back. As expected, Jiang Xian's domineering personality has never changed. Jinghai, a night banquet. This is a gathering place for spoiled brats. Most of them were second sons abandoned by their families, and the banquet was their place of indulgence. And at that moment, Meng Qingze was among them. He thought that with Zhao Qingfeng's help, he could make a comeback and even impress Jiang Xian. However, Zhao Qingfeng has already been disliked by the Gu family, which means that there will be no room for advancement for him in Jinghai. The phoenix chooses a good tree to perch on. Meng Qingze naturally understood this principle as well. Rather than waiting for Zhao Qingfeng to go bankrupt, it would be better to find another powerful patron to rely on. The choice of this location was also intentional on Meng Qingze's part. Meng Qingze had developed an interest in antique collecting while he was abroad. I also specifically learned some basics. For these spoiled rich kids who indulge in eating, drinking, and having fun, collecting antiques is also one of their pleasures. Meng Qingze was dressed in ancient costume, occasionally revealing the jewelry on his wrist. He prepared all of this on purpose. Everyone here has some old stuff from the last century from abroad. This is uncommon in the country, which gave Meng Qingze room to maneuver. These spoiled rich kids were somewhat curious about the unfamiliar faces appearing in the bar. One by one, they all crowded around to ask. Meng Qingze accepted all comers. But his eyes were always on one person. If you're looking for someone to rely on, you need to find the most suitable person. In the dim light, the woman was wearing a leather outfit, and her elegant curly hair fell down her back. Her crimson lips curved slightly, and there were still many people around her waiting to offer a toast. But women don't seem interested in these men. Meng Qingze raised his glass. He nodded slightly to the woman, but he didn't show the slightest bit of liking. It was precisely this attitude that made the woman more curious about Meng Qingze. Just when Meng Qingze thought he had victory in his grasp. When I looked up, I saw a familiar face. When Meng Qingze spotted Su Zirwei, he could hardly believe his eyes. Why is he here? Countless questions are swirling in my mind. At that moment, Meng Qingze felt dizzy. While she was pondering, the man had already walked up to the woman. Not to be outdone, Meng Qingze quickly stepped forward. "Miss, would you be interested in having a drink?" The woman's eyes showed dissatisfaction as soon as the man finished speaking. "I hate you, get out of here." But he clearly didn't expect to be rejected again, and his eyes were filled with confusion. Meng Qingze was initially a little worried, but upon hearing the woman's words, he immediately felt happy. "Dr. Su, I never expected you to be this kind of person. Did Jiang Xian know you came to the bar?" Meng Qingze took the initiative to strike up a conversation, also wanting to help the woman in front of him out of her predicament. Chapter 123 New Backer. The man turned around, somewhat confused. She looked at Su Zirwei with a curious gaze. "Who are you? Do we know each other? Who is this doctor you're talking about?" Upon hearing the man's words, Meng Qingze realized that he had mistaken the man for someone else. In this dimly lit environment, without careful observation, this man looks almost identical to Su Zirwei. "Didn't you hear that this lady doesn't want to drink with you? You'd better be sensible." Meng Qingze quickly changed the subject. The man was already dissatisfied, and now that Meng Qingze had scolded him like this, he naturally didn't intend to let it go. But before he could make a move, Meng Qingze took the first step. "If I were you, I wouldn't be stupid enough to make a move here. You see all these people around you. Once you make a move, don't even think about staying in Jinghai." Meng Qingze smiled, and the man naturally dared not make any rash moves. He also knew very well that these spoiled brats were not good people. He had already offended people. If he were thrown out of the banquet, he could forget about ever staying there again. "You're ruthless, but someone like you shouldn't even think about getting close." After saying that, the man left angrily. Meng Qingze didn't say much, but walked over to Zhang Lingling's side. "Ms. Zhang, would you do me the honor of inviting me for a drink?" Meng Qingze took the initiative to speak. Zhang Lingling was somewhat surprised. "You know me?" Zhang Lingling did not refuse, which presented an opportunity for Meng Qingze. "How could I not know the famous Ms. Zhang?" As soon as Meng Qingze finished speaking, Zhang Lingling's expression turned somewhat amused. "I know you. You're the man next to Jiang Xian. I heard you were kicked out not long ago." Upon hearing this, Meng Qingze's expression changed slightly. Seeing Meng Qingze's expression, Zhang Lingling immediately burst out laughing. "You're scared already? You don't really think that no one in the capital knows your identity?" Meng Qingze was somewhat confused by what Zhang Lingling said. "If that's the case, why is Miss Zhang still chatting with me? Shouldn't you be rejecting someone like me?" Meng Qingze simply took the initiative to ask. "I felt mostly confused." Zhang Lingling just smiled when she heard this. "You've come close to me simply because you want to use my abilities to make a comeback. And that's exactly the kind of person I need. But the prerequisite is that you must obey my orders completely and be on call 24 hours a day. Are you sure you can do it?" Zhang Lingling's lips curled up, but her eyes looked like she was looking at prey. Sensing the danger in Zhang Lingling's eyes, Meng Qingze also began to feel confused. "I'm a little curious. What exactly do you want me to do?" Meng Qingze voiced his confusion. Meng Qingze really couldn't understand what Zhang Lingling wanted to do. As the least prominent member of the Zhang family, Zhang Lingling's status was even lower than Zhang Feier's. Sensing Meng Qingze's scrutiny, Zhang Lingling simply smiled. "Don't test me. All I need is for you to help me gather some information. You not only know about the Jiang group, but you also know about the Zhao family, so you are the most suitable one." After Zhang Lingling finished speaking, Meng Qingze suddenly understood. "Miss Zhang, do you perhaps intend to annex the Jiang family and the Zhao family?" Meng Qingze quickly understood. Zhang Lingling just smiled. "What you said is true, but I don't really like overly intelligent people. You just need to give me a result." After Zhang Lingling finished speaking, she began to impatiently tap the table. Meng Qingze nodded immediately. "Ms. Zhang, there's no need to overthink this. I will definitely choose to help you. I've disliked them for a long time. Besides, you should be in charge of the Zhang family, but Zhang Xingtian hasn't given a result. This is clearly a way of rejecting you. Meng Qingze wanted to continue speaking, but Zhang Lingling raised her glass. You've said enough. I already know what you're thinking. That very night, Meng Qingze cut off all contact with Zhao Chengfeng. It's as if they vanished from Jinghai. The next morning, Su Zhiwei began his routine ward rounds. However, when they arrived at He Yuqing's place, she was unusually not up early. Su Zhiwei felt somewhat helpless for a moment. I've heard from your parents that it seems you want to leave tomorrow. Su Zhiwei spoke calmly, and He Yuqing on the hospital bed nodded slightly. Brother Zhiwei, I already have a plan in mind. You don't need to try to persuade me anymore. My health is much better now. After He Yuqing finished speaking, Su Zhiwei also fell silent. Since you've already made up your mind, I won't say anything more. Anyway, take good care of yourself when you get back. Don't hesitate to tell me if you need anything. After saying these words, Su Zhiwei turned and left. He Yuqing's eyes stung. Brother Zhiwei, why can't you understand my feelings? However, Su Zhiwei could no longer hear what she was saying. The last ward was for old Master Gu. Looking at Grandpa Gu, Su Zhiwei shook his head helplessly. Didn't I tell you before that you should eat less oily and salty food? Who brought this to you? Su Zhiwei looked at the food beside the hospital bed, feeling helpless. Upon hearing this, old Master Gu smiled. You little rascal, you're actually making decisions for me? I've lived to this old age, and this is all I like. What harm would it do to let me eat some? Su Zhiwei was helpless after hearing what Grandpa Gu said. Su Zhiwei quickly prepared the food, but the old man suddenly became curious. How are things going with that girl from the Jiang family? Grandpa Gu's question made Su Zhiwei's eyes show a hint of embarrassment. What do you mean by that? We've been divorced for a long time, so what's the point of continuing this story? Su Zhiwei was puzzled, but old Master Gu smiled after hearing it. You can fool others, but you can't fool this old man. You came to see me that day, which clearly showed you were worried about this girl from the Jiang family. Divorce doesn't mean you can't remarry. Grandpa Gu saw things clearly, but Su Zhiwei just smiled after hearing it. Grandpa, please stop teasing me. A relationship between me and Jiang Xian is impossible. He already had someone he liked. Upon hearing Su Zhiwei's words, old Master Gu let out a long sigh. You young people worry too much, and in the end you please no one. If you don't hurry, Gu Shuyan will beat you to it. Grandpa Gu's original intention was to provoke Su Zhiwei, but upon hearing this, Su Zhiwei could only give a bitter smile. If I could really be with President Gu, that would be a good thing. Chapter 124. It cannot be called a home. Upon hearing Su Zhiwei's words, old Master Gu's eyes gradually showed some dissatisfaction. You make it sound so simple. If that girl really came to the Gu family, would you be willing to accept it? I suppose you've already witnessed what kind of family the Gu family is. After hearing what Grandpa Gu said, Su Zhiwei also fell silent. He was not unaware of what the old man was saying. Because he knows the Gu family so well, he also has some reservations. Grandpa Gu, this is their private matter, and I, as an outsider, have no right to interfere. Remember to eat more light meals, sir. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. After Su Zhiwei finished speaking, he prepared to leave. Grandpa Gu opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. But seeing Su Zhiwei's back, he ultimately said nothing more. As Su Zhiwei came out, he saw Jiang Xian preparing to leave. My instinct was to avoid it. Jiang Xian, on the other hand, walked forward confidently. You really don't want to see me? I've been in the hospital all night. Take me back to the villa. Jiang Xian took out the car keys. Su Zhiwei instinctively wanted to refuse. Dr. Su, I stayed up all night at the hospital. Do you want me to drive while fatigued? After Jiang Xian said that, Su Zhiwei couldn't say anything to refute her. Just as Jiang Xian said, he couldn't possibly let Jiang Xian drive while fatigued. I can take you back and send you home. I need to go back to the hospital. Su Zhiwei was also worried that Jiang Xian would find various reasons to control him. Moreover, Jiang Xian sighed slightly after hearing this. Dr. Su is really cold-hearted. That used to be your home too. Are you that scared? Just as Jiang Xian finished speaking, Su Zhiwei shook his head. We are already divorced. A short sentence, yet it carries immense pressure. Jiang Xian naturally understood as well. But she had already made up her mind, so how could she give up so easily? Let's do it your way. Jiang Xian regained her usual composure. Su Zhiwei breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. This was the Jiang Xian he knew best. The two remained silent throughout the journey, which piqued Su Zhiwei's curiosity. I didn't tell you about what happened before. Meng Qingze has the lifeline of the Jiang group. It was because of this that I had no choice but to agree to his request. Let Zhao Chengfeng meet with Gu Shuyan. After saying that, Jiang Xian waited for Su Zhiwei's reaction. Su Zhiwei remained silent for a moment. I don't care about this matter. Regardless of whose conspiracy it was, you didn't tell me the truth in time. I'm worried that your next act of kindness will just be another deception. Su Zirwei glanced at Jiang Xin out of the corner of his eye. I never expected that even you would use such methods to deal with me. Su Zirwei's words were like a knife to Jiang Xin's heart. Su Zirwei, I also have my own difficulties. This is not what I wanted to happen. Why can't you just be understanding of me? Jiang Xin bit her lip, feeling incredibly wronged. Su Zirwei slammed on the brakes, his eyes filled with confusion. After taking another closer look at Jiang Xin, he sighed again. Jiang Xin, we are already divorced, and I don't want to repeat these words again. We're just strangers, I don't need to understand anything about you. Su Zirwei's words were cold, and Jiang Xin dug her nails into her palm. Su Zirwei, you don't need to remind me of the divorce. I've always kept it in mind. After saying that, Jiang Xin closed her eyes, seemingly unwilling to continue the conversation. Su Zirwei sighed inwardly. The two did not exchange a single word the entire way. Just as they were about to arrive at the villa, Jiang Xin was about to speak when she suddenly noticed Meng Qingze standing outside the villa. Upon seeing Meng Qingze, Jiang Xin frowned slightly and subconsciously glanced at Su Zirwei. Now that it's been delivered, I'll be going. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, he stopped the car and prepared to leave. Wait a moment, I'll go down and say a few words to him. Jiang Xin stopped Su Zirwei, who was about to leave. Su Zirwei glanced out the window. Meng Qingze was still holding a bouquet of flowers. Seeing this, Su Zirwei smiled. But his gaze was fixed on Jiang Xin. It seemed they wanted to see if Jiang Xin would accept the bouquet. Jiang Xin quickly walked up to Meng Qingze. I should have told you not to ever show your face in front of me again. What brings you here today? Jiang Xin had a cold face, while Meng Qingze just smiled after hearing this. Jiang Xin, I came here to say goodbye. From now on, I will never appear in front of you again. Meng Qingze smiled and handed the flowers in his hand to Jiang Xin. This is the only thing I can give you, and I hope you will accept it. Meng Qingze looked over, his eyes filled with anticipation. Jiang Xin sneered. Su Zirwei, I don't know what tricks you're up to this time, but if you're going to leave, then leave cleanly. Why bother saying all this in front of me? I won't accept this bouquet either. Please leave as soon as possible. As Jiang Xin finished speaking, she prepared to leave, and Meng Qingze's eyes welled up with tears. Xin, I really have no other thoughts. I know you don't want to see me right now, so I'm leaving the Zhao family. I failed to accomplish what I was asked to do before, so Zhao Qingfeng kicked me out. I have nowhere to go. Meng Qingze gave a wry smile. The time I spent after returning from abroad was the happiest period of my life. Meng Qing then placed the flowers in his hand on the ground. Finally, she raised her head slightly and said, Xin, thank you for believing in me. I'm the one who lost you. After finishing his sentence, Meng Qingze turned and left. Jiang Xin turned her back to look at Su Zirwei, who was staring at her from inside the car. Her eyes were wet and moist, as if she were lost in some kind of memory. Looking at Jiang Xin from inside the car, Su Zirwei could read the complexity in her eyes. Without saying another word, Su Zirwei got up and got out of the car. Jiang Xin did not chase after him, but simply watched Su Zirwei leave. Just outside the villa, Su Zirwei was sitting in his car, watching this scene with great interest. I told you long ago, it would be incredibly easy to ruin the relationship between these two. Meng Qingze smiled, his face displaying the air of a victor. Beside her, Zhang Linlin sneered. I thought Jiang Xin would be a smart person, but I didn't expect that she would be manipulated by someone like you. Even Su Zirwei alone could turn her into this state. I really overestimated the president of the Jiang group. Zhang Linlin gave a soft hum. Let's go, this place is really boring. Jiang Xin returned to the villa with a dejected expression. This place holds his and Su Zirwei's memories, but now it is quiet. Even though nothing has changed, in her eyes this place can no longer be called home. Chapter 125 Fever. When Su Zirwei returned to the hospital, Grandma Jiang had already woken up. Grandma, didn't Jiang Xin clearly label it for you? How come you still ate it wrong? Su Zirwei walked to Jiang Yulian's bedside and asked softly. Jiang Yulian smiled. I'm just getting old. I can't even tell the difference between these medicines anymore. Don't blame Jiang Xin either. Since Jiang Yulian had said all that, Su Zirwei naturally couldn't blame her. Zirwei, Grandma is asking you. Do you want to come back? Jiang Yulian smiled, her face filled with anticipation. Su Zirwei shook his head slightly. Grandma, I have no intention of going back. Jiang Xin doesn't need me either. Su Zirwei knew very well that what Jiang Xin needed was value, someone who could help the Jiang group, and that person was not him. Jiang Yulian's expectation vanished, and her heart was filled with bitterness. I should have stopped you back then, and you wouldn't have been bullied like this. As Grandma Jiang spoke, 2 tears rolled down her cheeks. Upon seeing this, Su Zirwei quickly stepped forward. Grandma, what are you saying? This was something we all agreed on back then, and no one could stop us. Besides, if it weren't for those years, I wouldn't have the status I have today. Su Zirwei explained earnestly, but Jiang Yulian could only sigh. You don't need to try to persuade me anymore. In short, Jiang Xian wronged you, and it's right for you not to forgive her. But Grandma still hopes you can have a good talk with her. Jiang Xian is a fragile child, and you need to use your heart to discover her. After Jiang Yulian finished speaking, she pointed to the clothes rack. Please take the things out of here for me. I was going to give them to her, but I didn't expect this to happen. Su Zirwei took the wooden box out of Jiang Yulian's pocket. This is what I prepared for Xinxin. In previous years, you were the one who prepared it, but this year I can only give it to her myself. As Grandma Jiang spoke, Su Zirwei realized that today was Jiang Xian's birthday. That's why Meng Qingzi sent that bouquet of flowers. Grandma, shouldn't you have given her something of such value yourself? Why did you give it to me? Su Zirwei was curious, but Jiang Yulian shook her head. No matter what, it was Jiang Xian's birthday. There was no reason for her to come to the hospital, especially since she stayed with me all night. Wouldn't it be most appropriate for you to deliver it? Grandma Jiang looked at Su Zirwei with expectation in her eyes. You refused Grandma once before. There's no way you'd do it a second time, right? As she spoke, Jiang Yulian gave a wronged look. Su Zirwei was helpless when he saw this. Grandma, what are you saying? I'll go and deliver it. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Jiang Yulian nodded in satisfaction. Let's hurry and go before it gets dark. Jiang Yulian urged him on, and Su Zirwei could only nod and leave. As soon as she stepped out of the ward, Zhang Feier cautiously approached. Master, Missy has just been discharged from the hospital and specifically asked me to tell you. Did you two have a fight? Zhang Feier was curious. He Yuqing looked clearly devastated. Su Zirwei frowned before speaking. Don't you want her to be discharged? Zhang Feier was taken aback and immediately shook her head. I'm certainly happy that the patient can be discharged, but Missy doesn't seem very happy. I'm worried that something might have happened to you. Zhang Feier muttered to herself, and Su Zirwei just smiled when he saw this. What could possibly happen to us? Don't overthink it. Please take good care of the old lady for me. Su Zirwei said, preparing to leave. Master, do you have time tonight? I'd like to invite you to dinner. Zhang Feier smiled, her eyes filled with anticipation. Su Zirwei nodded slightly, which was taken as an agreement. Zhang Feier watched Su Zirwei gradually disappear into the distance and sighed silently in her heart. Su Zirwei drove to the villa, where the servants were all standing outside, which piqued his curiosity. Why are you all standing outside? Su Zirwei stepped forward, and the butler frowned before cautiously approaching and saying, Dr. Su. After President Jiang returned, he told us all to wait outside. An hour has passed, and we are really worried that something might happen. The housekeeper's face was filled with worry. Su Zirwei frowned slightly after hearing this. I see. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, he walked into the villa. Jiang Xian. Su Zirwei called out, and suddenly the sound of a cup breaking came from upstairs. Su Zirwei was taken aback and quickly ran upstairs. At this moment, Jiang Xian was curled up on the ground, with a broken water glass beside her. Jiang Xian, how are you? Is your stomach acting up again? Su Zirwei asked anxiously, but Jiang Xian was already unable to answer. Without thinking, he carried Jiang Xian downstairs. Su Zirwei's voice kept coming into Jiang Xian's ears. The familiar body temperature made her want to get closer. Where am I? Jiang Xian slightly opened her eyes. She was lying in the back seat, and Su Zirwei was driving. You went to the hospital because you had a fever. Why did you call everyone out? Su Zirwei glanced at Jiang Xian while driving. Hearing this, Jiang Xian could only give a wry smile. I thought you weren't coming back. Jiang Xian gave a bitter smile, which made her look even more frail given her pale complexion. Su Zirwei sighed. So many things have happened recently. You must be exhausted. Su Zirwei looked at the red light that had just turned on, hesitated for a moment, and then finally expressed what he wanted to say. I should have given you someone to rely on a long time ago, but the matter of Meng Qingzi still leaves a lingering resentment in my heart. If you had explained things clearly to me from the beginning, I wouldn't be in this situation. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, even breathing sounds came from the back seat. Su Zirwei remained silent for a while, and after 1,000 words, he finally sighed. The pungent smell of disinfectant wafted over, waking Jiang Xian from her nightmare. A cool sensation came from the back of my hand. Jiang Xian frowned slightly. Hospital. Jiang Xian frowned. Why did they end up at the hospital? Countless images flashed through Jiang Xian's mind, and she suddenly remembered something Su Zirwei had vaguely told her. The ward door was pushed open. You're awake. Luckily, Dr. Su brought you here in time, and your fever has finally subsided. After the nurse removed the needle, Jiang Xian finally felt a sense of reality. Where's Su Zirwei? I need to talk to him. Jiang Xian was curious. She wanted to know exactly what Su Zirwei had said. The nurse was taken aback. Our Dr. Su instructed you to rest well after you wake up, and to talk about anything else tomorrow. The nurse explained, but Jiang Xian frowned. Is he avoiding me? Where is Su Zirwei? Jiang Xian's voice gradually became serious, and the nurse was taken aback, not daring to offend Jiang Xian. Dr. Su is in the consultation room. He's on duty tonight. After the nurse finished speaking, Jiang Xian immediately got up to look for her. Miss Jiang, you haven't fully recovered yet. Please be careful. Jiang Xian, however, had no time to pay attention to that. Chapter 126, Confirming One's Feelings. In the silent corridor, Jiang Xian's heart was pounding. She recalled some fragments, and it seemed that Su Zirwei had opened his heart to her. But Jiang Xian didn't hear it at that time. Jiang Xian wanted to confirm it herself. Without realizing it, my steps began to lighten. Voices could be heard coming from inside the office, and Jiang Xian's hand hung in midair. It was so late, and the moment this thought crossed Jiang Xian's mind, she felt a little flustered. I leaned in slightly, and I could hear a man's and a woman's voices inside. Why are you only telling me now? Did you think I would stop you? Su Zirwei's voice sounded somewhat suppressed. Master, I did this so as not to hurt you. I never expected things to turn out this way. Zhang Feier was sobbing, and Jiang Xian became excited when she heard this. What does it mean that these two people are alone in a room late at night? In an instant, countless thoughts appeared in Jiang Xian's mind. Before Su Zirwei could speak again, Jiang Xian rushed in. What are you doing in there? Miss Zhang, aren't you going home this late? Jiang Xian's face was gloomy, and her eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. Zhang Feier and Su Zirwei were both taken aback. Zhang Feier glanced at Su Zirwei subconsciously before speaking. Miss Jiang, shouldn't you knock before coming in? Su Zirwei also looked at Jiang Xian, who had suddenly barged in, with curiosity. If you need anything, you can tell me anytime. There's no need to barge in. Upon hearing Su Zirwei's words, Jiang Xian snorted coldly. I already asked, and it was you who didn't want to see me, wasn't it? Jiang Xian looked at Su Zirwei, her eyes also filled with anger. Su Zirwei, I just want to know what you said before. I'm not interested in anything else. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Zhang Feier, who was standing next to her, also became curious. A look of embarrassment immediately appeared on Su Zirwei's face. Jiang Xian witnessed this scene. Su Zirwei, you still have me in your heart, and you can't hide that. A victor's smile appeared on Jiang Xian's face. Zhang Feier was dissatisfied and quickly stepped forward to block Jiang Xian. Miss Jiang, isn't what you're doing inappropriate? Zhang Feier crossed her arms, her eyes filled with smugness. What? Miss Jiang, are you staying so late just to listen to my sarcastic remarks? Jiang Xian didn't care about Zhang Feier's identity at all at this moment. Her eyes were fixed on Su Zirwei alone. Upon hearing this, Su Zirwei could only sigh helplessly. Jiang Xian, you misheard me. I didn't say anything. If it's not a physical problem, I have no obligation to help you. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Jiang Xian smiled. Su Zirwei, I will not give up. Jiang Xian raised her eyes, her face filled with arrogance. Zhang Feier gritted her teeth. Miss Jiang, you're going to the hospital every few days. Don't forget who you are. Jiang Xian is the president of the group. Thank you for the reminder, Ms. Zhang, but I am a patient now. Shouldn't you, as a doctor, be more polite to me? Jiang Xian raised her chin. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feier smiled. I'm sorry to disappoint Mr. Jiang, but I stopped being a doctor at this hospital just 3 hours ago. I don't represent the hospital right now. Zhang Feier pursed her lips, her eyes filled with stubbornness. That's why she's still here so late. Su Zirwei looked over, his eyes also filled with helplessness. President Jiang, you may have misunderstood something. I just found out about this news myself. Su Zirwei felt somewhat ashamed, because bringing Jiang Xian to the hospital meant he missed his dinner with Zhang Feier. Zhang Feier just told him this news when she came to the clinic. Jiang Xian was taken aback, and a strange look appeared in her eyes. Is this what you were discussing just now? Su Zirwei felt somewhat uncomfortable at that moment. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian simply gave Zhang Feier a deep look. If that's the case, then Miss Zhang should definitely not stay here. You're not a hospital employee anymore. Wouldn't it cause problems if you stayed here? If this gets out to someone with ulterior motives, it will damage Dr. Su's reputation. Jiang Xian's expression was stern. Even Su Zirwei didn't know how to defend himself this time. Zhang Feier clenched her fists. I'll leave now. Speaking of which, Miss Jiang, since you can jump and bounce around, it means you're fine. Coming to Dr. Su's place so late at night is a bit inappropriate, isn't it? The two were at loggerheads, and upon hearing this, Su Zirwei could only sigh. It's so late, aren't you two going back to rest? Su Zirwei spoke up, and the situation gradually calmed down. Zhang Xian said no more, only gave Su Zirwei a look before leaving. Zhang Feier was somewhat dissatisfied. Master, you'd better be careful. This Zhang Xian who got close to you is definitely not simple. After Zhang Feier finished speaking, Su Zirwei could only smile wryly. She is the president of the Jiang group, and I am just a nobody. Even if she gets close to me, what can I gain? Besides, it's no longer possible for us. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Zhang Feier nodded and left. Zhang Xian returned to her ward in high spirits. Su Zirwei still has a place for her in his heart, so it won't be long before she can win him back. Having confirmed these things, Zhang Xian was even more excited. It was late at night inside the Jiang family manor. Jiang Lao was fast asleep when a series of hurried footsteps approached. Then came the knocking on the door. What happened? Why are you in such a hurry? Jiang Lao got up in dissatisfaction, and the butler outside the door became agitated. President Jiang, someone outside is looking for you and insists on seeing you. The old butler was panting heavily. It was obvious that this man was no ordinary person either. Jiang Lao glanced at his phone. It was 11 p.m. You've already said who it is, so why are you coming to see me instead of Jiang Xian? Jiang Lao was very confused. Now, that girl is in charge of the Jiang family, and he has no say at all. The old butler hesitated before speaking. It's the second young lady of the Jiang family. She seems to be here to discuss business with you. After hearing the old steward's words, Jiang Lao fell silent, feeling that the old steward was joking with him. Don't you know who that girl is? She's a woman abandoned by the Jiang family, and she still comes to do business with me. My old bones can't take any more strain. Jiang Lao waved his hand, clearly not wanting to get involved in this matter. The old butler then took out the contract in his hand. Mr. Jiang, please take a look at this first. It seems the other party is willing to offer 100 million for cooperation. Hearing this amount, even Jiang Lao couldn't resist being tempted. However, he became wary of the late-night visit and the large sum of money offered for cooperation. This is a big deal for them. Let's go. Let them go to the study. Jiang Lao also felt it was an opportunity. If the plan was feasible, cooperating once or twice would be a good idea. Outside the manor, Meng Qingze followed behind Zhang Lingling, glancing around from time to time with surprise in his eyes. The Jiang family really does have some resources. Zhang Xian has never brought me to this place before. Chapter 127 Joining Forces to Destroy Jiang Xian. Zhang Lingling chuckled softly. This is Jiang Lao territory. How could you possibly have been here before? That Jiang Lao is very cunning. After Zhang Lingling finished speaking, the housekeeper came out. Sorry to keep you waiting. Please come in with me. After saying that, the butler led Zhang Lingling and the other woman to the study. Jiang Lao glanced at it, but frowned. Aren't you the man next to Xin? Why are you following behind Miss Zhang? Jiang Lao was puzzled, but Meng Qingze smiled slightly after hearing this. It seems Mr. Zhang's information network isn't very good either. I'm now working with Miss Zhao, and I'm visiting so late to discuss a collaboration with you. Meng Qingze explained, but Jiang Lao in front of him was confused. Miss Zhang, I know the Zhang family's strength, but you're not joking about this 100 million yuan project, are you? Jiang Lao looked over and saw that Zhang Lingling had already taken out the contract. Seeing is believing. Let's cooperate to take over the Jiang group. When Zhang Lingling shared her thoughts, Jiang Lao doubted that he had misheard and carefully checked the contract in his hand. Miss Zhang, you don't actually think that by competing with the Jiang group for this land, you can take over the Jiang group, do you? Jiang Lao had also heard that Jiang Xian had recently taken a liking to a piece of land and wanted to buy it. What use can such a piece of land serve? What if we were the ones who sold this land to Jiang Xian? As long as the Jiang group keeps investing in this land, it will drag Jiang Xian down. Then you'll be in charge of the Jiang group, right? Zhang Lingling's words calmed Jiang Lao down. Looking at this contract, I felt it was a bit too hot to handle. This land used to belong to a friend of mine, but I've bought it now. All you have to do is sign your name, and you'll take over the entire Jiang group. Are you really willing to stay here? After saying these words, Jiang Lao's expression gradually changed. With a slight smile, Jiang Lao finally spoke. This matter is naturally easy to discuss, but Jiang Xian still has an old lady by her side. I'm worried that the old lady has assets and might help Jiang Xian. Jiang Laoer looked at him tentatively, still somewhat worried. Meng Qingze spoke up at this moment. This should be Mr. Zhang's concern. It has nothing to do with us. Don't you know best how much stuff the old lady has? If you don't want this opportunity, we can collaborate with someone else. After saying that, Meng Qingze prepared to take the contract away. Jiang Laoer wouldn't miss this opportunity and immediately took the contract. Miss Zhang, I didn't say I wouldn't cooperate. I'm just worried that if this fails, I might be the one who gets into trouble. Jiang Laoer hesitated to put down his pen. It's clearly stated in the contract that this matter will not be discovered by you, and may even be resolved by Jiang Xian, Zhang Lingling said, then sighed. It seems the Jiang family has truly run out of talent, letting a junior manage the entire company. With disdain in her eyes, Zhang Lingling turned to leave. Jiang Laoer was stunned and immediately stopped her. Miss Zhang, please wait, I was just a little curious. Since Miss Zhang has said so, then I won't refuse. Jiang Laoer quickly signed his name. Ms. Zhang, I really look forward to a pleasant collaboration between us. Early in the morning, Su Zirwei sighed and was about to go home after get off work when he saw Jiang Xian waiting at the door. Seeing Jiang Xian, Su Zirwei's eyes showed confusion. Why are you here? After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Jiang Xian smiled. I know you're about to leave work, so I prepared some breakfast for you. Eat before you go. Jiang Xian's eyes were filled with expectation. Su Zirwei pursed his lips, his eyes showing a hint of helplessness. You don't need to prepare so much. You're still a patient. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Jiang Xian just smiled. Dr. Su, you really care about me. But my health has improved, so you don't need to worry. Jiang Xian smiled and remained blocking the doorway, clearly waiting for Su Zirwei to have breakfast late. I bought this especially for you. You can't possibly refuse, can you? Jiang Xian said, and Su Zirwei had no choice but to accept it. Miss Jiang, I've accepted the breakfast. May you leave now. Su Zirwei looked over, and Jiang Xian frowned instead. Su Zirwei, you really are cold-hearted. I did all this for you. Shouldn't I at least see you finish eating? After Jiang Xian said that, Su Zirwei realized that he wouldn't be able to leave if he didn't eat today. Jiang Xian leaned against the door frame, silently watching Su Zirwei finish the breakfast she had brought. Su Zirwei looked up and saw Jiang Xian walking in front of him. Before she could react, Jiang Xian picked up a tissue and gently wiped Su Zirwei's mouth. Eating so fast, do you want me to leave sooner? Jiang Xian said, but Su Zirwei was taken aback. President Jiang, you've misunderstood. I just want to go back to sleep as soon as possible. Su Zirwei's words were not an excuse. After all, he had stayed up all night and was exhausted both physically and mentally. Jiang Xian felt a pang of sadness before taking out her car keys. Come on, I'll take you home. Jiang Xian smiled. Su Zirwei was about to refuse, but then he saw Jiang Xian's serious expression. Stop thinking about running away. Upon hearing Jiang Xian's words, Su Zirwei knew he couldn't refuse. Left with no other choice, I had to agree. Jiang Xian's condition has indeed improved, and Su Zirwei can finally feel at ease. Seemingly sensing Su Zirwei's gaze, Jiang Xian's eyes also held curiosity. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you worried I'll have another attack? Jiang Xian's words left Su Zirwei momentarily speechless. Su Zirwei pretended to be asleep and did not intend to respond. Jiang Xian simply chuckled when she saw this. Clearly, Su Zirwei's performance was expected. Looking at the familiar scenery outside the window, Jiang Xian's thoughts began to wander. When she was sick, Su Zirwei's parents also visited her. Although it was only a brief encounter, Jiang Xian could still see a hint of worry in their eyes. It was precisely because of this that Jiang Xian was also somewhat curious about Su Zirwei's parents. Downstairs in the residential building, Jiang Xian sat in her car, not wanting to disturb Su Zirwei, who was still fast asleep. What exactly did you say to me that day? Why can't I remember a single word? Jiang Xian's eyes held a hint of melancholy. He also hoped that Su Zirwei could wake up at this moment and express his feelings. Just as Jiang Xian reached out to approach Su Zirwei, a knocking sound suddenly came from outside the car window. Jiang Xian subconsciously pulled her hand back. When he came to his senses, he saw a woman standing outside the car window. It was Chen Huifang. Seemingly afraid of disturbing Su Zirwei, Chen Huifang even waved to him. Chapter 128, Sending You Home. Seeing this, Jiang Xian gently opened the car door and got out. The two of them stood behind the car. President Jiang, didn't you already divorce Zirwei? Why are you here? Chen Huifang was also returning from grocery shopping when she happened to see this somewhat familiar car. Jiang Xian looked at Chen Huifang with a mocking gaze after hearing her words. I'll bring Su Zirwei back. It was a simple sentence, without explaining the cause and effect. Chun Huifeng frowned, unable to understand what Jiang Xian was going to do. Mr. Jiang, since you are already divorced, there is no need to continue this entanglement. I hope you understand this. Chun Huifeng looked at Jiang Xian in front of her with a helpless expression. Recalling Su Zirwei's previous miserable state, Chun Huifeng couldn't bear to see her child repeat the same mistake. Jiang Xian smiled slightly after hearing Chun Huifeng's words. Auntie, there might be some misunderstanding between us. I have never thought about remarrying Su Rui. I just happened to be going that way. Upon hearing Jiang Xian's words, a look of confusion flashed across Chun Huifeng's eyes, clearly indicating that she hadn't expected Jiang Xian to say such a thing. Is everything you're saying true? Chun Huifeng was a little curious. Jiang Xian nodded slightly, her eyes filled with arrogance. I never thought we would remarry from the very beginning. Su Zirwei is just a doctor and can't contribute to the future development of the Jiang group. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Chun Huifeng just sighed. If that's the case, that would be best. Our Zirwei is just an ordinary person and doesn't deserve you at all. Besides, the matter of treating your leg before is already in the past. I hope you two will never see each other again. Chun Huifeng said with a determined look on her face. Not only for you, but also for Zirwei. This is a rare opportunity. After Chun Huifeng finished speaking, Jiang Xian's eyebrows trembled slightly. Auntie, do you really know Su Zirwei? Jiang Xian looked at Chun Huifeng in front of her with a curious expression. Chun Huifeng, on the other hand, was confused. He is my son, so naturally I know him best. Do you think you know more about this than I do? After Chun Huifeng finished speaking, Jiang Xian nodded slightly. I've been with Su Zirwei for so long, so I naturally understand him. Although he didn't say it out loud, he had buried this feeling deep in his heart. As Jiang Xian said these words, her eyes were filled with arrogance. His tone also revealed a sense of superiority. Upon hearing this, Chun Huifeng unconsciously clenched her fists. I know you are a CEO, but that is no reason for you to act so aloof. Zirwei has taken care of you wholeheartedly for so many years. Even if he is a stone, he should be warmed up by now. At this point, Chun Huifeng's body began to tremble. It's unimaginable how Su Zirwei could have tolerated this woman back then. I am like a stone that can't be warmed. I know in my heart how good Su Zirwei is to me, so I gave him a large sum of money when we divorced. Isn't this enough for him? Just as Jiang Xian finished speaking, a voice suddenly came from behind her. Yes, I should be grateful to you for giving me such a large sum of money during the divorce, instead of leaving me with nothing. Su Zirwei's eyes were red. From the moment Chun Huifeng appeared, he got out of the car to listen to their discussion. What Jiang Xian said chilled him to the bone. Jiang Xian was also momentarily flustered when she saw Su Zirwei. How did you wake up? Jiang Xian's voice trembled slightly. Shu Zirwei just smiled when he heard that. If I hadn't come down, I wouldn't have heard such brilliant remarks. It seems that Miss Jiang was really wronged before. Upon hearing Shu Zirwei's words, Jiang Xian immediately shook her head. That's not what I meant. Jiang Xian wanted to explain further, but Shu Zirwei in front of her simply shook his head slightly. I think I know enough. It's getting late. Miss Jiang, please go home soon. After saying this, Shu Zirwei prepared to take Chun Huifeng home. Jiang Xian was taken aback and quickly walked up to Su Zirwei. I am grateful for what you have done for me, but I also have my own difficulties. Take care of yourself. I'm leaving now. Jiang Xian stared at Shu Zirwei for a long time before reluctantly leaving. Shu Zirwei looked at Jiang Xian. He no longer believed anything Jiang Qing said. Chun Huifeng shook her head helplessly. You see, this woman has been cold-blooded from the beginning and has not taken your actions to heart at all. You don't need to let yourself get depressed over someone like that. Chun Huifeng tried to persuade him, but Su Zirwei didn't respond. But I had some inexplicable feelings in my heart. Why did he feel such intense pain in his heart when he heard Jiang Xian say those words herself? He had clearly already let it go. Mom, I'm a little tired. I worked a night shift, and I just want to get some sleep. After saying that, Su Zirwei went upstairs. Jiang Xian sat in the car, her fingers tapping incessantly on the steering wheel. His gaze was fixed on one direction, which was Su Zirwei's room. It was at this moment that Lu Jinjin called. Xin, we just received a call. It seems the seller has softened their stance. You can meet with us first. Lu Jinjin's voice was filled with joy. If they can secure this land, they can win a decisive battle. By then, the market value of the Jiang Group will be double what it is now. Jiang Xian breathed a sigh of relief. After waiting for so long, she finally received a response. I'll go back to the company right away. Please arrange for us to meet immediately. Jiang Xian immediately went to the company. Inside the company, Lu Jinjin took the initiative to call the seller of the land. However, Lu Jinjin was somewhat confused when she heard the female voice on the phone. Hello, I'm looking for Mr. Wang. We'd like to inquire about that piece of land in the west of the city. After Lu Jinjin finished speaking, Zhang Lingling smiled slightly on the other end of the phone. Your information is outdated. This land has now been transferred to me. Otherwise, why do you think they would give in? Zhang Lingling's words made Lu Jinjin more wary. I wonder if this young lady has time to meet us. Our Jiang group is very interested in the land you own. Lu Jinjin asked with a smile. Let's meet at your company in half an hour. I have some things to take care of here. Zhang Lingling hung up the phone immediately after speaking. Lu Jinjin was somewhat surprised, clearly not expecting the other party to be so efficient. He shared this good news with Jiang Xian. Since they trust us so much, we can't let them down. You should immediately give the order to prepare everything at the company. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Xian was filled with ambition. Chapter 129, The Heartless Man. He wanted to expand the Jiang group in the capital, and that would be her most successful step. Half an hour later, Lu Jinjin waited at the company entrance. The security guards standing nearby were also a bit confused. What kind of person had come that required the president's secretary to come down and greet them personally? A car was parked downstairs at the company. Zhang Lingling led Meng Qingze out. Upon seeing these two, Lu Jinjin's smile vanished. Meng Qingze, what are you doing here? Lu Jinjin quickly stepped forward, her eyes filled with disdain. Hearing Lu Jinjin's words, Meng Qingze smiled slightly. Miss Lu, it's been a long time. You probably never thought I'd be back one day. After Meng Qingze finished speaking, Lu Jinjin's face darkened. You are not welcome here. Please leave now. After Lu Jinjin finished speaking, she glanced at the security guard behind her. I won't allow him to come near me again. As soon as Lu Jinjin finished speaking, the security guard immediately stepped forward to chase her away. But Meng Qingze took a step back and came to Zhang Lingling's side. Miss Lu, are you sure you want to kick me out? If you really kick me out, it will be too late to regret it. As he finished speaking, Meng Qingze's eyes still held a smile. Lu Jinjin felt a little strange, and then looked at Zhang Lingling in front of her. You are Ms. Zhang. Do you have an appointment? Not just anyone can join our Jiang group. Lu Qinshan naturally knew Zhang Lingling, a woman who frequently mingled at night banquets and was the most troublesome person in the Zhang family. Lu Jinjin hadn't expected that these two people would end up together. I never expected that after being dumped by President Jiang, you would actually end up with someone like this. It really is just as I imagined. After he finished speaking, the security guards behind him stepped forward. They were about to make their move. Zhang Lingling suddenly chuckled. How dare you, a mere secretary, lay a hand on me? It seems you have no sincerity at all. Let's sell this land to someone else. After Zhang Lingling finished speaking, she prepared to leave. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinjin's eyes widened in surprise. What do you mean by that? What land? Lu Jinjin looked at Zhang Lingling in front of her, and the next second she saw her take out her phone. However, the next second, Lu Jinjin's phone rang. Doesn't your Jiang group do any background checks at all? I still don't know who owns this piece of land, which is putting me in a difficult position. After Zhang Lingling finished speaking, Lu Jinjin fell silent, never expecting that the person they wanted to discuss cooperation with was Zhang Lingling. Fine, ignorance is bliss, and this matter really can't be blamed on you. Take us inside. After saying this, Zhang Lingling asked Lu Jinjin to lead the way. Lu Jinjin dared not be negligent. Jiang Xian was also waiting, glancing at the time every now and then. So much time has passed. Why is there still no news? Just as I was thinking of this, I heard footsteps outside the company. Jiang Xian walked out quickly, but her expression changed the moment she saw Meng Qingze. Meng Qingze. Jiang Xian called out the name subconsciously, but quickly noticed Zhang Lingling next to Lu Jinjin. As the president of the Jiang group, Jiang Xian quickly realized that the land was very likely in Zhang Lingling's hands. Ms. Zhang, I heard you had returned from abroad, but I haven't had time to meet you. Why did you come here on your own initiative today? Jiang Xian's face remained relatively amiable, while Zhang Lingling raised an eyebrow slightly. Isn't it your Jiang group that wanted to meet with me? I don't want to waste any more words. If you want this land, it's simple, 100 million. Zhang Lingling directly stated her price, and then sat down in front of Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian was somewhat surprised, not expecting things to progress so quickly. Ms. Zhang, 100 million is not a large sum. But I'm curious, why don't you plan to acquire this land yourself? Wouldn't it be better for the Zhang family to acquire this land themselves? Zhang Lingling shook her head slightly. You don't need to ask so many questions. You should know my status in the Zhang family. Instead of trying to please them with this land, I'd rather sell it and keep the money in my own hands. Isn't that better? Zhang Lingling smiled slightly, and Jiang Xian had nothing to say. If Ms. Zhang has already made up her mind, then we can sign the contract now. Jiang Xian was also quick to agree. She was determined to get this piece of land. Zhang Lingling chuckled softly. President Jiang really surprised me. He agreed so readily. I wonder what you plan to do after you acquire this land. Zhang Lingling asked curiously, and Jiang Xian just smiled slightly. This involves trade secrets, and I cannot disclose it. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, her gaze fell on Meng Qingze. Is this how you left when you said you were going to? Jiang Xian's gaze was cold. If she had any lingering affection before, she felt no attachment at all now that she saw Meng Qingze. She even felt that the man in front of her was glib and had completely fooled her. Meng Qingze simply raised an eyebrow at this point. Mr. Jiang, I did leave, but Miss Zhang brought me back again. But you can rest assured, I'm just an employee right now. It can be considered as starting from the bottom. Upon hearing Meng Qingze's words, Jiang Xian's gaze became somewhat skeptical. Zhang Lingling's appearance made her somewhat wary. Could these two be plotting something? Lu Xinjin naturally noticed this as well, and quickly gathered the company's key personnel to begin studying the contract. Zhang Lingling showed no panic whatsoever, simply waiting silently to the side. It seems you two know each other. You two should have a good chat. President Jiang, please take your time looking around. This meeting room is really stuffy. I'm going outside for a smoke. Zhang Lingling stood up with a smile, and Jiang Xian didn't say anything. Instead, their gazes fell on Meng Qingze. I don't care what you do, but don't do anything reckless. Don't make me hate you. Jiang Xian sighed deeply, while Meng Qing's lips curled into a smile. Xin, are you this cold to me now that we've met again? Meng Qing's face was full of smugness, looking like a petty person who had gained power. It was precisely because of this that Jiang Xian frowned. Zhang Lingling is not a good person. How did you two meet? At a banquet? Jiang Xian looked over and realized what Meng Qingze had done. Meng Qingze did not try to deny it. I was only thinking of myself, Jiang Xian. Don't think I don't know you secretly investigated me before. You say you love me, but you're secretly investigating me behind my back. You're the one who's unfaithful. Chapter 130. Nothing will happen. Faced with Meng Qingze's persistent questioning, Jiang Xian just chuckled. Meng Qingze, you betrayed me first. Shouldn't you give me an explanation for what happened with Zhao Qingfeng? Jiang Xian looked over, her eyes concealing complex emotions. Meng Qingze frowned. Jiang Xian, have you ever really cared about me? If you had investigated carefully, you probably wouldn't have said these things. After speaking, Meng Qingze stood up, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Xin, you can doubt me. I don't care, but I hope you will also think about yourself. Meng Qingze stood up, his eyes filled with a hint of pity. Xin, I hope you can calm down. After saying that, Meng Qingze turned and left, leaving Jiang Xian with only his back view. Upon seeing this, Jiang Xian's eyes showed astonishment. It was a figure she hadn't seen in a long time, which made Jiang Xian momentarily suspicious. Has the man from my memory returned? Jiang Xian quickly shook her head, dismissing the idea. When Zhang Lingling saw Meng Qingze come out, the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. It seems that an agreement has been reached. Meng Qingze nodded slightly after hearing this. Jiang Xian will not miss this opportunity, and even if there is a conspiracy involved, she will not let it go unchecked. Meng Qingze muttered something under his breath, and Zhang Lingling nodded almost imperceptibly. At the same time, Lu Xinjin finally finished reading all the contract terms, but her eyes were full of confusion. I've investigated this carefully, and there are no traps or loopholes in the document. Is Zhang Lingling really that kind-hearted? Lu Xinjin still didn't quite believe it. After all, in his view, Lu Xinjin's current relationship with Meng Qingze might be part of some kind of conspiracy behind the scenes. They had already been deceived before, so it was best for them to be careful now. Looking at Lu Xinjin's appearance, Jiang Xian felt somewhat curious. Are you sure there's absolutely no problem inside? Jiang Xian also fell silent, her heart filled with complex emotions, wondering if this was truly the case. Is everything Meng Qingze said true? Could it be that I was really wrong back then? Seeing that Jiang Xian did not answer, Lu Xinjin also became curious. Xin, what's wrong? Did something happen to you? Lu Xinjin asked curiously, and upon hearing this, Jiang Xian also came to her senses. It's nothing. I was just thinking about something else. Since there's nothing wrong with the contract, let's sign it. Jiang Xian spoke calmly, and also expressed her belief in Lu Xinjin's judgment. Although Lu Xinjin felt something was off, she still watched Jiang Xian sign the contract. Zhang Lingling also walked in at this moment. It seems that President Jiang has already made up his mind. Zhang Lingling looked over and saw that Lu Xinjin had already put the contract away. The money will be transferred to Ms. Zhang's account within 7 days. It's a pleasure to work with you. Jiang Xian smiled, while Zhang Lingling gave a soft snort. Then I'll wait for good news from the Jiang group. There's a party tonight. I just don't know if Mr. Jiang will have time to come and watch. Zhang Lingling smiled faintly. Jiang Xian frowned, about to find an excuse to refuse, when she noticed Zhang Lingling staring at her. There was a playful look in his eyes. I heard that President Jiang used to frequent nightclubs. Why is he suddenly acting so seriously? Besides, this is a proper banquet, and there are quite a few business partners here. Mr. Jiang, you wouldn't even refuse to give me this much face, would you? After saying that, Zhang Lingling shrugged helplessly. Lu Xinjin remained silent for a moment before stepping forward. Xin, let's agree to this. If this gets out to someone with ulterior motives, it will cause us trouble. They just started working together today, and now they're turning their backs on you? That's a major taboo in the industry. Lu Xinjin naturally didn't want to see Jiang Xian get into trouble. Looking at Lu Xinjin, Jiang Xian finally nodded, fully aware of their current situation. See you tonight. Jiang Xian looked over and saw Zhang Lingling slightly curl her lips. See you tonight. After saying that, Zhang Lingling left with Meng Qingze. Jiang Xian watched the two figures leave, her mind heavy with worries. Upon seeing Jiang Xian's appearance, Lu Xinjin frowned. Do you want me to go in your place? It's just a meeting, nothing should go wrong. Lu Xinjin explained subconsciously. But upon hearing this, Jiang Xian waved her hand. If we really do that, it will only make outsiders look down on our Jiang group even more. It's just going for a drink. It's not that difficult for me. Jiang Xian smiled faintly. It's just a drink. How difficult could it be? Afternoon, Su Zhiwei finally regained consciousness. On my phone, Zhang Feier sent me more than a dozen messages, and she seemed very anxious. Su Zhiwei took a closer look, his eyes filled with helplessness, thinking that he was in a great hurry. Zhang Feier came to the hospital to look for Su Zhiwei today, but did not find him. She was worried that he had been taken away by Jiang Xian, which is why she asked a series of questions. Su Zhiwei hesitated for a moment, but finally dialed the number. Feier, didn't you leave the hospital? Why did you deliberately go back to find me? You've only been gone a day, and you've already forgotten the scheduling plan? Su Zhiwei asked curiously, and Jiang Xian, her secret exposed, still maintained a hint of stubbornness in her voice. Master, please don't tease me. I have something important to discuss with you. Zhang Feier spoke excitedly, but Su Zhiwei was puzzled after hearing it. Is there anything else important you need, girl? Su Zhiwei was very curious about this. Miss Zhang has everything she could possibly want, yet she still comes to him for a favor. Just as Su Zhiwei was wondering, Zhang Feier continued. Do you know Zhang Lingling? She recently returned from abroad, and she hosted a private party last night and invited me to come along. After Zhang Feier finished speaking, Su Zhiwei became curious. Isn't this a good thing? Why are you begging me? After she finished speaking, Zhang Feier smiled on the other end of the phone. Master, she's always been competing with me since we were little. I was just thinking it would be better if you, as my friend, could come along. Zhang Feier's voice grew softer and softer. The truth, of course, is that Zhang Feier made a bold claim in front of Zhang Lingling, saying that she already had a boyfriend. And this person is Su Zhiwei. But Zhang Feier dared not reveal the truth, for Su Zhiwei would certainly not grant her request. Just as I was thinking this, I heard a voice coming from Su Zhiwei's side. Okay, shall we go tonight? For the first time ever, Zhang Feier agreed. She was stunned. In the past, Su Zhiwei would probably have asked a lot of questions. And now they've actually agreed to it. Before he could speak, Su Zhiwei continued. I happen to be free tonight, and besides, don't you always make me try new things? Upon hearing Su Zhiwei's words, Zhang Feier smiled. Master, I'll come pick you up this afternoon. Zhang Feier excitedly hung up the phone. Su Zhiwei was also helpless after hearing this. Why is Zhang Feier so agitated? Chapter 131, A Special Gathering. In the evening, Su Zhiwei saw Zhang Feier and realized that he had been wrong. Tonight, Zhang Feier wore a gorgeous dress, completely different from the people she usually sees. Su Zhiwei's eyes lit up when he saw Zhang Feier, but he quickly looked confused again. If you had told me you wanted to attend in a grand manner, I wouldn't have worn this outfit. Su Zhiwei looked at his casual clothes and realized that he and Zhang Feier didn't seem to be on the same level. Master, this is the most suitable way for you. Zhang Feier quickly changed the subject and got into the car with Su Zhiwei. As night falls, the city's neon lights flicker outside the window. Su Zhiwei looked around curiously, but also began to feel confused. From what you said before, there must be quite a few people here today. But how come I've never heard of Zhang Lingling before? Su Zhiwei was curious, and Zhang Feier remained silent for a while before saying that Zhang Lingling was born a little after me, and she was my father's womanizing affair back then. At this point, Zhang Feier did not continue. Su Zhiwei's eyes widened. He hadn't expected this scene to be there. But that's probably why Zhang Feier cares so much. At the same time, Zhang Lingling generously booked the entire banquet, and those present today were indeed the bosses of listed companies. The previous chaotic and unpleasant atmosphere is gone. Jiang Xian arrived first, but as she stood outside the door, her steps were somewhat heavy. 5 years ago, Jiang Xian had been receiving treatment for a year, but her legs showed no signs of improvement. For a time, Jiang Xian gave up on herself and even began to indulge in debauchery, still frequenting high-class places like the night banquet even while in a wheelchair. The only person who was willing to help her back then was Su Zirwei. If Su Zirwei hadn't insisted on taking Jiang Xian away from the banquet, she would probably be even worse than Zhang Lingling in front of her now. Jiang Xian, since you're here, why don't you go inside? Behind her, Meng Qingze's voice rang out, and Jiang Xian was stunned for a moment. Looking back, Meng Qingze was wearing a clean shirt, a simple white shirt, but Jiang Xian noticed the unique design of the collar. This was the dress that Jiang Xian picked out for Meng Qingze. So many years have passed, and the dress is still in perfect condition. Jiang Xian was stunned for a moment, and didn't even know how to start the conversation. Jiang Xian, Meng Qingze had already stepped forward, his eyes filled with warmth. Mr. Jiang, Miss Zhang is waiting for you. Would you like me to take you inside? Meng Qingze seems like a completely different person now, and Jiang Xian was initially a little unaccustomed to it. It's all right, this dress. Jiang Xian tentatively inquired, and Meng Qingze looked down. It was a gift from you before, but I've never had a chance to wear it. I never thought it would come in handy now. Meng Qingze did not evade the question, but responded directly. Even Jiang Xian showed a surprised expression. I didn't expect you to be so frank now. It seems something did happen after you left. Just as the two were talking, Zhang Feier arrived with Su Zirwei. Upon seeing the two people at the door, Zhang Feier froze on the spot. Why are there just the two of you? Zhang Feier subconsciously blurted out what was on her mind. Su Zirwei seemed rather numb, only glancing at it silently. Jiang Xian felt a chill. Su Zirwei is here too? Was it Zhang Feier who invited you? One question after another arose in Jiang Xian's mind. She wanted to figure everything out. But Su Zirwei's cold gaze made her take a few steps back. I didn't expect Miss Zhang to bring Dr. Su with her. Jiang Xian smiled, while Zhang Feier snorted coldly. I'm here to attend my own sister's party. What could be wrong with that? After speaking, Zhang Feier glanced at Meng Qingze. On the contrary, the two of you are actually together again. Before Jiang Xian could respond, Meng Qingze stepped forward. Ms. Zhang, please don't make things up. We only met briefly in front of the hotel. After saying that, he began to introduce himself. Miss Zhang, I am Zhang Lingling's assistant. I'm here to take you inside. Meng Qingze smiled slightly and whispered, Xin, you should go in first. This is the hotel entrance after all. If something happens here, it won't be a good outcome for either of us. Meng Qingze's explanation was thorough, and this time it was Zhang Feier and Su Zirwei's turn to be confused. Is this Meng Qingze the one they know? Su Zirwei's gaze fell on Jiang Xian, especially on the way Jiang Xian looked at Meng Qingze. That look was clearly one of admiration, even carrying a hint of affection. This also indicates that Jiang Xian has become interested in Meng Qingze. Master, what's wrong? Don't you want to go in? Hearing Zhang Feier's voice, Su Zirwei snapped out of his reverie and gave a faint smile. It's okay, we're already divorced. But I remember Jiang Xian and Zhang Lingling didn't seem to have any connection. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Zhang Feier also realized what was going on. Thinking about it carefully, these two people don't usually have any interaction. So how did they suddenly get to know each other? Why don't we go in and take a look? When Su Zirwei saw a group of well-dressed business owners sitting in a bar booth, the scene still deeply shocked him. Looking down, Su Zirwei felt that he was the most suitable person to be here. Jiang Xian was talking to Zhang Lingling at the moment, but she didn't have much of a smile on her face. It's clear that the two didn't have much interaction. This is what made Su Zirwei even more curious. Zhang Feier frowned, dissatisfied but still led Su Zirwei forward. At this moment, Jiang Xian only wanted to leave. Perhaps only this woman in front of her would choose a place like this for the gathering. Seemingly sensing Jiang Xian's dissatisfaction, Zhang Lingling smiled. Zhang Feier just happened to be here. Why don't we play some games together? It's rare for us to get together, so we should relax a bit. After Zhang Lingling finished speaking, Jiang Xian also turned around, but her gaze darted away when she saw Su Zirwei. Zhang Lingling, now that you're back, why didn't you come home earlier? Why did you hold this kind of party? What are you trying to do? Zhang Feier looked over, while Zhang Lingling glanced at Jiang Xian. Of course I want to have a good chat with my friends. Besides, I specially invited some business partners today, which my father agreed to. You don't intend to come here and lecture me, do you? Zhang Lingling looked at it, and the corners of her mouth turned up. Zhang Xingtian is now her shield, and Zhang Feier can't say much more. Hearing this, Zhang Feier clenched her fists. Since you don't welcome me, then I'm going to leave. Zhang Feier was looking for an opportunity to leave. But the next second, Zhang Lingling stopped the person. Since my sister is here, let's sit down and have some fun together. We happen to be short of people. Chapter 132, will they be together? Faced with Zhang Lingling's words, Zhang Feier was still hesitating when Jiang Xian stepped forward. It's rare for everyone to have time to meet, so let's sit down and have some fun together. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feier never expected that Jiang Xian would actually speak up for Zhang Lingling. What do you think, Su Zirwei? Jiang Xian then passed the question on to Su Zirwei. Su Zirwei nodded slightly after hearing this. Seeing this, Zhang Feier reluctantly sat down on the sofa. Su Zirwei followed beside him. On the other side were Jiang Xian and Meng Qingze. Zhang Lingling was holding a wine bottle. The game is very simple. It's just truth or dare. You should all be familiar with it. After saying this, Zhang Lingling glanced at Su Zirwei. If our Dr. Su is not comfortable drinking alcohol, he can use fruit juice instead. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingze chimed in. I heard that Dr. Su stayed up all night last night. Let's forget about this wine. After Meng Qingze finished speaking, he poured himself a glass of water. Su Zirwei raised his eyes slightly, only to meet Jiang Xian's worried gaze. After a moment's thought, Su Zirwei poured himself a glass of wine. Zhang Feier still had some concerns. Master, if you can't drink it, then that's fine. It's just a game. There's no need to take it so seriously. Zhang Feier wanted to persuade him further, but Su Zirwei just smiled. I know my alcohol tolerance, and besides, I don't have any shifts scheduled for the next few days, so I can rest assured for now. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Jiang Xian. Is Mr. Jiang still suitable for drinking? I remember you were just discharged from the hospital not long ago. You shouldn't be able to touch alcohol in this condition. Su Zirwei's words immediately aroused the curiosity of those around him. President Jiang, it turns out you went to the hospital not long ago. Why didn't we receive any news about it before? Upon hearing this, Zhang Lingling's eyes still held a hint of worry. Jiang Xian smiled slightly. I'm fine now. Don't listen to Dr. Su's nonsense. I know my own body best. Jiang Xian also poured herself a glass of wine. At this moment, the two seemed to be locked in combat. But soon, the first problem also fell on Jiang Xian. Meng Qingze took the initiative to pick up the question card. After seeing the problem on the card, Meng Qingze fell silent. Zhang Lingling was somewhat dissatisfied. What are you still standing there for? I believe that President Jiang will answer all your questions without reservation. After saying these words, Zhang Lingling also fixed her gaze on Jiang Xian. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian nodded slightly. If you have any questions, just let me know. After Jiang Xian said that, Meng Qingze no longer had any reservations. If you could go back to the beginning, would you still get together with your first love? These words were like a bombshell, instantly igniting the entire venue. Even Zhang Feier didn't dare to say a word. Su Zirwei's body was tense. At the same time, Jiang Xian's gaze also changed. It not only answered the question, but also made choices about it. But when she thought about what she had done before, Jiang Xian fell silent. If I had the chance, I probably wouldn't choose it. Jiang Xian gave her answer. The game must continue. Su Zirwei's face remained expressionless upon hearing this. But he noticed the complexity on Jiang Xian's face. This problem seemed extremely troublesome for him. Does that mean Jiang Xian still harbors some feelings for Meng Qingze? Just as Su Zirwei was feeling uneasy, the bottle suddenly landed in front of Meng Qingze. Meng Qingze simply smiled upon hearing this and took the initiative to ask the question. The same question came up again, but this time Meng Qingze fell silent. Left with no other choice, he took the initiative to drink the wine in front of him in one gulp. Seeing this, Jiang Xian and Su Zirwei both fell silent. Isn't this just a tacit admission that he still wants to go back to the past? Su Zirwei glanced at Meng Qingze, then quickly concealed the emotions in his eyes. Zhang Feier coughed and said, Then let me spin the bottle. Zhang Feier originally wanted to end the game quickly, but unexpectedly, the bottleneck landed right in front of Meng Qingze again. For a moment, Meng Qingze revealed a helpless smile. Looks like I'm not having any luck tonight. In that case, I choose. Before Meng Qingze could finish speaking, Jiang Xian immediately stood up. Before Zhang Feier and the others could react, they saw Jiang Xian had already led Meng Qingze out. Zhang Lingling was taken aback. President Jiang, this is my assistant. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to just take her away like this? However, Jiang Xian had already left after saying those words. Zhang Lingling glanced helplessly at Zhang Feier. It seems this game will have to end early today. I didn't expect President Jiang to be so enthusiastic. Please tell my father that I probably won't be going back for the next few days. Zhang Feier ignored Zhang Lingling's question and got up to leave with Su Zhiwei. Tonight's events were utterly absurd, and Zhang Lingling dared not even imagine what Su Zhiwei was thinking right now. However, Su Zhiwei took all of this very lightly. But as he reached the door, he unconsciously withdrew his hand. The sound of Jiang Xin and another person arguing could be heard from the corridor. Su Zhiwei couldn't hear what they were arguing about, but he was certain it was related to the topic they had just discussed. Zhang Feier felt helpless. Master, let's go. This gathering isn't suitable for us. What happened tonight was also my fault. I shouldn't have brought you here. Zhang Feier now only feels regret. If he had known that Jiang Xin would also be coming, he would never have let Su Zhiwei appear. Su Zhiwei simply shook his head after hearing this. Let's go back early. After saying this, Su Zhiwei walked out the door. At this moment, Jiang Xin and Meng Qingze also stopped arguing. Seeing Su Zhiwei come out, Jiang Xin quickened her pace. Tonight was a misunderstanding. I was invited here, but I didn't expect this to happen. Don't overthink it. Jiang Xin was still explaining from the side, and Su Zhiwei smiled slightly. His tone was tinged with coldness. Jiang Xin, it's your right to be with whomever you want. As your ex-husband, I can only wish you well. But if it's Meng Qingze, I suggest you think it over carefully. After saying that, Su Zhiwei gave Jiang Xin a deep look. Jiang Xin also saw the struggle in Su Zhiwei's eyes. You're too tired tonight. Go home and get some rest. Jiang Xin didn't say anything more and watched Su Zhiwei leave. Chapter 133 Financial Crisis. After leaving the banquet, Zhang Feier's eyes also carried a hint of helplessness. Dr. Su, I'm so sorry to have made you witness these scenes today. Zhang Feier looked at Su Zhiwei with self-reproach in her eyes. Recalling what had just happened, Zhang Feier also felt embarrassed. Jiang Xin's actions were truly despicable. Everyone knew she had driven Meng Qingze away, yet things turned out this way. Su Zhiwei waved his hand. I'm the one who should apologize. I didn't help you at all. Su Zhiwei smiled faintly, but his eyes held bitterness. Jiang Xin still held a sliver of hope for Meng Qingze, something Su Zhiwei never expected. Looking at the deep darkness of the night, Su Zhiwei bid farewell to Zhang Feier. Jiang Xin did not take Meng Qingze back. Sitting alone in the car, Jiang Xin recalled Su Zhiwei's disappointed look. I gradually became irritable. It was at this moment that Lu Xinjin called. Xinxin, where are you now? The developer we were working with has run into trouble and suddenly withdrew at this time. I went there overnight, but they were already gone. Lu Xinjin sounded anxious, and Jiang Xin was stunned. How could this happen? Weren't we already agreed on something? Where are you? I'm coming right now. Jiang Xin didn't have time to think and went to the company immediately. The Jiang group was brightly lit at the moment, and Lu Xinjin looked at several managers. Currently, all of Jiang's group's working capital has been used to buy land, leaving them with no time to find new partners. Lu Xinjin was anxious, but Jiang Xin just happened to disappear at that moment. Let's wait for President Jiang to arrive to discuss the specifics. This is a major event for our Jiang group, Lu Xinjin said. But Jiang Xin was nowhere to be seen. President Jiang hasn't been in the company for the past few days. Such a big thing has happened, and he's still not here. Has Mr. Jiang perhaps forgotten these things? The people around him started complaining. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinjin could only call Jiang Xin, hoping she could come over as soon as possible. However, the call didn't go through, which made Lu Xinjin start to worry. At this moment, Jiang Xin was standing in the garage, with Meng Qingze standing in front of her. Jiang Xin was also dissatisfied with Meng Qingze's sudden appearance. Meng Qingze, don't misunderstand the hotel matter. I have absolutely no feelings for you. Jiang Xin's voice was calm. At this moment, she had already seen through Meng Qingze. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingze nodded slightly. Jiang Xin, I didn't come here because of the bar. Your construction team must have run away, right? Meng Qingze smiled, his face full of pride. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xin immediately understood. Is this all you're planning? Seeing the Jiang group in such a chaotic state, Jiang Xin was about to mock Meng Qingze for being naive, but upon hearing this, Meng Qingze simply shook his head. I didn't mean to mock you. I just wanted to help you. I happen to have someone who can work with you. After Meng Qingze finished speaking, he added, Jiang Xin, this is your only chance. You'd better think it over carefully. After saying that, Meng Qingze stepped forward, his eyes filled with aggression. Jiang Xin, your company is out of working capital. What you need now is more than just a partner. A smile appeared on Meng Qingze's lips. Even Jiang Xin was somewhat surprised. How do you know so much about this? Jiang Xin frowned. while Meng Qing's lips curled up. Of course, that's what I found out. You're not the only one who can do that. Mr. Jiang, what's your decision? You don't have much time to think about it. Meng Qingze looked over, but Jiang Xian just chuckled after hearing it. Meng Qingze, if you think you can control me like this, you should give up. I can find other partners. The Jiang group's influence is considerable. Just after Jiang Xian finished speaking, Meng Qingze suddenly sneered. Jiang Xian, if you don't believe me, you can go and see for yourself. Is there really anyone who would come to help you these days? Meng Qingze's voice carried a threat. Jiang Xian gritted her teeth. Meng Qingze, you really are shameless. Is this all you can do by relying on Zhang Lingling? Meng Qingze, you have really disappointed me. After saying that, Jiang Xian slapped Meng Qingze and turned to leave. Meng Qingze was not angry after being hit. Instead, he smiled. Jiang Xian, my words are valid forever. I'm waiting for you. After saying that, Meng Qingze turned and left. Jiang Xian stood there alone, feeling a little curious. What exactly is Meng Qingze's purpose in coming here? Just how much did they know? Turning back to the car, Jiang Xian also had many things to take care of. Upon seeing the message on her phone, Jiang Xian frowned slightly. Lu Jinjin was still waiting anxiously. I'm just a little confused as to why there's still no news from Jiang Xian. Just as Lu Jinjin was getting anxious, Jiang Xian finally called. I just arrived at the garage. Is there anything I can help you with? Hearing Jiang Xian's words, Lu Jinjin breathed a sigh of relief. Anyway, you'd better come to the company as soon as possible. Everyone is waiting for you. Lu Jinjin spoke tactfully, hoping that Jiang Xian could arrive at the company as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian simply responded with a slight remark. Lu Jinjin was somewhat confused. Why does Jiang Xian seem a bit off? Before Lu Jinjin could react, one of her managers suddenly froze on the spot. Secretary Lu, I think I've contacted someone who can help us. The manager's voice trembled slightly. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinjin walked forward curiously, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Who will help us at this time? Just after Lu Jinjin finished speaking, the secretary picked up her phone. It's Mr. Jiang. He's willing to help us. Lu Jinjin immediately turned on her phone and quickly found Jiang Laoer's message in the main group. If Jiang Xian needs any help, she can come to me anytime. Meanwhile, at the top, many high-ranking officials were discussing the news of this incident. After witnessing this scene, Lu Jinjin's eyes held a thoughtful expression. If Jiang Laoer is really willing to take action, that would be a good thing. At the same time, Jiang Xian also arrived at the company. Seeing the people in the conference room, a hint of helplessness appeared in his eyes. I've already heard about what happened, and this is not something I wanted to see happen. Let's brainstorm and see if there are any solutions. Jiang Xian rushed over and immediately began asking for a solution. However, everyone present fell silent after hearing Jiang Xian's words. Seeing this, Jiang Xian frowned slightly. What do you mean by this? Haven't you come to any conclusion after discussing this for so long? Chapter 134 Concert. Jiang Xian was somewhat disappointed, but after hearing this, those around him shook their heads. Mr. Jiang, we do have a solution, but it requires your approval. People around her began to look at Jiang Xian. Being watched by everyone, Jiang Xian was somewhat confused. What method? Just as Jiang Xian finished speaking, Lu Jinjin also came over. Uncle Jiang is willing to help, but he wants to talk to you first. When Lu Jinjin explained the current situation, Jiang Xian became somewhat curious. I never expected that Uncle Jiang would be willing to help at this critical juncture. Xin, I feel there's something wrong with this. Putting aside how much assets Uncle Jiang has, based on our understanding of him, he will definitely make this request at this time. It might even force you to hand over the entire group. Lu Jinjin is worried. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian simply shook her head slightly. If we don't go to second uncle, do you have a better idea? Jiang Xian looked at Lu Jinjin with curiosity. With Jiang Xian staring at her like that, Lu Jinjin couldn't think of a solution for the time being. So you don't have a better solution either. Jiang Xian's words were slightly cold, but they were also true. Lu Jinjin also fell silent at this moment. Since there's no good solution, let's go see Uncle Air. Maybe he can bring us some hope. Jiang Xian had already made up her mind. Seeing this, Lu Jinjin didn't know what else to say and could only nod in agreement. After Su Zirwei returned home, he suddenly received an invitation. Looking at He Yuqing's message, Su Zirwei was somewhat dazed. He hasn't contacted He Yuqing since she was discharged from the hospital, and he doesn't know if something happened to her. Just as Su Zirwei was pondering how to respond, He Yuqing suddenly called. Brother Zirwei, you haven't forgotten me, have you? You haven't contacted me for so long. Is the hospital that busy lately? He Yuqing complained on the phone. Upon hearing this, Su Zirwei immediately offered an explanation. Something just happened recently that made you worry. Su Zirwei said with a slight smile, but He Yuqing sighed after hearing this. Brother Zirwei, I've been so bored at home all by myself since I came back. I've been looking forward to seeing you again. However, I'm also worried that you might overthink it. We had that unpleasant incident before. He Yuqing quickly came to her senses after saying this. Anyway, do you have time tomorrow? I have 2 tickets here. I'm sure you'll like them. Before Su Zirwei could even react, the call was abruptly ended. Su Zirwei was somewhat surprised when the phone suddenly hung up. The next second, I saw 2 photos sent by He Yuqing. Upon seeing the contents of the photo, Su Zirwei was momentarily dazed. This is a concert ticket. And this singer is also the one Su Zirwei is most familiar with. During the time Jiang Xian was sick, she often fell asleep to this song. Over time, Su Zirwei learned it. Looking at the ticket, Su Zirwei was momentarily dazed. I never expected to see this here. Brother Zirwei, do you want to come with me? Nobody around me has time, and only you can accompany me. Su Zirwei originally wanted to refuse, but after hearing what He Yuqing said, he softened and agreed. Hearing Su Zirwei agree, He Yuqing breathed a sigh of relief. Then I'll come to see you first thing tomorrow morning. Seeing that there was no reply to the message for a long time, Su Zirwei knew that he couldn't refuse this matter. Meanwhile, Jiang Xian also arrived at the manor. Looking at Uncle Jiang in front of her, Jiang Xian felt a little curious. I'm quite surprised that my second uncle still has so many assets. Jiang Xian smiled faintly, and her second uncle in front of her simply waved his hand when he heard this. No matter what, I am your elder, so naturally I need to keep some cards up my sleeve. I just didn't expect that you, a junior, would be so unreliable. How long has it been since you got the company into this state? Xin, when your father entrusted you to me, his original intention was for me to raise you to be someone who would contribute to the Jiang family. It looked like Uncle Jiang was about to launch into a long speech. Jiang Xian immediately interrupted. Second uncle, I know all about what you're saying. There are some important things to do right now, so please feel free to make any requests you may have. Jiang Xian asked directly, and upon hearing this, Uncle Jiang's expression became somewhat subtle. Xin, I didn't mean to pick on you at this time. I can give you startup capital, but on the condition that you let me hold some shares. This shouldn't be too difficult for you. Upon hearing Uncle Jiang's words, Jiang Xian's eyes also showed a hint of contemplation. Lu Jinjin, who was standing to the side, coughed. Second uncle, I shouldn't be interfering in this kind of thing, but how many shares do you want? As far as I know, you still hold 10% of the group's shares. This was also what you requested yourself. Lu Jinjin's eyes held a hint of contemplation. Now that Uncle Jiang has brought this up, he simply wants to use this crisis to his advantage. After listening to Lu Jinjin's words, Uncle Jiang's eyes flashed with dissatisfaction. However, he quickly suppressed it again. No matter what, you are my direct junior, and I can't possibly compete with you for this matter. Just raise it to 30% for me. Uncle Jiang's casual remark, however, displeased Lu Jinjin. Second uncle, do you know where this 20% stake is going to come from? Lu Jinjin wanted to continue speaking, but Jiang Xian, who was beside her, stopped her in time. Since you're interested, uncle, I can allocate these shares to you. But I need the startup capital you have tonight. Jiang Xian's gaze grew increasingly gloomy. She also wanted to know how much money her second uncle still had in his hands. Uncle Jiang's eyes held a hint of concern. Xin, this is a lot of money. Are you sure you can handle it? Uncle Jiang's tone was somewhat anxious, which aroused Lu Jinjin's suspicion. Did uncle say all of this himself, or is he just stalling for time? Lu Jinjin snorted coldly, her words filled with dissatisfaction. Upon hearing these words, Uncle Jiang immediately shook his head. I'm doing this for the sake of the Jiang group, but it's understandable that you have some concerns about me. After saying that, Uncle Jiang immediately waved. Chapter 135 Beset by Negative Influences. The next second, the butler stepped forward with the contract. If you have no objections, then sign it. After Uncle Jiang finished speaking, Jiang Xian also glanced at the contract. 100 million, or in cash. Second uncle, you really surprised me. Jiang Xian chuckled, but she was curious about where her second uncle's money came from. While he was pondering, Uncle Jiang chuckled. I can't compare to you. If Dr. Su were still here, perhaps our Jiang family wouldn't have suffered so many misfortunes. Uncle Jiang looked over, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Jiang Xian's eyes changed. Second uncle, my relationship with Su Zirwei was originally your wish. Now that my health has improved and the 8-year period is up, I have not wronged anyone. Jiang Xian got up, but didn't forget to take the contract with her. Xin, your second uncle just wants to give you some advice. Dr. Su is young and promising, and he has even become the chief surgeon for the Gu family's patriarch. He has a bright future ahead of him. Jiang Xian ignored her second uncle's words and quickly left the manor. Lu Jinjin followed behind Jiang Xian, feeling somewhat helpless. Xin, didn't you say you wanted to win Dr. Su back? Why are you running away now? After Lu Jinjin got into the car, she looked at Jiang Xian. Under the moonlight, Jiang Xian's eyes were like amber, reflecting the light of sapphires. Company matters are important. Jiang Xian didn't reveal Meng Qing's matter, otherwise Lu Jinjin would probably have pressed her for details after hearing about it. Now that this matter is resolved, you should relax a bit. Lu Jinjin smiled. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian's eyes showed confusion. Relax. Under Jiang Xian's puzzled gaze, Lu Jinjin picked up her phone, which contained a screenshot of the concert ticket. I know you like Xiaomyukin the most. I heard he's here to hold a concert, so I specially picked this out for you. As soon as Lu Jinjin finished speaking, Jiang Xian eagerly grabbed the phone. It really is Xiaomyukin. You actually managed to get his ticket. Jiang Xian's face was filled with joy. Whatever makes you happy. But this time it's not a big event, only 200 people. Do you need me to come with you? Lu Jinjin looked over, but Jiang Xian looked confused. You didn't only manage to grab one, did you? Jiang Xian asked with some concern. Lu Jinjin felt somewhat embarrassed after hearing this. There's only one left, so go and enjoy your vacation. You've been so busy for so long. You deserve a break, don't you? After Lu Jinjin finished speaking, Jiang Xian nodded and accepted the gift. The Jiang group, which was plagued by scandals and was in dire straits, suddenly received a mysterious investment and was able to recover. The news spread quickly, and everyone was puzzled as to who was helping Jiang Xian behind the scenes. There were even a lot of rumors circulating. Suddenly, gossip about the Jiang group began to spread. Jiang Xian was completely unaware of this and was currently choosing her outfit for the concert. Looking at herself in the mirror, Jiang Xian instantly thought of He Yuqing. Why wouldn't Su Zirui even glance at her, even though they looked so familiar? Meanwhile, Su Zirui and He Yuqing had already arrived at the coffee shop. Isn't the concert supposed to start in the evening? Su Zirui looked curious, and He Yuqing smiled slightly. Brother Zirui, you haven't been out for quite a while now. Since you finally have some time, I'm going to show you around. He Yuqing stirred her coffee, her eyes filled with anticipation. Su Zirui simply looked at the coffee on the table. It was exactly the flavor he loved. I didn't expect you to know me so well. Su Zirui smiled faintly, and He Yuqing's hand, which was stirring her coffee, suddenly stopped, her face turning red with embarrassment. Brother Zirui, please stop teasing me. I saw the coffee on your table at the hospital before, and I remembered it. He Yuqing lowered her head. Her girlish thoughts had been guessed, and she didn't dare to face them for a moment. Seeing the atmosphere growing increasingly awkward, Su Zirui coughed, about to break the silence, when the conversation around him caught his attention. Did you see the trending topics? I knew this female president of the Jiang group was no ordinary person, but I never expected her to be like this behind the scenes. At first I thought she really built her business from scratch, but I never expected her to be this kind of person behind the scenes. The two girls expressed their dissatisfaction. Su Zirui frowned, and He Yuqing immediately took out her phone after hearing this. However, He Yuqing fell silent after seeing the news. What's wrong? What's being reported in the news? Su Zirui asked curiously, but He Yuqing could only shake her head upon hearing this. These are all unfounded speculations and don't really count as news. He Yuqing's words made Su Zirui even more curious. He Yuqing instinctively took out her phone and tried to stop him when she saw this. But in the end, it was too late. Su Zirui found these unfounded speculations laughable. These unscrupulous media outlets haven't even bothered to investigate, yet they're making baseless accusations and slanders. Isn't there anyone who can hold them accountable? Su Zirui muttered, a flash of anger in his eyes. He Yuqing frowned. Brother Zirui, is President Jiang really saying the same thing as the media? He Yuqing was still holding a grudge because of what happened before, and now that she saw Su Zirui speaking up for Jiang Xian, she felt somewhat unbalanced. No, Jiang Xian is a very capable woman. I have personally witnessed how she emerged from the darkness and led the Jiang group to its current position. As Su Zirui spoke, his eyes shone with admiration. It was as if Jiang Xian was right in front of him. He Yuqing stopped what she was doing and just stared blankly at Su Zirui, an expression she had never seen before. This is also what Su Zirui revealed when he mentioned Jiang Xian. For a moment, a complex mix of emotions welled up inside me. He Yuqing was jealous that Jiang Xian could make Su Zirui show such an expression. Brother Zirui, since President Jiang is so capable, why doesn't he step in to resolve these rumors? He Yuqing muttered something, But Su Zirwei didn't realize what she was thinking and just took a sip of his coffee. Perhaps there are more important matters to attend to within the company. You've finished your coffee. Why are you going there? Su Zirwei changed the subject, and He Yuqing's lips curled up. Let's go. Before He Yuqing could finish speaking, a quarrel suddenly broke out outside. Everyone in the cafe was drawn to the sound. Su Zirwei and He Yuqing didn't want to join in the fun, but someone called out Xiao Myukin's name, so the two of them went forward. Among the crowd, Xiao Myukin was wearing a black baseball cap, and his mask had long since been torn off. However, he didn't have any security guards with him, and there were quite a few people pushing and shoving him. He Yuqing looked out the window at Xiao Myukin. These people are really crazy, and Xiao Myukin is actually able to tolerate it. He Yuqing shook her head, and Su Zirwei was also somewhat surprised. Chapter 136 Concert. But why would he come here alone? Could something have happened? Su Zirwei asked curiously, and He Yuqing was also puzzled. Brother Zirwei, do you think that person is Jiang Xian? He Yuqing suddenly pointed to the woman next to Xiao Myukin in the crowd. Upon hearing this, Su Zirwei instinctively looked over. There was indeed another woman beside Xiao Myukin, dressed in a white dress, but her back was to Su Zirwei. Before he could even get a good look, Xiao Myukin had already led the woman away from the encirclement. You must be mistaken. How could Jiang Xian possibly come to a place like this? Su Zirwei shook his head, but Jiang Xian was the only person he could think of. On the day Jiang Xian underwent surgery, Su Zirwei specially grabbed 2 tickets to celebrate Jiang Xian's recovery. Jiang Xian simply laughed at Su Zirwei's naivety after seeing the ticket. Su Zirwei, what I'm going to take over is the entire Jiang group, not go to concerts with you and do those things that young girls do. After saying that, Jiang Xian left without looking back. From then on, Jiang Xian seemed like a completely different person. Su Zirwei tried to win her back, but the final result was their divorce today. Therefore, Su Zirwei's first reaction upon hearing He Yuqing's words was to refute them. Moreover, the Jiang group is currently very busy, so Jiang Xian has no time to attend concerts. At that moment, Jiang Xian was leading Xiao Myukin into the garage. Thank you for your help. Without you, I might still be surrounded. Xiao Myukin lowered his voice to express his gratitude. Jiang Xian said coldly, It's nothing. I just happened to be trapped. Next time a big star goes out, he should bring more bodyguards. After saying that, Jiang Xian prepared to leave. Wait, sister, you're here to see my concert too, right? Xiao Myukin spoke, and Jiang Xian stopped and turned around with some curiosity. What did you call me? Jiang Xian glanced at Xiao Myukin and thought about it carefully. Xiao Myukin was indeed younger than her. I just saw you still holding my light board. It's given to you when you pick up your ticket. After Xiao Myukin finished speaking, Jiang Xian remembered the souvenirs she had received when she picked up the tickets. The crowd was so dense that the light board was knocked down. Jiang Xian was stunned, then suddenly realized that her ticket had also been lost, and immediately felt deflated. What bad luck! Looks like I won't be able to go to the concert today. Jiang Xian shook her head helplessly, and Xiao Myukin quickly stepped forward. It's really hurtful to tell the singer that you can't go to the concert. I'll have my assistant send you a front row ticket. Jiang Xian was somewhat surprised after Xiao Myukin finished speaking. She was about to pay when she saw Xiao Myukin take out his phone to contact his assistant. Seeing that she couldn't refuse, Jiang Xian could only nod and accept it. Half an hour later, Xiao Myukin's assistant arrived with a front row ticket. I hope to see you later. I'll be going now. After Xiao Myukin finished speaking, he left with his assistant. Jiang Xian looked at the tickets in her hand, smiled bitterly, and shook her head helplessly. As night falls, the exhibition center comes alive with activity. Su Zirwei stood in the middle of the line, with He Yuqing beside him also looking forward to it. We're finally going in, Brother Zirwei. You have to take some nice pictures of me later. He Yuqing spoke with great excitement, her eyes sparkling with starlight. However, upon hearing this, Su Zirwei merely nodded slightly, but his gaze fell upon a familiar figure flashing by in the VIP passage. For a moment, Su Zirwei thought he had misread it. How could Jiang Xian possibly be here? Brother Zirwei, I just saw that the news from earlier today has been suppressed. It must be the Jiang group that made the move. And according to the information released by the Jiang group, they have taken over a big project. It's not like what's being said online at all. As He Yuqing spoke, she observed Su Zirwei's expression. Su Zirwei didn't react after hearing this. He just nodded slightly. Just as Su Zirwei thought, a strong woman like Jiang Xian would never appear in a place like this, even if she is a singer she likes. The venue was decorated warmly, and the lights were turned off after Su Zirwei took his seat. A beam of light shone down from the stage. Xiao Myukin sat under the light, holding a guitar in his hand. At this moment, the surrounding fans became excited, and even Su Zirwei couldn't help but feel a little excited. The familiar singing voice flowed from Xiao Mukin's body, and Su Zirwei's eyes were moved. In an instant, he recalled the days when he was still with Jiang Xian. Although Jiang Xian had a gloomy personality at that time, she was still quite polite to Su Zirwei. "Brother Zirwei, what's wrong?" He Zirwei was brought back to his senses when he heard He Yuqing's voice beside him. "It's nothing. It's just that I haven't heard this song in a long time, so I'm feeling a bit nostalgic." Su Zirwei smiled faintly, and the song just ended. The lights came on, and cheerful music filled the air. "This is my favorite song, and it's also one of Xiao Mukin's rare light-hearted tunes." He Yuqing's eyes sparkled brightly beside him, but Su Zirwei seemed somewhat dazed. This song seemed to have been promoted before, and it was supposed to be a new song, but Su Zirwei didn't have time to care about that at the time. Despite the relaxed and leisurely melody, Su Zirwei always felt that something was missing. Just as I was thinking this, the big screen lit up. He scanned the people present one by one. Su Zirwei looked up and saw that familiar face. For a moment, he thought he was seeing things. The camera flashed by, and Su Zirwei frowned slightly. There was no way he could have seen it wrong. Just then, a voice came from the stage. "I encountered a few minor mishaps on my way here today, but I was fortunate to receive help from a fan." As he spoke, the people present began to become curious. "Hey girl, are you there?" As Xiao Mukin spoke, all the fans became excited, and Jiang Xian's face appeared on the big screen. At that moment, Su Zirwei froze on the spot, unable to believe his eyes. "Why is Jiang Xian here?" Su Zirwei was stunned, and even Jiang Xian, who was standing next to him, widened her eyes. "Mr. Jiang is here too?" It turns out that the one who took Xiao Mukin away was Jiang Xian. Thinking of this, He Yuqing subconsciously glanced at Su Zirwei and began to worry. "That's great. She came to the concert too." Su Zirwei chuckled softly, while He Yuqing frowned slightly. Jiang Xian on the screen is breathtakingly beautiful. Anyone who sees her will be stunned for a few seconds. Jiang Xian's eyes showed a hint of panic, but she quickly regained her composure and waved slightly at the big screen. Su Zirwei's eyes grew increasingly gloomy. "Thank you for your help, ma'am. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have been able to get away either. I wonder if I would have the honor of inviting you up to sing a song with me." Xiao Mukin's words instantly caused a sensation. Many fans were excitedly watching Jiang Xian, and some were even jealous. Su Zirwei simply stood aside and watched silently, feeling mostly happy. At least Jiang Xian is willing to step out of her comfort zone. Chapter 137, Misguided Love. Su Zirwei was naturally happy for her. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Jiang Xian walked onto the stage. Feeling the gazes of the others, Jiang Xian only glanced at Xiao Mukin. "I want to hear you sing that song, Wrong Love." "May I?" Xiao Mukin was somewhat surprised when Jiang Xian spoke. "This song is from 6 years ago. I didn't expect that anyone would still remember it. Do you have a story behind your choice of this song?" Xiao Mukin tentatively inquired, and Jiang Xian was slightly taken aback before calmly nodding. "I guess so. When I was at my lowest point in life, it was this song of yours that saved me and gave me more opportunities." Jiang Xian summarized her entire life in a simple sentence. This even included Su Zirwei's efforts, but just one sentence was enough to soothe them. Upon hearing this, Su Zirwei choked on his words. Xiao Mukin smiled faintly, and then continued. "I have received your request, and this song is dedicated to all the friends here." Xiao Mukin's voice rang out once again, as gentle as it had been 6 years ago. Jiang Xian sat quietly to the side, and this scene instantly attracted the attention of many people. Someone even filmed it, and it made it onto the trending list of short video platforms. In an instant, this concert with only 200 people was noticed by tens of thousands of people. Just as the negative news about the Jiang group had been suppressed, this video has now surfaced, making it hard not to suspect that there might be some inside story involved. Many people have even started to associate Jiang Xian with Xiao Mukin. In an instant, the two names were linked together. But those present were unaware of all this. They simply envied Jiang Xian for being able to sit next to Xiao Mukin. Su Zirwei frowned, his heart filled with loneliness. For Jiang Xian, were all those years of taking care of her just a joke? "Brother Zirwei, your expression looks a bit strange. Why don't we leave now?" He Yuqing was also worried, afraid that Su Zirwei would overthink things. Su Zirwei shook his head slightly after hearing this. "You bought a ticket to get in. If we leave now, wouldn't we be at a huge loss?" Su Zirwei didn't want to see He Yuqing regret it. He Yuqing nodded, but when she looked at Jiang Xian on the screen again, she felt something was off. If she herself was like this, then Su Zirwei, who was beside her, was even more so. Just as He Yuqing was pondering how to persuade Su Zirwei to leave, the song ended. "I wonder if this song is still the same as it was 6 years ago." Xiao Mukin smiled, And upon hearing this, Jiang Xian shook her head slightly. I've matured. I can't go back to the way I was before. It was just a simple sentence, but that's precisely why it drew dissatisfaction from many fans. What do you mean can't go back to the past? Are you even a fan of our Muchin brother? It's really elegant. I wonder where it came from. The people around him kept shouting and cursing, and Xiao Mukin's face also turned somewhat gloomy. My voice is indeed much more mature now, but if you like me from 6 years ago, that's perfectly fine too. As soon as Xiao Mukin finished speaking, Jiang Xian shook her head again. This has left everyone confused. Even Xiao Mukin was stunned, and at this moment, he didn't know how to resolve this awkward situation. Jiang Xian also spoke at this moment. It's because I can't go back. It's been a long time since we had any chance. After saying this, Jiang Xian turned and walked off the stage, leaving Xiao Mukin stunned. Even the fans in the audience didn't know how to respond. Su Zirwei frowned, still somewhat bothered by Jiang Xian's words. What did she mean by that? During the upcoming concert, Su Zirwei's attention began to wander, and Jiang Xian's words kept replaying in his mind. So much so that it was only when He Yuqing reminded him that he came to his senses. Brother Zirwei, are you still thinking about Jiang Xian? As they walked out of the venue, He Yuqing asked curiously. Su Zirwei did not answer, but his silence was a response in itself. He Yuqing sighed. Brother Zirwei, if you have any questions, why don't you go directly to President Jiang and ask her? What she said on stage might also be a kind of regret. After He Yuqing finished speaking, Su Zirwei remained silent, but he understood the meaning behind her words. Let's go back first. I'm a little tired. Su Zirwei had just finished speaking when he saw a group of reporters waiting by the roadside. Su Zirwei frowned upon seeing this. These reporters really arrived quickly. They were already waiting so early. Is Xiao Mukin that famous now? Su Zirwei was curious, and He Yuqing was also somewhat curious. It is indeed strange. This is just a small-scale concert. Reporters should not come. Thinking of this, He Yuqing immediately took out her phone. I remember now. I think I just saw a notification. After these words were spoken, He Yuqing's eyes widened, almost unable to believe her eyes. Su Zirwei quickly stepped forward, only to see all sorts of offensive comments. The video shows Xiao Mukin and Jiang Xian interacting on stage. Now it seems even the Jiang group can't directly get involved. He Yuqing spoke from the side, while Su Zirwei looked at the reporters, gradually feeling worried. Are these reporters here because of Jiang Xian? Su Zirwei's idea was quickly confirmed when Jiang Xian appeared, and all the reporters immediately crowded around her. These people swarmed in and surrounded He Yuqing in an instant. President Jiang, why did you appear at Xiao Mukin's concert? And are the earlier rumors about you true? Mr. Jiang, what is your relationship with Xiao Mukin? Various problems arose, causing those around them to become agitated. Jiang Xian was taken aback. Under the flashing lights, she seemed a little lost, clearly not expecting so many people to be outside after she had just attended a concert. Mr. Jiang, by not answering these questions, are you implying that we are admitting to something? A reporter spoke up, and at that moment, more fans began to gather. Through the reporter's words, they finally learned Jiang Xian's identity. The look in their eyes gradually became strange. Seeing this, He Yuqing felt a little sorry for her. Poor President Jiang, what should we do now? I don't see that Jiang Xian has anyone with her. As soon as she finished speaking, He Yuqing saw Su Zirwei rush into the crowd. With a gloomy face, Su Zirwei pushed through the crowd, clearing a path for himself. I'm sorry, this is a personal matter. We are just Xiao Mukin's fans. Shouldn't you be more concerned about this concert? After Su Zirwei finished speaking, he immediately pulled Jiang Xian away. This time, Jiang Xian did not refuse, but simply followed silently behind Su Zirwei. Su Zirwei pulled Jiang Xian to the garage before letting go of her hand. President Jiang is really leisurely. He even has time to come to a concert. Chapter 138 Denying. When Su Zirwei finished speaking, Jiang Xian's face showed a hint of emotion. Su Zirwei, thank you for bringing me out of this mess, but coming to the concert was my own idea. I can't possibly not even be able to go to a concert, can I? Upon hearing Jiang Xian's words, Su Zirwei naturally shook his head. This is naturally your own wish, Mr. Jiang. However, Mr. Jiang should probably deal with the negative news surrounding him. If this continues, something bad will happen sooner or later. After saying that, Su Zirwei prepared to leave, but Jiang Xian was dissatisfied after hearing this. Su Zirwei, what do you mean by that? You'd better explain yourself more clearly. Jiang Xian was dissatisfied, but Su Zirwei only glanced at her. Didn't Mr. Jiang check his phone? There's so much news about you online these days. I even suspect it's your enemies who've orchestrated this. Su Zirwei was confused, and Jiang Xian was even more dazed. The next second, She directly opened her phone. Lu Jinjin told me before not to look at my phone easily, and I thought something had happened. Turns out it was because of this. Jiang Xin looked at all the trending news, and none of them seemed to be related to her. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and Jiang Xin took a deep breath. Su Zirwei, do you believe in these things? Jiang Xin doesn't care about other people's opinions. What she cares about is Su Zirwei. As long as Su Zirwei believes in her, everything is negotiable. Upon hearing Jiang Xin's words, Su Zirwei fell silent. The you I know isn't like this. Su Zirwei was simply expressing his own thoughts. At least the Jiang Xin he knew didn't think that way. But you really need to clarify this. I heard that the Jiang group has a big project coming up recently, so don't let it affect you. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Xin suddenly stepped forward and hugged Su Zirwei. Feeling the warmth of the body, Su Zirwei was surprised for a moment. Su Zirwei, all I need is your words. I don't care what anyone else thinks of me. Jiang Xin's words were ambiguous, and even Su Zirwei didn't know how to respond, so he could only nod blankly. A sound came from inside the garage, and Jiang Xin quickly released Su Zirwei. The next second, Xiao Mukin walked over with his assistant. Xiao Mukin was also somewhat surprised to see Jiang Xin. Miss Jiang. Upon seeing this, Xiao Mukin quickly stepped forward. Are you all right? I heard there were quite a few reporters surrounding you outside just now. Xiao Mukin's face showed worry. He had also learned Jiang Xin's name through the comments, which made him want to get closer to her. Jiang Xin wasn't particularly surprised. She simply nodded slightly. I'm fine, thanks to someone who rescued me. As Jiang Xin was speaking, Xiao Mukin noticed that there was another man next to her. Looking at Su Zirwei, Xiao Mukin was curious. Who are you? Most people wouldn't intervene in this situation unless Su Zirwei also wanted to get close to Jiang Xin and use it to climb the social ladder. The thought of this possibility filled Xiao Mukin with disdain as he looked at Su Zirwei. I was just a passerby who happened to see this. Su Zirwei was unwilling to reveal his identity, let alone say that he was Jiang Xin's ex-husband. This made Xiao Mukin overthink things. Ms. Jiang, you are the president of the Jiang group. You should be careful of the people around you. Maybe these people are doing this just to get close to you. Xiao Mukin's words were a reminder to Jiang Xin. Jiang Xin also looked at Su Zirwei with a puzzled expression. It seemed to be questioning why Su Zirwei was unwilling to tell the truth. Could it be that her ex-husband's affair was really that shameful? Since there's nothing else, I'll be going now. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, he prepared to leave, but Xiao Mukin had no intention of letting him go so easily. With so much online discussion right now, your sudden approach to President Jiang, could it be that you have some ulterior motive? After Xiao Mukin finished speaking, Su Zirwei was even more confused. What do you mean by that? Su Zirwei turned around. Jiang Xin originally wanted to explain, but seeing Su Zirwei like this, she forced herself to hold back. Xiao Mukin chuckled. Of course it's because you have impure intentions. You may have already filmed Miss Jiang's disheveled state, with the aim of creating more public opinion online. After he finished speaking, Su Zirwei was stunned. They even suspected that Xiao Mukin in front of them was joking. Mr. Xiao, I like your songs, but that doesn't mean you can make things up at will. I've known Jiang Xin for a long time, but it's not convenient for me to disclose our relationship. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Mukin became even more sarcastic. Anyone can say those things. You're really trying to make yourself look good. Who do you think you are? Mr. Jiang is a successful CEO, so what are you? However, after saying these words, Su Zirwei simply fixed his gaze on Jiang Xin. Don't you want to explain anything? Faced with Su Zirwei's questioning, Jiang Xin remained silent at first, then shook her head. We don't know each other, but thank you for helping me anyway. Jiang Xin's face was filled with disappointment. She wanted to hear Su Zirwei admit their relationship himself, not to admit it under this kind of interrogation. Su Zirwei was stunned, while Xiao Mukin burst out laughing. Did you hear that? Get out of here now, don't embarrass yourself. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mukin also left with his assistant. Su Zirwei had a feeling that he had been tricked. Why did it turn out this way? Watching Jiang Xin's indifferent back, Su Zirwei clenched his fist in secret, then turned and left helplessly. At the same time, He Yuqing stood by the roadside. The people outside the venue had long since dispersed, and the surroundings were quiet. As she stared at her phone, time ticked by, and He Yuqing's heart grew colder and colder. She should have expected this outcome after Su Zirwei left without a word. With a wry smile, He Yuqing hailed a taxi. Just after the taxi left, Su Zirwei arrived from the other side of the venue. Seeing the empty venue, Su Zirwei realized that he had forgotten He Yuqing. I quickly made a phone call, but it took a long time for the call to be answered. Ching ching, I suddenly remembered something I forgot about. Are you home yet? Su Zirwei spoke anxiously, and he Yuching on the other end of the phone could only sigh upon hearing this. Brother Zirwei, you're right. I got carried away, but you also need to think carefully about your choice. If you can't forget Jiang Xian, then you have to try to accept yourself. I'm going back now. The call ended, and Su Zirwei remained silent. He glanced at the streetlight and felt somewhat confused. Jiang Xian sat irritably in the car, watching the flashing red lights. She began to regret not telling the whole truth earlier. What was Su Zirwei worried about? Thinking of all this, Jiang Xian subconsciously pressed the horn. Under the silent night sky, the horn's piercing sound woke Jiang Xian up. Su Zirwei might care about her. Chapter 139. Unable to contact. Jiang Xian was stunned. All she wanted to do now was contact Su Zirwei. But the call didn't go through for a long time. Jiang Xian was filled with sorrow. A horn sounded behind her, and the red light in front of her had already turned green. She had no choice but to move forward. At the same time, Su Zirwei was about to drive away when he suddenly received a message from Lu Jinjin. Dr. Su, is Xinxin with you now? Lu Jinjin asked anxiously, while Su Zirwei seemed somewhat confused. What happened? We were just together a moment ago. Hasn't the Jiang group already started preparing for what's happening online? Su Zirwei was curious, but after hearing this, Jiang Xian sighed. Things are not that simple. There are people pulling the strings behind the scenes. The group has started an investigation, but there are no results yet. And more news has emerged. Lu Jinjin's tone carried a hint of helplessness. This is precisely what made Su Zirwei even more curious. New message. Su Zirwei was confused. Was it because some new scandal had surfaced? Lu Jinjin was looking at her computer at the moment, and there was a video on it. I received an email containing a video of you, Jiang Xian, and Xiao Mukin arguing, but the video is a bit far away and the audio is unclear. Su Zirwei was stunned when Lu Jinjin said that. Was what happened in the garage recorded? Now everyone online is speculating about the relationship between the three of you. Some people have even found out your identity and started to unravel the mystery by focusing on the fact that you are Jiang Xian's ex-husband. Lu Jinjin was helpless. Public opinion these days can no longer be easily resolved with money. The Jiang Group does not have its own entertainment company, nor does it pay attention to marketing, which is why it is somewhat slow to respond to online news. These days, when something like this happens, the first thing that comes to mind is to use money to suppress it. Have you contacted Jiang Xian? Perhaps Jiang Xian has already figured out a solution herself. Su Zirwei was confused. Shouldn't he be contacting Jiang Xian at a time like this? Lu Jinjin sighed. I came to you because I couldn't get in touch with Xinxin. If you hear from Xinxin, remember to tell her to come to the company early. Lu Jinjin hung up the phone helplessly, which puzzled Su Zirwei. Where did Jiang Xian go again? Didn't she notice something so important? Su Zirwei didn't notice that Jiang Xian had contacted him before, but at the time Su Zirwei was on the phone with He Yuqing. Jiang Xian returned to the villa, only to unexpectedly see Butler Wu waiting for her. Butler Wu, didn't I tell you not to wait for me tonight? Why are you still outside? Jiang Xian frowned, and Butler Wu's eyes held a hint of helplessness. Mr. Jiang, it's your wife calling. The long unheard address made Jiang Xian's body tremble involuntarily. What did she say? Jiang Xian frowned, unable to understand why this woman would care about him. Butler Wu spoke up helplessly. Your wife saw the recent comments online and is very worried that something might have happened to you. So she wants to return to China ahead of schedule and hopes that you will pick her up at the airport in person. After finishing speaking, Butler Wu also secretly observed Jiang Xian's expression. Jiang Xian also felt Butler Wu's gaze, but simply raised her eyebrows slightly. What else did they say? Jiang Xian knew very well that the woman had returned to China for more than just this reason. Mr. Jiang, it's actually about something that happened online. Madam feels that you're not mature enough right now and don't seem to be suitable to take over the whole family business. Butler Wu spoke cautiously, and Jiang Xian chuckled. It's ridiculous. After the car accident, she ran away to a foreign country without saying a word. Now that she sees me embroiled in negative publicity, she wants to come back. If I'm not suitable, who else can take over? Someone who deserted at the last minute. Jiang Xian shook her head. What's online is just rumors and gossip. Only someone like her who lives abroad would believe them. You'll have to go pick her up then, I don't have time. Jiang Xian returned to the villa, but Butler Wu's expression was somewhat subtle. At this moment, I don't know how to start the conversation. All I could do was watch Jiang Xian's back. When Butler Wu spoke up, public opinion was still fermenting, and even more inside stories were being revealed. They even added Zhao Qingfeng. The mastermind behind all this is currently at a banquet. Ms. Zhang, this video was really unexpected, and it's added fuel to the fire for our plans. Meng Qingze read the comments with great interest. Jiang Xian's current predicament is entirely her own fault. Meng Qingze was overjoyed. Zhang Lingling held her wine glass, her eyes reflecting a ruby-like brilliance. This video came at just the right time, but do you really think that minor celebrity wasn't thinking anything of it? Zhang Lingling smiled, and Meng Qingze's eyes also showed a hint of confusion. What does this mean? Could it be that Xiao Mucan released this video himself? Meng Qingze was somewhat surprised, while Zhang Lingling simply nodded slightly. Any smart man would make the same choice as the beautiful CEO of a rising star group. Isn't Su Zhiwei the best example? I heard that he took away 30 million after the divorce, along with luxury cars and mansions. This is enough for him to squander for a lifetime as an ordinary person. Zhang Lingling smiled faintly, her gaze falling on Meng Qingze. But you were Jiang Xian's first love? Didn't you get any benefits at all? Zhang Lingling's sarcasm deepened, and Meng Qingze's expression gradually changed, but he quickly calmed down again. What kind of first love am I? Jiang Xian has changed a long time ago. Next, we'll have to see what happens to Uncle Jiang. Jiang Xian is currently embroiled in scandals, so it's only natural that the company will hold a board meeting now. If he can't even snatch this, then this man is truly useless. Just as Meng Qingze finished speaking, Zhang Lingling shook her head slightly. Don't underestimate Jiang Xian. This woman has her own strength to be able to hold her position. Let's just wait and see what happens. Zhang Lingling waved, and Meng Qingze immediately stepped forward. Please let me know if you need anything. Meng Qingze had a fawning look on his face, and Zhang Lingling enjoyed this scene. As long as you stay by my side, I will definitely not let you down in the future. Zhang Lingling smiled, and Meng Qingze nodded repeatedly, his eyes filled with anticipation. Su Zhiwei was woken up early in the morning by a phone call. Dean Wu's anxious voice came through. Zhiwei, is everything said online true? Did you really have a conflict with that celebrity? Dean Wu looked very anxious. However, Su Zhiwei found these words strange. Dean Wu, what are you talking about? Who did I have a conflict with? Su Zhiwei was puzzled, but Dean Wu shook his head helplessly. Didn't you watch the video? Don't you young people pay a lot of attention to these things? The online discussion is so heated right now. Although our hospital is fine, people have started asking about it. If this goes on for too long, it will become a burden for the hospital. As Dean Wu spoke, Su Zhiwei understood. Chapter 140, Are you worried about me? Dean Wu, I will contact Jiang Xian about this matter, so that it won't implicate the hospital. After Su Zhiwei finished speaking, Dean Wu finally felt relieved. Zhiwei, I'm saying this for your own good. This morning you apologized to President Jiang. Aren't these hospital incidents all related to her? After saying that, Dean Wu hung up the phone. Su Zhiwei fell silent after hearing this, feeling helpless. Even Dean Wu started to offer advice, and in the eyes of outsiders, Jiang Xian was the root of the problem. Watching the video, Su Zhiwei fell silent. The video of last night's concert already had over 100,000 comments, all of which were condemning Jiang Xian. Upon seeing these words, Su Zhiwei clenched his fist and immediately contacted Lu Xinjin. Su Zhiwei, why are you calling me? Is it something important? Lu Xinjin's voice carried a hint of surprise. She had never received a call from Su Zhiwei at this time before. Is the Jiang group still not going to take action to resolve this? These people are making such comments underground. Isn't the Jiang group going to do anything about it? Su Zhiwei questioned her, and Lu Xinjin was somewhat surprised. I didn't expect Su Zhiwei to come here specifically to ask about this. For a moment, Lu Xinjin was speechless. Su Zhiwei, this matter is not as simple as you think, and Xinxi needs to come forward to clarify it. Lu Xinjin was helpless. She still couldn't get in touch with Jiang Xian, and she wondered how to deal with his unpredictable temperament. Xinxi isn't very calm right now, so I'm afraid he won't listen to me. Lu Xinjin sighed, and after hearing this, Su Zhiwei was silent at first, and then seemed to have made up his mind. I'm going to find her. After saying that, Su Zhiwei hung up the phone, quickly washed up, and went out. Based on Su Zhiwei's understanding of Jiang Xian, she must be in the villa right now. Just as Su Zhiwei said, Jiang Xian had already woken up, and her phone was still displaying those comments. But Jiang Xian ignored it, and simply sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, quietly watching the city view outside. Butler Wu had already set off to pick them up, and Jiang Xian looked at the photo in her hand. That was a wedding photo, and also her only family portrait. Looking at the people in the photos, none of whom are now by her side, Jiang Xian found it all laughable. She gave her all for the Jiang group, but this is the result in the end. Su Zhiwei, how do you expect me to bring you back? Just as I was thinking this, I heard the roar of a car engine outside. Jiang Xian frowned slightly, but then they saw Su Zhiwei get out of the car. At this moment, Jiang Xian was filled with excitement. So much so that they didn't even have the mind to guess why Su Zirwei would come at this time. After picking out a Chanel-style jacket, Jiang Xian looked at herself in the mirror a few times to make sure she didn't look tired before going downstairs. Su Zirwei was still wondering why Butler Wu wasn't there when he saw the door being pushed open. Su Zirwei, you came so early in the morning. It must be about something online. Jiang Xian had already guessed Su Zirwei's intentions, but her inherent nobility reminded her to always maintain an unapproachable demeanor. Even Su Zirwei cannot break it. Su Zirwei had already anticipated Jiang Xian's words, and now he simply nodded slightly. I couldn't get in touch with Butler Wu, so I came to you on my own initiative. Lu Xinjin has been trying to contact you. Why haven't you resolved this? Su Zirwei was dissatisfied because this concerned Jiang Xian and even the entire company. Jiang Xian chuckled and simply gestured for Su Zirwei to come inside and talk. How do you want me to clarify things? Say it was all a misunderstanding. You said you were my ex-husband just because you were chatting with a celebrity I happened to save? Jiang Xian looked over, her eyes filled with amusement. Su Zirwei, what would you do if you were me? Jiang Xian simply looked at Su Zirwei, and upon hearing the question, Su Zirwei fell silent. Looking back on Lu Xinjin's previous words, he had indeed oversimplified the matter. The video in the garage was clearly intentional, probably made by Xiao Mukin. Are you waiting for Xiao Mukin to respond first? Su Zirwei came to his senses. If all of this was premeditated, then Xiao Mukin was waiting for an opportunity. As long as Jiang Xian made a statement first, they would have the initiative. The direction of the story will then be in their hands. Xiao Mukin likes to use public opinion to create more opportunities for himself. I'm just waiting for the other side to make the first move. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Su Zirwei realized that he had also been swayed by public opinion. A little thought reveals that Jiang Xian is waiting to prove herself. I'm misunderstood. Su Zirwei fell silent, while Jiang Xian simply smiled after hearing this. I never expected that you would care about me so much, and even take the initiative to come and talk to me about these things. Jiang Xian chuckled softly, while Su Zirwei's gaze drifted away. He never expected that he would be so impulsive one day, even taking the initiative to ask questions. Su Zirwei, do you still have feelings for me? Although Jiang Xian was asking a question, she already had a definite answer in her heart. Before Su Zirwei could speak, another sound came from outside the door. Jiang Xian frowned, a look of disgust appearing on her face. Who's here? Su Zirwei muttered something, but his heart was filled with tension. Was it Meng Qingze, Gu Shuyan, or Xiao Mukin? However, Su Zirwei didn't guess any of the three names correctly. The ones who actually appeared were Butler Wu and a noblewoman. Su Zirwei was momentarily taken aback when he saw the noblewoman. His body began to tremble. Madam Bai. Su Zirwei managed to utter those three words, but Bai Yu didn't even give him a second glance. She quickly approached Jiang Xian, her white eyebrows slightly raised. I knew from the beginning that it was a mistake to let you have all the power, and it seems I was right. I was happy for you when I heard you divorced that good-for-nothing while you were abroad, but now you're like this again. Jiang Xian did not back down at all. Instead, she asked back, when you abandoned me and went abroad alone, did you never think that you would come back one day? Jiang Xian gritted her teeth, while Bai Yu sighed. A rare hint of helplessness appeared in the noblewoman's eyes. Jiang Xian, you need to understand that I'm doing this for your own good. The board of directors had already put pressure on me at that time, and besides, I had already divorced your father long ago, so I couldn't interfere too much in the Jiang family's affairs. After Bai Yu finished speaking, she tried to reach out and grab Jiang Xian, but Jiang Xian subtly dodged her. What did you come back for today? Just to tell me these things and show your motherly love. Jiang Xian chuckled, but Bai Yu sighed. You actually come to ask me these things? I can see your news even when I'm abroad. How could I possibly be waiting outside? Thinking of this, Bai Yu glanced at Su Zirwei again. Chapter 141, The Noblewoman. Didn't you two get divorced? Why are you still at the villa? Bai Yu was dissatisfied with Su Zirwei from the very beginning. Even though the Jiang family's marriage was just a contract, it still couldn't stop Bai Yu. Even at their wedding, Bai Yu humiliated Su Zirwei in front of all the guests. Jiang Xian frowned and subconsciously walked to Su Zirwei's side. Su Zirwei came here for me. If you have nothing else to do, you should go back now. I don't need you to get involved in my affairs. As Jiang Xian spoke, Bai Yu remained relentless in her insistence. For you, I think it's all about your money, Xin. You just haven't met enough men. I know this kind of person best. Have you been to the Gu family's place? Didn't you have some news with young Master Gu before? The white jade map reveals the dagger. This is precisely why Bai Yu returned, to take care of her family. The Jiang family is not worth her making such a fuss over. You are not welcome in this villa. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, she turned around and closed the door. Looking at the tightly closed door, Baiyu felt anxious. Su Zirwei said helplessly, "Isn't it a bit inappropriate to just leave her outside like this?" As soon as he finished speaking, he was met with a sarcastic remark from Jiang Xian. "I didn't expect you to care so much about this woman. Why haven't you shown me this much concern before?" After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Su Zirwei was stunned. "I'm just speaking the truth. No matter what, she's still your mother. If this is filmed and uploaded, you'll have one more crime to commit." After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Jiang Xian shook her head slightly. "This is a villa area, such a thing won't happen here." As Jiang Xian spoke, Su Zirwei lost the will to continue. "My question has been answered, but I still hope that the Jiang group can make a move soon." After saying that, Su Zirwei left without looking back. Jiang Xian did not stop her. Baiyu's return did indeed serve as a wake-up call for her. Now, it's not just Meng Qingze and others who are eyeing her. Even Baiyu is doing so. It can be said that there are both internal and external troubles. Su Zirwei finally relaxed after getting into the car. Jiang Xian hadn't changed at all. She was still the same person with a strong core. Baiyu wasn't idle either. After hearing that Grandma Jiang was in the hospital, she rushed over in a flurry. Jiang Yulian was leisurely reading a book when a gust of wind suddenly came from outside the window. There seemed to be a bit of noise mixed in. This also made the old lady feel a pang of anxiety. Just as I was about to call the nurse, I looked up and saw Baiyu's face, which was full of nobility. "I heard you were hospitalized, so I rushed back from abroad. I didn't expect it to be so serious." As she spoke, Baiyu quickly walked to Jiang Yulian's side, her eyes filled with worry. "I should have come back a long time ago, otherwise you wouldn't have ended up like this." Jiang Yulian's lips trembled when she saw Baiyu's hypocritical act. "Why did you come back, woman? You abandoned Xinxin and despised Zirwei back then. Did you come back today to laugh at them?" Jiang Yulian was furious, but Baiyu quickly shook her head. "You can't say that. She's my daughter too. I care about her so much. How could I possibly laugh at her? Now that everyone online is condemning your granddaughter, if I, as her mother, don't come back soon, she'll be bullied to death." Baiyu's red eyes puzzled Jiang Yulian. "Denounce." Jiang Yulian looked at Baiyu with surprise, unsure of what this woman wanted to do. Baiyu feigned surprise. "Didn't you see those comments online? Everyone says that Xian is a fickle woman who indulges in pleasure and debauchery. They also say that we deceived Su Zirwei, making him work like a slave for Jiang Xian for 8 years, and then kicked him away after his leg was healed. The things people say online are really nasty. I'm just upset because of Xinxin." Baiyu spoke with aggrieved feelings, but Jiang Yulian had no desire to continue. She just wanted Jiang Xian to come to her side and ask if these things were true. A sly glint flashed in Baiyu's eyes. If you can control Jiang Yulian, you've essentially controlled Jiang Xian's weakness. In the end, won't we still have to listen to her as our mother? When Su Zirwei arrived at the hospital, a nurse was waiting at the entrance. "Dr. Su, you've finally arrived. You'd better go in and check on her quickly." A woman just rushed into the old lady's room and claimed to be her family member. The nurses were aware of the Jiang family's power and had no choice but to seek help from Su Zirwei. Su Zirwei frowned, quickly making the connection to Baiyu. "I didn't expect this woman to move so quickly. She came over as soon as she left the villa. I'll go take a look right away." Su Zirwei quickened his pace and just then overheard Baiyu's words. "Who is that Su Zirwei? They're divorced, yet he still won't let go of our Xinxin. I heard that Xinxin gave him a large sum of money before. When we signed that 8-year contract, didn't we give him money? He could take some of it with him in the divorce. I never had any of these thoughts before." Baiyu was complaining in the ward, but Jiang Yulian just silently closed her eyes, ignoring her completely. Seeing that the old lady did not respond to him for a while, Baiyu also felt bored. Su Zirwei strode in. "You are not allowed to come in and visit without the front desk's permission." Su Zirwei had a cold face. He couldn't figure out what this woman wanted to do. He left without a word, abandoning Jiang Xian, who was in a wheelchair, but now he has reappeared and even came to the hospital to provoke Jiang Yulian. "You little brat, do you really think you're some kind of doctor? I'm a member of the Jiang family. Why can't I come in to visit? Jiang Xian still has to call me mom. What right do you, a divorced man, have to control me, a family member?" Jiang Yulian sneered, her face full of bitterness and sarcasm. Su Zirwei looked at this woman, who looked exactly like the woman who had made things difficult for him at the wedding banquet. "There has been no progress whatsoever over the years. If you don't leave, I'm going to notify the patient's family. I believe Jiang Xian will want to hear your explanation." Su Zirwei was about to take out his phone as he spoke. Jiang Yulian quickly stepped forward and knocked his phone away. "What do you mean by that? Am I not a patient's family member? You're looking down on me. Is this the quality you have as a doctor? Jiang Yulian clearly came prepared, with each step meticulously planned. Su Zirwei glanced at Jiang Yulian on the hospital bed. He had no intention of arguing with this woman. In the end, it will only disturb the patients. I have no interest in arguing with you. I'm divorced from Jiang Xian, and you have no connection with the Jiang family anymore. As grandma's doctor, I naturally have the right to ask you to leave. Su Zirwei kept a straight face, while Jiang Yulian snorted coldly. You actually drove away the patient's family members in public like this. I'm going to expose you. Let everyone see your true colors. Chapter 142, A Disheveled Escape. Su Zirwei shook his head slightly, finding it utterly incomprehensible. However, Baiyu's next move surprised Su Zirwei even more. She walked into the hospital corridor and shouted loudly for security. This farce instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding family members and patients. With tears welling in her eyes and a helpless expression, Baiyu began to complain to those around her. What kind of doctor drives away a patient's family? I came to visit my mother, and this is how I was treated. This unscrupulous doctor even called me an outsider. I, Baiyu, was married into the Jiang family and served them like a slave, but I was treated like this. Baiyu's words about forbearance drew sighs of admiration from those around him. At the same time, Su Zirwei also came out. The patients around him immediately changed their expressions. So it's Dr. Su. Could this woman be lying? How could Dr. Su be that kind of person? I think there must be something going on here. People around them were talking about it, and even Baiyu was a little surprised. She underestimated Su Zirwei's importance in these people's eyes. Ms. Bai, this is a hospital, not a place for you to make a scene. As you can see, there are still many patients around. Grandma has already fallen asleep. I hope you will leave now. Su Zirwei's eyes were cold. Baiyu was furious. Even if she had divorced and left the Jiang family, she was not someone that an ordinary person could bully. Su Zirwei, don't think I don't know what you're up to. You're trying to curry favor with the old lady and gain Jiang Xian's trust. You still dream of going back to the villa. Baiyu was arrogant and wouldn't tolerate Su Zirwei's ostentation. Baiyu's words caused quite a stir, and some people even began to speculate. Soon, discordant voices arose again from the crowd. Isn't that the person in the video? That man who has a relationship with Jiang Xian. These words instantly put Su Zirwei in the spotlight, and everyone else looked at him in surprise. Baiyu was taken aback, but quickly realized that these people were talking about that video, and her gaze towards Su Zirwei gradually became playful. If a doctor doesn't even have medical ethics, then what credibility does this hospital have? After Baiyu finished speaking, she immediately stared at Su Zirwei. You've already divorced Jiang Xian. Why are you still chasing after her like this, even harassing the old lady? Su Zirwei, you've really opened my eyes. How can there be someone like you? After saying these words, Baiyu sighed. How did our Jiang family end up with someone like you? Su Zirwei remained silent, while the patients around him showed signs of panic, seemingly also harboring resentment about the matter. Online opinion was already overwhelmingly condemning Jiang Xian, and now Su Zirwei happens to have these ambiguous relationships with her. Naturally, it also attracts attention from outsiders who view it with prejudice. Baiyu's lips curled up, displaying a victor's posture. In her view, Su Zirwei had lost his reputation, and even the hospital would not tolerate him. Your Jiang family? How come I didn't know the Jiang family had an elder like you? A man's voice came from the crowd, and Su Zirwei and Baiyu looked over at the same time. Su Zirwei was somewhat surprised to see Gu Shuyan. Baiyu's eyes lit up. She had read reports about the Gu family when she was abroad and recognized Gu Shuyan at a glance. Shuyan, I'm your Aunt Bai. I even held you in my arms before. Have you forgotten? Baiyu walked forward with a smile, her eyes filled with anticipation. However, Gu Shuyan revealed a curious look. Aunt Bai, there is only one person in the Jiang family with the surname Bai, but as far as I know, he divorced 8 years ago and went abroad, leaving behind the seriously ill Jiang Xian. Are you Baiyu? Gu Shuyan chuckled, her words tinged with amusement. Baiyu was taken aback. Gu Shuyan was clearly digging a hole for her, but she had to admit it. I am Baiyu. However, my divorce back then was understandable. Shuyan, I didn't expect that so many years have passed, and you have grown up so much. Baiyu smiled, trying to bluff her way out of it. But Gu Shuyan just smiled when she heard this. Ms. Bai, since you are divorced, you are no longer considered a member of the Jiang family. Even if you want to visit the old lady, you need Jiang Xian's consent. Besides, everyone present knows Dr. Su's character. What are your intentions in making such a false accusation? Gu Shuyan's gaze was gloomy, and his words were tinged with disdain for Baiyu. Baiyu was speechless for a moment and could only give an awkward laugh. Shuyan, how can you say that to me? I am also a member of the Jiang family. Leaving the Jiang family was not what I wanted in the first place. I just wanted to see the old lady. As Bai Yu spoke, a tear rolled down her cheek, and seeing this, Gu Shuyan found it even more ridiculous. Ms. Bai, if I were you, would you rather leave now? Or would you prefer to let the Jiang family handle this matter personally? Gu Shuyan raised her eyes, her gaze revealing a hint of danger. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu immediately changed her expression. Gu Shuyan, you really surprised me. After Bai Yu finished speaking, she quickly left the hospital, and the people around her dispersed. Su Zirwei looked at Gu Shuyan and said, "Thank you for your help. This Bai Yu is really troublesome." Gu Shuyan looked up and said, "If you want to thank someone, thank the old man. He said you were in some trouble and asked me to help you." Having said that, Gu Shuyan prepared to leave. Su Zirwei frowned. What did the old man find out? Thinking of this, Su Zirwei went to the ward and saw Grandpa Gu leisurely watching a video. "You look great today." Su Zirwei walked forward with a smile, and when old Master Gu saw Su Zirwei's appearance, he just snorted coldly. "You brat, you still have the nerve to come here? That woman bullied you like that, and you could still put up with it." As Grandpa Gu spoke, Su Zirwei simply gave an awkward smile. "I didn't expect Madame Ba to come back so suddenly. It seems she's worried about Jiang Xian." As Su Zirwei spoke, old Master Gu snorted coldly. Worried about Jiang Xian? If this woman were really that good, she wouldn't have abandoned Jiang Xian in the first place. She's probably only back now to take care of her family. After Grandpa Gu finished speaking, Su Zirwei's eyes also showed confusion. For the sake of the family, Bai Yu is already divorced, and she has no connection with the Jiang family anymore. There's no benefit for you to do this. Su Zirwei was puzzled, but old Master Gu just smiled. As long as Jiang Xian and Bai Yu do not sever their mother-daughter relationship, Bai Yu is still Jiang Xian's mother. As long as Jiang Xian marries into the Gu family as she wishes, Bai Yu will still benefit. There are many things you don't know, kid. Grandpa Gu smiled, and Su Zirwei could only nod silently to the side, while also wondering how the old man could be so well informed. Has your hospital decided when to perform the surgery? Grandpa Gu looked up, and Su Zirwei came back to his senses. Depending on your physical condition, you should be able to recover in about a week. Make sure to take good care of your health during this period. Chapter 143, Resolving Public Opinion. Su Zirwei gave him countless instructions, but old Master Gu waved his hand, saying he was tired of hearing them. At the same time, Jiang Xian also arrived at the company. Lu Xinjin felt an urge to tie up Jiang Xian, who had been missing for a day and a night. Xin, the internet is in complete chaos, and you've finally decided to step forward. Lu Xinjin was dissatisfied, but Jiang Xian just smiled slightly after hearing this. Isn't it you who's here? Jiang Xian smiled, while Lu Xinjin sighed and rubbed her forehead upon hearing this. Do you really not know what people are saying outside? If this continues, even the Jiang group won't be able to protect you. Lu Xinjin looked helpless, while Jiang Xian simply smiled. Xinjin, you've been by my side for so long. Haven't you noticed anything wrong? Jiang Xian looked at Lu Xinjin with a confident smile. Seeing Jiang Xian's appearance, Lu Xinjin was momentarily stunned. With a hint of curiosity in her eyes, Lu Xinjin tentatively spoke. You mean Xiaomyukin did this? Lu Xinjin frowned, looking at Jiang Xian with some curiosity. Go and contact Xiaomyukin to see what they're up to. If he doesn't intend to do anything, we'll use special methods. Jiang Xian looked at the photo album in her hand. It contained a family photo from her childhood. To be precise, it was a business dinner, and the people in the photo are the Jiang family and the Gu family. Lu Xinjin also noticed the photo. Isn't this you when you were little? Who's that grumpy kid next to you? Curious, Lu Xinjin leaned closer, puzzled as to why Jiang Xian had brought out this photo. Gu Shuyan. Jiang Xian's calm response stunned Lu Xinjin, who then showed a hint of panic. Jiang Xian, you're not really going to try and get close to Gu Shuyan, are you? Lu Xinjin frowned. If Jiang Xian really went, what would Su Zirwei do? Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Xian suddenly laughed. My relationship with the Gu family is purely cooperative. I have never had any other intentions. Don't you already know these things? Jiang Xian looked at Lu Xinjin with curiosity. Lu Xinjin looked embarrassed and could only change the subject. You want to involve the Gu family as well? But will they help you? Even if there is a cooperative relationship, this matter is not easy to resolve. Jiang Xian smiled slightly. The Gu family may not care about me, but they will definitely care about Su Zirwei. Now that the fire has started, even Su Zirwei can't escape. And the Gu family cares about old Master Gu, so they will definitely help Su Zirwei. Jiang Xian shared her thoughts, but Lu Xinjin hesitated upon hearing them. If we really do this, shouldn't we inform Su Zirwei in advance? Really? Jiang Xian tentatively spoke, and Lu Jinjin also came to her senses. I'll go prepare right away, but will Xiao Mukin respond? Was Lu Jinjin confused? If it was Xiao Mukin who released the video, she certainly wouldn't have spoken up so easily. They might even use this as leverage to blackmail others. Go ahead and make the contact. I'll handle the rest myself. As Jiang Xian finished speaking, Lu Jinjin turned and left. That afternoon, Jiang Xian also met Xiao Mukin and his assistant. However, their expressions were gloomy, clearly indicating they were not there for peaceful exchange. Judging from your expressions, there's probably not much left for us to talk about. Why don't you just tell me your terms? Jiang Xian looked relaxed and took the initiative. Xiao Mukin was about to speak when his assistant spoke first. Mr. Jiang, you don't look like you're here to negotiate with us. All the netizens are criticizing you right now. You should be coming to us. The female assistant frowned, almost ready to reprimand Jiang Xian for her attitude. Assistant Wang, right? Our Jiang group doesn't deal in the entertainment sector. How much impact do you think this matter will have on our company? All you need are some resources I have. Or let me become Xiao Mukin's support. Jiang Xian raised an eyebrow, her face showing aloofness. Assistant Wang gritted his teeth. President Jiang, all we need to do to resolve this is for Mu Chun to clarify things. But as you can see, there are so many people watching, and we're also taking on a lot of risks. As the president of the Jiang group, shouldn't you do something? I believe this shouldn't be a problem for the president of your Jiang group, right? However, as soon as Assistant Wang finished speaking, Jiang Xian nodded with a smile. Of course, I can give you what you need voluntarily, but why should I make these choices? Jiang Xian looked confused. Assistant Wang looked even more confused after hearing this. Aren't you a fan of Mu Chun? Isn't this a win-win situation? If you help Mu Chun reach new heights, the online criticism will disappear, and the Jiang group will have many Mu Chun fans. Isn't that what you want to see? Assistant Wang painted a picture of a win-win situation, but Jiang Xian was unconvinced. What Assistant Wang said really appealed to me. If I didn't know who was pushing me behind the scenes, I would have agreed. Jiang Xian chuckled and looked up at Xiao Mukin. I did like your songs before, but now I see that people change. I bet you arranged for someone to take photos of me when you came here today, just so you could make me get scolded again after you've clarified things. Jiang Xian clapped her hands. I must say, you guys are really amazing, to think of so many things. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, she stood up and leisurely looked at the scenery outside the window. At that moment, Assistant Wang was also momentarily flustered, clearly surprised that Jiang Xian would suddenly say that. Judging from what President Jiang said, it seems he never intended to have a proper conversation with us from the beginning. In that case, there's no point in discussing this matter. After saying that, Assistant Wang prepared to leave with Xiao Mukin. Assistant Wang, don't worry. I've also invited a friend. Why don't we all sit down and chat? After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Lu Jinjin, who was waiting outside, came in. Please wait a little longer. Our guest will be here soon. After Lu Jinjin finished speaking, she put down the teacup in her hand. Assistant Wang looked at the steaming tea, puzzled, wondering what Jiang Xian was up to. President Jiang, I don't have time to chat with you here. Mu Chun also has a schedule to attend to. Since you're not satisfied with my suggestion, then there's no need for us to. Before he could finish speaking, Assistant Wang saw Gu Shuyan push the door open and enter. At that moment, all the words were swallowed back down, and Assistant Wang nudged Xiao Mukin with his elbow. This is Mr. Gu Shuyan. Assistant Wang reminded him, and Xiao Mukin also came to his senses, his eyes filled with surprise, clearly not expecting President Gu to appear. Gu Shuyan didn't pay attention to Assistant Wang and his companion, but instead looked at Jiang Xian. Chapter 144 Late Night Invitation. What did you mean by those words? Are you planning to use Dr. Su as a bargaining chip in your hands? Jiang Xian pointed to Xiao Mukin beside her. Mr. Gu, why don't we sit down and have a chat? After all, this concerns many of us. Jiang Xian spoke with restraint, but Gu Shuyan knew that she was subtly mentioning Su Zirwei. After patiently sitting down, Gu Shuyan finally spoke. I've already seen what's going on online. All I need to do is check the surveillance footage from that night to find out what really happened. And on the way here, I also heard some news. I heard that Mr. Zhao's resources have been taken away recently. I wonder if he has really been ostracized. Gu Shuyan smiled and said, I almost forgot. Your company's boss contacted our Gu family not long ago. Do you want me to put in a good word for you? Xiao Mukin was taken aback and was about to nod subconsciously, but Assistant Wang next to him came to his senses and immediately spoke up. Then we won't trouble you, Mr. Gu. It's just a minor issue. We'll issue a clarification when we get back, and this matter will definitely be resolved perfectly. Assistant Wang smiled. while Xiao Mukin beside him was still somewhat confused, not understanding why Assistant Wang had agreed so readily. Weren't they here to negotiate? Since this is a misunderstanding, I hope you can figure it out yourselves and not drag innocent people into it. After Gu Shuyan finished speaking, his gaze fell on Jiang Xian. Mr. Jiang, are you satisfied with my handling of this matter? Gu Shuyan's voice was icy, and her eyes were filled with reproach. Jiang Xian nodded. It's really kind of you, Mr. Gu, to make this trip, but it will make things much more convenient. Assistant Wang, I should be able to see the matter resolved by tonight, right? Jiang Xian smiled, and Assistant Wang nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, Mr. Jiang, we'll be on our way now. After saying that, Assistant Wang led Xiao Mukin away, with Lu Xinjin following behind, worried that Xiao Mukin might do something underhanded. In the conference room, Gu Shuyan looked at Jiang Xian. Does Su Zirwei know you're doing this? Gu Shuyan looked at Jiang Xian, feeling dissatisfied. Jiang Xian just smiled and said, I'm doing this for Su Zirwei's own good. Nobody cares about him anymore. Isn't that enough? Jiang Xian chuckled, which left Gu Shuyan feeling helpless. You secretly used Su Zirwei to get me to deal with Xiao Mukin. If Su Zirwei finds out, he will only despise you. Jiang Xian did not answer, but simply lowered her eyes. I still want to thank President Gu for coming. Clarifying this matter will help both of us. Jiang Xian's lack of a direct answer is also a form of avoidance. Gu Shuyan stood up indifferently upon hearing this. This is the last time. If the Jiang group can't even solve these small problems, then there's no need for our cooperation to continue. After saying that, Gu Shuyan left. Jiang Xian sat dejectedly on the stool, her mind replaying Gu Shuyan's words. Would Su Zirwei really hate her? After a long day of hard work, Su Zirwei finally had time to rest. The thought of Baiyu gave Su Zirwei a headache. I wonder if that woman will continue to cause trouble. Thinking of this, Su Zirwei also called Jiang Xian. The only way to deal with Baiyu is to have Jiang Xian take action. Jiang Xian was somewhat surprised when she saw Su Zirwei's call. Could it be that Su Zirwei saw the clarification message online, and that's why he came to inquire? Thinking of this, Jiang Xian smiled slightly. Su Zirwei, there's no need for congratulations. I'm very busy too. Please get to the point. Jiang Xian maintained her noble demeanor. His words immediately left Su Zirwei feeling helpless. What should I congratulate you on? Congratulations on Baiyu's return. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Jiang Xian was stunned and also somewhat confused. Didn't you come to congratulate me after seeing the news online? Jiang Xian was surprised, and Su Zirwei was also stunned. I didn't pay attention to those messages. I called you just to ask you to keep an eye on Baiyu and not to go to the hospital. Grandma needs to rest. As Su Zirwei spoke, Jiang Xian's expression changed. Baiyu went to the hospital? How could I not know when this happened? Jiang Xian stood up instinctively. Su Zirwei frowned. I assumed you already knew about what happened this morning. As Su Zirwei was speaking, he heard footsteps coming from the other end of the phone. It seemed that Jiang Xian was coming downstairs. Is Grandma all right? I'm going to the hospital right now. Hearing Jiang Xian's words, Su Zirwei sighed. No need. Grandma is already resting, so you don't need to run around. After speaking, Su Zirwei hung up the phone. Jiang Xian, with a dark expression, went to find Butler Wu. Where did Baiyu go? I need to see her. As Jiang Xian spoke, Butler Wu subconsciously assumed this was a sign that the mother and daughter were about to reconcile. Madame Bai went to the manor, seemingly to catch up with second Master Jiang. As Butler Wu explained, Jiang Xian gave a cold laugh. Reminiscing. Among those who drove her away back then was this Uncle Jiang. I think he went there to collect a debt. Let's go back to the manor. Su Zirwei sighed. He had done everything he could. As for Jiang Xian's choice, that was her own business. Thinking of this, Su Zirwei arrived at the garage. But someone was already waiting. You're Su Zirwei? Under the incandescent light, a man is comparing a photograph in his hand. Su Zirwei was curious. Who are you? Su Zirwei became wary. There were quite a few people who wanted him to get into trouble lately. The man stepped forward. Our lady wants to see you. Please come with us. The man was quite polite, but Su Zirwei sensed that the woman the man was talking about was no ordinary person. His intuition told him it was Mrs. Lin, but would she really be so blatant? How would I know who your wife is? If you really want to see me, why do you need to do it this way? Su Zirwei smiled, while the man merely chuckled. Dr. Su, you have no choice. I don't want to hurt you. Just come with me. It won't do you any harm. After the man finished speaking, he glanced at the car behind him. Please go ahead. There are surveillance cameras here. I won't do anything stupid. Su Zirwei nodded as the man spoke. Throughout the journey, Su Zirwei kept thinking about the Gu family. The Gu family patriarch was about to undergo surgery, and perhaps Madame Lin had heard rumors and was therefore impatient to do so. But what would Madame Lin do if she asked me to go there? Should we bribe him or threaten him with force? With mixed feelings, I parked the car in front of a detached villa. As soon as Su Zirwei got out of the car, a familiar voice rang out. Master, you finally arrived. Su Zirwei was taken aback, and then looked up, only to find himself unexpectedly at the Zhang family's house. It was Zhang Feier who came to see him. Let's go, everyone's waiting for you. Zhang Feier greeted him warmly, but Su Zirwei seemed somewhat confused. Chapter 145, the capital to show off. If you want to see me, just tell me directly. Why go through all this trouble? Su Zirwei's eyes were filled with confusion, while Zhang Feier in front of him only gave an awkward smile. Master, it's not me looking for you, it's my family. After Zhang Feier finished speaking, Su Zirwei became even more confused, and even began to wonder if he had offended the Zhang family. Otherwise, why would the Zhang family meet with them in this way? Just as Su Zirwei was puzzled, Zhang Feier whispered, Master, the situation is a bit special. You'll see when you come in. After Zhang Feier finished speaking, she led Su Zirwei into the villa. In the living room, Su Zirwei also noticed Zhang Xingtian and Baiyu beside him. Looking at the white jade, Su Zirwei vaguely guessed what was going on. Dr. Su is here, come over quickly. As Zhang Xingtian spoke, Baiyu smiled, but his eyes held a chilling glint. Dr. Su, I'm so sorry to have troubled you to come here this way. I was in a bit of a hurry. On the second floor, a noblewoman walked down quickly. This is also Zhang Xingtian's wife, Zhang Ruyun. Zhang Feier got up and quickly went forward to take Zhang Ruyun's arm. Mom, if you want to see Dr. Su next time, just tell me directly. There's no need to go through all this trouble. Zhang Feier pouted, but Zhang Ruyun sighed after hearing this. You silly girl, Dr. Su is so busy. If you go, you'll probably bother him again. Besides, I'm doing this for your Aunt Bai. After Zhang Ruyun finished speaking, she came to Baiyu's side. Sister Bai, please tell me earlier next time you come back, and I'll have Feier pick you up. After Zhang Ruyun finished speaking, she glanced at Su Zirwei. You know Dr. Su, right? He's a young and promising doctor, and he was my father's surgeon. I heard he's still treating Mr. Gu. Zhang Ruyun praised, but Baiyu's face showed a hint of unease. Of course I've heard of him. He used to be Xin's ex-husband. Baiyu spoke with a hint of sarcasm in his words. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Zhang's face showed a hint of embarrassment. Madam Bai, you must not know Dr. Su's abilities if you say that. As soon as she finished speaking, Madame Zhang glanced at Zhang Xingtian. Zhang Xingtian also smiled and said, Yes, Dr. Su is indeed very skilled. Didn't you say you wanted to find a doctor to take a look? It's a good opportunity to let Dr. Su give it a try. Zhang Xingtian smiled, while Baiyu's expression grew increasingly gloomy. Let's forget about it. Dr. Su is so busy. How could he have time to pay attention to people like us? Baiyu smiled faintly, then got up and walked out. This scene puzzled Zhang Xingtian and the others. Wasn't Baiyu just crying here? Why is she preparing to leave now? Zhang Ruyun was also confused, but she still had to save face for the time being. My sister is leaving so soon. Zhang Ruyun smiled, but made no move. You merely glanced at the butler beside you. Madam Bai, let me see you off. As Steward Zhang spoke, Baiyu simply shook her head. No need. I know the way back. I don't need outsiders to take me. Baiyu gave Zhang Ruyun a deep look, her eyes filled with indifference. Su Zirwei was still confused, not understanding what had happened. Zhang Ruyun snorted coldly, then got up and walked to Su Zirwei. Dr. Su, I'm so sorry to have made you laugh. We invited you here today so that our old man could have a look at him. After Zhang Ruyun finished speaking, she looked at Zhang Feier who was standing to the side. Let's take Dr. Zhang there. It's getting late. After Zhang Ruyun finished speaking, she quickly left. Zhang Xingtian let out a long sigh of relief before getting up and leaving the house. Zhang Feier quickly led Su Zirwei out of the manor, shaking her head helplessly. Master, thank you so much. Things are really complicated tonight. This Baiyu suddenly came over to show off, which is why I called you over. Su Zirwei then realized that Baiyu and Zhang Ruyun had become best friends at first sight more than 10 years ago. Afterwards, Baiyu ran away, dragging Zhang Ruyun down with her, and then she herself disappeared. Zhang Ruyun hated Baiyu, not to mention that Baiyu dared to come back and show off. That's how they managed to find Su Zirwei. Su Zirwei could only sigh helplessly upon hearing this. So I was used by your family after all. Upon hearing Su Zirwei's words, Zhang Feier immediately shook her head and waved her hand. Master, we didn't have that idea. It's just that that woman is really infuriating, and there's nothing we can do about it. Zhang Feier also began to worry, fearing that Su Zirwei would overthink things. Upon seeing this, Su Zirwei simply smiled. Don't worry, I don't like Baiyu either. Hearing Su Zirwei say that, Zhang Feier breathed a sigh of relief. Is Grandpa Zhang all right? Su Zhiwei looked over, and Zhang Feier immediately shook her head. Grandpa is fine. He went to sleep a long time ago. Since the surgery, Grandpa's health has improved a lot. Master, I have to thank you for all of this. Zhang Feier looked over, and Su Zhiwei simply shook his head after hearing this. I should also thank you. If it weren't for Mr. Zhang's previous support, I wouldn't be where I am today. After Su Zhiwei finished speaking, Zhang Feier's eyes sparkled with excitement. By the way, don't worry about what's going on online, Master. I think the public opinion has calmed down, and that celebrity has come out and said it was their own problem. Zhang Feier looked serious. Su Zhiwei also realized that Jiang Xian's congratulations in the afternoon might be related to the things that happened online. I didn't take it to heart anyway, and it had nothing to do with me. Su Zhiwei smiled as he was escorted out of the villa. Master, it's getting late. I should have someone take you home. I'm worried about you if anything happens to you. As Zhang Feier spoke, Su Zhiwei chuckled. What problems could possibly arise with a grown man like me? You can rest assured. Su Zhiwei waved, signaling Zhang Feier to go back first. Zhang Feier turned back several times before finally turning away when she had no other choice. Su Zhiwei fell silent, his expression gradually darkening. In an instant, the lights came on. Su Zhiwei frowned slightly as a car slowly drove up into the garage. The car window rolled down, revealing Baiyu's mocking gaze. Isn't this Dr. Su? Why do you look so disheveled? Weren't you invited back? What happened to you? Baiyu's eyes were filled with mockery, but Su Zhiwei remained indifferent upon seeing this. Ms. Bai, this is my own choice. Su Zhiwei didn't want to continue communicating with Baiyu in front of him. He just wanted to leave as soon as possible. Baiyu sneered. Su Zhiwei, there are no outsiders here. What are you pretending for? Do you think I don't know you? Do you think I don't know what's going on in your head? Faced with Baiyu's provocation, Su Zhiwei maintained a calm expression. Chapter 146 Trouble at the Gu Family. Ms. Bai, please have some self-respect. Su Zhiwei's voice was deep, and Baiyu only glanced at him deeply. What? Are you still going to hit me? Just as Baiyu finished speaking, a voice came from the driver's seat. Dr. Su, it's nice to meet you. You seem to be just as cold and aloof as the rumors suggest. Zhang Lingling smiled, while Su Zhiwei frowned. I'm not aware of the rumors. If you two have nothing else to say, I'll take my leave now. Su Zhiwei didn't want to stay any longer. He just wanted to leave as soon as possible. He had no intention of continuing to negotiate with these two. Baiyu sneered. Let's hurry up and leave. I think Dr. Su might make a move against us soon. Baiyu glanced at her haughtily, then told Zhang Lingling to drive away. Su Zhiwei took a deep breath before taking out his phone to hail a taxi. Su Zhiwei was helpless to be brought here suddenly, but this way he could repay the Zhang family's favor. No one is taking the orders? Su Zhiwei had just finished typing and was looking down when he saw this surprising scene. In an instant, Su Zhiwei's hands began to tremble. Subconsciously checking the map, Su Zhiwei froze on the spot. It is 8 kilometers away from the city center. By the time Su Zhiwei walked back, it would probably be dawn. Looking around, Su Zhiwei felt that the place looked somewhat familiar. As Su Zhiwei continued walking along the road, he realized that he had arrived at the villa area, and Jiang Xian's villa was just ahead. Thinking of this, Su Zhiwei's steps gradually became heavier. At this moment, Jiang Xian was standing in front of the villa, a faint smoke curling between her fingers. Looking at the crescent moon in the night sky, she felt an indescribable bitterness in her heart. I wonder what Su Zhiwei is doing now. Just as she was thinking about this, Jiang Xian suddenly came back to her senses, and her gaze fell on a figure under the street lamp. At that moment, their eyes met through the darkness. Jiang Xian rubbed her eyes, wondering if she had seen wrong. Why is Su Zhiwei here? Su Zhiwei just wanted to leave quickly, but he didn't expect to be seen by Jiang Xian anyway. Just as I was about to leave, my phone rang. Su Zhiwei, what did you go there for? Jiang Xian's voice came from the phone, and Su Zhiwei's body stiffened involuntarily. Nothing, just passing by. After Su Zhiwei finished speaking calmly, Jiang Xian had already come downstairs. The two looked at each other, and Jiang Xian subconsciously stepped forward. Mr. Zhang asked me to come over, saying that he wanted to check on Mr. Zhang's health. Su Zhiwei answered truthfully, and Jiang Xian lowered her raised hand, then smiled slightly. I see. But why didn't the Zhang family send you back? Jiang Xian was curious, but Su Zhiwei hesitated for a moment. Did you see Baiyu? Jiang Xian stubbed out her cigarette. The only person who could make Su Zhiwei look like this was that woman. I know you best. You're always like this in front of that woman. Jiang Xian shrugged, while Su Zhiwei simply sighed. We just bumped into each other unexpectedly. Have you calmed things down regarding the online issues? Su Zhiwei didn't want to talk about Baiyu, so he quickly changed the subject. Jiang Xin also saw through Su Zirwei's thoughts, and that's why she answered accordingly. It's all over now. It was all Xiao Mukin's doing. I never thought that the singer I liked so much would turn out like this. At this point, Jiang Xin rarely showed such a girlish side. It seems to be talking about something heartbreaking. Su Zirwei breathed a sigh of relief. After all, so much time has passed, and people change, let alone Xiao Mukin. It's been lukewarm all along, and when we finally got a chance, it still turned out like this. When Su Zirwei finished speaking, Jiang Xin smiled. I didn't realize you cared so much. Didn't you used to hate this song? Jiang Xin smiled, while Su Zirwei was taken aback. It depends on the person. Qing gave me the ticket, otherwise I wouldn't have gone there on my own initiative. Upon hearing Su Zirwei's words, Jiang Xion's smile vanished, replaced by a sense of helplessness. How did things go between you and Miss He? Miss He shouldn't be angry when you got home that night, right? Jiang Xion smiled, but noticed that Su Zirwei's expression was somewhat unnatural. Did you two have a fight? Jiang Xion's initially disappointed expression changed, and she now showed some anticipation. Su Zirwei shook his head. It wasn't an argument, we just stopped contacting each other for a while. However, after saying these words, Jiang Xion snorted coldly. Su Zirwei, you really don't understand women. You haven't understood them all these years. Jiang Xion cursed inwardly. If Su Zirwei were any smarter, he should be back at the villa by now. I really don't understand. Su Zirwei was unusually honest this time. If he had understood things back then, there wouldn't have been a divorce. Jiang Xion frowned, wanting to say something more, when Su Zirwei's phone rang. The ringing of the bell instantly shattered the relaxed atmosphere between the two. Is this Dr. Su? Mr. Gu has had an accident. Please come to the hospital as soon as possible. The nurse's anxious voice came through. Su Zirwei looked at Jiang Xion, not caring about anything else at that moment. Jiang Xion brought Su Zirwei to the hospital, where the Gu family was already waiting in the corridor. Upon seeing Su Zirwei appear, Madame Lin immediately stepped forward and raised her hand to strike him. Jiang Xion stepped forward and quickly stopped him. Madame Lin, right now, Mr. Gu is the most important person. Even if you have grievances, you shouldn't take them out on the doctor. Jiang Xion's face was cold, and even Madame Lin was intimidated, only able to let out a cold snort. Gu Shuyan stepped forward immediately. Dr. Su, thank you for your help. My grandfather suddenly became like this. Su Zirwei nodded and immediately went into the ward, where Dean Wu and others were waiting. Zirwei, something's not right. We have no choice but to perform the surgery sooner rather than later. Dean Wu spoke in a low voice, also worried that people outside would hear him. The surgery was originally kept secret from the Gu family, but now it has to be exposed. Old Master Gu had fainted, and the air was filled with a heavy scent of perfume. Let's go to the operating room first. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Dean Wu and the others immediately began to arrange manpower. As Gu Shuyan saw Su Zirwei come out, she disregarded her status as president and stepped forward to take Su Zirwei's hand. No matter what means are used, we must cure him. Su Zirwei nodded, but walked towards Jiang Xion. Don't feel burdened. I'll help you with this. The Gu family won't make things difficult for you. Jiang Xion nodded, but Su Zirwei spoke softly. Perfume. Upon hearing those two words, Jiang Xion subconsciously sniffed her hair. She hadn't worn perfume when she left the house. Just as she was about to ask, Su Zirwei had already gone to the operating room to prepare. It would be best if you could be cured, otherwise I'll make sure your hospital goes out of business. Mrs. Lin shouted, while Jiang Xion shook her head. However, he caught a faint scent of perfume next to Madame Lin. In an instant, Jiang Xion realized that Su Zirwei was giving her a hint, asking her to help find perfume. As Jiang Xion entered the ward, a strong scent of perfume wafted towards her, and she looked towards the door. Chapter 147 The Scent of Perfume. Su Zirwei deliberately brought up the perfume, clearly reminding Jiang Xion to investigate the smell in the house. After confirming these things, Jiang Xion immediately followed the Gu family. Mrs. Lin paced back and forth, muttering something to herself. Hearing this, Gu Shuyan only felt a headache coming on. If you think this place isn't chaotic enough, then you'd better go back now. Madame Lin pouted, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. I'm doing this for the old man. What if something happens to him? This hospital initially suggested conservative treatment, but now they're suddenly performing surgery. Isn't this just playing with our Gu family? Mrs. Lin complained, but there was a hint of panic in her eyes. Gu Shuyan sighed. You should get less involved in the old man's affairs in the future. After Gu Shuyan finished speaking, Madame Lin's eyes widened immediately. What do you mean? Did I make a mistake by coming to the hospital? Shuyan, I know my identity is special, but does that mean you look down on me like this? Mrs. Lin wept, looking utterly pitiful. Gu Shuyan remained silent, clearly not expecting her stepmother to cause trouble at this time. Mrs. Lin, this is a hospital, and there are so many people watching outside. Aren't you afraid of making tomorrow's headlines? Jiang Xian walked forward with a smile on her face. Seeing Madame Lin's appearance, he curled his lips slightly, revealing a mocking look. Madame Lin felt humiliated and ashamed. President Jiang, the person inside is our Gu family patriarch, who doesn't seem to have any connection with your Jiang family. It's so late. Do you need us to take you home? Madame Lin coughed and turned to look at Gu Shuyan. Shuyan, quickly take Miss Jiang home. It's not safe for a girl like her to wander around outside alone. As Madame Lin spoke, Jiang Xian observed silently from the side. Smelling the faint fragrance, Jiang Xian quickly stepped forward and took Madame Lin's arm. Mrs. Lin, I'm so sorry to have troubled you. You've been busy all night. Please get some rest. We young people are fine and can handle it. Jiang Xian pulled Madame Lin to sit down before continuing. No matter what, our two families are old friends. The Jiang family is worried about the old man's accident. Mrs. Lin, please don't worry. The hospital will do its best. As Jiang Xian spoke intimately, she wrinkled her nose slightly. The perfume in the ward smelled exactly the same as the one on Mrs. Lin. Jiang Xian just didn't understand what this meant. Jiang Xian's gaze unconsciously drifted towards the operating room, and a sense of worry began to creep into her heart. Half an hour has passed, and I still don't know how things are going with Su Zirwei. Inside the operating room, Su Zirwei calmly treated the wound, but at this moment, he was extremely uneasy. Grandpa Gu's health had not yet recovered, and now he hastily began surgery. This was 4 days earlier than planned. Dean Wu and others were also watching closely, fearing that Su Zirwei might cause a medical accident due to negligence. If it really happens, it would be an irreparable mistake. Not to mention the immense anger that would erupt within the Gu family waiting outside. These are things that hospitals cannot afford. Just as he was thinking this, Su Zirwei suddenly stopped, and Dean Wu and the others immediately came forward. Xiao Su, why did you stop? After Dean Wu finished speaking, Su Zirwei shook his head slightly. This action excited all the directors present, and even Dean Wu began to get anxious. It will take a little longer than expected. Thank you for your help, Dean. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Dean Wu still didn't understand, so Su Zirwei just nodded slightly. Begin the surgery. As the words fell, the surgery officially began, and at that moment, everyone's hearts began to ache with worry. Mrs. Lin stood alone in the corridor, a thoughtful look in her eyes. Whether Su Zirwei can make the surgery successful is something no one can be sure of. If it doesn't succeed, that's fine. But if it does succeed, then the old man will be the one making all the decisions in the Gu family from now on. Madame Lin dared not gamble. She had to make thorough preparations right now. Thinking of this, Madame Lin also knew she had to hurry. No, we must send foreign experts. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease. The doctors in this hospital are completely unreliable. Madame Lin suddenly stood up, which startled Gu Shuyan. That's enough. Don't push my limits. Grandpa's already in the operating room. Don't cause me any more trouble. Su Zirwei rebuked her angrily, while Madame Lin's face was filled with grievance after hearing this. Su Zirwei, how could you think of me like that? Didn't I do everything for you? I'm doing this for the sake of the entire Gu family. Do you want to watch the old man get into trouble? Mrs. Lin was not to be outdone. Jiang Xian sat quietly to the side, a hint of surprise in her eyes. I never expected that Madame Lin would have such thoughts. Mrs. Lin, please don't rush this. We need to take it one step at a time. The surgery has already started inside, and it's too late for you to send someone over now. As Jiang Xian spoke, Madame Lin felt unwilling, but she could only sit aside. Xin, what should we do? If something happens to the old man, how am I going to explain it to Gu Zhaoyan? Mrs. Lin shouted, her voice rising considerably. Gu Shuyan was already irritable, and now that he heard Madame Lin say this, he gritted his teeth even more. Take Madame away. She is not allowed to leave the villa for the next 2 days. As soon as she finished speaking, 2 security guards quickly stepped forward and took Mrs. Lin away. Upon seeing this, Madame Lin frowned. Gu Shuyan, I am your elder. How dare you treat me like this? Mrs. Lin said, but she had no other thoughts at the moment. However, Madame Lin was quickly dragged away. Seeing this, Jiang Xian felt somewhat embarrassed. Isn't this a bit unfair to Mrs. Lin? After all, Madame Lin was thinking of old Master Gu. Gu Shuyan only glanced at Jiang Xian. Are you feeling sorry for that woman? I would rather she leave here sooner. At least it would give Grandpa some peace and quiet. Gu Shuyan's coldness puzzled Jiang Xian. She didn't know much about Madame Lin, but one thing she was clear about was that the relationship between Gu Shuyan and Madame Lin was somewhat delicate. Do you believe Su Zirwei? Gu Shuyan suddenly spoke, and Jiang Xian was stunned, but quickly came to her senses. I believe him. He can cure me, and he can definitely cure Grandpa Gu. Jiang Xian's eyes held a determined look. Gu Shuyan remained silent, hoping in his heart. Hopefully everything will turn out, as Jiang Xian said. The surgery lasted until the next morning. Just as the sun rose, the lights outside the operating room finally dimmed. Jiang Xian and Gu Shuyan both had some bruises under their eyes. The two stood outside the corridor for a long time without saying a word. It was as if speaking would shatter the tranquility. Chapter 148, Blocking the News. The operating room door was pushed open, and Su Zirwei walked out looking exhausted. Dean Wu, who was standing next to him, sighed deeply. Now I understand what you mean by hard work. After Dean Wu came out, he complained. Jiang Xian stepped forward and grabbed Su Zirwei's arm. How is the situation now? Is Grandpa Gu all right? Jiang Xian's eyes showed anxiety. Su Zirwei nodded slightly upon hearing this, but he fainted the next second. Jiang Xian tensed up when she saw this. Ms. Jiang, don't worry. Dr. Su is just tired. He just needs a good night's sleep. Dean Wu, who was standing nearby, quickly offered an explanation. Meanwhile, many reporters were also waiting outside the hospital. This is a big deal. It might even cause a sensation in the entire business world. They all wanted to get first-hand information. Among this group of people was a face that Jiang Xian was extremely familiar with. Meng Qingze walked at the front, while Baiyu behind him was somewhat dissatisfied. Why should I listen to you? Who do you think you are? Baiyu's words were tinged with disdain. Since receiving the news last night, Zhang Lingling did not sit idly by. Instead, she immediately sent Meng Qingze to find out more information. After confirming that Jiang Xian was also in the hospital, she thought of using Baiyu. Now we're all in the same boat, like grasshoppers tied together. There's no distinction between you and me. If you want to take everything from Jiang Xian, you have to do as we say. Meng Qingze was not angry. Instead, he calmly reasoned with her. Baiyu rolled her eyes and cursed Meng Qingze in her mind. It's a wonder you still remember we're in the same boat. If Jiang Xian doesn't want to see me, do you think I'd just shamelessly stay there? Baiyu snorted coldly. Meng Qingze chuckled. You've been able to stay abroad for so long. Surely you have some skills at all. I've heard about your amazing feats abroad. Meng Qingze smiled faintly, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Baiyu's expression immediately changed upon hearing this. Stop trying to fool me. Get out of here. There are so many reporters here. I don't want to become their topic of conversation. Baiyu walked away quickly, head held high and chest out. Meng Qingze, keeping a watchful eye on things, glanced curiously at the reporters. How could these reporters have such good information? It's as if someone deliberately leaked it out. Who wants to see something happen to the old man of the Gu family? In the hospital, Jiang Xian stayed by the patient's bedside. Looking at Su Zirwei sleeping soundly, a smile appeared on her lips. Jiang Xian felt a surge of sweetness, realizing how long it had been since she had seen Su Zirwei like this. If you could stay this quiet forever, I could keep you close by my side. As Jiang Xian spoke cautiously, a knock suddenly came from outside the door. Ms. Jiang, someone is looking for you outside. They say it's your mother. The nurse at the front desk was a little nervous. The entire floor was now under security. No one is allowed to leak even a word of it. These nurses were naturally nervous as well. Mother, Jiang Xian frowned, not expecting Baiyu to appear at this time. Didn't President Gu say that no one is allowed to come in? Why don't you just kick her out? Jiang Xian was somewhat dissatisfied, but the nurse in front of her sighed helplessly. We just said that, but that lady refused to leave no matter what, and even cried and made a scene in our hospital. We're out of options too. Jiang Xian didn't want to see the nurse in a difficult position, so she got up and went to see Baiyu. Meng Qingze had already quietly left the hospital lobby. Baiyu stood there holding a bouquet of flowers, glancing around from time to time. Seeing Jiang Xian walking towards her, Baiyu immediately stepped forward. Xin, I just received this message this morning. Are you all right? Baiyu's face was full of urgency, but in Jiang Xian's eyes it seemed extremely hypocritical. What could possibly be wrong with me? What are you doing at the hospital? Jiang Xian had a cold face, but Baiyu sighed. Such a big thing happened to the Gu family. I should at least come and see. The Jiang family isn't just about you. You should rely on others as well. Baiyu tried to persuade her earnestly, but Jiang Xian shook her head, too exhausted to argue any further. Seeing Jiang Xian turn to leave, Baiyu didn't want to miss the opportunity and quickly stepped forward to grab her hand. How is Grandpa Gu? You must know the news since you stayed up all night at the hospital. Baiyu's eyes were filled with excitement. Jiang Xian sneered and pushed those hands away. Am I still your daughter in your eyes? The concern you can show now is nothing more than self-interest. After our trip abroad, You've become even less secretive. Jiang Xian tore apart Bai Yu's hypocritical facade, revealing it completely at this moment. Bai Yu's lips twitched. In the 8 years she had been away, she found herself not recognizing her daughter in front of her. It seems that everything has changed. Xin, I am your mother. You can't question me. Bai Yu, unwilling to give up, tries to use family ties to manipulate Jiang Xian. You stopped being one the moment you left. Jiang Xian's icy gaze stung Bai Yu. You'd better leave now, or I'll have the Gu family's bodyguards come over. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Bai Yu took a few steps back. Jiang Xian, you are my daughter, and you can never erase that fact. Bai Yu slammed the bouquet of flowers onto Jiang Xian's head and left the hospital without saying a word. Looking at the bouquet of flowers scattered on the ground, Jiang Xian gave a self-deprecating smile. Jiang Xian didn't need the belated family affection. Moreover, there was not a trace of emotion in Bai Yu's eyes. Upon seeing this, the nurse quickly stepped forward. Ms. Jiang, are you all right? We'll take care of cleaning up here. You can go back now. Jiang Xian nodded slightly, turned around, and left the hall. But Bai Yu didn't stop there. After leaving the hospital, she took the initiative to come to the reporter. I am the mother of the president of the Jiang Group, and I need the reporter's help. Bai Yu cried in front of the camera, which aroused the curiosity of those around her. These reporters were initially wondering how to get information, but the Gu family had completely surrounded the entire floor, making it impossible for them to get in. Just when these reporters were about to give up, Bai Yu appeared with new news. Although the Jiang Group is not as powerful as the Gu family, it is still big news. Ms. Bai, what is the situation at the hospital right now, and how can we help you? Ms. Bai, I heard that you just returned to China not long ago. Is your hasty return because something happened to the Jiang family? Reporters flocked to the scene, their questions increasingly pointed. This is exactly what Bai Yu wanted to see. Since Jiang Xian dared to treat her that way, she could also distort the truth in front of the media. In the crowd, Meng Qingze looked at Zhang Lingling beside him. Chapter 149, The Past of the Jiang Family. Are you just going to let her keep saying that? Everyone is watching this woman's performance now. Meng Qingze was somewhat confused. Are we just going to let this white jade continue to go mad? Zhang Lingling's lips curled up. This is exactly the result I want. The more Bai Yu makes a scene, the more the media will speculate about Jiang Xian, and all sorts of nasty things will come out. Don't you want to see Jiang Xian looking helpless? Zhang Lingling smiled. Seeing this, Meng Qingze felt a little scared. At that moment, he realized that he had provoked a madman. But it's no longer possible to back out. Jiang Xian had just returned to the ward when Su Zirwei's phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, Jiang Xian frowned slightly. With a cold snort in her heart, Jiang Xian answered the phone. An anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Brother Zirwei, I just saw the news report. Are you all right at the hospital? The Gu family didn't make things difficult for you, did they? He Yuqing's anxious voice came over, and Jiang Xian coughed slightly. Miss He, Su Zirwei has already gone to bed. If there's anything you need, I can pass on a message for you. The moment Jiang Xian's voice rang out, He Yuqing fell silent. He seemed to be thinking. Jiang Xian, where is Brother Zirwei? What did you do to him? He Yuqing was anxious, and her voice began to tremble. But the more this happened, the more pleased Jiang Xian became. I didn't do anything to him. Su Zirwei just slept with him. With me by his side, how could anything possibly happen to him? Jiang Xian smiled slightly and glanced at Su Zirwei, who was fast asleep. I don't think so. If Miss Jiang treats even her own mother so coldly, who knows how she will treat Su Zirwei? Jiang Xian frowned when He Yuqing mentioned Bai Yu. How do you know these things? This is my family matter, and Miss He doesn't need to worry about it. Just as Jiang Xian finished speaking, He Yuqing gave a soft snort. It's not just me who knows. Everyone watching the morning news right now knows. The Jiang family really surprises a nobody like me. He Yuqing deliberately turned up the TV volume. Jiang Xian also heard Bai Yu's sobbing voice in the background. Jiang Xian instinctively got up and looked out the window, feeling a chill run through her body. Bai Yu's appearance happened to fall into her eyes. Jiang Xian hung up the phone and was about to go downstairs to stop him when Su Zirwei on the bed suddenly opened his eyes. If you go, you'll be playing right into her hands. Hearing Su Zirwei's words, Jiang Xian calmed down. This woman is distorting the truth and confusing right and wrong in front of the media. If I don't go out and say something, who knows how the media will portray me? Jiang Xian held Su Zirwei's hand. Just get some sleep, and everything will be over when you wake up. Su Zirwei shook his head. It's not suitable for you to let Gu Shuyan handle this. Su Zirwei tried to persuade Jiang Xian. After hearing Su Zirwei's words, Jiang Xian fell silent. I can't go. This is a family matter, and the Gu family doesn't need to get involved. Jiang Xian bit her lip, but Su Zirwei sighed. Going out to explain will only make things worse, and may even lead to unfounded speculation from the media. On the contrary, it will make Baiyu even more advantageous. Su Zirwei calmly tried to persuade her, but Jiang Xian clenched her fists. I've already asked him for help once before, so this time I want to rely on myself. As Jiang Xian spoke, Su Zirwei frowned. Last time? You mean, Gu Shuyan helped you smooth over the online comments? Su Zirwei was somewhat surprised, but Jiang Xian's next words silenced him completely. I borrowed the opportunity you had to take care of old Master Gu, and asked him to do this. The Gu family is more familiar with this aspect. Despite Jiang Xian's tactful explanation, Su Zirwei still understood that Jiang Xian was using his name to threaten Gu Shuyan. Why didn't you discuss this with me? We're already divorced. What right do you have to make decisions for me? Su Zirwei looked at Jiang Xian with a cold expression. His words also carried a sense of resistance. Jiang Xian's pupils contracted, and she subconsciously reached out to grasp Su Zirwei's hand. Su Zirwei quickly shook him off, saying, "Please leave the ward. I don't want to see you." After saying these words, Su Zirwei closed his eyes. Jiang Xian lowered her eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly. Su Zirwei's words deeply saddened her. But she couldn't back down at this time. There were still raging floods and ferocious beasts outside. Then you should get some rest. I'll apologize after this is over. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, she left the ward, but Su Zirwei opened his eyes the moment he turned around. He didn't have high expectations for Jiang Xian's apology. If Jiang Xian were truly going to apologize, Su Zirwei would have heard it long ago, instead of being hurt by the current truth. Baiyu had finished explaining the situation and was about to leave when Jiang Xian appeared with a cold face. I really underestimated you. You can distort the truth in front of the media and even say such things. Where were you when you abandoned me 8 years ago? The Jiang family is nothing more than a stepping stone for you. Jiang Xian's words instantly aroused the curiosity of the surrounding reporters. Baiyu feigned a heartbroken expression. Xin, our divorce did hurt you, but you can't let me be trapped by that man's side forever. I also have the right to pursue happiness. Baiyu deliberately downplayed the important points. This was her way of telling everyone that she left the Jiang family in pursuit of happiness. She was forced into imprisoning by the Jiang family. What a fine pursuit of happiness. In pursuit of your so-called happiness, you abandoned me after my car accident and went out to enjoy yourself on your own. She also mocked the groom during my wedding and took away nearly half of my assets. Is this what you call pursuing happiness? Jiang Xian's words carried far more weight than Baiyu's understated remarks. Almost all the reporters stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were hearing. I never expected Baiyu to be so shameless back then. Some reporters also recalled the farce that occurred at the wedding banquet. There were even reports that day that Su Zirwei had gotten a good deal, which angered the Jiang family. I never expected there to be such a hidden story. If it's true, then this Baiyu is really something else. President Jiang, now that you're out, does that mean the situation with old Master Gu has improved? A reporter suddenly spoke up, instantly shifting the topic to the Gu family. This is also what Su Zirwei is worried about. The reason for having the Gu family step forward was to let them clarify things themselves. Now that Jiang Xian has stepped forward, she will draw all the attention away from the situation. Jiang Xian frowned, presenting an arrogant demeanor to the camera. I am unaware of this matter. Let's wait for the Gu family's announcement. Chapter 150, A New Backer. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Baiyu, who was standing to the side, had already run away. The thing she did back then simply cannot stand up to scrutiny. If this continues, she will be the one who ultimately loses out. At the same time, Uncle Jiang, who was watching TV, also fell silent, completely unexpected that Baiyu would do such a thing. It was at this moment that the phone suddenly rang. Second Uncle Jiang, you should have seen the news by now. How do you feel about the surprise I prepared for you? Meng Qing's voice came through, his words tinged with smugness. However, upon hearing this, Uncle Jiang's voice was tinged with excitement. What exactly do you want to do? Do you know that doing this will only ruin the reputation of the Jiang family, and what people outside will think of our Jiang family? Uncle Jiang questioned him angrily. However, Meng Qingze chuckled softly upon hearing this. Uncle Jiang, please don't get agitated. I'm calling you to discuss this properly. After Baiyu's outburst, there's been quite a bit of noise going around. Don't you know what to do at this point? Meng Qing's words were meant to provoke Uncle Jiang to take action against Jiang Xian. Tell Zhang Lingling to stop Baiyu from appearing in the media. After Uncle Jiang finished speaking, he hung up the phone. However, they all carried a sense of helplessness in their hearts. I never expected things to turn out this way. He had initially thought that Bai Yu might be able to create some miracles for him, but now it seems that Bai Yu is still the same as before. Left with no other choice, Uncle Jiang could only sigh. Upon hearing this, the butler standing nearby also had a thoughtful look in his eyes. Sir, should we do as he says now? Uncle Jiang shook his head slightly after hearing this. Don't rush. We haven't heard anything from the Gu family yet. We'll make a plan after we confirm the situation with the old man of the Gu family. Uncle Jiang also had to ensure his own safety, so that if something really happened, he could protect himself. Jiang Xin had already returned to the hospital and happened to see Gu Shuyan walking out. I've already made arrangements for the reporter, so I won't trouble Mr. Gu to make the trip himself. As soon as Jiang Xin finished speaking, Gu Shuyan shook his head slightly. You've only clarified things to the public. It doesn't mean everything's been resolved. These reporters didn't get the answers they wanted, and they'll still try every means to get in. After Gu Shuyan finished speaking, Jiang Xion's eyes also showed a hint of confusion. What does Mr. Gu mean? Does he perhaps want me to clarify things in person? Although the old master of the Gu family is out of danger now, no one can guarantee that there won't be any more problems later. Getting these reporters out of here is the most important thing right now. Jiang Xian shared her opinion, but Gu Shuyan shook her head helplessly after hearing it. You're more naive than I thought, Mr. Jiang. Do you really think these reporters are easy to deal with? When Gu Shuyan said that, Jiang Xian's eyes naturally showed a sense of entitlement. In her view, these reporters were not scary at all. He's just someone who'll do anything for news. Gu Shuyan could only sigh slightly after seeing Jiang Xian's thoughts. It seems your Jiang group hasn't encountered enough before. These reporters are far more terrifying than you imagine. We've encountered similar situations when we were abroad. Gu Shuyan sighed after saying this, recalling how this incident had caused quite a stir back then. In the end, they discovered that it was all because these reporters were pulling some dirty tricks. So you should never underestimate these reporters. After saying these words, Gu Shuyan quickly walked out. Jiang Xian watched that figure from behind and began to think. Could it be that she really was wrong? When Su Zirwei returned to the ward, he had already fallen into a deep sleep. Seeing this scene, Jiang Xian felt a sense of peace. But it was precisely because of this that Jiang Xian gradually developed a sense of lingering fear. She worried that she wouldn't be able to hold on to everything in front of her. At the same time, Bai Yu returned to the villa immediately. However, her eyes widened instantly when she saw the television report. Now everyone is cursing her and even telling her to get out of the Jiang family. Bai Yu felt a surge of anger. However, her anger did not last long, as the Gu family had already issued a statement. Grandpa Gu is fine and is now in the recovery period. Upon seeing this news, Bai Yu felt a surge of curiosity. Now that the old man has come back to life, the Gu family will definitely take some action. Bai Yu knew this was her chance, a chance to establish herself in the capital. Mrs. Lin also noticed this, but she was trapped in the villa and had no way to leave. After returning to China, she didn't bring any trustworthy people with her. Looking at the bodyguards outside the villa, Mrs. Lin gritted her teeth. Let me out right now, don't force me to take action. After Madame Lin finished speaking, the bodyguard at the door just sighed. Madam, we're just doing what General Manager Gu said, so please don't make things difficult for us little people. The bodyguard's words left Madame Lin standing there, furious but helpless. Just as Madame Lin was pondering, a figure suddenly appeared. Madame Lin, I heard you've returned. I haven't had time to come see you yet. Please don't blame me. Bai Yu walked over with a smile. The bodyguard's eyes also held curiosity. Who are you? This is a villa area, and the bodyguards naturally understood that the suddenly appearing lady was no ordinary person. But when they thought about what President Gu had told them, they also had to be careful. Bai Yu glanced at the two bodyguards in front of her. What kind of attitude is this? I am the mistress of the Jiang family. You two blind fools, get out of here right now. After saying this, Bai Yu glanced at Madame Lin in front of her again. Mrs. Lin, you made an appointment with me last night. Have you forgotten? After Bai Yu finished speaking, Madame Lin immediately nodded. Look at my memory. I completely forgot about the old man's accident. This is Madame Bai, whom I invited. Do you have any objections? When President Gu first said that I wasn't allowed to go out, he didn't say that others weren't allowed to come in. Upon hearing Mrs. Lin's words, the two bodyguards nodded in agreement. I'm so sorry, Mrs. Bai, but our CEO Gu gave us orders, and we had no choice but to do it. Bai Yu snorted coldly and followed Madame Lin into the villa. Chapter 151, Resolving Future Trouble. Bai Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief after entering the villa. Mrs. Lin, standing before them, also wore a puzzled expression. Why are you helping me? We don't seem to have any connection. Besides, your actions caused quite a stir in the city back then. Are you trying to curry favor with me now? Madam Lin quickly understood the woman's purpose. At the same time, he revealed a mocking look. If that's what you're thinking, then you should forget about it. Our Gu family will never accept someone like you. Just as Madam Lin finished speaking and was about to drive the woman away, Bai Yu suddenly smiled slightly. Mrs. Lin, there are some things you mustn't say so hastily. I've come here with a purpose this time. You should have heard about what happened to old Master Gu. Now that this has happened, I believe it's not what you wanted to see either. How about we make a deal? Bai Yu smiled slightly, which aroused Madam Lin's curiosity. Then tell me what makes you so confident, and why should I believe what you say? Madam Lin raised an eyebrow, her gaze filled with a chilling aura. What Bai Yu said were all private matters within the Gu family. Now that they had been exposed to her face like this, Madam Lin naturally had a lot of dissatisfaction. I've heard about the Gu family for a long time. At the time, it was just some rumors. Madam Lin must have hated Su Zirwei. After all, he has seen all the famous doctors abroad, but suddenly such a young man has appeared in China. I'm afraid the old man's health will have to hold on for another 10 years or so. I wonder if Madam Lin will be able to live to see that time. Bai Yu's ambiguous smile struck a chord with Madam Lin. The thing Madam Lin feared most has happened, but what exactly is Bai Yu's purpose in appearing this time? Madam Bai, I think you should just state your purpose directly. I don't want to beat around the bush with you. Madam Lin waved her hand, and Bai Yu immediately smiled upon hearing this. Since Madam Lin has asked this question, I will be direct. You should have seen the news today. It won't be long before the whole city is talking about me. I hope to cooperate with you. I think you can't leave the Gu family easily, and I can help you solve that problem. After Bai Yu said that, Madam Lin began to think about it seriously. Now that you mention it, I'm curious. Why do you think I would definitely protect you? Mrs. Lin's eyes were filled with confusion. At this moment, Bai Yu revealed a smile. Because of Jiang Xin. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Madam Lin found it laughable. Are you implying that Jiang Xin is dating our Gu Shuyan, and that you're planning to use this identity? Madam Lin chuckled softly, but Bai Yu spoke up at that moment. Mrs. Lin, we're not children anymore, so we naturally know about these business tricks. The person Jiang Xin truly loves is Su Zirwei, and as her mother, I am naturally well aware of that. As long as Su Zirwei gets into trouble, it won't matter much to Grandpa Gu. Bai Yu stated her conditions, and Madam Lin indeed considered them seriously. Since you've put it that way, I'm willing to give you that opportunity. But you have to make Su Zirwei disappear from this world. Madam Lin agreed to Bai Yu's suggestion, but on the condition that Su Zirwei, her biggest threat, be dealt with. If Su Zirwei gets into trouble, Grandpa Gu will definitely run into problems as well. That afternoon, Su Zirwei finally woke up slowly. Seeing everything before him, Su Zirwei felt somewhat confused. Where am I? Upon hearing the sound, Jiang Xin immediately went forward. Are you all right? You're in the hospital right now. Jiang Xin looked at Su Zirwei with a worried expression. Su Zirwei immediately snapped out of his daze after hearing these words. How is Grandpa Gu doing? Jiang Xin felt a little jealous when she heard that the first thing Su Zirwei did after opening his eyes was to ask about the Gu family. Old Master Gu is all right. He has already woken up. Shouldn't you ask about what happened this morning? Jiang Xin asked tentatively, but Su Zirwei only showed a puzzled look after hearing it. Immediately afterwards, he remembered what had happened that morning. Jiang Xin's gaze grew increasingly silent. So you've used me again. Why didn't you tell me? Su Zirwei simply couldn't understand why Jiang Xin was so stubborn. He was clearly using his identity, but as the person involved, he had no idea. Jiang Xin fell silent after hearing Su Zirwei's words. I just don't want you to get involved. After all, this isn't a good outcome for you. Jiang Xin recalled the rumors and looked at Su Zirwei with even more helplessness. Su Zirwei merely sneered after hearing Jiang Xin's excuse. I just hope that next time Ms. Jiang takes action, she will notify me, the person involved, in advance. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Jiang Xin immediately nodded. I promise that if something like this happens again, I will notify you immediately. After Jiang Xin finished speaking, Su Zirwei didn't reply, but just silently looked at his phone. The news has indeed disappeared from the internet, which is a good result for Su Zirwei. However, one piece of news surprised him. He didn't expect the Gu family to come out and clarify so early. Did Gu Shuyan help you? Su Zirwei looked over, his eyes also filled with suspicion. Jiang Xin shook her head slightly after hearing this. It's not really helping, since the Gu family will have to issue a statement sooner or later. I need your help with something. Upon hearing Jiang Xin's words, Su Zirwei's eyes filled with curiosity. Now that you've decided to ask me, it's probably not a good thing. Su Zirwei chuckled softly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xin clenched her fist slightly. I want to send Bai Yu abroad so that he will never be able to come back. Su Zirwei was somewhat confused after Jiang Xian finished speaking. Are you serious? During the 8 years they were together, Su Zirwei knew Jiang Xian's character very well. She also knew what Jiang Xian was thinking. After all, Baiyu was still her mother, someone she couldn't sever ties with. I have to do this. Her actions have exceeded my tolerance. I don't want to see the Jiang family fall into her hands. What happened during the day served as a warning to Jiang Xian. And you don't like her either. Jiang Xian looked at Su Zirwei with a hint of anticipation in her heart. She also needed Su Zirwei's consent to do this. Su Zirwei remained silent for a while. This is your own business, but it is indeed a tragedy that the Jiang family has such a person. Su Zirwei did not give a direct answer, but his words implied agreement. Jiang Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Chapter 152 Relations Ease. Su Zirwei agreed with Jiang Xian's idea. The presence of Baiyu here will always pose a threat to the Jiang family. Jiang Xian also had to make her own decision at this time. Thinking of this, Shue Zirwei took a deep breath. Is there anything I can do for you? Upon hearing Su Zirwei's words, Jiang Xian immediately shook her head. I don't need you to do anything. Just having your approval is enough for me. Jiang Xian smiled slightly, and Su Zirwei seemed a little dazed. He hadn't seen Jiang Xian smile like that in a long time. You look better when you smile. Shue Zirwei burst out laughing as soon as he said this, and Jiang Xian blushed. He quickly turned his head away. Now that you're all right, I'm ready to leave. Jiang Xian stood up and prepared to leave. I also need to go and see Grandpa Gu. I'm still a little worried about him. As soon as Shue Zirwei finished speaking, Jiang Xian also realized what was going on. I've investigated the perfume scent you mentioned last night. It should be on Mrs. Lin. Is there anything I don't know about this? Jiang Xian looked at Su Zirwei with a puzzled expression. This is just a guess. There are some bruises on old Master Gu's body. I suspect they are related to Madame Lin. When I entered the ward, I smelled a special fragrance. But there was a hint of meat in it, so I suspect that someone brought food to Grandpa Gu while I was away. Su Zirwei spoke his mind. He had specifically instructed Grandpa Gu to take good care of his health. He needed to eat a light diet, and this extra meal of meat made his health deteriorate. Upon hearing Shue Zirwei's words, Jiang Xian's eyes also showed a hint of surprise. Obviously, they didn't expect this outcome. If that's the case, what benefit would Mrs. Lin gain from doing this? Jiang Xian was puzzled. Once this matter was discovered, Madame Lin would probably not be able to maintain her position in the Gu family. Su Zirwei was also unaware of this, as it was a matter for the Gu family. I understand. I'll remind Gu Shuyan too. Jiang Xian suddenly remembered something, and an awkward expression appeared on her face. The relationship between me and Gu Shuyan is not what you imagine. It's just a collaboration between us. Jiang Xian explained, but Shue Zirwei just smiled. This is Miss Zhang's own business. There's no need to explain so much to me. When Shue Zirwei finished speaking, Jiang Xian's expression froze for a moment. I thought you had already forgiven me. Jiang Xian was somewhat embarrassed, but Su Zirwei only sighed slightly when he got to this point. We are both single now, and it is our right to be with whomever we want. I will not stop us. However, I also think that President Gu is a good choice. If you can really be with him, that would be great too. When Shue Zirwei finished speaking, Jiang Xian's eyes were already filled with coldness. Do you think I'm that kind of woman? Or do you think I'm not as good as their Gu family? Jiang Xian questioned him, and Shue Zirwei was only stunned when he heard this. That's not what I meant. I just think the two of you are a good match. Shue Zirwei looked helpless, and Jiang Xian was displeased to see him like this. If that's all you're thinking, then I advise you to give up as soon as possible. I don't need your pity. After saying this, Jiang Xian quickly turned and left. Su Zirwei simply watched that figure leave in silence, a bitter look appearing in his eyes. What does Jiang Xian mean by this expression? Isn't he the one who abandoned him back then? In Grandpa Gu's hospital room, Shue Zirwei carefully examined the wound. You're quite the surgeon, kid. No wonder Lao Wu recommended you so highly, but you've worked hard too. Grandpa Gu smiled. But what she meant was Su Zirwei's cold gaze. This moment also made old Master Gu feel somewhat dazed. Grandpa Gu, I should have explicitly forbidden you from eating meat before. And you've also been drinking. Shue Zirwei said all of this, and when old Master Gu heard this, his expression changed for a moment. He coughed violently, trying to hide the panic in his eyes, but Su Zirwei wasn't having any of it. Who sent it to you, and what happened to the bruises on your body? Su Zirwei voiced all his questions, and Grandpa Gu sighed helplessly upon hearing this. I'm all better now, so there's no need for us to dwell on this. Su Zirwei frowned upon hearing what Grandpa Gu said. Did Mrs. Lin threaten you? As soon as Su Zirwei finished speaking, old Master Gu immediately shook his head. It has nothing to do with that woman. It was all my own choice. Grandpa Gu spoke humbly, but Su Zirwei quickly understood the problem. If it has nothing to do with Mrs. Lin, then you wanted to do it yourself. But what is the point of all this? Su Zirwei couldn't understand why old Master Gu didn't know the situation of the people around him. She seemed to have noticed the curiosity in Su Zirwei's eyes. Grandpa Gu sighed deeply. There are some things you, as a doctor, don't need to know. You have done everything you were supposed to do. Grandpa Gu said this to persuade Su Zirwei that some things were not something he, as a doctor, could get involved in. I will be discharged from the hospital soon, and these things will not happen again then. After Grandpa Gu finished speaking, he prepared to send Su Zirwei away. But Shui Zirwei shook his head helplessly after hearing what Grandpa Gu said. If we hadn't discovered it in time last night, you might already be gone. Is this what you wanted to see? We performed a gastric lavage on you last night and found some irritating medication in your body. I also believe that this is not what you, sir, wanted to eat. Shui Zirwei handed a toxicology test report to Grandpa Gu. These drugs are used in very small amounts, but they can damage your internal organs immediately. But in general, it will heal on its own in a couple of days. However, if surgery is being prepared, these trace amounts of medication can turn into a highly toxic poison. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, he turned his gaze to old Master Gu. Now that things have come to this, I hope you can tell me the truth. Su Zirwei's gaze was serious. Grandpa Gu remained silent for a moment, then nodded. You guessed it, I asked that woman to bring me something. But I never expected her to drug me. I must have been blind. Grandpa Gu clenched his fist, then relaxed it the next second. Chapter 153, Getting Involved. He already knew about what was going on inside the Gu family. Everyone was waiting for him to get into trouble. I just didn't expect this woman to make a move at this time. Su Zirwei, are you interested in coming to our Gu family? I'll definitely offer you a higher price then. I guarantee you'll become the most respectable and renowned doctor. The reason why old Master Gu extended an olive branch was that he wanted Su Zirwei to become the Gu family's private doctor. Upon hearing Grandpa Gu's words, Su Zirwei's first reaction was to refuse. I'm sorry, Mr. Gu, I don't want to be anyone's private doctor. I'm quite satisfied with my current situation. Although Su Zirwei refused, he was still worried about old Master Gu. However, I will visit you regularly to check on your health, which is what the hospital should do. I will prescribe some medicine for you, but it's hardest to guard against a thief within your own household, no matter how much you guard against him. Old Master Gu needs to recover soon so he can get things in order to deal with the people around him. Shui Zirwei had already explained the matter very tactfully, but old Master Gu only nodded slightly. I've written all of these things down, and I'll prepare accordingly when the time comes. Grandpa Gu finally agreed. After returning to the company, Jiang Xian started to lose her temper, impatiently throwing the ornaments on the table by the door. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinjin immediately stepped forward. What's wrong with you? Are you still angry because of those bad media reports? Lu Jinjin smiled, but Jiang Xian snorted coldly at that moment. I don't care about those news stories at all. I'm just angry that Su Zirwei actually thinks I'm with Gu Shuyan for the sake of the Gu family's status. Jiang Xian felt indignant after she finished speaking. Lu Jinjin was taken aback when she heard this, and then she thought of the Gu family's situation. Dr. Su doesn't know the inside story, so there's nothing wrong with saying that, since he only saw the rumors online. Don't worry about it. Uncle's money has arrived, and we can start now. You should be happy. As soon as Lu Jinjin finished speaking, Jiang Xian just frowned. In that case, let's proceed according to our previous plan. But speaking of which, I'm a little curious. Where did second uncle get this money from? I even went to ask my grandma, and she had no idea that the Jiang family had so much money. Jiang Xian felt somewhat worried, while Lu Jinjin was also puzzled upon hearing this. In any case, the money has indeed gone into their company. Now we can start construction. Let's not think about this matter too much for now. Upon hearing Lu Jinjin's words, Jiang Xian nodded slightly. But Jiang Xian's next words soon made Lu Jinjin's eyes widen. Go and investigate by use recent movements for me. If anything seems amiss, let me know immediately. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Lu Jinjin fell silent. Are you trying to deal with Baiyu? Lu Jinjin quickly understood, but wasn't Baiyu right there in the villa? Jiang Xian simply smiled in response to Lu Jinjin's confusion. Do you think Baiyu would still want to stay in the villa after something like this has happened? I know this woman very well. She's the kind of person who will try to find a solution, especially in situations like this. After listening to Jiang Xian's words, Lu Jinjin also became curious. In that situation, where would she choose to go? This woman went to great lengths to come back, her only goal being to bleed me dry. How could she possibly leave so easily? But even so, no one would accept her. Lu Xinjin frowned. Now that such a scandal has been made, who would help her? Right after Lu Xinjin finished speaking, Jiang Xian took out today's report again. I have to thank Su Zirwei for this. If it weren't for him, I really wouldn't have thought of this. We're not the only ones who had an accident today. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Lu Xinjin also came to her senses in an instant. You're not thinking of that Mrs. Lin, are you? As soon as Lu Xinjin finished speaking, Jiang Xian nodded. That woman is now locked up by the Gu family, so naturally, she wants to get information from the outside world. Bai Yu is a smart woman and knows how to make use of resources in this situation. Jiang Xian analyzed everything, and Lu Xinjin immediately went to make preparations upon arrival. After the office quieted down, Jiang Xian finally sighed. However, she always felt uneasy. It was as if something was about to happen. Su Zirwei waited until it was time to leave work. When I left the hospital, it was already night. There was another figure waiting under the streetlight. Su Zirwei was somewhat surprised to see He Yuqing. Qingqing, what brings you here? You didn't even send me a message to let me know. Su Zirwei asked curiously, but He Yuqing shook her head. Brother Zirwei, I've come here to bring you something. After I got back, I thought about it carefully, and I realized that I had indeed become too dependent on you, but I still couldn't get into your heart. He Yuqing smiled slightly and returned the small pendant to Su Zirwei. This was bought for me when we went shopping before, but it seems I don't need it anymore. He Yuqing took a step back as soon as she finished speaking. Su Zirwei held the pendant in his hand, momentarily at a loss for words. But considering what has happened recently, Su Zirwei also believes that it is the right thing for He Yuqing to do is to stay away from him. Even if he doesn't want to get involved in the Gu family's troubles, the Gu family will probably come looking for him. Seeing that Su Zirwei had not made a move, He Yuqing understood. Just as I was about to wave to leave, a van suddenly stopped behind me. Su Zirwei vaguely sensed a hint of danger. Qingqing, get out of there quickly. Su Zirwei ran forward quickly, and two men got out of the van. Without saying a word, the two prepared to arrest He Yuqing. Seeing this, Su Zirwei threw a punch. He Yuqing was pushed to the ground. Brother Zirwei. He Yuqing shouted, but Su Zirwei's hands and feet were grabbed. An iron rod struck him from behind, and he fainted the next second. Seeing this, He Yuqing was about to take out her phone when a pair of hands knocked it away. Take this woman with you. After the man finished speaking, He Yuqing was dragged into the van. Looking at Su Zirwei, who had already fainted, He Yuqing felt worried. Brother Zirwei, how are you feeling? Can you hear me? He Yuqing asked in a low voice, but suddenly felt a wet and warm touch on her shoulder. When I came to my senses, a bloody smell reached my nose. Brother Zirwei. He Yuqing looked at the man driving with a nervous expression. Stop the car quickly. Something has happened to Zirwei. Chapter 154 Kidnapped. But He Yuqing's words did not stop the man in front of her. The next second, she was also covered with a piece of tape. Inside an abandoned hospital, He Yuqing slowly woke up, looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, and the tension in her mind reached its peak. A faint sound suddenly came from beside her, and He Yuqing came back to her senses. Brother Zirwei, wake up. Are you all right? He Yuqing remembered the bloody smell she had just caught. A faint breathing sound came from Shue Zirwei. He Yuqing wanted to go up, but found that her arms were already tied. Shue Zirwei coughed, and his consciousness gradually returned. Opening his eyes, he saw He Yuqing, who was bound. Where are we? Su Zirwei asked curiously, but He Yuqing sighed after hearing this. I don't know either. It's pitch black here, and it looks like a building that has been abandoned for a long time. Brother Zirwei, you were bleeding just now. He Yuqing began to worry. She shook her head slightly and felt a heaviness on the back of her head. There should be some bruising. These people really went all out. However, as soon as those words were spoken, a piercing shriek came from the loudspeaker on the wall. He Yuqing closed her eyes, and Su Zirwei, who was standing next to her, also became confused. Who sent you? This has nothing to do with He Yuqing. Let her leave immediately. Su Zirwei glanced worriedly at He Yuqing beside him. Upon hearing these words, He Yuqing looked puzzled. Brother Zirwei, what exactly happened? Do you know why these people came here? He Yuqing looked curious, but Su Zirwei didn't rush to answer. Instead, he waited for the voice from the loudspeaker. About 10 minutes later, a woman's voice finally came through. Su Zirwei, we really did come here just for you, and the woman next to you was indeed implicated because of you. She saw what we did. Do you really think we'll let her get away with this? As soon as the woman finished speaking, Su Zirwei frowned slightly. You are Bai Yu. Su Zirwei recognized the voice. He would never forget every word Bai Yu had said before. The woman in the loudspeaker was clearly also somewhat surprised. It seems you remember my words very well. You can still tell even in this situation. Bai Yu let out a mocking laugh. Originally, I still wanted to let the woman beside you go, but now that you've recognized me, There's no way I'll let the two of you leave. Don't worry, no one will notice this place. Without water and food, you won't survive for long either. After Bai finished speaking, the surroundings fell completely silent. He Yuqing sighed deeply. I'm so sorry to have dragged you into this. I never expected Bai to actually attack me. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, He Yuqing looked puzzled. Is this Bai President Zhang's mother? But why would she attack you? He Yuqing didn't understand what had happened. They were already divorced, so why would Bai do such a thing? What she did was illegal. He Yuqing spoke angrily, while Su Zirwei sighed. It's most likely because of the Gu family, otherwise Bai wouldn't have made such an impulsive move. Su Zirwei now understood that there was only one reason why Bai would do this. Why is this related to the Gu family again? Could it be that Bai knew he couldn't make it on his own, so he went to rely on the Gu family again? But you saved the life of the Gu family patriarch. The Gu family should be thanking you. As soon as He Yuqing finished speaking, a possibility came to mind. At the same time, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. Let's think about how to get out of here. Su Zirwei promptly interrupted He Yuqing's speculation. Right now, their priority is to get out of here. He Yuqing nodded slightly, but looked at everything in front of her and felt somewhat at a loss. Now they are trapped in this unknown place, with no windows on the walls and nowhere to go. Su Zirwei looked at the pitch blackness and quickly groped for his pockets. Then he pulled out a lighter. A faint light appeared at that moment. But this is ultimately a problem that cannot be solved. Feeling along the walls, Su Zirwei began to wander around the room. There were some cabinets piled up against the wall, mostly filled with useless documents. However, Shue Zirwei still guessed the location of the document based on its contents. This is Sacred Heart Hospital. We should be in the suburbs now. As soon as Su Zirwei finished speaking, he found an open space and set the folder in his hand on fire. At that moment, flames ignited, illuminating the surrounding open space. With the help of the firelight, He Yuqing could see clearly that they were now in an abandoned archive room. These documents are some of the medical records from Sacred Heart Hospital at that time. Very few people come to this place. Su Zirwei gave a wry smile. If this continues, they'll get into trouble sooner or later. Using a lighter, Su Zirwei also burned the rope binding He Yuqing's hands. Su Zirwei suddenly felt dizzy and shook his head slightly. He also needs to treat the injury on the back of his head as soon as possible. Brother Zirwei, this door seems to be able to be opened. Upon hearing this, He Yuqing immediately began banging on the doorknob. The door hadn't been repaired in a long time, and He Yuqing's ramming of it actually created a gap. Su Zirwei also joined in. After nearly 10 minutes, the wooden door was finally forced open. The fire inside the house had long since gone out. Upon reaching the corridor, He Yuqing and Su Zirwei both sighed simultaneously. The surroundings were still completely dark, and Su Zirwei could tell that this should be the first basement level. Let's find the stairs first. Leaning against the wall, the two began to slowly grope their way by the faint light of the fire. Meanwhile, within the Zhang group, Lu Jinjin also rushed over with the latest news. Our men just discovered some new information. Bai left the villa a few hours ago. And they also hired some people. Jiang Xian frowned after Lu Jinjin finished speaking. Why did she gather so many people? As soon as Jiang Xian finished speaking, Lu Jinjin gave him a mocking look. I suspect she went to deal with Su Zirwei. I also went to the hospital to see him. Shue Zirwei waited until the end of his workday before leaving, but he didn't go home. I also checked the surrounding surveillance footage. It seems they were taken away. After Lu Jinjin finished speaking, Jiang Xian stood up immediately. Why didn't you tell me about something so important sooner? Where are they now? Jiang Xian became anxious, while Lu Jinjin shook her head slightly after hearing this. We don't know either. It's as if Bai has vanished. Chapter 155 Isolated and Helpless. In the pitch-black corridor, Su Zirwei's breathing grew heavier and heavier. Under such intense circumstances, Su Zirwei also needed to take good care of He Yuqing, who was by his side. When they reached the stairwell, Su Zirwei stopped He Yuqing, who was about to go forward. Don't rush. Be careful, they might have an ambush up there. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, He Yuqing's eyes also showed worry. Upon hearing this, He Yuqing immediately stopped in her tracks. Brother Zirwei, what should we do next? We can't stay here forever, or something bad will happen. As soon as He Yuqing finished speaking, Su Zirwei simply shook his head slightly. Don't worry, I'll go up and take a look. As soon as Su Zirwei finished speaking, He Yuqing immediately shook her head. Brother Zirwei, this is too dangerous for you. Your body is already injured. What will you do if you run into those people if you go up there? He Yuqing spoke nervously, but Su Zirwei shook his head upon hearing this. Right now, only I can do this. If you hear my voice, you must find a place to hide and make sure they don't catch you. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, he immediately began to feel his way upstairs. Upon witnessing this scene, He Yuqing became nervous. Su Zhiwei took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. His movements became lighter and lighter, and Su Zhiwei had to control himself to avoid fainting at this moment. Once they reached the first floor, Su Zhiwei gradually calmed down. After seeing the surrounding situation, Su Zhiwei finally calmed down. At least from the current situation, it seems that there is no one upstairs. Thinking of this, Su Zhiwei looked on curiously. Just as he had thought, this was Sacred Heart Hospital. Having confirmed this, Su Zhiwei turned his attention to the doorway. All exits have been blocked. The only possibility is to break through from the front. Thinking of all this, Su Zhiwei quickened his pace. Just then, a sound came from outside the door. Su Zhiwei immediately stopped in his tracks. Just then, he thought of this. Taking a deep breath, Su Zhiwei dared not move rashly, for fear of making a sound that would be heard by the people outside the door. Voices could be heard coming from outside. Do you think this is okay? I've heard that this place is very eerie, even haunted. I think we should leave as soon as possible. As the two discussed, Su Zhiwei fell silent. Just as he was about to go back and tell He Yuqing about the current situation, a pair of hands suddenly reached out from behind him. Su Zhiwei was about to speak when He Yuqing immediately stepped forward to restrain him and made a shushing gesture. The unease in my heart vanished in an instant. Blink when you calm down, He Yuqing asked in a low voice, and upon hearing this, Su Zhiwei immediately blinked. Coming to his senses, Su Zhiwei simply looked around and then searched for the medical room. Now that he is injured, Su Zhiwei needs simple bandaging. This is a hospital, so there should be some bandages available. Thinking of all this, Su Zhiwei quickened his pace. Upon seeing this, He Yuqing immediately followed. Brother Zhiwei, every window here is sealed shut. We're afraid we won't be able to get out. He Yuqing was somewhat worried, but Su Zhiwei in front of her did not answer. Instead, he was rummaging through drawers and cabinets looking for something. He Yuqing was still curious when she saw Su Zhiwei take out a roll of bandages. At that moment, He Yuqing realized that she had forgotten that her brother Zhiwei was still injured. Su Zhiwei simply smiled slightly after seeing He Yuqing's expression. You don't need to be so nervous. It's just a minor problem. I'm a doctor. Even after Su Zhiwei finished speaking, He Yuqing's eyes still held a trace of worry. Su Zhiwei took a deep breath and quickly bandaged the wound. Seeing this, He Yuqing became even more nervous. Brother Zhiwei, how about we look for some equipment that can communicate with the outside world? He Yuqing had just finished speaking when Su Zhiwei in front of her fell silent for a moment. The Sacred Heart Hospital has outdated equipment, and it has been abandoned for 10 years. The electricity supply is also aging. Just as he finished speaking, Su Zhiwei suddenly shook his head. No, I remember now. The textbook mentioned that Sacred Heart Hospital has a transmission facility from the last century. Perhaps we can use that. After Su Zhiwei finished speaking, He Yuqing also became curious. Can such outdated communication facilities still be used? Even if they can, who can we contact? He Yuqing expressed her confusion. Su Zhiwei smiled upon hearing this. I may not know about other places, but there is one person who will definitely receive the message. Su Zhiwei spoke with great conviction, and He Yuqing frowned. Although she was curious, she could only follow him to see what was going on. They searched upstairs and finally found the transmission equipment on the 4th floor. Su Zhiwei began to examine it. Fortunately, he had learned some simple usage methods beforehand. Fortunately, these are all batteries for personal use, so I feel at ease. With these thoughts in mind, Su Zhiwei began to take action. He Yuqing could only go to the door to keep watch, feeling somewhat flustered. Can Brother Zhiwei really do it? Meanwhile, within the Jiang group, Lu Xinjin had already mobilized all resources, but there was still no news. Su Zhiwei will be fine, don't worry. Lu Xinjin looked at Jiang Xian in front of her, her face full of worry. But after hearing these words, Jiang Xian sighed deeply. It can't be a kidnapping, so it can only be an enemy. Jiang Xian stood up and quickly understood everything in her heart. Only the Gu family could have done these things. Lu Xinjin frowned upon hearing this. If it really is someone from the Gu family, then we'll probably need Gu Xian's help with this. After saying these words, Lu Xinjin began to look at Jiang Xian cautiously. However, upon hearing this, Jiang Xian simply clenched her fists. If we really let Gu Xian get involved, I'm afraid there will be problems. After saying these words, Jiang Xian fell silent. Lu Xinjin was stunned. Although she didn't know much about the Gu family, she was certain of one thing. If it was really someone from the Gu family who made the move, even Gu Xian wouldn't be able to say anything. Thinking of this, Lu Xinjin also showed a dissatisfied expression. Are we just supposed to wait here? Even if those messages do come, it'll probably be dawn by then. Lu Xinjin gradually became anxious. However, Jiang Xian's eyes also showed a hint of curiosity after hearing this. I'm not even in a hurry yet. Why are you getting impatient first? Jiang Xian looked over, and Lu Jinjin was taken aback. That's Su Zirwei. Besides, if you're right, and it really is someone from the Gu family, they'll definitely try to take action against Dr. Su. We won't have time to react then. Chapter 156 Transmission Machine. Just as she finished speaking, Lu Jinjin looked at Jiang Xian and felt incredulous. If it were before, Jiang Xian would have already started to worry. But Jiang Xian is so calm now, it's almost frightening. However, Jiang Xian simply shook her head slightly after hearing this. If it really is a member of the Gu family, then I am the one who should be least worried. She wouldn't dare to act openly, so she can only resort to some underhanded means. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Lu Jinjin gradually calmed down. Where will you keep people locked up? Lu Jinjin began to feel confused, and Jiang Xian also fell silent. This was precisely what puzzled her. Bai had vanished without a trace, and there was no clue whatsoever. But it was precisely for this reason that Jiang Xian began to ponder. Just as she was thinking this, Lu Jinjin suddenly covered Jiang Xian's mouth. Jiang Xian frowned, about to say something, when she saw Lu Jinjin pointing to her ear. The next second, a voice came into Jiang Xian's ears, which made her stunned. Lu Jinjin, who was standing next to her, immediately stood up and spoke up. Did you hear that? Where did that sound come from? After Lu Jinjin finished speaking, Jiang Xian also looked puzzled. Why did that voice sound so familiar? It seems to have come from the conference room. After Lu Jinjin finished speaking, the two of them quickly went to the conference room. The transmitter suddenly lit up, and the printer started operating a second later. Upon seeing this, Lu Jinjin and Jiang Xian screamed simultaneously, even thinking it was a ghost. How could something like this happen so late at night? Just after Lu Jinjin finished speaking, Jiang Xian noticed a piece of paper appear. Jiang Xian quickly stepped forward and took the paper down. She saw the words Sacred Heart Hospital on the paper. What's going on? Why is this piece of paper here? Jiang Xian looked at Lu Jinjin curiously, and Lu Jinjin immediately realized that it might have been sent by Su Zirwei after hearing this. It must be Su Zirwei. He must have passed on the message to us. Lu Jinjin was excited and then began to investigate Sacred Heart Hospital online. Jiang Xian was puzzled. This hospital seemed vaguely familiar. In an instant, Su Zirwei's voice appeared in my mind. Today I learned about the Sacred Heart Hospital in the suburbs, and that it has the earliest transmission machine. I even taught myself about it. In her memory, Su Zirwei's excited face appeared, and it was precisely because of this that Jiang Xian was familiar with the voice of the transmitter. Found it. It's in the suburbs. It was abandoned 10 years ago. It's definitely a good place for Tibetans. As Lu Jinjin spoke, Jiang Xian picked up her coat and prepared to rush over. Lu Jinjin did not stop her, but quickly followed behind. At the same time, Su Zirwei looked at the short-circuited equipment and felt only deep helplessness. I thought I could send out the whole message in one go. I'm afraid there's no way out. I don't know if they'll even see the message. Maybe we'll be saved tomorrow. Su Zirwei glanced at He Yuqing, feeling guilty as well. However, He Yuqing didn't care much and just looked at Su Zirwei with curiosity. Brother Zirwei, who are the them you're talking about? He Yuqing looked at him tentatively, but after hearing these words, Su Zirwei's expression once again became indifferent. In the darkness, He Yuqing couldn't see clearly, but the fact that Su Zirwei hadn't spoken yet was enough to confirm who this savior was. It should be the early hours of the morning now, and there's still some time before dawn. I hope Miss Jiang can really come and save us. He Yuqing gave a bitter smile, but Su Zirwei nodded after hearing this. Even if Jiang Xian can't see it, Lu Jinjin definitely can. After saying these words, the two fell silent. At this moment, Su Zirwei leaned against the wall, his body finally unable to withstand the immense pressure, and broke out in a cold sweat. I'm so sorry to have dragged you into this. If I hadn't gotten involved in the Gu family's affairs, we might not have ended up like this. Su Zirwei simply sighed, but Jiang Xian showed dissatisfaction upon hearing this. Brother Zirwei, don't think like that. If I hadn't been so willful and gone to find you, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Besides, as you can see, we're all fine right now. He Yuqing tried to persuade him, but Su Zirwei kept his head down after hearing this. At the same time, a sudden sound came, and Su Zirwei and Jiang Xian widened their eyes at the same time, almost unable to believe their ears. The two held their breath, not daring to utter another word. Huddled behind the machine, he began to ponder how to break the deadlock. But when I came to my senses, I realized it was a mouse in the corner. Su Zirwei and He Yuqing both fell silent, then let out a bitter laugh. This place is really scary. If we could turn it into an escape room, it would definitely attract a lot of people. He Yuqing, being rather oblivious, wasn't particularly worried at the moment. You really aren't afraid at all? What if those people outside rush in? Aren't you afraid something will happen? As soon as Su Zirwei finished speaking, He Yuqing chuckled. There's nothing to worry about. You're still here for me. Besides, didn't you already inform General Manager Jiang? We'll be rescued soon. After He Yuqing said that, Su Zirwei calmed down and thought about it carefully, and it was indeed true. In that case, we don't need to worry anymore. Su Zirwei was persuaded and gradually relaxed. At that moment, the two thugs waiting outside the door suddenly received a call from Baiyu. What are you two doing? Quickly move Su Zirwei to another place. Sacred Heart Hospital has attracted attention. Baiyu spoke anxiously on the phone, and the two guards were stunned. They obviously did not expect that the matter had been discovered. At this moment, they could only get up and prepare to take Su Zirwei away. Don't worry, we're professionals in this line of work, so you can rest assured. However, after he finished speaking, the two fell silent, staring at what was happening in front of them in disbelief. Where did they go? One of them spoke up instinctively, and Baiyu on the other end of the phone heard it, her voice trembling with excitement. Gone. You weren't guarding the entrance. How could they have disappeared? They must be hiding inside the hospital. I'll send someone to help you right away. Once you find them, bring them to me immediately. Baiyu hung up the phone after speaking. Inside the hotel, Baiyu angrily smashed her phone onto the bed, but quickly calmed down. Now is not the time to be angry. Baiyu must be moved. This matter has been exposed, and Jiang Xian will not let her off the hook. Thinking of all this, Baiyu immediately started checking flight tickets. For now, we can only go out and deal with the rest later. Chapter 157 Rescue. Baiyu didn't expect that this action would attract the attention of those spies. Lu Jinjin and Jiang Xian were on their way to the suburbs when a message came through their phones. We've got news about Baiyu. It seems he's planning to flee abroad. After Lu Jinjin finished speaking, Jiang Xian sneered. Have someone wait at the airport first. After doing all this, Baiyu wants to run away? You really underestimated me. Jiang Xian hadn't originally planned to act so quickly, but now that Baiyu had gone this far, she had to act swiftly and decisively. Lu Jinjin breathed a sigh of relief. She had finally heard Jiang Xian's words, and now she had to act quickly. Inside Sacred Heart Hospital, Su Zirwei and He Yuqing also heard the sounds coming from the stairwell and froze in place. It looks like something still happened. These people must have realized we're missing. This place will be discovered sooner or later anyway. I'll go and distract them. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, he prepared to stand up. Upon hearing this, He Yuqing immediately shook her head. Brother Zirwei, don't go. Let's find a place to hide first. When I came here, I saw the archives room. There are quite a few cabinets inside. Upon hearing He Yuqing's words, Su Zirwei immediately nodded. The two then took action. They sneaked into the archives room and separated to hide. Meanwhile, the two thugs searching for Su Zirwei also arrived on the 4th floor. After searching around, the two were also confused, only feeling curious. That's really strange. Could it be that they really did escape? One of them was confused, while his accomplice, who overheard this, simply shook his head. We've sealed off all the entrances and exits, and the two of us are guarding the main gate. There's only one possibility. They're hiding on the 4th floor. If we search carefully, we're sure to find them. The two began their operation once again, arriving at the archives room. Su Zirwei heard the door open and became excited. He hadn't expected that these people would find him after all. Su Zirwei glanced worriedly at the cabinet beside him, took a deep breath, and knew that he would be discovered sooner or later if he stayed here. After Baiyu discovers they've left, she'll definitely send more people to search for them. At that time, neither he nor He Yuqing will be able to escape. Search them one by one. I refuse to believe they'll run away. As one of them was speaking, Su Zirwei immediately went outside. The two people were stunned when they saw this. You've finally come out. Why didn't you keep hiding? The two men chuckled coldly, but upon hearing this, Su Zirwei simply smiled slightly. There's no need to leave. I can't escape anyway, and you'll find me sooner or later. I bet Baiyu sent you to move me away, didn't she? After Su Zirwei finished speaking, the two people in front of him seemed somewhat surprised. I didn't expect you to know. In that case, it's simple. Come with us quickly. I don't want this matter to cause any discord. One of them stepped forward, and Su Zirwei simply nodded before following suit. Let's go. However, the thugs on the side suddenly came to their senses and looked at Su Zirwei with curiosity. Where's the woman next to you? She's gone. Su Zirwei was somewhat worried as soon as the thug finished speaking. Baiyu probably only meant to move me away. You don't need to care about the others. Moving two people is a burden for you anyway. You're worried about taking so many people with you, aren't you? After Su Zirwei finished speaking, the two thugs also began to think seriously. Since the matter has already been discovered, it doesn't matter even if the woman escapes. Anyway, I'm only talking about you. If you behave, it'll be better for all of us. As the two talked, Su Zirwei didn't refute anything, but simply followed silently behind them. As for He Yuqing, who was in the cabinet behind him, she could only clench her hands tightly and dared not make any move. She knew that all of this was done by her brother Zirwei to save her. After Su Zirwei left, everything fell silent. He Yuqing wept silently. Su Zirwei had already arrived at the door, feeling puzzled. You're just going to take me away like this? Didn't Bai Yu say where she was going? Su Zirwei was curious, while the two people beside him fell silent, as there was indeed no news about this matter. Just then, the sound of a car came from inside. The two of them immediately pulled Su Zirwei into the hospital. The van stopped at the door, and 6 thugs got out. After witnessing this scene, everyone in the hospital breathed a sigh of relief. Kid, you don't need to ask where we're going. Just follow them. After the two finished speaking, Su Zirwei was also taken into the van. Just after the thugs left, Jiang Xian arrived. After seeing the hospital doors that had already been opened, Jiang Xian and Lu Jinjin both fell silent. A bad thought lingered in their minds. Thinking of all this, Jiang Xian quickened her pace, but she had only just reached the hospital lobby. Suddenly, footsteps came from upstairs. He Yuqing and Jiang Xian locked eyes, and He Yuqing immediately stepped forward. Quickly go save Brother Zirwei. Something has happened. He Yuqing spoke anxiously, and upon hearing this, Jiang Xian immediately glanced at Lu Jinjin beside her. Lu Jinjin immediately contacted her informant. As soon as Bai Yu stepped out the door, he was immediately arrested. Jiang Xian then started pursuing someone with He Yuqing. Brother Zirwei has probably been taken away, but he has a head injury. I'm worried that these people will hurt him. After saying these words, Jiang Xian unconsciously clenched her fist. Seal off all the roads immediately. I'm going to catch them. Jiang Xian spoke angrily, while Lu Jinjin could only make a phone call. At this moment, Su Zirwei looked at the thugs beside him and pondered how to save himself. What exactly does Bai Yu want? How much money did she give you? Why are you risking your lives for her? After these words were spoken, the people around remained silent and did not intend to reply. Su Zirwei also fell silent. If they didn't communicate, they really wouldn't be able to find the loophole. Just as I was thinking this, another phone call came in. Boss, we are currently transferring Su Zirwei. The thug in the passenger seat was speaking, but upon hearing this, the woman on the phone became somewhat exasperated. What time is it? You don't need to come back. All the roads are blocked. You'll be caught as soon as you show up. Take care of that man first, and then I'll let you go abroad, and I guarantee nothing will happen. The woman's words on the phone made Su Zirwei tremble all over. However, he recognized the voice. It was Madame Lin. This Madame Lin is truly ruthless. It seems Bai Yu is nothing more than a pawn in her game. The van stopped, and everyone inside fell silent. Su Zirwei sensed danger. Before I could even react, I was dragged off the car and thrown heavily to the ground. You heard it too. We have no other choice now but to sacrifice you. As they spoke, the people around them began looking for suitable weapons. Seeing these people's actions, Su Zirwei also felt a glimmer of hope. Now is the perfect opportunity to escape. After saying this, Su Zirwei staggered to his feet and immediately ran behind him. He wanted to leave, and he would seize any chance that might exist. Several hands quickly knocked Su Zirwei to the ground from behind. Chapter 158, Rescuing Su Zirwei. I didn't expect a doctor like you to have some strength. I really underestimated you. After the thug finished speaking, he grabbed Su Zirwei and pulled him up. We originally planned to just bury you in a hole, but now we can't let you go. After saying that, the man started dragging Su Zirwei along. It was at that very moment that Su Zirwei heard the sound of a car nearby, and his eyes widened instantly. The next second, at the end of the dark road, the high beams came on. Upon seeing this, Su Zirwei's eyes widened. Who has arrived? All sorts of thoughts were clamoring in my mind at that moment. Su Zirwei struggled desperately, and the thugs behind him also realized the panic. Why would anyone come to this desolate place? They must have sent us help. Otherwise, who would come? After he finished speaking, everyone around him nodded in agreement. However, these people quickly fell silent. There were 3 more cars behind Jiang Xian. At this moment, the thugs also began to panic, and more than that, they were confused, seemingly wondering what exactly had happened. After Jiang Xian stopped the car, she immediately looked at Su Zirwei. Su Zirwei, are you alright? Jiang Xian spoke excitedly, and behind her, He Yuqing also hurriedly came down. Brother Zirwei, are you alright? He Yuqing asked anxiously. Su Zirwei simply smiled slightly, and the thugs behind him began to retreat. Get these people under control. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, she immediately went to Su Zirwei. Looking at Su Zirwei's appearance, Jiang Xian's eyes were chillingly cold. Brother Zirwei, how could you be so foolish? If something happens to you, I will never forgive myself for the rest of my life. He Yuqing rushed up at this moment, her eyes filled with tears. Su Zhiwei simply shook his head. I'm just a little tired and need to rest now. After he finished speaking, Su Zhiwei closed his eyes. Jiang Xian felt somewhat dissatisfied upon seeing this scene. Knowing he's injured, why don't you take him to the hospital quickly? Jiang Xian suppressed her dissatisfaction and quickly stepped forward to help Su Zhiwei up. Seeing this, He Yuqing also stopped crying and helped from the side. Su Zhiwei didn't know how long he had slept. When he woke up, it was dark all around him. A sharp pain shot through the back of his head, and Su Zhiwei could only close his eyes again. In the darkness, Su Zhiwei seemed to hear Jiang Xian's voice and gradually regained some consciousness. She opened her eyes slightly and saw Jiang Xian lying by the bed, murmuring Su Zhiwei's name. Su Zhiwei gradually regained consciousness after hearing these murmurs. I'm awake. Su Zhiwei spoke calmly, and Jiang Xian immediately sat up, her eyes falling on Su Zhiwei. I'll go get the doctor. Jiang Xian was about to leave when Su Zhiwei stopped her. I am a doctor, and I know my own body very well. Jiang Xian frowned after Su Zhiwei finished speaking. You still need to have a doctor take a look. Don't be stubborn. Jiang Xian spoke with conviction, and Su Zhiwei could only nod in agreement. After the doctor examined her, he came to the same conclusion as Su Zhiwei, and Jiang Xian finally calmed down. Look, I'm a doctor, and I know my own body best. Su Zhiwei glanced at Jiang Xian helplessly. But at the same time, I also thought of He Yuqing. Where is He Yuqing? Is she also in the hospital? Su Zhiwei's voice carried a hint of worry. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian showed some dissatisfaction. I'm your savior. You're not grateful to me after you woke up, but why are you still thinking about that woman? Jiang Xian was dissatisfied, and Su Zhiwei's eyes flickered. I feel guilty because I dragged He Yuqing into this. After Su Zhiwei finished speaking, he immediately thought of Baiyu. How is Baiyu doing? She's teamed up with the Gu family. Su Zhiwei recounted everything he knew. Upon hearing Su Zhiwei's words, Jiang Xian's gaze softened. Don't worry about this. I've already had someone take care of it. The most important thing for you now is to get some rest. As soon as Jiang Xian finished speaking and stood up, Su Zhiwei immediately pulled her back. Was what you said before true? Su Zhiwei looked at Jiang Xian with a hint of curiosity on his face. If it's true, will Jiang Xian take action now? Su Zhiwei asked, but Jiang Xian, who heard this, was confused. What do you mean by that? Do you think everything I said before was a lie? Jiang Xian frowned, while Su Zhiwei seemed to doubt himself. Seeing the confusion in Jiang Xian's eyes, Su Zhiwei immediately shook his head. I'm just curious, would you really be so ruthless as to deal with Baiyu? Su Zhiwei looked at her as if trying to see through Jiang Xian's heart. Su Zhiwei, do you think you know me well? Do you think you can guess my identity based on those 8 years of close contact? Jiang Xian's voice was cold, and when she looked at Su Zhiwei, she finally sighed helplessly. You should rest well and not think too much. After saying that, Jiang Xian turned and left. Su Zhiwei sighed, then turned his head and saw the phone on the bedside table. Thinking of this, Su Zhiwei immediately picked up the phone to contact He Yuqing. But then I saw dozens of missed calls on my phone. Besides Jiang Xian and Lu Xinjin last night, there was also news about He Yuqing. Upon seeing this, Su Zhiwei immediately called He Yuqing back. After receiving Su Zhiwei's call, He Yuqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Zhiwei, you've finally woken up. I'm so glad you're all right. Su Zhiwei also calmed down. I'm glad you're okay. Let's not contact each other for a while. I'll let you know when things are resolved. This is something Su Zhiwei had thought about for a long time before preparing to say. Silence followed on the phone. The surrounding silence made Su Zhiwei feel a little breathless. I understand, Brother Zhiwei. You should also be careful. He Yuqing spoke, but her voice sounded trembling. After hanging up the phone, Su Zhiwei felt relieved that he had finally put his worries to rest. At least I won't have to worry about these things affecting He Yuqing anymore. After leaving the hospital, Jiang Xian also came to the company. Baiyu has been locked in the conference room. Why are you arresting me? Bring Jiang Xian here right now. You people really don't know any rules. Baiyu shouted, but Lu Xinjin shook her head. Ms. Bai, Jiang Xian is already on her way. You know best what you've done, so I don't need to remind you. If we hadn't arrived in time, Su Zhiwei would have been in trouble. After Lu Xinjin finished speaking, Baiyu immediately snorted coldly. What does this have to do with me? Why are you arresting me when Su Zhiwei got into trouble? This is slander. Baiyu is now refusing to talk about these things. As long as she doesn't admit it, even if Jiang Xian comes, he can't do anything. Chapter 159, Without a Trace of Family Affection. Lu Xinjin glanced at it and chuckled softly. I know what you're thinking. As long as you refuse to admit it, no matter how big a fuss you make, it's all just speculation. Unfortunately, we already have evidence. In addition to the people you sent out, we also investigated your accounts. We discovered your dealings. Ms. Bai, you don't think that our Jiang group is incapable of doing anything, do you? After Lu Jinjin finished speaking, Bai Yu fell completely silent. At this moment, her eyes were filled with panic as she looked at Lu Jinjin. She was clearly surprised by Jiang Xian's speed, which was so fast. I am Jiang Xian's mother. What she is doing is pushing me to the brink of despair. Could it be that she wants to see people outside gossiping about the Jiang group? Bai Yu questioned. At worst, it'll be a fight to the death. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinjin was even more surprised and astonished. Madam Bai, when you say these things, don't you think about yourself? Didn't you force Jiang Xian to do this? As soon as Lu Jinjin finished speaking, Bai Yu just snorted coldly. It was the Jiang family who forced me to this. Why should I have to swallow my anger for so many years? These are all things I deserve. After Bai Yu finished speaking, the conference room door was pushed open, and Jiang Xian walked in. I don't want to know what the Jiang family did to you, but your attack on Su Zirwei has crossed my bottom line. This matter had nothing to do with him. You're really going to any lengths for your own benefit. Jiang Xian was furious, but Bai Yu suddenly let out a cold laugh. Jiang Xian, it's ridiculous to hear you say these things. Are you really worried about Su Zirwei? You never even gave Su Zirwei a second glance before, but now you're blaming me for hitting Su Zirwei. So you found out how good he was after the divorce? Bai Yu shook her head. Don't you even consider whether Su Zirwei will accept it? You're really awkward. A mocking smile appeared on Bai Yu's face. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Xian simply clenched her fists. If it were an ordinary person, Bai Yu would definitely have slapped them. But now, the person in front of her was Bai Yu. Jiang Xian, you can't mess with me. Su Zirwei is fine now. If you send me abroad, this matter won't have any impact on the Jiang group. Isn't this the best solution? The Jiang group has finally begun to recover. You can't just stand by and watch the company get into trouble again. Bai Yu smiled, believing that as long as she held on to this point, she could make Jiang Xian accept her fate. Jiang Xian values the company more than anyone else. How could she possibly do anything real? This time, however, Bai Yu underestimated Jiang Xian. Bai Yu, are you scared? Jiang Xian did not answer directly. She simply smiled, but her eyes held a hint of disdain. Bai Yu was taken aback and immediately shook her head. I don't know what you're talking about. What do I have to be afraid of? This has nothing to do with me. Bai Yu snorted coldly, and Jiang Xian silently walked to the window. The city's neon lights flashed before her eyes, and Jiang Xian squinted slightly. I originally planned to send you abroad, as far away as possible, so that you would never have the chance to come back. But you did this. Jiang Xian sighed, and Bai Yu began to panic. Xin, what do you mean by this? However, before she could finish speaking, Jiang Xian had already taken out a document. Sign it, and I'll give you a decent life in your later years. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Bai Yu immediately glanced at the document. Send me to jail? Jiang Xian, are you serious? Bai Yu raised her voice, finding it unbelievable that Jiang Xian would dare to do such a thing. I'm your mother. What you're doing is unfilial. Bai Yu, disregarding all pretense of dignity, began to reprimand Bai Yu relentlessly. Jiang Xian just smiled. Bai Yu, stop trying to intimidate me with your status. I'm not the little girl I used to be. As Jiang Xian finished speaking, Bai Yu gritted her teeth, almost unable to believe it. Jiang Xian, I really underestimated you. I never thought you could be so ruthless. As she spoke, Bai Yu laughed out loud, realizing that in the end, all her efforts had been in vain. Jiang Xian, what good will this do you? Outsiders will only think you're a heartless person. Just after Bai Yu finished speaking, Jiang Xian released the evidence one by one, which was enough to prove the case. I have submitted all the evidence. What you see are just some photocopies. I also hope you understand that this is not a negotiation between me and you, but your only option. Jiang Xian's gaze was firm, and at this moment, even Bai Yu had completely lost the strength to refute her. Jiang Xian, I really misjudged you. But you simply can't do these things. There's no way you could send me in. Do you think I have no one behind me? After Bai Yu finished speaking, Jiang Xian suddenly revealed a smug smile. You mean the one from the Gu family? It seems you don't know yet, but old Master Gu has already sent Gu Shuyan to handle all the big and small matters at home. Madam Lin probably doesn't have time to deal with your affairs at all. Jiang Xian shattered Bai Yu's last hope. How is this possible? How do you know all this? I already spoke with Mrs. Lin. There's no way she wouldn't help me. Bai Yu spoke with a nervous expression, but it was precisely because of this that her inner panic was completely exposed. Why aren't you being stubborn now? This is the first time I've seen the word out of control on your face. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Baiyu gritted her teeth. You can't do this to me. At this moment, Baiyu could only repeat these words, but picked up the pen beside her. Now the tide has turned, and all the painstaking planning has been cut off. Baiyu knew what the consequences would be, and now she could only sign the papers and ask Jiang Xian to give her some dignity. As you said, I have already signed it. After Baiyu finished speaking, Jiang Xian only gave him a deep look. Have you ever shown me even a shred of affection? In the darkness, Jiang Xian asked the question that was on her mind. Having been away for so long, his reappearance is only for his own benefit. Baiyu found Jiang Xian's question laughable. You're the president of the Jiang group now. Asking these kinds of questions will only make you seem more cheap. As a CEO, the last thing you need is these emotions. These things will only hold you back. After Baiyu finished speaking, her gaze fell on Jiang Xian. You must never follow your father's example, or you will bring ruin to the entire Jiang group. After Baiyu finished speaking, Jiang Xian fell silent. An awkward silence fell between the two. Jiang Xian put away the documents and silently walked out. Chapter 160 Unacceptable. Lu Jinjin waited outside the door, and as soon as she saw Jiang Xian come out, she went in to deal with the mess. Composing herself, Jiang Xian prepared to go to the hospital to see Su Zirwei. Right now, the only person who can calm her down is Su Zirwei. Inside the hospital, Su Zirwei regained consciousness and became curious about the recent news. However, everyone remained calm, which only made Su Zirwei more puzzled. Such a calm situation is truly rare. However, the calmer things are, the more it shows that the impact of this event is definitely not simple. Just as I was thinking this, news of Lu Jinjin arrived. Su Zirwei, Jiang Xian went to find you. Su Zirwei was even more surprised when he saw this message. However, before Su Zirwei could reply, Lu Jinjin sent a voice message. I just finished dealing with Baiyu's matter. Jiang Xian's emotions are a bit off. I hope you can be a little more accommodating and not make things too bad with her. After seeing these messages, Su Zirwei sighed deeply. I see. After replying with those 4 words, Su Zirwei turned off his phone. When did Jiang Xian start caring about Baiyu? Half an hour later, Su Zirwei heard footsteps outside. Upon seeing Su Zirwei, Jiang Xian quickly stepped forward, her eyes filled with a hint of helplessness. I've already resolved the matter with the White Jade. I just wanted to come and let you know. A hint of vulnerability gradually appeared in Jiang Xian's eyes. After witnessing this scene, Su Zirwei understood what was happening. Because of White Jade? Su Zirwei's 4 words made Jiang Xian pause for a moment, then she nodded. Because of White Jade. After saying these words, Jiang Xian sat on the edge of the bed, her eyes beginning to redden. Do you remember your wedding day? Su Zirwei spoke softly, and Jiang Xian was taken aback, nodding slightly. I remember you were trying to persuade me. Jiang Xian was puzzled as to why Su Zirwei would suddenly bring this up. Upon hearing this, Su Zirwei simply shook his head. I'm not trying to persuade you, but to remind you of what happened that day. If Baiyu really cared about you, she wouldn't have embarrassed me in front of everyone at the wedding. This incident affected you. Baiyu is a selfish person. Su Zirwei's words did indeed calm Jiang Xian down. Recalling what had happened before, Jiang Xian nodded slightly, as if she understood everything. I know what you want to say. I was indeed thinking too superficially about this matter. But in my memory, Baiyu didn't look like this at all. Jiang Xian shook her head slightly. Su Zirwei did not answer, but only glanced at Jiang Xian's profile. In the darkness, Jiang Xian's profile was captivating, like a crystal that only needed a little light to shine. Wow, is it really that good looking? Jiang Xian suddenly moved closer, a slight smile playing on her lips. Upon seeing this scene, Su Zirwei chuckled softly. Beautiful, always beautiful. When Su Zirwei said that, Jiang Xian blushed, and her eyes were filled with excitement. Perhaps tonight is the time for them to mend their relationship. He subconsciously continued to move closer, and those red lips were about to touch him, but Su Zirwei dodged away. This surprised Jiang Xian. Why? Su Zirwei remained silent in response to Jiang Xian's words, his gaze fixed on the window. We are divorced. However, this one sentence only added a lot of twists and turns to the relationship between the two. After everything that's happened, do you really think I'd still care about a divorce? Jiang Xian was dissatisfied and wanted to ask more questions, but Su Zirwei remained silent. Looking at the silent man in front of her, Jiang Xian simply clenched her fists. But it quickly loosened its grip again. Anyway, I still want to thank you. I'm much more sober tonight. I'll come back to see you after I've finished dealing with things at the company. After Jiang Xian left, Su Zirwei did not answer, but only sighed deeply after Jiang Xian left. Jiang Xian's apparent vulnerability was only temporary. After tonight, she would be back to her old self. Su Zhiwei knew very well what kind of person Jiang Xian was. Late at night, in the Jiang family manor, Jiang II looked at the photos on the table with a smile. Zhang Lingling, sitting in front of him, was also leisurely drinking red wine. That woman by you is really stupid. I thought she would come to me, but she actually went to that crazy woman from the Gu family. Isn't she just asking for death? Zhang Lingling smiled, while Zhang Lao snorted coldly. What a foolish woman is. She finally returned to China, but instead of stirring up any trouble, she ended up getting herself into trouble. Zhang Lao scoffed, while Meng Qingze remained silent, only glancing at Zhang Lingling from time to time. At this moment, Zhang Lingling sighed. So be it, it's just a pawn, why bother? However, the matter of Baiyu has indeed given us an opportunity to make arrangements, and the construction team can also begin to take action. After Zhang Lingling finished speaking, everyone present nodded. Zhang Lao was even more eager to get started, his eyes filled with anticipation. He has waited too long, and now he is finally taking action. The entire Zhang family is under his control. Everyone in the manor was making plans, and the Gu family was also quite restless that night. When old Master Gu returned, the Gu family underwent a complete reshuffle, with everyone being replaced by employees from Gu Xian's company. They even consulted several private doctors. Madame Lin also noticed this. Xuyan, you've really gotten yourself into a tough spot now. You think you can act with complete impunity without your dad around. Madame Lin wanted to use this incident to suppress Gu Xuyan, but unexpectedly, old Master Gu, who was about to enter the room, suddenly stopped. When I came back, I already informed that unfilial son that someone will come to pick you up and take you abroad tomorrow. This is not something to be discussed. Madame Lin was stunned when she heard this. She wanted to say something, but Gu Xuyan stepped forward. Grandpa, don't worry, we've already contacted Dr. Su. I'll ask him to come back and take another look at you. As Gu Xuyan spoke, Madame Lin's expression changed instantly, and she slumped into the sofa, her face filled with fear. Baiyu failed, and old Master Gu found out everything. No wonder it turned out this way. Madame Lin lowered her head and fell silent. When Su Zhiwei woke up, he saw the Gu family walk in. Su Zhiwei felt a little curious when he saw Gu Xuyan. President Gu arrived so quickly. It seems that things have been almost resolved. Upon hearing Su Zhiwei's words, Gu Xuyan sighed. I'm sorry about this. I investigated too late. If I had discovered that woman's conspiracy earlier, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Dr. Su, thank you for going to so much trouble. After Gu Xuyan finished speaking, Su Zhiwei could only give a wry smile. It's all right, this happened so fast, no one expected it. As Su Zhiwei spoke, he also began to wonder what Gu Xuyan had come for. Chapter 161 Matchmaking. Looking into Su Zhiwei's eyes, Gu Xuyan hesitated for a moment. I wanted to invite you to visit the old man. I brought him home last night, and I'm now in charge of everything at home. After Gu Xuyan finished speaking, her gaze fell on Su Zhiwei. Su Zhiwei understood in an instant. Are you trying to persuade me to become a private doctor at your Gu family's clinic? Su Zhiwei tentatively inquired, but Gu Xuyan immediately shook her head. No, I know you're not someone who can be easily trapped, so I hope you can go once a week. When Gu Xuyan brought this up, Su Zhiwei did not refuse. That's no problem at all, but my house calls are very expensive. Su Zhiwei joked, and Gu Xuyan relaxed. Don't worry, Dr. Su, the Gu family can afford any amount of money. Su Zhiwei naturally wouldn't pursue the matter too much. It would be best if things could be calmed down within the Gu family. However, Gu Xuyan did not leave, but stood there, seemingly having something else to say. President Gu, please feel free to say anything else. Su Zhiwei smiled, and Gu Xuyan took a deep breath. There's another thing about Jiang Xian. Although I know you're divorced, I always feel there's something awkward between you two. I hope you can make things clear to each other. Gu Xuyan's voice sounded calm and indifferent, which made Su Zhiwei feel a chill. Mr. Gu, you may have misunderstood something. There is no affection between Jiang Xian and me, not from the very beginning. Su Zhiwei didn't want to bring up the 8-year contract, which was also their secret. Just as he was thinking about this, Gu Xuyan also sighed. Based on my understanding of Jiang Xian, she is an awkward woman who keeps all her thoughts to herself. If you don't dig deep, you won't be able to see through her inner thoughts. After saying these words, Gu Xuyan sighed again. In short, I'm just here to explain those previous news reports. I have no relationship with Jiang Xian whatsoever. If I really have to say, I would still look forward to your remarriage. After Gu Xuyan finished speaking, Su Zhiwei remained silent for a while. I understand, I'll come over tonight. With Su Zhiwei's words of comfort, Gu Xuyan felt relieved and left immediately after saying a few words. Su Zirwei looked at that retreating figure, feeling a pang of sadness in his heart. It wasn't because of Gu's family matters, but because of Jiang Xian. I thought that after the divorce, I could completely separate from Jiang Xian and never see her again in this lifetime. However, these events led Su Zirwei to frequently come into contact with Jiang Xian, and even to see another side of Jiang Xian. Thinking of all this, Su Zirwei could only smile bitterly. Indeed, some things are impossible to forget, even if you want to. That evening, Su Zirwei arrived at the Gu family's house, only to find Jiang Xian standing at the door. "You're here too?" The two spoke in unison, and Su Zirwei smiled. Jiang Xian nodded slightly. "Grandpa Gu invited me over, saying he wanted to have a nice dinner." As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Xian's gaze fell on Su Zirwei. "How have you been feeling lately? Are your injuries any better?" Jiang Xian spoke up first, and Su Zirwei smiled slightly. "It's all right. I'm here to check on the old man's health." However, just as he finished speaking, the villa door was pushed open, and Meng Qingze walked out with a smile. "We're already outside the door. Why are you still chatting outside? Come on in." Su Zirwei was somewhat surprised by Meng Qingze's warm hospitality. "I never expected Gu Shuyan to be this kind of person in private." Jiang Xian seemed unfazed and went inside on her own. Seeing this, Su Zirwei immediately followed. Grandpa Gu sat at the table, with Gu Shuyan and Jiang Xian beside him, while Su Zirwei sat opposite Jiang Xian. With a light diet, Su Zirwei breathed a sigh of relief. Grandpa Gu smiled and immediately said, "See, I've been listening to you carefully since I came here, and I haven't touched a single piece of meat." After saying these words, Old Master Gu glanced at Gu Shuyan. "That kid has specially found a lot of doctors to watch over me. I haven't had any freedom at all these days." After saying these words, Grandpa Gu glanced at Jiang Xian again. "I know about what happened to the Jiang family. I'm so sorry you had to go through all this. If you ever have any difficulties in the future, just come to the Gu family, and I'll definitely help you." After Grandpa Gu finished speaking, Jiang Xian nodded slightly. "Then I'll thank you in advance, sir. Now that I see your health has improved, I'm relieved." After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Gu Shuyan sighed. "Grandpa, you should worry less. There's no need for you to get involved in things at home." After saying these words, the old man showed his dissatisfaction. "What do you know, kid? Look what this house has become since I left. You better watch out. Don't think you're safe just because you've dealt with that woman this time. Don't forget there's someone watching you from abroad." As soon as he finished speaking, Old Master Gu snorted coldly. Gu Shuyan had no choice but to glance at Su Zirwei beside him. "Dr. Su, Grandpa will need you during this time. If he needs anything, just let me know." As soon as Gu Shuyan finished speaking, Old Master Gu simply snorted coldly. "I'm not without hands. Can't I take care of myself?" After Grandpa Gu finished speaking, he smiled at Su Zirwei. "Then I'll have to trouble you, Dr. Su. Just tell me what you need. I'm in charge of the Gu family." Grandpa Gu was domineering, but Su Zirwei just smiled when he saw this, knowing in his heart that the old man was just trying to get a sense of belonging. After all, the peace we enjoy today is hard-won. "Grandpa, Dr. Su is here too. Please give me some face." Gu Shuyan was helpless. Only after hearing this did Old Master Gu finally breathe a sigh of relief. "You little brat, I'll let you off this time." Only after Grandpa Gu finished speaking did Gu Shuyan get a chance to breathe a sigh of relief. After that, Old Master Gu didn't say anything more and occasionally cracked a joke, so the atmosphere was very harmonious. After the meal, Grandpa Gu made an excuse to have Gu Shuyan take him back to his room, leaving only Jiang Xian and Gu Shuyan in the living room. Jiang Xian looked at Su Zirwei with curiosity. "I never expected you to speak up for Old Master Gu. This surprises me greatly." Jiang Xian smiled slightly, while Su Zirwei merely raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong with that? Old Master Gu is already this old. The Gu family should be happy." Jiang Xian smiled slightly after hearing this. "Don't you find the Gu family strange? They invited me over with just a polite remark." Jiang Xian smiled, but an unnatural look appeared on Su Zirwei's face. "Your two families already know each other. The old man probably just wants to have a meal with you." Su Zirwei smiled, but Jiang Xian, upon hearing this, merely raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure this is just a meal, and not an attempt to set us up?" Jiang Xian revealed the truth, and Su Zirwei was stunned, but he also understood. Chapter 162, Trying to Be Together. After hearing Jiang Xian's words, Su Zirwei sighed helplessly. "I never expected that Old Master Gu had this idea." Thinking of this, Su Zirwei sighed. "The old man still thinks too simply about the relationship between us." Su Zirwei's words immediately drew Jiang Xian's dissatisfaction. "Our relationship? Su Zirwei, are you still angry with me because of Meng Qingze?" Jiang Xian finally understood that these were the things Su Zirwei had been concerned about all along. Looking into Jiang Xian's eyes, Su Zirwei shook his head slightly. I have never cared who you like. We are divorced, and I have no right to care about these things. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Jiang Xian looked furious. You say you don't care, but if you really don't care, why do you keep bringing up divorce? Su Zirwei, why can't you face your own heart? Do you really think I don't care about you? Just as Jiang Xian finished speaking, the door to old Master Gu's room was pushed open. Gu Shuyan came out. Seeing the two people in the living room in such an awkward situation, Gu Shuyan was momentarily confused. What's wrong with you two? You don't look well. Gu Shuyan looked over curiously and saw that Jiang Xian had a cold face, and Su Zirwei's face was also ashen. The two of them looked like they had just had a fight. Upon hearing Gu Shuyan's words, Jiang Xian simply stood up. I enjoyed my dinner tonight very much. Thank you for taking care of me, sir. However, I also have some things to take care of, so I'll have to take my leave for now. I'll come to visit you another day. After saying this, Jiang Xian left without looking back. Su Zirwei remained silent, preparing to say goodbye to Gu Shuyan and then leave. Mr. Gu, I just remembered that I have some things to take care of. However, Su Zirwei was interrupted by Gu Shuyan before he could finish speaking. Do you still have feelings for Jiang Xian? Su Zirwei was stunned by what Gu Shuyan said and looked at her with some surprise. For a moment, I didn't understand what President Gu meant. However, Gu Shuyan chuckled when she saw Su Zirwei's puzzled look. You don't need to be so nervous. I'm just here as a friend to ask you something. Dr. Su has always been busy with his own things. I heard that you were working day and night before. Were you also trying to force yourself to forget this unhappy marriage? Gu Shuyan's words revealed Su Zirwei's inner thoughts. Su Zirwei used to think that way, relying on endless work to make him forget everything. However, after so many things happened, Su Zirwei felt more and more that he couldn't live without Jiang Xian. I just don't understand whether he really likes me. Su Zirwei recalled the scene he saw in the villa before they got married, where Jiang Xian's love for Meng Qingze was clearly written in her eyes. That loving look in her eyes was something Jiang Xian had never given her before. It was precisely because of this that Su Zirwei became increasingly afraid. Jiang Xian was worried that Meng Qingze's betrayal had made her lose her head for a moment. Su Zirwei simply didn't know how to tell Gu Shuyan, an outsider, these things. Even if you like someone, so what? Jiang Xian already has someone else in her heart. I'm just a passerby. Su Zirwei had a very clear understanding of this matter. There was never a place for him in Jiang Xian's heart, and everyone who had been close to Jiang Xian knew this. Gu Shuyan originally wanted to say a few words of advice, but after hearing Su Zirwei's words, she fell silent. He had indeed investigated some things before and knew about the relationship between Jiang Xian and Meng Qingze. Now, after hearing Su Zirwei's words, I felt a little more sympathy for him. Jiang Xian did indeed wrong you in this matter, but I hope you can consider it carefully. If Jiang Xian really has changed, you might as well give it a try. Gu Shuyan changed the subject and began to inquire about old Master Gu's health. He also knew that he was ultimately just an outsider and had no right to talk too much. After giving some instructions on what Grandpa Gu usually ate, Su Zirwei was sent back. As soon as she got home, Chen Huifang ran up to her. You little rascal, you finally decided to come back. I was so worried about you. Despite complaining, Chen Huifang quickly stepped forward and hugged Su Zirwei. If something like this happens again, I won't let you off the hook. After Chen Huifang finished speaking, Su Zirwei softened, and all his fatigue vanished at that moment. The next morning, Su Zirwei had just woken up when a message came through his phone. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be news about the Jiang Group. The Jiang Group has made the news several times because of Jiang Xian's scandals, but this time it's related to the company. At the very bottom of this news article is an interview with Jiang Xian. Su Zirwei clicked on it subconsciously. Mr. Jiang, I wonder what your plans are for this piece of land in the future. When the host asked curiously, Jiang Xian smiled slightly, her eyes shining. Jiang's group hopes to build a comprehensive leisure, entertainment, and shopping center suitable for different age groups on this land in the future, which is something our group has been working hard to achieve. Jiang Xian spoke sincerely, and Su Zirwei was attracted by her confident demeanor. For some reason, I suddenly remembered what Gu Shuyan said last night. Perhaps Jiang Xian has really changed. I remember during the last interview with Mr. Jiang, we heard that one of your friends had returned from abroad. I wonder if your friend is here now. The host's words seemed to touch a nerve with Su Zirwei. When Su Zirwei instinctively tried to turn it off, he stopped in midair. Upon hearing the host's words, Jiang felt a moment of awkwardness. But she quickly realized what was happening. This friend has already left, and it's a pity he won't be able to see it. Jiang Xian said this to maintain appearances. Su Zirwei fell completely silent upon hearing this. Meng Qingze is in the past, and there's no need for him to stagnate because of this. Perhaps, as Gu Shuyan said, he could try to start over with Jiang Xian. As I thought about these things, the chaotic ideas in my mind gradually became clearer. Su Zirwei also decided to give Jiang Xian this chance. Inside the Jiang group, Jiang Xian's interview has concluded. I dragged my slightly tired body back to the office. Lu Xinjin had already brewed the tea. Look at you. You probably didn't sleep well again last night. Lu Xinjin saw right through Jiang Xian. How could an interview possibly have turned her into this? Unless something happened again last night. Jiang Xian looked at Lu Xinjin and nodded helplessly. Last night, the Gu family patriarch invited me to dinner, and Su Zirwei was also there. Upon hearing Jiang Xian's words, Lu Xinjin immediately became alert. Old Master Gu wants to bring you two together. Chapter 163: Embezzling Funds and Fleeing. From Jiang Xian's few words, Lu Xinjin could deduce the old man of the Gu family's thoughts. Even an outsider like you can see it. Yet Su Zirwei needs me to remind him. What do you think he's thinking? Jiang Xian complained with dissatisfaction. Lu Xinjin burst out laughing when she heard this. Shouldn't this be a good thing for you? You made such bold promises to me back then. They said they were going to pursue Dr. Su, but now they haven't even seen a ripple. In the end, we still need to have old Master Gu take action. Lu Xinjin spared no expense in her sarcastic remarks. Jiang Xian simply glared at her. Only you would dare to say these things to me. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't give them that chance. As soon as Jiang Xian finished speaking, Lu Xinjin quickly apologized. I was just worried about you. So what did Su Zirwei say? Although Lu Xinjin asked the question, she had more or less guessed what was going on in her mind. Given Su Zirwei's temperament, he probably wouldn't agree. They might even have had an argument. What else could he say? He couldn't even look me in the eye. I don't know what this man is worried about. Jiang Xian felt helpless as she recalled Su Zirwei's behavior last night. Seeing the gloom on Jiang Xian's face, Lu Xinjin became curious. Dr. Su must have some feelings for you. Otherwise, Miss, he wouldn't have made no progress at all. I also asked Ms. He that night, and she said there was nothing between them. If I had to put it into words, we were childhood playmates, and we used each other as an excuse to avoid blind dates. As Lu Xinjin spoke, her gaze fell on Jiang Xian. If I really had to say, it must be something Jiang Xian did. Why are you looking at me like that? Jiang Xian frowned, while Lu Xinjin shook her head slightly. I was just wondering if it was still because of Meng Qingze. Perhaps this incident really hurt Dr. Su. A normal man probably wouldn't accept it. Hearing Lu Xinjin say that, Jiang Xian also felt uneasy. She was indeed deceived by the Meng Qingze in her memory, but fortunately, she realized it wasn't too late. I can't possibly drag him from the hospital to the villa and imprison him, can I? Jiang Xian's sudden remark surprised Lu Xinjin. If you really do that, Dr. Su will definitely not forgive you. No one can predict matters of the heart. You've been together for 8 years. Haven't you had a single happy moment? Lu Xinjin looked at Jiang Xian with a serious expression. When Jiang Xian was asked this question, her mind went blank. They had been together for 8 years, yet Jiang Xian couldn't remember a single happy moment. I remember now. After racking her brains, Jiang Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. She actually remembered something happy. That was the first month after Jiang Xian's accident. In an attempt to cheer her up, Su Zirwei specially arranged a day for Jiang Xian. Although Jiang Xian didn't show a single happy smile that day, she remembered that Su Zirwei had said that his favorite thing to do was to see the Salt Lake and Snow Mountain. The last time he went there was when he was a child, and that beautiful scene left a deep impression on his mind. If you're going to the Salt Flats, this isn't the peak season. However, Dr. Su probably doesn't have time either. Lu Xinjin poured cold water on Jiang Xian's idea, not to mention that the Jiang group was currently breaking ground, and as the president, she shouldn't leave at this critical juncture. Jiang Xian's thoughts vanished in an instant, but at the same time she fell into deep reflection. Despite having 8 years, they have no happy memories at all. Jiang Xian never said a kind word to Su Zirwei back then, and even spoke harshly to him, yet Su Zirwei still managed to heal Jiang Xian's leg. At this moment, Jiang Xian felt a little guilty. If she had given Su Zirwei more attention back then, things might not have turned out this way. Actually, this feeling of self-blame didn't last long before the company ran into trouble again. The lack of progress from the construction team left Jiang Xian somewhat puzzled. How can the people below do their jobs? They can't even do this simple thing right. Jiang Xian looked at the submitted documents, her eyes filled with indescribable anger. Lu Xinjin stood to the side, looking at her phone, trying to figure out how to contact the construction team. We already spread the word about the groundbreaking this morning, so why did the construction team leave at this crucial moment? Lu Jinjin could hardly believe it. Every step of the process had been part of their plan. Why did it fail at the most basic level? Who hired this construction team? They couldn't possibly have run off with the money, could they? Just as Jiang Xian finished speaking, news came from Lu Jinjin's side. I'm afraid they really have run away. I'll go find them right now. As soon as Lu Jinjin finished speaking, she ran out of the office. A hint of worry finally appeared on Jiang Xian's face. Why did this happen at this time? That evening, news began to spread that the construction team had run away, and the Jiang Group became a laughingstock. It's unbelievable that a large, publicly listed company could be scammed. This news was quite explosive and became the talk of the town among many business owners. This led the senior management of the Jiang Group to begin questioning Jiang Xian's abilities. At the board meeting held overnight, all the company's shareholders gathered together. Jiang Xian, sitting in the middle, was clearly very uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Uncle Jiang was relaxed. Originally, his meager shares were nothing, but now that Jiang Xian had made such a mistake, Uncle Jiang's position had moved forward by a big step. Jiang Xian, we were originally at ease in trusting the Jiang family to you, but since your divorce, everything has gone off track. You can't even do something this simple anymore. The board of directors has decided to temporarily suspend your position as president, and someone else will take over during this period. The other people the board members were referring to were none other than Uncle Jiang. The sudden bite of the pancake made Uncle Jiang's eyes widen in surprise. This isn't appropriate. Xin might have been in a hurry and forgotten these basic rules of doing business. Or should we give her another chance? Uncle Jiang looked troubled. Jiang Xian, however, vaguely sensed something subtle. Upon closer reflection, the funds that Uncle Jiang took out were of dubious origin. The construction company was originally the most reliable party, but at this time, they absconded with the money and did so without anyone noticing. It seems like someone is pulling the strings behind the scenes. Reflecting on Uncle Jiang's character, Jiang Xian gradually formed an idea. I'm afraid she was fooled from the very beginning. The person who framed him was none other than his second uncle, who was standing right in front of him. Jiang Xian chuckled softly. Since the board of directors has made this decision, I can accept it. Chapter 164 Late Night Heart-to-Heart Talk. Xian, don't say things in anger. The board of directors will definitely investigate carefully. The Jiang family still belongs to you. Uncle Jiang looked very serious, as if he was genuinely thinking about Jiang Xian's well-being. But Jiang Xian shook her head after hearing her second uncle's words of comfort. I respect the board's opinion, but I also hope that the board can give me a chance to prove myself. This happened too suddenly. I believe someone is behind it. I hope you can give me half a month to investigate. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, her gaze gradually became serious. The board members are all shrewd individuals, and they believe that Jiang Xian wouldn't make such a basic mistake. The most likely explanation is that someone is behind this. If Jiang Xian can really find this person, it will be a good thing for the Jiang Group. Xin, you're serious about what you're saying. If you don't catch them, you'll have to take responsibility for what you said. Uncle Jiang looked furious and exasperated, while also glancing at the board of directors. This really happened too suddenly, but I hope you can give my niece a chance. Uncle Jiang seemed to be speaking up for Jiang Xian, but in reality, he was also reminding the board of directors. Jiang Xian is still too young. The board of directors fell silent, and Jiang Xian smiled slightly at the sight. Since I've said that, I must have my own confidence. Why don't you all wait for half a month? Of course, during this time, the Jiang family can be handled by second uncle. I believe my second uncle must also have this talent. After saying this, Jiang Xian smiled at Uncle Jiang. Second uncle, you'd better behave yourself and stop acting like that carefree guy you always are. Jiang Xian smiled slightly, and the board members present also finalized the matter. Ultimately, the board of directors gave Jiang Xian half a month to investigate the truth of the matter. Xin, you're being too reckless. This is clearly a premeditated scheme. Do you really think you can find something wrong with those people? In the conference room, Uncle Jiang looked at Jiang Xian, his words tinged with helplessness. Jiang Xian smiled after hearing what her second uncle said. Second uncle, don't worry. I've already thought this through. Besides, the Jiang family still has you, so I have nothing to worry about. Jiang Xian's words had a hidden meaning, and Uncle Jiang could only make a helpless expression. Since you've already made up your mind, I won't try to persuade you anymore. You can focus on your investigation for the next 2 weeks. If you need anything, just let your second uncle know. Uncle Jiang put on a kind and gentle demeanor. Jiang Xian didn't intend to break off the facade right now. Uncle Jiang alone couldn't do these things. After leaving the company, Jiang Xin took a deep breath. After thinking for a moment, I decided on the place I wanted to go. Su Zirwei also saw the news that evening and felt somewhat uneasy. I subconsciously thought of Jiang Xin. I wonder what that high and mighty woman is like now. After all, this is not something everyone wants to see happen. Just as I was wondering, the doorbell rang. Chen Huifeng, who was eating sunflower seeds in the living room, immediately went to open the door. "It's you, Miss Jiang. What brings you here so late?" The sound came from the living room, and Su Zirwei, who was lying on the bed, immediately sat up. At the same time, his face was filled with disbelief. Jiang Xin actually came to find him at this time. Soon after, Chen Huifeng's footsteps could be heard. "You young people should handle your own affairs and not disturb my sleep." Chen Huifeng's tone was clearly impatient, and Su Zirwei didn't think much of it and immediately walked out the door. The two walked down the street, and when they looked up, they saw a starry sky. No one spoke under the streetlights. They simply stared silently at the road beneath their feet, as if it stretched endlessly into the distance. "How's things going at the company? Shouldn't you be handling this at the company?" Finally, Su Zirwei spoke up, breaking the silence. He also wanted to figure out why Jiang Xin had come to see him. Upon hearing Su Zirwei's words, Jiang Xin simply smiled. "I didn't expect you to see it too. Just like the news reports, I'm no longer the president of the Jiang Group." Jiang Xin spoke calmly, but Su Zirwei sensed a hint of sadness. That high and mighty woman valued her CEO position most, but now she has suddenly disappeared. How could it possibly be so calm? "I didn't mean to bring it up." Su Zirwei spoke awkwardly, somewhat regretting that he had brought up the matter earlier. Jiang Xin gently shook her head. "To be honest, I was confused about this, but I don't know if Dr. Su has time right now." Su Zirwei was somewhat confused upon hearing this. "I have time. I wonder what Mr. Zhang's plans are." Su Zirwei blurted out those words without thinking, which even stunned Jiang Xin. During the time they spent together, Su Zirwei said this sentence countless times. Things that should have been forgotten resurfaced, and a bitter feeling welled up in Su Zirwei's heart. Just as the two of them were wondering how to continue their conversation, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly came from nearby. Su Zirwei instinctively stepped in front of Jiang Xin to block her path. A man ran out from the dark alley next door. Jiang Xin and Su Zirwei froze on the spot after just a chance encounter under a street lamp. "Meng Qingze." Jiang Xin was somewhat surprised as she watched the fleeing figure. 5 bodyguard-like men then caught up with them. They ignored Jiang Xin and Su Zirwei, who were standing to the side. Instead, she grabbed Meng Qingze by the hair and threw him against the wall. "You really are quite fast. You fooled our young lady, thinking you could outrun her. We've seen plenty of people like you, and of course we've dealt with a lot of them." The bodyguards hurled insults at Meng Qingze and even shoved his head into a trash can. Jiang Xin and Su Zirwei finally realized what was happening. "Don't lay a hand on me. Who are you people?" Jiang Xin quickly stepped forward to stop him. When the bodyguards saw Jiang Xin, their eyes held a hint of mockery. "Get out of here right now, or I'll deal with you all too." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xin's gaze fell upon Meng Qingze. Looking at the disheveled man, Jiang Xin felt no pleasure whatsoever. Instead, it evoked a sense of sympathy. Su Zirwei clearly saw the emotions in Jiang Xin's eyes. A sense of disappointment gradually arose in my heart. If Meng Qingze were kidnapped, would Jiang Xin also risk her life to save him just like she did that night? Perhaps in Jiang Xin's heart, they are all the same. Thinking of this, Su Zirwei quickly picked up his phone. "I've already called for help. You probably don't want your young lady to appear in front of the media, do you?" Chapter 165, The Wrong Choice. The bodyguard in front of Su Zirwei immediately changed his expression after he finished speaking. They were well aware that if this matter were to get out, it would have a negative impact on their young lady. "Consider yourself lucky. Let's go." The bodyguards turned and left immediately after speaking. Upon seeing this, Jiang Xin quickly ran to Meng Qingze's side. When Meng Qingze saw Jiang Xin, his face also revealed extreme vulnerability. Seeing this, Jiang Xin was also touched. He instinctively helped the person up. Before he could even regain his footing, Meng Qingze had already fainted. Su Zirwei simply stood there, looking at Jiang Xin's appearance, feeling only helplessness. "I'll take him to the hospital to get checked out first." As soon as Jiang Xin finished speaking, Su Zirwei simply nodded slightly. Jiang Xin didn't linger, but quickly led Meng Qingze away. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Zirwei felt as if another crack had appeared in his heart. Just as she had thought, in Jiang Xin's heart, Meng Qingze would always hold the #1 position. Thinking of this, Su Zirwei sighed. Behind that street, the bodyguards didn't leave. They were only satisfied after seeing Jiang Xin personally lead Meng Qingze away. Go back and tell Miss that Meng Chengza has succeeded, and we should leave now. After saying these words, the bodyguards disappeared into the night. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Jiang Xian looked at Meng Chengza on the hospital bed, her mind in turmoil. Jiang Xian instinctively picked up her phone and sent a message to Su Zirwei. I've already taken him to the hospital, but the doctor said the injuries are quite serious and he needs to rest for a while. I want to wait until he wakes up to ask him about the Zhang family. After sending these two sentences, Jiang Xian waited for Su Zirwei's response. But Su Zirwei didn't answer for a long time, and Jiang Xian became more and more anxious. Just as he was hesitating whether to call Su Zirwei, Meng Qingze suddenly woke up. Meng Qingze slightly opened his eyes, and the first thing he did upon waking up was to show a panicked expression. I did something wrong, please don't hit me. Meng Qingze spoke excitedly, and Jiang Xian immediately grabbed Meng Qingze's waving hand after seeing this. Meng Qingze, don't worry, I'm right here. After saying these words, Jiang Xian's eyes also showed a hint of heartache. What happened? Why did it turn out like this? Just as Jiang Xian finished speaking, Meng Qingze curled up on the hospital bed, looking quite strange. Meng Qingze's hand was still holding Jiang Xian's, and seeing this, Jiang Xian was unable to pull her hand away. Nearly half an hour later, Meng Qingze finally calmed down and fell asleep again. Jiang Xian then pulled her numb hand away. Looking at her phone again, Su Zirwei's message was from 20 minutes ago. He simply responded with a single word. This is in line with Su Zirwei's temperament. Seeing this, Jiang Xian simply shook her head. I plan to explain things properly to Su Zirwei after I've resolved Meng Qingze's matter. The next morning, Su Zirwei also arrived at the hospital. But when he saw Jiang Xian still waiting in the ward, he felt a pang of sadness. In a daze, I remembered what Jiang Xian had said before. What does she mean to Jiang Xian? Thinking of all this, Su Zirwei gave a wry smile and turned to leave. The next second, Meng Qingze suddenly woke up. When Meng Qingze woke up, he saw Jiang Xian watching over him. Xian, I thought I was dreaming and confused. You actually saved me. If it weren't for you, I might never have seen you again in my life. Su Zirwei spoke softly, but Jiang Xian only frowned. Weren't you right next to Zhang Lingling? How did you suddenly turn out like this? Jiang Xian was puzzled. Even if she couldn't win Zhang Lingling's favor, she shouldn't have incurred such hatred. He seemed to realize that Jiang Xian's gaze was too blatant. Meng Qingze shook his head helplessly. Xin, you must be careful. Your second uncle is not simple. Meng Qingze said excitedly. Jiang Xian was also somewhat surprised after hearing Meng Qingze's words. What do you mean by that? Why do you say my second uncle is not simple? After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Meng Qingze took a deep breath. I overheard Zhang Lingling talking to a strange man. And as you know, she was going to do something with Uncle Jiang. I wanted to tell you this because I was worried about you, but Miss Zhang found out. At this point, Jiang Xian also fell silent. Xian, you must be careful. No matter what happens, you must act cautiously. Meng Qingze's eyes were filled with excitement, but also faintly revealed a hint of worry. Seeing Meng Qingze's appearance, Jiang Xian sighed helplessly. I already know about this. Thank you for your help. Be sure to let me know if anything happens. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, she prepared to leave, but Meng Qingze immediately reached out and grabbed her. Xian, can you stay? After saying that, Meng Qingze's eyes were filled with anticipation. Jiang Xian also fell silent at this moment. My gaze fell on those hands. Meng Qingze sensed the strangeness in Jiang Xian's eyes and immediately withdrew his hand. I have nowhere else to go now. However, after saying those words, Meng Qingze lowered his head. I know this might not be the right way to put it, but could you stay and keep me company for a while? I'm worried that the Zhang family is still looking for me outside. Meng Qingze looked on expectantly, and Jiang Xian nodded slightly after hearing those words. Don't worry, I'm just going to the hallway to make a phone call. After saying that, Jiang Xian patted Meng Qingze's shoulder slightly. Meng Qingze was finally relieved. But when she looked up, she met Su Zirwei's gaze. Dr. Su, what brings you here? Meng Qingze's voice carried a hint of surprise, and Jiang Xian quickly turned around after hearing this. Looking at Su Zirwei standing at the door, Jiang Xian sighed helplessly. You rest for a while, I'll talk to Dr. Su. Normally, Meng Qingze might have started crying and making a fuss at this time. But the situation is different now. Meng Qingze nodded and obediently closed his eyes. Jiang Xian entered the corridor, and Su Zirwei turned to leave. Are you in such a hurry to leave? Don't you have anything you want to ask me? Jiang Xian looked at Su Zirwei in front of her with a puzzled expression. Su Zirwei simply smiled after hearing Jiang Xian's words. Chapter 166, A Night of Protection. Didn't Miss Jiang already tell me last night? I wonder how Meng Qingze is feeling today. Although Su Zirwei's words were full of concern, his face showed no emotion whatsoever. Jiang Xian understood that Su Zirwei was still blaming her for what she had done before. It was definitely my fault for abandoning you last night. However, Meng Qingze was indeed forced into this situation, and the doctor said that his internal injuries were very serious. If he didn't take action, something bad might happen. As soon as Jiang Xian finished speaking, a look of self-reproach appeared on her face. So I planned to settle him in first. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, she fell silent, seemingly waiting for Su Zirwei's response. However, Su Zirwei's response was merely indifference. Then please take good care of me, Miss Jiang. If there's nothing else, I have to go to work. But as soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Xian suddenly grabbed Su Zirwei's hand. Su Zirwei, this is a matter of life and death, and I hope you won't act childish. Jiang Xian's words also made Su Zirwei feel ridiculous. Miss Jiang is probably mistaken. This matter has nothing to do with me. Whom Miss Jiang wants to save is her own business and has nothing to do with me. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. Just as Su Zirwei finished speaking, Meng Qingze's violent coughing came from the ward. Jiang Xian panicked for a moment. Miss Jiang, you should go and check on the people in the ward first. It won't be good if you go too late. After saying this, Meng Qingze turned and left. Jiang Xian clenched her fists secretly. Meanwhile, Meng Qingze, inside the ward, was also looking expectantly at the door. A smile appeared on Meng Qingze's lips as the ward door was pushed open. As expected, he guessed right. Jiang Xian still cared about him. I overheard your discussion just now. Is it possible that Dr. Su has misunderstood something? Meng Qingze asked tentatively, but upon hearing this, Jiang Xian simply shook her head. It's just something else. Let's talk about Uncle's matter. What else have you found out? Jiang Xian glanced at Meng Qingze, her eyes carrying a hint of anticipation. If Meng Qingze knew where those construction teams had gone, it would be a good thing for the Jiang group. Meng Qingze shook his head after hearing Jiang Xian's words. They talked very discreetly, but didn't mention any means of transportation, so I suspect they probably didn't leave. Meng Qingze shared his thoughts. Jiang Xian was somewhat surprised. Those construction workers never left. They took such a large sum of money, yet they didn't choose to leave. Just as he thought of this, Meng Qingze suddenly covered his head again, a look of pain appearing on his face. Are you all right? What exactly did Zhang Lingling do to you? Looking at Meng Qingze's appearance, Jiang Xian knew in her heart that this was not something that could be achieved overnight. Meng Qingze sighed after hearing this. It's nothing, just some minor injuries. At least I've escaped. After saying this, Meng Qingze gave a pale smile. Jiang Xian frowned, having also seen the injuries on Meng Qingze's body the previous night. I can't imagine what kind of torture Meng Qingze suffered at the hands of that woman. Have you thought about what to do next? Jiang Xian tried her best to make her words sound calm and composed. Now Meng Qingze has betrayed Zhang Lingling. There's no way to gain a foothold here, and what's most terrifying is that the woman is likely still chasing after us. If Meng Qingze appears at the train station or airport, he will likely be arrested again. I know the consequences of betraying that woman, and I'm worried that something will happen to you. After all, Uncle Jiang is also your relative. If he wants to do something, it would be too easy for him. Meng Qingze rushed over without hesitation precisely because he was worried about these things. Jiang Xian was somewhat moved. Meng Qingze treated her this way, so it seemed that what he had done back then was not unforgivable. You should rest first. I'll figure something out. Jiang Xian patted Meng Qingze on the shoulder and then left the ward. At the same time, an unfamiliar phone call came in. Jiang Xian was somewhat surprised when she answered the call. Jiang Xian, I know that man is in your hands. I hope you won't be ungrateful and will send him back right away. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Xian immediately recognized that the woman was Zhang Lingling. Jiang Xian merely sneered at Zhang Lingling's words. Ms. Zhang, please calm down. No matter how bad Meng Qingze is, he was once my friend. If you want to take him back, that's impossible. However, after she finished speaking, Zhang Lingling on the other end of the phone burst out laughing. Jiang Xian, you really have no shame. Don't you know what this man did to you before? And now they're actually protecting him. You really surprise me. But after saying these words, Zhang Lingling snorted coldly. I don't care what Meng Qingze said. He betrayed me, so I have to find him. How could President Jiang still want to keep a man like Meng Qingze by her side? Meanwhile, Su Zirwei was feeling agitated and was looking at his phone with a troubled expression. Just as I was thinking this, there was a knock on the door. Su Zirwei's eyes were filled with curiosity. Lu Zhenjin. Looking at the person standing outside the door, Su Zirwei felt a little curious. Are you here to see Meng Qingze? He's in the inpatient ward downstairs. You've come to the wrong place. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Lu Jinjin looked confused. Is Meng Qingzi here? However, after saying this, Su Zirwei was also surprised. So what brings you here? Lu Jinjin hesitated for a moment. I'm here to get medicine for Xian. But what's this about Meng Qingzi you mentioned earlier? As soon as Lu Jinjin finished speaking, Su Zirwei recounted everything that had happened the previous night. After hearing these words, Lu Jinjin fell completely silent. Why did this have to happen at this time? Lu Jinjin lowered her head, seemingly deep in thought. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingzi frowned and asked, what happened? Lu Jinjin hesitated for a moment before speaking. Something went wrong within the Jiang group, and this is what happened. I suspect that someone might be behind this. However, after saying these words, Su Zirwei shook his head slightly. I'm afraid things aren't that simple. No matter what, Jiang Xian has already started to side with Meng Qingzi. So even if there is some conspiracy, it has nothing to do with me. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, he also prepared to leave. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinjin's eyes widened. You can't be serious, can you? Chapter 167, Finding the Real Deal. Lu Jinjin looked at Su Zirwei with a helpless expression. Su Zirwei merely raised an eyebrow slightly upon hearing this. I'm not joking. This matter has nothing to do with me. However, after saying this, Lu Jinjin sighed helplessly. Dr. Su, you know Xian's temper. If we don't do something now, Meng Qingzi will persuade her with just a few words. At that time, the Jiang group will also become the same as before. Lu Jinjin had only intended to offer some words of advice, but her words touched a nerve with Su Zirwei. If Meng Qingzi could win her back with just a few words, then Jiang Xian must have thought of all this from the very beginning. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Jinjin realized that she had made a mistake. It was too late to salvage the situation. Su Zirwei had already prescribed the medicine. She sensed the coldness in Su Zirwei's eyes. Standing in the corridor, Lu Jinjin sighed helplessly. I saw Jiang Xian as soon as I arrived at the hospital entrance. The two looked at each other, and Jiang Xian quickly stepped forward. You got it so quickly. In that case, let's go now. After saying this, Jiang Xian prepared to leave. Lu Jinjin stopped him. I heard from Dr. Su that you brought that man to the hospital? Why are you still thinking about that man, Meng Qingzi? Thinking of this, Lu Jinjin felt a deep sense of disappointment and frustration. They had both recovered from their illness, but they ended up like this. Jiang Xian wasn't in a hurry when she heard this. Instead, she nodded slightly. I've already told Su Zirwei about this, and he didn't misunderstand. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Jinjin shook her head. You may feel at peace with yourself, but the damage you caused to Dr. Su back then is irreversible. Dr. Su probably won't forgive you for this. As soon as Lu Jinjin finished speaking, Jiang Xian's gaze changed in an instant. This is my private matter, and it has nothing to do with you. If you're all right, you should take your medicine and go home as soon as possible. Jiang Xian felt a little uneasy. Thinking back, Su Zirwei's expression had indeed seemed a bit off earlier. But she couldn't lose face in front of Lu Jinjin. Lu Jinjin gave Jiang Xian a deep look before leaving. Meanwhile, in the ward, Meng Qingzi was casually looking at his phone. The panicked look from before was long gone. Su Zirwei frowned when a message suddenly popped up from Zhang Lingling. Unexpectedly, the Jiang group acted so quickly, finding some clues. With a slight upturn of his lips, Meng Qingzi's eyes held a mocking gaze. They had been preparing for this plan for a long time, and now they could finally move on to the next step. It was located within the Jiang family's manor. Uncle Jiang paced back and forth in the study. I never expected things to turn out this way. What kind of work are you people doing? Didn't I say I was going to hide them? How did those people still manage to find us? If Jiang Xian finds out anything through these people, I will definitely be taken in for questioning. At that point, I might not even be able to protect the Jiang group, let alone this manor. Uncle Jiang complained, wishing he could clear everything off the table. But after seeing the exquisite ornaments on the table, he fell silent again. The butler, who was standing nearby, immediately stepped forward to persuade them. Sir, now is not the time for us to rush. Those people have not been arrested yet, and the group has only obtained some clues. Moreover, we still have Miss Zhang, so there's definitely room for negotiation in this matter. The butler tried to persuade him, but secretly he was also thinking about how to escape. They had tried to contact Zhang Lingling earlier, but her phone was switched off, clearly indicating that she did not want to get involved in the matter. This proves that they were fooled. You're right. As long as the person hasn't been caught, we still have a chance. First, we need to find a way to get them as far away as possible. We absolutely cannot let those old men on the board of directors find out the inside story of this matter. Uncle Jiang was desperate and would try anything. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he couldn't give up. While Uncle Jiang was in a state of utter distress, Zhang Lingling was enjoying herself at the banquet. Meng Qingze has already won Jiang Xian's favor as planned, and it took a lot of effort to get this kid back again. They even went so far as to involve Uncle Jiang in the scheme. Miss Jiang, it's been a long time since you've been here. You have to drink this glass of wine with me. Beside Zhang Lingling, the man who looked 8 parts like Su Zirwei was smiling. Buyan, have you forgotten what I said before? Don't use your tricks on me to get me to drink. Zhang Lingling put down her wine glass, a hint of frost in her eyes. Su Bian was startled and quickly calmed down, though a hint of panic still lingered in his eyes. Zhang Lingling was intrigued, but Su Bian quickly composed himself and simply sat quietly to the side. A faint beam of incandescent light shone down on him from above. A faint sadness lingered in his eyes. At this moment, he completely transformed into Su Zirwei. Zhang Lingling just watched from afar, her eyes revealing satisfaction. She wanted to experience things that Jiang Xian couldn't. Looking at that face, Zhang Lingling gradually understood why Jiang Xian was so persistent in pursuing Su Zirwei after the divorce. This face is indeed beautiful, but you are ultimately not the real you. Zhang Lingling sighed, and Su Bian felt a little sad after hearing this. But soon, Su Bian stepped forward. If Ms. Zhang wants to find the real person, what difficulty is there in that? I heard that Su Zirwei is just a doctor. I will bring him to you under the pretense of seeing a doctor. Su Bian smiled, his face full of flattery. Upon hearing this, Su Zirwei merely snorted coldly. Do you think everyone is like you, so despicable? Only someone like you could come up with such a plan. After she finished speaking, Zhang Lingling did not refuse immediately. This can be seen as an implicit acceptance of this statement. That evening, the Jiang group also received the news. Xian, we've got news about that construction company. They've been hiding in a small village on the outskirts of the city. They were discovered when they went out in groups tonight. Lu Jinjin said excitedly, and upon hearing this, Jiang Xian finally felt relieved. All that's left is to wait for the trial results. I'll leave this matter to you. Once I've dealt with second uncle, I'll give you a break. Jiang Xian hung up the phone after she finished speaking. The very next morning, Jiang Xian saw her second uncle outside the company. Compared to his previous high spirits, Uncle Jiang now has dark circles under his eyes and graying temples, making him look like he has aged more than 10 years. Chapter 168, Reorganizing the Company. Second uncle? Jiang Xian stepped forward with some surprise, and was even more astonished when she saw the person in front of her clearly. Second uncle, what happened to you? I almost didn't recognize you. Jiang Xian feigned surprise, but her eyes held a hint of mockery. When Uncle Jiang heard Jiang Xian's words, his expression became even more profound. Xin, it is true that your second uncle made a mistake in this matter. He listened to the slander of villains, which gave those construction companies an opportunity to take advantage of him. At this point, Uncle Jiang's tone softened considerably. Jiang Xian even suspected that the sun rose in the west today. Second uncle, what are you saying? I don't understand. As soon as Jiang Xian finished speaking, Uncle Jiang sighed deeply. Xian, there are too many people here. Let's go to the conference room first. Uncle Jiang glanced at his side subconsciously. Jiang Xian looked troubled. I just heard my second uncle say that it was about the construction company running away with the money. We really need to go to the conference room for something this important. Jiang Xian deliberately raised her voice, even though it was during working hours. The employees coming and going also focused their attention on Uncle Jiang. The biggest news in the company right now is the construction company that absconded with the money. Now that Jiang Xian has deliberately amplified it, it's naturally attracting a lot of attention. Uncle Jiang didn't have time to think and stepped into the elevator first. Jiang Xian chuckled, feeling that her second uncle had seriously underestimated her. They even dared to try to settle things privately here. Jiang Xian had already notified the board of directors, and when Uncle Jiang pushed open the door, he froze on the spot. Looking at these high-ranking officials in front of him, he was at a loss for what to do. Under intense questioning from the board of directors, Uncle Jiang's original explanation was no longer valid. Jiang Xian didn't even need to say a word. The group's senior management alone left Uncle Jiang with no way to back down. Seeing him shrinking his neck like a quail, he didn't dare to say another word. While the Jiang group was engaged in heated discussions, Su Zirwei at the hospital also welcomed a new patient. Su Zirwei's eyes showed a hint of surprise when he saw the man in the corridor. The man in front of her looked very similar to her, so much so that even Chun Huifang hesitated when he arrived. I don't know where this gentleman needs treatment. Su Zirwei gave a gentle smile. Su Bian was also somewhat surprised. He had only heard about Su Zirwei from others before, but now that he had actually met him, he began to doubt himself. I have some burns on my body, and I wanted to ask if there are any solutions. As Su Bian spoke, he pulled up his sleeve. The crisscrossing burn scars on his arms were horrifying. Even for a seasoned surgeon like Su Zirwei, this was the first time he had ever seen such an ugly scar. However, based on his professional ethics as a doctor, Su Zirwei forced himself to remain calm. In your case, you should go to a dermatologist, but I also advise you not to have too high hopes. It's not that simple to cover up such a large area with a brush. Su Zirwei looked at Su Baiyan in front of him. Perhaps because they were so similar, Su Zirwei made some exceptions. Upon hearing this, Su Baiyan quickly took out his phone. Thank you very much, Dr. Su. I wonder if we could be friends? I can ask you questions if I have any questions. Su Zirwei originally wanted to refuse, but after seeing Su Baiyan's face, he granted him the privilege. Anyway, it's just adding a friend, there won't be any problem. Do you know Jiang Xian? Su Zirwei asked the question subconsciously. For some reason, he was worried that Jiang Xian would find out about Su Baiyan. Su Baiyan was taken aback, then shook his head. I don't know him, Dr. Su. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. After Su Baiyan left, Su Zirwei gave a bitter smile. Even if Jiang Xian sees it, so what? This isn't Mengqingzi. Su Zirwei waited until evening, when he was preparing to go home after get off work. But then he suddenly received a voice message from Su Baiyan. Dr. Su, do you have time now? My friend is injured and may need your help. Upon hearing this news, Su Zirwei immediately asked for his seat. When we arrived at the banquet hall by taxi, it was quiet inside. Occasionally, you can hear crying. Su Zirwei sensed something was wrong and was about to make a phone call to inquire. Su Baiyan's voice came through. Dr. Su, is that you? Su Zirwei responded softly and then quickly stepped forward. Upon seeing the woman beside him, Su Zirwei fell silent. Dr. Su, I'm so sorry to trouble you so late. This is my friend, Zhang Lingling. As soon as Su Baiyan finished speaking, Zhang Lingling looked a little awkward. Dr. Su, I never expected that the friend Su Baiyan mentioned would be you. What a coincidence. Zhang Lingling's eyes blinked, but there was a bright red cut on her leg. What's going on? Su Zirwei couldn't care less about any conspiracy at this moment, and quickly squatted down to examine it carefully. The wound was about the length of my forearm, but thankfully, it wasn't very deep. You may need to rest for a while. Let me take you to get bandaged up first. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Su Baiyan suddenly cried out in pain. Dr. Su, could you please take Lingling to get her bandaged up first? My stomach hurts a bit. Su Baiyan chuckled, but Su Zirwei didn't take it to heart. Zhang Lingling leaned her entire body against Su Zirwei. You can see Su Zirwei's profile as soon as you look up. In the darkness, this profile appeared much more resolute. Zhang Lingling slightly curved her lips and moved even closer. Sensing Zhang Lingling's movements, Su Zirwei's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Dr. Su, it's really trouble to make you come all this way. I'll definitely tell you next time that I can't let you make this trip. Zhang Lingling's words did not elicit much of a response from Su Zirwei. Seeing Su Zirwei's clueless attitude, Zhang Lingling felt dissatisfied. But she can't show it yet. Just then, Su Zirwei's phone rang. However, given the current situation, it's not convenient for Su Zirwei to take it out. Zhang Lingling immediately understood upon seeing this. Dr. Su, let me take a look at you. Su Zirwei nodded slightly. When Zhang Lingling saw the name Jiang Xian, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Su Zirwei, I finished what I needed to do here. Where are you? When I answered the phone, Jiang Xian's voice came through. Su Zirwei's body stiffened. Dr. Su, it was Miss Jiang who called you. Why didn't you answer her? Zhang Lingling's sweet voice came through the phone, and before Su Zirwei could explain, Jiang Xian on the other end immediately questioned him. You are Zhang Lingling. Why are you by Su Zirwei's side? I'm warning you not to do anything reckless. Su Zirwei is not Mengqingzi. Keep your thoughts to yourself. However, Jiang Xian's words had no effect whatsoever, and instead made Zhang Lingling sigh helplessly. Chapter 169, An Ambiguous Kiss. Mr. Jiang, there's no need to be so agitated. I'm just injured, and I'm asking Dr. Su to take care of me. Zhang Lingling stepped in to explain and help Su Zirwei out of the predicament. Jiang Xian snorted coldly. Who knows what you're thinking, Su Zirwei? Come to the company right now. Get away from this woman quickly. Jiang Xian spoke in a commanding tone. Su Zirwei just sighed when he heard this. I did come here to take care of Zhang Lingling. She injured her leg. It's not appropriate for me to come find you so late. Su Zirwei didn't want to continue arguing, especially since Zhang Lingling was there with him. But upon hearing this, Jiang Xian sighed helplessly. Now is not the time to argue with Su Zirwei. You should protect yourself. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Xian hung up the phone. Silence fell over the surroundings. Su Zirwei frowned almost imperceptibly. As a divorced ex-wife, I have to worry about so much. Dr. Su, I even suspect that your divorce with Jiang Xian is a sham. This casual remark made Su Zirwei smile wryly. I'll take you to the hospital to get bandaged up first. Do you need me to notify the Zhang family? After Su Zirwei said that, Zhang Lingling calmed down. All she could do was glare at Su Zirwei in secret. How could Su Zirwei not know about her relationship with the Zhang family? This was clearly meant to embarrass her. Neither of them spoke again until they arrived at the hospital, where Su Zirwei settled the person in. Su Bian also arrived at this time. Seeing the awkward atmosphere in the ward, Su Bian walked in with heavy steps. Are you all right? Luckily, I called Dr. Su over in time. Don't worry about the banquet. I've already asked someone to take care of it. After Su Bian finished speaking, he turned to look at Su Zirwei again. Dr. Su, please let me know if you need anything, and I will do my best to help. Su Bian was about to say a few more polite words, but Su Zirwei stopped him. It's getting late. You should all get some rest. Su Zirwei yawned and left. After everyone left, Su Bian immediately stood in front of Zhang Lingling. Sister Zhang, what you just did was really too risky. I don't think this man is worth you being so ruthless to yourself. Su Bian didn't understand. Su Zirwei had such a cold and aloof demeanor and didn't seem to know anything about romance. What's so appealing about someone with such a cold and aloof demeanor? But there was a hint of determination in Zhang Lingling's eyes. That's the difference between the two of you. You'll always be stuck in that kind of place, but Dr. Su is different. At least I found a way to sow discord. After saying that, Zhang Lingling pulled Su Bian over. She gently left a kiss on his cheek. The flash illuminated half of the ward in an instant, and Zhang Lingling deliberately chose a side profile photo that was extremely similar. He then posted it on his WeChat Moments with ambiguous captions. Zhang Xian was already unable to sleep because of the phone call earlier, and it was at this moment that Zhang Lingling's boastful post on WeChat Moments appeared. Zhang Xian sat up instantly. I was just about to take a closer look when I discovered that the post had disappeared, but the profile picture in the photo kept her awake at all. These two were just together a moment ago, and now Zhang Lingling has posted another ambiguous photo. Isn't that a provocation? Thinking of this, Zhang Xian prepared to call Su Zirwei. But in an instant, I remembered what had just happened. The call ultimately failed to go through. For a moment, Zhang Xian felt that something was missing in her heart. Su Zirwei had no idea what changes Zhang Xian had gone through that night. He simply fell into a deep sleep after returning home. Early in the morning, news about the Zhang group began to be broadcast on a loop. Su Zirwei also saw the notification on his phone. I immediately thought of what Zhang Xian had said last night. This must be the important thing Zhang Xian wanted to tell herself. Even after just a cursory glance, Su Zirwei was somewhat surprised. I never expected that Uncle Jiang would do such a thing behind my back. The current punishment is considered lenient for Uncle Jiang. In that instant, Su Zirwei thought of Zhang Xian. Now, only her grandmother and Zhang Xian depend on each other for survival, and she must be suffering. However, Zhang Xian has always been extremely good at hiding her feelings. Only in Meng Qingze was there a kind of love that he wanted the whole world to know. Su Zirwei shook his head, dismissing these jumbled thoughts from his mind. Now Su Zirwei has returned to Zhang Xian's side once again. He probably no longer has a place in the workforce. Life has simply returned to the days following the divorce. For Su Zirwei, this is not a bad outcome. Perhaps this way, they will never have any further contact. That's what Su Zirwei thought, but reality taught him a lesson. In the hospital corridor, Zhang Xian was sitting to the side, and Meng Qingze was behind the door. When Zhang Xian arrived in the morning, she found Meng Qingze still sleeping, so she didn't push the door open to disturb him. The nurses around her were rushing around, and Zhang Xian kept looking in the direction of the door. Hopefully, Su Zirwei will appear. Yesterday, the higher-ups dealt with Uncle Jiang, merging all his assets into the company. The money that the construction company embezzled has been recovered. Now, thanks to these two events, the Jiang Group has regained its footing. There will be no more mistakes in their careers, and they are likely starting to examine the two choices in front of them. Meng Qingze's current harmony is merely superficial. Zhang Xian has no idea what he's really thinking. Besides, how could Zhang Xian possibly keep someone who had already betrayed her once before by her side? Zhang Xian made the wrong choice before, but now she only hopes that Su Zirwei will appear. Perhaps the call in his heart had worked, and Su Zirwei walked in, bathed in sunlight. Zhang Xian stepped forward quickly without thinking. Su Zirwei's smile froze at that moment. He had just seen the news about the Jiang Group, and now the boss of the Jiang Group was standing in front of him. I saw the news this morning. Congratulations, Mr. Jiang. Su Zirwei spoke first, and then prepared to leave. Zhang Xian naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. Why didn't you reply to my messages last night? And how did you go to find Zhang Lingling? Zhang Xian took a step forward and caught a whiff of a fresh fragrance. Upon hearing Jiang Xian's words, Su Zirwei realized that what happened last night had caused her to misunderstand. A friend contacted me last night. It was a coincidence. I took the person to the hospital and then went home. Su Zirwei's expression remained calm. Jiang Xian did not get angry. Instead, she nodded slightly. I understand. I'm willing to believe you. Jiang Xian's words made Su Zirwei's eyes widen. Jiang Xian did not miss the momentary lapse in composure. You don't need to be so surprised. I did pay less attention to you before, and I didn't even choose to believe you. I should have changed after you healed my leg, but I neglected you at that time. Do you have time after get off work tonight? Jiang Xian extended the invitation once again. Chapter 170, An Irresistible Date. Thinking about what happened last night, Su Zirwei knew that there was no reason to refuse this time. Seeing Su Zirwei nod, Jiang Xian was also happy. I'll pick you up tonight. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, she immediately turned and left. Su Zirwei simply watched silently as Jiang Xian went to Meng Qing's ward. It's unclear what Jiang Xian is thinking or what important matter she has to say tonight. In the ward, Meng Qingze looked at the door that had been pushed open, a bitter look in his eyes. Xin, didn't I tell you you didn't have to come? Your frequent appearances might make Dr. Su think too much. After saying these words, Meng Qingze's eyes revealed helplessness. Jiang Xian simply shook her head after seeing this. Now that I've encountered this situation, I won't just sit idly by. Besides, you have no one left to take care of you. When Jiang Xian said this, Meng Qingze was momentarily dazed. But he soon understood what Jiang Xian meant. He truly had no one left to rely on. Seeing Jiang Xian now fills Meng Qingze with anticipation. He hoped that Jiang Xian would offer him warmth at this time. However, Jiang Xian calmly shifted her gaze after seeing Meng Qingze's eyes. This surprised Meng Qingze. When does Jiang Xian look at herself with this expression? Could it be that Jiang Xian has really fallen for Su Zirwei? The thought of this possibility filled Meng Qingze with anger. He never expected Jiang Xian to treat him this way. This gradually solidified his belief in himself. Su Zirwei absolutely cannot be allowed to live. Although one may feel disgusted, one must still maintain a kind and understanding demeanor on the surface. Xin, there must be some misunderstanding between you and Dr. Su. As long as you talk it out, there will definitely be no problem. Jiang Xian was somewhat surprised after Meng Qingze finished speaking. Do you really think so? After Jiang Xian finished speaking, a hint of anticipation even appeared in her eyes. Su Zirwei simply nodded slightly at these comments. That's what I naturally think, but I don't know what Dr. Su will think. Before you were divorced, Dr. Su's demeanor clearly showed that he still had feelings for you. After saying these words, Meng Qingze still had a troubled expression on his face. But now that I see you two have made up, I'm happy for you. At least this way, you'll have someone to take care of you. Meng Qingze deliberately spoke in a weak tone, which softened Jiang Xian's heart. I thought you would try to find a way to stop me from seeing him. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Meng Qingze immediately shook his head. After experiencing so much, I've long since come to terms with it. Besides, I was the one who wronged you before, and you still kept me by your side despite the past. How could I possibly stop you from pursuing your own happiness? Meng Qingze's generous words piqued Jiang Xian's curiosity. Do you also think that I am the happiest person by Su Zirwei's side? When Jiang Xian asked that question, Meng Qingze was momentarily stunned. Clearly, they hadn't expected Jiang Xian to ask that question. But it was precisely because of this that Meng Qingze understood. Jiang Xian still has doubts about this matter at this moment, which proves that he still has a chance. It's just a matter of subtly convincing Jiang Xian that Su Zirwei is not a good choice. At least in my opinion, Dr. Su has done so much for you and is indeed the person who treats you the best. At least he won't betray you. Meng Qingze gave a self-deprecating laugh, his gaze inadvertently falling to the window. Perhaps the most suitable person to stay by Xinxin's side is the one who is well-behaved and obedient. After saying that, Meng Qingze made an excuse to send Jiang Xian away. Jiang Xian stood helplessly in the corridor, her mind replaying what Meng Qingze had just said. Meng Qingze's words were not without reason. Su Zirwei had always been well-behaved, and all he could think about was treating patients and saving lives. Is this kind of man really right for me? Recalling everything she had experienced before, Jiang Xian began to hesitate. Isn't this Miss Jiang? I didn't expect you to be in the hospital too. Could it be that they came to see that good-for-nothing? At this point, Zhang Lingling glanced at the ward. When Jiang Xian saw Zhang Lingling, a hint of wariness appeared in her eyes. What are you doing here? Miss Zhang was injured, wasn't she? Instead of resting at home, you came to the hospital. Do you want to see Su Zirwei? However, believing her words did not provoke Zhang Lingling. Instead, it brought a smile to her face. Ms. Jiang is right. I came to the hospital to thank Dr. Su for saving me with all my heart last night. Zhang Lingling deliberately emphasized last night in order to make Jiang Xian recall the deleted post on WeChat moments. Everything went as Zhang Lingling wished. Jiang Xian also recalled the photo from last night. Seeing Zhang Lingling's smug expression, Jiang Xian fell silent. Su Zirwei would never do such a thing. You're not his type. Jiang Xian shook her head, clearly unwilling to believe it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lingling's eyes revealed a hint of curiosity. How can you be so sure? Do you know Su Zirwei very well? But as far as I know, you two have been divorced for a long time, and you had no feelings for Su Zirwei at all during those years, let alone any understanding of him. Now you haven't even asked Dr. Su what he thinks, yet you're acting all high and mighty in front of me. Or is it because the Jiang group is doing better now that you think you're worthy of the title? Zhang Lingling's eyes were filled with arrogance. Jiang Xian frowned, knowing that this woman was quite unreasonable. I don't want to waste my breath on you. You'd better stay away from Su Zirwei. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let you go either. Jiang Xian's voice carried a warning, but Zhang Lingling in front of her didn't care at all. President Zhang is really greedy. Having Meng Qingze by his side is not enough. He even wants to keep Dr. Su by his side as well. Who is it that you truly love? Zhang Lingling's eyes were filled with indifference. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian's eyes showed a moment of panic. But she quickly calmed down. The choice is in my hands, so there's no need for Miss Zhang to tell me. It was at this moment that Su Zirwei came out. What are you all doing gathered here? Su Zirwei looked on with some curiosity, while Zhang Lingling immediately stepped forward upon seeing him. Dr. Su, I came here specifically to thank you. I never expected to run into Miss Jiang, who would stop me like this. Anyone who didn't know better would think she was your wife. Chapter 171, Knowing Full Well. After he finished speaking, many people around looked over curiously. Jiang Xian's face was gloomy. Their divorce was already common knowledge. The phrase official wife now seems to be a sarcastic jab at her. Zhang Lingling approached Su Zirwei with a helpless expression. Dr. Su, I remember you two are divorced, right? Ms. Jiang, how can you interfere in your private life like this? When Zhang Lingling said this, everyone around her nodded in agreement. That makes sense, they're already divorced. So why are they still coming to her ex-husband's hospital every day? As the president of the Jiang group, can't you be a little more dignified? The surrounding doubts grew louder and louder, and upon hearing these words, Jiang Xian secretly clenched her fists. Everyone, please don't say that. This is the president of the Jiang group. I only said a few words, and she wants to retaliate against me. Upon hearing this, the people around dared not stay any longer and hurriedly fled. Upon seeing this, Jiang Xian's expression turned even angrier. You really exceed my expectations. How come I never noticed before that you, a woman, could be so eloquent? It seems that you are the most ruthless person in the Zhang family. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, she glanced at Su Zirwei again. I'll be waiting for you tonight. You must never forget. Su Zirwei nodded slightly, which was considered an agreement. Zhang Lingling also witnessed this scene, and a thought crossed her mind. Dr. Su, are you going out for dinner tonight? Zhang Lingling asked with some disappointment, and Su Zirwei nodded slightly upon hearing this. This is something I already promised her a long time ago. I have received Ms. Zhang's thanks. If there's nothing else, please leave soon. After all, hospitals are not places for normal people. Su Zirwei's words piqued Zhang Lingling's curiosity. Dr. Su, you really love being a doctor. Haven't you ever thought about becoming someone's private doctor? After saying these words, Zhang Lingling also had some thoughts in her mind. If Su Zirwei could become their family's private doctor, the Zhang family would definitely be extremely grateful to him. Moreover, Zhang Lingling also hoped that Su Zirwei would be in front of her. Su Zirwei immediately shook his head after hearing this. I have already turned down many people. Mr. Zhang had invited me before, but I feel that it is better for a private doctor to stay in the hospital. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Zhang Lingling just laughed awkwardly twice. At the same time, I also know that staying any longer would be somewhat impolite. Before leaving, Zhang Lingling glanced at Meng Qingze in the ward, and a smile appeared on her lips. Meng Qingze also noticed this, and simply nodded slightly in the ward. That evening, Su Zirwei went to the hospital after getting off work. After looking around, Su Zirwei glanced at her curiously. Why hasn't Jiang Xian appeared yet? Just as Su Zirwei was about to make a call, a car pulled up to the side of the road. After getting out of the car, Jiang Xian leaned against the car door. Thank you for your hard work. Let's go now. Jiang Xian opened the car door with a smile, and Su Zirwei was somewhat flattered. This was the first time Jiang Xian had ever taken herself so seriously. However, Su Zirwei did not show it on the surface. Looking out the car window at the receding street scene, Su Zirwei's eyes revealed curiosity. Which restaurant did you book? I don't recognize this street. When did a new restaurant open? Su Zirwei's eyes revealed confusion. Jiang Xian immediately shook her head upon hearing this. This shop isn't newly opened. You'll see when you get there. Jiang Xian's words were mysterious, so Su Zirwei could only patiently wait, but his curiosity also began to grow. Where exactly will Jiang Xian take me? Just as she was thinking about this, Jiang Xian suddenly came to her senses. You really have a relationship with Miss Zhang? Jiang Xian suddenly said this, but Sun Zirwei's attention was focused on the outside of the car window, and he didn't hear what she said for a moment. What did you just say? I didn't hear you. Su Zirwei asked curiously, but Jiang Xian hesitated for a moment and remained silent. Seeing that Jiang Xian had fallen silent, Su Zirwei did not ask any further questions. Outside the car window, the street scene began to look eerie, and even Su Zirwei felt a little panicked. Shouldn't they be going to a hotel in the downtown area? Why are they in the suburbs now? You brought me to a place like this so late at night. You don't have some ulterior motive, do you? Su Zirwei spoke with a half-smile, but Jiang Xian's face held a resolute expression. Su Zirwei was stunned when he saw this. A sense of panic began to creep into my heart. Could it be that Jiang Xian is planning to do something to me? But on second thought, Su Zirwei felt that Jiang Xian wouldn't be that kind of person. If he really wanted to do something, he wouldn't need to go to such lengths. After confirming this, Su Zirwei waited on the side. The two fell silent. A message suddenly came through on his phone, and Su Zirwei glanced at it with some curiosity. Who sent it? Zhang Lingling. Jiang Xian was a little curious, and Su Zirwei nodded slightly. They were just asking which restaurant I was at. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian smiled. Then you can tell her the truth. This woman won't come here anyway. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Su Zirwei's eyes also showed helplessness. I want to say that too, but I have no idea where we are right now. Are we in the suburbs now? Su Zirwei asked tentatively, and Jiang Xian suddenly stopped the car. We've arrived, let's go. After carefully finishing speaking, he turned off the engine. The lights inside the car dimmed instantly. Su Zirwei was about to say that it was pitch black when he heard the sound of waves. A glint of light appeared in Su Zirwei's eyes. Jiang Xian smiled when she saw Su Zirwei's appearance. Just as I thought, you've been in the hospital the whole time and haven't been here for a long time. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, she immediately opened the car door and got out. Upon seeing this, Su Zirwei immediately followed. Feeling the sea breeze around him, Su Zirwei smiled slightly. Feeling the sea breeze on a night like this has a unique charm. To Su Zirwei's surprise, Jiang Xian had already arrived on the beach. Before Su Zirwei could even react, Jiang Xian had already lit the candles on a table in front of him. The faint light illuminated Jiang Xian's profile. Upon seeing this, Su Zirwei curiously stepped forward. After sitting down, Su Zirwei glanced at the sea. The tide has gone out. There should be plenty of good stuff on the beach. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Xian simply shook the bell on the table. The next second, a butler-like person came up from the side carrying dishes. How was my dinner with nature? Jiang Xian smiled slightly, her eyes filled with excitement. Chapter 172, The Bitter Flesh Scheme. It seems she wanted a compliment from Su Zirwei. However, after hearing this, Su Zirwei smiled slightly. Your dinner of nature is truly unexpected. Even if I told her, she definitely wouldn't come looking for me. However, after saying this, Jiang Xian's expression changed. It's just the two of us tonight, and I don't want to hear any other noises. Jiang Xian was somewhat dissatisfied. An awkward expression appeared on Su Zirwei's face. So now our ginger is always jealous? After drinking a glass of wine, Su Zirwei began to act recklessly. After all, they've been together for 8 years, so there's no need to be so cryptic. Jiang Xian nodded slightly after hearing this. This time he did not refuse. Instead, he gazed at Su Zirwei with his bright eyes. I'm just jealous. You're getting way too close to that woman. It even seems a bit strange to me. However, after saying this, Su Zirwei also showed a confused expression. He looked like he'd seen a ghost. Had Jiang Xian taken the wrong medicine? Jiang Xian simply nodded, showing none of her previous haughty demeanor. Su Zirwei took a deep breath and shook his head. You really are a bit hard for me to figure out. Why haven't I heard you mention these things before? As soon as Su Zirwei finished speaking, Jiang Xian's eyes also showed some embarrassment. That's because I was blinded before. However, just as he finished speaking, Su Zirwei suddenly thought of something. Didn't you say before that Zhang Lingling hates Meng Qingze? Now that neither of us is here, won't something happen at the hospital? Su Zirwei was somewhat dazed, but Jiang Xian in front of him didn't seem to care. It doesn't matter. That woman won't actually do anything. Meng Qingze is also of some benefit to him. However, after saying this, Su Zirwei showed a surprised expression. What do you mean by that? Do you mean you already knew about this? However, after saying this, Jiang Xian smiled slightly. You don't think I'm completely unaware, do you? Meng Qingze has already betrayed me, so how could I possibly stay by my side? I wouldn't have any good feelings towards a man who can stay by Zhang Lingling's side. However, just after saying that, Jiang Xian slightly swirled her wine glass. I'm afraid the two of them are still in the hospital room, being all lovey-dovey. Jiang Xian's words instantly made Su Zirwei feel a wave of fear. He underestimated Jiang Xian. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Meng Qingze was discussing the next steps with Zhang Lingling. I have gained Miss Zhang's trust, and I believe it won't be long before I can return to the villa. After saying all this, Meng Qingze looked at Zhang Lingling excitedly. Zhang Lingling shook her head. You probably don't think you can really make that woman believe you just by saying a few nice words. Zhang Lingling admired her newly done manicure, a hint of danger lurking in her eyes. Meng Qingze was unaware of all this, and instead revealed a smile. How is this possible? Even if Jiang Xian were to perform in front of me, he could never act this well. I could even feel the love shining in his eyes. Meng Qingze shook his head. In the past, he was the one who deceived other people's feelings, and no one had ever been able to deceive his feelings. However, Zhang Lingling burst out laughing when she heard Meng Qingze's words. You really are stupid. Do you really think that a president who can easily control the entire Jiang group would be fooled by your few words? Not to mention you've already betrayed me once. Zhang Lingling glanced at Meng Qingze. There are some opportunities that we must seize. You can only gain more of his trust by being more vulnerable. Upon hearing Zhang Lingling's words, a look of fear flashed in Meng Qingze's eyes. What do you mean by that? Are you going to attack me? As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Lingling clapped her hands, and the bodyguards waiting outside the door walked in. Jiang Xian is a smart woman. If you really want to solve this, you have to be ruthless enough. Take him away. Zhang Lingling coldly finished speaking those two sentences, and before Meng Qingze could even react, he was put in a sack and taken away by the bodyguard in front of him. Half an hour later, Su Zirwei, who was enjoying the sea breeze, suddenly received a message. After reading the contents of the message, Su Zirwei fell silent. What's wrong? Who messaged you so late? Jiang Xian was somewhat confused, while Su Zirwei's eyes also held a sense of helplessness. I'm afraid things aren't that simple. Take a look at this video first. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, he pushed the phone in front of Jiang Xian. The person in the video is Meng Qingze. However, he was now tethered to the roof of the Jiang Group building, with a deep abyss dozens of meters below him. Jiang Xian immediately showed a surprised expression after seeing this. They actually managed to arrest them. Jiang Xian frowned, pondering whether or not to make a move. Su Zirwei smiled when he saw Jiang Xian's appearance. You should still go there. After all, it's on the roof of the Jiang Group building. If something really happens, your company will be on the front page of the news tomorrow. Jiang Xian was initially hesitant, but after hearing Su Zirwei say it all, she quickly gave up. Since you've put it that way, I'll definitely go. Do you want to come with me? Jiang Xian smiled slightly, but Su Zirwei shook his head after hearing this. If I go now, I'm afraid the news tomorrow will be about the two of us. The fact that the president of the Jiang Group had a late-night rendezvous with her ex-husband is also negative news for you. Su Zirwei said this because he wanted to find an excuse to leave. He didn't want to see any conflict between Jiang Xian and Meng Qingze. Jiang Xian gave it a long look and finally nodded. I understand. Be careful on your own. However, after saying this, Jiang Xian was still a little worried and took him to the car without further ado. Let me take you home first. Lu Xinjin is still at the company. However, just after he finished speaking, Lu Xinjin called. Xin, you must have seen what's going on at the company, right? There are quite a few reporters gathered downstairs at our company now, and many people are asking what happened. You'd better come over quickly. Lu Xinjin's voice sounded anxious, indicating that things were already out of control. Having considered all this, Jiang Xian had no choice but to take Su Zirwei to the scene. Su Zirwei simply shook his head upon hearing this. At worst, he can just stay in the car and not go look. Chapter 173 Media Focus. Downstairs at the Jiang Group building, countless media outlets focused their attention on Meng Qingze, who was high up in the building. Jiang Xian arrived late. Lu Xinjin looked even more helpless when she saw Jiang Xian. Xian, you finally arrived. The rooftop door is locked from the inside. What exactly does Meng Qingze want to do? Lu Xinjin's eyes were filled with confusion. But at the same time, I'm also anxious, because this matter is out of control. Upon seeing Lu Xinjin's appearance, Jiang Xin remained silent for a moment. Don't worry, I already know about this. It was Zhang Lingling who did it. After Jiang Xin finished speaking, Lu Jinjin's eyes revealed a strange look. What does this have to do with Zhang Lingling? Could it be that she took advantage of Meng Qingze? With that in mind, Lu Jinjin fixed her gaze on Wang Xiaolong. Wang Xiaolong glanced at it, and then sighed. He then took out the video that Zhang Lingling had sent him earlier. Zhang Lingling should still be on the rooftop. After Wang Xiaolong finished speaking, a strange look appeared in Lu Jinjin's eyes. Obviously, no one expected Zhang Lingling to do such a thing. But why is Meng Qingze so obedient? Doesn't Meng Qingze put up any resistance? Doesn't he know how much trouble this will cause us? Lu Jinjin complained, and Su Zhiwei could only turn his gaze to Jiang Xin upon hearing this. This is a long story, and now is not the time to talk about it. The most important thing now is to persuade him to come down as soon as possible. Jiang Xin's words quickly attracted the attention of those around her. The media, who were waiting outside, immediately came forward when they saw Jiang Xin. Mr. Jiang, do you know the man on the high-rise building? President Jiang, do you need to give us an explanation? That man seems to have been with you before. You used to announce your relationship with him in a very public way. The reporters were abuzz with discussion, asking rather tricky questions. Upon hearing these sounds, Jiang Xin simply shook her head slightly and then looked up at the tall building. Our group will provide an explanation for this matter later. The most important thing now is to rescue the person, Lu Jinjin said from the side. The reporters persisted, wanting to find out exactly what had happened. Jiang Xin ignored all of this and instead had the security guards set up a cordon. Everyone, please pay attention and maintain order at the scene. After saying this, Jiang Xin fixed her gaze on the upstairs. Jiang Xin frowned as she glanced at Meng Qingze, who was standing at the edge. While he was pondering, Su Zhiwei's phone suddenly rang. Looking at the caller ID, Su Zhiwei's eyes showed a hint of surprise. After seeing Su Zhiwei's gaze, Jiang Xin also felt a little curious. It belongs to Meng Qingze. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Xin answered the call without further ado. What exactly do you want to do? Are you trying to use Meng Qingze to put pressure on us? Jiang Xin's voice sounded cold, and one could feel a chill as soon as she opened her mouth. Zhang Lingling on the phone chuckled. President Jiang, I didn't do anything. I just brought the person here. This was requested by Meng Qingze himself. Zhang Lingling's voice came through the phone, which puzzled Jiang Xin. Even so, what exactly do you want to do? Are you going to just stand by and watch me die? Then I will also file a lawsuit against you on behalf of the Jiang Group, and you will be considered an accomplice. Jiang Xin rebuked him angrily, but Zhang Lingling on the other end of the phone laughed out loud. Mr. Zhang, don't slander me. When did I ever say I was on the rooftop? I'm standing in the crowd right now. As soon as Zhang Lingling finished speaking, Jiang Xin immediately looked back. Zhang Lingling was seen waving at her from the crowd. A smug smile played on his lips. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Xin clenched her fists instantly. I never expected something like this to happen. Even Su Zhiwei was somewhat surprised, and there was even a hint of astonishment in his eyes. If she's here, then why is Meng Qingze still up there? Upon thinking of this, Su Zhiwei immediately glanced at Jiang Xin. That means there's no one on the rooftop right now. So does that mean we can organize a rescue team to save him? As soon as Su Zhiwei finished speaking, Jiang Xin nodded immediately and quickly told Lu Jinjin about it. The others nodded in agreement and quickly got to work. Lu Jinjin also sped up her pace, barely daring to slack off. They must act quickly right now. At this moment, Meng Qingze stood alone in the cold wind, watching everything that was happening before him, his heart filled with boundless sorrow. Especially when he saw the crowds below busy with their own lives. A hint of helplessness appeared on his lips. Jiang Xin and the others are preparing to take action. Don't you have anything to say? The man beside him asked, glancing at Meng Qingze standing on the edge, and then snorted coldly. They'll be here soon, so you'd better tell them something sooner rather than later. After the man finished speaking, he turned and left. Meng Qing clenched his fists, ready to die for his cause. He heard the sound of a door being slammed behind him. Meng Qingze glanced at the knife beside him and then stabbed himself in the leg. Despite the excruciating pain, Meng Qingze gritted his teeth. The door behind them was kicked open, and Jiang Xin and Lu Jinjin rushed in. Meng Qingze's hands were tied to the railing at that moment. Upon seeing Jiang Xin, tears welled up in Meng Qingze's eyes. Xin, I knew you would come to save me. After you left, Zhang Lingling sent someone to take me away. Then they tied me up here. After saying all that, Meng Qingze glanced at Jiang Xin again. What happened before was indeed my fault. I never expected him to use such methods to deal with you. Meng Qingze began to cry, and Su Zhiwei arrived late at that moment. Upon hearing this, he quickly stopped Jiang Xian. Don't rush over there yet. Something's not right with her. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Jiang Xian and Lu Jinjin immediately froze on the spot, their eyes curiously scrutinizing Meng Qingze. Don't get agitated. I'll take you back right away. Jiang Xian still had a cold expression, but her tone was somewhat reassuring. Meng Qingze shook his head and took half a step back. At this moment, half of his body was outside. Seeing this, Su Zirwei quickly tried to persuade him. Don't be impulsive. If you jump now, it will cause irreparable damage to the powerful group. Su Zirwei had also read some psychology books before, and some people develop mental problems after experiencing a major setback. It was precisely because of this that Su Zirwei was able to control Jiang Xian. Chapter 170 for the fall. It's all because of me. If it weren't for what I did, the Jiang group wouldn't have ended up like this. Meng Qingze kept shaking his head, clearly denying his own abilities. Jiang Xian also understood what Su Zirwei meant. At this moment, all they could do was keep comforting Meng Qingze. Don't overthink it. Get down from here now, and I'll take you away first. Jiang Xian was already getting a little impatient. If Meng Qingze hadn't been in such a tricky position, how could he have been stuck here for so long? Come down and tell us what happened. Maybe we can help you. Although Lu Jinjin disliked Meng Qingze, she also knew that if she did nothing, Meng Qingze's death downstairs at their company would only make him more despised. Xian, I now understand that I have done some things that have caused you distress, and I will no longer make any excuses for my actions. If I had the chance, I would like to start over with you in my next life. Meng Qingze smiled slightly, revealing a charming smile, and the next second he leaned back. Jiang Xian shouted to Lu Jinjin and ran up quickly. Fortunately, Meng Qingze was not seriously injured. He fell from a high-level position. I believe that at this moment, she could no longer hold back her expression, and 2 tears may have even rolled down her cheeks. Meng Qingze, I won't allow anything to happen to you. You need to come back right now. Jiang Xian cried and wailed, while Su Zirwei, who was standing to the side, fell silent. This was also the first time he had seen Jiang Xian set aside her pride. In the end, it was all for the man in front of her. Thinking of all this, Su Zirwei shook his head helplessly. Perhaps in Jiang Xian's heart, he really was a worthless person, someone who couldn't make Jiang Xian love him. Everyone was rushing forward to help, while Su Zirwei quietly withdrew. The Jiang group will need some time to handle this matter. Su Zirwei has already done everything he could. He didn't want to get involved in the rest. At that moment, Zhang Lingling, who was standing downstairs, smiled slightly. Everything has been taken care of. Meng Qingze is really ruthless to himself. They actually dared to jump from such a height. An ordinary person really couldn't do that. The man's words were mocking, showing he didn't take Meng Qingze seriously at all. In his view, everything Meng Qingze did was ridiculous. There's absolutely no way to salvage anything. Zhang Lingling, however, was twirling her hair with her fingers. Sometimes the little tricks you look down on are actually useful to some people. Even if Jiang Xian really becomes smarter, she will still have some feelings for Meng Qingze. In the face of death, even the slightest emotion will be magnified infinitely. After Zhang Lingling finished speaking, she watched as Su Zirwei walked out dejectedly. Hasn't this already been a success? After Zhang Lingling finished speaking, she immediately stepped forward. Dr. Su, how is the situation upstairs? I think I just saw that man jump down. Just as he finished speaking, Su Zirwei shook his head slightly. There was a platform underneath protecting him, so he should only have some minor external injuries. Miss Zhang, don't you know? Su Zirwei now also finds Zhang Lingling rather terrifying. To remain so ignorant after something like this has happened. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lingling's eyes showed a hint of bewilderment. Dr. Su, what do you mean? I don't understand. He went up to that rooftop himself. What does that have to do with me? After she finished speaking, Zhang Lingling immediately showed a knowing expression. Could it be that Dr. Su heard some rumors and thinks I was the mastermind behind all of this? That Dr. Su really doesn't understand me. I have a noble status, so why should I make trouble for these people? I think Dr. Su has really misunderstood. After Zhang Lingling finished speaking, she even took out a letter. I thought Dr. Su was a reasonable person. To repay you for what you did for me before, I got this ticket for you. In the end, I was slandered like this. You really disappoint me. After saying these words, he shook his head helplessly. Su Zirwei's eyes showed a hint of embarrassment when he heard this. But when he saw the letter in his hand, his eyes widened even more. This is Mr. Nanner's invitation. You actually managed to get your hands on this letter. Su Zirwei subconsciously asked the question that was on his mind. Zhang Lingling in front of him simply snorted coldly. Why can't I get this? I only got it by using my father's connections. I never expected to be slandered like this by you. But let it go. It's considered that we're even now. After saying these words, Zhang Lingling quickly left. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Zirwei simply shook hands. For a moment, they were speechless. It was indeed his fault in this matter, but Meng Qing's words were not all lies. Su Zirwei sighed and accepted the letter. There have only been 10 such letters in the entire medical community. Once you get it, it means you can have a close-up sparring session with Mr. Nanner. This is something that many people can only dream of. Gong is something Jiang Xin will never give to him. After thinking it through, Su Zirwei simply glanced back, a sense of helplessness creeping into his heart. Su Zirwei arrived at the hospital early the next morning. As soon as I entered the gate, I saw Lu Jinjin. Su Zirwei was somewhat surprised by Lu Jinjin's sudden appearance. Miss Lu, did you not sleep all night? However, after saying this, Lu Jinjin sighed deeply. You were absolutely right. I'm in a real mess right now. There is still no result regarding what happened last night, and all the media outlets are waiting for it to be resolved. I also want to find a suitable result, but it seems completely impossible now. Lu Jinjin shook her head. This was the first time Su Zirwei had ever seen Lu Jinjin with such an expression. This also means that this matter is indeed not simple. Thinking of this, Su Zirwei sighed deeply. What are Jiang Xin's thoughts? Does she intend to continue like this? Su Zirwei asked cryptically, but he also knew a little about it. If things continue like this, Jiang Xin will eventually end up with Meng Qingze. After saying that, Lu Jinjin fell silent. She was naturally worried about this as well. When Jiang Xin brought Meng Qingze in last night, she was trembling all over. Even Lu Jinjin was a little worried when she saw his affectionate expression. I also hope you can try to persuade them. Chapter 175 A Scam. Su Zirwei fell silent after hearing Lu Jinjin's words. He knew very well that even if he tried to persuade them, it wouldn't make any difference. I'm afraid I can't help you with this. You should know in your heart what kind of person she is. Even if I went, I wouldn't be able to convince them. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave. Lu Jinjin naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. The only person who can persuade them right now is Su Zirwei. I don't need you to persuade me. I just want you to stand by her side. Just standing there for a moment was enough to remind her. Lu Jinjin's eyes were filled with anticipation. For her, Su Zirwei was her last hope. Upon seeing Lu Jinjin's appearance, Su Zirwei sighed. I can agree to this. After all, I am a doctor. But what choice Jiang Xin will make is not something I can decide. Su Zirwei agreed, and Lu Jinjin visibly relaxed. Outside the ward, Su Zirwei stopped the doctor who was making rounds. Leave this to me. After he finished speaking, Su Zirwei also entered the ward. Jiang Xin was sitting on the edge of the bed, her brows furrowed tightly. What are you thinking about now? If I were you, I wouldn't make that face. The patient would definitely mind if they saw it when they woke up. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, he took the initiative to step forward. Jiang Xin wasn't particularly surprised when she heard Su Zirwei's voice. Did Lu Jinjin send you? After Jiang Xin finished speaking, she looked at Su Zirwei. Upon hearing this, Su Zirwei shook his head helplessly. She's doing this for your own good. The Jiang group needs someone to lead it right now, and you can't let your own affairs take up so much time. After taking a closer look, Su Zirwei was relieved to find that everything was all right. You can rest assured, he only suffered some minor injuries. I've also looked at the medication the doctor prescribed. Su Zirwei repeated these words, but Jiang Xin felt uneasy after hearing them. Aren't you worried? Aren't you worried that I might fall for him again? Jiang Xin's voice carried a hint of pleading, like someone stuck in the mud, needing someone to lend her a helping hand. Su Zirwei took a small step back, clearly unable to resist the torrent of emotion in Jiang Xin's eyes. This is not something I can control. You can't suppress your feelings just because of what I say. Su Zirwei's words struck a chord with Jiang Xin in an instant. Are you still blaming me? Blaming me for saying the word divorce so resolutely back then? Su Zirwei shook his head slightly. What happened back then is in the past, and I don't want to argue with you about it too much. President Jiang, I just hope you can follow your heart and not do anything you'll regret. Something strange happened last night, so be careful. After finishing his sentence, Su Zirwei left the ward immediately. At that moment, Lu Jinjin, who was in the corridor, saw Su Zirwei come out and hurriedly asked about the situation. I've said everything I needed to say. As for whether Jiang Xin will listen to it or not, there's nothing I can do. Su Zirwei completed the handover process that very evening. He also told the dean that he had received Mr. Nanner's envelope and wanted to go out to study for a week. Dean Wu had no right to refuse. After all, this was a renowned doctor with a reputation both at home and abroad. Listening to one of his lectures is something you can brag about for a lifetime. What's more, this is something he can brag about. As Su Zirwei passed by the ward, he subconsciously glanced at Meng Qingze. Jiang Xian had already left in the afternoon, and Su Zirwei could only sigh. I also hope this matter will pass quickly. Su Zirwei opened the ride-hailing app and glanced at the time. I have plenty of time to prepare for tomorrow morning's ticket. A car stopped in front of him, and Su Zirwei instinctively opened the door and got in. Are you going to the airport? The driver's voice came over, and Su Zirwei had just nodded when a pair of fair hands reached out in front of him. Before he could react, Su Zirwei felt a spray of mist hitting his face. Immediately afterwards, a wave of dizziness washed over my brain, and a numbing sensation spread throughout my body. Su Zirwei completely fainted. Hearing a rustling sound, Su Zirwei subconsciously opened his eyes. Su Zirwei immediately observed the surrounding situation. You're finally awake. I thought you were going to sleep for a long time. A man's voice came from in front of me. Su Zirwei glanced over instinctively. Su Zirwei frowned when he saw Su Baiyan's face, which was extremely similar to his own. Why am I here? What do you want to do? At this moment, Su Zirwei realized that Su Baiyan was in cahoots with Zhang Lingling. Dr. Su, I'm really sorry for taking advantage of you. I did intentionally approach you. I just didn't expect you to be so useful. Even at this point, Miss Zhang still needs your help. Su Baiyan sighed, and Su Zirwei glanced around. He is currently being held in a warehouse. You can still faintly hear some car sounds outside. What use is it for you to kidnap me? You can't possibly be trying to use me to soften Jiang Xian's heart, can you? Su Zirwei burst out laughing after thinking about all this. If this is Zhang Lingling's plan, then it's really childish. How could Jiang Xian possibly care about him? Dr. Su, you've misunderstood something. We didn't kidnap you here to make Jiang Xian anxious. Su Baiyan silently stepped forward, but Su Zirwei keenly sensed a hint of danger. I want to take your place, so I must learn from your every word and action. It is somewhat difficult, but not entirely impossible. As Su Baiyan's gaze drew ever closer, Su Zirwei felt as if he had been noticed by a dangerous venomous snake. Give up on that idea. Jiang Xian won't be swayed by you. Just as Su Zirwei finished speaking, Su Baiyan simply smiled slightly. Indeed, those involved are often confused, while bystanders see things clearly. It seems that Dr. Su is unaware that Miss Jiang is willing to exchange the piece of land she just acquired for you. You should know that was the foundation of the Jiang family's rise to power. Su Baiyan's words completely stunned Su Zirwei. Su Zirwei was somewhat surprised. Is everything you're saying true? Su Zirwei could hardly believe it. Why would Jiang Xian make such a concession for him? You must have received the wrong information. How could Jiang Xian do such a thing? He only has Meng Qingze in his heart. Su Zirwei's words made Su Baiyan shake his head helplessly. Then why don't we make a bet? Let's see what kind of place you really hold in Jiang Xian's heart. Chapter 176 Bet with me. Su Baiyan's words also silenced Su Zirwei. Seeing Su Zirwei's hesitant expression, Su Baiyan knew very well that Su Zirwei had begun to waver. I think you can think about it carefully. This is also a good time to get to know Jiang Xian better. Su Zirwei did indeed remain silent. He also needed to carefully consider what Su Baiyan had said. Don't you want to leave Jiang Xian completely? Or is it that you've always been thinking about Jiang Xian? Upon hearing these words, Su Zirwei immediately shook his head. Why would I care about these things? If you want to try, then go ahead. I just hope you won't involve me in this. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Su Baiyan immediately stood up. Since the doctor has agreed, then things are much easier to discuss. However, you may have to endure a week of hardship. No one will come to this warehouse. We will feed you regularly. However, after saying this, Su Zirwei fell silent. How far do you intend to imprison me? If you don't achieve your goal, will you keep me locked up indefinitely? What exactly do you want Jiang Xian to do? Su Zirwei asked angrily, still unable to understand what grudge existed between Zhang Lingling and Jiang Xian. Su Baiyan glanced at Su Zirwei. You're wrong about one thing. It wasn't Zhang Lingling who did this. This is all what I wanted to do. I wanted to prove that there is no gap between us. Why does everyone like you when we look exactly the same? Yet you have won the hearts of so many people. That's why I wanted to take a gamble with you, to see if those who keep saying they like you will actually notice the difference between us. However, upon hearing this, Su Zirwei let out a cold laugh. So that's what you were thinking. Since you've put it that way, I'll naturally give you that opportunity. Anyway, I'm already tied up in this warehouse, so there's no way I can escape. Su Zirwei subtly glanced at the marks around him, a slight smile playing on his lips. She found it even more ridiculous after seeing the man in front of her. Since you think you're confident you can make Zhang Lingling develop feelings for you, then you might as well give it a try. Su Zirwei's eyes were filled with confidence. He seemed completely unconcerned. However, upon hearing this, Su Baiyan let out a cold laugh. Since you're so confident in yourself, then we'll wait and see. I'll show you that there's no difference between us. After saying that, Su Baiyan left immediately. After watching Su Boyan leave, Su Zirwei remained silent, his curiosity growing stronger. What kind of methods do these people intend to use? Just as I was thinking this, a familiar voice came from over. Su Zirwei looked over with some surprise. Unexpectedly, I saw my phone lying on the table next to me. Upon seeing this, Su Zirwei felt a surge of excitement. As long as he has a cell phone, he can contact the outside world and thus thwart these people's schemes. The words Su Baiyan said before he left still touched Su Zirwei's heart. If he really disappeared, Jiang Xin would do everything in her power to find him. For a moment, Su Zirwei felt a flutter in his heart when he thought about the test that Su Baiyan had mentioned earlier. He also wanted to see what kind of importance he held in Jiang Xin's heart. Having figured all this out, Su Zirwei was no longer in a hurry. Su Baiyan breathed a sigh of relief after leaving the warehouse. It felt as if a huge weight had finally been lifted from my heart. Looking at the various documents in his hand, Su Baiyan had already formed a plan in his mind. The next morning, Jiang Xin then went to the hospital. This time, however, she didn't come to see Meng Qingze, but rather to have a good talk with Su Zirwei. But Su Zirwei had already left the hospital. This also puzzled Jiang Xin. Why did he suddenly leave the hospital without even sending a message? With this in mind, Jiang Xin immediately contacted Lu Jinjin. Lu Jinjin was already overwhelmed with work, and then Meng Qingze's matter pushed their group into the spotlight again. Jinjin, I have something important that I need you to investigate. Jiang Xin recounted in detail what had happened at the hospital. However, Lu Jinjin sighed after hearing these words. Xin, you and Su Zirwei are divorced. You need your own private space, even if you are studying to be a doctor. You can't expect him to appear in front of you all the time. After Lu Jinjin said that, Jiang Xin also fell silent. She also began to reflect on herself, wondering if she had really been forced too hard. Just as she thought of this, Jiang Xin silently hung up the phone. Meng Qingze was still asleep in the ward. Jiang Xin stood aside, feeling uneasy as well. Recalling what Meng Qingze had said on the rooftop, her gaze towards him now was filled with complex emotions. How should I treat you with a normal attitude? Should I believe you or not? Jiang Xin muttered to himself, but Su Zirwei heard every word he said. Su Zirwei didn't open his eyes until Jiang Xin left. However, a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. Just as I had thought, Jiang Xin had never let her guard down from the very beginning. Without thinking twice, he immediately called Zhang Lingling. However, the moment the call connected, Zhang Lingling sounded extremely impatient. This, on the contrary, puzzled Meng Qingze. Miss Zhang, has something happened? When Meng Qingze asked tentatively, Zhang Lili took a deep breath. I just received news that Su Zirwei has disappeared at the airport. I'm extremely busy with this matter, so please don't bother me unless it's something important. Zhang Lingling sounded anxious on the other end of the phone. Even Meng Qingze didn't dare to ask too many questions at this moment. But I was also a little curious. How could someone just suddenly disappear? Could there be some misunderstanding here? Meng Qingze voiced his speculation. However, Zhang Lingling shook her head. She had specifically asked, and Su Zirwei had not boarded the plane to go abroad. This also proves that he had the accident at the airport. It was precisely because of this that Zhang Lingling began to get anxious. Su Zirwei never provokes anyone. But now it has disappeared again. Who exactly did all this behind the scenes? Upon hearing this, Meng Qingze sighed. Chapter 177. You're not him. Miss Zhang may not know this, but there are many people who want Su Zirwei to get into trouble, or perhaps it was the Gu family's wife who was kicked out. Meng Qingze didn't take it seriously, thinking it was probably just a coincidence. Zhang Lingling remained silent for a while, but did not continue speaking. You don't need to think about this. You just need to keep an eye on Jiang Xin. Notify me immediately if you find out Su Zirwei's whereabouts. After saying these words, Zhang Lingling hung up the phone immediately. This also made Meng Qingze somewhat dissatisfied. Didn't Zhang Lingling look down on Su Zirwei before? Why are you so concerned about this man now? Could it be that there's something between them? The thought of this possibility filled Meng Qingze with anger. Why does everyone like Su Zirwei? What's so good about him? This was something Meng Qingze couldn't understand no matter how hard he tried. It even seemed somewhat unbelievable. Zhang Lingling is still searching anxiously, sparing no effort to utilize all her connections. But Su Zirwei seemed to have vanished into thin air. No matter how hard Zhang Lingling searched, she could not find any trace of him. Just when Zhang Lingling was at her wit's end, her assistant sent her a phone number. Our people found Su Zirwei near the airport. He looked rushed, as if something had happened. After seeing the message from her assistant, Zhang Lingling finally felt relieved. But after calming down, Zhang Lingling began to think. Why is he so worried about Su Zirwei's situation? Thinking about this, a terrifying idea popped into Zhang Lingling's mind. Could it be that she has fallen for Su Zirwei? Upon considering this possibility, Zhang Lingling quickly shook her head. She absolutely could not admit to this. How could someone who had been a womanizer for years possibly be interested in that kind of man? Simply denying something doesn't mean there's another possibility. Thinking of this, Zhang Lingling turned off her phone in frustration. However, if Zhang Lingling were to make the call at this moment, she would definitely be able to expose Su Baiyan's conspiracy. Su Baiyan returned to the hospital immediately, and Dean Wu, who was just about to leave work, saw Su Baiyan right away. In this dim environment, Dean Wu's eyes revealed a strange quality. Why did you suddenly come back? Didn't you say you were going abroad? As soon as Dean Wu finished speaking, an awkward smile appeared in Su Baiyan's eyes. I suddenly remembered something I can't go to. Why don't you go in my place, Dean Wu? This is something you should be doing. I'm not qualified enough. Su Baiyan looked sincere, and even Dean Wu showed a surprised expression after hearing his words. You're not kidding, are you? You're really going to hand over something this important to me? Dean Wu's eyes were filled with excitement. Su Baiyan nodded and confidently stepped forward to hand the letter to Dean Wu. Dean Wu's hands trembled slightly as he received the letter. Su Baiyan simply smiled slightly upon seeing this. I believe the hospital director can learn more than I can, and I also have a few patients here at the hospital, so I'm worried about them. Su Baiyan said this on purpose, and Dean Wu sighed slightly upon hearing this. You young people are making things difficult for me. Since you've put it that way, I'll help you this time. Dean Wu feigned a troubled expression, then turned and left. Upon seeing this, Su Baiyan's lips curled up slightly. Su Zirwei, you're back? Just as Dean Wu was about to leave, Jiang Xian's voice suddenly came from the corridor. Su Baiyan felt a little worried, then looked up and gave an apologetic smile. I'm sorry to have worried you, but I'm fine. As soon as Su Baiyan finished speaking, Jiang Xian let out a long sigh. I'm glad you're all right. I've reflected on myself, and I was indeed a bit too demanding of you before. I should have given you some freedom. I also hope that you can open your heart to me, or at least give me a chance to pursue you. Jiang Xian finished speaking with a serious expression. Su Baiyan sighed after hearing this. Jiang Xian, are you dreaming? We've been divorced for so long. Do you really think I'd still like you? What do you have compared to Miss Zhang? After Su Baiyan finished speaking, he revealed a cold smile. Jiang Xian stood frozen in place, her body ice cold. Do you know what you're saying? Could it be that you've really fallen for that woman? Jiang Xian looked completely bewildered, her eyes even showing a hint of confusion. Jiang Xian, don't you even look at yourself? Besides being the president of the Jiang Group, what else do you have that's worth mentioning? Su Baiyan lowered his voice, and Jiang Xian had no time to think at that moment. I just thought Su Zirwei was joking. Miss Zhang is younger and more beautiful. Even a fool would know how to choose. Su Baiyan snorted coldly, his eyes filled with mockery. If there's nothing else, Mr. Zhang, I'll take my leave now. I still have a lot to do at the hospital recently. Su Baiyan, carrying Su Zirwei's body, turned and left. Seeing this, Jiang Xian fell completely silent, her eyes filled with anger. She never expected Su Zirwei to say such a thing. Su Zirwei, you'd better not regret this. Jiang Xian left in anger. Meanwhile, Su Zirwei, inside the warehouse, let out a long sigh. Looking at that window, Su Zirwei felt somewhat helpless. I have no idea what Su Baiyan is trying to do. No matter how well he disguises himself, he will eventually be exposed. What he did was a thankless task. Once exposed, it could even be life-threatening. Su Zirwei simply couldn't understand it. Su Baiyan did not stay at the hospital any longer. He only made a brief appearance there before showing his face to Meng Qingze. Meng Qingze was sleeping when the door in front of him was suddenly pushed open, which surprised him. Dr. Su, it's past the time for rounds, so I don't have anything you need here. As soon as Meng Qingze finished speaking, Su Baiyan shook his head slightly. You're wrong about one thing. I came here to see you. After Su Baiyan finished speaking, Meng Qingze looked up in surprise. I feel like something's off about you. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he realized the problem. You are not Su Zirwei. That man wouldn't look at you like that. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Su Baiyan suddenly burst out laughing. I never expected that you would be the first person to discover the problem. You know, even Jiang Xian didn't suspect anything when she saw me. It seems you also hate Su Zirwei to the core. Su Baiyan sighed softly. Meng Qingze suddenly sensed a sense of crisis. Chapter 178, Uncovering the Truth. What do you want to do? You've disrupted Miss Zhang's plans. Meng Qingze spoke excitedly, his previous weak appearance completely gone. Upon hearing this, Su Baiyan burst out laughing, finding Meng Qingze in front of him laughable. You're really naive. You don't actually think Jiang Xian can't see through your little scheme, do you? Jiang Xian came to me personally last night and said she liked me and wanted me to give her a chance to pursue me. I don't need to say more that the president of the Jiang group can do this. Su Baiyan's eyes were filled with mockery, but upon hearing this, Meng Qingze shook his head, unable to believe what he was hearing. Impossible, you must be lying. How could Jiang Xian do such a thing? Give me a little more time, and I can make her waver. As long as there is even a sliver of feeling left, Jiang Xian will never forget me. At this moment, Meng Qingze was somewhat bewitched and refused to believe anything he had just heard. However, seeing Su Baiyan wearing Su Zhiwei's uniform still made him find it hard to accept the incongruity. You'll gain nothing by doing this, and it might even make Zhang Lingling dislike you. Why do it? And where did you take Su Zhiwei? Meng Qingze dared not imagine what the consequences would be if this matter were discovered. At that point, no one could save this man. Faced with Meng Qingze's questioning, Su Baiyan simply smiled. Now that you mention it, I'm curious too. Do you think Zhang Lingling will figure out my identity? Su Baiyan spoke with an excited expression, his eyes filled with madness. Seeing this, Meng Qingze could only shake his head helplessly, feeling that this man had gone mad and was completely beyond saving. I told you back when you were at the bar not to get any ideas, but it seems I was wrong. You've started having inappropriate thoughts. Meng Qingze could only shake his head. Su Baiyan sneered. By mocking me, aren't you just mocking yourself? At least I have done that, and I was even able to take Su Zhiwei away, but you don't even have the courage to do that. You can only play the weak and make Jiang Xian's heart soften. Is there really a result? Su Baiyan's words were like knives, and Meng Qingze felt as if these knives were constantly piercing his body. Aren't you afraid I'll tell Zhang Lingling? Meng Qingze gritted his teeth and began to threaten. However, after hearing this, Su Baiyan gently shook his head. You wouldn't tell, it concerns you, and I can help you win Jiang Xian over. We have a mutually beneficial relationship. Meng Qingze's eyes showed a hint of surprise, but he quickly understood. Once Jiang Xian gives up, this matter will indeed be simple. Having thought all this through, Meng Qingze smiled slightly. Since you've put it that way, I can help you keep it a secret. But where did you take Su Zhiwei? Meng Qingze was curious how he managed to escape the sight of both Jiang Xian and Zhang Lingling. This man is no simpleton either. You don't need to know about this. You just need to understand one thing. As long as I succeed, we can both gain a foothold here. There's no need to do anything shady anymore. After saying these words, Su Baiyan stood up, leaving behind his back. Warehouse in the north of the city. Su Zhiwei woke up with a start. A faint musty smell emanated from the warehouse, and Su Zhiwei wrinkled his nose in displeasure upon sensing it. Looking around, the hope of escaping remained slim. But it is precisely because of this that Su Zhiwei is able to calm down and think carefully about his relationship with Jiang Xian. I wonder what level Su Baiyan has reached now, and whether Jiang Xian has discovered all of this. Su Zhiwei shook his head as he thought about these things. If they had really found out, how could it be so quiet outside now? Thinking about all this, Su Zhiwei sighed. The most important thing now is to find a way to escape. Su Zhiwei wasn't going to stay and obey. Not to mention that Meng Qingze's motives are impure, it's even less likely that he will succeed. He struggled to his feet. Su Zhiwei looked around curiously, but leaving this place was not so simple. It was precisely because of this that Su Zhiwei felt somewhat worried. Just then, the sound of a key unlocking the door was heard outside. Upon hearing this, Su Zhiwei immediately returned to his original position. The door opened a crack, and a loaf of bread was slipped inside. The door was closed again the next second. Seeing the current situation, Su Zhiwei knew that Su Baiyan would never let him escape easily. Since being mocked by Su Baiyan last time, Jiang Xian has also become depressed. He even neglected to handle company affairs. Lu Xinjin noticed that Jiang Xian had something on her mind. Xian, why do you look like that? Did something happen? Lu Xinjin looked completely confused. Jiang Xian merely raised her eyes slightly. Xinjin, do you think I'm really old? Jiang Xian's words. For a moment, she even panicked, completely unexpected that Jiang Xian would ask such a question. Xian, did something happen to you? Why would someone ask such a question out of the blue? You don't look old at all in my eyes. Just as Lu Xinjin finished speaking, Jiang Xian slammed her hand on the table and stood up. Even you can see the problem, so why can't Su Zhiwei see it at all? Who does he think he is to criticize me like that? After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Lu Xinjin realized where the problem lay. Dr. Su wouldn't say something like that, would he? When Lu Xinjin tentatively asked, Jiang Xian snorted coldly. How could he not? Last night he not only mocked me for being old, but also said I had nothing I wanted. How can I possibly swallow this insult? He clenched his fists, expressing his inner dissatisfaction. However, Lu Xinjin froze on the spot at this moment. You mean Dr. Su was mocking you last night? Lu Xinjin's eyes widened, and Jiang Xian was already getting impatient. Would I lie to you? I heard it with my own ears. Jiang Xian looked furious. At that moment, Lu Xinjin picked up her phone. Take a closer look. Dr. Su contacted me the day before yesterday to say that he was going abroad. He even told me to get your medicine on time. So how could he possibly be mocking you last night? Lu Xinjin looked confused. Why would someone who left the country the day before yesterday be at the hospital yesterday? Dr. Su seems to enjoy putting himself through so much trouble. Jiang Xian stood there stunned when she saw the chat between Lu Xinjin and Su Zhiwei. Su Zhiwei went abroad. Why didn't she know? Since you already knew she went abroad, why didn't you tell me yesterday? Jiang Xian suddenly remembered how anxious Lu Xinjin had been yesterday. She knew exactly where Su Zhiwei was, but she refused to tell her at all. Chapter 179, Giving Up Reason for You. Hearing this, Lu Xinjin felt a bitter taste in her mouth. Dr. Su asked me to keep this a secret from you. He said he didn't want you to know where he was. So who was the person you saw yesterday? After Lu Xinjin asked this question, Jiang Xian also began to ask it repeatedly in her mind. Who was the person I met last night? Thinking of this, a cold glint appeared in Jiang Xian's eyes. Su Zhiwei would never say something like that to me. The man I saw last night is definitely suspicious. Jiang Xian stood up. Lu Xinjin felt that it was all rather bizarre and surreal. If the person last night wasn't Su Zhiwei, then who was he? Why was he dressed up as Su Zhiwei? You've been with Su Zhiwei for 8 years. Have you even forgotten what he looks like? Lu Xinjin voiced the question that had been troubling her. Jiang Xian fell silent after hearing this. She should have been the one most familiar with Su Zhiwei, but now she was being questioned like this by Lu Xinjin. I remember now. Jiang Xian had a sudden flash of inspiration and instantly thought of the man she had seen in the bar. That man looks a lot like Su Zhiwei. I almost mistook someone else for me at the bar before. Jiang Xian recalled the gloomy environment of yesterday, which was no less dark than that of a bar. Furthermore, the man's words caused Jiang Xian to lose her temper, which is why she overlooked those minor issues. Lu Xinjin sighed deeply upon hearing this. If that's really the case, then Dr. Su is in trouble. Jiang Xian didn't have time to think and quickly dialed Su Zhiwei's number. At least we need to find out where that man is now. After waiting for a few seconds, the call was disconnected. Jiang Xian was still a little confused when she saw the message sent by Su Zhiwei. I'm still busy right now, what happened? Looking at the concise question, Jiang Xian could confirm that the man in front of the screen was not Su Zhiwei. Jiang Xian made up a random excuse and managed to start a conversation with Su Baiyan. Come to my company after get off work. Jiang Xian sent the message as if it were a command. He then turned off his phone. Go and prepare, and try to get some useful information out of this man. Jiang Xian knew that the only way to find out Su Zhiwei's true whereabouts was to ask this man. That evening, Su Baiyan drove to the Jiang Group building. However, when he tried to call Jiang Xian again, she couldn't get through. Looking at the dimly lit Jiang Group building in front of him, Su Baiyan had some ideas in his mind. Originally, I wanted to use tonight to completely break ties with Jiang Xian. But now there's no one left in the Jiang Group, so he can use Su Zhiwei's identity to sneak in and steal confidential documents. When that happens, Jiang Xian's old wounds will be reopened, and she will naturally be disappointed in Su Zhiwei. Thinking of this, Su Baiyan immediately went into the company. The red light on the monitor is flashing. Su Baiyan cautiously made his way to the top floor office. Meanwhile, in the hospital on the other side, Zhang Lingling didn't find Su Zhiwei, but she stopped by to take a look at Meng Qingze. Before the two could even begin to speak, the door to the ward was pushed open once more. Jiang Xian stormed in, her face full of anger. Where exactly is Su Zhiwei? And what is Su Baiyan up to? Why dress up as Su Zhiwei? Jiang Xian grabbed Meng Qingze by the collar. There was no emotion left in his eyes. For Su Zhiwei, President Jiang has even abandoned his rationality? Meng Qingze sneered without offering any explanation. From the moment he met Su Baiyan, he had anticipated this scene. You don't need to know this. I've already checked the hospital's surveillance footage. Su Baiyan came to your ward before leaving. What exactly are you two plotting? Jiang Xian spoke each word with utterance, her words filled with nothing but hatred. Lu Xinjin did not intervene, but instead gave Zhang Lingling a disdainful look. What do you two mean by this? If President Jiang wants to go crazy, go to your own company. This is a hospital. Zhang Lingling was unaware of the inside story and was only confused by Jiang Xian's appearance. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian let out a cold laugh. Mr. Zhang, you don't need to put on an act for me. I've known for a long time that you and Meng Qingze are in cahoots. All I want to know now is where Su Zhiwei was taken by Su Baiyan. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lingling turned to look at Meng Qingze, seemingly wanting to know an answer. Seeing that the matter could no longer be concealed, Meng Qingze told the whole story. Zhang Lingling was struck dumb upon hearing this. Jiang Xian, I really don't know where he took Su Zirwei. That man is a madman. I don't dare to go near him at all. At this moment, Meng Qingze had no more thoughts. From the moment Jiang Xian grabbed him for Su Zirwei's sake, he understood that Jiang Xian no longer had any place for him in her heart. Zhang Lingling's heart tightened, and without thinking, she immediately called Su Baiyan. As soon as she answered the phone, Zhang Lingling immediately questioned her. What exactly did you do? Did you kidnap Su Zirwei? Silence fell on the other end of the phone, followed by Su Baiyan's laughter. I didn't expect you to find out so quickly. I did this to wake you up. What's so great about that Su Zirwei that he's worth slowing down for? Su Baiyan's voice sounded somewhat hollow. However, Jiang Xian keenly recognized the familiar voice. Those were decorative items in her office. It was given to her by Su Zirwei back then. This ornament makes a crisp sound when it's shaken. Jiang Xian would tinker with it a bit when she had nothing to do. After glancing at Lu Jinjin, Jiang Xian immediately took action. Where did you take Su Zirwei? Where are you now? Watching Jiang Xian and the other person leave, Zhang Lingling vaguely sensed that things were getting serious. Su Baiyan, however, shook his head. It's too late. I'm already in the Jiang Group's office. I'm looking for that project proposal. Once I get it, the Jiang Group's reputation will be ruined. I will do for you the things you can't do. However, upon hearing this, Zhang Lingling closed her eyes. Who do you think you are, doing something like this behind my back, and you expect me to be grateful to you? Tell me Su Zirwei's address right now, or I won't save you. Zhang Lingling launched into a tirade, and then the other end of the phone fell completely silent. Sitting on the hospital bed, Meng Qingze knew in his heart that Su Baiyan had failed at this moment. After receiving the address, Zhang Lingling didn't hesitate for a moment and rushed to the warehouse. Jiang Xian intercepted the person in her office. After hearing that Zhang Lingling had gone to rescue her, Jiang Xian finally felt relieved. Chapter 180 Rescue. Inside the warehouse, Su Zirwei was still thinking about how to save himself when suddenly the sound of a car came from outside the door. This surprised Su Zirwei somewhat. Who will arrive at this time? You know, it's not mealtime right now. Just then, a knocking sound came from outside the warehouse door. Su Zirwei now realized that someone had come to rescue him. When the warehouse door was completely broken open, Su Zirwei discovered that the person who entered was actually Zhang Lingling. Su Zirwei was somewhat taken aback when he saw Zhang Lingling. Why is it you? Su Zirwei asked instinctively, but before Zhang Lingling could say anything, the sound of high heels clicking on the ground came again. Jiang Xian quickly walked up to Su Zirwei. Are you alright? Su Baiyan has been taken into custody. What kind of grudges exist between you and him? A hint of worry appeared in Jiang Xian's eyes. Su Zirwei sighed deeply after hearing these words. If you don't want to talk about it, then don't. I'll take you away from here first. Jiang Xian helped Su Zirwei to his feet, and before leaving, she didn't forget to take another look at Zhang Lingling. Ms. Zhang, I appreciate your help to Su Zirwei, but that doesn't mean I won't investigate this matter. After saying this coldly, Jiang Xian turned and left. Zhang Lingling stood there, stunned, finding it hard to accept for a moment. I just looked at the empty space. It's hard not to feel disappointed. Su Zirwei fell into a deep sleep after getting into the car. He had been under a lot of stress these past few days, and now he can finally get a good night's sleep. Su Zirwei slowly woke up. The sky outside was foggy, and the air was damp. I also have a brand new mobile phone. It is 5 a.m. now. This phone was newly bought by Jiang Xian for Su Zirwei, and it only has Jiang Xian as a contact. Su Baiyan has been arrested, and Jiang Xian tells Su Zirwei to relax and get some rest. Su Zirwei gave a wry smile, but Zhang Lingling suddenly came to mind. At that moment, he felt his mind was in complete chaos. Su Zirwei, however, hopes that Jiang Xian will appear. Perhaps the cry in my heart was too strong, because the ward door was pushed open. Jiang Xian's still tired body tensed up the moment she entered the ward. Su Zirwei had a smile on his face. Upon seeing Su Zirwei's smile, the gloom on Jiang Xian's face vanished. I'm relieved to see you're awake. Jiang Xian walked to the bedside and also looked Su Zirwei up and down. The two locked eyes, and Su Zirwei did not look away. Jiang Xian's heart raced, and she subconsciously looked away. You don't need to worry about Su Baiyan. If you need anything, just let me know. As soon as Jiang Xian finished speaking, Su Zirwei lowered his eyes slightly. Did you find a letter on Su Baiyan? After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Jiang Xian's eyes showed confusion. Seeing this, Su Zirwei could only explain the matter of the letter. However, Jiang Xian's expression gradually changed. Why did you accept the letter that woman gave you? Jiang Xian's eyes were already filled with anger. Su Zirwei, however, was somewhat curious. Miss Zhang is doing this to repay me for the help I gave her before. What do you really think of me? Su Zirwei frowned, wondering what Jiang Xian was thinking. Faced with Su Zirwei's questioning, Jiang Xian could only sigh. I told you before that you can just tell me if you need to see anyone. Why accept help from others? Jiang Xian was dissatisfied because Su Zirwei hadn't explained this to her at all. They even concealed this matter. Could it be that in Su Zirwei's mind he is so worthless? Seeing Jiang Xian's appearance, Su Zirwei felt somewhat helpless. I just don't want you to worry too much, and besides, meeting Mr. Nanner isn't as simple as you think. You're already busy enough running your company. I don't want to bother you. Su Zirwei thought about it for a while, but ultimately swallowed the word divorce. Jiang Xian frowned slightly, completely unexpected that Su Zirwei would say that. Are you worried about me? Jiang Xian smiled slightly and quickly stepped forward. There was a hint of a smile in his eyes. I wasn't worried about you. I was just thinking about something else. That letter is very important. Su Zirwei had just finished speaking when he noticed that Jiang Xian had fallen silent. There was even a hint of anger on his face. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Zirwei lost all desire to continue speaking. I can still get you to see Mr. Nanner without that letter. Jiang Xian snorted coldly and quickly turned to leave. Su Zirwei was helpless. What exactly did Jiang Xian want to do? For 3 consecutive days, Su Zirwei was confined to his hospital room, and getting out was virtually impossible. Even if you want to go out, these bodyguards will stay by your side at all times. Having seen this, Su Zirwei could only sigh, wondering when he would be able to leave. Within the Jiang group, Lu Xinjin came to Jiang Xian. What do you mean by locking Su Zirwei up alone? It's been 3 days already. Apart from letting his parents know he's safe, you can't keep him in the ward forever. Lu Xinjin's eyes were filled with confusion. I just felt that Jiang Xian was devastated by Su Zirwei's kidnapping. That's why they did such extreme things. Jiang Xian shook her head slightly. I'm doing this for his own good. Things outside haven't been resolved yet, and he needs to stay in the hospital and rest properly. Let's not talk about him for now. Is there any news from Mr. Nanner? Jiang Xian looked at Lu Xinjin. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinjin also sighed slightly. The task you gave me is really not simple. That old gentleman is not so easy to find. Ordinary people can't even get him to come out of their homes. He only sent out 10 invitations in total. Lu Xinjin's words also caused Jiang Xian to fall silent. Looking back now, the expression Su Zirwei showed was indeed a troublesome thing. Is there really no way to do it? Jiang Xian frowned. Could it be that even with the Jiang group's reputation, they couldn't get an invitation? After hearing these words, Lu Xinjin lowered her head and pondered. It's not entirely impossible. We can recommend ourselves. Mr. Nanner is very willing to help anyone who is truly talented. Lu Xinjin glanced at Jiang Xian. If you just compile a list of everything Su Zirwei has done in his life, I can help you present it to Mr. Nanner. But will Su Zirwei know if you do this? Lu Xinjin was a little curious, but Jiang Xian didn't seem to care at all after hearing this. This is something I owe him, and I have to do it. Chapter 181. Out with the old, in with the new. Jiang Xian said this with a smile on her face. Lu Xinjin was somewhat surprised when she saw this, and wondered if she had mistaken the person for someone else. Jiang Xian sometimes even shows this kind of smile. This moment filled Lu Xinjin with confusion. What secrets do these two people hold? Early in the morning, Su Zirwei arrived at the corridor outside the hospital. Feeling the temperature around him, Su Zirwei glanced at the bodyguard not far away. When will Jiang Xian let me leave? Su Zirwei sighed, and suddenly footsteps sounded beside him. Isn't this Dr. Su? Why are you at work so early? Meng Qingze walked forward with a leisurely expression. Su Zirwei glanced at it, and then sneered. Meng Qingze, I didn't expect you to still be in the hospital. I thought you had already left. Could it be that Zhang Lingling has already abandoned you? Su Zirwei chuckled, and Meng Qingze simply sat down to the side after hearing this. Don't think of me as the worst person. I'm just here to ask Dr. Su some questions. Do you think you're good enough for Jiang Xian? Meng Qingze's words puzzled Su Zirwei. Why wouldn't we be good enough? After all, we were together before. Su Zirwei struck Meng Qingze's weak spot. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingze clenched his fists in secret. Su Zirwei, don't be ungrateful. Your status is not worthy of Jiang Xian at all. Meng Qingze was a little anxious, and Su Zirwei found his appearance even more ridiculous. If you're not even good enough for me, do you think you are? I am at least renowned in the medical field, but you are just an ordinary person. I didn't care about what happened between you and Jiang Xian before. But now you are challenging my bottom line time and time again, which has made me gradually understand. Instead of repeatedly giving in, I'd rather take the initiative. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, he stood up. There was a smile in his eyes as well. I also want to thank you for locking me in the warehouse, which gave me time to sort myself out. Su Zirwei spoke frankly, which made Meng Qing's face turn gloomy. You're already divorced. How could Jiang Xian possibly keep you by her side? Meng Qingze was truly panicked at this moment. If Su Zirwei really took the initiative to attack, he would have no chance at all. This is the first time I've ever seen you so flustered. That also proves that you are afraid of me deep down. Su Zirwei left with a smile on his face. Meng Qing's body began to tremble. He gradually became aware of the danger. Thinking of this, he immediately contacted Zhang Lingling. But Zhang Lingling is currently in prison. Looking at Su Baiyan in front of her, Zhang Lingling fell silent. Don't you regret doing these things at all? As soon as Zhang Lingling finished speaking, Su Baiyan chuckled. I have no regrets whatsoever. On the contrary, I feel that I did it too late. I should have done this the moment I saw Su Zirwei. Su Baiyan looked at Jiang Xian with a serious expression. I hope you can wake up soon and do what you should do. I like the flamboyant you, not the way you are now, so desperate to die for a man. After saying this, Su Baiyan turned and left without the slightest hesitation. Zhang Lingling stood there, stunned. Su Baiyan's words kept replaying in his mind. She only fell for Su Zirwei because she was jealous of Jiang Xian. But now she is gradually seeing everything clearly. Thinking of all this, Zhang Lingling silently stood up. After he was released from prison, Meng Qing's phone suddenly rang. Why are you calling me all of a sudden? Did something happen at the hospital? Zhang Lingling controlled her emotions. Meng Qingze took a deep breath. I just tested Su Zirwei, and it seems he's ready to accept Jiang Xian. Our plan will probably have to be halted. Zhang Lingling's face was expressionless, instead carrying a hint of indifference. What does that have to do with me? Zhang Lingling's question left Meng Qingze stunned. Didn't Zhang Lingling like Su Zirwei? She even took the initiative to rescue him from the warehouse. Isn't this a clear indication that she's interested in Su Zirwei? How did it turn out like this again? I'm worried that Jiang Xian and the others will make things out of control for us. Otherwise, all our plans will come to nothing. As soon as Meng Qingze finished speaking, Zhang Lingling sighed. I'm a little tired. If there's nothing else, you can go now. After saying that, Zhang Lingling hung up the phone. Meng Qingze stood in the hospital corridor, his eyes still filled with disbelief. What does this mean? Does Zhang Lingling want to give up? In an instant, Meng Qingze clenched his fists. He absolutely could not allow such a thing to happen. He hasn't gotten his revenge yet. He can't leave like this. After returning to his ward, Su Zirwei picked up a book at random. But he was still thinking about that letter. After all, it was about meeting Mr. Nanner. With these thoughts on his mind, Su Zirwei lost the motivation to continue watching. It was at this moment that the phone, which had been silent all along, finally rang. Mr. Jiang, what brings you to contact me today? After Su Zirwei finished speaking, a long silence followed on the phone. In the end, Jiang Xian spoke first. I have done what I promised you. I'll have Jinjin take that letter to you later. Upon hearing this, Su Zirwei immediately stood up. How is this possible? You actually managed to get it. Su Zirwei could hardly believe it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian snorted coldly. No matter what, I am the president of the Jiang Group. I would never lie to you about this. Jiang Xian hung up the phone before Su Zirwei could continue. Su Zirwei looked at the black screen, feeling surprised. What method did Jiang Xian use to actually get this letter? Lu Jinjin arrived in the afternoon with the letter. As soon as I pushed open the ward door, I saw Su Zirwei's expectant gaze. Dr. Su, don't be too happy yet. This letter is not an invitation. Mr. Nanner will be giving a lecture here in a month. This letter can be considered as if it were written by him personally, so you can go see him directly when the time comes. After Lu Jinjin finished speaking, Su Zirwei respectfully accepted the letter with his hands clasped together. Seeing this, Lu Jinjin only felt curious. I also investigated this Mr. Nanner, and he is indeed a well-known figure both at home and abroad. But Dr. Su, you don't need to be so respectful. Your reputation is no worse than his. Lu Jinjin looked on curiously. Su Zirwei kept shaking his head. Chapter 182 Running a Red Light. Su Zirwei's eyes were deep as he looked at Lu Jinjin in front of him with a serious expression. This is Mr. Nanner. It's not easy to meet him. Therefore, this opportunity is hard won. Seeing this, Lu Jinjin could only nod silently, but she also had some thoughts in her mind. Su Zirwei takes this matter very seriously and should be grateful to Jiang Xian. But what did Jiang Xian mean by what she said before? What does this apology mean? Dr. Su, what happened between you and Xinxin? Did you have a fight? Lu Jinjin smiled, but there was a hint of expectation in her eyes. She wanted to try again. If Su Zirwei still had the same attitude, perhaps she would still have a chance. Just as he was thinking about this, Su Zirwei also came to his senses. Quarrel? Jiang Xin and I didn't argue, and there's no need for us to argue. However, I really need to thank Jiang Xin properly for this. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Lu Jinjin was stunned and even more surprised. Is that all? Su Zirwei was also curious when he saw Lu Jinjin's appearance. What's wrong with you? Su Zirwei asked this out of curiosity, and Lu Jinjin shook her head immediately upon hearing it. Dr. Su, haven't you thought about having a good talk with Jiang Xin? Maybe they can remarry. When these words were spoken, Lu Jinjin watched Su Zirwei's reaction from the side, feeling somewhat conflicted. What if Su Zirwei agrees? But right now, Jiang Xin really needs someone to help her. But only Su Zirwei could do it. Feeling conflicted, Lu Jinjin's eyes also lit up with curiosity. Su Zirwei fell silent, not because he couldn't give an answer, but because he remembered what they had talked about in the warehouse earlier. He had made such a bold statement to Su Bian back then, but now that Lu Jinjin had asked him, he was hesitant. It's getting late, so I'll accept the letter. Please thank Jiang Xin for me. Su Zirwei reacted calmly, but seeing this, Lu Jinjin didn't know what else to say and could only leave first. A week later, Dean Wu also returned from abroad, having benefited greatly from the experience. Especially after seeing Su Zirwei, he walked forward with great excitement. Dr. Su, I feel so relieved to have you here. You have no idea how many renowned doctors we sent this time. Dean Wu gestured wildly as he spoke. Su Zirwei's face turned pale and then dark in turns. Now he understood where the letter had gone. But now that Dean Wu is back, there's no point in pursuing the matter further. I'm glad you can use it, Dean Wu. If there's nothing else, I'll go back to work now. Su Zirwei made an excuse to leave, with Dean Wu's gratified gaze following him the whole time. Feeling helpless, Su Zirwei could only quicken his pace. Meanwhile, within the Jiang group, Jiang Xin was somewhat dissatisfied with Lu Jinjin's reply. That's all you said? We went to so much trouble to get this for him, and now he's just dismissing us with a few words. Thinking of this, Jiang Xin sighed. Xin, didn't you say you wanted to pursue Su Zirwei? Now that Zhang Lingling has learned her lesson, Uncle Zhang has been dealt with, and there's nothing major going on at the company, you can go ahead and pursue Su Zirwei without any worries. After Lu Jinjin finished speaking, Jiang Xin fell silent. It's not that I don't want to, but I'm a little insecure right now. I'm not sure what Su Zirwei really needs either. I'm also worried that the rift between us will widen. Lu Jinjin stood there stunned, almost unable to believe it. Jiang Xin actually said such insecure things in front of him. Normally, Jiang Xin wouldn't need to care about these things. He would just do what he wanted. But these things nowadays are really quite unbelievable. Lu Jinjin hesitated for a moment, but finally sighed. You don't need to overcomplicate things. Perhaps Dr. Su just needs you to explain this matter clearly. As soon as Lu Jinjin finished speaking, Jiang Xin snorted coldly. We'll talk about this later. Anyway, Su Zirwei has just been through all this, so he won't be leaving anytime soon. Upon hearing Jiang Xion's words, Lu Jinjin nodded in agreement. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Jiang Xian received another call from Su Zirwei late at night. Jiang Xian glanced at the time, still looking somewhat confused. Su Zirwei, you're calling me so late. You'd better have something important to say. Jiang Xion's voice carried a hint of anger. However, right after saying that, Su Zirwei's voice sounded somewhat tired. You should come to the hospital first, Grandma. Something happened to her. Su Zirwei's voice sounded tired, clearly indicating that he had just undergone surgery. Jiang Xian sat up abruptly. Grandma has been in the hospital all this time, with Su Zirwei taking care of her closely, so how could this still happen? Without a second thought, Jiang Xian immediately took action. Late at night, on the streets of the city, Jiang Xian ran more than a dozen red lights along the way. When she arrived at the hospital, her makeup and hair were a little messy, but it couldn't hide her natural beauty. His eyes were filled with panic. Lu Jinjin was waiting in the hall. Seeing Jiang Xion's disheveled appearance, he quickly led him aside. Don't worry, Su Zirwei is still in the operating room. Jiang Xian was somewhat confused when she heard this. Didn't Su Zirwei say the surgery was over when he called me just now? Jiang Xian looked confused, but Lu Jinjin sighed after hearing this. The surgery had already been completed, but my grandmother's condition suddenly worsened again, so we had to have a second surgery. After Lu Jinjin finished speaking, there was a hint of helplessness in her eyes. Jiang Xian was startled when she saw that look, but she quickly understood why Lu Jinjin was stopping her there. Grandma has undergone 2 surgeries at her age. Even if she survives, her health will definitely not be as good as before. Thinking of all this, Jiang Xian could only clench her fists in secret. Even if he is the president of the Jiang group, what can he do now? He still has no way to deal with the torment of this disease. Thinking of all this, Jiang Xian couldn't help but shed tears. Lu Xinjin could only hold Jiang Xian's hand. You are Grandma's only support. You can't do such a thing now. After hearing these words, Jiang Xian finally came to her senses. He stood up, took a deep breath, and then glanced at Lu Xinjin. Don't worry, I've thought these things through. Even if it's my last look, I want to see Grandma one last time. Jiang Xian cheered herself up in her heart. Meanwhile, outside the operating room, Dean Wu and others were also waiting anxiously. After all, this was the Jiang family. Offending the Jiang group would not be a good outcome. When Dean Wu saw Jiang Xian approaching, he quickly went over to her. Chapter 183, We Did Our Best. President Jiang, you finally arrived. Dr. Su is in the operating room right now. As long as Dr. Su is here, there won't be any problems. But as soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Xian raised her hand and shook it. There's no need to say more. Let's wait for Su Zirwei to come out first, and then we can talk about the rest. Jiang Xian was trembling when she said those words. She was worried that the worst thought in her mind would come to mind. Dean Wu nodded upon hearing this, and could only wait on the sidelines. Lu Zhan was genuinely worried, while also observing Jiang Xian's situation. Jiang Xian was much calmer than expected, and was now just watching silently. President Jiang, Su Zirwei has been waiting at the hospital all day. The old lady's condition had already shown signs before, but we didn't expect that she would need a second surgery. After considering it for a while, Dean Wu finally voiced his concerns. After hearing Dean Wu's words, Jiang Xian simply nodded in understanding. I know what Dean Wu is worried about. I have a general understanding of what happened tonight. The Jiang group will not make any excessive demands on your hospital. I just want to give my grandmother some dignity. Jiang Xian was already mentally prepared. Dean Wu breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, as long as Jiang Xian wouldn't pursue the matter against their hospital. As soon as he finished speaking, the operating room door opened, and Su Zirwei strode out. After scanning the entire room, Su Zirwei sighed. Seeing Su Zirwei's appearance, Jiang Xian already knew the answer in her heart. I won't blame you for this. What's done is done. Can I see Grandma one last time? Jiang Xian's voice trembled slightly. Su Zirwei nodded slightly. Soon, Jiang Yulian was wheeled out by several nurses. Her face was calm, and she was breathing faintly. Jiang Xian looked at Su Zirwei with some surprise. I've done my best. Grandma can still say a few words to you. Su Zirwei used almost all his strength. Jiang Xian didn't say much, but simply followed her grandmother back to the ward. After everyone left, Su Zirwei sat dejectedly in the corridor. He originally thought he had taken good care of his grandmother, but now it seems he knew far too little. Even at this critical moment, he couldn't save his grandmother. I was filled with self-reproach, fearing that I would hear bad news about my grandmother at any moment. Jiang Xian sat silently on the edge of the bed, looking at the aged face on the bed, and a tear rolled down her cheek. Grandma, it was my fault before. I disappointed you. Jiang Xian looked pained, while Jiang Yulian on the hospital bed slightly opened her eyes. All that could be heard was her voice, barely a whisper. Xin, is that you? When Grandma Jiang's voice came, Jiang Xian immediately nodded. Grandma, I'm here. Is there anything you need? Jiang Xian quickly stepped forward and grabbed Grandma Jiang's hand. Jiang Yulian sighed deeply after hearing this. I'm already this old, and I'm happy to see you revitalize the Jiang family. Grandma Jiang gave it her all. Jiang Xian nodded quickly upon hearing this. Grandma, don't worry, I will definitely not let anything happen to you. Now all the problems of the Jiang family have been eliminated by me. After saying these words, Jiang Yulian simply gave a warm smile. I'm already very happy to see you like this. However, I also hope you can have a good talk with Xiao Su. After saying all this, Jiang Yulian sighed softly. I also hope to see you two reconcile before I leave, so that I can rest easy. As soon as Jiang Yulian finished speaking, Jiang Xian immediately stood up. Grandma, we've made up. I'll go and bring him over right now. Jiang Xian was overjoyed and quickly ran out to find Su Zirwei. Su Zirwei, compose yourself and prepare to go see Jiang Yulian. Just as they entered the corridor, Jiang Xian rushed over. I've finally found you. Come with me. Without saying a word, Jiang Xian grabbed Su Zirwei's hand. Once we're inside, you have to cooperate with whatever I say. This is Grandma's last hope. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Su Zirwei only glanced silently at the hand that was being held. Grandma Jiang's last hope? Just as she thought of this, Jiang Xian happily pushed open the door to the ward. However, in the ward, Jiang Yulian had already closed her eyes. Upon seeing this, Jiang Xian rushed forward. Upon seeing this, Su Zirwei's face also showed a blank expression. Jiang Xian's sobs quickly filled the entire ward. Su Zhiwei silently stepped forward. He placed his hand on Jiang Xian's shoulder and spoke softly. Don't worry, Grandma saw us before she passed away. After Su Zhiwei finished speaking, Jiang Xian just sat there sobbing. Especially after hearing Su Zhiwei's words, her tense nerves finally relaxed at that moment. Su Zhiwei stood silently to the side, letting Jiang Xian hug him. That night, the Jiang group stayed up all night. All the lights in the company were turned on. Jiang Xian also held a grand funeral. Su Zhiwei also stayed in front of the morning hall, while Jiang Xian beside him only showed a faint smile to outsiders. Looking into those eyes, Su Zhiwei could understand the immense pain hidden within. It was because of these things that Su Zhiwei secretly clenched his fist. Just as I was thinking this, the Zhang family arrived. So many things happened to the Zhang family that almost all the wealthy families they were on good terms with went to pay their respects. President Jiang, you must be strong and don't overthink things. The Jiang family still needs you now. After Zhang Xingtian finished speaking, he glanced at Su Zhiwei again. He opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing more. That night, besides the matter of the old lady of the Jiang family, there was also Su Zhiwei. Many people suspect that Jiang Xian has remarried Su Zhiwei. Otherwise, Su Zhiwei wouldn't have appeared there. Su Zhiwei's appearance instantly shattered many people's speculations. All the previous comments that Jiang Xian looked down on Su Zhiwei seemed to have lost their meaning at this moment. Su Zhiwei finished preparing for the funeral arrangements the next morning. Jiang Xian slowly stood up, her expression remaining unchanged. Upon seeing this, Su Zhiwei quickly stepped forward and took her hand. This kind of unexpected turn of events is not something everyone wanted to see. Calm down first. If you need anything, you can let me know anytime. Su Zhiwei smiled. However, Jiang Xian simply nodded slightly after hearing this. He then pushed Su Zhiwei's hand away. Don't worry, I already have a plan in mind. You've had a hard time these past few days. Go back and get some rest. Jiang Xian's lips curled up slightly. However, this faint smile did not reach the heart. It appeared to be a forced smile. Chapter 184 Hardening My Heart. Su Zhiwei wanted to say something more, but Jiang Xian shook her head slightly. Jinjin, you take Dr. Su home first. The rest is up to you. Lu Jinjin was somewhat surprised to hear this. What will you do if we all leave? I can't leave you here alone. After Lu Jinjin finished speaking, Jiang Xian gave a wry smile. Don't worry, I'm fine. What could possibly happen to me? I want to sit with Grandma for a while longer. After saying these words, Lu Jinjin finally left with Su Zhiwei. After getting into the car, Lu Jinjin let out a long sigh. Dr. Su, I'm afraid there's something I need to trouble you with. Lu Jinjin looked at Su Zhiwei with a serious expression. However, Su Zhiwei was stunned after hearing this. I don't know what's wrong. Is there anything I can help you with? As soon as Su Zhiwei finished speaking, Lu Jinjin fell silent. You probably saw it just now. Jiang Xian's expression doesn't seem to have improved. On the contrary, it's rather gloomy. I'm worried she might do something drastic. After saying these words, Lu Jinjin placed all her hopes on Su Zhiwei. Su Zhiwei was also recalling Jiang Xian's appearance just now. Is something really going to happen? In my understanding, Jiang Xian shouldn't be such a fragile woman. Su Zhiwei recalled the events of those years. During the most vulnerable years of Jiang Xian's life, Su Zhiwei never saw her get into any trouble. Just as he was thinking about this, Su Zhiwei sighed. I understand. I will observe carefully. After Su Zhiwei finished speaking, Lu Jinjin shook her head. That's the problem. Everything Jiang Xian is doing now is too abnormal. I'm worried she might do something drastic. After Lu Jinjin finished speaking, her gaze fell on Su Zhiwei. Besides, Jiang Xian doesn't have anyone else around her right now, so you're the most suitable one. Lu Jinjin looked serious, but Su Zhiwei fell silent upon hearing this. Are you trying to let me take advantage of your weakness? As soon as he finished speaking, Su Zhiwei immediately objected. After all, this is unfair to Jiang Xian. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinjin let out a long sigh. At a time like this, you're still thinking about these things. If something really happens to Jiang Xian, that would be truly dangerous. Do as I say first. Lu Jinjin's face was full of determination, and Su Zhiwei sighed slightly after seeing it. Please take me back first. My thoughts are a bit jumbled. Su Zhiwei needs to calm down now. He needs to think carefully about what he should do next. Seeing Su Zhiwei's expression, Lu Jinjin didn't say much and could only silently start the car. Meanwhile, inside the morning hall, Jiang Xian silently looked at everything in front of her, with the black and white photo right in front of her. Jiang Xian sighed deeply. Grandma, I know what they're all worried about. I just can't accept your passing right now. So many things have happened to the Jiang family recently. I regret it. I want Su Zirwei back in my life. Jiang Xian knelt in front of the photo, her eyes filled with grief and indignation. Prayers were heard throughout the funeral hall. She only dared to say these words to herself in silence. Footsteps suddenly came from behind her, and Jiang Xian got up in surprise. Upon seeing the person behind her, Jiang Xian's eyes widened in an instant. Who told you to come here? You did such a thing. Do you really think I would forgive you? Jiang Xian's eyes were filled with anger. Meng Qingze, standing before him, wore a helpless expression. Xin, I came here just to have a good talk with you. I know you must be going through a lot of pain right now. If you need anything, please let me know anytime. Meng Qingze thought he could take advantage of the situation and opened his arms to Jiang Xian. However, Jiang Xian sneered when she saw his appearance. Your appearance is truly laughable to me. He thought he could come to me at this time to say these things and get my forgiveness. Jiang Xian told Meng Qingze what was on his mind. But Meng Qingze did not show any concern even though his intentions had been exposed. Jiang Xian, you don't need to put on this act in front of me. I know you're thinking about me. Why don't we sit down and have a calm talk? After saying that, Meng Qingze quickly walked up. He knew very well that Jiang Xian needed someone to rely on right now. Jiang Xian just sneered when she heard this. Looks like I need to teach you a lesson. You trespassed into private area. You don't think I'll let you off easily, do you? After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Meng Qingze in front of her suddenly turned pale. At the same time, I felt a little nervous. What do you mean by that? Jiang Xian waved her phone. Because of Su Baian's matter, I had already arranged for people to lie in ambush around the area. It's to prevent some people from suddenly retaliating. I didn't expect that I would actually catch him. Jiang Xian smiled. Upon seeing this, Meng Qingze's eyes also showed a hint of panic. What do you mean? You can't take me away. Meng Qingze finally revealed a hint of panic. However, upon seeing this, Jiang Xian smiled slightly. I really can't arrest you. At most, I'll put you in there for a few days of education. But these few days are enough. Meng Qingze, I just want you to see through my thoughts about you. I did indulge you in the past, but now you're just a clown in front of me. Jiang Xian's words were like a sharp blade piercing Meng Qingze's heart. Meng Qingze gritted his teeth. Jiang Xian, are you really going to do this? Meng Qingze looked on angrily. However, Jiang Xian smiled slightly after hearing this. You look even more real to me now. On the contrary, you look more pleasing to the eye like this. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, her gaze fell on the doorway. Meng Qingze panicked for a moment when he saw the people rushing in. Su Zirwei learned of this news in the evening. He was somewhat surprised that Jiang Xian could actually make such a choice. At the same time, news reports began to be broadcast. I saw Jiang Xian appear on the screen. Su Zirwei was somewhat dazed. Jiang Xian is like a completely different person now, with a radiant complexion and no trace of sadness. Especially during that interview. Su Zirwei thought he had misjudged the person. The reporter, however, asked another personal question. President Jiang, we heard that Mr. Meng Qingze was captured by your men. I wonder if there's any reason behind this. The reporter's questions were sharp, and they were determined to find out about Jiang Xian's love life. Chapter 185, A Misunderstanding. Su Zirwei watched Jiang Xian during a television interview. Now, when Jiang Xian mentions Meng Qingze, there is no lingering affection on her face. In fact, she feels deep resentment. I never expected Meng Qingze to do these things behind my back. I regret not seeing through him before. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, the reporter in front of her was also stunned for a moment, but quickly recovered. President Jiang, after Mr. Meng goes in, will you still give him a chance to leave? As the reporter spoke, Jiang Xian looked intently at the camera and then nodded. I will not give him any more chances. Jiang Xian's gaze was intense, as if she were looking at Su Zirwei through a screen. Su Zirwei also felt the weight of those words. Could it be that Jiang Xian was deliberately saying this to herself? However, Su Zirwei dismissed the thought the moment it appeared. How could Jiang Xian possibly say these things to herself? The moment this thought crossed my mind, Jiang Xian's interview had already ended. Seeing this, Su Zirwei shook his head helplessly. Chen Huifang's voice suddenly came from behind, and Su Zirwei glanced at it with some curiosity. Mom, what's wrong? Su Zirwei stepped forward immediately, his eyes filled with panic. Chen Huifang simply sighed, then smiled. I'm fine. I just remembered that the aunt next door introduced me to a girl before. You were busy those few days, and I didn't want to bother you. If you have time today, why don't you go take a look? Chen Huifang looked expectant, but Su Zirwei sighed after hearing this. Mom, let's just forget about it. I'm not thinking about it right now. As soon as Su Zirwei finished speaking, Chen Huifang in front of him shook her head slightly. How can that be? I've already promised them. You can just go and take a look. If there's a problem, then leave. After Chun Huifang finished speaking, Su Zirwei had no choice but to nod in agreement. As soon as Su Zirwei agreed, Chun Huifang immediately took out a business card. Upon seeing this scene, Su Zirwei was stunned and somewhat taken aback. Chun Huifang nodded. Don't worry, I've already thought this through. Just think of it as helping me take a look. As for whether it will succeed or not, I won't force it. After Chun Huifang finished speaking, Su Zirwei felt that something was wrong. Seeing Chun Huifang's expectant eyes, Su Zirwei finally got up and went to the Chun Group. The Chun Group is just a small real estate company. Chun Dafu and Chun Huifang are cousins, and if you really want to count, Chun Yuan is Su Zirwei's cousin. Although the two are now completely unrelated. Looking at the office building in front of him, Su Zirwei dialed a number. His curiosity piqued. What did this Chun Yuan look like? Just as he was thinking about these things, the phone connected, and Su Zirwei subconsciously looked up. Hello, are you Ms. Chun? I am Su Zirwei. Just as she finished speaking, footsteps came from the other end of the phone, followed by Chun Yuan's voice. Oh, it's Mr. Su. Are you downstairs yet? I'll be right there. After I finished speaking, the phone was hung up. Su Zirwei had no choice but to wait where he was. Chun Yuan hurried over. Su Zirwei only glanced at her. She was tall and had the same cold gaze. However, compared to Jiang Xian, she has a touch more human touch. Mr. Su, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Let me treat you to dinner. Chun Yuan was very enthusiastic and took Su Zirwei to Chunjiang. As a regular customer here, Su Zirwei is quite familiar with the prices here. It was precisely because of this that Su Zirwei became even more curious about Chun Yuan. This doesn't look like a blind date at all. Thinking of this, Su Zirwei relaxed a lot. Mr. Su, please keep an eye on things. Just tell me what you'd like to eat. Chun Yuan smiled and poured Su Zirwei a cup of tea. Seeing this action, Su Zirwei was almost certain that this woman was not looking for him for a blind date. Miss Chun, I think it's all right for me to call you my cousin, isn't it? Su Zirwei tentatively spoke, and Chun Yuan paused in pouring water, but quickly nodded with a smile. Of course, cousin. Since you've put it that way, I won't beat around the bush with you. I know you know Miss Jiang, so I'd like to ask you for a favor. After saying that, Chun Yuan looked at Su Zirwei. There was still anticipation in his eyes. Su Zirwei was startled, but he understood what was going on. I know that the Jiang Group is about to break ground on a piece of land. Miss Chun, are you perhaps trying to take advantage of this? Chun Yuan smiled after Su Zirwei finished speaking. You're right. You're a smart person, so I don't have to worry anymore. I wonder if Mr. Su would be able to help me? Chun Yuan's eyes flickered, and the next second, she took out an envelope. If you agree, this is just a referral fee. If this succeeds, I will give you a significant share of the profits. Su Zirwei only glanced at it, but he also began to feel curious. Ms. Chun, do you think I'm short of money? When Su Zirwei asked this question, Chun Yuan clenched her hand holding the envelope. After divorcing Jiang Xian, I received nearly 80 million yuan in assets. So trying to bribe me with money is the most foolish thing to do. Ms. Chun, if you really want to cooperate with Jiang Xian, there's no need to use this method. As Su Zirwei finished speaking, Chun Yuan's expression gradually became awkward. At this moment, the prepared envelope became a hot potato. Su Zirwei sighed. Ms. Chun, if you've made up your mind, you can bring some documents with you instead of using this kind of money. After saying this, Chun Yuan's eyes were filled with curiosity. You're going to help me? Chun Yuan became excited, but Su Zirwei shook his head slightly. Ms. Chun, I need to see your company's information before I can decide whether or not I can help you. Su Zirwei still had his senses and knew that some things couldn't be agreed to so easily, especially those related to Jiang Xian. Chun Yuan immediately took out her phone and had her assistant bring it over. She can take these out at any time. After this farce, Chun Yuan looked at Su Zirwei with newfound respect, her eyes filled with a hint of amazement. I originally thought that you, cousin, were the same as what was said online, but now it seems that I was misled. Chun Yuan substituted tea for wine. Su Zirwei shook his head slightly. He now found his cousin much more agreeable. At least this cousin is fairly straightforward. After reviewing the information about Chun Yuan's company, Su Zirwei was somewhat surprised. Although Chun Yuan was somewhat materialistic, the company she ran was completely honest and transparent. Cousin, you can rest assured. My company may be small, but it has been built up step by step. However, she lacked connections, so despite possessing great skills, she had no way to utilize them. Hearing this, Su Zirwei understood and nodded. I'll look into it for you. Chapter 186 Coming for Others. But don't even think about succeeding. There are probably a lot of people in the Jiang Group who are trying to curry favor with them right now. Su Zirwei said this only to lower Chen Yuanyuan's expectations. Chen Yuanyuan smiled slightly upon hearing this. Don't worry, cousin. I know what I'm doing. You're already doing me a favor by helping me. The two walked out of the private room chatting and laughing, only to run into Jiang Xian. There were several big bosses with her, but they were there for dinner, while Su Zirwei was preparing to leave. Jiang Xian was happy when she saw Su Zirwei, but fell silent the next second. Especially Chen Yuanyuan, who was next to Jiang Xian. Chen Yuanyuan wanted to go up and say hello, but the next second she saw Jiang Xian ignore Su Zirwei and leave. At this moment, Chen Yuanyuan felt flustered. Could it be that she was wrong, and that her cousin and Jiang Xian had lost contact a long time ago? Thinking about all this, Chen Yuanyuan felt a little regretful. This meal cost her quite a bit. Let's go. I'll help you with what I promised. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, he left with Chen Yuanyuan. Jiang Xian deliberately slowed her pace, and after hearing Su Zirwei leave, she clenched her fists even more. I subconsciously glanced at Chen Yuanyuan's back. Is this his new love? His taste has improved, but she still can't compare to her. Jiang Xian's mind was preoccupied with these thoughts, which led to her being distracted during the business negotiations. Once back at the company, he immediately sought out Lu Jinjin to inquire about the situation. You mean Dr. Su has another woman by his side? Lu Jinjin was stunned, but after thinking about it carefully, she realized that Su Zirwei was rich and a chief surgeon, so he must have had many suitors after the divorce. That woman looks somewhat familiar. Jiang Xian raised an eyebrow slightly, but she couldn't remember where she had seen him before. Lu Jinjin pursed her lips slightly upon hearing this. What a good friend. She only thought of asking her to inquire at a time like this. Before Lu Jinjin could even go to the hospital, Su Zirwei came to her door. Dr. Su, we rarely see you. Why did you come all by yourself this time? Lu Jinjin instinctively wanted to ask about that woman. Su Zirwei sighed. I'm looking for Jiang Xian. Is she here? Lu Jinjin was taken aback for a moment, then immediately nodded. Right in the office. Lu Jinjin was excited. Could it be that Su Zirwei had figured things out and was ready to have a serious talk with Jiang Xian? If these two really get back together, then the Jiang group will be in a much better position. Su Zirwei agreed and turned to go into Jiang Xian's office. Jiang Xian saw Su Zirwei raise an eyebrow slightly. You only remember me now, Jiang Xian complained, and Su Zirwei put down the file bag in his hand. I have something I'd like to ask you for help with. You should take a look first. As Su Zirwei spoke, Jiang Xian merely glanced at him curiously. After opening the file folder, Jiang Xian fell silent. His eyes still held anger. The woman in the document was the same woman I saw at noon. I knew she looked familiar. So it was her. Did Chen Yuanyuan contact you to play matchmaker? Jiang Xian sneered and threw the documents in her hand onto the table. I never imagined that you would be bribed one day. How much money did that woman give you to do this? Or have you taken a fancy to her? Jiang Xian raised an eyebrow, got up, and went to Su Zirwei's side. The next second, she grabbed Su Zirwei's chin with her hand. Did you deliberately choose a woman who looks a lot like me? Jiang Xian chuckled. Su Zirwei didn't flinch, but simply looked at Jiang Xian with a smile on his face. Mr. Jiang, this is your office, and there are so many people watching outside. And we're already divorced. Su Zirwei raised an eyebrow, meeting Jiang Xian's slightly amused gaze. Jiang Xian was somewhat surprised, and then let go of his hand. Su Zirwei, you should know about the recent events involving the Jiang group. When choosing a business partner, it is even more important to select a trustworthy company. What do you think are the advantages of this small Chen family? Jiang Xian put away her joking tone and sat properly at the table. Su Zirwei was startled. This was the first time he had ever seen Jiang Xian look so serious. Being unknown is an advantage. Su Zirwei explained. I also took a close look when I came here. Chen Yuanyuan's company has no lawsuits. All of its businesses have a good reputation in the industry, and she is ambitious enough. The fact that she found Su Zirwei is enough to prove that she really wanted to get this opportunity. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian nodded slightly. Now that you mention it, it does have some advantages, but that alone is not enough to meet my standards. Would you like me to meet her? Jiang Xian looked at him, and it seemed that the choice had been given to Su Zirwei. Upon hearing this, Su Zirwei shook his head slightly. I promised Chen Yuanyu and I would talk to you about it. As for what happens next, it's up to you. She's just my cousin. As soon as Su Zirwei finished speaking, a smile immediately appeared on Jiang Xian's face. Oh, I see. You should have said so earlier. Since she's my cousin, I'll definitely help her. Leave this to me. Jiang Xian agreed. Su Zirwei simply nodded and turned to leave. You came here just to say this? Su Zirwei, you should know my character. I never give anyone special treatment. You've made an exception for me, So shouldn't you give me some compensation? After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Su Zirwei was slightly taken aback. What does Mr. Jiang want? Su Zirwei patiently waited, only to see Jiang Xian already standing in front of him. Before Su Zirwei could even react, Jiang Xian quickly kissed him. A soft sensation touched his lips, and Su Zirwei felt as if he had been electrocuted, freezing on the spot. Jiang Xian left quickly, a smile playing on her lips. Consider this as interest. I'll get it back later. Go tell Qin Yuan to have dinner together tonight, so we can discuss the collaboration. Jiang Xian smiled, and Su Zirwei, without thinking, blushed and fled. Lu Xinjin was observing from outside when she saw Su Zirwei leave with a flushed face. Lu Xinjin realized something. The matter was probably settled. But what's with this sudden sense of loss? Lu Xinjin gave a bitter smile. Jiang Xian was in a great mood, so much so that even the document seemed pleasing to the eye. This Qin Yuan is really something. She actually thought of using Su Zirwei. A woman like that would be a good partner. That evening, Qin Yuan specially wore a work outfit and arrived at Su Zirwei's house early to wait for him. When Chun Huifang saw Qin Yuan, she looked surprised. Was she going on a date? Mom, I won't be eating at home tonight. I have a dinner party. Su Zirwei left with a smile, leaving Chun Huifang even more confused. My son hates dinner parties the most, so why is he going to them so often now? Chun Yuan practiced what she would say when they met all the way, afraid that she might upset Jiang Xian with a single word. Cousin, is there anything Mr. Jiang likes? I'll go and make some preparations. Chapter 187 Giving Gifts. Hearing Chun Yuan say this, Su Zirwei was at a loss for what to do. They could only hastily come up with an excuse to get by. However, Qin Yuan was somewhat dissatisfied after hearing this. Cousin, that's your ex-wife. Don't you two ever exchange gifts? Qin Yuan looked confused. This question also deeply affected Su Zirwei. Upon closer reflection, they indeed never exchanged gifts. Thinking of this, Su Zirwei felt even more helpless. We never gave any gifts. As soon as Su Zirwei finished speaking, Qin Yuan immediately stepped on the brakes. The look in his eyes as he looked at Su Zirwei revealed disbelief. Cousin, have you never bought him a single gift in all these years of marriage? No wonder you two got divorced. You're such a boring man. You have no sense of romance at all. After Qin Yuan said that, Su Zirwei didn't know where to look. He did indeed buy it once, as far as he could remember. Unfortunately, it was on that one occasion that Jiang Xian disliked him. Because of this, I haven't bought anything since then. He still remembers what Jiang Xian said back then. I am the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. I have everything I need. Why would I care about your things? Jiang Xian's face lingered in Su Zirwei's mind. Because of this, Su Zirwei never bought any more gifts. Su Zirwei simply couldn't bring himself to say these things. Seeing Su Zirwei's appearance, Qin Yuan sighed. We still have plenty of time. Let me take you to buy a gift first. When Qin Yuan said this, Su Zirwei instinctively wanted to refuse. You're divorced now, so sending a gift is just to ease the awkwardness. Hearing Qin Yuan's reason, Su Zirwei had no choice but to agree. Shui Zirwei didn't choose any expensive gifts. He just went down to pick out a bouquet from a flower shop he saw by the roadside. After all, they had to rush to a dinner party, but looking at the bouquet of flowers, Su Zirwei began to worry again. What if Jiang Xian doesn't like the bouquet of flowers? For a moment, Su Zirwei lost his way. Qin Yuan was somewhat surprised to see Su Zirwei's nervous appearance. I thought you two had a great relationship. Could it be that, as the rumors on the internet say, your relationship is ruined by a third party? That's why President Jiang took out so much money to make up for you. Qin Yuan had already imagined a whole drama unfolding in her mind. Su Zirwei sighed upon hearing this. Can you trust anything you see online? Let's hurry over there. Su Zirwei made an excuse to change the subject. Seeing this, Qin Yuan did not ask any further questions. When the two arrived at the private room, Jiang Xian and Lu Xinjin were already waiting. I didn't expect Mr. Jiang to arrive so early. Qin Yuan smiled and quickly stepped forward. Jiang Xian simply nodded calmly, but her gaze was fixed on Su Zirwei. Jiang Xian frowned when she saw the bouquet of flowers in Su Zirwei's hand. Su Zirwei felt a little uneasy under that gaze. He completely forgot the words he had prepared beforehand. Qin Yuan, who was standing nearby, smiled when she saw this. President Jiang, please don't blame us for arriving so late. My cousin said on the way here that he wanted to bring you a little gift. Qin Yuan winked at Su Zirwei. Su Zirwei nodded repeatedly after hearing this. I bought this especially for you on my way here. I know you like purple wind chimes the most. After Shui Zirwei finished speaking, Jiang Xian's eyes lit up with joy, and then she also revealed a smile. It's amazing that you remember it so clearly. I really like this bouquet of flowers. Jiang Xian smiled faintly. These words were also unexpected by Su Zirwei. However, Su Zirwei quickly calmed down. After they were seated, they began discussing cooperation. Su Zirwei wasn't involved in this part. He simply ate his meal quietly on the side. Lu Jinjin sighed helplessly after seeing this scene. Dr. Su, how did you meet your cousin? I've never heard you mention her before. After those words were spoken, the group of people who were discussing the collaborative project stopped. Jiang Xian, in particular, felt increasingly confused. Upon hearing this, Su Zirwei did not hide anything. My mom introduced us. My cousin and I hadn't met much before. As soon as Su Zirwei finished speaking, Jiang Xian immediately thought of blind dates. Seeing the change in Jiang Xian's expression, Qin Yuanyuan immediately offered an explanation. President Jiang, this is actually a misunderstanding. I just didn't want to miss this opportunity, so I asked my elders at home for help. Besides, why would I have any feelings for my cousin? We've never even met before. Qin Yuanyuan readily admitted it, and Jiang Xian didn't think much of it. But I do think Qin Yuanyuan has some discernment. I was just curious, I didn't think much of it. Ms. Chun is a capable person, and our Jiang group looks forward to cooperating with you. Jiang Xian raised her glass, and Qin Yuanyuan agreed. Su Zirwei, in a daze, also drank a glass of wine. I was also somewhat surprised. Do friendships between women develop so quickly? After a few rounds of drinks, Lu Jinjin and Qin Yuanyuan each made an excuse to leave. Su Zirwei glanced at Jiang Xian. Dr. Su, I have followed your medical advice exactly. I only had one cup today. Your cousin is quite interesting. You should learn more from her. Jiang Xian smiled, while Shui Zirwei slightly pursed his lips. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't even have met her. Su Zirwei complained, but then he saw Jiang Xian walking towards him. Shui Zirwei tensed up immediately. Why are you so nervous? Do you think I'm going to eat you? Jiang Xian chuckled as she looked at Su Zirwei, whose forehead was covered in sweat. Upon hearing this, Su Zirwei gave an awkward laugh. His concern was that Jiang Xian might act out while drunk. Jiang Xian sighed softly. Do you know what Zhang Lingling has been doing lately? Seeing Jiang Xian suddenly sit back down and talk about Zhang Lingling, Su Zirwei became a little curious. He hadn't paid any attention to these things since he was rescued. The Zhang family must already know about her situation, and they probably won't let her off easily. Moreover, Zhang Xingtian will definitely not let this matter get out. He must have kept an eye on the person. After Su Zirwei said that, Jiang Xian nodded in agreement. You were absolutely right. Now you do understand some of the ways of the wealthy. After learning about this, Zhang Xingtian immediately sent Zhang Lingling abroad. This is also the most appropriate way for the Zhang family to handle this. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Shui Zirwei sighed regretfully. You have no grudge against Miss Zhang, so why go to such lengths? This is what Su Zirwei can't understand the most. It's astonishing that someone of Zhang Lingling's status would do something like this. Chapter 188 Refusal to Remarry. Looking at Su Zirwei, Jiang Xian raised an eyebrow slightly. Are you reluctant to part with it? Su Zirwei looked suspicious and then shook his head. There's nothing between me and Miss Zhang. So Mr. Jiang, please don't make assumptions. I'll be leaving now. After saying that, Su Zirwei prepared to leave. Jiang Xian glanced at it and said, You're just leaving like that? Isn't there anything you want to tell me? Jiang Xian's gaze fell on the bouquet of flowers. This man had only just begun to understand. Just as he was thinking of this, Su Zirwei glanced at it curiously. Their gazes also fell upon the bouquet of flowers. My cousin said you might like it, so I bought it. I didn't mean anything by it. Please don't misunderstand, Mr. Jiang. Su Zirwei's words caused Jiang Xian's expression to change. Looking at Su Zirwei again, there was a hint of anger. Su Zirwei. Jiang Xian endured it, but quickly calmed down. I mentioned remarriage before. Have you thought it through? Returning to the villa is also a good thing for you. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, she looked at Su Zirwei with a serious expression, while also waiting for his answer. Jiang Xian, we are not a good match. Su Zirwei rejected Jiang Xian once again, and Jiang Xian could hardly believe it when she heard this. Gritting her teeth, Jiang Xian stood up and glared angrily at Su Zirwei. Even at a time like this, Su Zirwei is still saying these things. Is there a better option than her? Su Zirwei didn't say anything more and turned to leave. Jiang Xian looked at Su Zirwei's indifferent back and felt angry. This man just left like that. Late at night, a figure was pacing back and forth in the study of the Zhang family home. Contrary to rumors, Zhang Lingling did not go abroad. Instead, she was confined to the Zhang family home. She was resentful and wanted revenge. Meng Qing's arrest is also a significant loss for Zhang Lingling. However, she wasn't in a hurry. She still had one last trick up her sleeve, a backup plan she had laid when she collaborated with Uncle Jiang. The next morning, when Jiang Xian arrived at the company, she saw several people in official uniforms standing at the front desk with serious expressions. Jiang Xian frowned and glanced at Lu Jinjin. What's going on? Lu Jinjin was also confused, but before she could ask, one of them quickly stepped forward with a serious look in his eyes. Hello, I am from the court. We are now beginning to investigate and seal off the Jiang group. Please cooperate. Jiang Xian was stunned upon hearing this. On what grounds? Do you have any identification? You just come to someone else's company and say these things. I have reason to be suspicious of you. Jiang Xian's gaze was gloomy and cold as she swept over everyone present. Her company has always been law-abiding and has never had any problems, so why is the court making these decisions? That's ridiculous. The Jiang group is now at its peak, which must be due to some competitors pulling strings behind the scenes. Just as Jiang Xian was about to leave, one of the people came out with a briefcase and took out the documents. Ms. Jiang Xian, these are our documents. The land purchased by the Jiang group was acquired illegally, and according to Mr. Jiang's testimony, the Jiang group used illegal funds. We hope you will cooperate with the investigation. Jiang Xian swayed, looking at the documents with disbelief. How is this possible? Jiang Xian never expected that she had overlooked the most crucial issue. Her second uncle's money was indeed problematic. Looking at the documents in front of her, Jiang Xian gritted her teeth, and Lu Jinjin, who was beside her, quickly helped her up. Xin, don't get agitated. Your health is the most important thing. The Jiang group barely survived, and now this has happened. What should they do now? The leading law enforcement officer wasn't particularly surprised to see this, but glanced at the people behind him. You should first take control of the scene, and also freeze all of Ms. Jiang's assets. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian immediately stood up, intending to stop him. Can't. But there was nothing that could be done at the moment, and Jiang Xian could only watch these people act. Currently, all of Jiang Xian's assets have been frozen, including her house and car. At this moment, Jiang Xian fell from heaven, and everything that was once noble was shattered. Jiang Xian can't believe it all. Why did things suddenly turn out this way? At the same time, Lu Jinjin finally learned some useful information. It was all done by Uncle Jiang. He went to confess and said that he accepted ill-gotten gains and used them to invest in the Jiang group. He also said that the land was not clean and there were contract disputes. Lu Jinjin looked at Jiang Xian sitting in the company lobby, unsure how to comfort her. What is happening now is completely beyond their expectations. Jiang Xian's eyes were filled with anger. She hadn't expected to fall for it after all. Let's go see that second uncle first. I need to find out what he did so that we can take action later. Jiang Xian stood up, temporarily concealing her dejected expression. She cannot give up. The entire Jiang group still needs her. At the same time, when Su Zhiwei arrived at the hospital, he also received a call from Zhang Feier. Upon thinking about Zhang Lingling's matter, Su Zhiwei answered the call. Thinking of this, Su Zhiwei sighed slowly. Dr. Su, do you have time today? I'm afraid I need to ask you for a favor. Zhang Feier's slightly apologetic voice came through the phone, and Su Zhiwei was curious and confused. Looking for me? Zhang Feier sighed first, then said, Actually, I wanted to ask you to come with me to see Meng Qingze. Upon hearing this, Su Zhiwei was stunned, his eyes filled with surprise. What are you going to do with Meng Qingze? Su Zhiwei was curious, but Zhang Feier complained. I didn't want to go either, but my dad insisted that I go and ask. He was worried that Zhang Lingling's matter would affect our Zhang family, so it was a kind of advanced planning. I figured you should have time too, so I decided to bring it along. Zhang Feier explained, and Su Zhiwei nodded slightly after listening, but didn't say anything more. Let's go now. Hearing that Su Zhiwei had agreed, Zhang Feier relaxed. Inside the detention center, Jiang Xian finally learned about everything her second uncle had planned, and she was filled with rage. He's trying to bankrupt the Jiang group. Jiang Xian was filled with anger, and Lu Jinjin was at a loss. All she could do now was wait. Just as I was thinking this, I looked up and saw Su Zhiwei and Zhang Feier. Upon seeing the two of them, Lu Jinjin's heart tightened, and the next second she saw Jiang Xian stand up. Su Zhiwei, how did you end up with her? What are you doing here at the detention center? Jiang Xian strode forward to question him, her eyes still filled with dissatisfaction. However, after hearing this, Zhang Feier only glanced at it. Miss Jiang, you should mind your own business first. You don't need to ask why we're here. Zhang Feier had also heard about the Jiang group's predicament, and now there was no need for her to be afraid. Chapter 189 Birthday Banquet. Jiang Xian was already angry about her second uncle's matter, and now she was being provoked by Zhang Feier. How could she possibly hold back? She couldn't help but raise her voice and look at Su Zirwei. Su Zirwei, I don't want to argue with you. Why is this woman here? What are you doing here at the detention center? At this moment, Jiang Xian didn't care where the birth occurred. She just wanted to find out the truth. Zhang Feier rolled her eyes. Incomprehensible. Su Zirwei was originally worried about the Jiang group, but now seeing Jiang Xian like this, he also showed his dissatisfaction. Jiang Xian, this is a detention center. We're only here to resolve the Zhang family's matter. How did you become like this? Su Zirwei shook his head, and Zhang Feier chuckled softly. President Jiang, you heard that too. We're here on serious business. Now that you mention it, I just remembered. Our Zhang family is having a birthday banquet. If you have time, please come and join us. Zhang Lingling's birthday is approaching, and the Zhang family plans to use this banquet to stabilize their reputation. Jiang Xian shuddered, a thoughtful look creeping into her eyes. The Zhang family's banquet will be attended by business celebrities, and even the mayor may participate. Everyone wanted to seize the opportunity, and Jiang Xian realized that this could very well be her chance. If she can get some help at this banquet, she will be able to get through this crisis. The Zhang family is really something. They hold such a big birthday banquet every year. It's a pity that no one has ever celebrated my birthday with me. As soon as he said that, Su Zirwei's face darkened instantly. So Miss Jiang also needs to celebrate her birthday. I thought you weren't interested in these things. Jiang Xian's heart tightened, and she immediately realized that she had said the wrong thing, but it was too late to say anything now. Su Zirwei's face had darkened. Every year on Jiang Xian's birthday, Su Zirwei would be by her side, but she would speak harshly to her and tell Su Zirwei not to prepare any more gifts. Su Zirwei, that's not what I meant. Jiang Xian nervously explained that their relationship had just begun to improve, but now this one sentence had caused trouble again. I was wrong before. I'm so happy that you celebrated my birthday. I'm really happy. At this point, Jiang Xian added another sentence. By the way, when is your birthday? I think it's coming soon. Let's celebrate our birthdays together this year. Jiang Xian forgot the exact time, but vaguely remembered that it must have been recently. Su Zirwei glanced at it, and then turned and left. His eyes revealed disappointment and helplessness towards Jiang Xian. His birthday has long since passed. I didn't expect Jiang Xian to forget so quickly. Su Zirwei gave a wry smile. When Jiang Xian saw Su Zirwei leave, she panicked and immediately chased after him, trying to stop him. However, Su Zirwei sighed after seeing Jiang Xian's appearance. I already understand that your birthday doesn't need my celebration. Su Zirwei shook his head, feeling utterly hopeless. He thought Jiang Xian had changed, but now it seems he was wrong. The initial pity vanished. Jiang Xian was still the same woman, never having changed. Su Zirwei's departure left Jiang Xian anxious, her eyes flashing with excitement. Looking at the man who left, Jiang Xian felt only regret. Why did I do those things in the first place? The person who loved her most was right beside her, but she lost them. Su Zirwei, I really regret it now. I was wrong before and didn't appreciate your kindness. Can we go back to the past? Jiang Xian's eyes welled up with tears. All she wanted at that moment was for Su Zirwei to come back. But it's too late to say anything now. That man has already gone far away from me. Zhang Feier felt helpless looking at Jiang Xian like this. President Jiang, if you had realized this earlier, things might not have turned out this way. Unfortunately, it's all too late. After saying that, Zhang Lingling turned and left. Jiang Xian simply lowered her head, trying her best to control her emotions. Just then, Lu Xinjin arrived at Jiang Xian's side. Xinxin, let's go first. This is, after all, a detention center, and Lu Xinjin doesn't want any news to come out that would be detrimental to Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian gave a light hum and followed Lu Xinjin in answering the company's questions. In the office, Jiang Xian sat dejectedly at her desk, her eyes devoid of any light. Jiang Xian finally let out a long sigh after all the employees had left. Her thoughts were in turmoil, but she still needed to face reality and resolve many issues at hand. Fortunately, Jiang Xian wasn't without options. After Uncle Jiang was arrested, the Jiang family manor remained empty, and Jiang Xian sighed. The thought of having to go back and face her second uncle's family filled her with helplessness. As Jiang Xian pushed open the door to enter the manor, she was surprised to see her second aunt, Lu Tsiyun, right in front of her. Lu Tsiyun went up and slapped him. A crisp slap sounded. Jiang Xian, do you even know you're a member of the Jiang family? Look at the state you've turned this family into. The entire group is in trouble now. Tell me what you're planning to do. Lu Tsiyun burst into tears after slapping him. Jiang Xian remained silent, only sighing. This is why she didn't want to come back. Although her second uncle's actions were his own fault, his family was innocent. Faced with this family, Jiang simply shook her head. The Jiang family is now practically broken, and Jiang Xin can withstand this slap. Isn't this my cousin? I can't believe you've come all this way. Why not go back to your own villa? Why are you suddenly thinking about the manor? At that moment, a voice came from outside the door. It was Jiang Kai. Jiang Xin, what do you mean by coming to my house so late at night? Jiang Kai questioned, and Jiang Xin frowned. Unexpectedly, Lu Xian suddenly spoke up to offer advice. Kai, don't talk nonsense. This is your cousin, the head of the Jiang group. Everything we have now depends on your cousin. Lu Xian was well aware of the current situation. The only person the Jiang family could rely on was Jiang Xin. Jiang Kai snorted coldly. Mom, at a time like this, you're still talking to this woman. Now the entire Jiang family is going to be ruined by her. Upon hearing Jiang Kai's words, Jiang Xin clenched her fists. Coming to the manor tonight was a mistake. Thinking of this, he turned and left the manor. In the quiet of the night, Jiang Xin looked up at the streetlights. A long shadow was cast behind him. Her emotions were complicated. Before today, she had led the Jiang group onto the right track and had even made many friends. Now, she has no place to stand in this city. Helpless, Jiang Xin could only call Lu Jinjin, and it was at this moment that her best friend stepped in. Chapter 190, Come Home With Me. On the other side, Su Zirwei was lying in bed. He hadn't eaten all day because of Jiang Xin. Looking at his phone screen, Su Zirwei felt agitated. Jiang Xion's assets have all been seized and investigated. Where will she stay tonight? One idea after another kept popping into my mind. Anxious, Su Zirwei lost the will to continue and got up to leave. Too many things happened today, which made him very irritable. Just then, Su Zirwei received a call from Lu Jinjin. Under the streetlights, Su Zirwei answered the call curiously. Dr. Su, do you have time now? I need your help with something. Su Zirwei sensed something was amiss with the metaphor Lu Jinjin had used, so he agreed. Thinking of this, Su Zirwei agreed and quickly asked for the address. Dr. Su, you've finally arrived. I was so worried. Please be careful. Lu Jinjin looked at Su Zirwei standing outside the apartment door and immediately calmed down. Su Zirwei was still a little confused when he was pulled into the apartment. Looking around, Su Zirwei was filled with curiosity. Finally, my gaze fell on the stray cat under the table. When I came back tonight, this stray cat followed me in, and I was really scared. I thought you were a doctor, so you might know what to do. After Jiang Xin finished speaking, Su Zirwei frowned. I'm a doctor, not a veterinarian. Su Zirwei was helpless, but he still patiently tried to coax the stray cat. Lu Jinjin had been anxious the whole time, but she breathed a sigh of relief after Su Zirwei caught the stray cat. Let's go to the vet. Lu Jinjin nodded, and without thinking too much, took Su Zirwei out. 10 minutes later, Jiang Xin arrived at Lu Jinjin's apartment, but she couldn't get through to Lu Jinjin on the phone, so Jiang Xin could only wait outside the door. The corridor was quiet, and Jiang Xin was suddenly enveloped in darkness, leaving her somewhat at a loss. Looking at the worn-out heels, Jiang Xin gave a self-deprecating smile. Now I just find it laughable. How did things turn out this way? In the past, Su Zirwei would always be waiting for him in the villa. Jiang Xin didn't know how to cherish things back then, and now all she faces is this darkness. The icy touch swept over Jiang Xin in an instant, and all she could do now was grit her teeth. Just then, a message came through on my phone. Jiang Xin stood up immediately. Jinjin, where have you been? I'm right at your doorstep. When are you coming back? Jiang Xin asked a series of questions, but Su Zirwei's voice suddenly came through the phone. Are you at Lu Jinjin's house? We'll go back right now. Jiang Xin froze on the spot, feeling a chill run through her body. Why did Su Zirwei have Lu Jinjin's phone? Judging from what they were saying, could it be that the two of them were together? Before she could think about the problem further, Jiang Xin heard Lu Jinjin and Su Zirwei's voices. Xin, why didn't you tell me beforehand? I was so worried. I'm relieved to see you here. You can stay with me. Lu Jinjin spoke enthusiastically, but Jiang Xion's gaze fell on Su Zirwei. There was also a stray cat in Su Zirwei's arms. Looking at the two of them, Jiang Xin bit her lower lip, feeling a lot of grievances in her heart. What's going on with you two? Jiang Xin dared not speculate further and could only wait for Lu Jinjin's answer. Secretary Lu asked me to come over. A stray cat came to my house, and I came to help. Su Zirwei explained, but upon hearing this, Jiang Xin only felt annoyed. If a stray cat can make Su Zirwei come over overnight, why can't he come and see me? At that moment, Jiang Xin felt utterly ridiculous. Lu Jinjin also noticed Jiang Xion's strange expression and immediately stepped forward to her. Xin, don't overthink it. I just couldn't think of anyone else to ask, so I asked Dr. Su to come. But after saying these words, Jiang Xian shook her head slightly. It's nothing. I just remembered I have something to do with the company. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, she turned around and prepared to leave. Lu Jinjin was taken aback and quickly stepped forward. Jinjin, where are you going? It's already dark outside. Why don't you stay here? But after saying these words, Jiang Xian shook her head. No, I'll be going now. After saying these words, Jiang Xian left. Lu Jinjin was taken aback and turned to look at Su Zhiwei. Dr. Su, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and go over there. Hearing this, Su Zhiwei nodded and chased after him. As soon as Jiang Xian stepped into the elevator, she saw Su Zhiwei chasing after her. What are you doing following me? Aren't you going to stay and have a chat with Jinjin? Jiang Xian's tone was tinged with jealousy. Su Zhiwei shook his head. I came because I was worried about you. After Su Zhiwei finished speaking, Jiang Xian's face showed a look of confusion, as well as some curiosity. Why are you worried about me? How could anything happen to me? Jiang Xian pursed her lips and stopped thinking about it. Seeing this, Su Zhiwei understood why Jiang Xian was throwing a tantrum. If I were with Secretary Lu, we would have been together long ago. Why would we wait until now? As Su Zhiwei spoke, he took out a key. I bought a small apartment near the hospital before, originally to make it easier to commute to and from get off work and not to bother you. After saying that, Su Zhiwei smiled again. But it's been a long time since I've been there. If you don't mind, you can go. After Su Zhiwei finished speaking, Jiang Xian hesitated for a moment before taking the key away. Looking back, he did indeed say that Su Zhiwei was not allowed to stay in the villa. I never expected it would come in handy at this time. Thank you. Jiang Xian didn't know what to say, so she could only agree for now. It was just an accident. I believe you can change it. As soon as Su Zhiwei finished speaking, the elevator doors opened. Jiang Xian nodded and walked out. Jiang Xian stood beside Su Zhiwei and watched him open the ride-hailing app. The president of the Jiang Group is always chauffeured around by a private car. This must be the first time he's taken a taxi. Su Zhiwei smiled, while Jiang Xian frowned. Don't underestimate me. It's just taking a taxi. I can manage by myself. Although Jiang Xian said that, there was still some panic in her eyes, which was also a sign of her lack of confidence. I believe Miss Jiang can do it, but it's really too late today. Why don't you come to the apartment with me first? After speaking, Su Zhiwei smiled and put away his phone. That's it. Jiang Xian froze, and the next second Su Zhiwei looked over as well, their eyes meeting. Su Zhiwei couldn't help but burst out laughing first. President Jiang, I believe you now. You can definitely do it. Just as he finished speaking, Su Zhiwei called. Jiang Xian stomped her feet in dissatisfaction, but Su Zhiwei seemed to be looking down on her. Jiang Xian didn't say much, but just stood there blushing. Su Zhiwei must be laughing at her in his heart. Chapter 191, Uninvited Guest. In order to quell the recent rumors, the Zhang family also planned to make good use of this birthday banquet. Zhang Feier sent a message to Su Zhiwei early in the morning. Dr. Su, don't forget to bring Jiang Xian over too. I want to see what that woman has to say next. Looking at these messages, Su Zhiwei was at a loss for what to do. Su Zhiwei could only sigh when he thought of Jiang Xian. Now that the Jiang group has become like this, will Jiang Xian really go? Just as I was thinking this, Jiang Xian called. Su Zhiwei, is tonight the Zhang family's birthday banquet? Could you take me there? Jiang Xian spoke with a serious expression. Su Zhiwei's eyes widened in confusion upon hearing this. You're not serious, are you? You really want to go? Su Zhiwei asked on the phone, and Jiang Xian showed a dissatisfied expression after hearing these questions. So what? This is an opportunity for our group. If we seize this opportunity, the Jiang group can recover. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, her gaze turned gloomy. Su Zhiwei, this is my only chance. You should help me, right? Jiang Xian's voice was filled with anticipation. Su Zhiwei recalled Jiang Xian's previous attitude and sighed helplessly. Don't forget to come on the Haiyan cruise ship tonight. After Su Zhiwei finished speaking, Jiang Xian immediately agreed. Su Zhiwei, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. After saying this, Jiang Xian hung up the phone. Su Zhiwei remained silent for a moment. As expected of Jiang Xian, she doesn't let any opportunity slip by. However, the Zhang family is unlikely to let Jiang Xian off easily this time. He shook his head helplessly. Su Zhiwei could only hope that Jiang Xian wouldn't do anything foolish. That evening, Su Zhiwei was somewhat surprised to see Zhang Feier come to pick him up. You're the birthday person today? Why did you come all the way here? Su Zhiwei walked forward with a smile, while Zhang Feier snorted coldly. Didn't I come here to pick you up? Besides, I wouldn't feel comfortable letting you go alone. Just after she finished speaking, Zhang Feier continued. Dr. Su, tonight's guests are all prominent figures in the business world. On the surface, they're here to celebrate a birthday, but actually, it's for their own benefit. I just wanted to escape for a while. Zhang Feier sighed helplessly, her eyes filled with resignation. Su Zhiwei frowned after hearing this. With so many things happening to the Zhang family recently, naturally many people want to take this opportunity to mock them. Please don't take it to heart. Today is your birthday. All you need to remember is this. After Su Zhiwei finished speaking, Zhang Feier nodded, her eyes still filled with anticipation. Dr. Su, let's not delay, let's go now. I heard that Jiang Xin is also there. If we go too late, we'll miss the show. When Zhang Feier mentioned it, Su Zhiwei remembered that Jiang Xin was also there. Why do you say it's a good show? Could it be that the Zhang family is planning something? As soon as Su Zhiwei finished speaking, Zhang Feier immediately offered an explanation. It's not that the Zhang family wants to do anything, but all the business elites present are waiting for Jiang Xin to embarrass herself. Dr. Su, Jiang Xin treated you so badly before, you must not be soft-hearted again. After saying these words, Su Zhiwei could only give a bitter smile, but in his heart he was also asking himself, would he really not do anything? Look, isn't that Jiang Xin? Why is he here? Could it be that the Zhang family also invited him? I never expected that the president of the prestigious Jiang Group would take a taxi here. The surrounding people started talking about it. Especially after seeing Jiang Xin's disheveled appearance, everyone showed a mocking expression. To them, the Jiang Group was indeed once a high and mighty entity, but now that this has happened, it is not even as powerful as their small groups. Jiang Xin, dressed in a black haute couture gown, walked onto the deck with her chin held high. He paid no attention to the comments of those around him. Jiang Xin had seen plenty of people who would kick someone when they're down. Right now, he has only one thought: to find a reliable partner. She must put in a great deal of effort to revitalize the Jiang Group. Just as I was thinking this, a man came out. Zhao Qingfeng walked out with a smile. Isn't this President Jiang? I didn't expect to see you here. I thought that after the Jiang Group went bankrupt, you would try your best to fill the hole. Zhao Qingfeng had barely finished speaking when he immediately showed a surprised expression. Look, I almost forgot. I heard that the Jiang Group was thoroughly investigated because it used money from illegitimate sources. I don't know what method President Jiang used to do such an illegal thing. If that's the case, who would dare to cooperate with you? As he finished speaking, Zhao Qingfeng's lips curled into a smile. His goal had been achieved, to make everyone present aware of Jiang Xin's current plight. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Xin's eyes flashed with anger. But due to the circumstances, they could only suppress their feelings. Mr. Zhao may have misspoke. This matter is a misunderstanding and is still under investigation. Mr. Zhao, you'd better not speak recklessly, or I might sue you for defamation. Jiang Xin gritted her teeth. She was the high and mighty president of the Jiang Group. When had she ever been mocked by these people? Even Zhao Qingfeng could kick her a few times. Zhao Qingfeng's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. So it's still under investigation. I misunderstood. But today is Zhang Jia's birthday party, and it seems that President Jiang is not on the guest list. Zhao Qingfeng quickly changed the subject, a calculating glint in his eyes. Jiang Xin frowned. She did not have an invitation. On second thought, Jiang Xin glanced around but didn't see Su Zhiwei and Zhang Feier. Miss Zhang personally invited me here. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. Zhao Qingfeng scoffed after hearing this. President Jiang certainly puts it in a very open and above-board way to freeload at a banquet. I'm afraid you're the only one here who could say such things. Zhao Qingfeng's words immediately drew the dissatisfaction of the others. Those present were all celebrities and nobles. How could they not see through Jiang Xin's little schemes? With the Jiang Group bankrupt, this president is already eager to find partners. After Zhao Qingfeng's outburst, no one will be willing to lend a helping hand to Jiang Xin. Jiang Xin instantly became the most disliked person at the banquet. Zhao Qingfeng, I have no grudge against you. Why do you always make things difficult for me? Jiang Xin looked furious. If Zhao Qingfeng hadn't interfered, she might have already found a suitable partner. Chapter 192, Humiliating Disembarkation. President Jiang, you're mistaken. The feud between us is quite significant. You are also responsible for the current state of my Zhao family. Zhao Qingfeng gritted his teeth. You always thought you were superior, but now you can't even compare to me. It's really laughable. After Zhao Qingfeng finished speaking, he clinked glasses with Jiang Xin. I'm going to enjoy watching how your group goes bankrupt. After Zhao Qingfeng finished speaking, he returned to the crowd. Jiang Xin remained standing there alone, a look of confusion in her eyes. I never expected things to turn out this way. Not a single person present could help her. Jiang Xin felt lost for a moment. Just as they were at a loss, the people around them suddenly started talking. Look, isn't that Miss Zhang? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone else looked over as well. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian immediately grasped at a straw. However, Su Zirwei was by Zhang Feier's side. Upon seeing Su Zirwei, Zhang Xian's face paled. Why did these two people come at the same time? Zhang Feier's appearance instantly attracted the attention of many people. Su Zirwei was originally next to Zhang Feier, but these big bosses rushed over and squeezed Su Zirwei out in an instant. Su Zirwei was pushed aside, feeling helpless. You and she are not on the same path, which is something I wanted to tell you before. Zhang Xian held her wine glass, a cold smile in her eyes. Su Zirwei, don't you think you need to explain to me why you came here with Zhang Feier? Zhang Xian revealed her arrogance. Su Zirwei frowned, his eyes filled with confusion. There's nothing between Zhang Feier and me, you're just overthinking it. Today is her birthday party, and she brought me here. Su Zirwei looked at Zhang Xian, his eyes filled with confusion. Since the Jiang group ran into trouble, Zhang Xian seems to have become a different person. Zhang Xian's emotions were so unstable that even Su Zirwei couldn't be sure what she would be like in the next second. So this is what you wanted to tell me. With a rich girl like Zhang Feier by your side, you naturally have nothing to worry about. So they don't care what others think at all. You're still my ex-husband, don't you ever consider me? After saying this, Zhang Xian's eyes even revealed a hint of excitement. However, upon seeing this, Su Zirwei shook his head slightly. As you said, we are already divorced, and I have thought more than enough about you. Shui Zirwei looked at the woman in front of him. He had helped Zhang Xian so much. Could this woman have forgotten all of that? However, Zhang Xian shook her head after hearing this. You've never considered me. You're just trying to keep me out of your sight. Am I right? After saying these words, Zhang Xian pressed on relentlessly. His eyes were also filled with anger. Su Zirwei didn't want to waste any more words with Zhang Xian. He just wanted to end the banquet as soon as possible. However, Zhang Xian pressed on relentlessly, showing no intention of letting him off the hook. I hit the nail on the head, so now you want to run away. I can tell from your expression. Zhang Xian knows Su Zirwei's personality best. It's obvious that Su Zirwei wants to leave now. Su Zirwei faced Zhang Xian's exposure with composure. I really want to leave now. The specific reason is simply that I have absolutely no interest in banquets. As Su Zirwei finished speaking and was about to turn around, Zhang Xian stepped forward and grabbed his wrist. You can't leave yet. If you leave now, it will be disrespectful to the Zhang family, and the entire Zhang family will remember you. As soon as Zhang Xian finished speaking, Su Zirwei merely glanced at her indifferently. I came to this banquet simply because Zhang Feier invited me. Unlike President Jiang, who came with a specific purpose. After Shui Zirwei finished speaking, Zhang Xian's expression changed for a moment. What do you mean? Are you blaming me? If I don't do this, what will happen to the Jiang group? Su Zirwei, how could you be so selfish? However, after saying that, Zhang Xian also noticed the coldness in Su Zirwei's eyes. It felt like her heart had been stabbed. Su Zirwei, I don't mean to blame you. Too many things have happened recently, and I feel that it's unfair. Zhang Xian looked at Su Zirwei, a high-ranking group president, who suddenly fell to the ground. It would be impossible for anyone to accept this so quickly, not to mention Zhang Xian now. Upon hearing Zhang Xian's words, Su Zirwei felt that Zhang Xian was being unreasonable. President Jiang, you really are surprising. Even at a time like this, you're still thinking about these things. Dr. Su has never owed you anything. On the contrary, you owe him too much. Zhang Feier pushed through the crowd and walked over at that moment. In that instant, Zhang Xian once again became the target of public criticism. Zhang Xian was initially angry at Su Zirwei's attitude, but Zhang Feier's question made him somewhat confused. What do you mean by that, Miss Zhang? You invited me here in the first place, so why are you suddenly kicking me out? However, no sooner had he finished speaking than Zhao Chengfeng came out. Zhang Xian, how can you be so shameless? I thought that with Miss Zhang here, you would restrain yourself a bit. It seems I was wrong. After saying this, Zhao Chengfeng sighed again. Miss Zhang, please don't lower yourself to her level. The Jiang group is in trouble, and she will definitely try to find a way to save herself. They even kept saying that they were invited by you. Zhao Qingfeng was behaving like a petty person at this moment. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feier gave a cold laugh. It was indeed I who invited President Jiang. Do you think what I did was wrong? After saying that, Zhao Qingfeng's expression froze for a moment. They were at a loss for what to do. Zhang Xian burst out laughing upon hearing this. Mr. Zhao, next time you speak, it would be best to do some research first. Let's not let something so ridiculous happen. Upon hearing Zhang Xian's words, Zhao Qingfeng's face also became filled with embarrassment. The words had already been spoken, and he couldn't take them back. All I can do is clench my fists. So that's how it is. It's all Mr. Zhang's fault for not explaining it clearly beforehand. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had such doubts. After giving an awkward laugh, Zhao Qingfeng sensed that the way people around him were looking at him was gradually becoming strange. Zhang Feier didn't want to help Jiang Xian out of the predicament. Rather, she disapproved of Zhao Qingfeng's behavior. President Jiang, if I were you, I would have left long ago. None of the people here will help you. Zhang Feier's lips curled up, and her eyes shone brightly. Jiang Xian's gaze was restrained, and she bit her lower lip slightly. Chapter 193, I Can't Live Without You. Miss Zhang, do you have to be so ruthless? You invited me here, but in the end you said these things to humiliate me. I'm also confused about what Ms. Zhang wants to do. As soon as Jiang Xian finished speaking, the people around her widened their eyes even more. Jiang Xian already has this kind of status, yet she still dares to question Miss Zhang. Who do you think you are? How dare you come here and question me? Your Jiang group is now mired in a quagmire. Who can come out and help you out? It's good enough that we're not being dragged down by you guys. People around started talking about it. Jiang Xian is now being criticized by everyone and can only silently endure it. Su Zhiwei felt helpless upon seeing this. You go first. As soon as Su Zhiwei finished speaking, Jiang Xian immediately shook her head. You just think that my staying here is embarrassing for you? Su Zhiwei, I don't need your pity. I have my own ideas. As long as I stay here, there will always be a chance. However, after saying this, Shui Zhiwei just looked at him with a complicated expression. Jiang Xian, you need to calm down. I'll take you away. As soon as Su Zhiwei finished speaking, Jiang Xian immediately stepped back. Su Zhiwei, I am the way I am now, all thanks to you. Zhang Feier sneered when she heard this. Miss Jiang, you must be joking. Don't you know why you've ended up like this? Could it be that Su Zhiwei instructed you to use money you shouldn't have? It's a good thing you're divorced. Otherwise, I'm worried that Dr. Su would break down in your care. Zhang Feier's words stung Jiang Xian in an instant. What do you mean? I know Su Zhiwei's needs better than you do. What makes you think that Su Zhiwei will collapse if he is with me? Jiang Xian started off being unreasonable, and now she's acting like a shrew who's lost her temper. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feier burst out laughing. Am I right? Look at yourself now. Do you still look like a CEO? You're like a shrew. Zhang Feier's words were like a bolt from the blue, leaving Jiang Xian stunned on the spot. At this moment, the people around burst out laughing. Even the most ordinary glances now carry a mocking tone. Even Jiang Xian couldn't handle it at all. At that moment, Jiang Xian felt all her nobility crumble to the ground. Their gaze fell on Su Zhiwei. At this moment, she desperately wanted Shui Zhiwei to stand by her side. But when Jiang Xian saw Su Zhiwei, her eyes were filled with disappointment, as if her heart had shattered at that moment. I never expected Su Zhiwei to think of me like that. Su Zhiwei's eyes were filled with disappointment. Jiang Xian also lowered her head and left at that moment. She knew very well that she was all alone at this moment, and all she could do was laugh. It was as if fate had played a cruel joke on her. Shui Zhiwei watched Jiang Xian's lonely figure, wanting to quickly catch up. Zhang Xingtian suddenly appeared at this moment. Welcome everyone to the Zhang family's birthday banquet tonight. Please enjoy the food and drinks. As the host, Zhang Xingtian was expected to give face to all the guests. Hearing this, Su Zhiwei could only stay where he was for the time being. Jiang Xian also disembarked from the cruise ship at that moment. At the same time, they were also puzzled, wondering if Su Zhiwei would have already caught up with them if it had been before. Why haven't they arrived yet? As soon as I turned around, I saw that the cruise ship had already sailed away. At this moment, Jiang Xian completely lost control of her emotions, and tears welled up in her eyes in an instant. She already regretted it. Why did she miss out on Su Zhiwei? Even though Shui Zhiwei was right beside her, she pushed away all those beautiful memories. With this in mind, Jiang Xian silently sat down on a bench by the sea. The surrounding neon lights flickered in her eyes. Jiang Xian had no time to appreciate the night view around her. Instead, she focused her attention on the cruise ship that had already sailed far away. She was questioning herself, wondering when she had started to distrust Su Zhiwei. Just as I was thinking this, my phone suddenly rang. Jiang Xian glanced at the caller ID and quickly stood up. Ms. Jiang, we have just finished our investigation, and we regret to inform you that all the accusations against the Jiang group have been confirmed. We cannot return the land you purchased. As for the confiscated assets, we will make up for the shortfall. Please cheer up, Ms. Jiang. At least your company is still around. After the law enforcement officers hung up the phone, Jiang Xian shouted angrily. It was as if he was venting all the anger in his heart. Why did she have to find out about this at this particular time? How will the Jiang group operate from now on? All of this became a huge burden on Jiang Xian's heart. Lu Xinjin also received the message, but she couldn't contact Jiang Xian immediately, so she had to settle for contacting Su Zhiwei first. Su Zhiwei was still on the cruise ship, and he was worried about Jiang Xian. He was somewhat surprised to receive a call from Lu Xinjin. Have the investigation results been established? What should Jiang Xian do? What about the Jiang group? After saying that, Su Zhiwei regretted it. He had said before that he would no longer care about what happened around Jiang Xian, but now these things had happened. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinjin let out a long sigh. We didn't expect this to happen. Fortunately, the company is still in operation, so it won't have a significant impact on the group. I'm just worried that Jiang Xian might not be able to handle it all at once. However, after saying these words, Su Zhiwei shook his head slightly. I can't get in touch with Jiang Xian right now, but I might know where she is. Su Zhiwei looked at the distant port and told Lu Xinjin what had happened on the cruise ship. Lu Xinjin went to the port immediately. Jiang Xian gradually regained her senses under the night breeze. Looking at the cruise ship that had become a mere speck of light, she knew she had to pull herself together. At least the group is still around, so she has a chance to make a comeback. However, there is still an important problem troubling Jiang Xian right now. She doesn't have a reliable business partner. Not to mention that he has completely lost face because of what happened tonight. It was precisely because of this that Jiang Xian suddenly felt troubled again. The sound of a car came from behind, and Lu Xinjin rushed over. I didn't expect Su Zhiwei to be right. I've finally found you. Lu Xinjin quickly stepped forward. Hearing this, Jiang Xian sighed. Don't mention this man's name in front of me again. Lu Xinjin gave an awkward smile. I also know about what happened today. Dr. Su also has his own difficulties. Our most important task right now is to resolve internal company issues. Chapter 194, A Visit to Apologize. Jiang Xian looked at Lu Xinjin, a slight smile playing on her lips. After this experience, I've come to realize that I can only rely on myself. I can't rely on anyone else. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Su Xinjin nodded. I'm happy to see you cheer up. It won't be long before the Jiang group recovers. As Lu Xinjin spoke earnestly, a hint of panic flashed in Jiang Xian's eyes. Is there anything else I need to say to Dr. Su? Lu Xinjin asked tentatively. However, after hearing this, Jiang Xian fell silent. Seeing Jiang Xian's appearance, Lu Xinjin panicked for a moment. Xin, if you don't want to hear the name Su Zhiwei, I won't say it anymore. Just as she finished speaking, Jiang Xian shook her head slightly. Let's not talk about him for now. Go and prepare some information. We'll go to the Zhang family in person tomorrow. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Lu Xinjin looked surprised. You just got off this cruise ship. Are we going to the Zhang family's house again tomorrow? Lu Xinjin was clearly somewhat surprised. Now that something had already happened, wouldn't going to the Zhang family again just make them disliked? I offended the Zhang family by leaving the cruise ship without saying goodbye. Tomorrow I can use this as an excuse to personally visit and apologize. Jiang Xian smiled, while Lu Xinjin seemed somewhat surprised. I never expected Jiang Xian to have such a trick up her sleeve. After Lu Xinjin left with Jiang Xian, Su Zhiwei on the cruise ship was socializing with the people around him. Judging from Zhang Feier's behavior earlier, most people present assumed that Su Zhiwei and Zhang Feier had some kind of relationship. At this moment, they all became enthusiastic towards him. Su Zhiwei looked slightly embarrassed. Dr. Su is really young and promising. I wonder what your relationship is with President Jiang. You two seem to know each other very well. Just as the banquet was in full swing, Zhao Chengfeng suddenly said this. The curiosity of everyone present was piqued. Their gazes lingered on Su Zhiwei. Su Zhiwei's expression changed in an instant. He knew very well that Zhao Chengfeng's purpose was simply to expose his relationship with Jiang Xinji. Su Zhiwei was unclear about what benefit he would gain from doing this. I am Jiang Xian's ex-husband. Su Zhiwei didn't hide anything and said it out loud. After these words were spoken, everyone present fell silent. Even more unexpectedly, Jiang Xian and Su Zhiwei had this kind of relationship. I remember now, wasn't there a news report about the Jiang group before? As soon as he said that, Zhao Qingfeng sighed again. I heard that Dr. Su used to live in a villa. You must be having some trouble adjusting to not having that kind of life anymore. Zhao Qingfeng said this on purpose, in order to make the people around him realize that Su Zhiwei's motives for approaching Zhang Feier were impure. And those around him did indeed think as Zhao Qingfeng had suggested. Even the way she looked at Su Zhiwei now carried a hint of suspicion. Zhang Feier originally came to find Su Zhiwei, but upon hearing this, she immediately stepped forward. Stop talking nonsense. Dr. Su is a great benefactor to our Zhao family. If he really wants to take something from me, I can't wait. What I fear most is that some people are envious, but don't have Dr. Su's skills. Zhang Feier's words served as proof for Su Zirwei. I've also heard about Dr. Su's skills, so why hasn't he stayed with the Zhang family as a private doctor? Someone raised their concerns. For a moment, they looked at Su Zirwei with a mixture of curiosity and curiosity. Su Zirwei sighed after hearing this. Many people have asked me about this before, but I'm not interested in private doctors. I still think my technology should be applied to the general public. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, everyone present nodded, their eyes showing respect. No wonder he's a doctor. He has such a broad perspective. Now we can rest assured. With someone like Dr. Su around, we won't have to be afraid of illnesses in the future. Yeah, I didn't expect Jiang Xian to be so ungrateful. Actually going to be with that man who's in jail. The conversation quickly turned to Jiang Xian, but it was all mockery. Su Zirwei didn't want to hear Jiang Xian's words, so he went back to his cabin. Su Zirwei found a seat by the window and began to admire Jiang Jing. Looking at the neon lights outside the window, Su Zirwei felt somewhat dazed. I never imagined that I would one day be on this cruise ship. After finishing her business on the ship, Zhang Feier sat down in front of Su Zirwei. Dr. Su, please don't worry about what's going on outside. They don't know the inside story, so they'll naturally overthink things. Upon hearing this, Su Zirwei shook his head slightly. What they think is their business. I just appreciate the scenery around me. Upon hearing Su Zirwei's words, Zhang Feier breathed a sigh of relief. Dr. Su, have you never been here before? Zhang Feier's eyes were filled with curiosity. Su Zirwei nodded slightly after hearing this. I had the chance to come here once before, but unfortunately, I didn't get to enjoy the night view. Su Zirwei sighed softly. Jiang Xian had just finished her treatment and was very excited at the time, so she didn't pay much attention to the cruise trip that Su Zirwei had specially arranged. I've been chatting with someone the whole time. It was precisely because of this that Su Zirwei hadn't taken a close look at the night view on Xinjiang. Looking back now, I realize I've missed out on some good things. Hearing this, Zhang Feier also felt that Su Zirwei was not worth it. Dr. Su, you should never encounter this kind of problem again. By the way, my father heard that you are going to attend Mr. Nanner's lecture. You can come to our Zhang family tomorrow, and my dad can give you an inside ticket. After saying this, Su Zirwei couldn't help but sigh. Being rich really makes a difference. Tickets for the inner field are easy to get. Since Mr. Zhang has extended such an invitation, I will definitely go. Su Zirwei didn't refuse this time. After all, it was related to Mr. Nanner, and he didn't want to miss such a good opportunity. Zhang Feier finally smiled with relief when Su Zirwei agreed. Then Dr. Su should get some rest tonight. Just treat it as a vacation for yourself. After Zhang Feier finished speaking, Su Zirwei nodded slightly. But as he looked at the shore, he was thinking about Jiang Xian. I wonder what Jiang Xian's current situation is. Has Lu Jinjin found her yet? So he subconsciously glanced at his phone, and the look in Jiang Xian's eyes before she left made his heart tighten. Chapter 195, I Don't Need Your Kindness. The next morning, Su Zirwei arrived at the Zhang family's house. He was worried about Jiang Xian all night, so he didn't pay much attention to the banquet. But I still vividly remember what Zhang Feier said last night. That's for an inside ticket to Mr. Nanner's lecture. This thing must not be lost easily. Just as he was about to knock on the door, he heard footsteps behind him. Su Zirwei turned around, somewhat surprised. Why is it you? Jiang Xian looked at Su Zirwei with extreme surprise. Why are you here? Didn't you tell me last night that you didn't care about fame and fortune at all? Your birthday party just ended last night, and you came here first thing this morning. Su Zirwei, you really have broadened my horizons. Do you really like to pester people like that? Jiang Xian gritted her teeth, wondering what exactly she couldn't do better than Zhang Feier. Is it really just because of his identity? Jiang Xian, I advise you not to say certain things carelessly. I have no romantic feelings for Zhang Feier. Besides, we're already divorced. Even if I really like Miss Zhang, it has nothing to do with you. Just after she finished speaking, Jiang Xian stepped forward and slapped Su Zirwei across the face. Su Zirwei, how did you treat me before? And now you're saying these things to me. Is it because I lost my position as CEO that you no longer have feelings for me? Su Zirwei sighed as he thought of this. She shook her head slightly, feeling that Jiang Xian in front of her was simply unreasonable. Jiang Xian, this is the Zhang family home, and I hope you can be mindful of the occasion. Su Zirwei shook his head, unable to understand why Jiang Xian had become like this. Jiang Xian clenched her fist, but quickly relaxed it. Jiang Xian didn't want things to turn out this way either, but when she saw Su Zirwei getting so close to Zhang Feier, a fire started burning in her heart. Not to mention that Su Zirwei repeatedly defied him because of this matter. Su Zirwei, I know what you think of me. You just think I'm unreasonable. But all of this is to get back on my feet. I'd like to discuss a collaboration with Ms. Zhang today. If you could help me, that would be wonderful. Jiang Xin said these words without any hesitation. After hearing this, Su Zirwei was somewhat impressed by Jiang Xin's perseverance. I'm quite surprised to hear these words from you. How can I help you? Su Zirwei's inquiry was well-intentioned, but it sounded rather harsh to Jiang Xin. Su Zirwei, I don't need your charity. I will use my sincerity to win over the Zhang family. After saying these words, Jiang Xin quickly stepped forward and rang the doorbell. Su Zirwei watched Jiang Xin's retreating figure, feeling helpless. I didn't have those thoughts, and I have no idea what Jiang Xin was thinking. Just as I thought of this, I heard footsteps coming from inside the villa. When the villa door was opened, the maid stood in the doorway. Who are you? What brings you here? The maid's eyes held a hint of confusion. Hello, I am Jiang Xin from the Jiang Group. I am here today to apologize for the embarrassing incident at Miss Zhang's birthday party yesterday, so I have brought a gift to your door. As soon as Jiang Xin finished speaking, the maid's doubt disappeared, replaced by a look of dissatisfaction. The affairs of the Jiang Group have long been the subject of casual conversation among various wealthy families. Many people even targeted their own children because of this, telling them to have less contact with Jiang Xin. The maid naturally knew that the Jiang Group was now just an empty shell. Mr. Jiang, you'd better leave as soon as possible. Our young lady won't see you. After the maid finished speaking, she tried to send Jiang Xin away. However, Jiang Xin shook her head after hearing this. You didn't even ask your young lady, so how could you know she wouldn't see me? Seeing that Jiang Xin was already angry, Su Zirwei was worried that Jiang Xin might do something foolish, so he quickly stepped forward to stop her. I am Su Zirwei. I made an appointment with Zhang Feier last night to visit her today. President Zhang is aware of this. Su Zirwei stepped forward and explained his purpose, and the maid immediately smiled upon hearing Su Zirwei's name. So it's Dr. Su. Our young lady mentioned your visit before. Please come in with me. The maid's change in attitude was so sudden that even Jiang Xin hadn't expected it. Su Zirwei nodded slightly to Jiang Xin and then took him away. The maid immediately spoke up after seeing this. Our young lady never said you could come in. Su Zirwei smiled slightly as soon as the maid finished speaking. We are together. Hearing what Su Zirwei had said, the maid didn't say anything more. He just glanced at Jiang Xin a couple more times. Jiang Xin had never encountered anything like this before, and now she could only grit her teeth and bear it. If even a lowly maid can treat me like this, what kind of person am I in their eyes? Just as he finished speaking, Su Zirwei sighed. Mr. Jiang, I just reminded you that this is the Zhang family's villa. Everything you do will be magnified. Since Su Zirwei had said that, Jiang Xin could only sigh. Zhang Xingtian had to leave temporarily due to company matters, leaving Zhang Feier alone in the living room. Dr. Su, you finally arrived. Please have a seat. Zhang Feier greeted them warmly, but when her gaze fell on Jiang Xin, she frowned slightly. I didn't know Miss Jiang would be coming too. We didn't prepare that many things at home. This is both overt and covert, all of which is saying that Jiang Xin is superfluous. Hearing this, Jiang Xin suppressed her anger and forced a strong smile. Miss Zhang, I've come here today to apologize. I apologize for any offense I may have caused last night. I hope you can be magnanimous and forgive me. As soon as Jiang Xin finished speaking, Zhang Feier in front of him gave a slight cold laugh. Miss Jiang is joking. It was that scoundrel who started the trouble last night. I also disapprove of that person's actions. Zhang Feier stopped there and didn't continue. Jiang Xin was momentarily speechless and felt somewhat awkward. Mr. Jiang, didn't you come here today to discuss cooperation with Ms. Zhang? Su Zirwei brought up the matter himself, and Jiang Xin nodded quickly. Ms. Zhang, I have prepared some materials here. Please take a look. As soon as Jiang Xin finished speaking, Zhang Feier also showed a surprised expression. You want to cooperate with me? What can I offer you? If you want to cooperate, shouldn't you go to my dad? Zhang Feier really couldn't understand it, while Jiang Xin shook her head immediately after hearing this. Ms. Zhang, I think you are the most suitable person for this collaboration. Jiang Xin couldn't very well openly say that her collaboration was too small and that Zhang Xingtian didn't even consider it worthwhile. Chapter 196, Getting an Opportunity. Thinking of this, Jiang Xin smiled slightly. Ms. Zhang, why don't you take a look at the contents of this document first? You might find it interesting. After saying this, Jiang Xin smiled slightly. Zhang Feier sighed after hearing this. I understand what Miss Jiang means. She simply wants to find a reliable partner at this time to help your group get back on its feet. But Ms. Jiang may have come to the wrong person. I do not want to cooperate with you. So please leave as soon as possible. Zhang Feier's expression was resolute. Su Zirwei stood to the side, feeling somewhat awkward. He couldn't say anything more now. But Su Zirwei also knew Jiang Xian's personality. She probably wouldn't leave so easily before this matter was successfully resolved. Ms. Zhang, why don't you take a closer look? You're sure you'll like this collaboration. Jiang Xian continued to argue relentlessly. Zhang Feier was already somewhat angry when she heard this. Upon hearing this, Su Zirwei sighed. Since President Jiang has said so, let's take a look. We can't let Miss Zhang's good intentions go to waste. Since Su Zirwei had already put it this way, Zhang Feier didn't push the drama away anymore and immediately picked up the materials. After reading through these documents, Zhang Feier fell silent. He would glance up at Jiang Xian every now and then. But he didn't continue speaking, as if he had something stuck in his throat. Upon seeing this scene, Su Zirwei already understood what was going on. It seems that the documents Jiang Xian prepared really impressed Zhang Feier. Su Zirwei was happy to hear about this. At least this way, Jiang Xian might actually be able to make a comeback. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Feier sighed. Ms. Jiang, I have indeed read your document, and I must say it is very attractive. Unfortunately, I don't have the power to make decisions, and you can't get what you want from me. After Zhang Feier finished speaking, a look of disappointment flashed across Jiang Xian's face, but it quickly disappeared. Jiang Xian smiled slightly as she looked at Zhang Feier in front of her. It's already a great honor for Miss Zhang to see me. Since Principal Zhang isn't interested, I won't bother you any longer and will prepare to leave now. Jiang Xian didn't linger and said that she was about to pack up her documents and leave. Su Zirwei was about to speak when Zhang Feier stopped Jiang Xian. Why is Mr. Jiang in such a hurry to leave? I'm just saying I don't have that authority, but I know who can sign your documents. After Zhang Feier finished speaking, Jiang Xian's eyes lit up with anticipation. Seeing Jiang Xian's appearance, Zhang Feier smiled slightly. Don't worry, you know this person too. If you want to cooperate with us, take this information to my dad. As soon as she finished speaking, the light in Jiang Xian's eyes dimmed for a moment. If he could speak well of General Manager Zhang, he would have gone to Zhang Xingtian long ago. Why would he settle for second best and come to Zhang Feier first? But Zhang Feier couldn't reveal the truth about this matter. Now that Zhang Feier has brought it up herself, it means there's an opportunity. I don't know what Miss Zhang means by that. Does it mean that if I go to see Mr. Zhang, this matter will be settled? Jiang Xian is now pretending to be ignorant when she knows the truth. Zhang Feier simply smiled slightly after hearing this. Miss Jiang hasn't even been there yet, so how could she know it's impossible? As long as you are confident in your information, it's easy for my dad to talk to you. Zhang Feier glanced at Jiang Xian with pity as she spoke. And I also know that my father will be willing to help you. After hearing Zhang Feier's words, Jiang Xian finally calmed down. With Zhang Feier's words, Jiang Xian could finally go find Zhang Xingtian without worry. Seeing that Jiang Xian's matter was over, Su Zirwei quickly got up. Now that the matter has been resolved, it's not convenient for me to stay any longer. Ms. Zhang, where are the tickets for the inner field? After saying these words, Zhang Lingling's eyes showed a hint of dissatisfaction. Dr. Su left really quickly. If I didn't know, I would have thought you were disgusted with me. Or do you plan to have a proper chat with President Jiang outside the door? After Zhang Feier said that, Su Zirwei felt a little embarrassed. For a moment, I didn't know what to do. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian could only glance at Su Zirwei. Miss Zhang may have something else to discuss with you. Why don't you stay and have a proper talk? After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Su Zirwei frowned. He had a feeling that Jiang Xian had forcibly pushed him out. Su Zirwei stared at Jiang Xian, neither of them giving an inch. Upon seeing this, Zhang Feier waved her hand. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. If there's nothing else, you should leave now. I'll have someone deliver that inner field ticket to you. Zhang Feier was also fed up with the two of them and wanted them to leave as soon as possible. I witnessed this scene. Su Zirwei walked out somewhat helplessly. Jiang Xian's face showed excitement. At least the Zhang family is willing to help, so the Jiang group still has hope. Su Zirwei, don't think I'll thank you for what happened today. This is all compensation for what you did to me last night. After saying that, Jiang Xian left without looking back. Su Zirwei glanced silently at that figure, feeling a sense of helplessness in his heart. What exactly is Jiang Xian thinking? Meanwhile, in the prison, Meng Qingze had thought he had no hope for the future. Unexpectedly, someone came to visit him in prison. This also made Meng Qingze's eyes look curious. Upon seeing the person in front of him, Meng Qingze's eyes widened in disbelief. I thought I was seeing things, but it turned out to be you. I didn't expect you to come back to China. What do you want to do here? Meng Qingze bombarded her with questions, but the woman in front of him only smiled slightly. I have my own reasons for coming here. On the contrary, it's ridiculous that you've fallen so low and ended up in jail. The woman's voice was laced with sarcasm. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingze could only grit his teeth. If you have something to say, why don't you say it now? If there's nothing important, I'm ready to leave now. After saying this, Meng Qingze turned to leave. Upon hearing this, the woman immediately stopped the man. You're still the same as before, without any change, still just as anxious. But this puts my mind at ease. I have a way to get you out of here. Are you willing to come out? Chapter 197 released. Upon hearing the woman's words, Meng Qingze's expression changed instantly. How are you going to take me out? If you can really do that, I'm willing to agree. Meng Qingze was also excited for a moment. This was an opportunity for him. If he grasps this point, he will definitely be able to leave. Upon hearing this, a cold smile appeared in the woman's eyes. I thought you wouldn't beg me, but I didn't expect you to have learned these tricks over the years. It seems you've really become much more capable around that woman. After saying that, the woman glanced at Meng Qingze in front of her again. You can come out later, but I need you to do something for me. And you must be absolutely loyal to me, and you are not allowed to show your face for the next month. After the woman finished speaking, she stared at Meng Qingze, and after hearing these words, Meng Qingze vaguely thought of a possibility. Who are you trying to take down? Meng Qingze had just finished speaking when he felt it was somewhat unbelievable. You've always been abroad, so you shouldn't have any rivals in China. Such a situation would never happen. Meng Qingze muttered to himself, but the woman in front of him did not wait at all and got up to leave. Upon seeing this, Meng Qingze's eyes widened in shock. Don't go. We haven't finished talking yet. I haven't answered your question. Meng Qingze didn't want to stay here for a moment longer, and now that he finally had a chance, he naturally wanted to leave. The woman smiled slightly after hearing this. Now that you've made up your mind, let's get ready to set off. The car is waiting for you outside. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingze's eyes shone with excitement. He could finally leave this awful place. After the woman gave birth, she went outside, and at the same time, Meng Qingze was filled with curiosity. Should I just walk out like this? Thinking about all this, he subconsciously walked out the door. Meng Qingze left the prison immediately, his eyes filled with surprise. After getting into the car, Meng Qingze looked at the woman in front of him with a puzzled expression. What did you do? Why did I just leave like that, and none of those people stopped me? Meng Qingze was still somewhat confused at this moment. When did this woman develop such formidable skills? Bai Lu only glanced at Meng Qingze. Don't think that I've been just having fun all these years abroad. I'm back now to expand into the domestic market. I happen to own an entertainment company. I've learned a bit about your situation, so you can rest assured. When I say I'm confident, I mean it. After saying that, Bai Lu took out her phone and started doing something. Seeing this, Meng Qingze was somewhat confused and didn't know what to do for a moment, so he could only wait on the side. But soon he received a message on his phone. Upon seeing this message, Meng Qingze's eyes widened, almost in disbelief. What exactly have you done? Why is everyone online condemning the Jiang group? Meng Qingze looked at Bai Lu. Bai Lu simply put her phone away. Didn't I tell you? I started an entertainment company. Manipulating online traffic is a piece of cake for me. Upon hearing what Bai Lu said, Meng Qingze calmed down, a smile still on his lips. With you here, I really don't need to worry. Meng Qingze finally breathed a sigh of relief. With Bai Lu by his side, they might really be able to defeat the Jiang group. Speaking of which, how is Jiang Xian doing now? I didn't know what was going on outside when I was arrested. Meng Qingze glanced at it curiously, vaguely remembering that he had sown the seeds of disaster for the Jiang family. Bai Lu nodded slightly. The seeds of trouble you sowed before were indeed sown. The Jiang group is now in a terrible mess. I didn't expect you to be able to do this, but I heard that the Jiang group has recently received some assistance and seems to have a chance to turn things around. After saying that, Bai Lu also fixed her gaze on Meng Qingze. I've already sent someone to handle this matter, and it won't be long before it's resolved. But after saying these words, Bai Lu glanced at her phone. There are some things prepared for you in the back seat. You can use them for the time being. Upon hearing Bai Lu's words, Meng Qingze quickly turned around. Seeing the clothes and phone prepared in the back seat, Meng Qingze was momentarily dazed. I feel like I'm back in my life abroad. Meng Qingze smiled awkwardly. Back abroad, he was the man Bai Lu kept as a mistress. Now, we've returned to this situation once again. When you heard that Jiang Xian's leg had recovered, you insisted on returning to China, but now look what happened to you. If you had stayed abroad back then, none of this would have happened. As soon as Bai Lu finished speaking, Meng Qingze just gave an awkward smile. I never expected these things to happen so suddenly. That Jiang Xian actually sent me to prison. I came back specifically for her, and now she sent me back here. Meng Qingze continued to complain, but Bai Lu waved her hand. I don't want to hear any more about what's going on between you and him. I'll take you to the company to complete the formalities later. After hearing this, Meng Qingze nodded obediently to the side. At this time, Jiang Xian also received the news. I was somewhat shocked to hear that Meng Qingze had left prison. However, when she tried to find out more, the other party did not reveal who took it. This left Jiang Xian feeling confused. How did they manage to bring someone out of prison? Didn't they have any prior knowledge of it? Jiang Xian frowned slightly upon hearing this, while Lu Jinjin sighed. The Jiang group is not what it used to be, and this matter is somewhat complicated. It won't be easy for us to find out the truth. After Lu Jinjin finished speaking, Jiang Xian didn't ask any more questions. Since this matter cannot be resolved, it's unlikely that Meng Qingze will cause trouble. Lu Jinjin's expression was somewhat subtle. There's another thing I need to tell you. There's been a lot of talk about us online, and we'll probably need to hire an online troll army to deal with it. Most of them are just unfounded speculations. After Lu Jinjin finished speaking, Jiang Xian agreed. You can figure out how much money the company has right now. However, there's one thing I also need to remind you of. Since most things on the internet are fake, there's no need to take them seriously. Some people will believe them, and others won't. Chapter 198 showing off in front of you. Su Zhiwei was unaware of everything that was happening and continued his daily commute as usual. He found these days quite leisurely. 3 days later, Su Zhiwei finally saw news about the Jiang group. According to the news, Jiang Xian has already received investment from the Jiang family. This means that the Jiang group is about to make a comeback. Su Zhiwei breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Dr. Su, what did you see that makes you so happy? A sound suddenly came from the doorway, which surprised Su Zhiwei. Looking up, the owner of the voice was none other than Meng Qingze. Su Zhiwei was momentarily taken aback when he saw Meng Qingze. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be in prison? Su Zhiwei stood up excitedly, while Meng Qingze walked forward with a relaxed expression. Dr. Su, please don't be so agitated. I was able to get out thanks to the help of a benefactor. You must have seen the news too. It's truly laughable that the Jiang group has a glimmer of hope. Upon hearing this, Su Zhiwei realized that Meng Qingze intended to take action against Jiang Xian. Although I don't know who this benefactor you're talking about is, I know you absolutely cannot defeat Jiang Xian. Su Zhiwei glanced at Meng Qingze and had a feeling that this person was somewhat different. Why is Dr. Su so agitated? I heard that you and Miss Jiang have fallen out, so why bother speaking up for her? What exactly do you want to say to me? Or are you just here to show off? After Su Zhiwei finished speaking, Meng Qingze nodded. You were right. The reason I came here today is to show off. I also want to tell you that Dr. Su had better not interfere, or you might lose your reputation. After Meng Qingze finished speaking, Su Zhiwei frowned, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. What do you mean by that? Are you threatening me? Su Zhiwei looked at Meng Qingze in front of him with a slight amusement. It was clearly Meng Qingze who had committed the crime, yet he still dared to come in front of him and act arrogantly. However, after hearing Su Zhiwei's words, Meng Qingze shrugged. It seems that Dr. Su hasn't been online for a long time, so it's understandable that he's unfamiliar with things on the internet. The current online climate is not very favorable for Jiang Xian. If this continues, even if the Jiang group does get the Jiang family's cooperation, it will have lost its reputation. After Meng Qingze finished speaking, Su Zhiwei felt somewhat confused. This is all part of your plan. Why are you telling me? Su Zhiwei was very confused about this, wondering why Meng Qingze was telling him all this. I already told you. I did all this so that you would tell Jiang Xian that I'm watching her from the shadows, and that Jiang Xian can forget about ever making a comeback. Just as he finished speaking, Meng Qingze stood up. Dr. Su, please be sure to pass this on to me. I'm really looking forward to the moment when Jiang Xian hears these words. After saying these words, Meng Qingze left with a smile. Su Zhiwei felt a wave of fear wash over him. What exactly did Meng Qingze do? Upon arriving here, Su Zhiwei immediately took out his phone and began investigating the online events. Just as Meng Qingze said, most people online were discussing Jiang Xian. He seemed to harbor great hostility towards Jiang Xian. This left Su Zhiwei somewhat puzzled. Why did public opinion change so drastically in an instant? Just as I was thinking this, a message from Jiang Xian suddenly came through on my phone. Did Meng Qingze come to see you? Upon seeing Jiang Xian's message, Su Zhiwei felt a moment of curiosity. How did you know he came to see me? After Su Zhiwei sent the message, Jiang Xian sent him a video the next second. You should check out the news from this marketing account first. After Jiang Xian sent this message, she didn't say anything more. After Su Zhiwei saw the video content clearly, he finally realized that something was different. In the video, Meng Qingze is surrounded by fans, which clearly indicates that the video was filmed in advance. In the video, Gu Qingze has also changed his name. The beauty mark under his eye and the aura he exudes are not like the Meng Qingze of before. It was as if he had been reborn, which was why Su Zirwei felt awkward. Soon after, Jiang Xian called back. You should have seen it, right? Meng Qingze has changed his name and even become a minor celebrity. I also did a thorough investigation of the company behind him. This entertainment company was only recently established. It's very likely that this woman was the one who brought Meng Qingze out. Jiang Xian sighed again after she finished speaking. You'd better not get involved in this. The people in these entertainment companies are far more powerful than you think. I'm doing this to protect you. After saying this, Jiang Xian hung up the phone, but Su Zirwei fell into thought. Is Jiang Xian worried about herself? Su Zirwei gave a wry smile. He didn't want to get involved either, but now that Meng Qingze had found him, he probably couldn't remain unaffected. Another week passed, and as the weather gradually turned colder, the Jiang group managed to recover some of its strength amidst the public outcry. But Su Zirwei doesn't have time to care about these things right now. Mr. Nanner's lecture is about to begin, and he has prepared a lot for this day. Returning to the familiar campus, Su Zi felt instantly filled with youthful energy. Looking at those familiar places, Su Zirwei began to feel hopeful. Just as I was thinking this, a sound suddenly came from afar. Su Zirwei looked over with some curiosity and saw a group of people surrounding someone. Screams occasionally erupted from the crowd. This also piqued Su Zirwei's curiosity. Could it be Mr. Nanner who has arrived? Thinking of this possibility, Su Zirwei sped up. After finally squeezing in, Su Zirwei fell silent. Unexpectedly, it was Meng Qingze who appeared here. Su Zirwei felt a moment of displeasure upon seeing the man in front of him. He turned to leave, but Meng Qingze spotted Su Zirwei at that moment, a smile playing on his lips. Isn't this our top doctor? I never expected to run into you here. Could it be that you're here for the lecture too? Meng Qingze's 3 short sentences instantly won over Su Zirwei. Su Zirwei turned around, somewhat confused. I did come to attend the lecture, but I didn't expect someone like you to be involved. Su Zirwei glanced at the price tag on Meng Qingze's body. He also had an inside ticket, just like him. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingze smiled. After all, I care a lot about the medical field, and this is a renowned senior in the medical community, so I naturally want to do my part. Chapter 199, A Makeover. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately drew praise from many female students around him. Su Zirwei stood aside and listened to these words silently, finding them all laughable. When did Meng Qingze start caring about these things? Could this be what they call a persona? I don't know what kind of power the company behind you has, but the fact that they can package you like this speaks volumes. But that's no excuse for you to do whatever you want. I will find evidence to punish you. After saying these words, Su Zirwei left without looking back. The female students around immediately showed their dissatisfaction and even began to inquire about Su Zirwei's identity. What's wrong with this man? The way he talks, he thinks he's someone important. How dare you talk to our brother Meng like that? I think he must be jealous. People around him were talking about it, but Meng Qingze had a smile in his eyes. In just 1 week, Bai Lu successfully transformed him into a minor celebrity with his own built-in fan base. All the past events have been completely erased, which even Meng Qingze himself finds somewhat unbelievable. But this also proves one thing. He doesn't need to worry about his past being exposed now. Moreover, he now has his own network of connections, making it more than enough for him to deal with the Jiang group. Everyone, please stop arguing. This is an old friend of mine, and we have some past grievances. Please don't make things difficult for him because of what happened today. After saying these words, Meng Qingze quickly changed the subject. Su Zirwei had already arrived in the conference room. After they were seated in the front row, Meng Qingze was also ushered in. The students were somewhat surprised to see Su Zirwei. Why are you here, and even sitting in the front row? You're really bold. You really are shameless for bullying our Mengage like that just now. Those around them nodded in agreement after hearing this. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Zirwei merely let out a cold laugh. Why can't I be here? I have an interfield ticket, and my seat number is right here. If you have any complaints, you can ask the organizers instead of coming here to question me. Su Zirwei glanced at them coldly, feeling that these people in front of him were simply unreasonable. Especially after seeing Meng Qingze's appearance, she was filled with anger. What exactly does Meng Qingze want to do? Everyone, please stop arguing. Just give me some face. We're here to listen to the professor's lecture, not to argue over such trivial matters. Meng Qingze's involvement finally calmed the argument down, but Su Zirwei felt a vague unease. His intuition told him that Meng Qingze's presence here was not really for the lecture. Perhaps Meng Qingze's real purpose was for him. However, after having this idea, Su Zirwei quickly shook his head. He didn't have much of a grudge against Meng Qingze, so there was no need for him to go to great lengths to take action against him. Just as I was thinking about these things, a female student suddenly stepped forward. You look familiar. Now I remember, you're Su Zirwei, who was very popular a while ago. I've heard that you're a very skilled doctor and that you're a chief surgeon at the first hospital. But it all sounds so unbelievable to me. After saying that, the female student had a sneer in her eyes. There are a lot of people pretending to be supernatural or mysterious online these days. I think you're that kind of person. After the female student finished speaking, she glanced at the students behind her. You've probably heard of them, right? They're those internet celebrities promoted by hospitals to attract people. I think this internet celebrity doctor, who is so popular online, is exactly like this. The female student's words immediately attracted the interest of those around her. Many people were also indignant, looking at Su Zirwei with a hint of dissatisfaction in their eyes. Su Zirwei found these words laughable. You made these claims without doing any investigation. Isn't that defamation? I won't go easy on you just because you're all students. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, many students showed worried expressions. Meng Qingzi stepped forward at this moment. Dr. Su, these are just some reasonable questions. Has no one mentioned these things before? There are many speculations about you online. Can't people in real life bring up these questions to you? As soon as Meng Qingzi finished speaking, everyone present nodded in agreement. Many people have even shown their anticipation. Meng Qingzi was protecting them, so naturally, these fans started to admire him. Upon hearing these words, Su Zirwei shook his head, finding them somewhat incomprehensible. Su Zirwei didn't want to continue entangled with these people. It was clear that they were beyond communication. I think he's just scared. People like him who seek fame and fortune should have been expelled from the medical community long ago. The female students laughed out loud at first. Su Zirwei shook his head slightly, not caring about any of that. Despite the constant jeers around him, Su Zirwei paid them no heed. It was at this moment that Dean Zhang of the school also came out. He first glanced at the female students behind him, and then at Su Zirwei. Dean Zhang frowned. Upon seeing this, the female students immediately stood up, their eyes filled with anger. Dean Zhao, you should get rid of this man right away. He's just a doctor who came here to audit the lectures. He's not a real doctor at all. The female student looked righteous, and even the students around her were talking about it. Upon hearing this, Dean Zhang glanced at Su Zirwei again. Dr. Su, is there some misunderstanding between you and these students? As soon as Dean Zhang spoke, all the students present widened their eyes. To everyone's surprise, Dean Zhang actually knew this man. Su Zirwei gave a wry smile. This is the first time I've met them. Who knew they would look at me like this? After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Dean Zhang glanced at the other students present with some dissatisfaction. You students aren't paying attention in class, and now you're here talking nonsense. Do you have an invitation? Then come and participate in this lecture. Those without invitations, get out. After Dean Zhang finished speaking, the students present did not dare to linger. However, they were all glaring angrily at Su Zirwei before they left. This scene left Su Zirwei feeling helpless. It seemed these people had intensified their malice towards him. Chapter 200 Lectures. After calming down the farce, Dean Zhang came to Su Zirwei's side. Dr. Su, I've heard that you've recently helped the Zhang family solve a lot of big problems. It seems your medical skills have improved quite a bit. I thought the recent events would affect you, but it seems I was overthinking it. Dean Zhang smiled, while Su Zirwei, upon hearing this, gently shook his head. Dean Zhang, please don't underestimate me. This is how I make a living. No matter what, I'm someone who makes a living with a scalpel. If a patient chooses to trust me, I naturally have to do my best. As they were talking, more and more professors came in. They weren't particularly surprised to see Su Zirwei. They all greeted him politely. Looking at Meng Qingzi's side, there were only a few scattered students around him. The students' eyes still held a hint of confusion. What's wrong with these professors? They didn't even come over to greet Mr. Meng. Didn't Mr. Meng donate a library to our school before? People around were talking in twos and threes. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingzi's smile faltered. The professors may not have seen me yet. Let's just wait a little longer. Meng Qingzi said this, but when he saw the professors taking their seats, he looked even more embarrassed. Aside from Su Zirwei, the youngest of the three rows is Meng Qingzi. However, the two received vastly different treatment. The professors were very polite to Su Zirwei. He didn't even want to give Meng Qingzi a glance. Meng Qingzi clenched his fist in secret, determined to make Su Zirwei pay the price after the lecture. As soon as this idea came to mind, Meng Qingzi quickly contacted Bai Lu in secret. While Su Zirwei was chatting with several professors, Mr. Nanner walked in. All the students were excited at that moment. As for Su Zirwei, he looked on with anticipation. Mr. Nan also noticed Su Zirwei sitting in the front row in an instant. His eyes also held curiosity. I didn't expect to see such young students at this lecture. You're still sitting in the front row? Looks like you must be Su Zirwei. Mr. Nanner said Su Zirwei's name. This surprised Su Zirwei somewhat. but he still smiled. Hello, Mr. Nanner. I am Su Zirwei. Su Zirwei stood up and introduced himself in the most respectful tone. Then came some inappropriate questions from students. Mr. Nar actually knows Su Zirwei. This man is really amazing to have managed to do this much. To be honest, this kind of traffic is really attractive. The students around him sneered, but after hearing these words, Mr. Nal's face showed a thoughtful expression. What does this student mean? Do you have a different opinion about Su Zirwei? Mr. Nan smiled, and at that moment, everyone around him began to get excited. The professors around him, in particular, looked grim. At this moment, the female student who had spoken out raised a question stood up. Am I wrong? This Su Zirwei got his position through marketing, and many people say he doesn't have much real ability. They all rose to prominence through marketing, and their presence at your lecture is itself a form of blasphemy. The female student's words made the professors in the front row blush with embarrassment. Their eyes were filled with anger. I never expected things to turn out this way. I was also worried about what would happen if this matter angered Mr. Nar. On the other hand, Nanner was resting his chin on his hands, looking quite interested. So you all seem to be questioning his abilities. But when I came here, I heard a lot about him, saying that he cured several difficult diseases of large families. Could it be that even those wealthy and noble families would deceive you? As soon as he finished speaking, the students around him fell into deep thought and soon shook their heads. Maybe this is the person they put forward together. How could Su Zirwei, who is so young, possibly have so many real skills? After he finished speaking, Mr. Nal nodded. It's understandable that you have doubts, but I have seen Ms. Zhang's medical records. Even I was at a loss. I never expected that someone would actually dare to operate on that leg. Just as he finished speaking, Mr. Nan also glanced at Su Zirwei. I didn't expect you to have such abilities at such a young age. It really surprised me. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone around him showed a surprised expression. Even the female students who were raising questions were stunned. I never expected things to turn out this way. Even Mr. Nanner couldn't do anything about it. Could it be that Su Zirwei is really that amazing? Just as he finished speaking, Mr. Nanner stepped down. I became curious after hearing about your situation, so I looked at the medical records for some of your recent surgeries. Today I finally have a chance to discuss this properly with you. Come with me after the lecture, and I'll talk to you in detail. Mr. Nar's words were tantamount to gilding Su Zirwei's reputation. At this moment, those who had once questioned him fell completely silent. Even Meng Qingze, who wanted to say something, didn't know where to begin. Meng Qingze sighed softly. Everyone, please don't get agitated. Today is Mr. Nanner's lecture, and we shouldn't be discussing these things. After saying this, Meng Qingze asked the students around him to quiet down. Mr. Nar frowned slightly. You don't seem to be a student at this school, yet your abilities surpass those of these professors. This medical school is really strange. It can't even compare to those abroad. After these words were spoken, the professors were at a loss for words. Mr. Nanner, let's start the lecture quickly. After all, it's not easy for you to come all this way. Let's finish this quickly so we can continue discussing other things. After saying these words, Mr. Nar calmed down. That's true. Let's get started quickly and finish quickly. Mr. Nanner's words gradually made the professor's expressions turn ugly. But now that things have come to this, there's nothing more they can say. Su Zirwei was very excited, never expecting to be noticed by Mr. Nar. He even had the opportunity to meet with her alone, which was rare for him. Thinking about this, Su Zirwei also began to look forward to it. At that moment, Meng Qingze was not paying attention to the content of the lecture, but was chatting with Bai Lu with his head down. He needs to find Su Zirwei's weakness. Chapter 201, A Dazzling Sin. After the lecture, Mr. Nin did not rush to leave. Instead, he glanced at everyone present. I wonder if you all have any new thoughts after listening to my lecture. After Mr. Nanair finished speaking, he closed the documents in his hand. He gave a look as if he was about to start class. The professors were delighted to see this, as it was a rare opportunity for them to exchange ideas. However, with so many younger teachers in front of them, the teachers couldn't very well rush to answer. After all, some opportunities should be given to young people. But at this moment, all the students around Meng Qingze lowered their heads. They all heard that Meng Qingze was coming, so they tried to get the ticket through connections. But if you really ask them a question now, they simply can't answer it. Mr. Nanner on the stage had already figured it out. Since everyone has understood, there's no need to ask any more questions. This lecture will now conclude here. After saying this, Mr. Nanair prepared to leave. Seeing this, Su Zirwei quickly followed. The professors standing nearby also looked on with envy. After all, this was an opportunity they longed for, but could not obtain. Unexpectedly, Wang Xiaolong obtained it so easily. Meanwhile, another person in the audience cast a jealous glance. Meng Qingzhen never expected that Su Zhiwei could command such respect from Master Nanner. The thought of this immediately made me feel unbalanced. As expected, Dr. Su is still more favored by Mr. Nanner. Truly young and promising. Meng Qingzhen's sarcastic remarks caused some dissatisfaction among those around him. The professors, in particular, had a variety of expressions on their faces. That is to say, I think this man must have used some means. With so many medical students here, why did Mr. Nan choose him out of all places? People around them started talking about it. Upon hearing these words, a smile appeared on Meng Qingzhen's lips. The moment the lecture ended, a post appeared online. All of these questions are about Su Zhiwei's professionalism. This video became very popular and quickly attracted a large number of viewers. The video presented a seemingly logical and well-founded argument, which inevitably raises suspicions. At that moment, Su Zhiwei was having a one-on-one conversation with the professor and was unaware of these messages online. After seeing the video, Jiang Xian immediately wanted to contact Su Zhiwei. But Su Zhiwei's phone remained unreachable. Looking at these comments online, Jiang Xian felt that some of them were absurd. Su Zhiwei's abilities are undeniable, and those who question him online are truly brainless. The thought of this made Jiang Xian feel somewhat irritated. I had warned him before, so why did he still get involved? Lu Xinjin strode into the office. Seeing Jiang Xian's complaining expression, I instantly knew it was because of Su Zhiwei. Don't worry, there are already people raising questions in the comments section of the video. It's obvious that someone is pulling the strings behind the scenes, with the aim of ruining Dr. Su's reputation. I also went to investigate Meng Qingzhen's side, but I haven't gotten any useful information yet. However, he has now joined an entertainment company, and I heard that the boss of this entertainment company is someone who returned from abroad. Lu Xinjin took out the information she had investigated. Upon seeing these documents, a hint of doubt flashed in Jiang Xian's eyes. Another one who came back from abroad. The owner of this entertainment company is quite capable, but manipulating traffic is something they are really capable of doing. What is Su Zhiwei doing today? Jiang Xian looked at Lu Xinjin. I remember today was that professor's lecture. Dr. Su should be at the medical school right now. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian immediately set off. Seeing this, Lu Xinjin could only shake her head helplessly. Su Zhiwei had an in-depth discussion with Professor Nanner, and although it only lasted an hour, it enlightened him greatly. At the end, Professor Nanner personally led Su Zhiwei out. That's quite a show of respect. This moment also aroused the jealousy of many people. After all, this was someone personally sent by Professor Nanner, which is enough to prove how much Professor Nanner thinks highly of Su Zhiwei. Because of this, Su Zhiwei's appearance aroused the jealousy of many students around him. Among them are some professors. Thank you very much for your guidance today, Professor. I have benefited greatly from it. If I have the opportunity in the future, I hope to learn from you again. Su Zhiwei tentatively asked. Upon hearing this, Professor Nanner nodded immediately. Of course, it is my honor to meet a student like you who is so eager to learn. The two were having a pleasant conversation and were completely unaware of the stares from those around them. It was at this moment that Jiang Xian rushed over. Come with me now, this is not the time to explain. Su Zhiwei frowned slightly upon hearing this. What happened? Why are you in such a hurry? Su Zhiwei's eyes were filled with confusion, but after hearing this, Jiang Xian sighed. Did you see Meng Qingzhen? Otherwise, why would he hire online trolls to attack you like this? As soon as he finished speaking, Su Zhiwei's eyes widened. I never expected this to happen. There are plenty of these kinds of online opinions. I've encountered them before, so what do I have to worry about? Su Zhiwei didn't take the matter to heart. After all, in his view, there was nothing scary about it at all. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian shook her head. This time the situation is a little different. Some people have already started digging into your private information. If this continues, your home address will also be found out. You wouldn't want your aunt and uncle to be disturbed, would you? Upon hearing Jiang Xian's words, Su Zhiwei froze on the spot. I never expected this matter to become so complicated. Then I thought of the company behind Meng Qingzhen. You mean to say that this whole thing was orchestrated by the company behind him? Su Zhiwei told him everything about Meng Qingzhen coming to the hospital to find him. Jiang Xian frowned even more after hearing this. What exactly does Meng Qingzhen want to do? Jiang Xian clenched her fists at that moment. The man from her memory had vanished, and now Jiang Xian only felt disgusted by Meng Qingzhen. He has now been packaged as a minor celebrity, and the people behind him are very powerful. The current Jiang group is probably no match for them either. Su Zhiwei analyzed the situation calmly, while Jiang Xian's expression flickered between light and shadow. Even it has to admit that what Su Zhiwei is saying now is correct. If the Jiang group were to actually confront that entertainment company now, It would be tantamount to throwing an egg against a rock. Chapter 202 Following the Clues. It is precisely because of this that Jiang Xin cannot be easily moved. Therefore, she would be worried about Su Zhiwei's situation immediately. Su Zhiwei could only sigh when he saw Jiang Xin's appearance. Don't worry, if something really happens, I'll find a way to protect myself. You're the one who should be worried. After saying this, Su Zhiwei looked at Jiang Xin seriously. What's happened recently is clearly aimed at you. I was just someone Meng Qingze dealt with casually. Su Zhiwei was well aware of the current situation. Meng Qingze simply didn't like him. His real purpose was to deal with Jiang Xin. It's just unclear why Meng Qingze hasn't taken action against the Jiang group yet. Su Zhiwei glanced at Jiang Xin. Meng Qingze was just here a moment ago. He should have left by now. Those speculations on the internet are all untrue. You should know that yourself. Those who are pure will themselves be cleansed. Su Zhiwei explained, but Jiang Xin still felt something was off. This whole thing looks like a carefully laid trap, waiting for her and Su Zhiwei to fall into it. However, given that the Jiang group has just gone through these events, it is indeed not appropriate for them to take any further action. But before Jiang Xin had left, a familiar figure appeared once again. Brother Zhiwei, I've finally found you. Are you all right? He Yuqing came over immediately, her eyes filled with excitement. Upon seeing He Yuqing, Jiang Xin's gaze gradually darkened. Su Zhiwei was also somewhat surprised as to why He Yuqing had come over. Qingqing, what brings you here? What happened before? Su Zhiwei was somewhat confused and asked all the questions that were on his mind. Hearing Su Zhiwei's words, He Yuqing simply sighed. I saw the news online, so I went to find you, Auntie, and asked about your schedule for today. Come with me first, I'll take you away from here. As soon as He Yuqing finished speaking, Jiang Xin stepped forward with a frown. Miss He, what do you mean by taking people away without explanation? Shouldn't you give me a reason? Didn't you see we were just chatting? Jiang Xin looked on in confusion, but He Yuqing sighed after hearing this. Does Mr. Jiang think you can protect Brother Zhiwei now? Your Jiang group can't even handle those problems yourselves right now, so you'd better keep your brother Li Zhiwei away from you. These words were also advice given by He Yuqing. Hearing He Yuqing's words, Jiang Xin fell silent. She understood He Yuqing's words very well. The Jiang group is indeed unable to protect Su Zhiwei now. However, Jiang Xin still felt resentful. Even if she couldn't solve the problem herself, she couldn't just stand by and watch Su Zhiwei be taken away by He Yuqing. Qingqing is right. You should go back to the company and get busy. Su Zhiwei nodded slightly, and Jiang Xin could only leave reluctantly. Su Zhiwei also looked at He Yuqing with curiosity at this moment. Qingqing, I hope you won't take what happened before to heart. I am very grateful that you came at this time, but don't take those comments on the internet to heart. Nothing will happen. After Su Zhiwei finished speaking, He Yuqing shook her head. Brother Zhiwei, I didn't come here to tell you these things. What's past is past, and I won't say anything more about it. I came here because I noticed a stranger at your doorstep. He Yuqing spoke nervously, but Su Zhiwei fell silent after hearing it. This was something he hadn't expected. Stranger. As soon as Su Zhiwei finished speaking, He Yuqing nodded immediately. Judging from their expressions, they must have found out about your family online. I wanted to come over and talk to you about whether we should let Annie and the others go on a trip first. He Yuqing also considered it from various aspects. Su Zhiwei clenched his fists, clearly not expecting these people to be so rampant. What they did was illegal. Who gave out the address? Su Zhiwei didn't have time to think much before he took He Yuqing and rushed home. He didn't notice that Jiang Xin had been watching him the whole time. Seeing Su Zhiwei and He Yuqing acting so familiar with each other, Jiang Xin felt a deep sense of frustration. Why am I standing next to Su Zhiwei, and not myself? He Yuqing had clearly withdrawn, but she reappeared at this time. Jiang Xin still felt resentful. Bai Lu was sitting in her office at Starlight Media. Looking at Meng Qingze in front of her, Bai Lu felt dissatisfied. Do you even know what you've done? Didn't I tell you not to appear in public so easily, and even more so not to use company resources so easily? I've put in a lot of effort to raise you to be the person you are today. Bai Lu raised an eyebrow. But after hearing this, Meng Qingze looked excited. Bai Lu, I have my reasons for doing this. Besides, didn't you already agree to it? You even tacitly approved of my behavior. Meng Qingze put on an innocent expression as he spoke. Bai Lu shook her head helplessly when she saw him like this. The reason I agreed to help you is because Su Zhiwei is a problem. If we can ruin his reputation sooner, it will be able to keep Jiang Xin in check. Bai Lu admired her newly done manicure. Fortunately, quite a few people online have already started to get curious. Regardless of whether he clarifies it in the future, many people have already begun to doubt his professionalism. If those wealthy families are really willing to come out and help, they'll only get themselves into a lot of trouble. Bai Lu chuckled softly as she said this. That Su Zirwei is a quagmire now. Anyone who touches him will get filthy. After Bai Lu finished speaking, Meng Qingze finally breathed a sigh of relief. I'm relieved to hear that, but I see some people have started digging into Su Zirwei's home address. Will that have any impact on our company? Meng Qingze's face showed a hint of worry. However, upon hearing this, Bai Lu shook her head slightly. You can rest assured, nothing will happen here. The people I found are absolutely safe, and no one will find out who is trying to be the mastermind behind it all. Bai Lu was full of confidence, but this only made Meng Qingze even more curious. Miss Bai, what exactly happened to you abroad? And who is helping you from behind? After asking these questions, Meng Qingze waited anxiously on the side. However, upon hearing this, Bai Lu slightly curled her lips. Are you testing me? There was a hint of danger in Bai Lu's eyes. Sensing the dangerous gaze, Meng Qingze quickly shook his head. I was just curious. After all, your way of doing things is really different. Chapter 203 The Live Broadcast Incident. Meng Qingze spoke cautiously. He knew very well that he absolutely could not disobey the woman in front of him. Bai Lu smiled slightly after seeing Su Zirwei's appearance. So you're afraid of me now? You think I'll come after you at any moment? After saying that, Meng Qingze's eyes showed a hint of panic. He always felt like he was completely understood by Bai Lu. You're a really scary woman. I don't have any of those thoughts. Fine, I won't ask if you don't want me to. Do I have any announcements coming up lately? Meng Qingze finally developed a sense of responsibility and remembered that he was still a minor celebrity. Bai Lu sneered upon hearing this. It's a wonder you remembered you're a celebrity. You didn't go to any of the announcements we gave you before, but you remembered today. As soon as Bai Lu finished speaking, Meng Qingze sighed. Didn't you tell me before that I shouldn't show myself easily? I've been doing exactly what you said. Meng Qingze gave his excuses, but Bai Lu just snorted coldly after hearing them. Stop talking nonsense to me. Here's a notice that's perfect for you. For a reality show, you only need to be a guest on one episode. Speaking of which, you know someone here. Bai Lu paused deliberately at this point, a smile playing on her lips. Then, seeing Bai Lu's expression, Meng Qingze realized something was wrong in an instant. After taking another closer look at the announcement, I immediately saw Su Zirwei's name. Why would they invite Su Zirwei over? Did you deliberately make me stand next to him? At this moment, Meng Qingze also looked at Bai Lu, his eyes filled with confusion. However, upon hearing this, Bai Lu simply smiled slightly. Do you have any objections to doing this? I think this arrangement is quite reasonable. Upon hearing Bai Lu's words, Meng Qingze naturally shook his head. You can rest assured, I have my own reasons for doing this. Recently, there has been a strong outcry online. This program was originally intended to help Su Zirwei clarify what happened to him. But how you use it is up to you. Bai Lu didn't continue after that. Whether or not to pay attention to it depends on Meng Qingze himself. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingze immediately became excited. Don't worry, this is a small matter for me. I can do it easily. Others may not understand Su Zirwei, but I know Su Zirwei's weaknesses. This is also Meng Qingze's trump card. Seeing this, Bai Lu nodded. Then I'm relieved. Go and make the preparations. Bai Lu had made all the arrangements, and Su Zirwei and He Yuqing returned home. Chen Huifang was waiting at home when she was surprised to see Su Zirwei return so early today. Why are you back so early? At this point, Chen Huifang hurriedly stepped forward. Su Zirwei just shook his head. Mom, don't worry, it's nothing. I just think you've been working too hard lately. I've booked a tour for you and your husband. You can go out and have some fun for a few days. Su Zirwei smiled, while Chen Huifang only glanced at him. Now you know how busy I've been lately. I've been so worried about you. Your 2 tickets came at just the right time. Chen Huifang didn't ask any more questions, but went straight to pack her luggage. Su Zirwei was somewhat at a loss. If it were before, Chen Huifang would definitely have asked, why did you accept it so readily now? Su Zirwei was still confused when He Yuqing stepped forward. Brother Zirwei, since Annie has already agreed, then we've done our part. I think we should not tell them the truth yet. By the time they come back, everything may have already ended. He Yuqing's words were also agreed upon by Su Zirwei. Chen Huifeng was quick enough to pack his luggage in just 1 hour. Even Su Zirwei was amazed at how fast it was. Seeing this, Su Zirwei seemed to understand something. Mom, this tour group belongs to my friend. You can let me know if you need anything. After saying this, Chen Huifeng's eyes also showed a hint of dazedness. But he quickly nodded again. What are you talking about, kid? I just wanted to go out for a walk to clear my head. If you stay here any longer, you're going to drive me crazy. Chen Huifeng waved her hand, but Su Zirwei fell silent at that moment. Although Chen Huifeng hit it very well, he still noticed. She already knows about what happened online. For some reason, a sense of guilt arose in my heart. It was at this moment that Dean Wu suddenly called. Dr. Su, I've seen what's going on online. More people are starting to question you, but the hospital can rest assured. But you can't keep getting bombarded with this kind of negative news. So I got you a gig, and you can showcase your art during the live stream. After saying this, Dean Wu sighed again. I'm doing this for you and the hospital. I've watched the show, and none of the guests have any problems. Besides, this show was originally designed to help people clear their names, so if you go there, you'll definitely be able to explain things clearly. Dean Wu kept trying to persuade him, and Su Zirwei, hearing this, knew very well that he seemed to have no choice. Then let's do it your way. I'd appreciate it if Dean Wu could send me the specific procedures. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Dean Wu readily agreed. Chun Huifang had already left by then, which surprised even Su Zirwei, who thought the two of them were moving too fast. He Yuqing sighed. Brother Zirwei, what program did I just hear? Were you invited to attend something? He Yuqing's eyes were filled with curiosity. Su Zirwei just smiled when he heard this. Dean Wu introduced me to a program, saying it would allow me to showcase my abilities. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, He Yuqing also showed a surprised look. Brother Zirwei, you have to take me with you. If you encounter any danger on that film set, I'll be there to help you. Upon hearing He Yuqing's suggestion, Su Zirwei nodded in agreement. After all, he was indeed unfamiliar with this area. With He Yuqing around, it would be a good choice. However, what Su Zirwei didn't expect was that when he brought He Yuqing to the film set early the next morning, he saw Meng Qingzhe instead. However, there were quite a few assistants waiting around Meng Qingzhe. Upon seeing this, Su Zirwei frowned slightly. Unexpectedly, she still ended up with Meng Qingzhe. Chapter 204 Exposing Each Other's Secrets. Su Zirwei vaguely realized that this matter was very likely a trap. This made Su Zirwei even more curious. You must be Dr. Su. Please come with me to the dressing room. At this moment, a junior assistant quickly stepped forward. Upon hearing this, Su Zirwei nodded in agreement. The assistants standing nearby also noticed Su Zirwei and watched him curiously. He glanced at Su Zirwei every now and then. I never expected him to be so handsome in person. No wonder so many things happened. You mustn't say anything carelessly. If someone hears this, you might get involved. Several assistants nearby whispered among themselves. However, upon hearing this, He Yuqing immediately stepped forward. What do you people mean by that? Why would someone be implicated? What are the reasons behind this? He Yuqing pretended to be curious. However, upon hearing this, the assistants all looked confused. Who are you? I've never seen you before. The female assistant looked at her warily. He Yuqing gave an awkward smile upon hearing this. I'm new here. I just reported for duty today. Are you talking about Su Zirwei? He Yuqing's eyes held a hint of curiosity. Several assistants quickly pulled the person aside. Who else could it be but him? Let me tell you, never underestimate this man. You know the president of the Jiang group, right? She's done a lot of foolish things for this man. The assistant shook his head after speaking. However, upon hearing this, He Yuqing also showed a surprised expression. What's said online is all true. Did this man really do these things? Upon hearing this, the assistant's eyes also filled with excitement. How could this be fake? Look at this face. It doesn't look like a doctor at all. He's obviously an actor. The assistants around him shook their heads. He Yuqing felt somewhat dissatisfied upon hearing this. What rumors have these people heard? Thinking about all this filled He Yuqing with anger. But in the current situation, she cannot reveal her identity. So that's how it is. I never imagined there were so many things hidden inside. But I heard he's going to clarify these rumors on the show today. Perhaps they really are capable. He Yuqing spoke a fair word, but those around her shook their heads. How could that be? We prepared quite a few questions for him on our show today. Those are all highly specialized questions. I don't believe he can solve these problems on his own. Upon hearing this, He Yuqing's eyes also showed a hint of surprise. I never expected things to turn out this way. For a moment, I felt a little worried. Could it be that the production team is deliberately making things difficult for us? If that's the case, He Yuqing should also remind Su Zirwei. This is when her assistants immediately stepped forward as she tried to get closer. It's time to go on stage. All units please take note. After those words were spoken, He Yuqing could only wait on the sidelines. I gradually began to worry. At this moment, Su Zirwei had already walked to the center of the stage. Meng Qingzhe stood beside him, and the two of them together were quite a sight to behold. Standing under the flash for the first time, Su Zirwei was still a little unaccustomed to it. Upon seeing this scene, Meng Qingzhe smiled slightly. I thought Dr. Su was used to these flashing lights. After all, acting under a mask every day must be tiring. However, after saying this, the host, who was making the introduction, also came to his senses. At the same time, there was a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Judging from what Mr. Meng said just now, could it be that the two of you already know each other? The host's words instantly drew the attention of those around him. Upon hearing this, Su Zirwei smiled slightly. We've met once before. After he finished speaking, everyone present had a gossipy look in their eyes. They had also seen the reports online. My first thought was of the love triangle between Su Zirwei and Jiang Xian. Opinions were divided for a time. The live stream was flooded with viewers because of this topic. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingzi smiled. Dr. Su is right. We've known each other for a long time. If it weren't for President Jiang, we might not even know each other. When he finished speaking, everyone present looked excited. As expected, their understanding was correct. At the same time, the people around were also curious. There were originally a few more guests, but Meng Qingzi's topic caused the host to completely give up on interviewing the others. The entire segment immediately reached its climax. The number of viewers in the live stream continues to rise. Everyone was watching what was happening before their eyes. Upon hearing this, Su Zirwei sighed slightly. It was quite a coincidence that this happened. If you hadn't returned to China at that time, perhaps we wouldn't be divorced now. Su Zirwei's two seemingly casual sentences were like a bombshell. This also piqued the curiosity of the people in the live stream. What does this mean? Does it mean that Meng Qingzi interfered in their marriage? That might be the case. Otherwise, how could they get divorced so easily after being married for 8 years? As soon as he finished speaking, the host's face revealed a fascinating expression. I never expected to hear such a sensational topic as soon as I walked in. Meanwhile, the director was actively directing the broadcast. Now he's waiting for the two of them to reveal even more. Meng Qingzi smiled slightly after hearing this. I've known Mr. Jiang for a long time. If we're talking about who came first, you were the one who came later. Besides, he loved me back then. You were just a victim of a marriage of convenience. After Meng Qingzi finished speaking, everyone present stared wide-eyed. After saying this, Meng Qingzi glanced at his assistant. I have a recording here that you might be interested in. After Meng Qingzi finished speaking, he handed the recording to Su Zirwei separately. Su Zirwei panicked at that moment. There were also some words written on the recording. It was exactly what Jiang Xian had said to Meng Qingzi when he first returned to China. Su Zirwei didn't dare to click on it. Firstly, for Jiang Xian's sake, and secondly, because he didn't want to hear those hurtful words from the past. Thinking about all this, Su Zirwei suddenly realized something. The Jiang group recently experienced a theft, which is very similar to your name, Mr. Meng. After saying that sentence, Meng Qingzi raised an eyebrow slightly. Mr. Su, please feel free to speak if you have anything to say. There are many people with the same name, and you are free to investigate my identity. There's no need to associate me with unrelated people. Chapter 205, There is a Traitor Within. The incident at the hospital quickly escalated and even sparked heated discussions among many people. Bai Lu used a lot of resources to completely remove Meng Qingzi from the list. Meng Qingzi, you really surprised me. You've stirred up such a huge mess without saying a word. Do you know how bad the consequences of this are? Bai Lu looked at Meng Qingzi with disappointment and felt a headache coming on. Upon hearing Bai Lu's words, Meng Qingzi's eyes also showed dissatisfaction. This is not what I wanted him to do either. Who knew Su Zirwei had a backup plan? He managed to get Jiang Xian to obey him so readily. Weren't all the people you brought in professionals? How come they were all dealt with so quickly? Meng Qingzi looked on with displeasure, and upon hearing this, Bai Lu frowned. Are you saying my people are incompetent? As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Qingzi in front of him immediately shook his head. I'm just saying this to remind you not to underestimate Su Zirwei. This man is definitely hiding his strength. Just as he finished speaking, Meng Qingzi was also watching carefully. Seeing Meng Qingzi's appearance, Bai Lu slightly curled her lips, a cold smile appearing on her face. What? You dare to speak, but not look at me? Meng Qingzi, your thoughts are written all over your face. Only I can tolerate you like this. If I were you, I wouldn't have said those things to me. Bai Lu stood up and walked to Meng Qingzi, raising her hand to stroke his face, her eyes filled with helplessness. Meng Qingzi, you've given me such a wonderful surprise. How can I possibly thank you enough? As she finished speaking, a hint of dissatisfaction flashed in Bai Lu's eyes. Upon seeing this, Meng Qingzi immediately stepped forward, hugged the person, and smiled slightly. Bai Lu, do I need to say more about my love for you? I've been thinking about you the whole time you've been abroad. After saying these words, Meng Qingzi hugged Bai Lu. Meanwhile, Su Zirwei returned to the hospital, where Dean Wu arrived immediately, his eyes filled with panic. Dr. Su, I don't know anything about this either. After I saw the video, I immediately checked the surveillance footage in the archives and didn't find anyone suspicious. You know our hospital's rules. We can't let outsiders in. Dean Wu was also somewhat anxious. This matter had seriously affected the hospital, and if the hospital did not do something, it would be difficult to gain people's trust. Since there are no suspicious people, doesn't that mean it was done by one of our own people? Dean Wu, since you yourself said there are no suspicious people, then it means that these things were done by our own people in the hospital. I think it's necessary to investigate this matter. The whole internet is paying attention to it now, and it's seriously affecting our hospital's reputation. Su Zirwei's words jolted Dean Wu awake, and he now showed a worried expression. For a moment, Dean Wu was somewhat worried and could only look at Su Zirwei. Dr. Su, I wonder if you could help our hospital with this matter? Aren't you quite familiar with General Manager Jiang? As Dean Wu spoke, his eyes were filled with expectation. Now, the only one who could help them was Su Zirwei. Only Su Zirwei can negotiate with Jiang Xian. Let's just make sure the hospital isn't involved. Seeing Dean Wu's appearance, Su Zirwei felt helpless. This was the first time he had seen Dean Wu so anxious. Dean Wu, it's not that I don't want to help you, but there are some things I just can't do. Su Zirwei was right. Jiang Xian probably doesn't have time to listen to his requests right now. Dean Wu was stunned, and for a moment, he also began to get anxious. But who exactly did this in the hospital? Dean Wu was completely baffled. After seeing Dean Wu off, Su Zirwei immediately took out his phone to contact He Yuqing, wondering if she had successfully started her job. Just then, He Yuqing sent a success emoji. He Yuqing has now passed the interview and become a junior assistant. Su Zirwei relaxed after seeing these messages. As long as He Yuqing is all right, there's nothing to worry about. Su Zirwei sent a warning and looked out the window. It was already late autumn, and before they knew it, they had been divorced for 3 months. Unexpectedly, in just 3 months, the Jiang group has also experienced so many changes. Feeling melancholy, Su Zirwei couldn't help but sigh. The phone rang suddenly, which surprised Su Zirwei, who quickly answered it. Jiang Xian. Su Zirwei spoke tentatively, and the voice on the other end of the phone was cold, but faintly tinged with fatigue. Su Zirwei, I have some questions for you. Are you discussing something with He Yuqing? Do you know why she went to Starlight Entertainment today? After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Su Zirwei was also a little surprised, not expecting that Jiang Xian would know these things. Are you having people keeping an eye on Starlight Entertainment? Su Zirwei asked curiously, but Jiang Xian seemed somewhat dissatisfied. Su Zirwei, I'm asking you something important right now. Don't pretend you don't know. Tell me what you're up to. There are some things you can't touch. That Bai Lu is far more powerful than you, and I can imagine. Jiang Xian sounded anxious, and Su Zirwei sighed softly. You can rest assured, I will not put myself in danger, and I also know about this matter. Qingqing went for the interview. As Su Zirwei spoke, Jiang Xian sighed on the other end of the phone. Su Zirwei, you must remember to stay away from Bai Lu. She is ruthless, and I can't find any evidence against her. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, she reluctantly hung up the phone, but her curiosity remained. Even Jiang Xian is afraid of that woman? Su Zirwei remained silent, and it was at this moment that He Yuqing called. Brother Zirwei, our chance has come. Starlight Entertainment is going to hold a grand ceremony, and everyone will participate. There will be a star-studded event. If we're lucky, we can get close to Bai Lu. He Yuqing's voice trembled. She never expected to encounter such a wonderful thing so soon after starting her job. Su Zirwei frowned slightly upon hearing this. You're not planning to go and be a fan of a celebrity yourself, are you? Su Zirwei saw through He Yuqing's thoughts. The woman was probably so excited because she was going to see her favorite celebrity. Upon hearing this, He Yuqing slightly pursed her lips. Brother Zirwei, you can't slander me. I'm only doing this to help you. I just happened to be chasing after him a bit. In the end, He Yuqing's voice sounded a little guilty, and she quickly changed the subject. Brother Zirwei, I'll find a way to sneak you in. You can blend in with the workers, and I'll find a way to tell you where Bai Lu is. He Yuqing and Su Zirwei agreed to meet that evening to discuss the details of the grand ceremony. Chapter 206 Starlight Gala. Meanwhile, within the Jiang group, Jiang Xian also received an invitation, which left her somewhat puzzled. Who sent this? Jiang Xian glanced at it, while Lu Xinjin shook her head. I don't know either. It was sent with the email this morning. It might be stuck inside. Do you need me to remove it for you? Lu Xinjin reached out her hand, but Jiang Xian took the invitation in her hand, a thoughtful look flashing in her eyes. This Starlight Award ceremony must have been produced by Starlight Entertainment. We might as well give it a try. As she spoke, Jiang Xian stood up immediately, a thoughtful look flashing in her eyes. Go and prepare first, and she will go and take a look tomorrow night. After Jiang Xian finished speaking, Lu Xinjin still looked worried. Have you really thought this through? You are the president of the Jiang group. Going to a place like that will only make people criticize you and say that you are not doing your job properly. Lu Xinjin tried to persuade her, but Jiang Xian shook her head slightly. knowing in her heart that this grand ceremony was her chance to get closer to Bai Lu. We need to find out at least what that woman's background is and why she has such an enigmatic identity. That evening, Zhang Xian went to a high-end boutique to find a dress for the grand ceremony the next day. As soon as I stepped inside, the shop assistants around me gave me strange looks. Zhang Xian is a regular customer here, and all the staff present know that. Now, seeing Zhang Xian, they mostly feel mockery. They all know about the Jiang Group's affairs, and now this CEO actually has time to choose a dress. Miss Jiang, is there anything I can help you with? Despite her dissatisfaction, Lin Yi still forced a smile and stepped forward. Zhang Xian only glanced at it. Have your latest season's dresses arrived yet? Let me see them. After Zhang Xian finished speaking, Lin Yi just smiled. I'm sorry, Ms. Jiang. All the dresses in our store for the new season have been reserved, and we don't have any styles that suit you at the moment. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Yi led Zhang Xian to a corner. However, we do have some newer models from a few years ago that you can try. After saying these words, Lin Yi even waved to the intern standing next to her. Please take care of Miss Jiang. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Zhang Xian instantly realized that she had been underestimated. Is this how you treat your customers? I am a VIP customer of your store. I can file a complaint against you for your attitude today. Zhang Xian's eyes were filled with anger. However, Lin Yi was not particularly surprised after hearing these words. Since Ms. Jiang is one of our VIP customers, you should know that we do not offer credit. Given the current situation of the Jiang Group, this dress is just right for you. Lin Yi looked down at Zhang Xian. President Jiang, we all know what the Jiang Group has been through. There's no need for you to put on a show here. If I were you, I would also choose what suits me best. Lin Yi's words also provoked Zhang Xian at that moment. Zhang Xian looked at the woman in front of him and slapped her across the face. Do you know who you're talking to? What makes you think I can't afford your store's new haute couture? Zhang Xian's body was already trembling. Lin Yi's left cheek instantly became red and swollen. At this moment, he stared at Zhang Xian with a face full of anger. Ms. Jiang, we are only thinking of you, so why make a scene in our store? Lin Yi put on a pitiful look. Zhang Xian snorted coldly. The argument between the two immediately attracted a lot of attention. This also includes Su Zirwei and He Yuqing. Su Zirwei originally planned to bring He Yuqing to choose a few suitable dresses. Unexpectedly, the moment I stepped into the store, I witnessed Zhang Xian hitting Lin Yi. He Yuqing looked even more surprised. Su Zirwei stood there silently watching. Brother Zirwei, should we go up and help? He Yuqing stood to the side, somewhat worried. Upon hearing this, Su Zirwei gently shook his head. Security guards arrived quickly. At this moment, all the sales staff stood on Lin Yi's side. The store manager also heard the commotion and rushed over. Upon seeing Zhang Xian, a hint of impatience flashed across the store manager's face. What's going on here? Why are they fighting all of a sudden? How do you treat your guests? Have you forgotten all the etiquette we taught you? After the store manager finished speaking, his gaze fell on Zhang Xian again. I'm so sorry, Miss Jiang. This was indeed our fault, and it's truly sad that something like this happened to one of our employees. After saying this, the store manager sighed several times. If you need anything later, please feel free to let us know, and our store will help you make adjustments. The store manager's attitude in handling the situation was sincere. Zhang Xian wasn't an unreasonable person. She glanced at Lin Yi and spoke in an extremely calm tone. Your store actually has such a condescending salesperson. You're really ruining your own reputation. My demands are very simple. Fire this woman and bring out all the new season dresses from your store. After Zhang Xian finished speaking, a hint of panic appeared in Lin Yi's eyes. Manager, you can't let me leave. You promised me that. Lin Yi stepped forward and grabbed the store manager's arm. There was still anticipation in his eyes. After witnessing this scene, the store manager was somewhat at a loss and could only turn his attention to Zhang Xian. Ms. Jiang, we will make our own decision on this matter internally, and we hope you will not continue to pursue it. After saying this, the store manager instructed the salesperson next to him to take the person away. Upon seeing this, Zhang Xian quickly raised her hand. Shouldn't you have asked me what you wanted to do? Why did you make the decision yourselves? After saying this, Zhang Xian's eyes were filled with strong dissatisfaction. However, upon hearing this, the store manager simply sighed. Ms. Jiang, I also hope you will stop pursuing this matter. Although it was our mistake, are you completely blameless? The store manager suddenly changed his attitude. Zhang Xian stared wide-eyed, almost in disbelief. Do you know what you're saying? I'm a customer here, and after being mocked like this by your staff, you still have the nerve to talk back to me. Zhang Xian could hardly believe her ears. The store manager is now actually questioning him. Thinking about all this, Jiang Xin felt a surge of anger. I want to file a complaint against you, against your store. Just after Jiang Xin finished speaking, the store manager in front of her sighed. Chapter 207, Judging People by Their Dog Eyes. Miss Jiang, I'm doing this for your own good. If we're really going to investigate this matter, it's because you hit someone first. We will also hold you accountable. Besides, did we say anything wrong? The store manager's eyes also held a hint of indifference. He looked Jiang Xin up and down, then shook his head. Now everyone in the upper echelons knows about you, and you should know what the Jiang group is really like. The dress our staff picked out for you is also the most suitable for you. You're questioning our choice, which shows that our philosophies don't align. If you feel this place isn't right for you, then just leave. After the store manager finished speaking, he immediately turned and left. As Jiang Xin listened to these explosive remarks, her whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. You were the ones who insulted the customers first, and now you're saying such shameless things. Don't you yourselves find this strange? After he finished speaking, the store manager in front of him gave a cold laugh. Mr. Jiang, I'm saying all this to help you. You can't think like that. If the Jiang group makes another fool of itself at this time, what do you think the others will think? President Jiang, you are no longer the same person you were before. After the store manager finished speaking, Lin Yi, behind him, also let out a cold laugh. You don't even know who you are, yet you dare to be arrogant in front of me. That slap you gave me just now really hurt. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Yi quickly stepped forward. Mr. Jiang, you can file a complaint if you want, but I'll remember this slap you gave me. Just wait for the court to come after you. Lin Yi persisted, and the people around her began to gossip. It's obvious that they all have grievances against Jiang Xin. Jiang Xin, who had been arrogant, fell silent after seeing the current situation. For a moment, I didn't know what to do. Jiang Xin gritted her teeth and glared angrily at everyone present. I never expected them to treat me like this. Miss Jiang, as you've probably seen, nobody believes you. The Jiang group is a thing of the past. The store manager's words left Jiang Xin completely silent. Now all we can do is clench our fists. You're just bullying your customers because you're a big company. I will definitely report you. At this moment, Jiang Xin had only one thought in her mind. However, after hearing these words, Lin Yi suddenly chuckled. Miss Jiang, if you want to report it, please feel free to do so. I'm waiting. After saying these words, Lin Yi waited to the side. After witnessing this scene, Jiang Xin was filled with dissatisfaction. But all I can do now is take a deep breath. You guys are ruthless. I won't come here again. Just cancel my VIP card. Jiang Xin will definitely not come to this kind of store again. However, after hearing Jiang Xin's words, Lin Yi was not going to let her leave so easily. Miss Jiang, you don't actually think you can just leave so easily, do you? As Jiang Xin finished speaking, a strange feeling settled over her. What do you mean by that? Does your store intend to force me to stay? Just as Jiang Xin finished speaking, Lin Yi glanced at the store manager behind her. Manager, look at the slap mark on my face. You absolutely cannot let him off so easily. As she spoke, Lin Yi's face still showed hesitation. Upon seeing Lin Yi's appearance, the store manager immediately felt pity. Ms. Jiang, shouldn't you give us an explanation for hitting us? The store manager's words left Jiang Xin completely stunned. I could hardly believe my ears. I never expected these people to be so shameless. What do you want me to do? Do you want me to apologize to her? Just as Jiang Xin finished speaking, the store manager sighed. Miss Jiang, I'm saying this in the hope that you can understand that if you bully someone in our store, you won't leave empty-handed. Now I also hope you can apologize to our employees. After the store manager finished speaking, he immediately gave the security guard next to him a look. Jiang Xin burst out laughing when she saw their appearance. I should have known better. You people are all birds of a feather. It seems that leaving today won't be so easy for me. After Xiaoxin finished speaking, his gaze fell on Lin Yi. How do you want me to apologize to you? After Jiang Xin finished speaking, Lin Yi immediately snorted coldly. I want you to slap yourself and then apologize to me sincerely. Otherwise, I would feel unbalanced. Just as Lin Yi finished speaking, Jiang Xin sneered. You think you're so great that I'd apologize to you? An apology is impossible. Jiang Xin's attitude was firm, but the people in front of her were not to be trifled with either. The store manager sneered when he saw Jiang Xin's unapologetic attitude. In that case, there's no need for us to continue this conversation. Miss Jiang, please don't blame us for being rude. After saying that, the store manager glanced at the security guard standing next to him. What are you all standing there for? I invited you here for no good reason. Quickly take this troublemaker away. Jiang Xin also started to panic at this moment. never expecting that these people would actually dare to make a move. I'm warning you not to do anything reckless. I am the president of the Jiang Group. As soon as Jiang Xian finished speaking, the store manager gave a cold laugh. Even if you are the president of the Jiang Group, so what? Aren't you still down on your luck? What are you waiting for? Get up here now. Jiang Xian's face turned pale, and she was about to faint. It was at this moment that a voice suddenly came from behind. Wait, you can't do it. After saying this, Su Zirwei quickly stepped forward. Everyone present looked confused. The store manager looked Su Zirwei up and down, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Who are you? This is none of your business. Get lost. No sooner had the store manager finished speaking than Jiang Xian came to Su Zirwei's side. Why did you come here? Su Zirwei glanced at it, then quickly walked up to the store manager. I'm a super VIP at your store. Do you think I don't have the right to speak? Su Zirwei took out the card that Jiang Xian had given him before. In a way, we have to thank Jiang Xian for this. This card can be considered one of the assets from the divorce. There was a considerable amount of money pre-deposited inside. The store manager's eyes showed surprise when he saw Su Zirwei's card. Oh, it's Mr. Su. Something unusual has happened at our store. Please wait here for a moment. After the store manager finished speaking, Su Zirwei only glanced at Jiang Xian behind him. Chapter 208, I can't live without him. I have filmed everything that just happened, and I hope you can apologize to this lady. Otherwise, I will release this video to the public. Your store may not care about those low-end customers, but you must care about your reputation. With so many people criticizing you, can you really still keep operating with peace of mind? Su Zirwei's words silenced the store manager in front of him for a moment. The female saleswoman standing nearby wanted to come forward and argue with them. She was the one who hit us first. Why can't we say that? Are we inherently inferior? As soon as the female salesperson finished speaking, the store manager next to her immediately stepped forward to stop her. It seems you two are here to cause trouble. You are not welcome here. Please leave immediately. After the store manager finished speaking, Jiang Xian burst out laughing. It really surprises me that you still want to protect this woman even now. It wouldn't look good if this matter got to your headquarters. The withdrawal of 2 VIP clients will likely have a negative impact on your business. Jiang Xian's words made the store manager's expression turn slightly awkward. If it were just an award, the store manager wouldn't care, but now there's also Su Zirwei. Although the store manager didn't know why Su Zirwei was speaking up for Jiang Xian, he understood one thing very well. If the recharge amount in Su Zirwei's card was cancelled, the headquarters would lose an important customer. He might not even be able to continue as the store manager. After thinking it through, the store manager glanced at the female salesperson again. What are you all standing there for? Come over here and apologize to Miss Jiang. The store manager's words made the female salesperson's eyes widen. Why should I apologize? Why are you speaking up for them? Have you forgotten what happened last night? Before the saleswoman could finish speaking, the store manager slapped her across the face. Stop talking nonsense. There's no room for you in this store. Take your things and leave now. After the store manager finished speaking, he looked at Jiang Xian with a solicitous expression. Ms. Jiang, I admit that I didn't investigate this matter thoroughly enough, which has caused you some trouble. You can rest assured that this will not happen again. We'll prepare the latest seasonal gown for you right away. The store manager spoke with such obsequiousness that those around him looked at him with disdain. The saleswoman was still in the dark. For a moment, no one knew what had happened. You can't let me go. You promised me that. The female saleswoman approached the store manager, trying to persuade him to stay. But the store manager merely glanced at it indifferently, then snorted coldly. Stop talking nonsense and apologize to Miss Jiang right now. This store manager is now determined. The female saleswoman could only glare at Jiang Xian with red eyes and resentment. Ms. Jiang, I'm so sorry to have caused you trouble. I will resign and leave now. The saleswoman's attitude was quite sincere, and Jiang Xian nodded in satisfaction. Since your apology was sincere, I won't pursue the matter further. You can leave now. Jiang Xian wouldn't go against a clothing brand at this time. Moreover, the other party's attitude was quite sincere. As the farce came to an end, the people around lost interest in watching the show. Jiang Xian's gaze also turned to Su Zirwei in an instant. My feelings are a complex mix. When she was most isolated and helpless, Su Zirwei stood up for her. If Su Zirwei hadn't shown up today, what would have happened to her? Jiang Xian dared not think about the consequences. She was only grateful for Su Zirwei's appearance. What are you doing here? Before Jiang Xian could finish speaking, she saw He Yuqing walking up to her. At that moment, Jiang Xian felt as if she had been struck by lightning. He looked at the two people in front of him with some disbelief. Anger welled up inside her, and she wanted to find out exactly what was going on. But I'm also afraid that I won't be able to handle the shock if I find out the truth. Su Zirwei was also worried that Jiang Xian would overthink things, so he quickly explained. We received an invitation to the Starlight Awards. I'm planning to come and pick out a suitable outfit. Su Zirwei's words finally brought Jiang Xian back to her senses. Why did you receive an invitation? Could it be a conspiracy by Meng Qingze? Su Zirwei is a doctor and has no connection to the entertainment industry, so there's absolutely no reason for him to receive an invitation. Jiang Xian immediately realized that this was very likely Meng Qingze's conspiracy. Seeing Jiang Xian's expression, Su Zirwei realized that she had misunderstood. I asked Qingqing to prepare this. I want to see what kind of person Bailu is. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Jiang Xian's eyes showed a strange look. Why are you curious about that woman? Jiang Xian asked the question unconsciously, unaware of the jealousy in her words. Su Zirwei pondered for a moment, just as the store manager brought out the latest season's haute couture. He Yuqing's eyes lit up, and she immediately stepped forward to make a selection. I wanted to stop Meng Qingze so that he wouldn't hurt you. Su Zirwei stared intently at Jiang Xian and spoke his mind. Su Zirwei had this idea from the moment Meng Qingze came to the hospital to provoke him. However, he lacked the ability to access Starlight Entertainment. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. She never expected Su Zirwei to say those words to her. Jiang Xian wanted to touch Su Zirwei, wondering if his words meant he had forgiven her. Is she willing to remarry him? With his outstretched hand hovering in midair, Su Zirwei walked to a row of suits. Jiang Xian couldn't help but feel a little dejected, but a smile still appeared on her lips. At least Su Zirwei has started to soften his stance. Jiang Xian remained happy throughout the evening. She glanced at Su Zirwei, who was changing clothes from time to time. Even though He Yuqing was sitting next to her, Miss Jiang is really quite eccentric. I've actually come to like my ex-husband after the divorce. He Yuqing was also a woman, so she naturally understood the love in Jiang Xian's eyes. But He Yuqing found it laughable that Jiang Xian had been the one to file for divorce first. Brother Zirwei was such a good person back then, and you actually abandoned him. Miss Jiang has now seen Zirwei's good qualities, so she plans to win him back. He Yuqing instantly guessed Jiang Xian's thoughts. Jiang Xian smiled, no longer wanting to avoid the question. You're right, I didn't see Su Zirwei's strengths before. But now I want to win him back. If you want to compete with me, Miss He, I'm afraid you don't have that advantage. You have been excluded by Su Zirwei. Chapter 209 Peaceful Coexistence. Jiang Xian's face was filled with confidence, like a victor showing off his prey. He Yuqing had already guessed that Jiang Xian would say that. Miss He may have misunderstood. I did not mean to compete with you. I gave up on the idea after my last failure. I know there is still someone in Zirwei's heart, and I will never be able to take that place. But I also hope that Brother Zirwei can have a better life, instead of being with a woman like you. After saying this, He Yuqing looked at Jiang Xian with a serious expression. If you really want to pursue Brother Zirwei, then you need to show your sincerity, instead of letting me see a boastful person like you. Or is it that without the honors brought to you by the Jiang group, you no longer have the motivation to continue? He Yuqing's words also deeply stung Jiang Xian. During the period when the Jiang group was in trouble, she did intentionally avoid Su Zirwei, especially in the case of Meng Qingze. Jiang Xian was worried that she wouldn't be able to protect Su Zirwei in time. But since the incident in the live stream started to escalate, Jiang Xian has also begun to feel guilty. Perhaps the one who really needs to change her mind is her. Su Zirwei doesn't need anyone's protection at all. Jiang Xian even needs Su Zirwei's support. Thinking of all this, Jiang Xian smiled slightly. Ms. He, I should thank you too. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to understand my own heart so quickly. Moreover, you're even willing to do such a dangerous thing for Su Zirwei. Jiang Xian looked at He Yuqing, whose expression was somewhat subtle. He Yuqing nodded awkwardly in agreement. She also had her own selfish motives. She might even stumble upon some gossip from the entertainment industry. After choosing his clothes, Su Zirwei walked over quickly. He was still a little confused when he saw Jiang Xian and He Yuqing chatting and laughing together. The two had previously met but disagreed and exchanged barbs. He just changed his clothes. How did they make up? For a moment, Su Zirwei really couldn't understand it. Jiang Xian frowned slightly after Su Zirwei's gaze. What are you still standing there for? If you've picked out your clothes, it'll be our turn. Jiang Xian pulled He Yuqing up, and they went to the fitting room together, chatting and laughing. Su Zirwei was left bewildered and at a loss. He only changed his clothes, so what exactly happened? On the day of the Star Awards ceremony, this highly anticipated event was attended by a host of stars. Among them are also some business people. However, these people do not easily appear in front of the mass media. Instead, they have private rooms. The reporters just wanted to photograph some of the most popular celebrities right now. The moment the camera focused on the red carpet, everyone looked on in surprise. In their camera's view, a woman was walking over with her head held high. And this woman was none other than Jeong Exayan. Seeing Jeong Exayan's tall figure, wearing a light blue haute couture gown, her fair neck resembled that of a noble swan. All the reporters' attention was drawn, and for a moment they didn't know what to say. Many female celebrities adjusted their positions after seeing Jeong Exayan, not daring to approach her easily. For them, Jeong Exayan's appearance was nothing short of a game-changer. Jeong Exayan was quite satisfied with these looks. Behind the reporter was a group of employees maintaining order. Upon seeing Jeong Exayan's appearance, they couldn't help but feel a bit curious as to why the president of the Jeong group would be here. However, Su Zirwei and He Yuqing were among these people. The two watched with great interest. Su Zirwei's gaze remained fixed on Jeong Exayan. The confident and noble Jeong Exayan from his memory seemed to have returned. Su Zirwei was genuinely happy for Jeong Exayan. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. This scene was witnessed by He Yuqing, who was standing nearby. Su Zirwei's smile was so earnest and affectionate. It was from this moment that He Yuqing realized that she had never received any of these things. Brother Zirwei, please don't look at it too much. We still have important things to do today. After He Yuqing finished speaking, Su Zirwei also came to his senses and quickly nodded. Did you see that woman when you entered? Su Zirwei asked in a low voice, but He Yuqing shook her head slightly after hearing this. I've been searching since just now, but I haven't found the woman. I suspect she is very likely planning to be the last one to appear. As soon as He Yuqing finished speaking, Su Zirwei nodded slightly. I understand about this matter. In short, we still need to be careful and make sure we don't expose ourselves. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, He Yuqing's eyes suddenly lit up, and she pointed in the direction of the entrance. I see her, Bai Lu is coming in. As soon as He Yuqing finished speaking, Su Zirwei immediately turned his head to look at her. Bai Lu was all smiles at the moment, with Meng Qingze by her side. The two walked in, chatting and laughing, but when they saw Jeong Exayan, their expressions turned slightly playful. I didn't expect you to actually invite her over. I thought you were just joking before. Bai Lu asked cautiously, but after hearing this, Meng Qingze simply snorted coldly. I naturally have my own considerations for doing this. Although Meng Qingze said this, his eyes still unconsciously drifted towards Jeong Exayan. Bai Lu snorted coldly and strode forward. As the host's voice rang out, everyone took their seats. The surrounding lights dimmed, and Su Zirwei stared intently at Bai Lu. Perhaps it was because Su Zirwei's gaze was too intense, for the egret being stared at suddenly turned its head. Su Zirwei's eyes met his. The moment the two saw it, Su Zirwei also showed an embarrassed expression. But Bai Lu chuckled softly in front of her. It seems they had already discovered Su Zirwei. Upon seeing the smile on Bai Lu's face, Su Zirwei no longer hid his intentions and instead nodded slightly to her. Bai Lu stood up, glanced at Su Zirwei, and then left with a smile. Su Zirwei realized this might be an opportunity and quickly followed. Brother Zirwei, look, my favorite star is about to go on stage. As soon as He Yuqing finished speaking, she turned her head and found that Su Zirwei had disappeared. A sense of panic suddenly washed over me. He had just been right next to me. How could he have disappeared in the blink of an eye? Yuqing became worried and wanted to call Su Zirwei. Looking down, he saw Su Zirwei's phone right there on the seat. Su Zirwei followed Bai Lu to the warehouse behind the stage, where there were still many costumes and props. Miss Bai brought me here, probably because she wants to tell me something. Su Zirwei looked at it calmly and composedly. Bai Lu's white dress blended into the darkness, and her fiery red lips were particularly alluring. Su Zirwei, let's not beat around the bush. How did you sneak in? Are you really that fearless of death? Chapter 210, Laying Another Trap. Bai Lu looked at Su Zirwei in front of her and found it somewhat unbelievable. Does Su Zirwei really think he can do everything? After hearing Bai Lu's words, Su Zirwei simply smiled slightly. Nothing is impossible. I'm more curious about how you managed to bring Meng Qingze out. This matter also filled Su Zirwei with doubts. After all, Bai Lu looked ordinary, and there didn't seem to be anyone behind her. However, Bai Lu smiled slightly after hearing Su Zirwei's words. Are you interested in me? Dr. Su, did you consider Jeong Exayan's feelings when you said that? Bai Lu said with a hint of helplessness. Upon hearing this, Su Zirwei let out a cold laugh. You'd better stop saying these things in front of me. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? There's no way I can help you deal with Jeong Exayan. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, Bai Lu suddenly burst out laughing. If that's what you're saying, then you're wrong. I never said I wanted you to do anything. Does Dr. Su's statement mean that she also has thoughts of resisting President Jeong? Now that I remember, you and President Jeong are divorced. You probably don't want President Jiang to be happy either. After Bai Lu finished speaking, her smile widened. Su Zirwei looked at the sophistry-savvy woman in front of him and almost fell for her tricks. It seems I was wrong about something. You are far more shameless than I imagined. Even at a time like this, you can still say such things. Su Zirwei spoke sarcastically, but his words did not make Bai Lu feel threatened. Let's not beat around the bush. What exactly did Dr. Su want to see me about? Could it be a warning that Meng Qingze is not allowed to get close to Jiang Xian? Bai Lu understood Su Zirwei's thoughts in an instant. Upon hearing this, Su Zirwei gritted his teeth even more. Since you already know, why ask me again? Since Meng Qingze was trained by you, he must obey your orders. So only you can do this. As soon as Su Zirwei finished speaking, Bai Lu clapped her hands. Dr. Su has quite the imagination. I don't have the ability to bring someone out of prison. Besides, the Meng Qingze you're talking about isn't the same person as the Meng Qingze in our company. If Dr. Su really wants to raise questions, he should at least provide some evidence instead of making random guesses here. Bai Lu's tone gradually became stern. There have been some messages about this online for a long time, and I originally thought that there was no need to clarify such unfounded things. I never expected that you people would use this as irrefutable evidence to question me. After saying this, Bai Lu showed a pained expression. Su Zirwei was somewhat confused upon seeing this. Could it be that he really misunderstood? But just as this thought crossed his mind, Su Zirwei realized something was amiss. Bai Lu's behavior didn't seem like she was caught red-handed. Rather, it seemed like she deliberately lured Su Zirwei here. Thinking of this, Su Zirwei felt a vague sense of worry. I don't know anything about what's happening online, but I know Meng Qingze's character very well. If you keep someone like that around, it's like letting a wolf into your house. After saying this, Su Zirwei turned to leave. Meanwhile, a conversation between Su Zirwei and Bai Lu was playing on the screen in the center of the stage. The reporters in the front row pricked up their ears, afraid of missing a single word. This is a rare exclusive report for them. Regardless of which side it is, both are currently generating a lot of buzz, and this report will undoubtedly attract considerable attention once it's published. Jiang Xian became excited the moment she heard Su Zi's voice. In his panic, He Yuqing also quickly came up. Jiang Xian, we must find Su Zirwei quickly. This is clearly Bai Lu's conspiracy, and her goal is to make Su Zirwei admit to everything. He Yuqing was somewhat flustered. He recounted what had just happened in detail. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian immediately understood. Don't worry, leave this to me. Keep an eye on our surroundings for me. All the reporters' attention is on the screen right now, which is an opportunity for us. Jiang Xian took immediate action after saying this. Inside the warehouse, Su Zirwei glanced at Bai Lu. Do you think I'm going to fall for that so easily? You should stop now. The charisma behind you has already betrayed you. Su Zirwei's words made Bai Lu sigh, and then she took out her phone from behind her. I've turned off the live stream. Right now, it's just the two of us here. If I were you, I would leave now instead of staying here to confront me. Anyone with eyes can see that you shouldn't go against Starlight Entertainment. Why can't you understand? After saying this, Bai Lu shook her head slightly. Meng Qingze was indeed brought out by me. Even if I tell you, what can you do about it? You are no match for the Bai family. This was also the first time Bai Lu had revealed her identity in public. This also surprised Su Zirwei somewhat. He had never heard of the Bai family. You're not kidding me, are you? There's never been a Bai family in Jinghai. Su Zirwei's naive words made Bai Lu laugh out loud. This is the first time I've ever heard something so funny. You actually believe that the Bai family was based in Jinghai? Bai Lu shook her head dismissively. Our Bai family has always had business overseas. How could someone like you possibly know that? The Bai family's assets are beyond your imagination. If it weren't for that good-for-nothing Meng Qingze, why would I have come back? After Bai Lu finished speaking, she looked at Su Zirwei with a gloomy expression. If you don't believe me, then you can try it and see who has the last laugh. After Bai Lu finished speaking, Su Zirwei clenched his fist. He knew very well that Bai Lu was not to be touched for the time being, not to mention what kind of trouble it would bring him if he actually made a move. Thinking of all this, Su Zirwei smiled slightly. Miss Bai, you are indeed very capable, and I believe what you said, but the matter of Meng Qingze is not over yet. I will do everything I can to make him slip up. After Su Zirwei finished speaking, he turned to leave, but Bai Lu was not about to let him go. What if I told you I had a way to make Jiang Xian listen to you and obey your every word? Su Zirwei was stunned when he heard this, and turned around to look at him in disbelief.